February 22nd, 2222, outside restricted zone number 22 in the Dragon Nation, a tall girl with a healthy wheat-colored complexion was yanking my ear hard, making me grimace in pain. She was my sister, while I had a weak constitution, a frail frame, and suffered from intermittent blindness. Nearby, the battle between superhumans and monsters was raging fiercely. After the fight ended, my sister and I searched around and found some supplies. However, during dinner, my blindness worsened. Knowing I couldn't wait any longer, I decided that very night to send my sister and our elderly, one-legged guardian away, while I planned to risk entering the White Mist restricted zone alone. February 22nd, 2222, in the abandoned town outside restricted zone number 22 of the Dragon Nation. Han Schwanger was pulling my ear forcefully, and the pain made me bare my teeth in agony. Han Schwanger was tall with a healthy wheat-colored complexion, her bright eyes sharp and lively. Her high ponytail swayed constantly, brimming with youthful energy. If it weren't for her tattered clothes smeared with monster dung and her current rough movements, she would undoubtedly be the goddess in the hearts of many boys. As for me, my constitution is weak, my figure thin, and my skin carries a sickly pallor from years of lacking sunlight. Not yet, huh? Feeling like my ear was about to be torn off, I finally surrendered to the tyranny. Han Schwanger rolled her eyes at me, let go, and said, "I tried talking nicely, but you wouldn't listen. Had to force me to get rough. Hurry up." Just then, terrifying explosions and the roars of monsters came from the other side of the wall. The battle had entered its final stage. I stopped hesitating, crouched down with both hands against the wall, and Han Schwanger lightly jumped onto my shoulders. I slowly stood up while holding her thighs, and even through the warm clothing, I could clearly feel the heat of her body. Han Schwanger excitedly narrated the battle ahead from her perch on the wall. The demon hunting squad has a phantom beast-type superhuman who looks like a werewolf. My gaze instinctively shifted to the western number 22 White Mist restricted zone, where the massive White Mist hemisphere blotted out the sky, stretching over 300 miles in radius. Back in 2022, the first White Mist restricted zone appeared on Blue Star, bringing death and mutation, giving rise to superhumans and monsters. The battle reached its climax. Covered in blood, the massive yellow ox could no longer hold on. With a furious roar, it flung Scarface away and charged toward the forbidden White Mist zone. Several superhumans shouted and chased after it. Han Schwanger's beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light as she patted my head. I crouched down to let her off, and the two of us quietly sneaked closer. By the collapsed wall corner, I spotted the target, my eyes gleaming with excitement. Found it. 2 hours later, in the dilapidated courtyard, I carefully tended to the firewood, stewing dozens of pounds of oxtail in an iron pot, its rich aroma filling the air. After it was ready, I served Grandpa Mushing a large portion first. "Grandpa Moo, be careful, it's hot." Grandpa Mushing pretended to be angry. "I'm not at the point where I need to be taken care of yet." I chuckled sheepishly. Just as I was about to grab a hard steamed bun, Han Schwanger snatched it away from me. She glared at me irritably. "With such a big pot of meat, it'll last for days. Why eat hard steamed buns?" "But I like them." "Stop lying. Eat this piece of meat right now," she interrupted me fiercely, plopping a large chunk of meat into my bowl. I admitted defeat again, but my heart felt warm. Han Schwanger excitedly told Grandpa Mushing about the day's events, and Grandpa Moo listened attentively like an eager child. I was smiling when the world before me plunged into darkness again, this time for over 10 seconds. The laughter and joy at the dinner table had nothing to do with me, and my heart grew heavy. At night, I couldn't sleep, wrapped in a quilt against the bed, only to be blocked by that invisible wall. Centered around the White Mist restricted zone, this wall encircles a 17-kilometer radius and has imprisoned me for 7 years. Despite countless attempts, I've never been able to break through. Now, I'm even more worried about my eyes. The frequency and duration of intermittent blindness keep increasing. Today marked the third episode, lasting over 10 seconds. If this continues, I might go completely blind. Tossing and turning, I finally gritted my teeth, got up, and walked towards Han Schwanger's room. In the pitch-black room, I gently woke the sleeping Han Schwanger and whispered, "Sis, are you asleep?" She was startled at first, and then I could feel her anger rising rapidly. Honestly, who wouldn't be furious being woken up in the middle of the night with such a question? But I had no choice. If I didn't speak now, it would be too late. Han Schwanger suppressed her anger and said coldly, "Spit it out if you have something to say." I hesitated for a moment but mustered the courage to speak. "Sis, you should leave with Grandpa Moo." I had said this countless times before, and each time she refused, not without giving me a good beating. This time was no exception. She snapped angrily, "Aren't you tired of saying this? You've repeated it 1,000 times already." I said I'd take you with me, and that is final. I gritted my teeth and whispered, "But Grandpa Moo can't hold on much longer." Han Schwanger froze and asked, "What do you mean?" I continued, "Grandpa Moo has been sleeping more and more lately, and his condition is worsening. There is no gas, water, or electricity here. If this goes on, he might not make it." Hearing this, Han Schwanger fell silent. I knew she couldn't argue against this reason. I smiled faintly and persuaded, "Go out. Once you're 100 miles away, there are military forces who will surely take you to the safe zone. Sister Han Schwinger's voice trembled slightly with tears, but, if we leave, it'll be hard to come back. My smile remained unchanged. If we can't come back, then so be it. I'm already 17, I have hands and feet to support myself. Staying here is just a waste of time for you. It's better to go out and live a good life. Sister Han Schwinger bit her red lip lightly. Then I'll take Grandpa Mu to the safe zone and come back to stay with you. I refused firmly. No. Grandpa Mu is so old and has already lost a leg. How can he manage without someone to take care of him? Sister Han Schwinger still hesitated, but I can't rest easy leaving you here alone. I reassured her, there is nothing to worry about. 7 years have passed already. Besides, if I really encounter demons, you wouldn't be able to save me either. Now that 7 years have gone by, maybe they've found a way to become awakened out there. If one day you become an awakened, you can come back anytime, then you'd actually be able to protect me. Hearing my words, a glimmer of hope flashed in Sister Han Schwinger's eyes. Seeing she didn't object, I continued, in the safe zone, there is electric light, gas, floor heating, hot showers, warm soup to drink. I kept talking, as if pouring out a lifetime's worth of words. Sister Han Schwinger was usually carefree, but now she remained silent, listening quietly. I don't know how long it took before I sneezed. The cold wind howled through the window cracks, and the room temperature was approaching freezing. My frail body couldn't hold out much longer. I didn't dare stay long. Though there was still much left unsaid, catching a cold in such a place could be fatal. Since you've agreed, then get ready tomorrow and leave early. With that, I turned to go back to my room. At that moment, Sister Han Schwanger threw back the covers and pulled me in. Don't go, stay and talk with me a little longer. I can't breathe. The night passed, and in the morning, Grandpa Mu Shang limped out of his room, yawning. Seeing the piles of luggage in the living room, he asked in surprise, are you going somewhere far? I brought out the reheated stew and smiled slightly. Sister Schwinger found a warehouse yesterday, but it's outside the wall. We need your help. Grandpa Mu's aged face broke into a smile. Don't worry, I'll take good care of Schwinger. Just then, Sister Han Schwinger emerged from the bedroom, her eyes slightly red and her mood somber. Grandpa Mu asked with concern, Schwinger, what's wrong? Do you have a fever? Sister Han Schwinger shook her head and forced a smile. It's nothing. I had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. Let's eat first, or the food will get cold. I quickly changed the subject. The atmosphere at the dinner table was strange. Sister Han Schwinger kept staring at me absent-mindedly, while I continuously served dishes to both of them and chatted happily with Grandpa Mu. After breakfast, I tossed the prepared bundle onto the Wuling Hongwang. It contained the things we had gathered over the years, which might help Sister Schwinger and Grandpa Mu live a stable life in the safe zone. With everything ready, the car started, and the Wuling Hongwang slowly drove away. I waved goodbye with a smile, watching the car grow increasingly distant. Though my eyes held reluctance, there was even more contentment within them. In the driver's seat, Sister Han Schwinger trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears. Suddenly, Grandpa Mu seemed to sense something and shouted, "Stop the car, stop right now." Yet Sister Han Schwinger didn't respond, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. At that moment, Sister Han Schwinger could no longer hold back, bursting into loud sobs. Grandpa Mu heaved a deep sigh, his face seeming to age several more years. Standing where I was, I gazed at the long-vanished car, laughing until a single hot tear rolled down the corner of my eye. I hadn't cried back in the white mist restricted zone, nor when I was abandoned, but now, tears fell. I don't know how much time passed before the tears froze. I withdrew my gaze and looked toward the sky obscuring white mist restricted zone, a flash of resolve flickering in my eyes. I decided to go in once more, either to find a way through the cage, or to find a cure for my eyes, or to stay there forever.
Chapter 3 I Can See the Rules of the Forbidden Zone.
A few moments later, Knight 17 packed his bag and set off towards the White Mist Forbidden Zone. In his backpack he placed the rest of the stew, as well as some miscellaneous items. To be honest, Knight 17 didn't know what he needed to prepare, these things he didn't think he could use, but this might seem like his last adventure, the sense of ceremony still needs to be there. From afar, the White Mist Prohibited area was like a huge semicircular eggshell, covering the sky. Before the White Mist Prohibited area appeared, Mount Everest was the highest mountain in the world. But when the White Mist Prohibited area appeared, this record was broken. According to the data from 7 years ago, the smallest radius of the White Mist Exclusion Zone was 60 kilometers and the largest was 300 kilometers. The height of any White Mist Exclusion Zone was more than several times higher than Mount Everest. That height was already about to go out of the atmosphere. The white mist in the Forbidden Zone was not a solid entity, and on the outside it looked very similar to mist, blocking out a certain amount of vision and light. However, it was later confirmed that it was a kind of energy that had the ability to interfere with signals, and any electronic equipment that entered the white fog would completely malfunction. It was a barrier that separated the two worlds. Of course, the white fog barrier was fine, the most dangerous thing was the rules contained within it. There are special rules in the white mist barrier that are different from those of the blue planet, and once they are touched, ordinary people will surely die. Over the past 200 years, there have been nearly 200 white mist prohibited zones in Blue Star, an average of 1 per year. And the rules of each forbidden zone were different, and there was more than one. After the forefathers had paid a heavy price, only very little information had been explored. For example, there were white mist forbidden zones that didn't allow speech, and if one opened their mouth, they would die instantly. There were white mist forbidden zones where one could not be injured, and once one bled, their blood would be instantly drained away. There are white mist forbidden zones that you can enter during the day, and if you stay at night, you will die. There are even white mist forbidden areas where men die if they enter, while women are fine. In short, the rules of these white mist forbidden zones were strange, and there was absolutely no reason to follow. All of this information was what Knight 17 knew from reading books in the bookstore when he was bored. There was no entertainment in this cage, and Knight 17 had spent most of these 7 years in a sea of books. At midday, a teenager with a slim figure arrived outside the White Mist Prohibited area. Standing outside the White Mist Prohibited area, Knight 17 felt the breath of the white mist, while his mind was recalling the memory of the time he went out from here 7 years ago. However, after recalling for a long time, Knight 17 still didn't know anything. This kind of guessing out of thin air was really too difficult. Solely, Knight 17 no longer thought about it, and he walked into the white mist area in a daze, just like his own self back then. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When Knight 17 crossed 100 meters, 1 foot suddenly stepped on the ground. The thick snow on the ground in front suddenly disappeared, and at the same time the surrounding white fog also disappeared. The front opened up. When looking at the scene ahead, Knight 17 froze. At the same time, dozens of miles to the west of the number 22 White Mist Prohibited area, there was a temporary military camp. Soldiers, alien squads, and other personnel were busy going in and out. Although the White Mist Prohibited area and the surrounding danger zones were dangerous, they also represented great wealth. Whether it was the large number of demonic creatures or the Forbidden Zone itself, it was all valuable wealth. In the center of the camp, an alien in a black cloak was resting in a room. The alien had a country-type face, a sturdy figure, deep eyes, and a powerful aura emanating from his body. On that black cloak, there was a large dark red word embroidered on it, Demon. However, his left arm was smeared with a thick plaster, and his face was somewhat pale, obviously having been seriously injured just a short while ago. On top of his head, there was also a faint red mark that looked like the likeness of a skull, but it was too blurry to see clearly. Li Xin could just sense its presence, but still couldn't see it. At this moment, Li Xin was resting on his bed when suddenly a sharp alarm sounded from within the camp. Resting, Li Xin snapped his eyes open. At the same time a message appeared on his cell phone. When he saw the message on it, Li Xin's face changed. He fiercely stood up with a slight force, the plaster on that arm shattered inch by inch, revealing a scarred yet powerful arm. Li Xin shouted, "Assemble!" Swish! Before the words fell, the door of the room slammed open and a swift figure in black with yellow was the first to appear in the room. Report, Young, who is ready. What's wrong with the captain? Wait until everyone is ready. Li Xin said, and soon 2 more figures rushed over. Report, Zhao Lang is ready. Report, Zhou Xiaomeng is ready. The people who came were a man and a woman. The man was tall with sharp eyes, but his face was hung with a look of a stranger, and on his back was a huge black box that was one person high. The other is a petite and lovely girl. When see xin arm broken plaster, the girl immediately rise small mouth, Captain, this is the 4th time, your injuries are not yet good, how to dismantle the plaster again indiscriminately. Li Xian, however, looked serious and said, let's talk about this later, this alert is not a demonic attack. We just received a message that energy fluctuations of foreign energy crystals have appeared in the White Mist Forbidden Zone number 22, we need to enter and explore immediately. Hearing that they had to enter the White Mist prohibited area, the 3 of them changed their faces slightly. For ordinary people, the White Mist Forbidden Zone was a place of death, where they would be instantly obliterated if they broke the rules. However, this was not the case for Exalts. In addition to having all sorts of strange and bizarre attributes, the psychic ability itself also had a grade. Currently, the internationally recognized grades are E, D, C, B, A, S6 grades. And when an alien ability reaches the strength of C grade, it can release an alien ability barrier, barely resisting the rule obliteration in the White Mist Forbidden Zone. This was a secret that mankind had explored only at the cost of countless lives, and had not been released to the public. Of course, the barrier here is only partially resisted, and once it touches the rules, it will be targeted by the demons in the White Mist prohibited area. The captain's injuries were those suffered from fighting in the White Mist Forbidden Zone a few days ago. The skull mark on his head is the rule of the Forbidden Zone spell mark. But compared to the dangers of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, the importance of the ability crystals was higher. Not to mention, they had a special identity. A few moments later, an old off-road vehicle whistled from the military base towards the White Mist Forbidden Zone, and in the vehicle were 4 figures clad in black robes. On the black robes, large dark red characters fluttered, Devil. On the other side, inside the number 22 White Mist prohibited area, Knight 17 walked forward blankly, his thick cotton clothes having been taken off. 7 years ago, when the White Mist Forbidden area had just appeared, all the places were shrouded in white mist, and it took Knight 17 most of the day to walk out from the white mist. At that time, changes hadn't begun to occur within the Forbidden Zone, and it was said that when the White Mist Forbidden Zone was completely stabilized, an independent ecosystem would be spawned within the Forbidden Zone. Although Knight 17 had read about it in books, he was still deeply shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Knight 17 originally thought that the White Mist prohibited area was some horrifying place of death, but after entering, he realized that his understanding of the White Mist prohibited area seemed to be a bit wrong. Looking ahead, there was a vast and boundless prairie in front of him. The temperature here was well over 20 degrees, with a comfortable temperature and fresh air. The terrain was very different from the original world, and it was as if this place was a whole new world. If there were no so-called Forbidden Zone rules, if there were no terrifying demonic creatures, this place could perhaps be called a paradise outside the world. However, where were the demonic creatures? At this moment, Knight 17 had been walking inside for almost an hour, and he had been careful and slow for the first half hour, but as a result, he hadn't come across anything. Wasn't it said that the White Mist Forbidden Zone was full of demons, but how come he didn't come across a single one? Along the way, he did pick up a lot of demonic beasts' corpses, and even Knight 17 found a demonic creature that had just been killed, and its body temperature was still warm. Obviously there were magical creatures here, but for some reason they disappeared. Based on the idea that even the smallest mosquito was meat, Knight 17 picked them all up. As for the rules of the Forbidden Zone, well, I don't know if it's luck or what, anyway, Knight 17 hasn't touched it yet. Knight 17 had gradually become calm from his initial nervousness. At this moment, he didn't look like he was exploring, instead, he looked like he was here for a sightseeing tour. Finally, Knight 17 was tired of walking, he directly sat on the grass to rest. Originally thought that these things prepared should not be used, but did not expect that they would actually be used now. Taking out the stewed meat in the box, although it was already cold, Knight 17 didn't mind it. Picking up a piece, Knight 17 was about to put it into his mouth. At this moment, the world in front of him once again fell into darkness. Intermittent blindness, here we go again. Knight 17 didn't have any unnecessary expression, fortunately there was no demonic creature attacking now, otherwise it would really be a bit dangerous. Silently waiting, however, the next second Knight 17 suddenly froze. Because after his world was completely shrouded in darkness, it suddenly lit up with a bit of white light, and those white lights formed a special message. Rules of the Forbidden Zone. 1. No attacking the same kind. 2. No crying. 3. You must respond when called. 4. No verbal abuse. 5. Wash your hands before eating. Chapter 4. The teenager eating hot pot in the Forbidden Zone. Those white lights were densely composed of dozens of contents. It was dazzling to see Knight 17.
That one odd rule gave one the feeling of an elementary school student following the rules and regulations.
Not waiting for him to read them all, the blindness suddenly returned.
Knight 17 blinked. Just now, what was that? The Forbidden Zone rules? Thinking back to those oddball rules, the corner of Knight 17's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder the white mist forbidden area had appeared for 200 years and humans still hadn't finished parsing the rules within it. No wonder the survival rate of humans in the white mist prohibited area was so low. With that kind of strange rules, who could have thought of it? And Knight 17 was strange, although many of them were not clearly seen, but a few of them he still knew. For example, people shouting you need to respond, like what to wash your hands before eating. This kind of rule seemed to be specially prepared for humans. He had never heard of other creatures washing their hands before eating. That's not right. Since that's the case, shouldn't those creatures in the White Mist Forbidden Zone have long since been obliterated by the rules? Did this Forbidden Zone rule only apply to humans, or did different creatures have different rules and one could only see human rules? Knight 17 didn't know, but whichever it was, based on his feelings, he believed that the appearance of this White Mist Forbidden Zone had an important relationship with humans. But now was not the time to explore this. Compared to the fact that he could see the Forbidden Zone rule, there was a more important thing. This Forbidden Zone rule was seen by himself when he was blind. Knight 17 originally thought that this intermittent blindness was a disease, but now it was clearly not the case. Perhaps this so-called blindness itself was an extraordinary ability that one just hadn't fully awakened yet. Thinking of this, Knight 17 was so excited that he almost cried out. At the same time, Knight 17 suddenly thought of something. If his own blindness was an extraordinary ability, then was the invisible wall that blocked him also an extraordinary ability? At this moment, Knight 17 saw the hope of leaving the Forbidden Zone. As for how to make the supernormal ability awaken, Knight 17 didn't know, but from those information he read in the book, supernormal ability users can enhance their supernormal ability by feeding on the blood and flesh of magical creatures. Come to think of it, yesterday's sudden increase in the number of times and duration of blindness seemed to be due to the fact that the self at that time had eaten the meat of a cow's tail. Thinking of this, Knight 17 subconsciously wanted to continue eating, however he stopped when the meat reached his mouth. It seemed like he saw a rule for himself that was, wash your hands before eating. Knight 17 shivered and the meat almost fell to the ground. The Forbidden Zone rule could kill. So the top priority now was to find a way to record all the rules of the White Mist Forbidden Zone. Once the rules were known, it would be much less dangerous. Looking at the lush grasslands around him, Knight 17 smiled faintly. This was a good place to awaken his powers. Time passed in a hurry. Inside the number 22 White Mist Forbidden Zone, the sky had already darkened. Although there was no sun in the restricted area, the alternation of day and night was the same as blue star. Boom! The earth exploded with a bang. 4 figures in the jungle were running quickly. The 4 of them were gray, and a few of them carried various injuries on their bodies. However, the black cloak behind them was not half broken. The black cloak fluttered with the wind. The cloak was embroidered with a dark red devil word. On the heads of the 4 of them, a bloody skull mark emerged, as bright as blood, especially the Captain Lexin. The color of the skull was already red and black. Behind the 4, dozens of demonic creatures were frantically chasing after them, with all sorts of supernormal abilities constantly coming at them. Blocking another wave of attacks, Lexin handed over a crystal with a strange blue light to Yang Hu at the side. It's not a solution to go on like this, Tiger. You take the forbidden objects and go out first. We'll pad our way out. Yang Hu nodded heavily and took that forbidden object, only to see him let out a low gulp. An alien energy surged on his legs. In the next moment, Yang Hu darted out like a cannonball, actually leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air. Several magical beasts at the back similarly roared, not knowing what kind of alien energy they used, and started accelerating. There were even 2 flying magical creatures in the sky that whistled. They ignored Lexin and the others and headed straight for Yang Hu. Zhao Ling. Understood. Lexin immediately stopped. He let out a low gulp. His body transformed into a golden light covering his body. With a wave of his hand, countless golden spears appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the golden spears were like a torrential downpour that blasted towards the few demons at the back that were planning to go after Yang Hu. Rumble. The army of demons at the back was instantly blocked, and several weak demons were instantly killed. At the same time, the black case behind Zhao Ling opened, and a nearly 1-person tall black sniper rifle appeared. He raised the sniper rifle and directly raised his head to aim at the 2 flying demons in the sky, and the alien energy in his body was madly injected into the sniper rifle. The next moment, he pulled the trigger. From raising the rifle to aiming to firing, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Bang! The sniper rifle sent out a tongue of fire, and a special alien energy bullet instantly cut through the void and shot into the body of a flying demon. When the bullet entered the body of the demon, it instantly exploded, and the flying demon's wings directly broke apart, falling down like a meteor. Zhao Lang didn't even look at the result after the first shot before aiming at the second one. In 2 seconds' time, that one had already flown hundreds of meters away. Without any hesitation, Zhao Lang continued to aim, and a second later, the second bullet turned into a flash and flew towards the flying demon. The body of the flying demon was surging with berserk foreign energy, and although the special bullet hit it, it exploded outside its body. Boom! The second flying demonic creature fell downwards, but before it completely landed, it spread its wings again and continued to flap its wings and fly. Seeing this, a flash of regret flashed across Zhao Lang's face and eyes, but this was already the limit of what he could do. Over here, Li Xian had just blocked those demonic creatures, and in the next moment, a huge black giant snake among the demonic creatures spewed out a bizarre black light from its mouth. The black light cut through the void and blasted towards Li Xian. Li Xian, who had just finished releasing his big move, didn't even have time to catch his breath before he saw the black light arrive in front of him. Drink! Drinking lowly, Li Xian barely gathered a golden barrier to resist. Boom! The black light collided with the golden barrier, erupting in a terrifying explosion. Li Xian's trio was instantly blown away. Not only that, a hideous wound appeared on Li Xian's left arm, which turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, in order to stop the pace of the demon, Li Xian paid a small price. Seeing this, Xiaomeng, who had just climbed up, quickly came to his body and stretched out her white jade arm. "Captain, bite me." Without any hesitation, Li Xian bit down and sucked on Xiaomeng's blood. Error. The latter's face instantly flushed and she moaned. Sucking on Xiaomeng's blood, Li Xian's injuries improved at a speed visible to the naked eye, and although he couldn't completely get rid of that energy, he could at least not risk his life. "What time is it?" Still dazed. Taking a breath, Li Xian pulled Mo with him as he continued to run. The three of them had just left when countless bizarre and unpredictable attacks from the rear destroyed that area like rain. Further in the white mist forbidden zone, the three of them narrowly escaped countless times, but tenaciously survived, retreating as they fought, and soon afterward crossed the jungle and entered another plane. The world in the white mist prohibited area defied human perception. Sometimes one part was a plain, the next part was a desert, to which they had long been accustomed. Moreover, from the outside, the white mist prohibited area seemed to have a free diameter of only a few hundred miles, but once they entered it, the range expanded by more than 10 times, just like it had turned into a world. When they entered the plains, the three of them could already vaguely see the white mist barrier in the distance. Going out. Seeing this, the three people's spirits were shaken and they accelerated once again. While running, Lung Bing suddenly froze. "Captain, suspicious traces have been found ahead." Eh? Li Xian followed Leng Bing's direction and suddenly froze in the next moment. On a small hill at the edge of the white mist prohibited area, there was actually a human-looking teenager. Of course, if it was just that, it wouldn't be too noticeable. Sea level or higher exalts already possessed the ability to resist the rules of the white mist prohibited area. Although this secret wasn't publicized to civilians, it wasn't a secret to some high-level aberrants. But what surprised the three was what that teenager was doing at the moment. On the hillside, that teenager was sitting on a chair made of modern products. Next to him was a wooden table, on which were several types of wild vegetables freshly picked from the grass, as well as a large plate of sliced meat. Directly in front of him, on a pile of burning firewood, stood a large iron pot, which was gurgling with hot air. The rich fragrance drifted out along a wisp of breeze. When they smelled that particular flavor, the three of them were collectively blindsided. "This is a hot pot?" Chapter 5, The Wall Shattered. Knowing the rules of the white mist forbidden zone, and understanding that blindness was a manifestation of the awakening of one's supernatural ability, Knight 17 had already given up the idea of seeking death. Maybe one day the alien ability awakening itself will be able to go out. After eating a few pieces of stewed meat, Knight 17 once again triggered the supernormal ability blindness to see the rules of the forbidden zone. This time he concentrated. Will be those rules all memorized? However, it was found that those dozens of rules himself seemed to be able to circumvent them all. Knight 17 also did not go outside the forbidden zone. It was too cold. He simply made a fire inside the forbidden zone to cook. And so there was this current picture. At this moment, Knight 17 was eating with his mouth full of oil. That packet of hot pot base was a treasure that he had treasured for a long time. As for the demon meat, Knight 17 didn't know what level it was. Anyway, eating it would make his eyes go blind for a while, and the effect was extremely remarkable. As he was eating, Knight 17 suddenly felt that the earth was trembling a bit. Subconsciously turning his head to look, then Knight 17 was startled. In the distance, 3 silhouettes were running wildly with their lives, and dozens of terrifying demons were chasing after them. I rub. Originally, Knight 17 was still puzzled as to why the demons had disappeared. The feelings were lured away. Moreover, the direction was exactly towards himself. Knight 17's face was dark. I just ate a hot pot, who did I invite? There was no time to pack up. Knight 17 put down his dishes and ran towards the white mist barrier. He was only a few dozen meters away from the white mist barrier, in order to escape quickly when he found the demons. In a matter of seconds, Knight 17 had already arrived outside the white mist wall, and immediately entered. Just after entering the white mist barrier, Knight 17 felt a piercing cold. It was several degrees below zero outside, and he was wearing a shirt. However, there was no time to look for clothes at this time. Surviving was important. Soon Knight 17 passed through the white mist barrier, and for insurance, he ran a long way into the distance. It should be safe now, right? Knight 17 thought to himself as he gasped for air, turning around just in time to see those 3 figures rushing out. However, that wasn't the end of it. The next second, a group of demonic creatures followed close behind. Seeing this scene, Knight 17's face turned green. Can the demons in the white mist prohibited area just come out? This kind of information Knight 17 didn't know at all. If I had known earlier, I would have prepared a car in advance. At this moment, Li Xin and the 3 of them have already fled, and the 3 of them looked at Knight 17 with a wonderful expression. Just now, they were far away and didn't feel anything, and thought that this was a lone expert. But when they got closer, they obviously felt that Knight 17's alien energy fluctuation was no more than E-class at most. This kind of guy actually dared to enter the white mist prohibited area and was still leisurely eating hot pot there? The most crucial thing was that this guy didn't die. When did it become possible for an E-class alien to sneak into the white mist prohibited area? Looking at the way Knight 17 was running was no different from an ordinary person. If he wasn't cared about, he would definitely be drowned by the demons behind him. Speaking of which, it seems like they're the ones who lured him here. What's more, there was definitely something wrong with this guy entering the white mist and going in without dying. Perhaps the value of the secret on this guy was even more precious than that alien ability crystal. Thinking of this, Li Xin simply said, I'll stall. Xiaoming, you take that guy away. Remember to be alive. Zhao Lang, go to the far side for fire support. Understood. Understood. Zhao Lang and Zhou Xiaoming nodded. One ran quickly towards Knight 17, while the other went to look for a sniping position. Knight 17 was using all his strength to escape when an explosion suddenly came from behind him. This wasn't the end. The next moment he suddenly felt his waist being held by something, and then his feet directly left the ground. Zhou Xiaoming picked up Knight 17 as she carried him. The size of more than 100 pounds was as if it was nothing in her hands. And then Zhou Xiaoming rushed out once again, her speed a whole lot faster than Knight 17 himself. This is to bring herself to run together? Knight 17 was a bit surprised. Psychics had an innate superiority over ordinary people, although the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire alliance had stipulated that psychics could not harm ordinary people. But this sense of superiority could not be resolved by relying on a single law. In the past, Knight 17 and Han Schwanger had always taken a detour when they encountered Xenos while searching for food. In this kind of danger zone, it was not unusual to encounter a poorly tempered one who would kill you with a knife. Hey big sister, can we change our position? On his shoulder, Knight 17 was almost shaken and vomited. Although he knew that the other party was saving himself, this posture was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Cut the crap, any more crap and I'll throw you down. Zhou Xiaoming panted. Having fought for several hours in the white mist forbidden zone, her physical energy was severely depleted, so she still cared about the rest. Upon hearing this, Knight 17 shut up immediately. Sure enough, the temper of Alamancers were not good. Explosions rose and fell in the rear. Knight 17 subconsciously turned her head to look, then the whole person froze. A huge golden pillar of light from the rear went straight into the sky. At this moment Li Xin turned into light. After exiting the white mist forbidden zone, the blood-colored skull markings on the 3 of them were much more illusory. Without the rule of obliteration, Li Xin was finally able to output at full power. A golden giant composed of supernatural elements appeared in the air. The giant was 100 meters tall, and a golden spear in his hand swept across the sky to intercept all the demons in the rear. Every collision was like an earthquake, with all sorts of blinding energy explosions, instantly destroying the surrounding abandoned buildings. The only thing that could be seen was that in the center of the golden giant, there was a black cloak with the word devil embroidered on it in dark red. Knight 17 froze. He had lived here for 7 years, and had seen many aberrants, but this was the first time he had seen such a horrifying battle power. Can an alien be so powerful to such an extent? Zhou Xiaoming carried Knight 17 for half an hour, but the sounds of battle could still be vaguely heard at the back. Obviously, those demons hated the trio with a passion. On his shoulder, Knight 17, whose body was almost frozen, suddenly saw some familiar surroundings, and he knew that it was not far from the invisible wall. This if he crashed into it at the current speed, Knight 17 felt that he would be wasted even if he didn't die. Big sister, we can barely hear the sound behind us, can we stop and take a rest? However, Zhou Xiaoming didn't care about him at all and continued to carry Knight 17 forward. Hey, can you put me down? No, I want to pee, I can't hold it. There is no road ahead. I'm sick, coming over that bridge in front will kill me. Knight 17 kept looking for reasons, but Zhou Xiaoming had no intention of letting go. That seemingly soft arm clamped Knight 17 to death. Watching the distance to the invisible wall getting closer and closer, Knight 17 almost pissed himself in fear. He didn't die within the white mist forbidden zone, but ended up dying on the air wall? Struggling, Knight 17 suddenly felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and at this time he actually entered the state of blindness once again. Knight 17 was startled, so frightened that he clutched his hands. Suddenly, his hands didn't know what he touched, soft and soft. Running, Zhou Xiaoming's body stiffened, her face reddened. This bastard actually dared to eat this lady's tofu. One's own tofu can't be eaten by anyone but the captain. Just as she was considering whether to throw Knight 17 out, suddenly froze. She felt a special fluctuation of alien energy in Knight 17's body. That kind of feeling should an alien energy awakening. Zhou Xiaoming was shocked, not because Knight 17 was now awakened, but because it meant that he was an ordinary person before. How could an ordinary person survive in the white mist forbidden zone and still be able to eat hot pot there? At this moment, a special energy was surging around Knight 17, especially his eyes were absorbing the foreign energy around him. At this moment, Knight 17 felt that he had lost control of his body. His soul was taken to another time and space. Vast and indistinct, his consciousness kept traveling through space after space. That feeling was extremely mysterious. I don't know how long it took for Knight 17 to violently open his eyes. If someone looked closely, they would realize that Knight 17's eyes were as mysterious and void as a radiant river of stars. However, that strange look disappeared in just a moment. Then Knight 17 gradually regained consciousness. Subconsciously twisting his head, Knight 17 realized that everything around him had changed, and all things became much clearer. Even though he was being carried up and down, he could still see everything around him clearly. Not waiting for Knight 17 to adapt, he suddenly saw a familiar yet unfamiliar thing in front of him. That wall. That wall that clearly existed before but could not be seen. The wall that others could pass through but only he could not. The wall that had imprisoned him for 7 whole years. In the past, Knight 17 could not see it. But now he saw it. Without waiting for Knight 17 to react, he slammed into that invisible wall. Ka-ching! The imagined image of himself being smashed into mud did not appear. When Knight 17 touched the wall of air, the previously impenetrable wall of air actually shattered at this moment. Knight 17 looked behind him in a daze. The invisible wall that had imprisoned himself for 7 years was now shattered like a snowflake drifting down. Chapter 6: Fusion of Alien Energy Crystals. 100 miles away in the eastern part of the Forbidden Zone, a dilapidated Wuling Hongguang stumbled forward. The front of the Wuling Hongguang shell was smashed in a piece, and the one driving had been replaced with Mu Shang. In the car, Han Schwanger and Mushings were in a state of shock. After some arguments in the morning, Mushing had given up his intention to get out of the car. This time, Han Schwanger took him away, apparently with the Knight 17 had long been discussed. His relationship with Knight 17 and Han Frosty was like that of a grandparent and grandson, and he talked about everything on weekdays. The fact that they had decided not to tell him today clearly indicated that they had guessed that they would not leave. In fact, it was true that if Knight 17 was going to let him leave, he definitely wouldn't. Han Schwanger had experienced that kind of despair of being abandoned, and the same was true for him. 7 years ago, when the White Mist Forbidden Zone appeared, he was hit by someone while fleeing and the prosthetic limb on his leg was knocked off. The crowd around him panicked and ran for their lives, none of them staying to help him. And when he called his son, the latter hung up after only 2 seconds of hesitation. He was abandoned, still by his own kin. He struggled on the ground for half a day without crawling out far, and just when he was about to despair, a figure appeared from the direction of the White Mist Forbidden Zone. A skinny little boy carrying a little girl stumbled towards him. regaining hope in the midst of despair, that feeling he could never forget. Because of this, when the rescuers intended to abandon Night 17 and take them away, he and Han Schwanger resolutely chose to stay. But now he was silent after learning of Night 17 and Han Schwanger's thoughts. In this kind of danger zone, where it was freezing cold and the nutrition couldn't keep up for years, his body was already about to be unable to carry on. Staying might instead become a burden to Night 17. Perhaps leaving here would instead be a good thing for Night 17. And the reason they hadn't left the danger zone after driving for a day was because they had encountered demons twice on the way. Even the weakest demonic creature was not something an ordinary person without any weapon could resist. The first time was so far away that Han Schwanger turned off the engine and stayed for 3 hours until the demons left them before continuing on. The second time they were spotted by a demonic creature and circled around for more than 2 hours before getting rid of the demonic creature. The 100 miles around the Forbidden Zone were overgrown with demons, and Han Schwanger rarely drove on weekdays, just because the sound of the car was too loud and would easily cause demons. This was also the reason why Han Schwanger's intention to come back to see Night 17 at intervals was rejected by him last night. There were many magical creatures in the danger zone, and it was unknown if they could get out alive, so how could they talk about coming back? Looking at the sky outside the window that was gradually darkening, Mushing suddenly said, "Frost, do you think we'll be able to see 17 again?" "Yes, definitely." Han Schwanger, who was still resting in the back seat, spoke decisively. Han Schwanger had long since made up her mind inwardly: if Night 17 couldn't come out, then she would become an alien and go in to look for him. If she can't become an alien, then she will wait until Grandpa Mu leaves before going back. I, Han Schwanger, will definitely do what I promised. As she spoke, a dilapidated house not far away suddenly exploded, and a black figure suddenly scurried out. It was a rat-like demonic creature the size of an adult boar, and it chased directly towards the Mercedes-Benz Wuling. Han Schwanger and Mu Shang were shocked. Today's luck was considered to be as bad as it could be, actually running into 3 demons. Mu Shang stepped on the gas directly to the bottom, and the engine of the Wuling Hongguan let out a roar and roared out. However, the demons didn't let them go, desperately chasing after them. The speed was even faster than the Wuling by a few points. Seeing this, Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu's faces changed. However, now that there was no way to retreat, Mu Shang could only desperately step on the gas. With the passage of time, the black giant rat was getting closer and closer to them. On the back seat, Han Schwanger wiped her tears, a flash of tenacity in her eyes. She had promised Night 17 to bring Grandpa Mu safely out of the danger zone. How could she die here? Han Schwanger opened the rear compartment and smashed the package in the car directly over. Bang! The parcel smashed into the black giant rat, causing its figure to stagger slightly, yet it quickly caught up again. Seeing this, Han Schwanger smashed the rest of the things over. In front of life and death, everything was nothing. Soon, all the things that could be thrown in the Wuling car were thrown away, but the demon once again chased after her. Han Schwanger clutched the only remaining hammer in her hand, a flash of determination in her eyes, but just as she was planning to fight for her life, she suddenly froze. It was because she saw a silhouette at the back of that giant black rat. That silhouette came flying from the distance, the cape behind him fluttering in the wind, just like Superman in a movie. And the speed was actually a whole lot faster than the Wuling with the gas pedal pressed to the end, almost closing their distance at a speed visible to the naked eye. When they froze, the giant black rat leaped up and was about to pounce in front of them. However, in the next moment, the figure at the back suddenly appeared on top of the giant rat. The black figure stepped on the giant rat, directly kicking it down, and with the help of the reaction force, it immediately scurried into the car. Bang! The Wuling Hongguan shook, and on the driver's seat, Musheng was startled, but only after seeing that the leaner was a yellow-haired human did he breathe a sigh of relief. Han Schwanger was also startled, staring blankly at the guy in front of her. However, this fellow was currently drenched in blood, his face reddened, his left arm hanging down helplessly, and the black cloak behind him had already turned a dark red color, so it was obvious that he was not lightly injured. Hoo-hoo! Yang Hu panted heavily, accelerating for hundreds of kilometers in one breath. He almost ran out of breath. It was hard to slow down his breath. Yang Hu hurriedly said, "Accelerate, don't stop." After saying that, he also didn't forget to shake the bangs on his forehead, trying his best to show a friendly face. "Don't be afraid, I'm a soldier, I won't hurt you." Ordinary people's attitudes towards the aberrants had always been both envious and in awe. It would be hard not to cause panic if a shifter suddenly broke into someone's car. Okay. After all, Mu Shang was a person who had been there before, and did not mess up in the face of this kind of thing. Hearing the other party say that he was a soldier, Mu Shang and Han Schwanger did feel relieved. In this war-torn era, People had an inexplicable admiration for soldiers. As they were talking, a bird chirp once again came from the sky behind them, and a giant gray bird chased towards Yang Hu once again. "I'm going, can't you give me a break?" Yang Hu grumbled, but did not show too much panic. Even though he was a speed-type aberration, his speed was still a bit worse than that of a flying magic creature. Most importantly, the 22nd White Mist Prohibited area was located in the eastern part of the 7th main city of Qilu province, and 200 kilometers further east was the sea. So there were no towns or military camps in this area at all. "Turn right in front of us in a while, there is a main road, then keep driving to reach the town." Saying that, Yang Hu looked at Han Schwanger, who was still in a daze on the side. "Pretty girl, I'll give you a gift for the first time." Saying that, Yang Hu pulled out a crystal blooming with light blue color from his bosom. Han Shangzhe was deeply attracted by the crystal when she saw it. The crystal seemed to contain a magical magic, making people unable to resist wanting to touch it. Yang Hu smiled slightly. "Give it to the military, you'll get a lot of rewards. Oh yeah, remember to call someone over to save me, if I can carry it until then." Saying that, Yang Hu threw that alien energy crystal to Han Schwanger, and then flipped his hand to hold a dagger to look at the demonic creature in the sky. Exchanging one's life for an alien energy crystal, earned. Han Schwanger subconsciously reached out to catch the crystal, and the moment the crystal touched her palm, it was directly integrated into her hand. On the side, Yang Hu was planning to wait for that demon to fly down to attack and use his life to drag him down, when suddenly a strong fluctuation of alien energy erupted behind him. Yang Hu subconsciously turned back, and then his mouth opened wide. Nima, fusion? Chapter 7, It's Too Cold Outside. Name? Knight 17. Identity number? Don't know. Age? 17. Gender? Knight 17. Male. What are your parents' names? Forgotten. At this moment, Zhao Lang was interrogating Knight 17. Last night they ended up fighting for more than 2 hours and finally got rid of the demons. All of them were injured, so they decisively returned to the camp, and of course they brought Knight 17 back by the way. On the one hand, Knight 17 was a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, so they couldn't save him from death. On the other hand, this guy was the one who ate hot pot in the White Mist Prohibited area, so there must be some secrets in his body. Of course Zhao Lang didn't torture Knight 17 severely, he just simply asked. After determining all of Knight 17's basic information, Zhao Lang's ice-cold eyes stared at Knight 17. "What were you doing in the White Mist Forbidden Zone at that time?" "Eating." "Then why were you eating inside the Forbidden Zone?" "It was too cold outside." Zhao Lang froze. He had thought of countless kinds of answers, only this kind hadn't occurred to him. Too cold? Zhao Lang almost gasped and laughed coldly. "You're lying to ghosts. Don't you know that the White Mist Forbidden Zone is dangerous? The mortality rate of ordinary people entering is as high as 99.96%. Knight 17 nodded. "I know, I originally planned to go in to find death." Zhao Lang. Bang! Zhao Lang slammed the table. The always composed man actually broke his defense. Zhao Lang gritted his teeth. "Be honest with me, even though you're a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom here, but if you don't cooperate, don't blame me for not being polite." At this time the door to the room opened and Zhou Xiaomeng walked in holding Li Xian, who was wrapped in gauze and wearing a cast. Knight 17's spirit shook when he saw the visitor. The man who had resisted dozens of demons by himself earlier was him. However, for some reason he felt that there was something strange about this man. Subconsciously focusing his supernatural energy with his eyes, the next moment Knight 17 froze. He suddenly saw a blood-red skull hanging on Li Xian's head. Zhou Xiaomeng saw Knight 17 making a face at him, but she remembered someone eating her tofu yesterday. "Captain, why haven't you rested? Is your body alright?" Li Xian waved his hand. "Don't worry, can't die. Did you ask anything?" Zhao Lang shook his head. "Not yet, this kid is here pulling my leg." The seat Knight 17 some speechless. What he said is the truth. Li Xian glanced at Knight 17's reply report. The corner of his mouth was also slightly drawn. Going to the Forbidden Zone to seek death without being able to eat hot pot instead, who would believe it? And then he looked at Knight 17 and said softly, "Your name is Knight 17, right? Don't worry, no one will hurt you here, you just need to tell us the information you know." Knight 17 was innocent, "But, what I said is the truth. You said you went to the Forbidden Zone to seek death, why, and also you're an ordinary person, how come you're in a dangerous zone?" Knight 17 said indifferently, "Because I have never left there." Li Xian and Zhao Lang both froze. "What do you mean?" Knight 17 didn't hide it. "I've been living there since the White Mist Forbidden Zone suddenly appeared 7 years ago." "Why, it's not that easy to survive inside the danger zone." "Can't get out." Can't get out? There is an invisible wall blocking me from getting out.
Upon hearing this, Li Xian frowned slightly, at first thinking that Night 17 was bolting there, but there seemed to be other information in there.
Li Xian asked, tell me carefully about that invisible wall.
That invisible wall is very large, very high, as if a hood wraps the 20-second white mist prohibited area. The distance is 17 kilometers. Night 17 quietly recounted the matter of that invisible wall that had imprisoned him for 7 years. Perhaps it was the first time someone had listened to his story, or perhaps he needed to explode after suppressing it for a long time. After Night 17 finished telling about the contents of the air wall, including the matter of entering the forbidden zone with blindness behind him, he told it all. In addition to the item that one could see the rules of the forbidden zone. Night 17 didn't know if he could only see the rules of the 20-second white mist forbidden zone, or if he could see the rules of all forbidden zones. It was something that hadn't been tried, and the invisible wall of air that had shattered before proved that the wall had something to do with his powers. The rules of the Forbidden Zone had plagued mankind for 200 years. If this news was announced, it would surely cause a huge stir. Whether Night 17 would become a hero or not he didn't know, but he would definitely lose his freedom and would even be dissected as a mouse. 7 years ago, the rescue team abandoned him. Night 17 did not resent. After all, at that time there were still many people who needed to be rescued. However, Night 17 never wanted to be a hero either. Now he just hoped to go to the city to find Han Shuanger and Grandpa Mu, and live a life that ordinary people can have. After listening to all the stories, Li Xian looked at Night 17 with much softer eyes. The things Night 17 told were logical and fluent, and the storyline was relatively well developed. This was definitely not something an ordinary 17-year-old teenager could make up on the fly. If this was all true, he could completely appreciate how Night 17 had come through these 7 years. Perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a bit low, Li Xian simply said, I already know the information. By the way, you have just awakened your supernormal ability. Can you sense what is awakened? Related to the eyes, I can see things more clearly after awakening. Oh? Li Xian raised an eyebrow, took a few steps back and stood in the corner, holding a piece of paper up. Can you see what's on it? Night 17's pupils shrunk slightly before nodding, yes. Seeing this, Li Xian looked to Zhao Lang on the side. The latter understood and drew out the dagger at his waist and made a quick stroke in the air. Swish, swish, swish. It was only after several seconds that Li Xian stopped. How many daggers did I just scratch? Night 17 froze and blinked somewhat uncertainly. 67 knives? Li Xian nodded. Superman System Psychic Ability, Vision Enhancement plus Dynamic Vision, Psychic Ability Grade Preliminary Rating C, not bad. This way Xiaoming you take him to carry out a test to see his Psychic Ability grade, and by the way register the information. Zhou Xiaoming nudged his mouth although he didn't want to do it, but now that the captain had not recovered from his serious injuries, he still chose not to cause him any trouble. Night 17 right, follow me. Night 17 followed Zhou Xiaoming as he left, but on his way out Night 17 glanced back at the blood-colored skull on Li Xian's head. Although he was curious, but in the end, Night 17 did not open his mouth to ask. After Night 17 was taken away, Li Xian looked at Zhao Lang. Do you believe what he said? Zhao Lang pondered slightly. Unexpected and reasonable. Although the story is a bit unusual, there is no problem with the logic, unless he prepared this speech in advance. But our encounter with him was just a coincidence. To say that there are any forces that could have planned this script within the White Mist Forbidden Zone, I don't believe it. Taking a step back, even if it could be done, then for what purpose? Having this ability could even directly sneak up on you. After thinking about it, Li Xian then logged into a special website and entered Night 17's information into it. Although the information was incomplete, but with a few important information before filtering, he quickly found Night 17's information. The electronic network of the 23rd century was still very developed, and a lot of information could be checked, but of course only some special personnel had this authority. Ordinary demon hunters who wanted to check needed to apply. Being able to achieve this position, Li Xian would definitely not gullibly believe Night 17's side of the story, something that needed to be investigated. However, he froze when he saw the information on it. The basic information was exactly the same as what Night 17 had answered at the very beginning, but the information was gone when it came to the appearance of the White Mist Forbidden Zone 7 years ago. Obviously, Night 17 hadn't left any traces in the metropolis these 7 years. Of course, if that was the only thing that could not completely prove that what Night 17 said was correct, but the last content of the message recorded exactly what happened between the search and rescue team and Night 17 back then. On the third day of the search and rescue team's journey deep into the danger zone, they finally found Night 17 and 2 other survivors in an abandoned supermarket.
But when the search and rescue team intended to take them away, Night 17 was blocked by an invisible wall. Anyone could pass through but him. After the emergence of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, the strange and bizarre things were happening in this world every day. Night 17's encounter was bizarre but not unique. The search and rescue team had tried a variety of methods, but to no avail. It was the third day after the White Mist Forbidden Zone had appeared, and demons were rising in all directions and war was raging. There were many other trapped people like Night 17, and in the end, the search and rescue team left him with some supplies and left. Li Xin had not thought that there was such a story in between. 7 years ago, Night 17 was only 10 years old, and being able to live until now was considered remarkable. However, in a chaotic world, there are countless people who are even more miserable than Night 17. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin simply said, "Let Nua test his psychic ability to see if there is any problem. If there is a problem, then arrest him, if not, then let him leave." Coincidence or not, as long as they were not directly related, then they could not be affected. Li Xin rubbed his brow. Yesterday's battle was grueling and he was now physically weak, but he couldn't rest now. Compared to this uncertain alien, he still had more important things unresolved right now. That was the unknown whereabouts of Yang Hu and the alien energy crystals. Chapter 8: The Crow and the Donkey. A town 150 kilometers away from the southern part of the 22nd Forbidden Zone was called Yellow Sea Town, with a population of less than 2 million. At this moment, inside the Yellow Sea Town's military hospital, red lights were flashing in the operating room, and many doctors and soldiers were busy. Such a scene had lasted from last night until now. Outside, Han Shuang'er and Mu Shang sat on chairs clutching cups of hot water, blankly looking at the crowds coming and going. At this time, an alien hurried over, and he pulled out a special token, which was black in color, with a large word engraved in gold on it, Night. Seeing this word, Han Shuang'er and Mu Shang immediately understood the identity of this person. After the White Mist Forbidden Zone appeared, the Dragon Kingdom had also organized the Alien Army, a special army with a special mission. Suppressing the White Mist prohibited area, guarding the cities and ponds of the Dragon Kingdom, in today's chaotic and drifting world, silently guarding the Dragon Kingdom for 200 years. Their code name is Night Watchman. Kindle hope in the desperate situation. In the darkness of the night to guard the dawn. This was the oath of the Night's Watch. "Greetings, ma'am, I'm Huang Tao, the captain of the Yellow Sea Town's Night Watch. Can you tell me what happened before?" Huang Tao saluted at Han Shuang'er with a grave expression. Han Shuang'er didn't know why the other party was so respectful of herself, not just him, I should say everyone in the hospital was. Or rather than respecting them, it was more like everyone attached great importance to the guy in the emergency room. Han Frosty nodded her head and told the story. "Yesterday, we drove out of the 22nd White Mist prohibited area and encountered a demonic creature." Han Shuang'er recounted this in detail. Yesterday afternoon they encountered the demonic creature on their way to the safe zone. As a result, their lives were hanging in the balance when they were saved by the soldier who called himself Yang Hu. Then the other party suddenly handed over a crystal to herself. When her finger touched the crystal, it fused with the blue crystal. Then Han Shuang'er awakened her psychic ability, and not only that, but it was also the ice attribute psychic ability of the extremely rare natural system psychic ability. Not waiting for Han Shuang'er to realize, the demons in the sky had already attacked. Then came the thrilling and exciting escape. Under Yang Hu's command, Han Shuang'er tried to use her ability and was actually able to condense ice to freeze the demon. Of course, Han Shuang'er's ability level was too low to cause much damage to the demonic creature, but it could buy a little time for Yang Hu. After fighting for half an hour, Han Shuang'er's supernatural ability was about to be consumed when she finally met the alien team. And then came here, Yang Hu was seriously injured and directly pushed into the emergency room. After hearing what happened, Huang Tao froze in place. Han Shuang'er didn't understand the significance of that crystal, but he knew. That was an alien energy crystal, a forbidden treasure that could theoretically give birth to an A-class alien after fusion. Not only had this person fused the alien energy crystal, but he had also awakened the extremely rare nature-based elemental alien energy, and his alien energy talent was at least A-class. Han Shuang'er looked at Huang Tao and said with some curiosity, "Captain Huang Tao, who is that person in the emergency room?" "Oh, him, he's a demon hunter." "Demon hunter?" Han Shuang'er had a puzzled look in her eyes. She hadn't even heard of this profession since she grew up. Huang Tao smiled faintly. "The organizations formed by the Dragon Kingdom's aberrants aren't just the night vigilantes, there are other systems as well. We have different divisions of labor. The night vigilantes' duty is to protect the towns and clear out the surrounding magical creatures. And the duty of the demon hunters is to go deep into the danger zone and even the white mist forbidden zone, to hunt and kill the high-level demons and wipe out the potential threats. The danger is not on the same level as ours, and any demon hunter is the best soldier. This kind of secret should not be known by ordinary people, but Han Schwanger had awakened her psychic ability to become a psychic, and it was still a rare ice elemental attribute, so this kind of secret would not be a secret for her. Even if he didn't say it now, someone would specifically tell her in a few days. It dawned on Han Schwanger that there was no wonder the doctors and soldiers here took that guy so seriously. Miss Han Schwanger, there will be special personnel to bring you to the resting place in a while. Your identity is a bit special at the moment, so please don't walk around freely. Han Schwanger nodded her head. This she knew very well, that crystal was definitely a treasure. She had fused it sparingly, and she definitely couldn't leave until the matter was resolved. However, while following the soldiers as they left, Han Schwanger was twisting her head to look to the north at the 22nd White Mist Forbidden area. When she had agreed to take Grandpa Mu away, she had made a promise in her heart. Either she would one day become an alien herself and go back to find that fool. Either that, or wait until Grandpa Wood was in the ground and go back to accompany him. Now that wish in her heart had suddenly come true, and she had really become an alien. Han Schwanger murmured, "Idiot, be good, I'll go find you when things are done here." In the eastern part of the White Mist Forbidden Area number 22, a bitterly cold wind ravaged the sky. There had been 2 heavy snowfalls in 3 days, and in this environment, even the magical creatures had gone into hiding. The wind and snow overnight buried the tragic scene after last night's great battle. Gaga. A few black crows in the sky came from nowhere. They didn't fear the icy, biting wind and kept circling in the wind and snow, their black eyes staring at the earth below as if they were looking for something. Soon a few crows found the place where Li Xian had fought with a group of demons last night, and they circled for half a day looking away. The group of crows then traveled all the way east, and finally, they came to a complete stop at the same place where Han Schwanger had awakened her supernatural abilities last night. Ga. A few crows caught at each other, distinctly eerie in the bleak snowy land. At this time, an injured flying demonic creature suddenly scurried out from a certain corner, heading straight for the several crows, taking them as prey. The crows didn't seem to see the flying demon, still hovering in the air and refusing to leave. In the next moment, the flying demon's sharp claws pierced into the body of a crow. However, as the claws pierced in, the group of crows suddenly changed into a pile of black feathers that floated away. The flying demon had a blank look in its eyes, unable to comprehend what was happening. Without waiting for it to react, the feathers floating in the air turned into a sharp blade that instantly pierced into its body. The flying demon let out a wail and fell from the air, losing its life. And then those feathers converged again and turned into crows. Gaga. The group of crows continued to caw as if nothing had happened. While cawing they descended, seemingly intending to go down to take a closer look, however, not waiting for them to fall suddenly stopped in mid-air. Because, below the white snow suddenly appeared a series of footprints. Footprints are semicircular, seems to be what magic creature left after leaving. The footprints transformed into a long route, from the east to the west of the White Mist prohibited area, with no end in sight. It was not strange that there were footprints, but the weird thing was that they didn't see them just now, and it was as if these footprints appeared out of thin air. When they were puzzled, those crows suddenly disappeared one after another, like ashes that had finished burning, drifting away in the cold wind. 100 miles away from this place, a black robe in the darkness sprayed out a mouthful of blood, with a stunned look in its eyes. Just now, what in the world happened? But that black robe quickly laughed. Jia, interesting, since you can see through my disguise. But since there are experts, that means something must have happened there. On the snowy ground, following the footprints all the way forward, eventually at that place 17 kilometers from the White Mist prohibited area, the footprints stopped. A grayish-white donkey stood in the wind and snow, its tail flicking every now and then. On. The burro grunted in dissatisfaction, as if to say that it was too cold here. On the back of the burro sat a white-haired old man dressed in white. The old man was immortal and had the look of a schoolteacher in a movie, and in his hand there was a folding fan. Although it was winter time, but he still opened the folding fan slightly. "Alright, I'll give you 2 packs of chili fries when things are done." The white-clothed old man knocked the donkey's head with the folding fan before looking ahead to the empty sky. There was nothing there, but the old man's eyes were seeing countless pieces of debris drifting down like snowflakes. After a long time, the white-clothed old man smiled faintly, and then both he and the donkey disappeared, along with the footprints along the way. As if they never appeared. Chapter 9: A Little Fresh Meat. On the road, Zhou Xiaomeng walked in front and Knight 17 followed behind in a low profile. The young lady in front of him looked dumb and cute,
but Night 17 knew that this one was not gentle at all. He had seen this person send a demon flying with one punch. Therefore, he would definitely not take the initiative to greet her if he could not provoke her. When he was halfway there, Zhou Xiaoming suddenly stopped and looked back at Night 17. Night 17 hurriedly stopped. What's wrong? Looking at this gray-headed and dirty guy in front of her, Zhou Xiaoming frowned slightly. Your image is too embarrassing. How long has it been since you took a bath? Night 17 scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. More than 3 months.
Zhou Xiaoming was dumbfounded. 3 months without a bath?
If she didn't go out to do a mission, she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't wash for 3 days, but it turned out that someone actually didn't take a bath for 3 months? Just about to spit, suddenly she thought of what Night 17 had just said. If she had really spent 7 years in the danger zone, it would be understandable for her not to take a bath for 3 months. Without water, electricity and gas, bathing itself was a very troublesome thing. Moreover, bathing in the winter was very easy to get sick, and getting sick here was no different from looking for death. Originally, she was still gambling that someone ate her tofu yesterday, but her anger subsided when she looked at Night 17's bright and helpless eyes. That's a terrible image you have. How about this? Come with me.
Moments later, a hotel, Night 17 was thrown into the bathroom by Zhou Xiaoming. Clattering. The nozzle spewed out warm hot water, drenching Night 17's palms, making him a little disoriented. This kind of treatment he hadn't felt in 7 years. Snap. Frozen in thought, the bathroom room door suddenly slammed. The stripped Night 17 was startled. What's wrong again? Zhou Xiaoming exclaimed. New clothes are put outside for you, change into them later. No. Night 17 hurriedly said. A few moments later, Zhou Xiaoming was watching TV in the living room when Night 17 slowly walked out. Subconsciously glanced at Night 17, and then Zhou Xiaoming's eyes lit up. The original Night 17 was dirty, and the clothes on his body were tattered. Now after the bath immediately changed greatly, not to mention that the other party's skin is actually quite white, but always feel that there is still almost something. Oh, hairstyle. Let's go, your hair is too long, give you another haircut. Zhou Xiaoming completely forgot about the task that the captain had given him earlier, and dragged Night 17 to get a haircut. Half an hour later, inside the barber store, Zhou Xiaoming looked at the refreshed Night 17 and froze. Originally, Night 17 was not ugly, and his skin was very white, especially after he awakened his supernatural ability. His eyes were bright and clear. Coupled with his own introverted and shy personality, he is a proper little fresh meat. In this kind of places used to see the muscle fierce man, suddenly encountered this kind of fresh meat is really let a person's eyes bright. That said, being eaten by such a guy doesn't seem to be a bad idea. The only regret is that this guy is too skinny. If he were a little fatter, it would be better. When Night 17 looked over, Zhou Xiaoming hurriedly wiped her saliva. Blah blah blah, how can I think in that direction? I'm the captain's man. Sister Xiaoming, what's wrong? Nothing, don't say. Your temperament after this finishing is quite good, it's just that your personality is a bit introverted. Let's go to the test. After all the busy work, Night 17 finally started the test. For the first time in his life, he did such a detailed check: height, weight, lung capacity, strength, speed, jumping, cell activity. After working for more than an hour, he finally finished testing all the basics. And then Night 17 was brought into the eye department room, the room a beautiful nurse Miss C. Night 17 eyes instantly light up, more so than Zhou Xiaoming just now. This was a military camp in the danger zone. The aliens who can come here are all battle-hardened veterans, and the youngest is basically over 25 years old and weathered, with a fierce aura between their brows. But Night 17 was completely different from those people, with a slim figure and fair skin, and still had this coy and shy personality. It was as if a little sheep suddenly appeared among the wolves. Any girl would not be able to help but look at it a few more times. When she saw Night 17's message, the nurse lady was instantly happy. Wow, you're so small. Night 17. Seemingly feeling that what she said wasn't too polite, the nurse's sister hurriedly said, You're relatively young, so I'll call you Brother 17. I'm called Nua. You can just call me Sister Nua. Your supernormal ability is related to your eyes, so you need to have your supernormal ability tested here. Night 17 nodded. After half a day's work, it was finally a bit of business. Then Night 17 saw that Nua took out a vision meter. This. Down. This. Right. This. Left. On the seat, Night 17 was a bit confused. Is this how the special ability is detected? After discovering that Night 17's eyesight was special, Nua also realized that this way was a bit wrong, so he decisively changed the way.
Ordinary people test their eyesight. The distance from the eyesight table is 5 meters. Night 17's eyesight is far beyond normal people. Nuano, through constantly increasing the distance and narrowing the font, finally the limit of Night 17 visual acuity then measured out. Night 17 could read a centimeter-sized text clearly at a distance of 100 meters, and this was still under the premise that both eyes were not using supernormal abilities. Then came the dynamic vision test, color difference test, heat sensation test, and detail test. Compared to the other tests, the vision test was diverse and detailed. After being busy for almost an hour, Night 17 finally finished all the processes, and his eyes were a bit sore from watching. For some reason he always felt that the nurse who examined him was a bit unprofessional. Once again sitting back to her original position, Nuanua looked at Night 17 and said, "Brother 17, your vision ability information has basically been tested. However, everyone's ability has a different focus. Does your ability have any other functions besides superhuman vision and dynamic perception?" The same as the superhuman system of vision ability, everyone's ability talent is not the same. Some people can see farther, some people have infrared sensing, some can see the strength of the ability, and so on. Other functions? Night 17 suddenly thought of the matter of seeing that blood-colored skull on the Xian's head before. His own eyes seemed to have some special ability. Thinking of this, Night 17 once again pulled his alien energy in his eyes. When Night 17 used the active use of his supernatural energy, Nuanua similarly released his supernatural energy. A special energy wrapped Night 17. Within the range of her supernatural energy, she could clearly feel the total amount of Night 17's supernatural energy and the direction of its operation. This was the attribute of her awakened supernormal ability, energy perception. Under her perception, there was nowhere to escape from the operation of energy in any alien's body. As Night 17 had wondered, Nuanua herself was not an ophthalmology tester, and she was here only for the special mission explained to her from above. In her senses, Nuanua found that Night 17's supernatural energy was consumed very quickly, and the operation of his supernatural energy was stuttering and not smooth at all. No matter which way you look at it, it's a newbie. At this moment, Night 17 did not perceive anything special. Compared to the previous use, this time he was more focused. With the foreign energy entering his eyes, Night 17 suddenly realized that the world around him had become different. It was a very magical feeling. Everything in front of him was no longer a picture, but it turned into a three-dimensional space, and as his gaze went deeper, all the things he saw actually appeared in a special form in his eyes. That feeling was like inhaling everything in front of him into a special space. The length, width, and height of all things, and even the shape of the back that could not be seen from the front could be seen. He was even able to go deeper in to see the structure inside. Space penetration? Night 17 froze. This ability was indeed the first time he had discovered it. Subconsciously looking at the nurse Nano directly in front of him, if it can penetrate objects. The next moment Night 17's body lurched and his blood pressure rubbed up. Then someone had a nosebleed. Nano was originally sensing Night 17's alien activity. Seeing him suddenly bleeding, startled, rushed over. "Brother 17, what's wrong? It's so big. Ha! So white." Chapter 10 Perspective? Half an hour later, as Nuanua registered the information related to Night 17's psychic ability, the computer began to evaluate Night 17's psychic ability talent grade. The computer ticked for more than 10 seconds, and then a message appeared. Upon seeing the message on the computer, Nuanua covered her small mouth and let out a gasp of surprise. "What's wrong?" Night 17 asked suspiciously. "Your alien ability grade is C+ grade," Nuanua said with great surprise. Hearing this, Night 17 scratched his head. "Impressive?" Seeing Night 17's confused look, Nuanua wasn't surprised at all and slowly explained, "Sister, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to popularize some basics for you, right?" Said a hand while Night 17 pulled to her seat next to. Night 17 instinctively wanted to move away, but found that completely cannot break free, so sex also resigned to fate. Nua pointed to the information on the computer and said, "The basic information about your powers is name, Night 17. Alien ability grade, F. Alien energy talent rating, C+. Type of awakened alien ability, Superman system visual ability. Abnormal ability system classification, auxiliary type." You should have heard of the alien ability level. There are 6 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E. The gap between each level of alien ability is extremely large, so try not to mess with those who have higher levels than you when you go out. Among them, C level and A level are too big threshold, the specific reason you will slowly know later.
Then there is the alien talent rating. This grade classification is the comparison of the level of alien ability, also divided into S, A, B, C, D, E6 grades. Don't look at the C grade as only ranked 4th, but if you divide it according to the proportion your alien ability is ranked very high. Grade B accounted for 13.74%, grade C was 37.2%, grade D was 47.2%, and grade E accounted for 1.4%. As for the talent to reach the number of S-class and A-class alien combined is less than 1%, that level of the existence of a phoenix feather, a few years are not certain to appear A. Once the country will certainly focus on the key focus of the country. Once they appear, the country will definitely focus on cultivating them. Your psychic talent is rated as C+, which is already more than 80% of all psychics. Moreover, this supernormal ability talent of yours is very rare. If it wasn't for the fact that the consumption of supernormal ability is too great and your staying power is not working, it might be able to reach a B or even a B grade. Then there is the categorization of the psychic abilities that we usually know: the superhuman system, the phantom beast system, the mystic system, and the elemental system. The proportion of the 4 psychic abilities are 84.37%, 12.33%, 2.42%, and 0.08% respectively. But to say that the 4 kinds of alien energy detailed classification, the phantom beast system is the most, the Superman system on the contrary, less, because many of their alien energy is similar. Back to you can consult some information will understand. Second is the system division of the alien. According to different alien talent, the future development direction of the alien is different, such as combat, auxiliary, support and so on. Each system has a more detailed division. Nuanua was like a teacher, carefully explaining the basics of various alterants to Knight 17. Receiving so much information at once, Knight 17 listened a little confused. Was his own alien ability so powerful? Looking at Knight 17's dumbfounded appearance, Nuanua was tempted to go over and pinch Knight 17's nose. Hey, don't wander off, I'm not done yet. Let me tell you first, when you use your supernatural ability to look at others, it is possible for the other party to sense it. This is a very rude behavior, and if you're in a dangerous area it's easy to get punched. In addition, you have now become a psychic, and the talent is still C+ grade auxiliary system. If you enroll in the Psychic Academy, there is a great possibility of free tuition. The Alter Ego Academy Knight 17 had still heard of it. It was an academy that the country specialized in cultivating alter egos. It could be said that it gathered the top resources and the most powerful mentor instructors in the Dragon Kingdom. Once you graduate from there, you can become a Night Watchman. However, the Alter Ego Academy was not something that anyone could be admitted into, and every year, only a maximum of 1/3 of the country's awakened alter egos could be admitted into it. The tuition fees alone amounted to millions of dollars, and was by no means something that ordinary people could afford. Moreover, entering the Alien Academy doesn't mean that one can definitely graduate. Those who can't meet the requirements still can't become Night Watchmen. In this era, the status of the military is very high, especially the alien military. Whether it is the strength of the status or resources and connections are needless to say. So wanting to become a Night Watchman is not a simple thing. Hearing this suggestion, Knight 17 but shook his head. The Alter Ego Academy might be the place that all alter egos dream of. When he was a child, Knight 17 also fantasized about entering the Alter Ego Academy, becoming a powerful alter ego, and becoming a Night's Watchman. But now this childhood dream was gone. Whether or not he could get the free qualification, Knight 17 didn't know, and he didn't want to know either. Now Knight 17's only intention was to find the whereabouts of Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu, and tell them the news that he had awakened his Xeno and escaped from his cage. As for the rest, it didn't matter. Soon, a special identity card appeared on the machine, which was similar to an ID card, but with a different function. With it, it meant that Knight 17 was an alien. Holding the identity card in his hand, Knight 17 intended to leave. At this time, the little nurse suddenly said, "You're just leaving?" Knight 17 froze and thought for a moment. "Thank you, Sister Nuanua." Nuanua pinched her waist. "That's it?" Knight 17 was a bit confused. What else? Looking at Knight 17's pure eyes, Nuanua sighed. "What a little fool." "It's nothing, but you have to answer me a question before you leave." "What question?" "That, is mine big?" Knight 17? Shortly after Knight 17 exited the testing area in a daze, with an extra sheet of someone's cell phone number in his pocket. When he exited the testing area, he found Zhou Xiaoming waiting for him at the door. "Finished?" Knight 17 nodded. Zhou Xiaoming was a little curious. What grade of psychic talent? C+ grade. C+ grade? Zhou Xiaoming was slightly stunned. Before they guessed that Knight 17's alien ability talent grade should be C,
but it actually turned out to be C+ grade. Don't look at the difference of just one level, that treatment could be completely different.
Is there anything else I need to do?
Knight 17 asked. He was hungry after tossing and turning all morning. Zhou Xiaoming said indifferently, "No, you'll be fine after you register your alien information, do whatever you want, no one will care about you."
Then can I leave?
Zhou Xiaoming nodded her head, this she had already asked the captain before. If Knight 17's alien ability did not have any special abilities, then there was no need to care too much. In order to prevent Knight 17 from being a pawn planted by certain people, then the best way was for both sides to stay out of contact with each other. This was no wonder they were so careful, they had suffered this kind of loss too many times. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were the most dutiful, which led to their high casualty rate, and some terrorists hiding in the darkness would often use this tactic to sneak attack or plant spies. Since they couldn't be discerned, they would simply be treated as strangers. Therefore, if Knight 17 wanted to leave, they wouldn't stop them.
After thinking about it, Knight 17 looked at Zhou Xiaoming and asked, "That one more time, may I ask if there are any human towns to the east of White Mist Forbidden Area 22? East? There are no towns to the east, further east is to the sea, but there is a Yellow Sea town to the south. The sunlight doesn't reach the north and it belongs to no man's land. However, the closest one to here is the Seven Main City 300 miles away to the west. If you intend to enroll in the Shifter Academy, it would be best if you go there." Knight 17 frowned slightly. He didn't care about Zhou Xiaoming's later sentence, but asked, "Then do we have a car here that goes to Huanghai Town?" The place where they lived in the first place was to the east of the Forbidden Zone, so the probability was that Han Schwanger and Grandpamu would go to Yellow Sea Town when they got out of the danger zone. Although he had awakened his psychic ability, it was after all an auxiliary type, and since Knight 17's psychic ability level was only E, he didn't think he could reach Yellow Sea Town alone across several hundred miles. Zhou Xiaoming shook her head. "There's none to Yellow Sea Town. If you intend to go there, you can first return to the 7th main city with the vehicle. There's a vehicle to Yellow Sea Town over there." Knight 17 nodded and turned around to leave. At this time, Zhou Xiaoming once again called out to him, "Wait a moment." Knight 17 was puzzled. "Is there something else?" Zhou Xiaoming handed over a bunch of banknotes. "You just came out. You shouldn't have any money on you. These should be enough for you to find a suitable job." Knight 17 was a bit surprised. His first impression of Zhou Xiaoming was actually not good. But today, she brought him something to take a bath and get a haircut, and now she also gave him money, which made him not think about it. Now that he was penniless, this money was indeed very much needed. "Thanks." This time, Knight 17 said from the bottom of his heart. Eyeing Knight 17's departing back, Zhou Xiaoming did not leave and turned around to enter the testing area. "Meng Meng is here." Nua Nua was happy to see Zhou Xiaoming. Zhou Xiaoming asked, "Sister Nua Nua, is there anything abnormal about that guy?" "There are no abnormalities, but his alien talent is relatively rare." Nua Nua fiddled with the computer for a few moments, and soon the information on Knight 17's alien ability talent was displayed. Familiar ultra-distant vision and dynamic perception. Most of the Xenos with vision-related abilities would have similar abilities. However, it was definitely impossible to reach C+ rank with just these two. Zhou Xiaoming was a bit surprised when she saw Knight 17's third ability, perspective. Yes, Brother 17 can see objects outside of his line of sight, even through the walls of a box or even in pitch black, but unfortunately this ability consumes too much of his supernatural energy. He can only last for a few minutes at a time now. Zhou Xiaoming suddenly realized, no wonder, there was a certain gap between the auxiliary type alien energy talent and the combat type alien energy talent itself. Of course, this was also normal. A C-ranked auxiliary type alien energy user fighting head-on would not necessarily be able to defeat a D-ranked combat type alien energy user. After all, the attributes of the psychic ability were placed here. However, with this rare perspective ability, Knight 17's alien ability talent had already reached C+ rank. This ability could be very useful in certain specific occasions. Alien energy is not all about fighting and killing. For example, there is a brain-type alien energy in the military region. His ability is to enhance memory. His alien energy talent is only C grade, and his strength is only B grade now. But that person's status in the military region is so high that even many A-class generals can only look up to him. The main fighting force of an alien team is important, but other positions are equally important. Zhou Xiaoming looked out the window. She was a little envious of Knight 17's ability. If she had perspective, wouldn't she be able to peek at the captain's body? Chapter 11: The News. In the afternoon, a bus departed from the campground and drove to the 7th main city. The bus was in a mess. A large portion of these people were all psychics. All of them were talking loudly and frighteningly. Accustomed to that kind of cold life,
the sudden bustle of the surroundings made Night 17 a bit constrained.
Night 17 sat by the window and simply enjoyed the scenery outside.
Trapped for 7 years, he now felt fresh and curious about everything. When the bus passed a bridge, Night 17 was attracted by the white ice and thick snow. This feeling of vastness made him comfortable, because it represented freedom. However, looking at Night 17 suddenly froze. He suddenly realized that there seemed to be a silhouette on that lake. Night 17 gazed at it, and his eyes passed through hundreds of meters to land on that silhouette on the surface of the lake. It was a white-haired old man wearing a white coat, and underneath him rode a gray-white donkey.
A burro? Night 17 froze. It was a bit surprising to see a donkey in such a chaotic world. At this moment, the donkey was carrying the old man on the ice, and in the cold snow, the old man was actually still fanning himself to give people a feeling of being out of place. Curious, Night 17 realized that the white-clothed old man on the donkey turned his head to look their way. The next moment, Night 17 was startled. He suddenly realized that the white-clothed old man's gaze was actually looking at himself. Hundreds of meters apart, there was still a layer of glass, but Night 17 knew very clearly that the other party was looking at himself. Could it be that this old man was also an alien in terms of vision? Night 17 thought to himself. When he looked back, he suddenly froze. The original donkey and the old man on the lake suddenly disappeared. Not only them, even the footprints behind them that they had stepped out before had disappeared. It was as if they had never appeared. Night 17 rubbed his eyes and condensed his alien energy to observe carefully, but he still found nothing. Could it be that his eyes were blurred? Soon, the bus crossed the bridge and continued to move westward. When the bus left, on the lake, a donkey and a white-haired old man appeared once again. That old man looked at the direction of the bus leaving with a faint smile. The burro below suddenly shivered. It felt that something bad was going to happen. This journey was uneventful, without encountering any attacks from magical creatures. This road was traveled to and from by exalts every day, and even if there were magical creatures that appeared, they were just here to deliver food. At dusk, the bus finally arrived at the 7th main city. From a long distance away, Night 17 looked at a huge building hundreds of meters high, looked at all kinds of red and green neon lights, and looked at the lively crowd slightly lost in thought. Is this the 7th main city? After the white mist forbidden zone appeared 200 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom also made some adjustments. In order to better protect its people, the country began to abandon the countryside and highly centralize its population. After 200 years of development, a pattern of 10 major cities and hundreds of towns had evolved. Any one of the main cities was over 10 million in population, and the 10 main cities alone occupied over a third of the total population of the Dragon Kingdom. It was rumored that there were S-class super powerhouses guarding each main city. Night 17 was nervous and excited at the same time. When he found Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu, he would definitely come to live here as well. The next day, inside the temporary camp. On the bed, Li Xian was flipping through the information he had collected over the past 2 days. At this time, the door to the room suddenly opened and Zhou Xiaoming ran in hot and bothered, then grabbed Li Xian's right hand that could only be moved and shook it vigorously. "Captain, I have good news for you, Yang Hu has a whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's spirit shook and hurriedly asked, "Where is little tiger, is he alright?" "Don't worry, Yang Hu is in Huanghai town. Although he was seriously injured, he has been rescued, but there was a problem with that alien energy crystal. Just lose it, as long as the person is fine." Li Xian sighed in relief. Although the alien energy crystals were valuable, to him, Yang Hu being alive was already the best news. Who told you it was lost?" What do you mean?" "That exotic energy crystal wasn't lost, but it was fused by chance." Although Zhou Xiaoming was mischievous on weekdays, she definitely wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. At that moment, she recounted the information she had just received from the Yellow Sea Town military region. Yang Hu escaped on the way to encounter ordinary people fleeing, seeing that he could not get rid of simply handed over the alien energy crystals to a girl in the car, and he himself was prepared to stall the demon. As a result, the little girl accidentally fused the alien energy crystals, but also extremely rare elemental system alien energy. The two of them cooperated to stall that B-class flying demonic creature, and eventually encountered the alien energy squad safely evacuating to Yellow Sea Town. That Han Schwanger's alien talent grade has been detected, elemental system ice elemental alien energy, with ultra-low temperature, freezing energy, deceleration ability, the cohesive ice wall has a good defensive power, final grade A+. Hearing this information, Li Xian breathed a little sharply. The rating of the alien ability talent was not based on their rarity, but on the ability of the ability itself. It was divided into 6 levels just like the alien ability grades, S, A, B, C, D, and F. F level belongs to the negative ability. Some people awaken alien ability instead of no benefit but have certain bad, such as hair in the hole, fast digestion, etc., accounting for 1.4%. D level belongs to the garbage talent, such as what, epidermal shedding, slight physical enhancement, or some abilities that do not have much effect. The proportion of this level of alien ability was as high as 47.2%, accounting for nearly half. Ordinary C-level psychic talents such as vision enhancement, hearing enhancement, perception enhancement, or some phantom beast system psychic abilities that weren't too strong on their own, and so on. Such aberrants accounted for 37.2% of the total, and the two together accounted for more than 80% of the aberrants. Grade B accounted for 13.74%. Being able to achieve Grade B talent was already very difficult, and was basically the backbone of the current Xenos. In contrast, there were only 0.44% of Grade A alien talent. Not even one could necessarily appear in a year. This level of psychic talent would have a huge effect once it grew up, so once it appeared, the country would definitely vigorously cultivate it. Li Xian's gold elemental attribute was only rated at Grade A, a little lower than Han Shuang'er. Hearing this, Li Xian simply said, "Has the message been notified to the top?" Immediately send Han Shuang'er to the dragon capital, absolutely no more being captured by the gods' believers. Zhou Xiaoming smiled cheekily, "Don't worry, the 7th main city has already sent people there. In addition, by the way, to tell you another good news." What? At this time outside the door a group of alien power users walked in. The man smiled faintly, "Captain Li, goodbye." The man smiled while then gave a military salute. "Captain Li, according to the instructions from above, you are ordered to return to the 7th main city for rest and recuperation by your number 32 Demon Hunter Squad, and we, the number 46 Demon Hunter Squad, will take over your duties." Seeing the visitor, Li Xian nodded his head. This order did not surprise him at all. The original team had one who had been seriously injured before and transported to the number 7 main city. Now Yang, who was equally seriously injured, he himself was no better. It was normal to go back to rest and recuperate. "Captain Wu, then I'll trouble you here. See what you're saying, this one team of yours is taking on the work of 2 Demon Hunter squads. Compared to you, we're far behind." Saying that, he suddenly looked at Li Xian and Zhou Xiaoming, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. "Captain Li, when will you hold the wedding banquet? Can you inform us?" Li Xian froze, only to realize that his arm had been held by someone at some point, and his arm happened to be clamped in a special place. Li Xian face a black want to pull out, but Zhou Xiaoming was dead set on not letting go, a face of intoxication. "Captain, don't move, your injuries are not yet healed." Li Xian. Chapter 12, God's Believers. Inside the Yellow Sea Town military area. In the room, Han Shuang'er looked at the alien identity card in her hand with a look of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect that she had really become an alter ego, and her alter ego talent was still at the A+ level. "Grandpa Mu, I've really become an alien." Even after seeing it countless times, Han Shuang'er looked a bit dazed. It was all as if it was a dream. On the side, Mu Sheng's face, which was covered in peripherals, wore a kind smile. He had raised Han Shuang'er as his own granddaughter, so how could he not be happy now that Han Shuang'er had become an alien? But while happy, he suddenly thought of another person. They had water, electricity, and gas here and didn't have to starve or freeze, but there was still a poor child there suffering from hunger and cold. Mu Sheng spoke. "Shuang'er, you can't forget your roots as a human being." Han Shuang'er smiled faintly at his words. "Grandpa Mu, I know what you mean. When things are finished here, I'll go find him. Now that I'm an alien, I can protect you all." "What do you mean it's us?" Just chatting at this time, there was a knock on the door, and then a middle-aged man with a sturdy body, sharp eyes, and an angular face walked in. The man gave a military salute to Han Shuang'er. "Hello, Comrade Han Shuang'er. I'm the captain of the number 7 main city's vigilant number 1 squad, Wang Xiong." Han Shuang'er instinctively felt that the other party seemed to be different from the previous night watchman. The other party's aura was very powerful, and just standing there gave her a powerful sense of oppression, even more terrifying than the flying demonic creature from the day before. "Hello, may I ask what you're looking for me for?" Han Shuang'er asked. Wang Xiong glanced at Han Shuang'er, then to Mu Sheng at the side. "Old sir, there are some things I need to say to Miss Han alone. Please go out for a while." Understood. Mu Sheng nodded and limped out. When only Wang Xiong and Han Shuang'er were left in the room, Wang Xiong then said, "Before we talk about these things, let me ask, do you know all the basics of the shifter?" "Know a little." "In that case, then I need to inform you of some basic information first." And then Wang Xiong recounted what Nua had previously explained to Knight 17 in relation to Ulterans, but in a more detailed and comprehensive manner.
When all was said and done, and then continued, Ms. Han, what I'm going to say next is a matter of confidentiality, you must listen carefully, because this is a matter of your life and safety.
Han Schwanger froze. The safety of your life? That's right, you should have heard of the name of the terrorist organization, God's Believers, right?
Han Schwanger nodded. There was no one in the world who didn't know the name of this terrorist organization. It was a terrorist group that consisted of a large number of adepts, and it was rumored that there were S-class adepts inside. There would be reports about it on the news every so often. Since you've heard of it, it's good to say that those reports on the news about the God's Believers are true, but that's only part of it. The God's Believers, a terrorist organization of altered beings, is even more dangerous than what's announced on the news. The God's Believers were founded in 2144, they called themselves God's Believers and propagated that the White Mist Forbidden Zone was their God's kingdom. The organizer was known as the God's Son, and the other members were known as the Believers.
There were quite a few alien terrorist organizations in the Dragon Kingdom and internationally, but there was one obvious difference in this organization.
Their claim is to exterminate the world, to wipe out the human race, allowing the White Mist Forbidden Zone to completely devour Blue Star. There is a special information here, however you are not qualified to know it yet, so let's leave it aside for now.
There are two divine sons that the God's Believers have explored so far, the Poison King and the Puppeteer.
The South American massacre of 10 million people that shocked the world in the past 40 years was planned by the Poison King. However, the Poison King is generally active in South America and does not usually come to Asia.
I am going to talk about the second son of God, the Puppeteer.
The Puppeteer is one of the founders of the God's Believers, and his ability is of the mind control type, which allows him to brainwash or forcibly control a person. According to years of investigation, this puppeteer's psychic ability is more effective on psychics the lower their psychic ability level is. Your alien ability talent grade is A+, and any A grade gifted alien who grows up is enough to affect the stability of the region. If they know of your existence, they will definitely hijack you before you grow up, and if they fail to do so, they might just kill you. So, you only have two choices right now. The first is to go to the Alien Academy and join the military after graduation. If you don't want to join the military, we won't force you, but you'll need to travel to Dragon Capital and be protected by the military. Han Schwanger hadn't thought that there were actually so many things that came with becoming a shifter. Subconsciously she looked out the window at the hospital in front of her, the image of Young Hu fighting to the death with the demonic creature that day was still fresh in her mind. Fighting with magical beasts and becoming a powerful alien had always been her wish. But now she didn't just have herself and Grandpa Mu, there was also an idiot waiting for her to return in the danger zone. After thinking about it, Han Schwanger asked, "May I ask, does being in the military restrict freedom?"
Wang Xiong nodded. That's a given, every soldier needs to obey the arrangements from above, and if you want to get something accordingly you need to take on some things? So, then is there any position within the White Mist Forbidden Zone?
You said Demon Hunter? This is there. The Demon Hunter is the system of the alien outside of the Night's Watch, specializing in suppressing and going in to purge the demons.
Then can I become a demon hunter?
Of course, but only if you meet the requirements of a demon hunter. Han Schwanger's eyes twitched slightly before she nodded. I see, I can agree to participate in the Alien Academy, but I have two requirements.
You say?
I want to become a demon hunter after graduation, and I want to be in charge of the White Mist Forbidden Area number 22. Wang Xiong frowned slightly. Normally, without anything special happening, the Demon Hunter squad that guards the Forbidden Zone is fixed, and right now the one guarding the number 22 White Mist Forbidden Zone is the number 32 Demon Hunter squad. Unless you can form a better Demon Hunter team at the Academy to replace them, it will be difficult to replace them. Of course, you can also choose to become a member of Demon Hunter Squad 32, their team isn't full yet, but it's up to you to join.
Han Schwanger raised her willow eyebrows. Is that Young Hu in the hospital a member of the number 32 Demon Hunter squad?
That's right. Han Schwanger nodded. I see. Then the second condition, before I become a demon hunter, you guys need to go to the east side of the number 22 White Mist prohibited area and help me protect someone.
Shortly after, Wang Xiong walked out from the villa, his face hung with a faint Dao smile, obviously in a very happy mood.
Wang Xiong did not notice, in the military area of hundreds of meters above, a few crows flying through the air. They had been following Wang Xiong as early as when he reached by military helicopter. When he saw Wang Xiong come out, a black-robed man's mouth slightly hooked up in some hidden corner of Huanghai town. Found you. And then he dialed a phone and whispered over there, Lord Godson, a special situation has been discovered in the Yellow Sea town in the southeastern part of the 7th main city, requesting to call in other believers.
A hoarse voice on the other side of the phone rang out. Is this intelligence worth it?
I suspect that there is an A-class alien awakening, but for some unknown reason it is still stuck in Yellow Sea Town.
Oh? The intelligence officer in Huanghai Town will be given to you in a while. Find a way to intercept that rank-gifted alien before he reaches Dragon Capital, and all the believers in the vicinity of the number 7 main city will be under your command for the time being. If necessary, you can use Dark Suns and mannequins. If the talent is good enough, sacrificing some of them is fine. Crow, if this matter is accomplished, the seat of the 9th believer will be yours. Crow sniffed and a glint flashed in his eyes. Understood. In the western military camp of the 22nd White Mist Forbidden Area, Wu Lei, who had just taken over Li Xian's work, was taking over various matters. At this time, he suddenly received a special message. After reading the mission, Wu Lei frowned slightly. Go to the eastern part of the White Mist Forbidden Zone to find and protect a person? The mission requirements were a bit odd, but the mission level was high, and among all the current missions, this one had a high priority. Although he was curious, Wu Lei would not inquire too much. Obeying orders was a soldier's vocation. Soon, this particular mission was enacted within the military camp with a nice reward attached. And then a group of alien squads hooted and hollered as they surged to the eastern side of the White Mist Forbidden Zone. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from the number 7 main city, a passenger bus happened to leave the number 7 main city heading to Yellow Sea Town. In the bus, there was a white-looking teenager who gazed longingly at the scenery outside the window, his thoughts drifting to nowhere. Chapter 13, Demon Attack. On the highway, an oversized 2-decker passenger bus was moving quickly, carrying nearly 200 people. On the bus, Knight 17 was a little tired after looking at the scenery outside the bus for more than an hour, and was currently squinting to rest. In the middle of resting, the bus shuddered violently and suddenly braked sharply. If it wasn't for the seatbelt on his body, Knight 17 almost crashed into the front. What the hell, can you drive? Sick, can't you tell a word when braking? Agu, my head. The car was filled with screams and curses. At this time, the driver's uncle roared, "Shut up," outside in front of the discovery of the devil, who was forcing me to throw him down. Upon hearing that it was a demonic creature, everyone was all honest. Over the past 200 years, a total of 8 White Mist Forbidden Zones had appeared in the Dragon Kingdom proper, and 14 White Mist Forbidden Zones had appeared around the Dragon Kingdom. The 8 White Mist Forbidden Zones had swallowed up 1/8 of the land of the Dragon Kingdom, and except for the towns protected by the Night Watch that were safe zones, all other places were categorized as dangerous zones. After the appearance of the magical creatures, the chances of accidents on railroads and airplanes passing through the danger zones had increased greatly, and they were slowly being abandoned, making it much more troublesome for people to travel. Except for the military who still had a backup, ordinary people basically relied on automobiles to travel. In order to reduce the probability of danger, so there is this large passenger car, not only that every driver is a psychic, try to ensure the safety of the passengers. Even so, these years the Dragon Country's population is still a declining trend. Compared to 200 years ago, the Dragon Country's population is now less than 600 million, a full reduction of 60%. However, compared to other countries, the Dragon Kingdom was still considered good. A white fog exclusion zone can cover a radius of hundreds of kilometers, even the largest 300 kilometers, some small countries directly by the white fog completely engulfed. For example, there is a more developed history around the Dragon Country. As a result, 120 years ago, the 12th White Fog Forbidden Zone appeared out of nowhere, directly 90% of the place enveloped. A country with a population of nearly 100 million was directly lost overnight. The total population of the world now adds up to less than 2 billion, less than 30% of the original. Every year some humans naturally awaken, and naturally some animals awaken, and there are far more of them than humans. That's why the roads between towns and cities are cleared every once in a while by Alterans. But even that couldn't guarantee 100% safety. That driver simply said, "Everyone stay honest in the car, I've already reported it to the night watchman, anyone else who was a shifter go down with me. I'm a retired vigilante, D-class alien, superhuman strength type, if that demonic creature isn't powerful we'll destroy him." Saying that driver even drew a machete from somewhere. Obviously this was not the first time he had experienced this kind of thing. Knight 17 looked around, his eyes resting on a tall thin man and an old man. He had another ability after the awakening of his psychic ability, which was that he could see some special things, such as psychic abilities. Through this ability he could distinguish between ordinary people and Xenos. However, that tall and thin man didn't have the intention to move, his hands tightly grasping the seatbelt and not letting go, obviously terrified. As for the other old man, by the looks of it, he was at least 70 to 80 years old, and I'm afraid that the hunched figure went down not to fight, but to die. Originally, Knight 17's impression was that Allomancers were synonymous with being powerful, but now it seemed that not all Allomancers were like that. Less than a quarter of all Xenos were able to become Night Watchmen. Of the rest, there were some Xenos who formed Xeno squads to go deep into the danger zone to hunt demons. But more of them were living in the city like ordinary people living an ordinary life. After all, more than half of the aberrant's aberrations had no effect on the aberrations themselves. Knight 17 thought to himself, if this had been the group of aberrants in the car yesterday, the demon would probably have been split into pieces by now. Seeing that those didn't move, Knight 17 didn't stand up either, but his gaze was looking through the window at the demonic creature outside. On the highway more than 100 meters away in front of the bus, a canine demonic creature was blocking the middle of the road, its body having undergone some mutations. Scales appeared from time to time on its long brownish black hair, its tail carried a barb like a scorpion, and its size was comparable to an adult lion. At this moment, the demonic creature in the distance was getting a little bit closer. When the driver uncle got off the car, it revealed its ferocious fangs and couldn't help but let out a low roar. Obviously it had sensed the fluctuation of the alien energy on the driver's body and didn't dare to attack easily. The magic creature below B-level basically has no name, not that humans don't give names, but this thing simply can't be hereditary, kill it and it's gone, it's completely unnecessary. Only the terrifying demonic creatures that were not killed in the initial battle above B rank would be matched with the appropriate name. The body type has changed, the probability is that it is a Phantom Beast system. The comprehensive ability of the Phantom Beast system's demonic creature's body won't be bad. Exactly what special ability will be tested to know, little doggy, come grandpa to have a fight with you. After analyzing the information, the driver uncle rushed at that magic dog and hooked his hand, actually provoking it. After a few moments of testing, that canine demonic creature finally couldn't hold back and began to slowly approach, the distance between the two sides continuously shrinking. When the driver was less than 10 meters away from the demonic creature, the driver roared and preemptively charged up. His supernatural energy infused into his arms and swung with force. The alloy machete cut through the air and ferociously slashed at the demon dog. That devil dog hissed and quickly jumped sideways to avoid the driver's attack, and then pounced. Clang! The old driver flipped his hand and blocked his chest with a slash, the sharp claws colliding with the machete, clashing with fierce sparks. The old driver let out a low gulp and sent the demonic dog bouncing away. With a flip of the alloy machete, the old driver hemmed and hawed, rubbish talent, top dead sea level, but the little speed is quite fast. Sensing the old driver's provocation, the devil dog hissed again and charged up. One person and one dog battled together. The crowd in the car watched in amazement. Although the TV news often reported the information of the battle between the alien and the demon, but the people who watched it at the scene were few and far between, and many of them were seeing it for the first time. Knight 17 watched mesmerized. In the past he had also seen the battle between the alien and the demon, but that kind of level was too high, he could not understand at all. But now, after awakening his psychic ability, Knight 17 has a certain understanding of the system of psychics. Coupled with his own psychic ability, he slowly saw the reasoning behind it. The driver uncle's use of alien energy, the use of combat techniques all entered his eyes. His movements were wide open, and when he fought, his powers would be added to his arms, multiplying the power of the machete he wielded. At this moment, Uncle Driver was chasing after the devil dog. As long as he was hit by a slash, the devil dog would be useless if not dead. Originally, in the eyes of Knight 17, the horror of the devil suddenly felt that it did not seem so dangerous. When Knight 17 was in the danger zone, he had been hiding for 7 years, running away when he encountered a demon, never daring to confront it head-on. But now this demonic dog didn't seem to be invincible. Seeing that the driver uncle suppressed the demonic dog, the crowd in the car sighed in relief, and a few people even commented, "I'll go, this driver is actually a D-class alien. A superhuman strength type, the talent level is at least C+. Go on, chop that demonic creature with one slash. That old guy looks fierce and vicious, but he's actually an expert." Almost everyone felt that that driver uncle had a good chance of winning, but Knight 17 didn't know what to think. Although his fear of that devil dog had diminished a lot, it didn't mean that it wasn't dangerous. That devil dog was too flexible. It looked like the driver uncle was pressing it, but the driver uncle hadn't touched it once until now. Time rushed by, one person and one dog fought for more than 10 minutes still entangled. However, Knight 17 already saw the driver uncle began to sweat. Obviously he was definitely no match for endurance. Another knife to force back the devil dog. The driver uncle gasped for breath, cursed, "Lousies, now the night watchman is so slow it has not yet come?" Said raised his head and glanced in the direction of Huanghai town, the empty highway a car or not. Driver uncle does not know is, in a dozen miles away, a cross-country car overturned on the side of the road. Beside, two vigilantes look grave.
In front of them, a demonic creature whose entire body was wrapped in alien energy and whose appearance could not be seen stood in the center of the road.
Chapter 14 Letting Go. Huff puff, huff puff.
On the highway ahead, the driver's uncle gasped for air. He had been fighting this demonic dog for almost 20 minutes. This place was less than 40 miles from Yellow Sea Town. 20 minutes in theory. The night watch should have arrived long ago. The fact that they hadn't appeared yet could only mean that they were also in trouble. Just as he was considering how to break the situation next, the demon dog suddenly lunged towards him. Uncle Driver's slash was once again dodged by the demonic creature, and then the demonic creature's body violently flung itself out, and its 1-meter-long tail with barbs behind it fiercely struck Uncle Driver's shoulder like a whip.
Prick la!
The driver's uncle directly fell to the ground, and the thick cotton coat on his shoulder was directly torn apart. The sharp barbs like a scythe cut a bright red blood scar on his back, and the blood instantly dyed the clothes on his back red. However, the driver uncle still gritted his teeth and climbed up again, holding the machete tightly with both hands and continued to block the middle between that demon dog and the bus.
No way, no fight? Finished, are we going to die? Whoa. I don't want to die. Where's the night watchman? Why hasn't he come yet? What the hell, fight for half a day a bit did not touch, the result of their own received a tail? On this also night watchman, white blind this talent, is dead also want to give me drag. Pa!
A passenger was complaining when that old man with the stooped figure slapped him hard on the face. The bus suddenly fell silent. The old man said in an icy tone, if it wasn't for the sake of protecting us he could have left a long time ago. There's no need to fight to the death to drag that demonic creature in front of him. Not to mention that he's retired. Even the serving night's watchman doesn't have the responsibility or obligation to sacrifice himself in order to save scum like you.
Moral kidnapping was common in any era, but it didn't mean that everyone would spoil him.
The man who had been slapped froze for a while, finally coming back to his senses, and was about to retort when he realized that the oldest man had actually limped out of the car, pulling a dagger out of his pocket as he got out.
Could it be that he intends to go to help?
It wasn't just him, there were 6 other stout adults in the car who looked at each other and then also got out of the car. In this era, there were wasteful people who were greedy and afraid of death, but of course, there must also be warriors who dared to face danger head-on. Outside the car, the driver's uncle who was confronting the demon dog realized that someone had come out and subconsciously turned around, seeing that it was an old man with 6 people coming down almost spitting blood. That old man is light. I am also a retired alien. In a moment I seduce, you see if you can take the opportunity to slaughter that. No need, I was just letting it go, you'll see that I'll split it alive in a while. The driver uncle simply said.
Okay, the night watchman is not shing-bragging.
Che, I'm retired now, not considered a night watchman. One person in the back grinned, driver big brother, although we are not an alien, but we have a force, that is a bigger wild dog, this if there is a weapon, a few of us will chop him up. We have more people, it does not see dare to pounce, you take the opportunity to rest.
Haven't fought with demons yet, today is kind of catching up.
In the car, Night 17 was a little lost in thought as he watched those people's conversation. He knew that as early as 5 minutes ago that driver uncle was a bit unable to hold on, and at that time he could actually leave.
Demons attacked humans more for the sake of hunting.
A dangerous alien and a car full of living people with little fighting ability, how to choose couldn't be simpler. But that driver uncle didn't leave, and carried on until now.
Now, surprisingly, another winded old man and a few ordinary people stood out.
That ordinary person's words were indeed correct, that demon dog in front was dangerous but not invincible.
In the alien world, C rank was a dividing line.
C-level demons or aberrants could release an aberrant barrier, and that ability had already transcended the scope of original human cognition, and ordinary guns and ammunition were ineffective against them. Below sea level, except for the alien ability itself which was a particularly perverse attribute, theoretically an ordinary person could be killed. All of this basic knowledge was what Nua had told him 2 days ago. There was no problem if it was a group of well-trained soldiers, but ordinary people without specialized training were basically looking for death.
Dangerous?
Definitely, but they still chose to fight with that driver uncle. Night 17's eyes were in a bit of a trance, his mind came up with an image that was seared into the depths of his memory. It was the image of a rescue team leaving on the streets of an abandoned town. 7 years ago, after being scared in the danger zone for several days, the rescue team came, but after learning that he could not leave the white mist forbidden zone, Night 17 was abandoned.
Night 17 had never forgotten that image. For this reason, he was sad for a long time, and the kind of reverence for soldiers gradually disappeared.
The previous Night 17 did not understand,
but now looking at the driver uncle who sacrificed his life dragging the devil dog, and seeing a group of ordinary people who stood with him, he seemed to understand. Those search and rescue teams in the beginning didn't abandon him out of fear of danger, but in order to go looking to rescue more people. Soldiers never fear danger, they are always ready to sacrifice. That magical beast confronted the 8 people, but it did not attack directly. Apparently it also felt the danger once the number of people was high. 6 strong men protected that old man behind them. The old man was about to squeeze forward. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. The old man turned around and realized that it was a skin miserable white body thin and weak teenager. "Young man, you..." Knight 17 smiled faintly. "Master, borrow your dagger for a while." The old man froze and looked into Knight 17's eyes. The latter's eyes were bright and no fear could be seen. Although the 6 adults from earlier had come down, their eyes were tense and panicked. And this teenager in front of him didn't have any fear, and even had a hint of excitement. That kind of look resembled the way he looked when he joined the Night's Watch when he was young. Somehow, he even handed over the dagger. Receiving the dagger, Knight 17 smiled faintly and went around from the side. That driver uncle almost exploded with anger when he saw Knight 17, an old man even. Now there was a sick man. "You're looking for death." Knight 17 touched his nose. "That, I'm also an alien?" The driver uncle and a few others froze. "Up? What level?" "I just awakened 2 days ago, E level, and my psychic ability is the Superman system vision psychic ability." "Auxiliary type? Then why did you come over to join the fun? Stay in the car." The driver uncle cursed. Auxiliary type psychic can play a big role in a professional psychic squad or in some special places. But in a head-on battle, it would be a send-off. Although the physical quality of the alien after the awakening of the alien energy is a little stronger than the average person, a little training can reach the level of the special forces. If the level of alien energy is very high, and even beyond the limits of mankind incarnation of Superman. But first you have to train A newly awakened rookie is not as good as a few strong men. Hearing this, instead of backing off, he took a step forward. "I feel as if this demon dog can be killed." "Kill a hammer." Knight 17 but said indifferently, "Uncle, you have a dark wound in your abdomen, at most you can still hold on for 3 minutes, if you die other people can't live, it's better to let me give it a try." The driver uncle froze. He retired back then because his inner abdomen was injured by a mysterious system demonic creature all the time, leaving a dark wound that couldn't be cured, and he could only be forced to retire. Otherwise, how could a D-ranked vigilante only last for 20 minutes? This kind of secret was not even discovered by that retired old man, but this teenager in front of him knew about it. Obviously, this kid was not an ordinary person. The driver uncle stared at Knight 17. "Are you sure?" Knight 17 nodded. "I'm pretty sure. Moreover, if the cooperation is good, we might be able to take it away at once, and even if we can't, we can still stall it." Looking at Knight 17's bashful appearance, the driver uncle laughed. "Kid, you're really not afraid of death. Not bad. This is what an alien should look like. In that case, let's give it a try." Knight 17 didn't think about being a hero or sacrificing himself for others. He just didn't want this driver uncle to hang up and then be forced to run for his life. What's more, as that person said just now, D-class demons, it wasn't that they couldn't be killed. Chapter 15, The Night Watchman. That D-rank demon dog couldn't help but growl lowly at the sight of so many people. Especially since the 2 people in front of it both had alien energy fluctuations on them, both of which gave it a sense of danger. But it was so hard to injure the most dangerous one, the alien energy, that it wouldn't give him time to rest. It looked at Knight 17 and the driver, and it glanced at the several people behind it, and it had an answer in its mind. All of this didn't escape Knight 17's eyes. This devil dog's intelligence wasn't low, it obviously intended to kill the weak ones first. Seeing this, Knight 17 once again took 2 steps forward, blocking between that devil dog and the few people behind him. "Kid, you." Driver uncle words have not finished. Knight 17 suddenly said, "Uncle, in a while you can look at the right-o." Said Knight 17 once again walked forward 2 steps, completely detached from the few people behind him. The devil dog would definitely not let go of such an opportunity, and roared as it rushed up. In the face of the demonic creature attacking, Knight 17 didn't panic, his eyes had dancing sparks in them, and his entire body became excited. In the past, most of the battles with demons were forced to defend, and he almost died several times. But now it was different, he had freed himself from the cage and become an alien. The 7 years of hiding had passed, and now he could finally face the magical beasts head-on. Roar! The devil dog roared and pounced towards Knight 17. With a highly focused consciousness, Knight 17 converged his alien energy into his eyes. In the next moment, the demonic creature's movement slowed down.
Of course, Knight 17 knew that it wasn't that the demonic creature slowed down, but that his visual senses had been strengthened.
The previous tests Knight 17 had tested dead things and hadn't even noticed this special feature.
3 minutes of testing time was too short. This time was estimated to have broken the record of the shortest time for an alien to use an alien ability. This ability was discovered by Knight 17 when he used it in the car before. It was because of this that he dared to come down to fight this demonic creature. With the use of his supernatural ability, Knight 17 could see the demonic creature's blood-red eyes clearly, could see its bloody mouth, and this kind of seeing was not a simple picture, it was more like a three-dimensional physical object. Closer this time, Knight 17 even felt as if he could outline the subsequent movements of this demonic dog.
It seems like...
In the next moment, the consumption of the alien energy ended, and the world turned once again. In a short moment, the D-class devil dog had also pounced. Facing the pouncing bite of the D-class devil dog, Knight 17 did not choose to dodge at large scale at the first moment. He just slightly crouched down, his body slightly turned sideways in a special way, his movements were extremely small, and looked no different from just now. But it was this action that actually aptly dodged the attack of that devil dog's sharp claws. The sharp claws of the dog actually scratched past Knight 17's clothes, seemingly thrilling, but it didn't touch Knight 17 one iota. The driver's uncle's mouth was slightly open. When he realized that Knight 17 didn't dodge, he almost thought that this kid was going to hang. As a result, he even dodged the blow with just a slight movement of his body. No, this is not the end.
While dodging, Knight 17 gripped the dagger in his hand in reverse.
And then stabbed it towards his back. There his vision obviously couldn't see anything, but that dagger just pierced the abdomen of the demon dog that had just pounced over.
Snort!
The sharp dagger easily cut through the demonic dog's abdomen, and hot blood gushed out along the wound.
The crowd at the back was stunned.
In their eyes, in the face of the demonic creature's attack, Knight 17 made a special movement, and then the demonic creature jumped again. The two were like a cooperative dance, almost about to stick together with no touching each other. And that stab in the back was more like Knight 17 had set up a position in advance and the demonic dog jumped up on its own initiative.
Ow! Stabbed in the abdomen, the devil dog wailed and planted on the ground.
The driver uncle at the side came back to his senses. If he missed such an opportunity, he would be a night watchman for nothing. Drumming loudly, the body's supernatural energy all injected into the arms, and then the driver uncle stride out towards the demon dog ruthlessly chopped down.
Kaboom!
As blood spurted out, the huge head of the devil dog fell with a sound.
Demon dog, pawn. Everyone was a bit confused. Is it over? The devil dog that had just fought with Uncle Driver for 20 minutes and almost killed him had been killed so easily?
Others didn't understand, but Uncle Driver and that old man knew the principle very well. The supernatural abilities awakened by the exalted themselves had an attribute-restraining relationship. There was a saying circulating in the alien world that there was no such thing as the most powerful alien ability, only the most powerful alien.
Even an S-ranked alien talent likewise had his drawbacks.
That's why all the exalts, vigilantes, or demon hunters appeared in small teams. A powerful A-rank psychic sometimes needs to be accompanied by a C-rank psychic in his team. This is because the abilities can restrain and cooperate with each other. This was the role of the auxiliary type exalt. Just like just now, the driver's ability was power, so as long as he could hit, he would basically be taken away in one hit. However, the power type abnormal ability was helpless in the face of this kind of fast demonic creature. At this time, if someone could help hold that demonic dog, even one breath of time, the old driver could end the battle.
This was still only the traditional sense of superhuman and phantom beast system powers. If the rarer mystic and elemental system powers were involved, the cooperation and restraint between such powers would be even more obvious.
Good boy, not bad, not bad, you have the potential to be a night watchman. Killing the demonic creature, the driver uncle laughed out loud as he wrapped his arms around Knight 17's neck. The others similarly sent their congratulations and compliments, causing Knight 17's face to turn a little red. This side reported the news of killing the demonic creature, and the bus set off again. A dozen miles away, the demonic creature that had been in a standoff with the two night watchmen for half a day suddenly moved, but instead of attacking, it fled towards the wilderness. Seeing this, the two sighed in relief. They didn't make a move in this half day because they couldn't fight it. Both of them were D-ranked exotics, while the demonic creature just now was definitely C-ranked to begin with, and could already condense an exotic barrier. Therefore, the only thing they could do was just to stall for time waiting for the town's experts to arrive. Every year, the night vigil would conduct a sweep between the towns to nip in the bud according to those magical creatures, so it was rare for magical creatures above C rank to appear.
Today's luck could only be described as poor. Few you report it, let's hurry to the rescue.
A night watchman said as he wiped away a handful of sweat. They were finished here and were still waiting for rescue over there. But soon they received information that the crisis over there was lifted. Seeing this, the duo then really relaxed completely. A few minutes later, a bus passed by the place just now, and the bus was buzzing with laughter.
The crowd was constantly praising Night 17, causing Night 17 to blush like an apple. "Grandpa, your dagger."
Thinking of something, Night 17 handed over the dagger.
The old man smiled faintly, looking at Night 17 with a kind face. "This dagger will be given to you. It was given to me by my captain when I became a night's watchman. Now I'm giving it to you. Your performance just now is worthy of it."
Night 17 touched the dagger in his hand and found a few words engraved on it.
"Ignite hope in desperate times. Hold fast to the dawn in the darkness of the night."
These 2 words were the oath sworn by the Night's Watch.
Previously, Night 17 didn't understand what it meant. Now, he kind of understood.
People were laughing and joking on the noisy bus, but no one noticed that there was a grayish-white donkey on a snowy ground in the distance, while it was eating Weilong spicy noodles in its mouth.
Chapter 16 Red Romantic Bar.
At noon, Huanghai Town bus station, the crowd and Night 17 waved goodbye. Looking at the crowds of people, Night 17 froze in place. He was planning to come over to find people, but when he got off the car he suddenly found a serious thing.
Huanghai Town people millions, how should he look for the whereabouts of Han Shuang Air and Grandpa Mu?
Night 17 patted his head. It was obvious that he hadn't thought things through well. Had I known that I should have entrusted Zhou Xiaomeng and the others to help look into it at the military camp in the first place, they were soldiers and should have this authority. However, he was not related to them. He was not sure if those people would help him. And now that he had left, he couldn't contact them even if he wanted to. As for the group of people just now, he didn't leave his contact information either.
Oh, no.
Night 17 fumbled in his pocket for a bit, then pulled out a sheet with a certain girl's cell phone number written on it. It seemed like he could call her himself. Thinking of this, Night 17 looked at the surrounding crowd and melancholically walked over towards the nearest female. "Hello auntie, can I borrow your cell phone to make a call?" That female's face instantly darkened when she heard Night 17 call her aunt, pointing at Night 17's nose and shouting, "Who are you calling auntie? Who are you calling auntie? Am I that old?" Night 17 awkwardly wiped his nose. This person, although dressed up, still make do, but completely escaped his eyes. It is obvious that there has been more than 30.
Night 17 was puzzled in his mind. He was 17, shouldn't he be called auntie when he met a 30-something?
Bumping his nose, Night 17 simply changed his candidate.
Soon Night 17 came to a middle-aged man. "Uncle, can I borrow your cell phone?" The other party glanced at Night 17. "Where's your cell phone?" I don't have a cell phone."
The middle-aged man sneered. "Who doesn't have a cell phone in the 23rd century? Your trick of deceiving people is outdated. Get lost, go aside."
Night 17 blinked. Cheating? What did he cheat?
Next, Night 17 tried twice more. When they heard Night 17 say he didn't have a cell phone, they all rejected it directly, making him confused. Obviously, the group of people in the car were very enthusiastic. How come the others were so cold when they arrived here? Of course, this is not Night 17's fault. In order to prevent demonic attacks in this era, the state stipulates that one must wear a cell phone when one reaches the age of 12. If Night 17 said he lost his cell phone or other reasons, maybe there are people to lend him, but he said he didn't have one, and was directly treated as a liar. After several times of encountering the wall, Night 17 simply gave up. "If you don't lend it to me, you don't have to lend it to me, but if you don't, you can buy one yourself." Once he touched his pocket, Night 17 pulled out 2 red ones. Originally, Night 17 had more than 500 on him, and he thought that the money could last for a while, but after staying in the 7th main city for a night there was only this much left. Although he didn't know too much about the current prices, Night 17 also knew that this amount of money was definitely not enough. Now the most urgent thing is to find a job first. Don't arrive at the time people haven't found themselves first starved to death. What can you do with your own supernormal ability? In today's highly developed society, there are cameras everywhere. It seems that no one wants to be a bodyguard, right? As for the perspective, a one-time can only be used within 3 minutes, seems to be a little ribbed. At this time, a cab stopped in front of Night 17, and a middle-aged driver with a long beard asked, "Little brother, get in?" Night 17 looked around and hesitantly got into the car. "Little brother, where are you going?" Night 17 thought for a moment. "That, you find me a place where I can work."
Work, what are you going to do?
I don't know, anyway, as long as I can earn money.
That driver glanced at Knight 17 through the rearview mirror, a strange color in his eyes. Are you an adult?
Knight 17 shook his head. No, I'm 17 this year. Upon hearing this, the driver uncle frowned slightly. Although it was a chaotic world, today's internet devices were very advanced, and it would still be more serious if he was found to be hiring child laborers.
His eyes rolled a few times to try and say, anything, as long as it earns a lot of money?
Knight 17 nodded. That's right, to earn more money.
Alright, if you want to say that, there is a place to try.
Along the way, Knight 17 looked out the window at the lights in various stores. Yesterday he also saw it in the 7th main city, but at that time the sky had already darkened. He casually found a place and slept. Today this was the first time to properly view the bustling scene around him. After getting used to the deserted neighborhoods, now looking at the streets with people coming and going, Knight 17 always felt strange. Soon after, the driver pulled Knight 17 to a busy street and then stopped outside a bar.
Knight 17 looked up Red Romance Bar. Uncle, is this the place you said you work?
Yes, your little body is generally bad enough for manual labor, but looking white is just right for here. It's a place where you earn money fast, and the work isn't tiring, and there are times when there's extra income. Driver uncle said, striding in. Knight 17 hesitated for a moment, also followed in.
If it's good or not, we'll know after we try it.
Pushing open the door, Knight 17 was shocked by the noble and gorgeous decorations of the Red Romance Bar. This place looks average on the outside, but inside is actually so luxurious. Knight 17 almost thought he had come to some palace. At the service desk, two gorgeous and enchanting counter ladies were yawning, and found that someone came in and simply said, "Excuse me sir, the Red Romance Bar is open from 8 o'clock in the evening."
Duo, it's only been a few days since I've seen you and you don't recognize me. The counter lady, who was armed with a fierce weapon, turned her head and a smile immediately appeared on her face. So it's brother Zhang. Why did you come at noon today? The driver uncle laughed. Of course it's a good thing. Found a nice little guy for you guys.
Upon hearing this, the two bunny girls followed the direction of Zhang's finger to look at Knight 17. Baptized by 200 years of war, today's dragon country's social trend is all about honoring the military, honoring that kind of powerful and tough guy image.
Even teenage children are all exercised from childhood.
What little white boy, little fresh meat, only in some bad taste place may be treated special. The two had a similar feeling when they first saw Knight 17, but they soon realized that Knight 17 was significantly different from that so-called little white boy. And although Knight 17's skin was white, even somewhat sickly pale, and his body was slim, it was completely different from the tough guy image they usually saw. But Knight 17's temperament is not that kind of feminized softness. That clean and bright eyes are more like that kind of children who have not yet entered society.
Simple and clean.
In this kind of chaotic world, there are very few people with such pure eyes. The two counter ladies looked at Knight 17 with glowing eyes, and came to the side of Knight 17 and kept surveying around him. Knight 17 was a little hairy by the two, the other's eyes were a bit like a hunter's when he saw his prey. However, Knight 17 was nervous and at the same time discovered a special place, that is, the two people in front of him are actually supernaturals.
Are there so many psychics nowadays?
The driver surnamed Zhao straightened his back. How about this one is good.
Not bad, this kind of one is indeed rare. Brother Zhang will come over one day and give you a 70% discount.
Ha, just waiting for you to say this. The one called Brother Zhang laughed and looked towards Knight 17. Kid, I won't charge you a fare today, whether you can stay or not depends on yourself.
After Brother Zhang left, the atmosphere in the hall was a little weird, but in order to make money, Knight 17 still asked stiffly, "May I ask if you are recruiting here?"
Recruiting. Before Knight 17's words fell, the counter lady with dyed blonde curly hair hurriedly said. The counter lady called Duo, who was armed with a vicious weapon, then closed the door behind her while looking at Knight 17 with a smile. What's your name and how old are you? My name is Knight 17, I'm 17 this year.
Knight 17 answered honestly. Knight 17, 17 years old? Then are you called Knight 18 next year?
The counter lady with dyed blonde curly hair joked.
Lily, this you don't understand right. Knight 17 obviously means one Knight 17 times, isn't it, little brother? Duo whispered in Knight 17's ear.
Said also did not forget to blow a mouthful of hot air. Knight 17 was jolted, his face flushed red. Even though he hadn't seen much of the world, he had already sensed that something was wrong. His mind floated back to something he had seen in a picture book somewhere back in the day. At that time, the young and ignorant him was like a treasure and showed it to Grandpa Moo, but as a result, he was scolded severely and directly confiscated that, and has not returned it to him even now. Although 7 years without contact with society, but Grandpa would taught him the outlook on life is still there. Even more stupid Knight 17 also reacted. He hurriedly said, "That, I don't do illegal things."
Chapter 17 First Day on the Job. Giggle giggle. At that the two counter ladies burst into laughter. Duo looked at Knight 17 with a smile. "Brother 17, which one of the offenses are you referring to?"
Looking at the latter's pale skin, which was already on the verge of redness, the blonde curls rushed to put a stop to it. "Okay Duo, don't tease him. Brother 17, my name is Sunly, just call me Sisterly, don't worry about it. Our Red Romance Bar is a national chain of big brands, it's a regular place." Oh. Hearing this, Knight 17 relieved. At this time his stomach grumbled. Sitting in the car all morning, this way Knight 17 drops of water has not been stained, and fighting with the devil has long been hungry. Hearing Knight 17's stomach grumble, the two women pursed their lips and smiled. "Work things slowly, let's go, sister invited you to eat a big meal." Although Knight 17 felt strange, but by feeling the two young ladies in front of him didn't seem like bad people. In the end, Knight 17 followed up, work or not, at least first dilly-dallying with a meal. Not long after, in a mid-range restaurant, Knight 17 finally burped comfortably after finishing his sixth bowl of noodles. He hadn't eaten much properly since he came out of the white mist forbidden zone that day, and he couldn't afford to go out after arriving at the 7th main city because the prices were too expensive. Now that someone was treating him, he had to eat back in one bite. Duo and Sunly were shocked by Knight 17's meal quantity, thinking that this guy could not have been driven out because his family was poorly fed, right? When Knight 17 was full, Duo said, "Lily and I are the people in charge of this bar, you have a special look, you can come and be a waitress, delivering food and wine to the customers, cleaning up and so on. In addition, the waitress in the bar can be a chaperone, if the customers need, you can also stay to pour drinks and chat, they will give you a tip, as for willing or not, it is up to you to decide, here will not force anyone. Give you a 3-day trial period, if you pass then it's 3,000 base salary a month, tips are your own, how much you can earn depends on your ability." Sunly winked at Knight 17, "These days, there are many female bosses who go to bars, and occasionally there are female aliens, if you serve them well, it is possible to earn 1,000 or 800 a night." Hearing a night on 1,000, Knight 17 heart moved, but still pursued, "Just send food and water?" Duo licked her lips, "Of course, if you want to experience some exciting things is not impossible." Knight 17 surrendered. After much hesitation, Knight 17 chose to stay. His ID card hadn't been replaced, and he himself wasn't an adult, most of the regular workplaces wouldn't want him at all. In addition, Knight 17 himself does not have any specialties, the only survival skills he knows cannot be used in the town, and can find a job with food and shelter is already very good. The working hours are from 8 p.m. to 2 a.m., working 6 hours a day, which is not tiring. Of course, Knight 17 is not officially on duty now, need to carry out simple training. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the staff of the Red Romance Bar arrived one after another, and when those young ladies saw Knight 17, they immediately surrounded the past. "Brother 17, come, I'll teach you." "Brother 17, help your sister with her clothes." 17th brother, how old are you, do you have a girlfriend? 17th brother, my zipper is open, can you help me pull it? Not far away, those male waiters and security guards looked so envious and jealous. Especially after realizing that Knight 17's face was full of reluctance, they almost vomited blood. "If you're not willing to do it, I'll do it instead." Looking at the group of goblins around him that seemed to want to eat people, Knight 17 was terrified. He had even killed demons in the danger zone, but now he wimped out. After being tossed around for a full 2 hours, Knight 17 finally got his mission down. After the awakening of his supernatural ability, Knight 17 realized that his eyesight was superb and his memory had become much stronger. As the sky darkened, one neon light after another lit up, and the nightlife of the city began. This kind of town with a high concentration of population was no different from a small city. When the bar opened its doors, a large crowd poured in. With the lights and sound turned on, the powerful music lit up the whole place. At first, Knight 17 was a bit nervous, but he soon realized that the images he had seen in some novels and picture books did not appear. Although the bar was noisy and lively, everyone was still relatively disciplined. Although this era is very chaotic, the Dragon Kingdom is still a society of law, not to mention ordinary people, even supernaturals have to abide by the rules. It was true that the Dragon Kingdom was in turmoil when the aberrants first appeared, but in 2050, the United Nations enacted a law that clarified the various regulations for the aberrants. After more than 100 years of tinkering and perfecting, it might not be manageable in the danger zone, but in the safe areas where humans lived, no one dared to be reckless. The night watchman who defended the country's security had the power to directly decapitate criminals. Moreover, those who came here seemed to be richer, upscale people, neatly dressed and elegantly behaved, and most of them came here to simply drink and dance and relax. Therefore, the image that Knight 17 was worried about did not appear. 17, there are more people today, so help yourself, this is the number 7 drink. A bartender said. Knight 17 nodded and walked over with his tray up. At table number 7 2 men and 2 women were laughing and chatting, one of them was actually Duo who gave him the assignment. He originally thought that Duo was the manager, but it turned out that she actually also worked as an escort. At the moment, Duo was pouring a glass of wine for a man and said in a slightly petulant tone, "Director Zhang, you haven't been here for a few days." Director Zhang smothered the wine in his cup and sighed, "Harm, don't mention it, 2 days ago, something happened, the whole military area was put under martial law, I worked for 2 days in a row, not to mention the two of us, all the night watchmen were on 24-hour alert." Duo was a bit surprised. What actually made all the night watchmen work overtime? It is rumored that a demon hunter was seriously injured and was rescued. Now he is still unconscious. Demon hunter, you have heard of it, that is a level higher than the vigilantes. The back seems to have bigger things. This is not today's 7th main city's senior night watchmen have come well, but our authority is not enough, do not know how. In order to serve the people, you have worked hard it, a moment to go up I find someone to pinch your feet? Ha, or you understand me. The two people chatting, Knight 17 walked over to put the wine down and turned to leave. Originally, he wasn't interested in the content of the several people's chat, but he paused for a moment after hearing Demon Hunter. The ones who had taken him out of the White Mist Forbidden Zone before were demon hunters, and a strong person of that level would actually be seriously injured. Demon hunters were indeed a high-risk occupation. Zhongli and the others didn't care to continue chatting, obviously they didn't need him to accompany them. Knight 17 simply left. Soon after, Knight 17 delivered a few more drinks, and once was looked at by a few female high collars. "Waiter, are you new here? Haven't seen you before?" Knight 17 nodded and honestly said, "Today is the first day of work." "Oh?" Those few female high collars brightened up. "Then do you know that the waitresses at the Red Romance Bar have escort services?" Knight 17 looked at the eyes of a few people and knew what it meant, and simply said, "I know, but I won't." A female high collar simply said, "What is there not to know, it's just chatting." A certain person originally intended to refuse, but he hesitated after the latter pulled out a red ticket. Chapter 18 Visual Space. At 2 o'clock in the morning, as the lights and stereos were turned off one by one, it was finally time for the Red Romance Bar to get off work. "Brother 17, some other day my sister will come back for you." On a certain seat, a young woman's drunken eyes reluctantly bid farewell to Knight 17. Before leaving, she didn't forget to touch Knight 17's hand. Knight 17 could only wave his hand with a stiff face, and with his other hand, he silently put the 4 red tickets he earned today into his pocket. Although this kind of work was embarrassing for him, it did earn quite a lot. At this rate, in a few more days it seemed like he would be able to save up enough money to buy a cell phone. 17 I didn't expect that the first time I did this I would actually catch on so quickly. Wu Duo walked over from nowhere and put her arm around Knight 17's shoulder, jokingly saying. Knight 17's body slightly stiffened, then asked, "Sister Duo, where do I live?" The other party had promised to manage the accommodation when they talked before. "Why, so fast sleepy, don't worry, the place is arranged for you, there are several housing on the 2nd floor, I'll be right next door to you, if you miss me you can come to me at any time." Oh. Knight 17 fled, leaving Wu Duo giggling. A few moments later Knight 17 came to his own room. The door will be directly unlocked, feel unsecured, and then the stool will be leaning on the door. Women in other places don't know, but women here are indeed tigers. Boys need to learn to protect themselves when they are out. A painfully hot shower washed away the smell of perfume and red wine. There was a hot shower, a big fluffy bed, and a delicious meal, but Knight 17 was not sleepy. The journey of these few days was too bizarre. First, he went to the White Mist Forbidden Zone to beg for death, but he accidentally discovered the secret of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, and then he awakened his supernormal abilities in a haphazard manner. He was brought to the military camp and interrogated and inspected, and then rolled over for 2 days to Yellow Sea Town, and halfway there was a sneak attack by demons. The end result was actually coming to work in a bar. He had fantasized countless times in the danger zone about returning to live in the safe zone. But this kind was still beyond his expectations. Regaining his freedom, his current thoughts were actually very simple. If possible, Knight 17 hoped that he could travel around the Dragon Kingdom and see the great mountains and rivers of his country. What White Mist Forbidden Zone, demonic creatures, what night watchmen and demon hunters had nothing to do with him. As for his secret of knowing the rules of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, Night 17 intended to seal it completely. What ambitions, what family feelings were all gone in those 7 years of life. Night 17 didn't hate the Night's Watch but didn't envy the profession either. Of course, all of this had to be after he found Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu. They had accompanied him for 7 years, before he didn't have the ability to do so, but now that he did, then he would definitely do his best to repay them. He himself was at least a C+ level psychic talent, so he should at least let them live a good life. Thinking in his heart, Night 17's eyes began to converge with his alien energy. Previously, little nurse Nua had told him that in order to raise the level of his psychic ability, he needed to constantly use his psychic ability and devour the blood and flesh of magical creatures. As for the ability of the supernormal ability itself, it needed to be developed slowly. Therefore, what Night 17 needed to do right now was to first familiarize himself with his alien ability. With a thought, the world in Night 17's eyes changed. The room was still the same room, but everything within his vision had entered the special field of vision in his eyes. Everything in his eyes had nowhere to hide, and there were all kinds of professional clothes in the closet, such as doctors' uniforms, nurses' uniforms, teachers' uniforms, stewardesses' uniforms, and so on. Did the people who came to live here actually have so many professions? Why are there a few fishing net-like things in the corner? Under the bed there is a pile of miscellaneous things, what rubber stick, small leather whip, candles, and an inflatable doll. That said, what exactly are these things for? Night 17 looked curious. On the one hand was curious about the usefulness of these things, on the other hand was curious about this kind of supernormal ability of this own. This kind of seeing was not visual seeing, but a kind of spatial perception. He could observe the things within his field of vision in 360 degrees without any dead angle. Night 17 tried to expand his perception, then his gaze penetrated the wall and entered the next room. Previously, Nua had given him the evaluation of his supernormal ability as perspective, but Night 17 realized that it didn't seem to be exactly that. Because when his psychic ability went through the wall, he didn't see everything in the opposite room, his eyes could only see as far as the psychic ability was released. Further on there was nothingness, so the only thing in view was just a bed. Instead of perspective, it was more of a perception. The psychic energy was released through the vision, and within the range of the psychic energy one could see everything on the space. Of course this wasn't Novo's fault, after all, he could only maintain this state for 3 minutes in the first place, and a lot of things ended before he could test them. Perhaps one should give this a new term, Night 17 thought to himself. How about calling it visual space? With this in mind, Night 17 suddenly realized that a person was sitting on the bed. As far as his vision went, all of that person's S-shaped attractive figure entered his eyes, especially since the other party had just finished taking a shower, and his long snow-white legs were just leaking out, incomparably tantalizing. Night 17 was a little unable to hold on after just a glance and hurriedly closed his eyes. Although it was just a glimpse, Night 17 knew that that person wasn't Wu Duo, but someone he hadn't seen before. Didn't Sister Duo say that this room was hers? Could it be that she was sharing the room with someone else? Night 17 was a bit puzzled, but who this person was and what relationship he had with Duo had nothing to do with him. He wasn't a peeping Tom, not to mention that his supernormal ability didn't support him to keep looking. The most crucial point was that he sensed alien energy in the other person. Nua had told him that it was impolite to use alien energy to spy on such behavior, and it was easy for the other party to rub off on him. If he was found out as a peeping Tom, this job would probably be bad enough. That said, a bar with 3 supernaturals was a bit of a ridiculously high ratio, wasn't it? In the next room, a female with an enchanting figure was sitting on the bed. Her looks were absolutely beautiful. This beauty was not painted with makeup, but was natural. However, more special than that stunning beauty was the invisible aura on her body. Like a seductive little goblin, like a graceful and noble young woman, it made people want to stop just by looking at her. Having just finished her bath when she sat on the bed and frowned slightly, just in that moment just now, she seemed to feel that there was some kind of alien energy floating around her. At that moment, the door to the room opened and Duo walked in. When seeing the one in the room, Duo's breathing became rapid, even though she had already seen it countless times, but when she saw this one she still couldn't help but be moved. Duo quickly walked 2 steps and grabbed the other party's jade hand happily. Sister Hong, why did you come over? I've missed you to death. Red Sister smiled faintly. Haven't been here for some days, came over to see you guys. How's the bar doing lately? Don't worry, Sister Hong, everything is normal. Oh, 2 days ago 2 waitresses got sick, I gave them sick leave, and today I recruited another little brother to come in. Sister Hong smiled faintly. This kind of small matter doesn't need to be reported to me. What I'm asking is whether anything special has happened in Huanghai Town recently?
You say this, there really is. Today I chatted with a military district officer. 2 days ago a demon hunter was seriously injured and escaped to Yellow Sea Town. Today there is also a high-level vigilante from the 7th main city that came over. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in the red lady's eyes. This news is good. Continue to follow up and try to figure out what's going on inside? Encouraged Duo instantly came into the spirit. Sister Hong, this news is worth a lot of money? That's right, very valuable. Red Romance was ostensibly a regular bar, but in reality it was also doing some special things. However, this was a society with the rule of law, and she didn't touch pornography, gambling, or drugs, but instead gathered intelligence through escorting. The people who could stay here were all professionally trained. People can only subconsciously tell some secrets under relaxed conditions. And this intelligence can be sold at a sky-high price in the hands of certain people. Chapter 19, Plan Failure. The night was silent, and the day dawned. The military camp hundreds of miles away. Wu Lei hung up the phone with a frown on his face. The upper side had just once again inquired about the information about the one called Night 17, and it was the first time he had seen it in such a hurry. 17 kilometers around the eastern perimeter of the 22nd White Mist prohibited area, the area was not small, but for the many alien squads it was completely out of the question. But no one had found it so far. A team member pulled up the data. 2 days ago there was a big battle in the eastern part of the Forbidden Zone, and after counting, that battle should have been caused by the number 32 Demon Hunter Squad and dozens of magical creatures, including 2 A-class magical creatures. Buildings for dozens of miles around were destroyed, plus there were 2 heavy snowfalls in the past 2 days, and with no water or electricity, theoretically ordinary people shouldn't be able to survive. In other words, the biggest possibility of not finding it was that the person was already dead. However, he couldn't reply like that because the attention from above on this matter was extremely high, as was the level of the mission. They couldn't just reply without getting the exact news of the death. Thinking of this, Wu Lei gritted his teeth and simply said, "Demon Hunter Squad, gather." In a certain villa in the Yellow Sea Town military area, in the hall, Han Schwanger looked through the window at the White Mist forbidden area in the distance. The White Mist barrier shot straight up into the sky and could still be seen even hundreds of kilometers away. Becoming an alien should have been a happy thing, but Han Schwanger wasn't happy at all. This was because a day had already passed, but Night 17 still had no whereabouts. At this time, Wang Xiong walked over with big strides. "Student Han Schwanger, the helicopter is ready." Han Schwanger, however, didn't move as she said in a cold voice, "You guys promised to help me find my brother. People have already been sent to look for him, it's just that there's no whereabouts of that person yet, and according to the news, the God's believers are already investigating you, even Yellow Sea Town isn't safe, you have to go to Dragon Capital now." "Not going. Before I find 17, I won't go anywhere. If 17 is gone, I won't go to that bull alien academy." Han Schwanger said dryly that 7-year attachment to each other was something that nothing could sever. Although she worshipped soldiers, it didn't mean she would give up Night 17 for this. A large part of the reason why she agreed to go to Dragon Capital yesterday was because she wanted to protect Night 17 with the help of them. If Night 17 was gone, these things had no meaning. Looking at the young girl who was playing rough, Wang Xiong had some headaches. In the past, the ones who absorbed the crystals of alien energy were all special forces soldiers in the army, but as a result there was a bit of an accident today. An ordinary person who has not received any military training, you let her have any family and national sentiment, how high the ideological consciousness is completely bull. It was already considered very good that she agreed to go to the Alien Academy, but that man called what's-his-name Night 17 was very important to her, so if she forced Han Schwanger to leave instead, it would cause her to become disgruntled. It wasn't as if there hadn't been similar examples in history, and every year, 1 or 2 A-ranked gifted Xenos would occasionally appear among the naturally awakened ordinary people. When there was one, the vigilantes forcibly took it away to ensure safety. As a result, the people of the God's believers killed his family behind him, and that person transferred his hatred to the Night's Watch, and is still in the custody of the sea prison. Since then the military rarely used this kind of coercion. After thinking about it, Wang Xiong said, "In that case, how about we don't go to Magic City and go to the 7th main city first? It's a little bit closer to the White Mist Forbidden Zone and it's safer with S-class alien guards. In addition, we are also about to send Comrade Yang Hu, the Demon Hunter, to the number 7 main city for treatment. You said yesterday that you wanted to join the number 32 Demon Hunter Squad, and now they are recuperating in the number 7 main city, so there's no harm in getting acquainted in advance." Hearing this, Han Schwanger brightened up. "Alright, then let's go to the number 7 main city." A few minutes later, the military hospital was busy as a group of people carefully moved Yang Hu towards the helicopter. At the same time, in a certain hidden corner of Huanghai town, Crow saw the message on his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. It's a bit late to leave now. And then he dialed a certain phone number. According to the intelligence, they're about to leave, and the plane possesses a severely injured demon hunter and the leader of the first team, Wang Xiong. It's possible that they'll go to the 7th main city before going to Dragon Capital. The distance from Huanghai town to the 7th main city is too close for a good start. Intercept them when they're flying to Ji province. You guys hold them back, I'll go and intercept that alien. Half an hour later, the military helicopter took off from Huanghai town. On the airplane, besides the pilot, there were Han Shuanger, Mu Shang, Wang Xiong, a night watchman with the ability to fly, and Yang Hu, who hadn't awakened yet. No one noticed that at the back of the helicopter, several black crows were following closely. Jia, interesting, I didn't expect it. Your whereabouts were completely within my expectations. Time passed slowly. An hour later, the helicopter entered the range of the 7th main city. The few crows in the distance stopped. They could act recklessly in Yellow Sea Town, but not in the number 7 main city. There were quite a number of high-level aberrants here, and there was also an S-class superpower in town, so one had to be careful. Outside the 7th main city, Crow dialed the phone again. The helicopter has entered the main city. Send personnel to patrol around the 7th main city. Once the helicopter is found, notify it immediately, and the others will proceed according to the original plan. Roger. Soon certain people around the number 7 main city began to look at the sky above their heads. Time passed minute by minute. 10 minutes later, nothing happened. 20 minutes later, still nothing happened. 30 minutes later, still nothing. Crow, who had made a large circle to the north of the 7th main city, frowned. If just putting that demon hunter down shouldn't take too long, 10 minutes is enough. Half an hour should have been able to fly out of the main city limits by all rights. Could it be that something was delayed? Everyone don't let their guard down, continue to monitor. Then 40 minutes, 50 minutes, 60 minutes. So long still did not see the helicopter appeared. Crow's face became more and more gloomy. Could it be that the military had guessed their intentions and changed to other means of transportation? However, in this era, trains and large passenger airplanes have long been gone because of demonic attacks. Helicopters were the fastest and safest way out, and if one didn't take a helicopter, then the only thing left was to drive. But this way is more likely to be attacked. Someone, keep an eye on the highway that goes from the 7th main city to the Dragon Capital, and notify immediately if you find a special vehicle for the military. Roger. Time passed minute by minute, but the more Crow waited, the more anxious he became. This operation was only a day's time from planning to implementation, and there was absolutely no problem with security. But he just didn't know what the problem was. Right at this moment, a message suddenly came on Crow's cell phone. The A+ class alien stayed in the 7th main city. Crow. Boom. The berserk alien energy turned the vegetation and the surrounding dozens of meters into ashes. Crow roared and growled in anger. He had spent so much, even going so far as to apply for the invocation of Dark Sun and other believers, just to be taken by surprise. As a result, the other party actually did not follow common sense. An A+ level psychic talent psychic, and also an extremely rare elemental system, would definitely be a top-tier powerhouse once he grew up. Such an important person actually did not send it to Dragon Capital in the first place? Crow was furious. Didn't go? You actually did not go. But soon Crow regained his composure. If it was intercepted in the air, it was still a bit dangerous to try to snatch that A+ grade gifted alien. Once the military realized that they couldn't protect it, it was even possible to kill it outright, something that had happened before. For years ago, in order to compete for an A-ranked gifted person, a large-scale conflict had erupted between them and the Dragon Kingdom, and several A-ranked aberrants had died. If this alien was in Dragon Capital, they would have definitely given up, but now that it was in the 7th main city, there was a certain possibility instead. Jia, interesting, I'd like to see if you guys can keep her. Chapter 20, Impure Motives. Wang Xiong didn't know that because of Han Schwanger's capriciousness instead, the crowd escaped. At this moment, Han Schwanger followed Yang Hu into the military hospital. Outside the intensive care unit, Han Schwanger watched the doctor's busy figures as her thoughts drifted. At this time, the door to the room opened, and several people rushed in a hurry. Han Shuanger subconsciously turned her head to look and realized that these people carried the same military temperament as Wang Xiong. One of them was rather miserable, his body was covered in bandages, and his left arm was still in a plaster cast, and he was walking a bit awkwardly. Han Schwanger was a bit surprised. What kind of injury was this to be so bandaged? Li Xin looked at the attending doctor. Dr. Liu, how is Tiger? Dr. Liu smiled. Captain, don't worry,
Officer Yang, who was seriously injured before, but after emergency treatment has been out of danger of his life, only because of all the overdrafts of his supernormal ability and physical strength and spirit, he has not yet awakened. This kind of injury can be recovered through rest and recuperation. Upon hearing this, Li Xin and the others were relieved. Do you need me to feed him some blood? Zhou Xiaoming on the side asked. If Officer Zhou is willing, that would be best. Zhou Xiaoming started drawing blood without saying a word as soon as he jerked his arm. Li Xin, on the other hand, looked to the side at Han Schwanger, who he had sensed when he came in just now. Hello, my name is Li Xin, I'm Yanghu's captain. You must be the little girl who absorbed the alien energy crystals. Hearing that it was the captain, Han Schwanger hurriedly nodded. It's me, my name is Han Schwanger, I'm sorry, he asked me to bring that thing to the town in the first place, and it somehow melted. Li Xin smiled faintly. No need to be nervous, fusing with the alien energy crystals is entirely up to luck, and if it wasn't for you, this kid probably would have just hung up in the first place. Zhao Lang quietly sized up Han Schwanger from the side without saying anything, but there was a hint of regret in his eyes. The value of the A+ level of the crystals is immeasurable. If you put it in the hands of a special forces soldier, within 10 years, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely give birth to a strong man with the captain of a level. Zhou Xiaoming over there, after drawing blood, saw Han Schwanger and then became interested. Wow, little sister, you look so pretty. How old are you this year? Little sister? Han Schwanger looked at Zhou Xiaoming, who was a head shorter than herself and looked adorable and cute. If the two are put together and compared, the feeling of everyone at first glance is that Han Schwanger is more mature than Zhou Xiaoming, regardless of height or stature. However, the emergence of supernormal abilities had led to the fact that it was now difficult to recognize a person from their appearance, and some people who live to be 70 or 80 years old look like 30-year-old lads. 18. Han Schwanger replied obediently. This was Demon Hunter Squad 32, first impressions were important. So coincidental, I was also awakened at the age of 18 in the first place. I'm called Zhou Xiaoming, just call me Sister Meng Meng. Sister Meng Meng, how old are you this year? 22 years old, but with my special supernormal ability, my age is basically fixed at 18, so I look very young. Zhou Xiaoming said, looking at Han Schwanger's chest with some envy. The same 18 years old, why is the gap so big? Han Schwanger froze. Age fixation, there is this kind of supernormal ability? There are always topics between girls. Zhou Xiaoming is a chatterbox, Han Schwanger's personality is also outgoing, the two quickly chatted. As for Li Xin and the others, they didn't pay too much attention. They had investigated Night 17's information at first, but the information had only briefly mentioned it and didn't show Han Schwanger's name. After returning to the 7th main city, all the work tasks were handed over to the 46th Demon Hunter Squad. So the crowd didn't know about Han Schwanger's relationship with Night 17, not to mention that many people were looking for Night 17. Thus a marvelous misunderstanding was born. Li Xin looked at Yang who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, with appreciation in his eyes. Yang Hu's ability level was only C level, while that flying demon was a real B level. The difference in strength between the two was huge, and he was extremely lucky to have survived. After carefully examining him again and making sure he was fine, Li Xin and Zhao Lang planned to leave. Han Schwanger hurriedly walked over when she saw them leaving. Wait. Li Xin turned around. What's wrong? Can I join your Demon Hunter Squad? The three of them were a bit surprised. Zhou Xiaoming said, Sister Frost, you don't need to be too anxious about this stuff, your talent is very good, you might be able to form a Demon Hunter Squad on your own when you grow up in the future. An A+ grade gifted alien, looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom there weren't many that were better than her. Li Xin nodded. That's right, you haven't graduated from the Shifter Academy yet, it's too early to talk about this, so it's not too late to make a decision after you've graduated and know the details of the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters. However, Han Schwanger was firm in her eyes and said, I know what you said, I just want to ask you now, if I graduate from the Alter Ego Academy, can I join your team? Looking at the firm look of the young girl in front of him, Li Xin felt that the other party seemed to want to join his team for other reasons rather than simply admiring them. After thinking about it, Li Xin simply said, if you can graduate from the Alien Academy and have an alien ability level of C, I can give you that chance, but of course I can't guarantee whether you'll pass in the end. No problem. Han Schwanger nodded her head vigorously. Having this answer was enough. Watching Han Schwanger leave with a special kind of smile on her face, Li Xin felt a little strange. Captain, if Sister Frosty joins our team, our number 32 alien squad should break the historical record of Demon Hunter squads, right? 3 A-ranked gifted Demon Hunters appearing in one team, it's exciting to think about it. Zhou Xiaoming's eyes were glowing. Any A-ranked gifted psychic was a target for the state to focus on. There were already 2 in their team. If there was another one here, it was estimated that the Demon Hunter headquarters would blow up. Zhao Kuling was frowning and said in a low voice, "Captain, this Han Schwanger's purpose is a bit impure. She has other ideas about joining us." "This I know, but she shouldn't have any malicious intentions, otherwise Captain Wang Xiong would have told us. By this time she should have already traveled to Dragon Capital. Why is she still here now?" Li Xian was also a bit curious. Zhou Xiaomeng gossiped, "You guys, could she have fallen for stupid tiger?" Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Zhao Lang's eyes lit up, not to mention that there was really such a possibility. For an 18-year-old girl, a demon hunter who sacrificed his life to save her would definitely leave a deep impression in the other party's heart. So she followed Yang Hu to the number 7 main city and even stayed behind to take care of him? The more the three thought about it, the more they thought it was possible, and they looked at Yang Hu's sleeping form with a hint of a smile in their eyes. A suitor of an A+ grade gifted alien, and the looks and temperament weren't bad at all. This guy turned around and woke up. If he knew about it, his cow skin could blow up to the sky. "Okay, don't guess blindly, let's go back and tell Hong Yan, let her rest assured, but you guys don't hold too much hope. When she graduates it will be at least a year later, and it's not certain if she can graduate or not." There were quite a few people who wanted to join his demon hunter squad these past few years, but with a full allotment of 7, there were still only 5 people until now, enough to see how difficult it was. Trying to create a demon hunter squad wasn't something that could be done with battle prowess and talent alone. The tacit understanding between team members, the cooperation between alien abilities, and especially the mentality and attitude. He had seen many gifted exalts graduate from the academy, but many of them were gone a year later. Demon hunters were responsible for suppressing the danger zones and the white mist prohibited zone, and if necessary, they needed to enter the white mist prohibited zone to purge the demons. The slightest mistake brought with it could be the cost of a life. That's why this thing wasn't as good as the greater the number of people. Han Schwanger, who had left the hospital, had a smile on her face, and since the other party had given herself this opportunity, that was enough. She hadn't suffered anything in the past 7 years, but she had come through it all the same. As long as she gave herself this opportunity, Han Schwanger believed that she could definitely pass the test. That way, she could go to the White Mist Forbidden Zone to protect that idiot. Laughing, Han Schwanger's smile gradually disappeared. She turned her head to look at the East White Mist Barrier. The military sent out aliens to look for the results. Now more than a day has passed. There is still no news of the Night 17, which makes her, how can she not worry? "You idiot, must survive. You promised me." Chapter 21, The Black Mist. It was late at night. Powerful music exploded inside the brightly lit Red Romance Bar. People of different professions were here to sweat recklessly and release their inner negative emotions. On one of the seats, Night 17 was surrounded by 2 mature older sisters, a little out of breath. Although people these days revered the image of a tough guy, they would become numb after seeing too many of them, and a fresh one once in a while would instead arouse people's interest. Especially since the gap between women and men in this era was no longer very large. There was no distinction between male and female for the awakening of psychic abilities, which led to half of the psychics in the country being female. The female who was holding Night 17 in her arms at the moment was an alien. "Brother 17, don't be shy, come have a drink with your sister." The female alien was increasingly happy to see Night 17's nervous behavior. She had seen too many muscular men on weekdays, and it was not easy to meet a white boy who was not greasy at all, so how could she miss it? Night 17 awkwardly said, "Sister, I don't know how to drink." "What's there to know about this stuff? Come and have a taste, trust me, you'll love it." Seeing that Night 17 didn't open her mouth, the female alien simply said, "How about this, if you take a sip, I'll give you 100, how about it?" Night 17 looked at the cup of wine and then at the red ticket votes. As a 3-good teenager under Mu Shang's teachings, how could Night 17 do something illegal? However, it seemed that drinking itself was not illegal. "You said only 1 sip?" "That's right." Night 17 gently took a sip. "Pay up." Female alien. The hustle and bustle of the Red Romance Bar continued to be busy, and Sunli, who had just finished accompanying a table of guests, had just returned, but was dragged by Wu Duoduo. "Lily, look over there." Lily twisted her head to look and found that Night 17 was actually drinking. At the moment his pale cheeks already had a hint of redness, and with his originally shy personality, he looked exceptionally alluring. "Brother 17 is progressing quickly," Lily said with some surprise. When she first engaged in this industry it took her a small half-month to adapt before she dared to drink, but as a result, Night 17 started the next day. Originally thought to be a good boy, but now it seems that men are all the same. In this kind of environment, sooner or later, people will become, now if someone comes up with $100 million, I will immediately marry him. Lily faintly said, when they were not the same over it. Money, power, handsome men, beautiful women, all kinds of temptation in life everywhere. Duo suddenly licked his lips. How about it, have you got any ideas? While he is drunk, do you want to take him? Lily blushed slightly. People are only 17, you don't even let go of the underage ah. It's not easy to meet one like this time I missed it, later I don't know if I can meet it. How about it, do you want to come together? I think you're just pining for spring. The two of them playfully joked around. As to whether they were joking or serious was unknown. In the room on the second floor, Hong Yang lay on the bed and stretched out, showing off that S-shaped body to the fullest. If Duo saw this scene, she would definitely be in a state of spring. She had been sleeping in her room for the whole day, and it was a rare trip back, so it was just the right time to relax. Sister Hong, who had just woken up from her sleep, didn't know what she had pressed, and a huge LCD monitor lit up. Dozens of images appeared on the monitor, which were hidden cameras in various parts of the bar. Sister Han's beautiful eyes continuously swept over the images as if she was looking for prey. During the process of scanning, Sister Hong's sight lingered for a moment when she saw the figure of Knight 17 dressed in waiter's clothes. Oh, yesterday Duo seems to have said that she had just recruited a little guy, not to mention, looks are good, turnaround can be properly coached. At this moment, taking a sip of red wine again, Knight 17 was blushing slightly. Looking at the somewhat shaky Knight 17, the female alien became more and more excited. Brother, after drinking this glass, I'll give you 500, how about it? That female alien once again poured a cup of red wine, licked her lips and seduced. Red romance does not provide special services, but now it is the 23rd century, if the two people are in love with each other to do something, but there will be no control. She now wants to get Knight 17 drunk, and then directly upstairs. This kind of cute creamy little boy himself is still the first time to try it. Seeing that large cup of red wine, Knight 17's mouth slightly twitching, just drank together or not as much as this cup. The original somewhat disoriented eyes immediately sobered up. Cough cough, sorry, I'll excuse myself for a bit. Saying that, Knight 17 directly wiped the oil on the bottom of his feet and skipped away. That figure and that speed did not have the appearance of being drunk at all. Knight 17 had never drunk red wine, but he hadn't drank less white wine. In the past, in order to drive away the cold, he drank hot liquor with Mu Shang, and the degree was much higher than this. Knight 17 pretended not to drink but to take the opportunity to earn some money. This night, he has earned 800, a day's tip than a week's salary or higher. Originally still want to fish for a while, but see the other party's purpose is not pure. There is a kind of want to eat people's feeling. Knight 17 simply slipped away. The female alien looked at the back of Knight 17's departure and froze, then laughed. She was actually fooled by this little guy. However, she didn't get angry at all, instead she found it interesting. This scene was seen by Hong Yang. She pursed her lips and smiled. It was a funny little guy. Working in this kind of place, after a long time, will definitely be subject to some influences. For example, if you come across a rich or good-looking one, it's easy to get trapped, and her people are all specially trained. And Knight 17 had just been on probation, it was impossible to tell him such things. So this guy completely relied on his own willpower to resist the temptation of money and beauty. At this time her cell phone suddenly lit up. Seeing the message on it, the red lady's willow brows slightly knitted. Having just come to Yellow Sea Town actually asked her to go back to the 7th main city again. However, this time the request was still that big client, which could not be offended. Soon after the room door opened, Red's sister changed clothes ready to leave, this time just ran into the Knight 17 up the stairs. Lower business hours and Knight 17 is wandering up. The red wine itself is not high in alcohol content, but it has a strong aftertaste, and Knight 17 is now a little dizzy. Confused to see a beautiful silhouette, just glanced at the Knight 17 has recognized, this person is yesterday in Duo room that. Knight 17 had no intention of paying attention, other people's matters had nothing to do with him. Originally Sister Hong also had no intention to greet Knight 17, and then, when she realized that Knight 17 actually ignored her own beauty, came to a few points of interest. When the two of them crossed paths, Sister Hong suddenly opened her mouth. Wait a moment. Knight 17 steadied himself. What is it you want, ma'am? Do I look good to you? Ha? Knight 17 did not expect the other party to ask this question, subconsciously looking at the other party's face. The next moment he froze. Looking at Knight 17's lost look, Sister Hong pursed her lips and smiled before turning around to leave. But Knight 17 remained in the same place. He wasn't frozen because of the other party's face, but he saw a touch of black mist in the other party's brow. That black mist seemed to be in that person's brain, somewhat like when he saw the blood-colored skull on Li Xian's head. But there was a clear difference between the two. Lee Xian's kind seemed to be marked by something that gave him a sense of danger. This one, on the other hand, was like a parasite in her body, giving him a feeling of abhorrence. Knight 17 was silent. He didn't know whether he should tell this to the other party or not. That kind of thing seemed to have existed in her body for a long time, but looking at the person's aura, it wasn't like he was sick. Then, what exactly is that black mist? Chapter 22, Super Oolong. Early in the morning, a military jeep returned from the military camp outside the White Mist prohibited area number 22. There were a total of 6 people in the vehicle, and each of them had a black cloak hanging on their backs with the word devil printed on it. There were no injuries on the 6 people, and it was obvious that they hadn't encountered any dangers this time out, but the faces of a few people weren't too good. They had just taken over the work of the 32nd Demon Hunter Squad and ended up messing up their first mission. They had spent a day and a night searching the 17 kilometers near the eastern part of the Forbidden Zone they had basically searched through. Even to make sure they hadn't missed anything, they had brought their thermal imager instruments to turn over the underground at night. Even though the magical creatures hidden several meters underground were turned over, they still couldn't find Knight 17's whereabouts. Either Knight 17 had already left this area, or Knight 17 was already dead. Wu Lei sighed, report this news. In the 7th main city, early in the morning, Han Schwanger carried a fruit basket to the hospital. Although Li Xian had verbally promised, it certainly didn't hurt to leave a little more of a good impression. When Han Schwanger arrived at the hospital room, she found that everyone was there and the room was bustling with activity. I stepped on that magic rat with one foot, and then a gorgeous turn and jumped into the car, a throw of bangs to give that little girl handsome side face. You do not know, she was looking dumbfounded. Yang Hu on the hospital bed has woken up, at this moment is colorfully recounting the experience of the first few days of escape. Zhou Xiaoming deliberately raised her voice a few times when she saw Han Schwanger. Wow, Sister Schwanger is here. Come here quickly, Yang Hu is awake. Saying this, she pulled Han Schwanger over. Han Schwanger looked at Yang Hu, who was still in good spirits even though his face was a bit pale. You're awake, that's great. Seeing Yang Hu wake up, Han Schwanger said with heartfelt joy. Hee, this little injury is nothing. Just now I heard the captain say that you're an A+ grade talent. TSK, there's half of my credit in this, hiss. Yang Hu winked at Han Schwanger, but the pain from involving the wound made him shiver, causing everyone to laugh. Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, Han Schwanger was also very happy. She loved the atmosphere of this Demon Hunter Squad. Sister Frosty, did you say yesterday that you wanted to join our Demon Hunters? Right. Can you say why? Zhou Xiaoming had an excited look on her face while not forgetting to glance at Yang Hu. The latter's old face had a rare reddening, while there was a hint of excitement inside. Just now Zhou Xiaoming said that Han Schwanger was attracted by his charm. Although he had just bragged about it, but to be true, the two of them had met from the time they met to the time he passed out for a total of just half an hour. But he was still very appreciative of this little girl he was. Most ordinary people had a hard time utilizing their powers after just awakening them, but Han Schwanger managed to adapt quickly. Without Han Schwanger's assistance in the beginning, it was impossible for him to survive. The fact that a young girl with a plus-rank psychic talent was worshipping herself was exciting to think about. Upon hearing this, Han Schwanger's snow-white cheeks were tinted with a touch of pink, for the sake of a person. Li Xian, oh. Zhao Ling, Zhou Xiaoming, wow. After getting the desired answer, the crowd cajoled, and Yang Hu and Han Schwanger's faces turned red. Han Schwanger was a bit puzzled. She had people she was worried about. Why were these guys so excited? But these people's attitude towards themselves seems to have changed a lot, this she can feel. As they were chatting, the door to the room opened again at this time and Wang Xiong hurriedly walked in. Captain Li. Wang Xiong nodded slightly at Li Xian, then came to Han Schwanger's side, his face a bit gloomy. Fellow student Han Schwanger, there's news from the White Mist Forbidden Zone. Upon hearing this, Han Schwanger was very excited. How is my brother doing? According to the information that came back from the 46th Demon Hunter Squad, in 2 days' time they've mobilized everyone to search, but no trace has been found, and based on the assessment of information from all sides, he should be dead. Boom! Han Schwanger's eyes went black and her body trembled violently, standing in place like a log that had lost its soul. Everyone froze. They didn't know what happened between Han Frosty and Wang Xiong, but listening to Wang Xiong's words, something should have happened to Han Frosty's brother. Wang Xiong sighed. He glanced at Li Xian, hesitated or said, 3 days ago, just in time for Captain Li Xian and the others to go on a mission, they started a fierce battle with the demons in the eastern part of the White Mist Forbidden area. Now the buildings in the dozens of miles around there have basically been destroyed. The possibility of your brother surviving is almost zero.
Yang Hu froze on the bed, not realizing that what was going on inside was actually still related to their demon hunter squad. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. If not for that mission, he wouldn't have met Han Schwanger. At that time, Han Schwanger and the others were being chased by demons, and it looked like it wasn't just Han Schwanger and her grandfather, but also a lost brother. So, their mission accidentally caused Han Schwanger's loved ones to be killed? Thinking of this, Yang Hu fell silent. Originally, just now it was still a cheerful picture, but as a result, the rescuer of his life suddenly turned into an indirect murderer. The rapidity of this plot shift caught him off guard. However, when they heard this news, Li Xian and the three of them were first stunned, and there was no expression of sadness on their faces, but rather a strange look. Brother, eastern part of the White Mist Forbidden Zone. When these two words merged together, a special figure appeared in the minds of the three. However, Knight 17's surname was Knight, Han Schwanger's surname was Han, and the surnames were all different. Zhou Xiaoming suddenly spoke, "That, Sister Frosty, can I ask what your brother's name is?" Han Schwanger was silent, and Wang Xiong spoke on the side, "That man's name is Knight 17. Li Xin. Zhao Lang. Zhou Xiaoming. Truth." Zhou Xiaoming sighed, "So there are still such coincidences in the world?" Wang Xiong was puzzled, "What do you mean?" Li Xian couldn't help but sigh, "Let me tell you this, classmate Han Schwanger, let me tell you the good news, Knight 17 is not dead." Han Schwanger, who had just been losing her mind, jerked her head up. 10 minutes later, after Li Xian finished telling the story, Han Schwanger, Wang Xiong, and Yang Hu looked not to mention how wonderful they were. Who would have thought that Han Schwanger and Knight 17 were actually siblings? The two were separated, one was taken away by Li Xian and the other was encountered by Yang Hu. This luck is also no one. But if you think about it, besides them, what ordinary person would appear in the danger zone? Wang Xiong almost vomited blood after hearing this. In order to find the whereabouts of Knight 17, he had overstepped his authority to give a mission to the 46th Demon Hunter Squad, and as a result, this guy came out a long time ago. No wonder they didn't know. The Night's Watch and the Demon Hunters are two systems in themselves, although they have contact with each other but won't intervene with each other. When Li Xian and the others investigated Knight 17 at first, they didn't find any special circumstances, so they didn't care too much. Thus such an odd scene appeared. At this moment, Han Schwanger finally finished absorbing what had happened, and learning that Knight 17 was still alive and had awakened her supernatural ability to escape from her cage, her heart was incomparably happy. "Captain Li, do you know the current whereabouts of 17? Li Xian shook his head. "He left before we left, but I can check for you." Zhou Xiaoming on the side raised her hand. "I know, Brother 17 said he was going to look for you, he should be in Huanghai town at this moment." Sure enough, when Li Xian investigated Knight 17's information, he found that there was an additional housing information for the 7th main city on it, and a record of going to Yellow Sea Town to buy a bus ticket. Li Xian looked at Wang Xiong. "That's right, Knight 17 is now in Yellow Sea Town, Captain Wang Xiong. I'll leave this matter to the affairs of your Night Watch." He, leave it to me." Wang Xiong simply said. Had he known that he could information search it out, where would he need to go through so much trouble? The main reason was that he hadn't investigated when Han Schwanger had sworn that Knight 17 was within 17 kilometers east of the 22nd White Mist prohibited area. "Things were busy," Han Schwanger directly said. "Everyone, I'm going to tell Grandpa about this news, so excuse me for now." As she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something. "That, Captain Li, let's cancel the previous agreement, I don't want to join your team." Crowd? Li Xian reacted. "What she just said about for a person, is it for Knight 17? Han Schwanger nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lang and Zhou Xiaoming looked at Yang Hu with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. Yang Hu. It turns out that the clown is actually myself. Chapter 23. Is it illegal to drink underage? While there was laughter in the hospital, in some hidden basement, several mysterious people in black cloaks gathered together. Raven looked at one of the black cloaks and whispered, "How are things being arranged?" "It's already being arranged, but the target is only active in the residence and hospital, traveling with the protection of the night watchman, so we haven't found an opportunity yet." Upon hearing this, Raven frowned. The Dragon Kingdom's inspection of military personnel, especially the Night Watch, was very careful, and it was extremely difficult to plant believers. Is there a breakthrough? The latest intelligence shows that there is another old man at the target's residence, who seems to be her grandfather, and there is a demon hunter in the hospital who is close to her, and she has been running to the hospital for the past 2 days. Old man, demon hunter. Crow's eyes moved slightly. Since there is a breakthrough, let's do it all at the same time. Set the time at 4 in the afternoon, and the people in the north are always ready to prevent them from leaving suddenly with people. A person hesitated, just carry it out so blatantly? Then what if that S-class alien makes a move?
The Dragon Kingdom currently had a total of 10 main cities, and in order to ensure the safety of the main cities, each of them had an S-class superpower stationed in it. Once a superpowerhouse of that level made a move, they could be wiped out in a matter of moments. Raven, however, smiled, "Don't worry, that S-rank night watchman won't make a move." Looking at Crow's confident smile, the other few believers were slightly stunned, such a certain tone of voice, obviously this one knew some secrets that they did not know. Just as this was being said, the cell phone of one of the black robes vibrated. The man suddenly said after seeing the message, "Lord Crow, a special message has been intercepted." Crow looked at the message he just received with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Yeah, interesting, Yellow Sea Town, Night 17. Although he didn't know what relationship this Night 17 had with that Han Schwanger, it was definitely not ordinary for the Night Watch to attach so much importance to it. Maybe this Han Schwanger not going to Dragon Capital was because of this guy. The original plan was still a bit flawed, but now with this guy, the plan was even more perfect. Thinking of this, he immediately issued a mission: all the people in Yellow Sea Town that can be mobilized are sent out, find a way to find the whereabouts of that Night 17 one step ahead of time, and if they are found by the Night Watchman then they will be hijacked halfway. Two plans at the same time may be able to play an unexpected effect. Everyone set off, everything, for the sake of the kingdom of God. For the kingdom of God. For the kingdom of God. For the kingdom of God. Half an hour later, the Yellow Sea Town military region issued a special mission. Everyone in the military region went to search for Night 17's whereabouts. All the electronic devices were turned on, and the people searched for Night 17's traces in all the surveillance videos. However, after inquiring for half a day, the most recent result was Night 17 appearing at the bus station, after which Night 17 disappeared into thin air. Night 17 took a cab from the bus station directly to the Red Romance Bar, where the surveillance equipment was independent. The introverted character himself was a bit sociopathic, not to mention that he didn't even have a cell phone and didn't know what kind of entertainment was available. So, after arriving at the Red Romance Bar the day before yesterday, he hadn't left the place, and in the eyes of the outside world it was as if he had disappeared into thin air. All day all personnel are busy in the busy, all the video all over again, the result is nothing to find. In desperation, the military district simply deployed lower-level personnel to assist in the search. In a certain small unit, a division chief finished handling the work at hand. His job was easy again after that special officer and demon hunter were sent away. He was about to go to Red Romance to take a break when a special mission was suddenly issued from above. Moments later everyone was called to a meeting. There's actually another mission. Director Wang grumbled and opened the information, which asked them to look for a guy called Night 17. With such a highly centralized town and a relatively developed network, wanting to find someone was simple. But the fact that the above had sent the mission down to them meant that this one called Night 17 was in hiding. After all, the aberrants in this era possessed all sorts of bizarre abilities. Their network was fine for monitoring ordinary people, but much worse for monitoring that kind of aberrant. Originally did not hold much hope, when seeing the Night 17's photo, Director Wang slightly stunned. On the one hand, it is because the Night 17 looks a bit special, so white guy is really a bit special. But what made Director Wang really froze was that he vaguely felt that he had seen it somewhere. Old Wang, don't be dumbfounded, your people are responsible for the investigation of the first 6 neighborhoods in the Eastern District. Director Wang, however, did not respond and remained stunned in place. Seeing this, his superior was a little dissatisfied, and was about to accuse but saw that Director Wang stood up violently. I've seen him. As the protagonist of the Night 17 did not know that he was being missed by many people, at this moment, he had just come out of the bathroom after exercising, and his body was bubbling with hot air. In order to accelerate the fusion of his supernormal ability with his body, Night 17 had been exercising for the past 2 days. He practiced his visual spatial ability when his supernormal ability was restored, and worked out when his physical strength was restored, so his life was quite fulfilling. Seeing that the time was already up, Night 17 changed into his costume and prepared to receive customers. When he came to the first floor, Night 17 suddenly saw Wu Duo and Sunli looking at him with grudging eyes. Night 17 scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? Humph. Wu Duo lightly grunted as she pulled Sunli away. They wouldn't say that they planned to sneak into someone's room last night and failed. Red Romance, all the room door keys they have backup. Want to enter a certain room is more than simple. But last night the two of them blundered. A certain guy directly blocked the table and chairs and benches in the doorway. They tried a few times, actually did not push open. It wasn't impossible to force the door, but it would cause too much noise. Although you want to eat young grass,
But this kind of thing two people is also the first time, usually although they'll lose some, but the bone is still relatively conservative. So in the end, the night attack plan was declared a failure. Knight 17 looked at the two people left very puzzled. Shaking his head and no longer thinking, he began to prepare for today's work. At this time, a jade hand suddenly appeared on Knight 17's shoulder. Knight 17 turned around, then his face stiffened as the person who came was none other than the female alien from yesterday. Ahem, sis, you are here again? You ran quite fast yesterday. That female alter ego said with a smirk. It's mainly because my body was suddenly a bit uncomfortable yesterday. The female alien's jade finger traced over Knight 17's face. Oh? Then are you comfortable today? Knight 17. Although the accompanying chat was voluntary, Knight 17 had after all pretended to be drunk and cheated a wave yesterday, and always felt a bit justified. During the training, Wu Duo had specifically emphasized not to clash with the guests. In addition, this big sister is also really rich. This kind of gold master Knight 17 certainly cannot offend. Looking at the red-faced Knight 17, that female alien giggled chaotically. This kind of chaotic world can still meet this kind of interesting boy makes her very happy. Alright, stay with me for another chat today, and I'll forgive you. Hearing this, Knight 17 hurriedly nodded his head. The night was deep. Outside at some point, goosefeather snow fell, and the temperature dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. This kind of weather few people were moving around outside. However, in the midst of the snow, several police cars swarmed towards the Red Romance Bar from all directions. Compared to the cold outside, the Red Romantic Bar was bustling with songs and dances at the moment. Knight 17 will just get 200 reward quietly put into the pocket, looking at the cup of red wine in front of him, gritted his teeth and raised up. At this moment, suddenly the door opened and a group of heavily armed soldiers rushed in. Those soldiers were agile and quickly wandered through the crowd, causing a group of guests to shriek in alarm. Knight 17 subconsciously twisted his head to look, just as a police officer noticed coming. Knight 17, report captain, found it. Clatter. Dozens of policemen and night watchmen instantly rushed over and surrounded Knight 17 at once. Seeing such a formation, Knight 17 was startled and instinctively raised his hands. Knight 17 weakly asked, is it illegal to drink underage? Chapter 24. Does the night watchman have an enemy? Name? Knight 17. Identity number? Unknown. Age? 17. Gender? Knight 17. Male. Red Romance's second floor room, Huang Tao and Knight 17 entered a couple's room alone, and then began an impromptu interrogation. Knight 17 found out, the information of the night watchman and the demon hunter's god interrogation appeared to be the same. After all the information was investigated and it was determined that Knight 17 was himself, Huang Tao looked at Knight 17 with fire in his eyes. They searched for a whole day and froze without finding Knight 17's figure, and as a result, this guy actually worked as a waiter in the Red Romance Bar? Knight 17 was stared at by Huang Tao with some hair. Even if you are a night watchman, I don't do illegal things. Huang Tao almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Get lost, old me has no problem with my sexual orientation. I called you here because I have something to tell you. An order was given from above to bring you to the 7th main city. Knight 17 blinked. Above? That's right, I don't know the specifics, but it seems like your sister is looking for you. Knight 17's body trembled violently. You guys found Sister Frost? Frost, Han Frost? Huang Tao understood. He was the one who received Han Schwanger in the military hospital before, the younger brother of an A+ grade gifted alien. No wonder the higher-ups paid so much attention. Found it. Since you know, that's good to know. Don't go anywhere during this period of time. Wait for the arrangement from above. Knight 17 nodded. That's fine, but can you tell me how Sister Frost and Grandpa Mu are doing? Huang Tao hesitated for a moment. Theoretically, that kind of information about the protected personnel could not be told to other people, but this Knight 17 was a sibling to Han Schwanger, so the nature was a bit different. Alright, I can tell you some basic information. Han Schwanger and Mu Shang are both fine now, and your sister has awakened her psychic abilities. But the information inside involves some secrets I can't disclose. The rest you can ask yourself after you meet Han Schwanger in the 7th main city. Hearing this, Knight 17 smiled, although he didn't know exactly what had happened. The fact that the two of them were safe and sound, and that Han Schwanger had also awakened her supernormal abilities, was a good thing no matter which way you looked at it. On the other hand, the 7th main city. In a separate booth somewhere in another Red Romance Bar, the Red Lady was drinking and chatting with a high-level xenophile. Her every move exuded infinite charm, making the alien in front of her mouth dry up, and she was almost forgetting about the mission above her. She was in the process of extracting information when her cell phone rang. The red lady's face changed when she saw the number on her phone, but she quickly recovered and smiled faintly. "Excuse me for a moment." Leaving the room and picking up the phone, an anxious voice came from Wu Duo over there. "Sister Hong, it's not good. A group of vigilantes are coming to Red Romance with an army." Red Lady frowned slightly. What kind of battle actually made the Night's Watch come out? Duo, don't be in a hurry, speak slowly. Did someone break the rules? Hong Yang comforted. No, but they came and directly arrested one of our people. Who? A new employee who was just recruited a few days ago, called Night 17. Hearing this name, a glint flashed in Hong Yan's eyes. That little guy was actually Night 17? The Night 17 that the entire military region was searching for was actually working as an employee at her own Red Romance bar. And one actually rubbed shoulders with him? There are actually such ingenious things in the world. It was a bit of a pity that one had not grasped such an opportunity, but this information was very important. Duo, have they left yet? No, now in the second floor room. Upon hearing this, Hong Yang's eyes moved slightly, and then she softly said, "Don't get involved in the vigilantes' matters, you only need to keep an eye on their movements at all times." At the same time, the military region's Vigilant Command headquarters was brightly lit at the moment, with vigilantes coming in and out from time to time. From 4 o'clock in the afternoon onwards, alarms were received one after another around the main city, saying that traces of magical creatures had been found, and in some places, there were even instances of altered beings fighting in the streets. Dozens of night watchmen were all sent out. The last time they were this busy was 7 years ago when the white mist forbidden zone suddenly appeared. Rubbing his brow, Wang Xiong was about to take a sip of water when he received a message from Huang Tao. Wang Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. "Tired for a day, finally a little reward," simply said. "Have Huang Tao send the people over, have them take the military helicopter directly." A few minutes later, a military helicopter appeared in the sky above the Red Romance Bar in Huanhai Town. Wu Duo and Sun Li looked at the helicopter in the sky with some surprise. Only when receiving important people would the military send out military helicopters. The two were curious as to what the identity of that little kid called Night 17 was, that he had such a brand name. "AI, Lily, I feel like I missed out on $100 million. Do you think if I took him down yesterday, I would have flown straight to the top?" Sun Li gave the latter a blank stare, actually thinking about that kind of thing at this time. They had only known Night 17 for 3 days, they couldn't talk about any feelings for each other, but Night 17's personality and looks were very popular. It was really a bit unwilling to leave suddenly now. While sighing, the two of them did not forget their work and quickly sent the information to the Red Queen. On the helicopter, Night 17 looked down curiously. Countless lights flickered on the dark earth, more colorful than the stars in the sky. After being trapped for 7 years, the greatest happiness for Night 17 was freedom. This feeling of looking down on the earth from the sky was really too good. Looking at Night 17, he suddenly found a strange place. After thinking about it, Night 17 looked at Huang Tao on the side. "Captain Huang, do you night watchmen have any enemies?" On the side, Huang Tao opened his eyes with a slightly puzzled look in his eyes. "Enemies? That depends on which side. If we're talking about offenses, then there's a sea of them. The duty of the night watchman is to defend the safety of the town, often fighting with magical creatures, and likewise dealing with many Xenos incidents. The number of people who have offended over and over again is certainly not small." Night 17 scratched his head. "Then you say, are there any Xenos who would choose to hijack a plane?" Huang Tao laughed. "Hijacking a plane? If a terrorist might still be somewhat possible, ordinary people give him 10 guts and he wouldn't dare." "Terrorist?" Night 17 muttered, and then continued to ask, "Then if hijacking the plane would be in what place? Why does your kid always ask such strange questions?" Huang Tao was a bit impatient. Why was this kid just thinking about hijacking a plane? But thinking of Night 17's relationship with Han Schwanger, it didn't seem too good if he didn't answer. If you hijack a plane, it will usually be in a position 1/3 of the way from Yellow Sea Town to the 7th main city. The strength of the night watchmen in Yellow Sea Town is relatively poor, so a few of them won't be of much use, and the ones in the main city are farther away and won't be able to pass in a short period of time. Nua, see that service area in front of you. After passing there it is almost. The words have not yet fallen. Huang Tao suddenly Emil, he violently looked at the Night 17. "Boy, are you know what?" Night 17 scratched his head and pointed out the window. "I found that there are 3 cars below that have been following the helicopter for 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao immediately looked out the window, and 3 headlights could be vaguely seen on the dark ground below. There was a straight highway between the 7th main city and Yellow Sea Town, and Night 17 had come from there before.
Now the helicopter was also following this route. After all, this road was the closest. It wasn't normal for there to be vehicles traveling on the highway, but just now Huang Tao thought it was too slow and asked the driver to speed up. According to what Night 17 said, it was a coincidence that the cars followed for the first 10 minutes. But when they speed up and then the other party also speeds up to follow, then there is a problem. As a night watchman, Huang Tao never believed in coincidences. Change the revamped flight path, stay away from the highway route, Huang Tao exclaimed, while sending a message to Main City 7. Just as the military helicopter began to veer off course, a car below suddenly accelerated, and then a figure poked out, carrying a dark and thick gun barrel in his hand. Boom! With a cannon blast, a small missile instantly flew towards the helicopter in the sky. Chapter 25 Wilderness Chase. For real, everyone take emergency shelter. Huang Tao cursed angrily and kicked the door of the machine open, a violent gale whistling. And then he wrapped Night 17 around his waist and actually jumped straight down. At this moment, Night 17's feeling was not fear, but rather, again? Being clamped around his waist, this scene made Night 17 feel so familiar. However, compared to the last time, this time was even more exciting. The position they were in was more than 200 meters high. Huang Tao and Night 17 fell down towards the ground like a shooting star. Just a few seconds after they left the helicopter, the shell came under the helicopter and blew up directly before it touched the airplane. Did not hit? Huang Tao some surprise, but the next moment found that the helicopter lost control. There was a faint black powder floating in the air. Graphite powder, electronic interference. In just a moment, Huang Tao realized that the other party was trying to catch them alive. The target of these people was not himself, but Night 17. In the air, Huang Tao clamped onto Night 17 and fell rapidly. Just when the two of them were about to hit the ground, Night 17 suddenly felt a huge force appear behind him, and his body came to a violent stop before flying into the air in reverse. Boom! The earth trembled, and a terrifying shockwave blew the thick snow around them out. In the instant Night 17 was about to land, Huang Tao threw him up again, while he himself slammed down hard on the ground at a much faster speed, his calves sinking directly into the mud. Waiting for Night 17 to fall, Huang Tao once again caught him. Ka-ching! Huang Tao's legs pulled out from the land as if nothing was wrong. Looking at Night 17 was dumbfounded. Putting Night 17 down, Huang Tao seriously said, Night 17, these terrorists are here to find you. In a moment I'll lead you to break out. If you can't get rid of them, I'll find a way to stall them. You find a chance to escape. Night 17 blinked. He originally thought that these terrorists were here to attack the Night's Watch, but Huang Tao had just said that those terrorists were targeting themselves. The secret that he could see the rules of the White Mist Forbidden Zone was unknown even to those people from the Demon Hunters. These terrorists shouldn't know about it. Other than that, Night 17 didn't know what else he had provoked others. Wait a minute, just because he didn't doesn't mean the people around him didn't. Night 17's face changed fiercely looking at Huang Tao. Is Sister Frost in danger? Huang Tao glanced at Night 17 in surprise. He hadn't told the other party about Han Schwinger's information before, and as a result, the other party had actually guessed it themselves through the clues. It's true that there are terrorists who want to target Han Schwinger, but she's now in the 7th main city. She's safe as can be. These people are most likely from the God's believers. They want to hijack you to threaten Han Schwinger, so think about how not to get caught first now. In the middle of the conversation, the roar of a car had already come from the distance. Obviously the other party had already caught up. Night 17's eyes stared, and the foreign energy in his body quickly converged towards his eyes. And then an invisible gaze passed through the snow to envelop the 3 cars not far away. In just an instant, Night 17 withdrew it. In the past 2 days, when he was practicing, he realized that as the range of his supernatural energy coverage increased, the speed of supernatural energy consumption was also increasing exponentially. Before it was only in the room, it would only last for 3 minutes. If it was in the wild, the alien energy in his body would be drained in a few dozen seconds at most. But although it was a shocking sight, Night 17 had already seen the people in the cars. 3 cars, there are 8 people inside, 7 of them are Xenos. Night 17 whispered. Oh? Huang Tao glanced at Night 17 with some surprise. The distance of hundreds of meters could actually sense each other. It looked like this guy's psychic ability was still somewhat useful. 8 God's believer terrorists is quite a lot. As a night watchman, Huang Tao deeply understood the relationship between the restraints of alien energy. His alien energy was just an ordinary power ability in the superhuman system, and there were many alien energies that restrained him. The other party can know that he brought Night 17 to the 7th main city, then certainly also know his own strength, so blatantly appeared to show that the chest is ready.
Thinking of this, Huang Tao once again carried Knight 17 on his shoulders, and then ran towards the wilderness. If you can't fight, you can only run. Just now he had already reported the information. As long as he dragged it out, in 20 minutes at the most, there would be a night watchman from Huanghai town coming to support him. In 40 minutes at most, there would be B rank or even a rank vigilantes arriving in the 7th main city. Therefore, the task now was not to kill these terrorists, but to survive. On the snowy ground, Huang Tao didn't take the right path, specializing in running through the rugged wasteland. Combined with the thick snow, even if the other party drove an off-road vehicle, speed was not much faster. At his waist, Knight 17 kept his eyes on the rear. Realizing that they couldn't catch up in a short period of time, 2 alien energy users jumped down from the car. With the surge of alien energy, one rushed up like a cannonball. The other hissed as his body changed, his size instantly expanding to burst through his clothes, and in the blink of an eye he turned into a cheetah-like demonic creature chasing after him. Captain Huang, someone is catching up. One is related to speed and the other seems to be an agility-type phantom beast system ability. While running, Huang Tao didn't make any stops, but only gave a faint. The last time he was carried by Zhou Xiaoming, the battle at the back was even more grandiose than this time, but at that time, he was a bit far away, just feeling the terror of that kind of high-level altered beings and magical creatures. But now as he watched those 2 Xenos rapidly approaching, Knight 17 truly felt the threat of death. Huang Tao's speed was not slow, but there was still a gap compared to the 2 at the back. In a few breaths of effort, those 2 aberrants had already caught up. Brush! Brush! An air blade and a dart pierced through the air towards Knight 17. Without waiting for Knight 17 to make a sound to remind him, Huang Tao let out a low gulp, emitting a terrifying alien energy barrier to block all the attacks. The perception range of a B-class alien was very large. Huang Tao had long since discovered the 2 aliens behind him, one C-class and one D-class. This level of speed-type aberrations did not pose much of a threat to him. At the same time, to resist the attack, Huang Tao did not have any stop. Clamped, the Knight 17 continued to run wildly. The faces of the 2 aberrants at the back sank, one left and one right once again encircled the past. On the wilderness, 4 people and 3 cars began a chase. At the same time, the 7th main city, an old city, Wang Xiong just finished searching. At this time suddenly received Huang Tao's distress message, face instantly gloomy down. No wonder today is so busy, it turns out to be someone behind the ghost. Wang Xiong's tone was indifferent and said, God's believers have stretched their hands a bit long. Since you guys are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Have the 3rd Night Watchman squad head to the rescue immediately, prioritizing the safety of Knight 17. The main city and Yellow Sea Towns simultaneously send troops to blockade that area. Yellow Sea Towns Night Watch assist, arrest all the aberrants, any resistance can be directly killed on the spot. In addition, the number 7 main city is under martial law. From now on, all psychics will be detained in the event of a conflict, and those who resist will be killed on the spot. Han Schwanger's place to add manpower. Their target is definitely her. No, let her go directly to the military hospital, it's safer there. Wang Xiong gave one order after another, clearly prepared for this kind of thing. In the past, the God's believers terrorists were all operating in the shadows. All towns had armies and night watchmen, coupled with a highly developed electronic network. Once discovered, few people could escape. Even the God's son didn't dare to appear in plain sight, let alone these believers. Now that they had appeared, then they were prepared to leave their lives behind. Chapter 26, Counter Kill. In the wilderness, Huang Tao was still running. The 17 people of Wasted Night couldn't help but praise the fact that Huang Tao froze and dragged himself through the wilderness for 5 minutes in the face of 2 agility-type Xenos and 3 cross-country vehicles surrounding him. If not for the fact that these 2 Xenos were too annoying, they might have been able to get rid of them. At the back, the faces of the 2 believers whose attack had failed again were very ugly. Although they knew that the Night Watchman was troublesome, they didn't expect it to be this tricky. Don't dawdle, the 7th main city site has already sent someone. If you don't want to die, fight quickly. In the middle of the chase, a cold voice came from the 2's headphones. Upon hearing this, the 2 looked at each other. Relying on this harassment alone obviously could not slow down the other party's pace. Wanting to block could only be done in close combat. Together! On! The 2 low drink a left and a right again towards Huang Tao rushed up, this time not harassment, but the real offense. Huang Tao's eyes flashed as he ran. He was waiting for this moment. His figure lurched, the 2 exalts had already arrived. The dagger in the hand of the C-rank speed-type alien on the left stabbed at Huang Tao's back, and the phantom beast alien on the right grabbed at his throat with his claws. Knight 17, who had been pinned all the way down, suddenly felt a looseness in his waist and his entire body fell down. In the next moment, Knight 17 felt a surge of berserk alien energy like a tidal wave.
The moment he put down Knight 17, Huang Tao moved, the surging alien energy infused into his arm, ignoring the attack of that C-ranked alien, and blasted his fist towards that Phantom Beast System alien. In Knight 17's field of vision, the surrounding air seemed to have a hint of distortion at this moment. Knight 17 was shocked in his heart. It turned out that pure superhuman lineage psychic abilities could have such terrifying power when utilized to the extreme. The illusory beast system psychic's eyes flashed a flash of panic, but the claws had already clawed out and there was no way to avoid it, so he could only fight Huang Tao with his head. Sharp claws collided with iron fists, and in the next moment, the originally sharp claws unexpectedly shattered like tofu. First the nails, then the claws, then the whole arm. Boom! Berserk alien energy exploded, that Phantom Beast System alien energy flew backwards like a cannonball, his entire arm had completely disappeared, and there were still crushed flesh and bones floating away in midair. Killed in seconds. The other agility-type alien was stunned. He didn't expect Huang Tao's counterattack to come so violently. Just now all the way Huang Tao just escaped without counterattacking, giving them an illusion that he wasn't too strong. But this guy was a solid B-class alien. Although his heart was shocked, but the other party in order to kill his teammates completely did not set up defense, so how could he miss the opportunity? The dagger in his hand surged with alien energy, the sharp dagger cut through Huang Tao's alien energy shield, and then ruthlessly stabbed into his back. Without stopping for a second, the alien was about to retreat. However, his foot had just landed, not waiting for the force to come from the bottom of his foot, but it was a heartbreaking pain. A dagger had appeared on the ground at an unknown time, and he had stepped right on it. Hiss! The alien sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and his body trembled violently. At this time, Huang Tao in front of him had already turned around and blasted out another punch. That agility-type alter egoist didn't care about the pain on his feet and backed up while crossing his arms to fend off Huang Tao's attack. Bang! Ka-ching! The second silhouette flew backwards. Although the impromptu attack didn't inject too much Xeno energy, the punch equally broke that person's arm. Huang Tao was a bit surprised. When he saw the two men close in, he changed his mindset and simply stopped to counterattack. In order to ensure a one-hit kill, he didn't even attack that C-ranked alien, but instead took care of that D-ranked illusory beast system alien first. As a result, the other party was actually half a beat slower in withdrawing without knowing what was going on, giving him the opportunity to catch him. If he had known that this guy was such a dish, he would have killed this one first. The crowd on the three SUVs chasing after him from the rear froze, although they knew that the vigilante was very powerful, but a superhuman system strength-type psychic beating killing two agility-type psychics in a single round was a bit hard for them to accept. But the delay of the two men had shortened the distance between them by a lot. Bang! A car door was kicked open, and then a silhouette leapt high into the air. In the air his upper black robe instantly tore, and his body violently expanded by a large circle. That person's neck carried a white mane that resembled a lion, his arms transformed into the claws of a fierce beast, and his arms carried purple scales that glistened in the moonlight. The alien jumped to Huang Tao's rear in a single leap, blocking his way. Seeing the other party's appearance, Huang Tao's eyes stared. White mane, purple scales, Class B illusory beast system ability, purple scale demonic lion. You are the 33rd believer, Song Lion. Hee hee, I didn't expect that I'm so famous here in the Night's Watch that I actually recognized me at a glance. The crow lion let out a kind of disgusting laughter. While conversing, a few others had also arrived. Brush brush brush. For black-clad cloaked Xenos surrounded Huang Tao and Knight 17, and in the distant car, there was another Xeno dragging a special sniper rifle. Song Lion's voice was hoarse. Our target is Knight 17, put him down and you can leave alive. Huang Tao scanned the crowd, 2 D-ranked Xenos, 2 C-ranked Xenos, Song Lion himself was B-ranked, plus a long-range Xenos using a sniper rifle. This battlefield was really not low. However, it looks like there are no alien special abilities, mostly superhuman and phantom beast systems, and the level of alien talent is not high. If there was no Knight 17, even if he couldn't get rid of it, but it was still possible to drag it for half an hour. But it would be difficult to protect Knight 17's safety at all times. That was why the other party wanted to catch them alive, otherwise Knight 17 would probably be dead by now. Huang Tao slightly moved his shoulders. Your nonsense is a little too much. Want to capture Knight 17, first step on my corpse. It is not possible to say whether I will die, but I guarantee that none of these few aberrants can run away. Want to try? The moment Huang Tao said this, the 4 aberrants' faces changed, especially the 2 D-level aberrants were a little hairy in their hearts. The image of Huang Tao killing and crippling their 2 teammates with 2 punches just now was still fresh in their minds. They had all been temporarily transferred here, and kidnapping a target guarded by a B-ranked alien was not something they could reasonably intervene with at their level. If the other party wanted to kill them, Song Lion definitely couldn't stop them. Song Lion's blue eyes flashed as he growled lowly, "You're a B-class alien, is it worth it to use your life to protect an ordinary person?" Huang Tao sneered, "Is it worth it? Just by virtue of the fact that I am a night watchman." On the ground, Knight 17 quietly retrieved his dagger. Just now someone stepped on the dagger was his doing. Of course that was because all of the other party's attention was on Huang Tao. Whether it was the encounter in the White Mist Forbidden Zone before or now, this level of battle was not something he could intervene in. The only thing he could do now was to wait quietly. Song Lion's eyes kept flickering. From the time they attacked until the vigilantes arrived, it was at most half an hour. Counting the time they delayed just now and the time they escaped, there was not much time left for them. Thinking of this, Song Lion shouted, "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. I'll be the main attacker. You guys look for a chance to take away Knight 17, or if not, you can kill them on the spot." Roar! A roared Song Lion rushed up. Huang Tao similarly low drink a double fist alien energy surging with its war together. Rumble! That called Song Lion believer's power is equally horrible. The two fighting place from the Knight 17 but more than a dozen meters. Every collision Knight 17 can clearly feel the earth's trembling. In the distance, that sniper fired a shot towards Huang Tao. A special bullet hit the alien energy shield around Huang Tao and directly shattered, but the bullet shattered while emitting a special kind of mist. Poison mist. Huang Tao's eyes changed. This kind of attack couldn't hurt him, but it could pollute the environment and force him to leave here, otherwise he was fine. Knight 17 would be poisoned to death in a while. That sniper was about to aim the second shot. At this time, is entangled with the pale lion. Huang Tao shouted a punch to knock it back, and then turned into a gale straight to that sniper. Not good. The sniper's face changed drastically, no longer aiming at Knight 17 but directly at Huang Tao. Boom! The bullet was discharged, straight to Huang Tao's brow. However, the bullet that can penetrate more than 10 centimeters of cement hit Huang Tao's body after the barrier of supernatural energy was actually directly stuck in the inside. At this time and then want to run is already too late. Huang Tao is a tiger, blink of an eye over tens of meters to the sniper's body. And then a fist blast, will that person directly into the ground. Sniper, pawn. Chapter 27, Leaving with a Strut. The few people from the God's believers froze. They all thought that Huang Tao would desperately protect Knight 17. They didn't even anticipate that this guy would actually leave Knight 17 behind. Good chance, I'll stall, you guys take the target and leave. Song Lion roared and instantly chased after him. Although they lost a sniper, Huang Tao taking the initiative to leave Knight 17 gave them a chance. If Huang Tao put his life on the line to protect it, it wasn't really possible to take Knight 17 without a few deaths, but now that he's sacrificed a sniper to split the two of them up, the loss was instead smaller. The C-class alien shouted, "Monkey, take the target and go first, the others follow." Go! Understood. The three of them followed Song Lion and rushed over. Song Lion's psychic talent was a whole lot stronger than Huang Tao's, and he could gain the upper hand in a battle at the same level, plus they cooperated with him, so there was definitely no problem. The D-class alien called Monkey, on the other hand, quickly came to Knight 17's body with a straight sword, and kicked over violently. Bang! Knight 17, who was playing dead on the ground, was kicked to the point of vomiting blood, and rolled twice in the snow with his body spasming and twitching continuously. Combined with his originally skinny body and pale skin, it gave off the appearance of being completely incapable of fighting. Such a dish? Monkey was a bit surprised. He thought that the target of this capture had some special ability, but it looked like he was just a waste. He was originally still thinking about whether to chop off Knight 17's limbs to prevent him from escaping, but now it seems like there is no need for that. After all, the value of a living target is higher. Drawing a rope from his back waist, the monkey was about to go and tie Knight 17's hands and feet. However, just as his hand had just touched Knight 17's clothes, the twitching Knight 17 suddenly moved. A cold aura flashed by, and the sharp dagger instantly cut through the monkey's throat, rolling blood spurting from the wound. The entire process flowed smoothly, without half a minute of procrastination. Oh! Not waiting for the monkey to struggle, the second knife had already stabbed directly into his brow. D-class alien, pawn. After 7 years in the danger zone, Knight 17 had not learned much, but there was one thing he knew very well: any laxity in fighting a demonic creature would bring a heavy price. He had once killed 3 demons back in the beginning by faking his death or stopping his resistance. The kick he received just now, as well as the act of spitting up blood and convulsing, was merely to make the other party let their guard down. Pulling the dagger out slowly, Knight 17 didn't have any special expression on his face.
Although it was the first time he had killed someone, but Knight 17 did not resist inwardly. Killing this alien felt no different from killing a magical beast. Knight 17 turned back to look at the rear. Dozens of meters away from the Song Lion, 4 people are surrounded to kill Huang Tao. A B-class aberrant brings a strong sense of oppression, and then with the help of the cover of the Dark Knight, actually no one found. Seeing the situation, Knight 17 did not stupidly directly escape, but lying on the ground creeping away, so that you can minimize their movements. This scene, the 4 people on their backs did not see, but Huang Tao was looking at it. Wanting to protect Knight 17, first of all he could survive, so he was forced to leaving Knight 17 to kill that sniper first. He was still thinking about how to get rid of these people to protect Knight 17, and even had already planned to resist the Song Lion's blow. As a result, that guy actually killed that alien unknowingly, and that alien didn't even have the time to call for help. If his attention hadn't been on Knight 17's body, he wouldn't have even noticed. The corner of Huang Tao's mouth hooked up slightly. Since this was the case, he had no more worries. Rumble. The battle continued, all kinds of supernatural energy exploded, thick snow fluttered around. Huang Tao was pressed all the way by the 4 people, constantly injured, and retreated, farther and farther away from the original position. Seeing the situation, the crowd mood is great, although cannot directly kill Huang Tao, but the task is completed in the hearts of the crowd is also considered a sigh of relief. Drag a little longer, it is best to seriously injure this guy, then they can take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. On the other side, watching the 2 sides fight further and further away, Knight 17 was relieved. In this kind of dark night no one should be able to find him. He was planning to slip away and suddenly stopped, because he saw 3 SUVs not far away. Someone's eyes rolled, a special idea came to his mind. A few moments later, the engine of one of the SUVs started, and then rushed out like a wild horse out of control. Huang Hai froze, thinking that this kid was crazy, actually driving so blatantly? However, Song Lion and the others were not the least bit surprised to hear the sound of the SUV leaving. This in itself was part of their plan. So both sides continued to fight. No one cared about Knight 17. Knight 17 was even happier when he realized that no one cared, saying that terrorists were all so careless. He was about to leave, when the alien whose arm had just been shattered by Huang Tao's punch appeared limping in the bushes in the distance. "Wait, give me a ride." The body of Knight 17 on the SUV shivered, but he quickly recovered, looking like he was treating him as one of his own. Knight 17 swept the man a glance and suddenly had an idea after noticing the other party's free-falling arms and sense of walking with a limp. After a brief hesitation, he hit the steering wheel and the SUV swerved towards the alien. Seeing this, the alien breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was SC rank, with both arms broken and 1 foot injured, he was no longer capable of continuing his fighting power. Just now, in order to ensure his own safety, he had not dared to come out, so instead of waiting here, it would be better to follow the vehicle and leave first. Looking at the off-road vehicle that was getting closer and closer to him, the corner of that person's mouth was hanging with a smile. Only he did not realize that the speed of the SUV coming towards him was getting faster and faster. Bang! A figure drew a beautiful parabola and flew out, before smashing heavily into the snow. The alien's chest was dented and his mouth was drenched in blood, and there was a confused look in his eyes. Could the other party have mistaken the gas pedal for the brake? While wondering, the SUV finally stopped beside him this time. And then a familiar figure appeared in front of him. The alien's pupils shrunk violently. "How is it?" "Put." Accompanied by the flash of silver light, the alien completely shut up before he could finish his sentence. After killing the man, Knight 17 twisted his head to look into the distance. As a result, the battle was still hot over there, and he didn't notice the situation here at all. So Knight 17 got into the car again, stepped on the gas, and blatantly drove the SUV away. Time passed in a hurry, and after 10 minutes of fighting over there, Huang Hao's body was drenched in blood at the moment, but the other 4 were all wounded as well. 1 person against 4 members of the Believers. To be able to do this was already extremely extraordinary. Song Lion simply said, "It's almost time, you guys withdraw, I'll take the rear." "Want to leave?" Huang Tao shouted angrily and was about to chase after those people. Indeed, he was directly stopped by Song Lion's thick arm. Song Lion looked at Huang Tao, sneered, "If it is not worried about the night watchman rush to, tonight you must die, before leaving to send you a move." Said a wave of violent foreign energy converged on Song Lion's arm. The purple scales illuminated on that arm all stood up. Each scale was like a small knife, gleaming under the silver-white moonlight. Purple light flash. As the Song Lion let out an explosive shout, hundreds of purple scales enveloped towards Huang Tao like rain. Seeing this, Huang Tao instantly shouted out an alien barrier fire, while he crossed his arms to block the vitals of his body. Boom, boom, boom. Every piece of purple scale was like a bullet shot into the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the barrier was already full of holes, and even some of the scales passed through the barrier and stabbed into his arm. It took several seconds for the attack to stop, and under Huang Tao's feet, the snow on the ground was swept away, and even the ground's skin was chipped away. Finally, the attack ended. Huang Tao looked up and found that the pale lion has been on the SUV is about to leave. Huang Tao wanted to catch up, but his figure stumbled, and he no longer had much strength left. In fact, this result was considered the best for him. 8 gods believers of the terrorist killed 3, disabled 1. And Knight 17, who was the target of the other party, had also escaped safely. Fighting any longer, he really wasn't sure if he could hold out until his teammates arrived. After catching his breath, Huang Tao was about to report the information when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Those 2 SUVs in the distance actually hadn't left yet. Chapter 28 Mutiny? Nope, it's not that it didn't leave, but it was traveling very slowly. Now the believers so arrogant? Huang Tao was a little angry. These guys didn't take themselves as a night watchman at all. This is certain that they don't dare to chase? As for the car, the 2 Ultrans on the main seat changed their faces. Just as soon as they started the buggy, they realized something was wrong. The buggy couldn't run at all. What's going on? San Lion frowned. I don't know, wait for me to go down and take a look. An alien said and got out of the car. When he saw the wheels of the car, his face changed. There were actually several huge gouges on the car tires, and all the tires were directly scrapped. Someone had deliberately sabotaged it. Reporting to Lord Believer, our car tires have been vandalized. It should be the monkeys. Just now they fought, leaving only the monkey alone, and he was the only one who could do such a thing. In the intelligence, Knight 17 was just an ordinary person, and his behavior along the way just now also gave off a harmless feeling. Therefore, no one had ever thought that Knight 17 could kill the monkey. Hearing this, San Lion's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. That bastard is planning to swallow the mission rewards all by himself. Go to the service area where there is a spare vehicle. Gather at the old location. As he was saying, Huang Tao at the back had already chased after him. Seeing this, San Lion was even more angry. I don't look for you, you actually dare to catch up? At that moment, San Lion directly jumped out of the car, once again transformed into a half-orc. Really TM, when the old man is good to bully. Today is to fight to the night watchman to come. The old man also want to get you dead. Rear, Huang Tao froze. Obviously the other party provoked himself. The result is that he caught up with the other party. Mr. Gas. Grr, lousy, fight, just fight. Really think that the old man is afraid of you? Roar. So the 2 people, confused, once again war together. On the other hand, the originator of the Knight 17 has been on the highway, at the moment is driving in the direction of the 7th main city. As for Huang Tao's safety, that level of battle is not something he can participate in, and surviving himself is the greatest help to him. Moving forward, a helicopter flew in from the west and stayed directly over Knight 17. Warning, vehicles below, stop immediately or they will be destroyed. Warning, vehicles below, stop immediately or they will be destroyed. Those who could fly an airplane must be the Knight's Watch. Knight 17 honestly stopped the car, and then 2 Knight's Watchmen leapt down from the airplane. The 2 were fully armed and ready to kill, but when they saw Knight 17 getting out of the car, they all froze. A few moments later, Knight 17, who was tied up, boarded the helicopter. On the helicopter, the captain of the number 2 vigilante squad of the number 7 main city looked down at Knight 17. Are you really Knight 17? Then why are you here? Knight 17 nodded. Captain Huang held back those few aberrants, and I took the opportunity to run away. The 6 members of the second team all had skepticism in their eyes. The information they received was that 8 gods believer terrorists had hijacked Knight 17. Being able to predict Knight 17's departure route in advance and ambush it, the other party's strength would definitely not be weak, even if there weren't any A-class Ultrans theoretically with a few B-class ones. Therefore, their mission was to come to the rescue of Knight 17, and as a result, this guy actually drove his own SUV and ran over. In their perception, not to mention Knight 17, it was unknown whether Huang Tao could survive until they arrived. The captain of the second team asked, "What strength are you those terrorists and where are they currently?" A total of 8 people, the leader is a phantom beast system alien, can transform into a half-orc. Captain Huang called him San Lion. In addition, there are 3 C-level alien, 3 D-level alien, a sniper. Knight 17 said all the information he knew, even the time and place things happened. The information was ridiculously detailed. However, the more the crowd's face is odd. Such a lineup, Huang Tao himself may not be able to survive. Say you ran out? Who believes it? The information said that Knight 1070 was in the danger zone at the age of 70, and he awakened his supernormal abilities a few days ago and came out. This kind of person will have such meticulous thinking ability? And from beginning to end, surprisingly, there is not much emotional fluctuation. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. 10 minutes later, the helicopter reached its destination. On a cluttered snowy ground, Huang Tao was sitting on the ground panting heavily, blood flowing straight from his back and abdomen. Just now he and the Song Lion fought hard for several rounds, if not for the other side worried about someone arriving to continue the fight, dead must be him. Seeing the helicopter, Huang Tao sighed with relief. Soon the airplane fell. When he saw the Knight 17 on the airplane, Huang Tao froze. This is? A few moments later, the helicopter returned to the 7th main city, and Knight 17 was also loosened from the rope. Huang Tao, on the other hand, recounted what had happened, and the eyes of the second team's crowd got weirder and weirder as they listened. Because they found that Huang Tao and Knight 17 said basically the same, no, accurately speaking, Knight 17's instead more detailed. When Knight 17 said that he had killed the D-class alien, the crowd was not calm. Good guy, a kid who just awakened his psychic abilities designed to kill a D-level God's believer terrorist. This kind of guts and vigor is not something that anyone possesses. This kind of thing had nothing to do with strength, but rather guts and schemes. Truly speaking, even the average soldier might not have such a good mental quality. The captain of the second team patted Knight 17's shoulder. Kid, you're very promising. Do you want to enroll in the Shifter Academy? I guarantee you'll be exempt from all tuition fees. Knight 17 bristled. He hadn't forgotten the way someone had just tied him up. Huang Tao was unsure and continued his narration. I dragged them for nearly 10 minutes after Knight 17 left, and they were planning to leave when they were worried about you guys arriving. But I don't know what happened. Song Lion, their buggy had a problem. There is no way to leave. Finally I'll get off the car and run. That's Song Lion before leaving again with the fight for 5 minutes. Hearing this, the 7 people's eyes only brushed to look at Knight 17. No need to think that the matter of tying up the broken belt must be this kid's doing. Knight 17 rubbed his nose and simply didn't say anything. Oh yeah, you guys look for it. That C-class agile alien was seriously injured by me and never saw it. Probably passed out. Even if he didn't pass out without transportation, he couldn't run fast enough. On the side, Knight 17 once again touched his nose to cover up his embarrassment. That C-class alien is already dead. When I left he took me for a teammate and was bumped by me. Huang Tao. Team 2-6. On the other hand, in a certain hidden cave in the wilderness, Song Lion and the others arrived successively. As soon as they came back, Song Lion roared, "Monkey, get the hell out of here." However, an alien inside who had answered came out with a puzzled look on his face. Lord Song Lion, the monkey hasn't come back yet? Upon hearing this, several people froze. Not back? That guy drove a car 10 minutes faster than them. By all rights, he should have arrived long ago. An alien frowned. Could it be that guy has defected? Previously, several of them guessed that the monkey wanted to come back alone to covet the reward, but now that the person didn't come back, the possibility of being discovered by the night watchman was extremely low, and the biggest possibility was still mutiny. As for being killed back, this kind of thing had not occurred to them. Knight 17 in the profile was just an ordinary person, and he hadn't unleashed his psychic abilities in front of everyone. Even if he was an alien, it was impossible to instantly kill the monkey. They were all equipped with headphones. Once someone called for help they could definitely hear it. Regardless of whether it's a mutiny or not, this mission is considered a failure. I will immediately report this matter. In addition, all the informants related to the monkey are now disconnected. Don't let the Night Watch find them along the way. Chapter 29: The Hunter and the Prey. Main City 7, inside a villa in the Western District. Raven listened to his men's report. A flash of anger appeared in his eyes. In the intelligence, there was only one Class B night watchman on the airplane. According to reason, this situation, not to mention killing that night watchman, capturing Knight 17 must be the nail in the coffin. As a result, the intelligence that had just come and said that someone had mutinied and run off with Knight 17, and that they had lost several men. Sure enough, it's not good for the God's believers to develop too fast in recent years. They dare to take in anyone but it doesn't matter, at least the core objective has been accomplished. Lord Crow, what should we do next? A few black robes on the side asked. Each of them only knew a part of the plan. Exactly what this 17th believer was going to do they were still unclear. Hearing this, the corners of the crow's mouth hooked up slightly. There is no need to do anything. There will be interesting things in a while. The words did not fall. Raven suddenly felt something. The next moment, several shells suddenly shot in from the window. Boom, boom, boom. The entire villa exploded, and in the sea of fire 4 black-robed figures escaped from it in a sorry state. Just as they were about to escape, 6 figures around them had already surrounded them in a circle, and there was also a group of loaded troops on the periphery. He was on his way to, disguised as a 3-meter-tall brown bear. Wang Xiong eyes killing intent surged. Andre, the 17th believer, codename Crow, you hide quite deep. Identity was recognized. Crow did not half panic. Jia, interesting, actually so quickly confined here, I was underestimating you. Wang Xiong dryly said, according to the joint communique of the aliens, you now have two choices. The first, bind your hands and I will escort you to the sea prison. The second, you can choose to resist, but I have the right to kill you directly. Crow sneered, kill? With you? As he spoke, the crow waved his hand and countless black feathers enveloped Wang Xiong like rain. The latter growled, and the brown alien energy barrier opened. Ding, 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 ding. The barrier tinkled chaotically, and each feather was like a sharp arrow piercing into the barrier. The faces of the people at the back changed slightly. They were more than clear about their captain's alien energy barrier. A normal rifle could not even make a mark on it, but the power of that one feather was comparable to a sniper rifle. Was this the combat power of an A-class alien? However, Wang Xiong's defense was even greater, although those feathers pierced into the alien energy barrier, but after entering only half an inch, they were deadlocked and could not advance any further. Wang Xiong let out a low roar, actually carried the attack of the flying feathers in the sky and rushed up. A few steps to the crow is a slap in front of the slap. This palm shot. The space seems to be cracked in general. Boom! That crow as Tofu Dreg's general was instantly shot into powder. The earth under his feet are torn open. However, Wang Xiong was not half as happy as he did not feel the touch of his palm. Captain, behind! A cry of alarm came from the rear. In the midst of the feathers in the sky, a mass of black feathers converged to visualize the figure of a crow. Crow's mouth was tinged with a sneer. The destructive power of this power-type illusory beast system ability was strong, but it was too clumsy. With a wiggle of his fingers, a feather in his hand stabbed into Wang Xiong's alien energy barrier like a sharp sword. Ka-ching! The alien energy barrier shattered, and the feather stabbed directly into Wang Xiong's back without losing momentum. However, the smile at the corner of the crow's mouth had not disappeared yet, but it was abruptly frozen. Because the feather did not pierce the skin of the earth brown bear, the other party's defense after the transformation was even stronger than the alien energy barrier several times. Fooled! Not waiting for the crow to retreat, Wang Xiong's body violently shook the crow to fly out. Bang! 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 At this time in the distance, a number of flashes of fire has long been prepared for the snipers at the same time launched an attack. Seeing this, the crow flipped his hand and waved his alien barrier in front of his body, blocking all of the armor-piercing bullets. But this is not the end. In mid-air, Crow has not yet landed. A huge wind blade from another direction instantly attacked. Boom! The airborne supernatural energy exploded, and Crow fell backward in a sorry state, a clear trail of blood appearing on his arm. Crow looked at the figure in the distance, and his complexion became a few points heavier. A wind elemental system psychic, this kind of talent is actually willing to be an ordinary night watchman? Wang Xiong looked at Crow coldly. I told you, you can't run today. Whether you can run or not, you won't know until you try. Then, battle. Inside the military hospital, Han Schwanger waited anxiously. Not long ago they had received news that Night 17 had been attacked by God's believer terrorists on his way here, and his current whereabouts were unknown. That idiot had managed to get out of his cage with great difficulty, and if she caused him to have an accident because she was searching for him, she would live in guilt for the rest of her life. On the side, Li Xin and the others were silent. Zhou Xiaoming sat beside Han Schwanger and held her hand. Any words of comfort were useless at this time. As vigilantes and demon hunters, most of the exalted died in battle, and the kind that retired with serious injuries were in the minority. No one knew better than them how dangerous the God's believers were. At this moment, the door to the room opened and an officer hurriedly ran over, reporting, "Sir, Captain Wang Xiong has discovered the secret base of the God's believers and is requesting for support." Upon hearing this, Li Xian frowned. The captains of the top 3 vigilante squads in the 7th main city were all a class alien. This kind of strength was theoretically enough to deal with demonic creatures or turmoil. Moreover, demon hunters and night watchmen were 2 different systems. If one really had to say, the status of a demon hunter of the same level was even higher. Even Wang Xiong did not have the power to command. Now that Wang Xiong asked for help, it meant that the situation was serious. What's going on over there? Reporting to the captain, the 2nd team went to go out to rescue and has yet to return. The 3rd team is suppressing the demons. The manpower is a little short. The planner of this terrorist action is the 17th believer, codenamed Crow. Hearing the name Crow, Li Xian's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhou Xiaoming on the side trembled as certain special images surfaced in his mind. Click, in an instant the plaster on Li Xian's arm shattered once again. Captain!
Zhou Xiaoming exclaimed, the doctor has already said that you can't fight again in the short term, otherwise it will easily cause dark injuries, you stay behind and I'll go with Zhao Lang. Li Xian, however, shook his head. Crow's supernatural attribute is special, it's hard to hurt him without an elemental system supernaturalist. Don't worry, this time it's our home turf, I'll be careful. It wasn't easy to find him, this time we definitely can't let him get away.
After saying that, Li Xian looked at the officer. Where are they now? West of the city in the villa area. Demon Hunter Squad 32, depart. When the three left, the room fell silent once again. Yang Hu on the hospital bed gritted his teeth. He was now seriously injured and had not recovered. He could not even utilize 30% of his strength. Going there would only add to the burden of the squad. Moreover, the battle of the A-class alien was no longer something he could influence. Han Shuang'er on the side, she suddenly realized that the life of the Night's Watch she once imagined was completely different from what she actually encountered. It turned out that night watchmen and demon hunters worked so hard, and it turned out that the profession was so dangerous. At this time, the officer suddenly said, Comrade Han Shuang'er, the above has just received news that Knight 17 has been safely rescued, but he's been seriously injured and is being resuscitated. At that, Han Shuang'er raised her head furiously. Where is 17 now? Quickly take me there. Rescuing at the nearest hospital in the Eastern District, please follow me. Yang Hu on the side saw Han Shuang'er wanting to leave and wanted to stop her. It was chaotic outside at this time of the day, logically one shouldn't go out. But the words stopped in his mouth. Han Shuang'er's brother was seriously injured and his life and death were unknown, so it seemed inappropriate to stop him at this time. After all, Han Shuang'er herself is not a soldier. Chapter 30, The Plot Within the Plot. A helicopter landed at the military area's parking airport. The second night watchman squad and Night 17 and the others got off the plane. As soon as they got off the plane, the captain of Team 2 simply said, Come on people, you guys take Night 17 to the military hospital, Huang Tao will go with us for support. Understood. Just now they had received a battle report, a top 20 ranked believer. This was a big fish. If it wasn't for the fear of Night 17 being in danger, they would have gone straight over just now. Soon, the crowd left, while Night 17 took a car to the military hospital. Night 17 watched the crowd leave without saying anything more and turned around to get into the car. He hadn't even been nervous about the horrific battle before, but when he was about to see Han Shuang'er he suddenly became nervous. Through the window Night 17 surveyed his surroundings to ease his inner excitement. Would Sister Frost change after the awakening of her powers? When the car was about to reach the military hospital, a car drove head-on. Night 17 originally did not care, but when the car crossed their path he suddenly saw a trace of something unfamiliar yet familiar in his field of vision. Night 17 subconsciously turned around and his supernatural energy converged in his eyes. And then vision through the car door. Night 17 saw a black mist. That mist was extremely similar to the one in the mind of the beautiful woman that he met in the Red Romantic Bar last time. This time, Night 17 used his supernatural ability to see it even more clearly. The mist was constantly surging, the color was deeper, the mist was more condensed, and when looked at closely it looked like a worm that was wriggling, just like a living thing. Looking at Night 17 was Harry. The same thing surprisingly appeared in a different place, which meant that this thing was not an isolated case, and it also appeared on a soldier. Night 17 had a feeling that there might be some horrible things involved. Just as Night 17 hesitated to report this matter, he suddenly froze because he saw a familiar figure next to the mist that was like a bug. Having lived together for 7 years, Night 17 couldn't be more familiar with Han Frosty. Han Shuang'er. Stop. Night 17 hurriedly said. The driver was puzzled. What's wrong? Quick, catch up, my sister is in that car just now. In the western villa area of the main city, the battle was fierce, destroying several surrounding houses. The several alien under Crow had already been captured, leaving only Crow himself, but Wang Xiong's vigilante squad had likewise seriously injured 2 or 2 of his teammates. Jia, is this the strength of the number 1 vigilante squad leader of the number 7 main city? Saying that, the crow once again turned into a black crow to dodge a strike from Wang Xiong, who was transformed into an earth-brown bear, and then rushed towards the back of one of the night's watchmen. However, in the next moment, several huge air blades ripped through the air and enveloped him. Raven didn't resist the attacks, his body swayed and retreated back to his original place. If you were a B-class you might still be able to cause me some trouble, but a C-class alien, how many times can you release that kind of attack? Crow hissed and laughed. Wang Xiong did not respond but just looked at him coldly. At the very beginning they took advantage of their defenses to injure the crow once,
but later on the other party stopped actively attacking and started wandering. The special illusory beast system abilities were even comfortable in the face of the crowd's siege, and there were even 2 chances to counterattack and seriously injure 2 people. Boom boom boom. Another wave of missiles came, the crow sneered and turned into a sky of black feathers to dodge again. At this time, the king bear roared, the body shape is actually instantly expand again, a few breaths into a height of nearly 10 meters of a huge brown bear demon. Wang Xiong palm shot out, the horror of the wind is like a knife cut, mid-air crow illusion of feathers were all destroyed, directly his illusion to crack. Almost at the same moment a black shadow silently appeared behind the crow. In midair the crow's face changed, his body violently rotated. Brush! Silver light flashed, the sharp dagger instantly pierced through the alien energy barrier, leaving a horrifying wound on Crow's shoulder. The 2 of them were separated in a single touch, and by the time Crow landed on the ground, the man had already arrived at Wang Xiong's side. Crow looked at the wound on the shoulder, eyes more and more icy. GGG, interesting, no wonder it feels so weak, the original is intended to drag time and wait for reinforcements. The voice of Wang Xiong, who had transformed into an earth brown bear, shook the heavens. I told you, you can't run away today. Run? If I want to leave, can you stop me? How do you know that I'm not intentionally dragging my feet? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong's eyes changed slightly. He was not sure if what Crow said was true or false, but the battle had already reached the situation. No matter what, it was impossible to let him run. Crow let out a strange laugh. After playing for so long, it should have ended over there. You didn't use your full strength just now, so guess how much strength I used? Now, let's show you my true strength. Saying that, black alien energy surged around the crow, and at this moment, thick black smoke enveloped the entire sky. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations of the foreign energy in the crow's body, everyone's faces suddenly changed. Late A class. After not seeing him for 4 years, the strength of the 17th believer had risen a great deal more. Everyone was standing by, yet the next moment the crows suddenly disappeared, and the black smoke turned into a tidal wave of crows flying out in all directions. That numbered in the tens of thousands. Wang Xiong yelled, "That guy is running away, set fire, don't let any of them go." All the aberrants all focused their fire on the crows in the sky. Wang Xiong roared and slapped out to obliterate thousands of crows instantly. But those crows were too many in number, and the natural attribute of his supernatural ability caused him to not have a wide-range attack skill. Even though he killed some, there were still many that flew away. Just when that group of crows was about to go away, a golden light suddenly lit up in the sky, and then countless golden spears fell from the sky like a torrential downpour, and in an instant nearly half of the crows were reduced to ashes in the golden spears. "Damn it, Li Xin, it's actually you." A weak voice came from all directions, his tone carrying a strong color of resentment. Obviously the attack just now had inflicted a heavy wound on him. "Hee, there's no need for you to look for me, today is the day you die." At this time, the sky exploded once again, another large group of crows died, and in the distance, a few more figures arrived. It was none other than the second team's vigilantes in Huang Tao. The crows shut up straight away, for a class adepts arrived. Among them there was also an elemental system advanced adept like Li Xin, not to mention him, even the first believer might not be able to beat them. The crows in the sky hissed and began to desperately fly towards the distance. Li Xin and the others didn't hold back either, as all sorts of supernatural abilities exploded, and the crows in the sky died in pieces. A few moments later all the crows in the field of view were killed, leaving only a very few to escape. However, even so empty silence still did not see the body of the crows. Li Xin was a bit regretful. The fighting strength of the crows amongst the A-class aliens wasn't considered strong, but the ability to escape was absolutely top-notch. However, this time even if he didn't kill him he had severely injured him. There shouldn't be any action in the short term. "Captain Li, thanks for the assistance, your injuries don't matter." Recovering his original form, Wang Xiong put on a coat and walked over. Li Xin shook his head, "Didn't use my full strength, not much impact. If you had called me earlier, you might have really been able to leave him behind." "Ha?" Wang Xiong froze, "Called you? I didn't call you?" The next moment Wang Xiong and Li Xin were both stunned, a strong uneasiness in their hearts. Li Xin quickly called Yang Hu, "Tiger, how is Han Schwanger now?" Reporting to the captain, just now that officer said that Knight 17 was seriously injured and being rescued. Han Schwanger went to visit. The captain of the second team froze. "Knight 17 is seriously injured?" "No, we brought him back safely, Buzz. Wang Xiong and Li Xin's bodies shook. Fooled. Chapter 31 Rescue. Monstrous killing intent flashed in Wang Xiong's eyes. "Damn, there's a traitor in the army." As the captain of the first team,
Wang Xiong quickly realized that the true purpose of the God's believers spending such a large amount of money was to hijack Han Schwanger. Who would have thought that there would be traitors in the army? Martial law all over the city, give me a carpet search, don't let a single crow out. It was also a few hours ago that he had sent the army to blockade the surrounding area, otherwise it would have been too late to intercept it this time. Several people were about to search the whole city when Wang Xiong suddenly received a message, and when he saw the content on it, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Wait! Li Xian and the others looked at Wang Xiong. What's wrong? Han Schwanger's whereabouts have been found. Crowd? In the dark of night, a military vehicle was traveling towards the east. In the car, Han Schwanger looked anxious. Sir, haven't we arrived yet? Coming right up, just cross the road in front and turn right, don't worry, your brother will be fine. The officer reached out and patted Han Schwanger's shoulder to show his comfort, and in the next moment a cloud of powder suddenly drifted out of his hand. When Han Schwanger inhaled the powder, she suddenly felt a hint of something wrong, and without waiting for her to resist, she fell unconscious. Looking at the unconscious Han Schwanger, black mist surged in that officer's eyes as his entire person fell into a state of madness. I didn't expect it, but in the end, it actually fell into my hands. I plus great alien talent, with you Lord Godson's strength will definitely be further advanced. In his madness, he didn't even realize that a car was chasing after him at the back. Knight 17 stared dead ahead at the vehicle, but he didn't let the soldier forcefully chase after it. He had already seen Han Schwanger unconscious. From a series of things, it was clear that the other party was clearly planning to hold Han Schwanger hostage, not trying to harm her. If they forcefully intercepted her, the other party might jump over the wall to harm Han Schwanger. So the best way was to report it while slowly following and waiting for the night watchman to arrive. The information just now was what he had asked that soldier to report. A few minutes later, the car stopped at a chemical plant in the eastern district, and then the officer carried Han Schwanger inside. A moment later, Knight 17 and that soldier slowly followed. A silver-gray glint flashed in Knight 17's eyes. In addition to him and Sister Frost, there are two other people inside and they're both psychics. The soldier at the side continued to report the information. His heart was very shocked by Knight 17. He had seen quite a number of aberrants, but for a newly awakened E-class aberrant to actually have this kind of perspective hang, and to be able to see so far, this aberrant talent was definitely not low. Time passed minute by minute. Waiting anxiously, there was suddenly a movement from the distance. Knight 17 looked up as several figures stepped into the air. Li Xian and others landed beside the soldier. When they saw Knight 17 froze, the information was reported by the soldier. They did not know that Knight 17 actually followed them. But now was not the time to discuss this. Wang Xiong asked, how is it now? Report, the other party has not yet brought Han Schwanger into the factory. The person is gone. Before that soldier could finish, Knight 17 suddenly blurted out. 2 minutes ago he had just scouted once, at that time everyone was there, but now but 2 minutes people actually disappeared. Everyone's face changed and they instantly rushed in. The next moment, a terrifying flame exploded from the factory. Boom! The flames scattered in all directions, the collapsed houses were lifted off the ground, and the figures of Li Xian and the others appeared. This level of explosion was definitely not enough to harm Li Xian and the others, yet everyone's faces were extremely ugly. The explosion could not injure them, but it could destroy the factory. The factory had other escape routes, and all they were doing was blocking the back roads and delaying the night watchman's search time. Now what they lack is time. Knight 17 looked at the factory in the sea of fire with a grimace, his fists clenched in death. Damn it, why didn't I think of it myself? These people must have prepared a backhand since they brought Han Schwanger here. But even if he knew that Knight 17 could not do anything about it, he was only an E-class alien, and the little bit of alien energy in his body could only last for a very short period of time. This kind of ultra-long distance perspective consumes a lot of supernatural energy. It is simply impossible to use it all the time. The search on the ground is very strict, they definitely can't run out. The probability is that they are in the waterways under the factory. They should be planning to leave from the underground. I'll immediately send people to block all the sewer exits in the east now. Wang Xiong's face was ugly, the sewers were all over the place, and now that the entrances were blocked it was impossible to tell the exact direction they left off. Since the other party chose to leave from here, they must have prepared a backhand. With the cooperation of a few psychics, wanting to run out from the underground couldn't be easier. It would take time for him to send someone down to search, and it would take time for the God's believers to take Han Schwanger away. Now it was a race to see who was faster. Underground? Hearing this, Knight 17 took a deep breath of foreign energy injection in his eyes. And then he gazed at the underground. As far as his eyes could see, Knight 17 traveled through the thick ground and kept searching. A few seconds later he finally found the location of the sewer. The underground sewer is east-west direction. Knight 17 could see the collapsed area. The other party should have come down from there. After searching all the way for dozens of meters without finding any trace, Knight 17 simply returned to check from the other side, and soon found the splattered imprinted mud on the wall at a dozen meters west. The other party drove east for more than 10 minutes, but as a result, they actually ran back with people. What a deep set. Knight 17's eyes flickered as he continued to follow up, his brows furrowed as time passed. His brain was a bit dizzy from the near depletion of his alien energy. The alien energy in his body itself was not much, and only a little was left after using it a few times before. But for now he couldn't deduce the exact direction they were fleeing in on that. Soon the field of vision came to an intersection. Knight 17 carefully examined and finally found a new trace in a rubble on the south side. Phew! Having found the direction, Knight 17 hurriedly retracted his gaze. His body stumbled and almost fell. Not caring about himself, Knight 17 simply said, "There is a sewer about 4 meters north of the electric light over there. Those people took Sister Frost to the south." The crowd froze. The place Knight 17 said was dozens of meters away from the factory. They hadn't even finished clearing the hole now, but as a result, Knight 17 actually said that he had found a trail? Huang Tao's eyes flashed. I believe him. His psychic ability can see the psychics inside through the vehicles from hundreds of meters away. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's eyes twitched as he took a quick step to the place Knight 17 was talking about, and his right hand transformed into a golden spear and violently stabbed into the ground. Boom! 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 Under the outburst of the A-class alien, the 2-meter thick ground was smashed through, and there was actually a real sewer underneath. And there happened to be a passageway leading to the south. Without any hesitation, the captain of the 3 teams rushed in first, with Wang Xiong and Li Xian and the others following closely behind. Seeing this, Knight 17 breathed a sigh of relief and finally couldn't hold on any longer as his eyes blackened and he passed out. However, his figure did not lie on the ground. A familiar figure held him in his arms. Zhou Xiaoming looked at the unconscious guy in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. Perspective ability was rare, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. But an E-class alien could actually penetrate dozens of meters of ground to see what was underground. How did he do it? Chapter 32, Puppeteer. In the sewers, a man was carrying Han Schwanger at a brisk pace, while an alien at his back kept releasing some sort of ability to eliminate all traces of their walk. TSK, this A+ grade gifted little girl isn't bad looking. I wonder if I'll be able to taste it when the time comes. Don't drag us along if you want to die. This is Lord Godson's toy. If you dare to touch it, you'll definitely be worse off than dead. After this ticket is done, what kind of woman do you want that you don't have? I've heard that there are still alien meat tickets in the Red Romance Bar, but I'll try it at that time. The 3 of them talked as they quickly withdrew, their minds already fantasizing about the dashing life after obtaining the reward. As they were thinking about it, an explosion suddenly appeared at the back, and the earth shook. What's going on? We've only left the factory for a few minutes and it exploded. A person said suspiciously. According to their prediction, it would take at least half an hour from the time the night watchman discovered Han Schwanger's disappearance to the time they investigated the surveillance and finally found the factory's location. As a result, it was now discovered so quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that they had planned well before and added an extra backhand, I'm afraid it would really be dangerous now. Shut up, everyone, be careful, don't get caught. Don't worry, all the traces I have cleaned up, even if they come down, they are definitely towards the east. The alien at the back hadn't even finished speaking, and in the next moment a black shadow had already arrived behind him. Whoosh! Silver light flashed, and that person's brow had been pierced through. The 2 people in front froze, yet before they could turn around, the silver light flashed again, and their heads separated from their bodies. They lost their lives without even knowing what happened. The one carrying Han Schwanger collapsed, and the captain of the 3rd team quickly caught him up. Only when everything was done did a sound come from the back, and a moment later Wang Xiong and the others rushed over. When he saw the officer in the end, Wang Xiong's brow furrowed. Surprisingly, it's him. Although that person was not an alien, but his official position was not low, his wife, children were all living peacefully in the 7th main city, and he didn't have any special behavior on weekdays. Wang Xiong also did not expect him to actually defect. It would have been better if he had left a survivor for interrogation. However, he also knew that the first priority at a time like this was to ensure Han Schwanger's safety, and other things were no longer important. Li Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the person has been rescued. Let's go back and talk about the rest. Several people left quickly with Han Schwanger, and no one noticed that the head of the officer whose head had been cut off was corroding away at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an underground hidden cave outside of the 7th main city, several crows landed at some point. As a cloud of mist dispersed, the crow's form appeared. Just after regaining his human form, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Li Xin and the captain of the second team had rushed a little faster than he had imagined, causing 90% of the crows to be killed, directly injuring his fundamentals. This time, the injury was even worse than the one 4 years ago. Damn Li Xin, just wait, sooner or later I will destroy you all one day. Crow cursed and slowly walked into the cave, where Tsong Lion and the others had already arrived. Lord Crow. How is it, is there any news over there? Reporting to Lord Crow, 5 minutes ago a message was sent that it had arrived at the factory and is now being secretly transported out. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on Crow's face. In front of them, no matter whether they sent someone to capture Knight 17 or deliberately gave information to attract Wang Xiong, the purpose was to distract them. The Night's Watch, even if they were more powerful, couldn't possibly think that their military department had a dark son of the gods' believers. Although they had lost a dark son and some of their men, the deal of getting an A+ grade gifted alien was definitely cost-effective. Once that elemental system A+ ranked gifted alien grew up, it would be a nightmare for them. Jia, interesting, let that one get away last time, I'll see how you can save it this time. Just as he was laughing, a crisp footstep suddenly came from the cave entrance, sounding like some kind of hoofed creature walking to make a sound. Who? Crow and the others vigilantly looked towards the cave entrance, and then an old man in white clothes riding a donkey slowly and leisurely walked in. White-clothed old man, hairy donkey. Upon seeing the appearance of the visitor, Crow's eyes instantly went round and his entire body trembled. He hadn't even been afraid when he fought with Wang Xiong and the others before, but seeing this person in front of him was a feeling of heartfelt fear. Fu Zi. Fu Zi faced with a kind smile, flipping his hand to Fan leisurely. Originally thought that I would test myself, strange trouble, I did not expect you to help me a hand. Crow swallowed saliva with difficulty, finally suppressing the fear inside, yelled, run. As the words fell, the crowd rushed towards the cave entrance like frightened beasts. Husbandman stood still but didn't even move, just leisurely fanning his fan. Watching the cave entrance get closer and closer, everyone thought they were going to escape. However, when the first alien took a step out of the cave entrance, the flesh and blood on his arm disappeared. That person had a stunned look in his eyes, and it was too late for him to stop. The crowd behind them were the ones who watched as the man's fingers, palms, arms, and even his entire person turned into a pile of white bones in front of them. Isn't it a bit impolite to leave just after meeting? In the back, the smiling voice of the husband came from the back. Although the other party was smiling, it was like the whisper of the god of death in everyone's ears, frightening them to the point that cold sweat broke out behind their backs. You, what the hell are you doing? Crow stared at the old man on the donkey in death. Having been touched by this one, he had already resigned himself to his fate. Husbandman smiled, nothing, just have something I want to study. Ask you a question, do you have a puppeteer's soul insect in your body? Tens of thousands of miles away, far away in a magnificent hall in South America, a black-robed man was playing chess. The chessboard was large, more than several times larger than a normal chessboard, and the board was densely placed with black and white pieces. If one looked closely, one would realize that these pieces were composed of the maps of the Blue Star's various states. At the moment, the black and white pieces were facing each other, and the situation looked very anxious. When the officer in the sewer was killed, a black piece within the Asian dragon country cracked. The puppet master frowned slightly, but quickly recovered. With a wave of his hand, the piece was thrown out as if it was trash. The role of a pawn was to be sacrificed, as long as it could be exchanged for the benefits he wanted, that would be enough. However, without waiting for him to continue playing, another black piece cracked. When that black disc cracked, the puppet master stifled a grunt and a flash of gravity flashed across his eyes. Failed? The puppet master muttered, with the crow's caution, even if it didn't succeed it should have been able to safely evacuate. It looks as if there is some special variation in there. Puppeteer looked at the layout on the board, all sweeping around, finally returning to the Dragon Kingdom area. There he had laid out the most pieces, but it was also the most dangerous place. Especially the encounter 4 years ago was unforgettable for him. A moment later a flash of fervor flashed through the puppeteer's eyes. God will eventually come down, and you heretics will surely be purged. Chapter 33 Perfect Performance. Why hasn't my brother woken up yet? Frost's sister, don't worry, he's just overdrawn, it's not a big deal. All the values are already normal, he should be waking up soon. The captain just applied for 2 pounds of chakra, wait for him to wake up and make up for it. Hey, my injuries are more serious than his, right? How come I don't have a chakra reward? You, stay where it's cool. Sleeping Knight 17 was awakened by noisy voices and opened his eyes in a daze before seeing a circle of heads surrounding him. Knight 17 froze, but when he saw the familiar face among them, he finally sighed in relief, Sister Frost. Han Schwanger's tearful eyes jumped into Knight 17's arms as she cried like a pear. Oh. You idiot, scared me to death. Ahem, sis, you strangled me so much that I can't breathe. The crowd laughed. The fact that Knight 17 could talk like this proved that it was fine. Watching the siblings reunite, Zhou Xiaoming pulled Young Hu's sleeve, and several people left the room silently. Sisters and brothers who have been dependent on each other for 7 years will definitely have a lot to say in whispers when they meet again. In the room, after crying for a while, Han Schwanger calmed down, and only after confirming that Knight 17 was really fine did she feel completely at ease. The day I left with Grandpa would soon after he found out, he clamored to go back to look for you. Han Schwanger took Knight 17's hand and gabbled about what had happened during this period of time, just like how they lived in the danger zone back then. Under Han Schwanger's explanation, Knight 17 finally understood what had happened. Knight 17 originally thought that his own situation was already amazing, but it turned out that Han Schwanger was the main character here. After several crises in the danger zone, someone saved her at the critical moment. Not only that, he also got a fortune for nothing, giving him a crystal of supernatural ability for free. And then awakened a plus level psychic talent, or extremely rare elemental psychic ability. It's a pity that this luck doesn't go to the lottery. At the same time, Knight 17 also knew the origin of all the things, all of which were the Ghosts of the Gods Believers, a terrorist organization. The two chatted for half an hour, when the door to the room opened and Li Xian and Wang Xiong arrived. Didn't disturb you guys? Wang Xiong asked politely. This politeness was not just because of Han Schwanger's identity, but also because of Knight 17's performance. They would have been extremely passive if Knight 17 had been captured that night, and behind the scenes, if he hadn't realized the problem ahead of time and chased after them, it would have taken at least half an hour for them to find the factory. In that case, it was hard to say whether they would be able to save Han Schwanger in the end. Han Schwanger wiped her tears and shook her head. It's fine, I'm just a little excited to see my brother. What do you guys have to do? Oh, in response to this terrorist attack by God's believers, we need Knight 17 to do a little investigation, is that okay? On the bed, Knight 17 nodded his head, and a class alien with this kind of attitude towards himself, it wouldn't make sense if he put up a fight. What's more, he also had a lot of questions to ask. What are you going to ask? You tell us what happened first, starting from 2 days ago when Huang Tao found you at the Red Romance Bar. Brush. The air around him suddenly dropped several degrees, and Knight 17 shivered. He felt the hands that clutched him turn into cold ice. Han Schwanger, who had been all smiles just a moment ago, stared at Knight 17 expressionlessly. 17, what are you doing at the Red Romance Bar? The tone of her voice was filled with a murderous aura. Knight 17 shivered in fear. I go there to work part-time. Cough, this point I can testify. Wang Xiong lightly coughed, before Huang Tao will have Knight 17 related information have told him. Really? Han Schwanger's murderous aura lessened by a few points, but she was still a bit skeptical. Knight 17 hurriedly shook his little head vigorously, 1,000 times true. Miss Han Schwanger, the chakra magic meat I just applied for has already arrived. Taking that kind of magic meat can quickly repair your supernatural abilities and spirit. Why don't you take it back and dispose of it first? On the side, Li Xian opened his mouth. Having this one there would easily bring the topic off course. Hearing this, Han Schwanger nodded her head, not walking without taking 2 steps to look back at Knight 17, slightly threatening tone. Go back at night and you'll tell me everything that happened to you in the past few days. If I find out that there's something wrong, humph. Saying this, she also iconic shook her small fists. Han Schwanger left. Knight 17 was relieved, but inwardly it was warm. Han Schwanger did not change because of the awakening of her powers, she was still the same. After Han Schwanger left, Knight 17 once again recounted what happened that night. Li Xian and Wang Xiong listened and nodded frequently. All the contents were basically the same as what Huang Tao had said before. From being attacked to fleeing later to the counter-killing and leaving later, Huang Tao only played a role in holding back. The real protagonist was Knight 17 itself. This operation can be called textbook-level self-rescue, and also incidentally killed a C-class alien. If counting the military credit, Knight 17's reward is definitely not low. Well, the information is basically the same, so tell me again what happened after arriving at the 7th main city. At that time, I got off the airplane and took a car. Knight 17 had nothing to hide and told what had happened, when saying that he had seen the black mist bug inside that particular officer. Li Xian and Wang Xiong frowned. That day, in order to ensure Han Schwanger's safety, he had directly killed that officer and had not examined it carefully. However, now was not the time to study it, so the duo didn't interrupt and listened to Knight 17 continue his explanation. At that time, when I retracted my line of sight, I saw Sister Schwanger. Knight 17 slowly and methodically recounted the events that followed one by one, and after listening to the details of how he analyzed and discerned the fleeing of the God's believer, Li Xian and Wang Xiong fell silent. If one comment was used to describe Knight 17's performance, it would be perfect. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh. 7 years of hard life in the danger zone had created Knight 17's cautious and careful character, and he didn't panic when encountering danger. If the roles were swapped and he was only at level E, Li Xian didn't think he could do better than Knight 17. Knight 17's psychic abilities might not be top-notch, but from his previous narration and the relevant information they had gotten, Knight 17's reaction and improvisation abilities were extremely strong. There was a saying circulating in the alien world that there was no such thing as the most powerful alien ability, only the most powerful alien. Knight 17's character and handling style was very much in line with the vigilante style, and he believed that as long as Knight 17 entered the Alien Academy, he would definitely become a vigilante a year later. It wasn't even impossible to become a demon hunter if one's alien ability reached level C. Wang Xiong finished organizing the information and simply said, "Alright, that's it for today, you rest first. If you don't want to stay, you can also choose to be discharged. Captain Li Xian will leave the matter behind to you." Most of the God's believers had already been captured, but there were still a lot of things to follow. Li Xian nodded. He was now interested in Knight 17. When Wang Shangli opened his mouth, Knight 17 looked at Li Xian and asked, "Can I ask you some questions?" "Go ahead. I want to know information about the God's believers." "No problem, I'll tell you even if you don't ask." At that moment, Li Xian explained the beginnings and endings of the God's believers in detail one by one. If Han Schwanger was listening on the sidelines, she would have realized that Li Xian and Wang Xiong had elaborated about the same information about the aberrants, but there was a huge difference in their attitudes. Li Xian was more vigilant and attached more importance to the God's believers. Knight 17's face gradually became grave. He originally thought that the God's believers was an ordinary terrorist organization, but he did not expect this terrorist organization to be so huge. The number of aliens was as high as hundreds, and there were also at least 2 S-class divine sons in existence. It even slaughtered 10 million humans to capture South America as their base. If their secret was discovered, Knight 17 wasn't even sure when he could survive. As he was talking, a terrifying fluctuation of alien energy suddenly came from the next room. Li Xian's face changed and he instantly transformed into a residual shadow and rushed out. Chapter 34, A Favor. Not only Li Xian, even Knight 17 had likewise sensed that particular fluctuation of foreign energy. That foreign energy contained a terrifying power, like a flooding beast. Just sensing it made his breath become short. Knight 17 twisted his head and gathered his foreign energy into his eyes. His line of sight passed through the wall and entered the next room. Compared to the intensive care unit here, the facilities in the next room were even more complex, with a variety of precision instruments placed there to dazzle the eye. However, Knight 17 didn't have time to take a closer look. His gaze was placed on a special isolation chamber in the room. Inside the isolation chamber, a female alien with long fiery red hair and a skinny and bony body was trembling uncontrollably. In front of her chest, a blood-colored worm was being held in place by various instruments and was constantly struggling. But that bug looked extremely frightening, with its head piercing into that female's body up to her heart. And the alien energy fluctuations that had just erupted were coming from here. In the room at the moment, all kinds of instruments were working non-stop, trying to find a way to suppress that bug. Outside the isolation chamber, Li Xian and the rest of Demon Hunter Squad 32 had already rushed over, all of their faces incomparably tense. It took a long time for the blood color to stop rioting, and only then did everyone let out a long sigh of relief. "Dr. Wu, how is Hongyan?" Dr. Wu shook his head. "It has stabilized for the time being, but every time the blood silkworm is stimulated, it will violently resist, and has now become extremely sensitive. Once it senses a life-threatening situation, I'm worried that it will directly kill Officer Mu." At those words, everyone fell silent. Mu Hongyan had been lying here for a few months now, and they had even gone so far as to spend a huge amount of money to bring in the alien on the heavenly ranking who had awakened a special healing attribute. As a result, the other party was still unable to do anything. Killing this blood silkworm was simple, but it had already parasitized on Mu Hongyan's heart, and once the blood silkworm was harmed, it would attack Mu Hongyan's heart. Sister Hong Yen, how do you feel? Do you want me to feed you some blood? Outside the isolation chamber, Zhou Xiaoming looked at the weak figure on the hospital bed. Teardrops kept rolling down.
Mu Hongyan, however, squeezed out a smile and weakly said, "Don't worry, I won't die for now."
Captain, continue. I don't believe that my old lady can't still up a crippled parasite. Li Xian took a deep breath to force himself to calm down. Today's treatment will end here first, you take a rest first, tomorrow.
Li Xian and the other people's expressions Knight 17 saw in his eyes, he could feel these people's concern for the man inside the isolation chamber. Sighing, Knight 17 retracted his gaze. His own situation in the beginning was already difficult enough, now he actually encountered one that was even more miserable than him.
In the midst of the emotion, a vain voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Hey, what a poor little girl, ah.
Knight 17 froze, subconsciously turned his head, but found that at some point beside him appeared a white-haired, white-clothed old man, the old man holding a folding fan slowly fan. Seeing this person's appearance, Knight 17 immediately recognized that he was the person he had seen on the lake.
Knight 17 glanced at the door of the room, it was always closed there. How did the other party get in? Who are you and what are you doing here? Knight 17 said vigilantly. Little fellow, there's no need to be so vigilant, it's not like I'm going to eat you. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died a few days ago.
Knight 17 was silent, he knew what the other party meant by a few days ago. When the other party appeared he didn't even know. If this old man wanted to kill himself, he simply didn't have the ability to resist.
See Knight 17's silent husband slightly smile, ask you a question, do you want to save her? Knight 17 frowned, what do you mean?
I mean that I can save her, but I can't save her for nothing.
Whether you save or not is your business, what does it have to do with me?
For this kind of dangerous person of unknown origin, Knight 17 was instinctively wary.
The husband stroked his beard and said to himself, do you know why she became like this?
4 months ago a demonic creature with parasitic ability appeared in the White Mist prohibited area number 22, called the Blood Silkworm. The demonic creature reproduced extremely fast, and those offspring were like its doppelgangers, silently attaching themselves to the bodies of other demons and absorbing energy. By the time the demons discovered it, it had already drilled into their bodies, becoming fertilizer for the blood silkworm. Through this method it had reached B rank in just a month's time. If it wasn't removed quickly, it would most likely be promoted to a rank. It was so troublesome before it even awakened, and once awakened it would be a disaster for the White Mist forbidden area number 22 and the surrounding danger zones. In order to kill it, the 32nd Demon Hunter team went deep into the White Mist prohibited area and fought for a day and a night and finally found the location of the blood silkworm's mother body. In order to stop the blood silkworm from escaping, this little girl used her body to drag it down, and finally a bloody battle they managed to kill the blood silkworm, and she became what she is now. Knight 17 listened quietly, not saying a word. This white-haired old man hadn't mentioned the relationship between him and that blood silkworm from start to finish, but how could Knight 17 not understand what he meant? He did know that the demons in the White Mist forbidden area were able to leave the forbidden area. That kind of magical creature with the ability to reproduce on a large scale would definitely continue to expand its territory once it grew up, and it was very possible for it to leave the White Mist prohibited area. It was possible to reach level B from level E in a month, and to be promoted to level A in 3 months' time. Knight 17 had seen some cases where demons with the ability to reproduce or split up were extremely terrifying, and there was a similar incident in a certain town. As a result, that demonic creature killed over 170,000 people in just half a month, causing a sensation. If the 32nd Demon Hunter Squad hadn't sacrificed their lives to kill that demonic creature, they wouldn't have been able to wait for the awakening of their powers before they would have already died. Not only this, without the constant purging of the demon hunters over the years, perhaps he himself would have been long gone. This white-haired old man didn't hard put him together with the Demon Hunter Squad, but Knight 17 understood that he did owe them a favor. Not only himself but also Sister Frost, Young, who saved her life and also absorbed an extremely precious alien energy crystal by mistake. Taking a deep breath, Knight 17 looked at the white-clothed old man. Speak, what do you want me to do? Hearing this, the husband smiled happily. Don't worry, old man, I've never been the kind of person who is unreasonable. In a few months you should be reporting to the Shifter Academy. Your task is to score in the top 3 on the graduation test a year from now. Knight 17 froze. He originally thought that this old man would put forward some strange and bizarre request, but it turned out to be this kind of condition. After a moment of silence, Knight 17 said, I can't guarantee this thing, I can only say that I'll give it a try with all my might. Without certainty, Knight 17 wouldn't easily make a promise. He didn't even know what the Alien Academy was like right now. Husbandman smiled, it's fine, just try your best,
Complete this favor and count it as you return it. If you don't complete it, then change the mission. Don't worry, absolutely won't let you do things that go against your principles. Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded. It's fine. The other party's conditions were somewhat special, but to be able to put forward this condition, it was obvious that the other party was also a Night's Watch or a demon hunter. Since he was planning to go to the Alien Academy, Knight 17 was originally thinking of learning more, so this deal wasn't a loss in any way. Chapter 35. In the next room, the crowd left the room one after another after Mu Hongyan stabilized, but the faces of the crowd were not looking too good. As they were walking, Li Xian's pupils suddenly contracted violently. You guys go back and rest first, I still have some things to take care of. Li Xian said as he turned around and returned to Knight 17's room. When he pushed open the door and saw the white-clothed old man in the room who was drinking tea. Surprised, Li Xian took 2 quick steps to the old man and saluted. Captain Li Xian of Demon Hunter Squad 32 greets Lord Husbandman. The husband waved his hand indifferently. All right, you soldiers just love to be serious. Knight 17 on the side looked a little stunned. Li Xian was an A-class alien, but he was actually so respectful to this one, so there was only one possibility: this white-clothed old man was an S-class guardian. Li Xian asked, "What are the orders of Lord Husbandman for me to come here?" "Nothing much, just passing by and seeing that little girl in quite a difficult situation. I intend to help out." Ah? Li Xian was first stunned and then ecstatic. Mu Hongyan's injuries special general means of treatment cannot. This has nothing to do with strength. Even if it is an S-class guardian, alien attribute mismatch cannot be saved. But general guardians might not be able to, but this one definitely can. Many thanks to Lord Husbandman for his help. Egu, okay, I came to help you this time mainly because of his face. If there's anything in the future, you can talk to him. Fu Zi nudged his mouth, pointing towards Knight 17. The latter was puzzled. He had a feeling as if the other party was intentionally making Li Xian owe himself a favor. Li Xian was equally surprised, his mind wondering how Knight 17 and Fu Zi knew each other. Could it be that he was in the White Mist Forbidden Zone in the first place by Fu Zi's means? But no matter what was going on, Mu Hongyan being saved was the best outcome. As for what Fu Zi's purpose was, he didn't bother to think about it at all. This one was never seen by a dragon, but his position was not doubted by anyone. I understand, Knight 17, I'll remember this favor. In the future, if you need any help you can just say it. As long as it doesn't violate the rules of the demon hunters, I'll definitely do my best to help. Husbandman smiled. Alright, you guys chat, I'll go and get busy first. The words fell. Fu Zi actually disappeared out of thin air in general. Knight 17 blinked. What kind of supernormal ability was this that possessed such a special ability? Returning to his senses, Knight 17 wondered, Captain Li, what exactly is this Fu Zi? Li Xian smiled. I haven't popularized this aspect of knowledge for you yet, it's just right to talk about it now. The current highest rank of an aberration is S-class. In the Dragon Kingdom, S-class aberration is also known as a guardian, guarding the safety of the Dragon Kingdom. However, the same S-class alien, their strength must also have a gap. Of the 10 S-class adepts currently recognized in the world, the Dragon Kingdom occupies 4. First, Long He, the leader of the Night's Watch army, sealed as the Dragon God. His psychic ability was an S-rank talent, the Illusory Beast Department 8 Heavenly Dragons, known as the All-Powerful King. He once went deep into the number 1 White Mist Forbidden Zone and fought with S-class demons for 7 days and 7 nights before finally retreating in one piece. Currently stationed in Dragon Capital, you may be able to see him if you go to the Alien Academy. Second, Flame, the Demon Hunter Army Chief, the Seal of the Fire God. His special ability is S-class talent, the Elemental System, the Fire Elemental ability. A full outburst can produce a terrifying destructive power comparable to an atomic bomb. One single-handedly killed an S-rank demonic creature at sea, shocking countries all over the world, and is now stationed in the Magic Capital. The third is Yuchi. His identity is kept secret for the time being, sealed as the Fist God. His alien ability is only a B-rank superhuman system power ability. However, he has broken human cognition, and is currently the only superpower among the superhuman system psychics who has awakened for the second time. The sentence, "There is no strongest alien ability, only the strongest alien ability," is from his mouth. In addition, that person has a nickname called One Punch Superman. After promoting to the S-class, all magical creatures under his fists are all ended with one punch. And the fourth is this husband. His powers are unknown for the time being, his position is also confidential. Currently there is no information recorded about his battles, can be said to be the most mysterious guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. However, no matter where he went, the guardians of all the main cities would treat him with respect. He might not have been the first to become an S-class alien, but he was definitely one of the earliest, and he was also the oldest of all the S-class aliens. According to the information, this one was born in 1995, a time when the White Mist Forbidden Zone had not yet appeared, and now it has been more than 200 years from now, spanning 4 centuries. After listening to Lee Xian's introduction, Knight 17 couldn't help but smack his lips. That white-haired old man had actually lived for more than 200 years, older than the age of the number 1 White Mist Forbidden Area. An existence that was even older than the White Mist Forbidden Area, just ask who would dare to disrespect it. However, Knight 17 just talked to that person and did not feel that the other party is very old, although a head of white hair, but the color of the spirit of the red than he are sufficient. After thinking about it, Knight 17 was a bit curious. Who are the remaining 6 S-class powerhouses? Lee Xian smiled. He knew Knight 17 would ask. Any alien would be curious about this kind of information. You'll naturally know when you reach a certain level. S-class Ultrans are still too far away for you right now. Wait until you're on the heavenly ranking list sometime? Heavenly ranking? What is that? The heavenly ranking is also a ranking of Ultrans, but instead of S-class superpower, it compares to second awakened class Ultrans. S-class superpowerhouses are more of a deterrent, just like the 10 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom where a guardian is stationed in each city. They seldom take the initiative to fight, more of a deterrent, but also has some special role. This you will slowly know later. If you really want to talk about it, a class alien is the mainstay. The heavenly ranking has a total of 100 names, and anyone who can top this list is not a demon, and there are currently 32 people on the list in the Dragon Kingdom. Heavenly list? Knight 17 muttered, then looked at Lee Xian. Captain Lee, what's your ranking? Super rare gold elemental ability, transforming into a 100-meter golden giant, one person fending off dozens of demons, among which there were also ranked existences. This was the most powerful of the aberrants Knight 17 had seen, bar none. Lee Xian smiled. Me? If you only count those within the Dragon Kingdom, I rank 3rd. Knight 17 smacked his lips. There's still one more powerful than you amongst the A-class adepts in the Dragon Kingdom? Haha, that's for sure. The gold elemental psychic ability is rare, but it's just an A-ranked psychic talent. The top ranked is known as Wolverine, title, Undead. The ability talent for S-class Phantom Beast System ability Wolverine, attributes similar to the 8 heavenly dragons belong to the all-round type, but the most powerful are super self-healing ability. After the second awakening of that guy's psychic ability, it's said that even if his head and heart are destroyed, he can recover quickly. He once challenged Lord Dragon God, and ultimately retreated in one piece. Knight 17 was shocked, an A-class alien ability to fight an S-class alien ability one-on-one, and it was also the top 10 top alien ability in the world, and the result was actually still alive. After thinking about it, Knight 17 spoke again. Then if he fought that one-punch Superman, would he be killed? Lee Xian. Chapter 36, Forbidden Objects. One is known as One-Punch Superman and the other is known as the Undead. It's like the sharpest spear and the hardest shield. Seriously, Lee Xian was also a bit curious. If Wolverine was promoted to the S-class, it was hard to say who would lose and who would win. But now, there is no suspense. Lee Xian rolled his eyes. Alright, just don't think about it. By the way, in 2 days there will be someone who will retest your powers specifically. Obviously the information from the previous test was seriously problematic, but this couldn't be helped. On the one hand, Knight 17's supernormal ability would only be able to hold out for 3 minutes, and a lot of things ended before it was even tested. On the other hand, it was in the military camp at the time, and the ones who went there were basically veteran Xenos who had awakened long ago, and there were no specialized testing instruments. When they first gave Knight 17 the test, it was only to detect if he was in disguise. As they were chatting, a terrifying wave of alien energy suddenly came from the next room. Lee Xian's face changed and he was about to rush over. At this time, the figure of Fu Zi reappeared, and at this moment, he was playing with a slender tube, and the terrifying fluctuation of alien energy was coming from that. Husbandman, how is Hong Yen doing? Husbandman smiled faintly and stroked his florid white beard. All is well, let Meng Meng come over and feed her some blood, now she can replenish her nutrients. Lee Xian was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly ran out. A few moments later a group of doctors ran into the next room to get busy. On the hospital bed, Knight 17 looked a little confused. He hadn't been able to figure out what this Lord Fuzi's supernatural ability was until now. Husbandman-sama, what is that thing in your hand? Husbandman laughed. It? Of course it's a forbidden object. Knight 17? Seeing Knight 17 puzzled, Fuzi faintly said, it looks like Shaoli hasn't explained it to you yet. It just so happens to be free, so I'll give you a good talk about it. You should have heard of alien energy crystals, right? That is that thing that little girl absorbed. Alien energy crystals are a kind of rule product. When an alien energy crystal fuses with a human, it becomes an alien, and when it fuses with a creature, it becomes a demon. So have you ever thought about what the criteria for this fusion is?
At those words, Knight 17's brows furrowed. This was something he really hadn't pondered over. What Han Schwanger had said earlier, that alien energy crystal was given to her by Yang Hu, originally intended for her to give it to the Knight's watch, but coincidentally fused.
He had just become an alien now, he didn't understand many things. How would he know about this kind of high-level problem? Thinking for a moment, Knight 17 shook his head. I don't know. Fu Zi, it's right if you don't know. Actually, I don't know either. Knight 17.
Husbandman laughed and continued, this is not a lie. The White Fog Forbidden Area and Supernormal Ability appeared for 200 years. Mankind still has not cracked the secrets of Forbidden Area and Supernormal Ability. Just like the natural awakening of ordinary people, in the end, no clue. But after all these years of research, we found that this alien energy crystal is able to fuse with dead things. They are called forbidden things. There are also naturally awakened forbidden objects, only this percentage is very low. All the forbidden objects over the years don't add up to much.
Knight 17 opened his mouth, the sentence did not come out. Dead things could also awaken?
This was indeed the first time he had heard of this kind of information. Knight 17 heard that his head was a bit messy, but this thing seems to have been taken from that bug, right? Husbandman nodded. That brings us to another point. Supernormal ability is a mysterious rule that doesn't belong to this world. Even if the supernormal ability or magical creature dies, the supernormal ability itself won't disappear. To put it bluntly, whether it's a human or a creature or something else is just a carrier for the rules of psychic abilities. After the death of the alien or demonic creature, there is a certain chance that the alien energy will regenerate into an alien energy crystal or attach itself to certain objects to become a forbidden object. Of course, this percentage is very low, not heard of below C grade. The probability of B grade being born is almost 1 in 10,000. To a grade there should be a few percent. As for S grade, you don't need to know for now. Knight 17 stared carefully at the thing that looked like a blood vessel. The fluctuation of alien energy on it was extremely terrifying. What's more crucial was that it was still pulsing continuously. Knight 17 was puzzled. Lord Fu Zi, is this thing alive or dead? You could say it's a living dead thing. It's like a machine that reacts to external stimuli. Then does it have any function? Fu Zi stroked his beard and said slowly, the function of each forbidden object varies. It is related to the alien ability itself. Awakening different alien abilities will have different effects. The same type of supernormal ability incorporated into different things will also appear different effects. In short, this thing is very complicated. Forbidden objects likewise have class divisions, but there aren't as many alien ability classes. Currently there are only 3 categories, Class B, Class A, and Class S. Speaking of this, Fu Zi's expression became a bit more serious. Explaining so much to you is to tell you this last point. The reason why forbidden objects are called forbidden is not just because they are mysterious, but also because they are dangerous. As you can see from those 3 ratings, the ability of something that can become a forbidden object starts at least at B rank. And the abilities are even extremely special. Forbidden objects have their own rules, just like the white mist prohibited area. If you don't understand the rules of a forbidden object and use it hastily, it's very likely that you'll be revolted. There have been countless high-level adepts killed by forbidden objects in history, so don't use it without fully analyzing the premise of the forbidden object. Hearing this, Knight 17 did not get scared, but instead became excited. Originally thought that the alien, the magical object, was already marvelous enough, but it turned out that this forbidden object was even more eccentric. Then, Master Husband, what is the ability of this forbidden object in your hand? Are there any rules? Knight 17 was curious. I haven't researched this yet, but the general ability of a B-ranked demonic object born is also B-ranked. The probability is that it has something to do with the parasitic devouring type. Saying this, Fu Zi looked at Knight 17 with a smirk and said, what, you want it? Knight 17 touched his nose. Seeing a forbidden object for the first time, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but Fu Zi's words just now made it obvious that this thing was powerful and dangerous at the same time. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for an ordinary alien to possess a forbidden object. Looking at Knight 17's entangled appearance, Fu Zi stroked his beard and laughed. Really a little guy who was not afraid of death. Then with a wave of his hand, a ring appeared in his hand. The ring was dark green in color and looked ancient. Husbandman said softly, that thing hasn't been researched yet, so I can't give it to you for the time being, but this power ring can be given to you. The method of use is very simple. After wearing it and injecting foreign energy, you can raise the strength of your arm. The size of the strength is related to the amount of foreign energy you injected. However, the side effect is that you must achieve a certain amount of training every week, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 deep squats, and 10 kilometers of running every day.
Night 17? He had originally thought that the rules of the White Mist Forbidden Area were already odd enough, but now he suddenly realized that the rules of this forbidden object were equally special. Was this kind of rule really something that a forbidden object should have? What happens if it's not completed? Night 17 asked.
Don't worry, this is not dangerous. Without completion, the power ring will fall into a dormant state, and if you want to use it, you must do so a week later. Hearing this, Night 17 looked at that power ring with both eyes glowing. A forbidden item with no side effects, definitely a treasure. This thing was equivalent to a reduced version of the power faculty supernatural ability. Is this really for me? Husbandman smiled and said, "What, you don't dare to take it?" Night 17's eyes rolled around, as long as they weren't cuties. Could all see that this old man had ulterior motives. However, he was an E-class alien, but the other party was an S-class guardian, so it was as easy to pinch himself to death as it was to pinch an ant. The other party didn't even need to be so complicated to harm himself. If Li Xian hadn't said that this old man had lived for more than 200 years, Night 17 would have doubted whether he had any blood relationship with him. Thinking of this, Night 17 directly took that power ring over. Don't care what the other party's purpose was, anyway, get the thing first. Chapter 37 Home. Soon after the husband disappeared, he came quietly and left quietly, waving his sleeves without taking away a single cloud. Night 17 played with the power ring in his hand for a while before putting it on, and as the foreign energy was injected into it, the power ring lit up with a touch of emerald green ethereal light. He could feel the sensation of his palm and even his entire arm being filled with power. Subconsciously gripping the handrail beside the bed and slightly exerting himself, the next moment the metal tube even began to gradually deform. Night 17 was a bit shocked. Originally his own thin and weak body could now also explode with terrifying power. With this, in the future, no matter if one encounters a demon or a God's believer's terrorist, one will also have the ability to resist. Playing with it for more than 10 minutes, until the body's supernatural energy was almost consumed, Night 17 stopped. Night 17 realized that the amount of foreign energy consumed by this thing wasn't low, and with the foreign energy injected into his arm it was a bit uncontrollable. The ability of this alien energy ring was very strong, but Night 17's physique and alien energy level were too low, and now it was still far from being able to utilize its ability. According to Night 17's estimation, he was afraid that he would have to get to rank D or even C before he could truly put it to use. Putting away the power ring, Night 17 twisted his head to look at the next room. Mu Hongyan inside the isolation chamber had already been gotten out, and at the moment Zhou Xiaomeng was giving her a non-stop blood transfusion. And the wound on Mu Hongyan's chest was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it still looked weak, there was no longer any major problem. Thinking of the conversation between Fu Zi and Li Xian just now, Night 17 vaguely guessed that Zhou Xiaomeng's supernormal ability should have something to do with healing. Was this the legendary milkmaid? A healing ability. I'm afraid that the status and treatment of this kind of ability is no worse than Han Schwinger's ice elemental ability, and it's at least an A-rank talent. Night 17 was a bit curious. Before, Li Xian had told him quite a lot about the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters. Two A-ranked gifted psychics appearing in a Demon Hunter squad, this treatment was no one's fault. As they were busy over there, Night 17 was too embarrassed to disturb them, and no longer lingering, he simply left the hospital to go to Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu's residence. At dusk, under the setting sun, a slender shadow was stretched long. When Night 17 looked distantly at the residence the soldier told him about, he suddenly realized there were two familiar figures at the door. On the wheelchair, Mu Sheng was looking distantly at the street in front of him, and behind him Han Schwanger was holding the wheelchair and talking about something, but her gaze was similarly looking into the distance. They had been waiting for themselves. In the next moment, Night 17 ran straight over. A smile spread across his face as he shouted, "I'm back." On the dining table, Night 17, who had a bag on his head, ate the stew with a big mouthful of meat, while Han Schwanger and Mu Sheng didn't move their chopsticks on the side and just looked at Night 17 with a smile. But this idiot, a little floating, actually learned to talk back. Looks like a few days without beating a little itchy skin. As the special chakra magic meat went down, the alien energy in Night 17's body quickly filled up, and his spirit was much better. With a caddy of meat and 2 bowls of rice, Night 17 was comfortable. Just as he put down the bowl and chopsticks, Han Schwanger took it over again, obviously intending to continue serving him rice. "Sister, I've already eaten." Before Night 17 could finish his sentence, he saw the murderous aura in Han Schwanger's eyes and shut up decisively. A few moments later, Night 17 finally ate the 2 pounds of demonic meat, and simply lay down on the chair not wanting to move a muscle.
Mu Shang looked at Knight 17 with a smile. Is 17 full? Do you want me to serve you some more? Don't, I'm all stuffed.
Knight 17 rubbed his rounded stomach and begged for mercy.
The two of them laughed out loud. They did this on purpose.
This idiot had given them all the good food he found during his 7 years in the danger zone, but he himself just ate a little bit of leftovers and wouldn't listen no matter how much he was told. Now that the food problem was solved, the situation was immediately turned upside down. Although he was stiffed with 2 pounds of meat, Knight 17 was still warm inside. Just eat your fill, right 17, tell Grandpa what you've been through during this time. Hearing this topic, Han Schwanger, who was cleaning up the dishes, immediately put the pots and pans in the kitchen before running over. 17, you tell my old lady everything that happened after we left. If there's a word of blindness, see if I'll charge you at night.
Knight 17.
Facing the demons facing the terrorists, Knight 17 have not been afraid, but after seeing Han Schwanger's stunning face, Knight 17 goaded. Say is definitely to say, but some things are not good to say, also cannot say. Knight 17 if directly tell 2 people he was going to fool them to leave their own to go to the White Mist Forbidden Zone to seek death. He estimated that he had to be Han Schwanger to beat half dead. And the secret of seeing the rules of the White Mist prohibited area behind him was even more impossible to say. It wasn't that Knight 17 didn't trust them, but this secret was a big deal. The secret of the Forbidden Zone rules would be dangerous to Han Shou and Grandpa Mu's life if they knew about it instead. After you guys left, I planned to go out hunting, but it turned out that there was suddenly a riot in the White Mist Forbidden Zone at night, and a small team of demon hunters, that is, Li Xin and the others, fought with the demons. In the living room, Knight 17 changed some of the content, skimming over some secrets that couldn't be said in one sentence, slowly telling the story.
If Han Schwanger's experience was like hanging on, Knight 17 here was wonderful.
From the White Mist prohibited area, he encountered a beast tide, was saved by the demon hunter squad, suddenly awakened his supernormal ability, traveled to Yellow Sea Town after several turnarounds, and encountered a demonic attack on the road. When he heard that Knight 17 ran to the Red Romance Bar to work, the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. However, the Knight 17 piece was quickly skimmed over and jumped directly to the thrilling journey behind, drawing Han Schwanger's attention to it. Hearing the several encounters of Knight 17 at the back, Han Schwanger's eyes were slightly red. If it wasn't for herself, Knight 17 certainly wouldn't have encountered these things. Han Schwanger hugged Knight 17 in her arms. I'm sorry for letting you suffer.
Ulu, I can't catch my breath.
In the villa, Han Schwanger and Knight 17 were playing around and playing, while Mu Sheng smiled on the side, just like the life in the danger zone back then. The difference was that Knight 17 had gotten out of the cage, and the two had also awakened their supernormal abilities. In the future, a new life has just begun.
The people chatted until late into the night, and it didn't end until Mu Sheng couldn't help but yawn.
Knight 17 returned to his room with a big belly. After a few twists and turns, he was finally reunited with Han Schwanger and Grandpa Mu. Although it was a little different from his own thoughts, the ending was always good.
Other things will wait until they go to the Alien Academy. He was about to go to sleep when the door to his room suddenly opened. A slender figure directly climbed onto Knight 17's bed. Knight 17 was a bit puzzled. Sister, is something wrong? Han Schwanger hugged Knight 17's arm and smiled faintly. Nothing, just want to hug you to sleep. By the way 17, you said you awakened your supernatural ability. What attribute? C+ talent, Superman Department visual ability. The information shows that it is ultra-distant vision, dynamic perception, and perspective. Brush. Under the quilt, Knight 17 felt someone's arm suddenly become cold. Han Schwanger said with a leathery smile, 17, you said your psychic ability can see through? Knight 17 gulped. Yes, why? Then have you ever used this supernatural ability to peek at other women? Knight 17. Chapter 38, The Best Way to Protect Secrets. It was late at night, and the military area was still brightly lit. In the office, Wang Xiong was organizing the information. This time, the gods' believers only sent out the 17th believer to make them so passive. If they were to win from the aspect of strength, but the other party has placed too many informants in the 7th main city, and even the military department has their people. If it wasn't for Knight 17's appearance, Han Schwanger might have been abducted. As soon as he thought of Knight 17's performance, Wang Xiong couldn't help but nod his head. It was a pity that his psychic ability was a superhuman visual type psychic ability. If it was a combat type, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. In the middle of organizing the report, Wang Xiong suddenly saw a piece of information that Knight 17 had seen black mist bugs in the brain of that mutinous officer in the first place. This information was important. Wang Xiong muttered, in that case, he shouldn't have simply mutinied, but was controlled by something in his mind? No, if he was controlled, When would that be?
The entire process from when Han Shuang'er received the 7th main city to when they attacked was less than 2 days, and I've already investigated, and he hasn't left the military area during this time.
Wang Xiong was a bit puzzled.
If he hadn't been temporarily controlled, then he had long been placed inside the military region, but no one had felt anything wrong from the beginning to the end. What's more, every month the military district would conduct certain medical checkups, so if they were controlled they should be able to be discovered. Suddenly Wang Xiong froze, his mind suddenly thought of something.
If it was just a general control it would definitely be discovered, but what if it was a puppeteer's soul insect?
The puppeteer that was one of the founders of the God's Believers, creating the most terrifying alien terrorist organization in Blue Star.
The bizarre alien energy brainwashing had controlled many extremely gifted Xenos.
More critically, to this day, the countries have not found a way to crack it.
Speaking of strength alone, the entire Blue Star is not necessarily a handful of countries more powerful than them.
For this reason, the World Organization offered him a bounty of $214.4 billion. A few decades ago there was once a perception-type alien who had been promoted to the S-class, and he had tried to explore how the puppeteer's ability was able to control others.
The result was ultimately nothing.
He knew that there must be God's devotees' eyes within the Dragon Kingdom, but he hadn't expected that the other party had actually planted themselves in the military region.
Since the 7th main city had them, the other main cities must have them as well.
In shock, Wang Xiong's body lurched as he realized an important piece of information about himself, and that was that Knight 17 had seen the black mist.
If that kind of thing was really the puppeteer's alien ability, that meant that Knight 17 could crack the puppeteer's alien ability.
An S-ranked aberrationist casting an aberration ability being cracked by an E-ranked aberrationist sounded absurd, but it was now really possible to realize. This was because there would have been mutual restraints between the attributes of the powers. If one's conjecture was correct, the importance of this one ability alone, Knight 17, had reached a new level. Although it was just a guess, the impact of this matter was really too great. Thinking of this, Wang Xiong was about to report it. Right at this moment, a white shadow suddenly appeared in front of him.
Little Xiong, the brain is not too stupid.
Wang Xiong froze, and when he saw the person coming, he hurriedly stood up and saluted. Captain of the number 1 Vigilance Squad, Wang Xiong greets Lord Fuzi. Alright, being a soldier is trouble, you should have guessed something just now. Wang Xiong looked serious. Back to Lord Fuzi, I suspect that Knight 17's psychic ability can see the puppet master's ability.
Husbandman nodded. This matter ends here, don't report this news, just swallow it in your stomach.
Ah. Wang Xiong froze, not reporting such an important matter would be a felony if it was discovered. The God's Believers had been arrogant in the countries of the world for decades since their inception, even the Dragon Kingdom had suffered several big losses on them. Now that the nemesis of the puppeteer had been discovered it was actually not reported, which made him somewhat incomprehensible. Fuzi, however, said indifferently, there are puppet master's eyes within the military region, and with his ability even a class alien can possibly control it. So if you want to protect Knight 17, the best way is to pretend that nothing has happened. When the time is right, casually arrange a reason for that kid to go around the major military regions, all the eyes and ears will be removed. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong suddenly realized, I see, it's better to have a well-thought-out plan from Lord Fuzi. Although this matter was important, if the eyes of the puppet masters within the military region knew about this secret, Knight 17's situation would be dangerous. When the Poison King could poison millions of people in South America to achieve his goal, now the puppet master could do equally crazy things to kill Knight 17. Husbandman stroked his beard. Also, don't tell Knight 17 about this matter, everything will be treated as if you know nothing. Of course, you guys can help out appropriately, but you definitely can't let him see the cracks. The best way to keep it a secret is to not even know about it himself.
Wang Xiong simply saluted, promised to complete the mission.
Setting Wang Xiong here straight, Fuzi's figure disappeared once again. By the time he reappeared, he was already on a donkey outside the main city. Fuzi looked towards the direction where Knight 17 was and let out a long breath. Kid, don't let me down, for your old man I'm going to break my legs. And then the husband knocked the head of the donkey. Let's go to find that reckless man to talk, I don't know how he is now. On the other side, inside the military hospital. After tossing and turning for a few hours until Mu Hongyan was completely free of any hidden problems, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hutsked, Captain, which guardian has made a move, actually removing the blood threadworm unknowingly? If I had known we would have looked for him earlier. How big of a face are you to ask a guardian for help? Alright, you guys go back and rest first, especially Xiaomeng, you lost too much blood today, pay attention to replenish it properly. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoming's pale face surfaced a red cloud. I know it, Captain, but people are a bit scared. Can you sleep with me? Yang Hu was dumbfounded. I just left for a few days. Have you guys already developed to this speed? Zhao Ling on the other hand slapped his head and shook his head helplessly. Someone's nymphomania is getting worse. After leaving the intensive care unit, Li Xian found Wang Xiong at the door. Waving his hand, Yang Hu and the others wisely left. Only after making sure that no one was around did Wang Xiong say, Captain Li Xian, do you still remember what Knight 17 recounted earlier? Li Xian nodded his head. It would be hard to forget such a textbook perfect performance. Seeing this, Wang Xiong looked grave. Then do you remember what Knight 17 said about seeing the black mist bugs? Li Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Before he had been taking care of Mu Hongyan and did not have time to think about it. Now that Wang Xiong mentioned it, he immediately connected the dots. Black mist bugs, rebellion, God's believers. At a certain moment, Li Xian suddenly thought of something and his breathing became rapid. He fiercely looked at Wang Xiong. You mean that one is the puppeteer's soul worm? Wang Xiong nodded his head vigorously. I'm not sure, but Lord Fuzi just came by, and he told us to treat this matter as if nothing had happened. Wang Xiong said the Fuzi's instructions once again, but Li Xian's heart set off shock waves after hearing it. Thinking about the sudden visit of Fuzi before, and even deliberately letting him owe Knight 17 a favor, all of this seemed to be explained. Chapter 39 B-Grade Talent. The night was uneventful, and the day dawned in the blink of an eye. In the morning, Han Schwanger, who had done her morning and evening work, was planning to wake up Knight 17 when she pushed open the door and found the latter doing push-ups. When did you become so diligent? Knight 17 smiled without much explanation. In order to ensure that the power ring stays on, daily training is a must. Of course, this was also Knight 17's own desire to exercise. His current physique was still too much to pull across. The table was filled with Han Schwanger's laughter. The family eating together was the happiest thing for her. When everyone was full, Wang Xiong appeared at just the right time. Wang Xiong smiled. Didn't interrupt your meal. Han Schwanger shook her head. Is there something Captain Wang wants? This attack by the God's believer was defused by us, and most of the informants he planted in the 7th main city were removed. However, this is not the dragon capital. After all, there is still a certain amount of danger. According to the regulations, you are supposed to be sent to the dragon capital. So I've come to ask for your opinion. Han Schwanger looked towards Knight 17, who didn't hesitate. I'll go wherever you go, Sister Schwanger. Han Schwanger wasn't surprised by this answer. She looked at Wang Xiong. If we go to Dragon Capital, will our freedom be restricted? That's a given. Even without Knight 17's hidden secrets, with Han Schwanger's own talent grade on the line, the Night Watchman would never let them run around. Where to go was of little consequence to Han Schwanger. As long as Knight 17 and Grandpa Mu were around, any place was home. However, Han Schwanger knew that Knight 17 hated the feeling of being bound. After thinking about it, Han Schwanger asked, then can we choose to stay here? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiong wasn't surprised. I'll need to report this, but it should be agreed. The second thing has to do with Knight 17 now. Wang Xiong looked at Knight 17. Your supernatural talent is somewhat special. The last test was not quite accurate. You need to be retested. I've already arranged for the personnel. Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded. He was also curious to know exactly what those abilities were with his alien ability. Seeing Knight 17 and Wang Xiong leave, Han Schwanger's eyes were a bit odd. With a woman's seventh sense, Han Schwanger had a feeling that Wang Xiong's coming here to inquire with herself was secondary, and looking for Knight 17 was the real purpose. On the other hand, Knight 17 was brought to their alien ability testing area. Compared to that fake test in the military camp, this time, Knight 17 was considered a real test. With the constant debugging of various precision instruments and equipment, his various values were recorded. The basic test in front of him was simple, but there was a problem when it came to the alien ability test. Because someone's staying power was no good, he could only last for 3 minutes at a time. It was reasonable to say that auxiliary-type alien energy users wouldn't consume too much of their alien energy, and their staying power was much stronger than combat-type alien energy users. But Knight 17 here was an exception. The consumption speed of his supernatural energy was comparable to being hung up. For this reason, Wang Xiong had even prepared a bunch of consumables for him to restore his supernatural energy. All day long, Knight 17 was busy in the testing area. When the sun was about to set and the last test was finally over, Knight 17 stretched his back. This day of alien energy testing had exhausted him. On the other side in front of the computer, Li Xian and Wang Xiong looked at the detailed introduction of Knight 17's psychic ability on the screen and fell into silence. Knight 17's physical functions could only be considered average, not even much stronger than an ordinary person.
However, it was completely different when it came to information about his psychic abilities. Abnormal ability passive skills, ultra-far vision, dynamic vision, memory enhancement, special energy perception. Alien ability active skills, bullet time, visual space. 6 abilities extended from one alien ability was already very good. Ultra-distant vision, dynamic vision, and memory enhancement were considered moderate, and many vision-type aberrants had similar abilities. But the special energy perception and bullet time among them were very rare now. Especially bullet time, a big disadvantage of auxiliary-type adepts was their lack of combat power, making it difficult to solve dangers when encountering them alone. Having this ability would allow Knight 17 to have a certain amount of self-preservation ability, and utilized well it could even bring out uncommon combat power. The special energy perception computer's evaluation was not too high, but only Li Xian and Wang Xiong knew that Knight 17's energy perception was different from ordinary perception-type aberrations. He was a man who could see the puppeteer soul worm. Of course, in order to protect Knight 17, they would not enter this information into the computer, and this secret had to rot in their stomachs. That visual space, on the other hand, was the first time in history that it appeared like perspective yet distinctly different from it. It was more powerful than normal human perspective, the kind of perspective that wasn't just visual but also spatial. There was a kind of perspective plus 3D printing feeling, combined with the super far-sightedness is called perverse. Because it was the first time it appeared, even the name was given by Knight 17. Of course the disadvantage is also extremely obvious, that is, the rate of consumption is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person, and it is weak in minutes. All the information of the supernormal ability was gathered together, and the final supernormal ability talent rating was grade B. The grade was raised by 2 levels. The grade had risen by a full 2 levels. If Knight 17's staying power hadn't been too much to pull across, it would have been 100% possible to reach B+ grade. As for grade A alien talent, the growth of an alien at that level could affect the stability of a region. The gap between B and A grade talent was like the gap between a B grade alien and an A grade alien in terms of alien ability level. It was a qualitative change. Just like Li Xian, once he was on fire and transformed into a golden giant, one person could withstand 1,000 armies, and any more B-class Ultrans or magical creatures that came would be just food for thought. Captain Li, what do you say? This talent is already not low. Among auxiliary type aberrants, there aren't really many with better talent than him. There were only a handful of auxiliary type psychic abilities that had reached a rank in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Knight 17's re-rating had reached B class, which ranked him high in the entire Dragon Kingdom's auxiliary type psychic ability rankings. In the past, they might have hoped for Knight 17 to display his talent, but now they instead hoped that Knight 17 would keep a low profile. A few moments later Knight 17 got his updated alien identity card. Looking at the information on it, Knight 17 was very happy. According to Nua's words, his talent now exceeded 90% of the Ultrans in the same class. Wang Xiong lightly coughed twice to draw Knight 17's attention. Knight 17, your ability is very special. It's not easy for an auxiliary type to reach this level. Now I need you to answer me a question. Are you willing to go to the Alien Academy? After saying that, the two of them stared at Knight 17 with very different gazes. They very much hoped that Knight 17 would go to the Alter Ego Academy, but they couldn't intervene too much with husband's request, and the less they cared about Knight 17 the more the gods' believers wouldn't find out about the secret. And this kind of thing couldn't be forced. Knight 17 nodded, yes. He had originally promised Fu Zi to go to the academy and to get a top 3. Hearing this, the two had no expression on the surface, but their hearts were long relieved. However, the next second they heard Knight 17 continue, but... Thump! Wang Xiong and Li Xian were flabbergasted. The former coughed lightly and asked cautiously, but what? Knight 17 was a bit embarrassed, but I don't have any money. Can the Alien Academy waive the tuition fee? Li Xian. Wang Xiong. The two people were so angry that they almost spit out blood. Can you speak without breathing heavily? This is not to blame Knight 17 for asking. The main reason is that the tuition fee is too expensive. 5 million a semester is simply not something that ordinary people can afford. Wang Xiong simply said, this you can rest assured. B-level talent or above is all free for the alien. Part of the C-level talent as long as the alien meets the conditions can be. This is certainly not a problem. Having been assured, the last thing Knight 17 was worried about was gone. Just as Li Xian and Wang Xiong were considering the follow-up, Knight 17 suddenly raised his arm again. Can I ask another question? The moment Knight 17 opened his mouth, Li Xian and the two were shivering. The two stared at Knight 17 dead in the face. Speak. Looking at the appearance of the two to eat people, Knight 17 some panic. he asked a question for why such a big reaction? Chapter 40 Special Training. Knight 17 tentatively asked, I just wanted to ask what is studied at the Alien Academy. Hearing this question, the duo once again breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Xin simply said, that's a good one, there are many things taught at the Alter Ego Academy, but it can be divided into two major areas. In the first semester, the alien instructors are responsible for teaching you three aspects: physical training, alien ability enhancement, and various theoretical knowledge. In December, there will be an examination. Those who pass the examination can proceed to the second semester, and those who fail will be directly expelled. Because the second semester involves actual combat, there are specialized Xeno tutors to develop and expand your Xeno attributes, as well as conduct actual combat drills. Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded. Then let me ask, how does this graduation test count for grades? Lee Xin looked at Knight 17 with some surprise. With Knight 17's current talent and previous performance, becoming a night watchman was the nail in the coffin. He was a little puzzled as to why Knight 17 was focusing on grades. The final grade of the graduation test involves many areas. The mandatory tests are the physical fitness test, the alien-related theory test, the alien attribute test, the actual combat test, and the daily performance of the 5 boards. Totaling 100 points, as long as you can reach 60 points you can become a Night's Watchman. Don't worry, with your current ability there is absolutely no problem. Hearing this, Knight 17 scratched his head. Then what is the approximate number of points for the first place in the Alien Academy every year? Lee Xin blinked, his eyes carrying a strange color. This kid wouldn't want to run for the first place, right? First, this is not exactly the same every year, but the lowest is above 95 points, and there have been a few 100 points in history. Wang Xiong on the side added, Captain Lee Xin was the one who graduated from the Alien Academy with a perfect score in the first place, and when he graduated, his alien ability level reached level C, and he was directly selected as a demon hunter. Vigilantes and demon hunters were two branches, and the latter required conditions that were far, far higher than the former, starting out at rank C, not to mention the other conditions. Most demon hunters stayed in the position of Night's Watch for a few years before they could become demon hunters, and there were very few like Lee Xin who entered directly into it. Hearing this, Knight 17 smacked his lips. That white-bearded old man was plunking himself. A few hundred people competing for the top 3, this was almost like letting him run for a perfect score. However, studying at the Alien Academy, no matter how hard one works, how one doesn't lose out. Completion of the goal can return that favor. In the meantime, not completed, the knowledge learned mastered is also not a loss. Thinking of this, Knight 17 asked, Captain Lee Xin, which aspect do you think I lack more? Looking at Knight 17's serious appearance, Lee Xin scanned all of Knight 17's information. If you're really aiming for number 1, then you'll first have to improve your physical ability and practical combat ability. Your alien ability has improved your memory, so there should be no problem with the theoretical knowledge aspect. In terms of alien attributes, there will be a specialized mentor in charge at that time. Your alien talent level is B grade, and you used it very smoothly when you were looking for Han Schwinger before, so this is not much of a problem either. As for the daily performance, that is also something after entering the academy. That thing has nothing to do with talent and strength, but your learning attitude. So during this period of time you can improve just 2 aspects, physical fitness and actual combat. Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded. Understood. Then can you make a set of training programs suitable for me? I want to have a special training in these 3 months. Wang Xiong simply nodded his head. This bit of favor was nothing to him at all, not to mention that Knight 17's previous performance made him appreciate it. Throughout the history of the Alien Academy, there didn't seem to be a single auxiliary type alien who had reached the number 1 position. If this kid really gained the number 1 spot, they would have a light on their faces when the time came. The next day, early in the morning, Knight 17 and Han Schwinger arrived at the military region's night watchman training ground. When Han Schwinger learned that Knight 17 was going to the military area for training yesterday, she immediately said that she wanted to follow along. During the 7 years in the danger zone, she had always acted as Knight 17's older sister and was extremely protective. The attack of the God's believers not long ago made her heart palpitate. For the sake of her own safety, in order to protect 17 and Grandpa Mu, she must grow up quickly. At the moment, the two of them were looking at all kinds of sophisticated instrumentation and equipment in a daze. Knowing that the night watchmen were treated well, but Knight 17 hadn't thought that it was actually so overbearing. The total number of night watchmen in the 7th main city was only a few dozen, but it turned out that this place was actually a large training base covering thousands of square meters. It was no surprise that all the items that an ordinary alien could train in were all available here. Coming? Lee Xin and Zhou Xiaoming walked over. Knight 17 froze. Are you in charge of this special training? Does your injury not matter?
Li Xian smiled. As long as I don't fight, I'm resting wherever I am, and the Night's Watch is very busy. They also have a training program and have to go out on missions to spare manpower, so I came over to help.
This is a training program tailored for you based on your previous physical qualities.
Saying this, Li Xian handed the two pieces of information to Knight 17 and Han Schwanger. You're not soldiers, so the training program above is just a beginner's mode. If you guys can stick to it for a week without giving up, then you can upgrade to the professional training mode. Knight 17 looked at the densely packed training courses on the training list, which was actually scheduled from 8 in the morning to until 6 in the afternoon. Almost every so often there would be a new training content, and it even included their 3 meals a day. This kind of training intensity was actually still only the primary mode. If this was the professional mode, Knight 17 would love to know what it was like. Han Schwanger had a blazing gaze in her eyes. For this kind of professional training program she wouldn't raise any questions, however it felt wow. As for suffering, in the danger zone for 7 years, that kind of harsh environment have survived. This kind of training is nothing. After carefully scanning through the contents above, Knight 17 suddenly frowned. Can this training program be modified?
Li Xian frowned slightly. What, is this scary?
With his knowledge of Knight 17, this kind of difficult training could not scare him. Knight 17 scratched his head. No, I'm saying can we add a line in there for 100 sit-ups? Li Xian froze. This guy actually applied to increase the training content, which made him not think.
Li Xian was wondering why Knight 17 wanted to add this item when he suddenly saw the dark green ring on his ring finger. His eyes narrowed slightly and he was surprised. You actually own a power ring? Knight 17 froze. You know about this too? Li Xian laughed. It's not just me, as long as one is a Night's Watchman or a demon hunter, there's no one who doesn't know about the power ring? This thing is famous?
Of course.
Li Xian explained, the power ring is only a B-class forbidden object, and it doesn't rank among all the forbidden objects.
However, there is one big difference between the power ring and the other forbidden objects. This thing is not naturally generated, it is an artificially created imitation forbidden object.
At this Knight 17-size globe, forbidden objects can still be imitated?
Li Xian nodded. Theoretically, as long as an alien possesses the same alien ability as the forbidden object, and with the same materials, it is possible to imitate it. However, the conditions are too harsh. There are not many forbidden objects that can be imitated amongst all the current forbidden objects, and there is also a time limit. This power ring's rule power lasts for almost 3 years.
Rely.
Knight 17 was a bit upset in his heart. He had thought that his husband had given him a good treasure, but the result was actually an imitation, and it could only last for 3 years.
Looking at Knight 17's upset expression, the corner of Li Xian's mouth twitched. This guy still doesn't know what this thing represents, right? Chapter 41, First Day of Special Training.
Li Xian explained, although this power ring is a replica, it is enough for an adept under C class to use. In addition, this ring has a special meaning.
Saying that, Li Xian looked at Knight 17. If I'm not mistaken, this is what Lord Fuzi gave you, right? Knight 17 nodded. Although the power ring could be imitated, it wasn't for everyone. The one who made it was Lord Yuqi, the fist god of the Dragon Kingdom. He would make it every year, but the number would be no more than 3 at most, and all of these power rings would be taken by Lord Fuzi. Lord Husbandman traveled around the Dragon Kingdom and would give out a power ring when he met an extremely talented junior. In other words, Knight 17 was recognized by Lord Husbandman. Li Xian opened his mouth, words reached his lips and swallowed them. It's fine, I'll add it in for you later. Since you guys want to train, let's start. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Since Husbandman had told them to keep a low profile, it was best not to tell him about this kind of thing. Han Schwanger was a bit puzzled. She didn't know anything about what Fuzi, what forbidden objects, or what imitations. Obviously she had awakened her psychic ability first. Obviously her psychic talent was A+ grade, but why did everyone's focus on Knight 17 after he arrived? Han Schwanger's heart was a bit unbalanced. No, when she got home, she had to beat someone up to take out her anger. A few moments later, Han Schwanger and Knight 17 began their special training, while Han Schwanger was dragged away by Zhou Xiaomeng. The two had different training programs requiring separate training. Running to the mountain, Knight 17 panted heavily. From time to time, Li Xian would point out some substandard movements to him and give him some breathing techniques to enhance the training effect to the best. What Knight 17 didn't know was that even in the Alien Academy, cadets wouldn't give set private training sessions. And it was still a demon hunter squad leader who personally instructed him. Even this training program was made by Li Xian and Wang Xiong after tossing and turning all night, in order to let Knight 17 have the fastest growth. Time passed minute by minute. Night 17 did one training task after another. In the distance, Li Xian stood there quietly like a statue, but with a touch of surprise in his eyes. Just as Night 17's look of surprise at the very beginning, even a beginner's training course was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Especially for newcomers who usually did not have professional training, the first day was definitely the hardest. Li Xian didn't even think that the two could complete all the training programs when he designated this training program. In his opinion, Night 17 would be considered a success if he could get 60%. However, as time passed, he realized that he seemed to have guessed wrong. Although the training content was heavy and complex, and several times Night 17's physical ability had reached its limit, he still clenched his teeth and persisted, and did not complain a single word throughout. Looking at the young man sweating on the training ground but with eyes as firm as iron, Li Xian suddenly smiled. This kind of perseverance and attitude was something that even some new recruits might not be able to achieve. For Night 17, it didn't matter if he joked and fooled around in normal times, but he was absolutely serious when it had to do with improving his strength. The morning training lasted for 4 hours, and when the morning training was over, Night 17 was directly lying on the ground, not wanting to move. Li Xian carried Night 17 to a room quickly. Once inside, a pungent smell of herbs entered the nostrils. At the same time, there was also a heat wave pounding on the face. Not waiting for Night 17 to ask, Li Xian threw Night 17 into a cauldron, and the hot medicinal soup instantly drowned Night 17. And after that, pig-killing screams were heard in the room. Half an hour later, Night 17, who was covered in hot air, finally walked out of the room. When Han Schwanger saw that Night 17's originally pale skin had turned light red, like scalded half-cooked pork, some were surprised. 17, what's wrong with you? Night 17 froze. You didn't soak in the medicinal bath? Soaked, now the body functions have recovered it. Night 17. Ahem, since it's recovered, then go eat, there's other training in the afternoon. Feeling someone's sultry eyes, Li Xian pretended not to see anything. Although it was said that heating the potion could promote absorption, he wouldn't tell Night 17 that there was his own wicked idea in it. When lunch was over, Night 17 and Han Schwanger returned to the training ground again, but they found that Li Xian didn't come, and what was waiting for them was actually Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang looked at Night 17 with a look of approval in his eyes. He had seen Night 17's performance that night, and the captain had also said that the treatment of Mu Hongyan was also because of Night 17. Therefore, even though he had always been indifferent, he also had a good feeling about Night 17. On the side, Han Schwanger looked at Zhao Lang with some doubts. She had been in contact with Demon Hunter Squad 32 a few times, and while everyone else was fine, this guy was the only one who had an average attitude towards her. Now he seemed to be concerned about Night 17, so was Li Xian, and Wang Xiong still was. There must be some kind of ulterior motive here. Zhao Lang coughed lightly. This afternoon is not physical training. You guys have met your physical training standards today. Now I will teach you the use of weapons. My psychic talent is a grade B talent, Superman Department Weapon Mastery. Any weapon can be quickly comprehended by touching it. In the next few days I will take you guys to try using various weaponry. You don't need to be proficient, but you should have a general understanding of these weapons, and then pick the one that suits you. Since it was professional guidance, this aspect was definitely the same. Each alien's alien ability attributes were different, and the areas they specialized in were also different. How to fuse one's own psychic ability with a weapon, this was a big question. For example, Han Schwanger, natural system ability, ice attribute, combat, control, auxiliary can be called all-round type ability. Which route she wants to take in the future will need to be carefully studied. Night 17's ability is auxiliary, and it would be inappropriate to expect him to kill the enemy with a sword on the battlefield. A few moments later, Zhao Lang brought the two of them to a martial arts arena, and there were all kinds of cold weapons displayed in the room: swords, guns, clubs, sticks, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks. Almost all the weapons that had appeared in the history of the Dragon Kingdom were here, dazzling the two of them. Zhao Lang took out a wooden stick and juggled it a few times in the air. Different weapons have different advantages and disadvantages. Now let's explain from the very beginning of the stick-type weapons. Currently, the common sticks are long sticks, short sticks, 2-section sticks, and 3-section sticks. Taking the power of the most common long stick, the usage mainly includes chopping, collapsing, whirling, sweeping, wrapping, winding, strangling, cloud, stopping, pointing, pivoting, picking, ruffling, hanging, poking. While saying this, Zhao Lang performed the usage of the stick, and then, Night 17 and Han Schwanger froze. If someone had said that a stick played out before Night 17 would definitely not believe it, but now he did. An ordinary wooden stick was like a living thing in Zhao Lang's hands, and even though Night 17's eyes were awakened to his special ability, he was still dazzled. At this moment, Knight 17 finally realized why Zhao Lang could become a member of the 32nd Demon Hunter Squad.
Weapon mastery, a superhuman system ability, wasn't the strongest, but it was definitely very special. In Zhao Lang's hands, any weapon was like a living thing, it was a walking compendium of feats, there was no skill that he didn't know.
Chapter 42, Growing Up. All afternoon, Knight 17 and Han Schwanger were learning to understand various weapons.
Knight 17's eyes flashed brightly throughout the whole process, just like a treasure hunter finding a treasure. The things that Zhao Lang explained were all things that he lacked and that he wanted to understand. Time passed in a hurry, and the afternoon passed. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that Zhao Lang's weapons course came to an end. Today's weapons lecture will end here, so go back and digest it yourselves. This course will last for a week, and after all the weapons have been touched, you'll choose your own weapon from among them. With a dismissed, the first day of training finally came to an end. Knight 17 rubbed his brows before reluctantly following Han Schwanger away. Inside the hospital, Li Xin is watching the news on the bed. For him, this is a rare rest time. At this time, the door to the room opened and Zhao Lang walked in.
Captain. It's over? How was it?
Zhao Lang took out a collated data and handed it over. Han Schwanger's alien talent is very high, but her physical functions are average, and her ability to understand and learn about weapons is relatively poor.
Li Xin nodded, he was not surprised by this result.
Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Han Schwanger had accidentally fused her alien energy crystals, but she herself had not received good basic training, so it was normal for her to have a poor foundation. Han Schwanger, that's still based on knowledge reserves, there's no need to deliberately cultivate, her alien ability is ice attribute, she'll probably take the long distance output route. What about Knight 17? Knight 17 is good overall, memory and comprehension are okay, but today they were given 6 weapons to try out. For the time being they haven't seen which one has a talent.
The talent Zhao Lang mentioned here was weapon talent.
Most of the alien battles would rely on their own alien attributes, but auxiliary type aliens like Knight 17 would have high requirements for weapons.
Being skillful and proficient with the same appropriate weapon could greatly enhance their survival and combat abilities.
Zhao Lang was reporting information about Knight 17 to Li Xin when he suddenly received a message. When he saw the contents, Li Xin smiled slightly.
Rather underestimated him, Zhao Lang, I guess I'll have to trouble you a bit at night.
Eh? That kid ate his fill and went back to the training ground. In the martial arts arena, Knight 17 was juggling his stick, his movements were a bit stiff and not coherent at all, he looked like a novice. However, when he saw the scene, Zhao Lang's eyes in the corner were filled with surprise.
Because although Knight 17's movements were rusty, his posture was correct. In the beginning, he had only treated Knight 17 and Han Schwanger as newcomers, and in fact, they were indeed rookies that couldn't be any more rookies. For this kind of newcomer he didn't teach too much, just simply told the two the rules and ways of using weapons. As for the high-level skills he didn't say much at all. So when he demonstrated, he just did a few simple basic movements.
But those few movements Knight 17 had just made were actually mimicking the techniques he had demonstrated when he subconsciously used the weapon.
Overwatch? It's a bit interesting.
When Knight 17 finished imitating all of Zhao Lang's moves, he suddenly heard the sound of applause behind him.
Once he turned around, he saw Zhao Lang appear at an unknown time. Officer Zhao.
Zhao Lang smiled, there's no need to call me sir, just call me Brother Zhao if you want. If Zhou Xiaomeng and Yang who were here and heard this, they would definitely be stunned. The 32nd Demon Hunter Squad had been formed for so long, Zhao Lang had always been cold except for the faithful captain who couldn't look at anyone else. As a result, he actually showed a passion for a little kid that he had never seen with them before.
Knight 17 grinned, okay, Brother Zhao.
Well, why did you come to train so late? You should have learned the basic techniques of using these several weapons. I've learned the essentials, but I'm not skilled, so I'll come back to practice. Hearing this, Zhao Lang couldn't help but nod his head. If you're willing, you later on at night you come here and I'll teach you some practical combat techniques. Originally, Zhao Lang planned to wait a week later until Knight 17 and Han Schwanger had touched all the weapons before teaching practical combat. However, Knight 17's memory was above his expectations, and since he had such a talent it would be a pity not to utilize it.
Hearing this, Knight 17 rejoiced, no problem, I'll definitely be there. The next day, early in the morning, Han Schwanger and Knight 17 arrived at the training ground. Along the way, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch with every step. At the end of the first day of training, many of the side effects would only show up the next day. Even though there was a medicated bath, the soreness and tearing sensation of the muscles was not something that an average person could withstand.
Yesterday Night 17 trained until 10 o'clock and woke up after a night's sleep almost paralyzed in bed, but in the end it was Han Schwanger who helped get him up. Li Xian and Zhou Xiaoming looked at the appearance of the two, the corners of his mouth with a smile. He recalled when he first became a soldier's appearance. Hey, this is youth.
The next few days of Night 17 and Han Schwanger were spent in training.
The first few days were the toughest, but if they could get through it, it would become easier. Night 17 and Han Schwanger's life gradually gained a rhythm.
Exercising physical fitness in the morning, learning the use of various weapons in the afternoon, and of course, Night 17 had an actual combat training at night. Night 17's training here was on track.
Hundreds of kilometers away, the white mist prohibited Area 22 was not at all calm. At dusk, several silhouettes in the snow were running wildly with their lives on the line. They were cloaked and in a sorry state, and some of them still had mottled bloodstains on their bodies. Behind them there were a few magical creatures that were chasing after them. Those magical creatures were oddly shaped, and there were all types of them. In the middle of running, one of them suddenly fell down, and when the others saw this, they clenched their teeth and picked up their weapons, intending to fight for their lives. At this moment, a huge hell three-headed dog in the distance suddenly killed out. Hell three-headed dog is more than 20 meters tall, running up the ground shaking. The three huge dog heads tore apart three demons with a single bite. Seeing this, the other demons immediately fled back to the white mist forbidden zone. After determining that it was safe, the three-headed dog of hell quickly became smaller and eventually turned into a figure, and on the back of that figure hung a black cloak with the word devil embroidered on it. He was none other than Wu Lei of the 46th Demon Hunter Squad. Wu Lei looked at those people. Are you guys alright? Are there any other teammates scattered? Those few exalts shook their heads. One person's complexion was a bit dark. No, just a few of us ran out, the rest are dead. How did so many demons attack you? A few people shook their heads. We don't know. Before and just in the outermost part of the white mist forbidden zone activities are fine, but this time I don't know how a group of demons rushed over. Hearing this, Wu Lei frowned. The white mist prohibited area does have rule restrictions. Once touched it will be attacked by the prohibited area. But after so many years of exploration, humans still discovered something. This rule was hierarchical. At first, it was only the surroundings that started to change, and some weird plants and nearby magical creatures would attack. It was only when the rule accumulated to a certain level that it would attract a large number of magical creatures to attack. It wasn't normal for deaths to occur in the white mist forbidden zone for exalted, but those who were able to enter the white mist forbidden zone were all old exalted of rank C or above, and such veterans had always been cautious. However, counting this time, this was already the third time since this month that an alien team had suffered serious casualties. Wu Lei said to this one person, issue a warning, in the near future, all the Ultrans should not enter the white mist forbidden zone to explore, and the perimeter of the forbidden zone should not be visited either. Wu Lei looked at the white mist forbidden zone in the distance. It looked like they needed to enter and explore it. Chapter 43 The Real Sniper. Bang! 10 rings. Bang! 10 rings. Inside the shooting range, Night 17 was practicing target shooting, each round accurately hitting the bullseye. 2 days ago the two had finished touching all the cold weapons and started to understand hot weapons. In Zhao Lang's opinion, Night 17 possessed super far vision and dynamic vision, which made him a natural marksman. Moreover, Night 17 did not disappoint his expectations. After practicing for less than 2 days, he could already shoot 10 rings at a distance of 100 meters. Compared to Night 17's sins, Han Schwanger's was a bit intolerable. The two of them couldn't see much of a difference when they were learning cold weapons, but when they switched to long-range weapons, the difference came to the fore. Now Night 17 could already hit 10 rings from 100 meters away, while Han Schwanger could be off target even within 50 meters. In someone's words, this is just random shooting. In the end, a gamble simply stopped learning. Alright, 100 meters is no longer difficult for you now, I'll take you outdoors starting tomorrow. Zhao Lang smiled. If before it was still simply teaching Night 17, but when he saw Night 17's keen sense of gun he had an idea of taking Night 17 as his disciple. Hearing this, Night 17 was very happy, but while happy he also had a doubt. Brother Zhao, didn't you say that normal thermal weapons are no longer effective when an alien grows to a later stage? Why do you still want me to learn firearms? Whether it was when Li Xian turned into a light giant or the image of Huang Tao fighting the gods believer Night 17 was all memorized in his heart. Monsters of that level, not to mention sniper rifles, even normal artillery shells wouldn't necessarily be able to injure them. Zhao Lang nodded. This you are right, there are very few snipers in the alien squad. More often than not, battles between aliens still rely on the alien ability itself, but
Speaking of this, Zhao Lang looked at Knight 17. Let me ask you a question. Do you think who would win in a battle between a speed-type alien and a strength-type alien at the same level? Knight 17 raised an eyebrow. He remembered the time when he was riding the bus and the driver uncle encountered a demonic dog. The driver uncle was the power-type alien, but he was helpless against the demonic dog, and even if he hadn't suffered any injuries in the end, there was still a high probability that he would fail. But to say that strength-type aberrations can't defeat speed-type aberrations is a bit unreasonable. In the professional classification of strength-type psychic is the combat type, while speed-type psychic is the auxiliary type. Li Xian and Huang Tao's battle scene Knight 17 had seen with his own eyes, especially Huang Tao's one-round effort to kill two speed-type aberrations. The combat power is explosive. After thinking about it, Knight 17 said, I'm not sure about the low-level alter egoists, but the alter ego level up should be a power-type alter egoist. Zhao Lang nodded. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom has a set of statistics. In a battle between a power-type and speed-type alien under C rank, the speed-type alien's victory rate is 78.6%. However, for battles between strength-type and speed-type aberrants after level C, the victory rate of strength-type aberrants was 87.5%. Knight 17 froze, because of the alien energy shield? Zhao Lang revealed an appreciative gaze in his eyes. That's right, a superhuman system power-type aberrationist is strong in combat while having an equally fragile defense. However, when they reach C rank and have the ability to defend themselves, this type of combat-type aberrant will receive a huge boost. Speaking of this, Zhao Lang once again asked Knight 17, let me ask you another question. So how many of the Dragon Kingdom psychics do you think are above C rank? Knight 17 blinked. He was just thinking about the fact that an alien energy barrier could withstand a gun attack, but how long would it take for an alien to be upgraded from E rank to C? The simplest example here was Zhao Lang in front of him. Knight 17 didn't know how long he had been an alien, but he was still at C rank. These night watchmen and demon hunters that they had encountered in the past few days, apart from Li Xian, a few of them were rank A, most of the rest were rank C, and the rank Bs were in the minority. Demon hunters were like this, night watchmen even more so, only ordinary aberrations and magical creatures improved at a slower rate for sure. He himself had encountered Li Xian, Wang Xiong, and Fu Zi at this level because of his special experience, but most ordinary Xenos might not be able to meet this level of powerhouse in their lifetime. As for fantasizing about what would happen in the future after the second awakening of one's psychic ability, it was all talk. Knight 17 took a deep breath. I understand. The lack of snipers in most of the alien squads was not because snipers were too weak, but it was too difficult to train a sniper. The Dragon Kingdom band guns, firearms were only available in the military. It was very difficult for the average person to get one, let alone a sniper rifle. Secondly, the number of snipers themselves is small. Naturally, the chances of awakening a psychic is even lower. Since the awakening of the supernormal ability will certainly use a lot of time to enhance the level of the supernormal ability, expand the ability of the supernormal ability, who will give up their own supernormal ability to turn to learn firearms. Seeing Knight 17 understand, Zhao Lang nodded. Although your talent is good, it's ultimately an auxiliary type of psychic ability, and if you want to join the Night's Watch or Demon Hunters in the future, relying on psychic ability alone is not enough. So close combat is a must, and you want to make up for the lack of output, firearms is a good choice. And most people have a misconception about snipers, who says that a sniper's ceiling must be low. Knight 17 froze. What do you mean? Zhao Lang was silent, slowly walking towards the corner of the range, where a huge black box was placed. Knight 17 knew that he had been carrying that box since the first day Zhao Lang taught him. Zhao Lang brought that black case over. The case opened and a huge sniper rifle with a body length of 1 meter 2 appeared in front of him. When Knight 17 saw that sniper rifle for a moment he suddenly froze. He saw alien energy on that rifle. This is a forbidden object? Knight 17 was shocked. Zhao Lang smiled. That's right, it's a forbidden object, a grade B forbidden object, Shadow of Death, and the fusion of the alien energy is a grade B plus mystic departmental ability, penetration. The bullets shot out with that gun come with an armor-piercing attribute, and at the same time, you can condense the bullets with your supernatural energy, and the more supernatural energy injected into it, the more powerful it is. Aren't you curious as to why I chose a sniper rifle when my abnormal talent is weapon mastery? The answer is right here. Although I am good at all kinds of weapons, my own physique limits my ability to play. In close combat, I'm still at a disadvantage against strength type, speed type, physique type, or phantom beast type aberrations in magical creatures. But if I have a long-range weapon with greater lethality, I will become a nightmare for many people at a sufficient distance. A look of pride hung on Zhao Lang's face as he said this. It was because he had once used this Death's Shadow to kill a B-rank demonic creature, and there was more than one. A C-assisted alien killing a demonic creature over the level. This battle record proved his strength. Chapter 44, The World's Richest Man.
Looking at the sniper rifle in the box, Knight 17 was a bit greedy. Although he had bullet time and a power ring, he understood that there was still a big gap between him and that kind of real combat-oriented alien. But now Zhao Lang had opened a whole new door for him.
Abilities weren't enough to make up for equipment.
If there is a suitable forbidden object, it seems that auxiliary-type alien can also become very powerful.
Knight 17 looked at the sniper rifle over there and couldn't get enough of it. Brother Zhao, are there any more of these gun-type forbidden objects?
Zhao Lang nodded. Although it's rare, there are still some, at the moment. Apart from this one of mine, there should be 2 more gun-type forbidden items within the Dragon Kingdom. A Desert Eagle, Class A forbidden item Ripper, fused with an ability Class A Mystic System ability, Rip. Objects hit within 100 meters will produce a terrifying tearing effect, and non-defensive powers or magical creatures under a rank will be crippled if not killed by a single blow. The Torn has already cracked its rules, and is currently used by a powerful person on the heavenly ranking.
The other was also a sniper rifle, and a rank forbidden artifact, the Black Curtain, fused with an A+ rank elemental system ability, the Dark Element.
However, no one has been able to break the rules of that weapon since it was discovered, and the few aberrants who forced it to be used were all killed by the backlash. Hearing this, Knight 17 had some regrets. He thought that he could get a gun-type forbidden weapon in the future, but it looks like it is unlikely.
Seemingly seeing Knight 17's thoughts, Li Xin laughed. What, still want to get a forbidden object?
Do you know how much a forbidden object costs? The cheapest one on the market is in billions, and there is no market for it.
Knight 17 smacked his lips. Are forbidden objects so valuable?
Originally, he felt that the 5 million tuition fees for a semester for an alien trainee was already terrifying enough, but it turned out to be completely child's play compared to forbidden objects. However, thinking about it, the lowest level of forbidden objects were all B level to start with, not something that an average alien could have.
At that level, wanting to make money would not be so difficult. After thinking about it, Knight 17 stretched out his hand. Brother Zhao, then can I sell this power ring? Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang looked at the ring on Knight 17's hand and froze for half a day. He thought to himself that the captain hadn't explained the value of the power ring to him. This was something given by Lord Husbandman, wearing it to the Alien Academy that would definitely be focused on, and might even be given special care. The value of this thing is not just the value of use, but the meaning behind it. However, since the captain hadn't said anything, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to open his mouth. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Lang said, even if you want to sell this, the general public wouldn't dare to accept it. Looking at the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that only the Zhuge family would dare to do so. Moreover, you are only at level E now. Don't think about the forbidden things first, not to mention the rules of those forbidden things, whether you are able to fulfill them or not. Even if you do, the forbidden objects will only bring you disaster, because you can't handle them at all. Back then, the Zhuge family had tried to equip an A-class alien with 12 forbidden objects, intending to create a strong and powerful person. But the consequence was that they were ambushed by the gods Believer's divine son, and 4 of the 12 forbidden objects were damaged and 8 were taken. Without enough strength, the forbidden objects are not strong weapons in your hands, but a life-ending talisman. Speaking of this, Zhao Lang looked at Knight 17. Do you know the Zhuge family in the magic capital? Knight 17 shook his head. He had only been out for a few days and knew nothing about outside intelligence. Alright, then I'll tell you in passing. There are a total of 10 main cities in the Dragon Kingdom, and with so many years of development, each main city has also seen the rise of a powerful family. The Dragon capital is the Xianyuan family, the magic capital is the Zhuge family. These two are super main cities with a population of hundreds of millions of people. Before the White Mist Forbidden Zone appeared, it was a super tier 1 city in the Dragon Kingdom. From the 3rd main city to the 10th main city was reorganized at a later stage. The families that were born were the Zhao family, the Qian family, the Sun family, the Li family, the Zhou family, the Wu family, the Zhang family, and the Wang family. You may not know about the other families, but you must be clear about the Xianyuan family and the Zhuge family. The former is a military family. The deputy army chiefs of the Night Watch and the Demon Hunters are all from the Xianyuan family. The latter is a business empire, known as the richest family in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world, and 90% of the forbidden objects in the Dragon Kingdom that have not cracked the rules are in the Zhuge family. The Black Curtain I mentioned before was collected by the Zhuge family, and even the forbidden objects that cracked the rules are quite a few in their possession. Hearing this, Knight 17 smacked his lips. A forbidden object was measured in billions. According to Zhao Lang's meaning, the value of the Zhuge family's collection of forbidden objects alone was an astronomical figure. It wouldn't be too much to describe it as rich as a country. Alright, today's training is over, come over here at night to pick a cold weapon that suits you. By the way, don't tell outsiders about the secret I just mentioned either. The Zhuge family's business empire has almost no defeats, and that ambush by the Son of God was one of their black spots, so don't talk nonsense. Night 17. When the training ended, Night 17 left the range with some reluctance. After resting, Night 17 pulls out his cell phone to find a message from manhwa. After processing all the information some time ago, Night 17 also got his cell phone as expected, and by the way, Lee Xan and others added friends, which includes manhwa. Chatting with Night 17 on weekdays was Zhou Xiaoming and manhwa 2 chatterboxes. Especially this manhwa is always flirtatious, several times the Night 17 to make the face red. Night 17, what's wrong again? Didn't you not release the mission in recent days? manhwa, the quests are not released, but the number of demons has not decreased. Sad. No, several demonic attacks have occurred in the past few days, and the Demona squad doesn't care if they go out to do quests, it's all going to be a mess. manhwa started talking mode as usual, and Night 17 returned a sentence from time to time. As a military camp in a danger zone, it was busy for sure. But it must not be as bad as manhwa said, otherwise this little nurse must not have time to chat with him. While the two were chatting, no one noticed that the white fog that covered the sky suddenly moved. Inside the white mist prohibited area, 6 figures in a jungle leaned against each other panting. All of them had a tired look in their eyes, and several of them were still stained with blood. On the ground around them were dozens of corpses of magical creatures, as well as many scattered vines and tree thorns, and in the distance there was also a huge black python eyeing them. Captain, all the consumables have been used up, if we don't leave, we won't be able to get out. A person said weakly. Wu Lei's eyes carried resignation. Some time ago, after discovering that there was something wrong with the White Mist Forbidden Zone, they entered the White Mist Forbidden Zone to explore after asking their superiors for permission. They had been investigating for the past half a month and finally found the trail a few days ago. Wu Lei looked at a distant pillar of light through the sky, where the alien energy became chaotic. As a demon hunter, how could Wu Lei not know what this represented? Chapter 45: Birth of the Forbidden Object. At night, at the training ground, Night 17 was battling Xiaolang. Night 17's originally pale skin slowly turned into an ordinary human-like complexion. When he was in the danger zone around the White Mist Forbidden Zone, it was freezing cold there and there was very little sunlight every day, causing Night 17 to not get enough light. Now with sufficient light, practice and nutritious meals, Night 17 began to move towards a healthy complexion. And his strength had improved tremendously in this half a month or so. In the afternoon, under Zhao Lang's enlightenment, Night 17 finally decided to use the sniper rifle as his main weapon. However, if one wanted to become a qualified Night's Watchman, close combat was a must. Stick weapons have higher requirements for strength. The greater the strength, the greater the power. Night 17's strength is generally not able to exert its power. Weapons such as lances and chains were more difficult to learn, and could not be learned in the short term, and this kind of thing required a high level of enlightenment. Night 17 decisively gave up after trying a few times. In the end, he chose this Tang sword after half a dozen tries. The Tang sword has an 8-character technique: stabbing, stabbing, chopping, chopping, sweeping, teasing, pushing, and cutting. The stabbing method is the essence of the sword. On the martial arts arena, Zhao Ling told Night 17 about the use of the Tang sword through actual combat. Night 17's eyes were glowing as he memorized all the movements Zhao Ling made in his mind. Nowadays, he could already fight Zhao Ling head-on for a few rounds. His movements were coherent and quick, a world away from the rookie he was at the beginning. Although the movement stances were still rather rigid and would not be utilized flexibly, but this was only half a month after all. Zhao Ling believed that now Night 17 could possibly kill a D-class demon even if he encountered one by himself. According to this rate of exercise, when the academy starts he can definitely surpass most of the students. He was considering whether or not to prepare Night 17 for the next step in his special training when it suddenly rang on his cell phone. Zhao Ling subconsciously glanced at it, and when he saw the content on it, his body shape lurched. Night 17 realized that something was wrong and decisively stopped. "Brother Zhao, did something happen?" "Well, here comes the mission. You should have memorized all the moves just now. You can finish the training behind without me. Wait for me to come back and have a good sparring session with you." A few minutes later, the Night Watchman meeting hall. When Zhao Ling arrived, there were already quite a few vigilantes in the hall, among them Lee Xan and Zhou Xiaoming were also there. A few moments later all the important people were assembled, but the one who spoke was not Wang Xiong but Lee Xan. Lee Xan said in a deep voice, "Just now, Demon Hunter Team 46 sent a message that chaotic fluctuations of alien energy have been discovered in White Mist Prohibited Area 22.
It has been deduced that there is a high probability that a forbidden object has been born, and it's not of a low grade, and it's temporarily assessed as grade A. Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces wore a look of excitement. Any a great forbidden object representing the team's value was immeasurable. If one could obtain it and decipher the rules of it, it would be of great use in the hands of a suitable exalt. However, many of the night watchmen were a bit puzzled. Going within the white mist forbidden zone to grab forbidden objects was the business of the demon hunters, so why was it necessary to give them a meeting? Wang Xiong added, "Everyone, don't be happy yet. According to the information sent to me by Captain Wu Lei, the location where the forbidden object was born this time is in the depths of the forbidden zone, which is more dangerous." Captain Wu Lei's 46th Demon Hunter squad failed to get close after several attempts, which has now resulted in 3 people being seriously injured and losing their ability to fight. The reason why demon hunters were ranked a whole lot higher than night watchmen was because this profession was too dangerous. Going deep into the white mist forbidden zone and fighting high-level demonic creatures was often a 9 deaths to 1 thing. Originally, the 22nd White Fog Forbidden Area was guarded by Li Xian's 32nd Demon Hunter team, but not long ago they were injured and replaced by the 46th Demon Hunter team, and now they were also damaged and needed to recuperate. At this moment the crowd sensed the seriousness of the matter. Li Xian continued, "More than that, according to the information in the last half a month, the frequency of demonic attacks around the white mist prohibited area has greatly increased, and there have already been several civilian alien squads that have suffered damage. The stipulation from above is for Demon Hunter Squad 32 to take over from Demon Hunter Squad 46 and head to the white mist forbidden zone to search for the forbidden objects. However, given the lack of personnel, Captain Wang Xiong and I have discussed it, and Fang Yuan, the captain of Team 3, will replace Yang, whose position to temporarily act as a scout for the Demon Hunter Squad. In addition, if our squad goes to grab the forbidden objects, the danger zone will be just as unguarded, so Wang Xiong has been assigned to clear out the surrounding demons." "That's right, that's roughly how things are," Wang Xiong answered. "Below, I'll assign the battle plan. Fang Yuan will temporarily follow Captain Li's arrangement, the remaining members of Teams 2 and 3 will be responsible for guarding the main city, and I'll lead Team 1 to the danger zone to clear out the magical creatures." The mobilization of the Night Watch and Demon Hunters had nothing to do with Night 17. It was a rare night when he didn't need to continue training. Night 17 returned to his residence and comfortably took a hot bath to start reading. While resting, he glanced at his cell phone and realized that Nua hadn't sent a message in such a long time. In the past, there were dozens of messages at this time. "Night 17, Sister Nua, are you busy at night?" Seeing that no one responded, Night 17 stopped paying attention and casually looked for some information about the alien to read up. 7 years without contact with the outside world, Night 17 for the current society and altars there are still a lot of places do not understand. After reading for a while, Nua suddenly sent a message. "Nua, actually let me work overtime in the middle of the night, making it so that I can't even get my beauty sleep, sad. Night 17 glanced at the time, it was only 10 o'clock, he seemed to remember that this person did not go to bed earlier than 11 o'clock. "Night 17, what's wrong?" Nua, the 46th Demon Hunter squad is back, several are seriously injured, this half-day is treating their wounds. "Night 17, seriously injured?" Nua, can't die, but they shouldn't be able to continue fighting in the short term, it's estimated that they'll be sent to the 7th main city tomorrow to recuperate. Night 17 was a bit surprised, he left there less than a month ago and actually there are demon hunters injured again, the casualty rate of this profession seems to be a bit high. "Night 17, did something happen again inside the White Mist Forbidden Zone?" "No, involving military secrets can't be said, but this thing can't be hidden, forget it, just tell you what, a forbidden object was born inside the Forbidden Zone, at least it's also Class A." Upon hearing this, Night 17's eyes glowed. The information he read just now was about forbidden objects, and in the afternoon Zhaoling told him about forbidden objects, making him a little curious. He didn't expect to hear about forbidden objects again at night. In the information that Night 17 consulted, 86% of all forbidden objects were born from within the White Mist Forbidden Area, and the chances of a demonic creature or an alien from the outside world evolving into a forbidden object after death were very low. At the same time, there is another point that is special, that is, forbidden objects are different from alien energy crystals. After the emergence of exotic crystals, magical creatures would compete with each other, but forbidden objects would not. The current IQ of magical creatures would not be able to use forbidden objects, not to mention that if they wanted to use forbidden objects, they would first have to break its rules. A Class A or above forbidden object seems to be worth a lot of money. If in other places Night 17 would just listen to the fun, but when he heard that the forbidden object was in the number 22 White Mist Forbidden Area, suddenly he had strange thoughts.
Chapter 46, A Bold Idea. The entire night, Night 17 spent in excitement.
The next day, when Night 17 and Han Shuang-er came to the training ground, they were told that Li Xian and Zhou Xiaoming had gone out on a mission, and the training program was cancelled. A rare vacation. Han Shuang-er immediately went back to make up sleep. Night 17 thought about it, simply to the hospital.
Aya, how come 17 is free to come over to see me today? Where is your sister?
Seeing Night 17 arrived, Yang Hu warmly greeted, while looking back. Today is a day off. Sister Frost went back to catch up on her sleep. The smile on someone's face froze, then recovered. Normal, you two trained for half a month, should have rested long ago. To be able to hold out for half a month is already very impressive.
Night 17 put down the fruit basket. Captain Li Xian, they all went to do the mission?
Yang Hu nodded. This thing is not considered a secret, and Night 17 is not an outsider. If it wasn't for the fact that my injuries haven't recovered yet, I would definitely follow. This would be another great achievement if we get that forbidden object.
Hearing this, Night 17's eyes flickered. Tiger brother, you as a demon hunter must know a lot about the forbidden. Can I ask you to teach me something about the forbidden area? Being patted on the back, Yang Hu enjoyed it.
Yang Hu patted his chest. There is nothing wrong with this. It is hard to say about other things, but if you want to say about the white mist forbidden area, there is no one who knows more about it than us demon hunters. Feel free to ask, as long as it doesn't involve the secrets of the demon hunters. Oh, the information that Captain Li Xian gave me before said that when a medium alien enters the white mist forbidden zone, as long as he doesn't violate the rules of the forbidden zone, theoretically he won't be actively attacked. Is that right? Yang Hu nodded. This is indeed true, although the forbidden zone rules are dangerous. As long as you don't touch there, instead it's safe. This is the conclusion we've reached after so many years of research.
This is most obvious before level C.
Without the protection of the alien energy barrier, an ordinary person who violates the forbidden zone rule is to be immediately killed by the rule.
However, if there is no violation of the rules, it is safe in there instead.
When the Dragon Kingdom did one, it got a group of death row inmates into the forbidden zone, and the longest one in there survived for more than 4 hours, and even if they encountered a demonic creature, they wouldn't be attacked. I remember you were in the forbidden zone for several hours back then.
Hearing this, Night 17's eyes grew brighter.
The outside world shunned the white mist forbidden zone, which was known as the most dangerous place in the world because you didn't know when you would touch an odd rule. However, this mystery and fear was based on the fact that the rules of the forbidden zone were unknown. If one knew the forbidden zone rules, there was instead safe.
After thinking about it, Night 17 continued to ask, then what would happen if a C-class or above alien violated the forbidden zone rule?
The forbidden zone rules have a grade. Exactly how this grade is divided has not yet been categorized in a more scientific way, but it can be roughly divided into 3 stages. In the first stage, when the alien touches a lighter or lesser rule, he or she will be attacked by a small surrounding area. For example, a thorn, burr, or whatever suddenly appears on the ground, and if there are magical creatures nearby, they will also attack.
Most C-ranked or higher exalted can still resist at this stage.
In the second stage, if you violate the rules of the forbidden zone more or more serious, it will cause the forbidden zone strong hostility. It will command the demons inside to forcibly wipe you out. C level, B level, or even A level demons are possible.
Generally by the second stage the vast majority of the alien would choose to leave. But that's for the average person. Demon hunters like us aren't afraid even if a demon attacks.
In the case of the captain saving you, we were surrounded by dozens of magical creatures after we found the alien energy crystals. The lowest ones were C-ranked, several B-ranked, and even A-ranked ones were there. In that case, we were able to kill our way out of it and snatch the crystal. In the end, I still brought the exotic energy crystals out safely. If I had my exotic energy fully open, the helicopter wouldn't be able to catch up with me. Every time he chatted with this person, he would turn the conversation into his own bragging assembly. But Night 17 is not disgusted, because in those only words he can understand some needed information. After a long time, Yang Hu's mouth was dry before he stopped. Night 17, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction. Now he finally had a general understanding of the white mist forbidden area.
Thinking of this, Night 17 asked again, right Tiger, Captain Li Xian, they should have gone to look for that forbidden object, right? Can they bring it back?
Yang Hu was a little surprised. The news of the birth of the forbidden object in the forbidden zone was only notified last night. It had not been announced to the public yet. How did this kid know about it? But this is not a big secret. For the demon hunters is just using a time difference. If the news is faster than others, can be a step ahead to obtain the forbidden objects. But if they don't find it in the first place, many times the demon hunters will publicize the news and assign a large number of ordinary alien squads to explore and search for it. For the country, it doesn't matter who eventually finds it, as long as the forbidden object is within the Dragon Kingdom, it is a boost to the strength of the alien. Yang, who didn't talk big this time, this can't be said. The information first is that the forbidden object is in the depths of the forbidden area, where as long as there is an A-ranked demonic creature guarding it, it's not easy to get it. And the A-class forbidden object already has a certain consciousness. If it doesn't want to go with you, the average person can't really take it away. Speaking of this Yang who opened his words, these 22 white mist forbidden areas within and around the Dragon Kingdom, there are several inside which have given birth to S-class forbidden objects. But only a very small portion of them can be taken out. S-class forbidden objects are already psychic, and it is impossible to subdue them without knowing the rules. For example, there was an S-class C train born in the number 4 forbidden area in the Magic City. That guy was born and directly left the white mist prohibited area, wandering in the sea at a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. For more than 100 years, no one has been able to subdue him. For example, the second forbidden zone gave birth to an S-class death glove. That thing would beat up anyone it saw. The number of magical creatures and aberrants killed by it is countless, and nowadays no aberrant dares to go in the second forbidden zone. Looking at Night 17's adoring gaze, Yang who spoke even more vigorously. The two of them, one gushing and the other listening attentively, the morning passed just like that. Finally at noon, until Han Schwanger called to urge him to go back for dinner, Night 17 reluctantly left. On the way, he looked towards the white mist in the distance, his eyes constantly flickering. If this information is accurate, does it mean that he can go unhindered in the forbidden zone? Since he could see the rules of the forbidden zone, this big secret seemed a bit of a waste if he didn't take advantage of it. At this moment, Night 17 had a bold idea. Chapter 47 Preparations. A certain bold idea kept drifting in Night 17's mind. However, Night 17 didn't set off immediately. After all, this plan was too risky. He needed to double-check it. Moreover, Captain Li Xian and the others had already set off. His strength Night 17 was aware of. Maybe they had already retrieved the forbidden objects before he even got there. So Night 17 planned to wait for 2 days. If Li Xian and the others brought back the forbidden object, then this matter would be treated as if nothing had happened. But if they didn't retrieve it, then the matter would be treated as if nothing had happened. But if they didn't fetch it back, then they could try it themselves. Before that, it was best to prepare some necessary things. Don't die on the way forward instead of being killed by the forbidden rules at that time. After all, in anyone's opinion, an E-class alien going to the white mist forbidden zone is no different from looking for death. When preparing the items, originally Night 17 did not have enough money and was a bit embarrassed, but when the military learned what Night 17 needed, they got it without saying a word. Although Wang Xiong hadn't given orders for them to focus on Night 17 and Han Schwanger, their subconscious behavior during this period of time was already obvious. To have an A-class demon hunter captain tutoring them one-on-one, how many of these treatments were there in the entire Dragon Kingdom? So in less than a day's time, all of Night 17's equipment was ready. In the bedroom, Night 17 was packing his bags, when the door suddenly opened and Han Schwanger walked in with her waist pinched. Looking at a room full of strange things, Han Schwanger was very curious. 17, what are you doing with these things? Night 17 shivered in fear, but quickly recovered. Cough, that Zhao said my shooting skill is ready. In a few days I'll take me outside to practice at the field range. I'm not preparing the necessary things in advance. Hearing that it was gun practice, Han Schwanger's interest immediately disappeared. There are some things that really depend on talent and can't be changed by hard work. There was an old saying, genius equals 1% talent plus 99% effort. But few people realize that there is a half sentence after that, but 99% of the people don't have that 1% of talent. The same amount of time might as well be spent on what you're good at. Muddling Han Schwanger through, Night 17 breathed a sigh of relief. This secret resolutely couldn't be known to her or Grandpa Mu, or else he himself would probably be hung up by Han Schwanger and whipped with a small leather whip. It was a rare occasion that there was no special training, and after packing up all the things, Night 17 sank into dreamland. At the same time, hundreds of miles away, the earth was shaking within the white mist forbidden zone. On the battlefield, a 100-meter-tall golden giant was fighting a black python and a crimson giant scorpion. The black python spewed out a mouthful of black venom that would cause the golden giant's body to corrode quickly when it hit him. And every time the giant scorpion's pincers collided with the golden giant's fists, the golden giant's fists would break apart inch by inch. However, every attack from Li Xian's golden giant similarly shook the two demons into constant retreat. The battle between the two sides leveled dozens of miles around. And behind those two demonic creatures, on a cliff that could be seen in the field of vision, berserk foreign energy was gathering there. Without a doubt, that was where the forbidden object was born.
Hundreds of meters away on a stone pillar, Fong Yuan looked grave. Class: a demonic creature, hell's underworld python. Class: a demonic creature, shocking scorpion. It was the first time he followed the demon hunter squad into the depths of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, and although he knew that the White Mist Forbidden Zone was dangerous, he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. It was the same A-class, but this kind of battle was no longer something he could sway. As the level of alien ability increased, the gap between differently gifted aliens would grow wider and wider. Boom! Once again in a sparring match, the shocking scorpion was kicked out, but the Golden Giant's figure became a bit blurry. The next moment the Golden Giant dissipated and Li Xian returned to his original form. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian simply said, "Plan A has failed, implement Plan B, I'll evacuate." Early the next morning, when Knight 17 woke up, he suddenly realized that a special message appeared on his phone. On it was a push: a forbidden object was born in the depths of the 22nd White Mist Forbidden Area, and it was temporarily judged to be irradiated. Knight 17 raised an eyebrow. Didn't he say that this thing was a secret? How come it was announced to the public in less than a day? While wondering, he suddenly heard the sound of a helicopter outside, and turned his head to see a helicopter heading straight for the military hospital. Could it be that Li Xian is back? After thinking about it, Knight 17 simply went to the hospital. When Knight 17 came to the intensive care ward, not yet pushed open the door but found that there are several have not seen the fluctuation of foreign energy. Subconsciously condense foreign energy, and then Knight 17 found in the intensive care room, 6 people lying on the hospital bed, one wrapped with a dumpling like. Captain Wu Lei, you guys only took over not a month, how come you are like this? On the side, Yang Hu laughed, with a derisive color in his tone. You guys are so wasteful? Even if you are injured, as long as you have to kill a few B-ranked demons. Mu Hongyan with long fiery red hair similarly laughed. Recuperated for half a month, although not completely recovered, but already can get out of bed and walk, the original skin and bones now can also see some meat. Mu Hongyan, you forgot that a B-class demonic creature made you lie in bed for 3 months. Someone was unconvinced. Yang Hu peeled an orange for himself, eating while saying, it can be the same thing. That blood silkworm's alien talent rating is S-class, super dangerous species, capable of you guys also kill a S-class talent of the devil? Okay, Yang Hu, Li Xian is not here, are you drifting? Turn around, do you want to spar? No problem, I'm always waiting. Now several of you including Captain Wu Lei, whoever wants to compare me follows. Yang Hu said, not forgetting to twist his small arms and legs. Upon hearing this, Wu Lei and the others' faces darkened. Although the demon hunters were a legion and were definitely obliged to help out when needed, but normally the squads were still competitive with each other. Li Xian's number 32 demon hunter squad had suppressed the White Mist Forbidden Zone for 4 years alright, and for them to be like this in their first month of being here, it was indeed humiliating. Of course no one was really angry, we hadn't seen each other for so long, just fighting and chatting with each other. While chatting, the door of the room opened and Knight 17 walked in. When you see the appearance of Knight 17, everyone froze. That face is really too familiar. When it is Wang Xiong let them go to the danger zone to play life to find him. As a result, after 2 days of tossing and finding nothing, this matter will not be settled. Now actually appeared here, everyone a little reaction. Wu Lei was puzzled. Tiger, why is he here? You guys don't know. Oh yeah, we're demon hunters and the Night's Watch aren't just a system. Yang Hu slapped his head and came to be interested. This matter still have to start from the day you took over our work. Yang Hu then recounted what happened. When the crowd heard that Knight 17 had left them on the front foot and arrived on the back foot one by one, they were so angry that they almost spat out blood. People were right under their noses actually did not know, and for this reason went to the danger zone and froze for a night. Knight 17 was stared at by the 6 people, thinking that he didn't seem to know them. Why did he look at himself so much? Chapter 48, Entering the Forbidden Zone again. Originally, a few people still had a grudging look in their eyes. However, when they heard Knight 17's performance that day, they finally stopped complaining. A kid who just awakened his psychic ability to that extent is really remarkable. Not bad, Knight 17 is it? Go to the Alien Academy and learn well. When your strength rises to sea level, you can come to my Demon Hunter squad. I'm just short of a Sight-type auxiliary here. Wu Lei looked at Knight 17 is very satisfied, and what he said is also true. The Dragon Country Vision-type alien quite a lot, but can reach the requirements of the Demon Hunter very few. After all, this kind of auxiliary type aberrant without combat power is too dangerous in the White Mist Forbidden Zone. The slightest carelessness will lose their lives. Hey, what do you mean, digging in our face? Tell you what, 17 and Han Schwanger have already said goodbye to us. After graduation they will both come to our team. Lying ghost, I can remember that Han Frosty's talent is a plus. That kind of talent will come to you guys? Watching both sides bicker again, Knight 17 was speechless. However, he could feel that although these people were fighting, they weren't really angry, it was more like a fight and chat between old friends. For a while until both sides were tired, Knight 17 then interjected, "Brother Tiger, today the cell phone pushed the news of forbidden objects appearing in the white mist prohibited area on the 22nd, isn't this confidential?"
Upon hearing this, Yang Hu's face carried a hint of embarrassment. When the demon hunters fail in their mission and find that there is a shortage of manpower, they will release the secret in the form of a mission, with the help of the folks' alien forces to assist. Wu Lei said, at the same time with a teasing look in his eyes, still saying, "We are vegetables, your captain did not succeed as usual." Oh? Hearing that, Knight 17 did not have half a point of disappointment in his eyes, but instead flashed with a strange color. "Captain Wu Lei, I heard that you guys found a forbidden object in the white mist forbidden zone, exactly where is it?" Wu Lei didn't hide it, the specific location is deep in the forbidden zone, in a stone forest. Holy, a stone forest, isn't that the inner circle? Yang Hu smacked his lips. Wu Lei rolled his eyes, "Nonsense, if it's in the outer circle, can we not grab it?" "Che, that's said as if you can grab it in the outer circle." Seeing that both sides started to dislike each other again, Knight 17 retreated with a sense of humor. Originally, he thought that he would need to wait for a few more days, but he didn't think that there would be a new development after only one day. Leaving the hospital, Knight 17 looked at the distant white mist prohibited area, took a deep breath and walked towards the outside of the military area. No one blocked the way. In the eyes of ordinary soldiers, Knight 17 is just an ordinary alien, there is no need to restrict traveling. Soon after, Knight 17 reached the bus station with his backpack. The bus station, which was not busy on weekdays, was bustling with activity at the moment, and it was obvious that the news released by the demon hunters attracted the attention of many aberrants. Class A forbidden objects represent a fortune worth at least a few $billions, for these sea-level aberrants already have enough temptation. Buy a ticket and get on the bus. Soon the bus started. On the bus, Knight 17 looked at the scene outside the window, after nearly a month once again set foot on this familiar road, but also a little emotional. After a few hours of driving, Knight 17 finally arrived at the camp at noon. As soon as he got out of the car, he heard shouts rising and falling outside. "Is there anyone temporarily forming a team? Find the forbidden objects and we'll split it equally." 3-year-old man lead the team, come a combat type alien. Geographic maps of the outskirts of the white mist forbidden area, one copy is only $2,000. I'm a C+ class alien talent, let's have a couple of similar strengths to go in and see if there are any. B-level alien team recruiting temporary workers, Kuma can explore the environment of the auxiliary type alien, no matter can find forbidden things are given $100,000. High-calorie compressed cookies, product of the military region, only $600 for a box. 8-seater van, straight to the edge of the white mist forbidden zone, $200 apiece. The camp was bustling with people doing all kinds of business, many times more lively than when Knight 17 left. After listening for a while, Knight 17 found a van fleet that went to the white mist forbidden zone. When Knight 17 went over to sign up, a middle-aged man looked at him and said with some suspicion, "Kid, are you an alien?" Knight 17 nodded, "Yeah, what's up? First time here?" Sort of. Just by yourself?" "Aha. What level?" "E level." The big man rolled his eyes, "This kind of place is not for a rookie like you, go back where you came from." The forbidden objects were in the depths of the white mist forbidden area, and one had to be C rank to enter to start. The ones who came this time were all C ranked aberrants, and there were even a few B ranked powerhouses. They were all veterans who had been in the danger zone for many years, could tell at a glance. And Knight 17 was out of place with the others no matter what he looked like or what he was wearing. If they were in the city, their first feeling would be whether this kid was a student or not. Although he was here to make money, he didn't want this kind of newcomer who had just awakened his powers to die here in a confused manner. Hearing this, Knight 17 touched his nose. He realized that he was a bit ill-considered, "But I'm not going in, I'm just here to get a long look." "AI, forget it, do what you like." The big man sighed, "What should be said has been said, to go or not to go, that is Knight 17's own decision." Soon the parking space was filled and the alien driver drove the van towards the white mist forbidden zone. "I heard that our main city's #1 vigilante squad has come to purge the demons." "That's nothing, I heard that the demon hunter squad stationed here were all seriously injured and hospitalized." Okay, if you have the time to care about yourself, let's talk about it first. If anyone messes up and breaks the rules after going in, don't blame me for turning my back on them." A 4-member team in the car was discussing, completely ignoring the other people.
Knight 17 didn't participate either, just quietly looking at the white-mist forbidden zone. Just as the van was about to arrive at the edge of the forbidden zone, Knight 17's cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing Han Shange's caller ID, Knight 17 shivered. He had sent a message to Han Schwanger when he left, saying that someone from the military region was taking him to the field range and that he wouldn't be going back at noon. And now it was almost evening. Sister Frosty. 17, where have you been, not back at this hour? Han Schwanger's complaining and concerned voice came from the other side of the phone.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, the shooting range is in the suburbs. It's too troublesome to go back and forth, so I'm planning to stay over here for a few days. How far is it from here to the suburbs? Why do you need to stay here? This is not to save time. This period of time the cell phone may not have a signal. You do not need to call me. After a while of coaxing and lying, Han Schwanger was finally stabilized. Hanging up the phone, Knight 17 saw a few people in the car looking at Knight 17 looking at a strange gaze. The people thought, this looks white and clean, boy lying is a set. Driver big man speechless, can go to the shooting range to practice guns, should be related to the military. How did he pull on this guy in confusion? If there are any accidents in the future, he may have to take the responsibility. But things have come to this point, now want to back out already too late. Here from the restricted area is not far away. A few minutes later, the van stopped a few hundred meters away from the white mist prohibited area. The 5-member team in the van unfolded their supernatural shields and cautiously advanced towards the white mist prohibited area. When Knight 17 was planning to leave, the driver man came over and handed over a business card. There's my cell phone number on it. If you plan to go back, you can call me. Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded. Seeing the van leave, after no one was around, Knight 17 slowly walked into the white mist prohibited area. 1 step, 2 steps. 100 steps later, as the touch of the feet changed, the white mist in front of him finally disappeared. After a month, Knight 17 once again entered the white mist prohibited area. Chapter 49, Heaven. When Knight 17 entered the white mist forbidden zone, Li Xian woke up one after another inside the military camp. Some of them were wrapped in packages, and a few of their faces were still a little pale. The night before, they had taken over the 46th Demon Hunter Squad to enter the white mist forbidden zone in search of forbidden objects. After exploring inside for a whole day, it wasn't until the middle of the night yesterday that they withdrew from the white mist forbidden zone. Although they didn't suffer from injuries as serious as Wu Lei's and theirs, the consumption of the crowd was not low and they hadn't fully recovered yet. The door to the room and the rest opened and Wang Xiong and the others arrived. Captain Li, how is it? Are there any casualties? Li Xian shook his head. A little bit of minor injuries won't bother us. The exact location of the forbidden object has been found, but there are 2 class of magical creatures nearby. One of them is still the Hell Spectre Mang that chased us last time. That guy's ability is a dark elemental attribute ability, very troublesome. That's why I didn't choose to go in hard. Wang Xiong frowned slightly. The demonic creature that Li Xian felt was tricky, that was a hellish existence for the average person. It was uncertain whether an average I-class alien could come back alive after going there. The clearing of the west and south of my restricted area is almost done for the time being. Why don't I also temporarily join your team to give it a try? Fang Yuan was an agility-type alien, and although he was A-ranked but not strong in combat. If he assisted himself, the 2 combat-type Xenos might have a fighting chance. Li Xian shook his head. There's no need, it's too traumatic to fight like this. No one knows if there are any other magical creatures present near the forbidden object. It's better to wait for the arrival of the Fox Ulterans. The Dragon Kingdom enrolls 1/3 of the Xenos into the Xenos Academy every year. Not every one of these people can graduate to become a Night Watchman or a Demon Hunter. And there were still so many ordinary shifters who didn't attend the Shifter Academy. Together, these Xenos were a very large force. With 200 years of development, many B rank and even A rank powerhouses had already appeared. The Xeno squads they had formed were not as good as the Night's Watch or the Demon Hunters, but they were still a formidable force. This time, they released this information in order to attract some high-level alien ability squads to come over and share the pressure. When some powerful B rank or even A rank alien squads arrived, that would be the time for the general attack. During the chat, Wang Xiong suddenly received a call from Han Schwanger. As soon as he answered it, he heard Han Schwanger's roar, "Wang Xiong, where did you hide 17? Wang Xiong was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Miss Han Schwanger, what are you talking about? What, hiding Knight 17? I just asked. Knight 17 didn't practice shooting at the suburban shooting range, and the phone is not working. It must be you guys. Han Schwanger's voice was so loud that everyone in the room could hear it.
Just after talking to Knight 17, Han Shuang'er's seventh sense told her that Knight 17 seemed to be hiding something from herself. So she looked for the military to inquire about Knight 17's whereabouts. As a result, the other party told her that Knight 17 had left alone. When she called again, it showed that Knight 17 was not in the service area. At this moment, everyone was in a state of confusion, and only Li Xian and Wang Xiong vaguely felt a hint of bad feeling. Miss Han Shuang'er, don't get excited first, there should be some kind of misunderstanding here, wait for me to investigate. Wang Xiong said as he was about to use his authority, when Li Xian's place suddenly rioted with alien energy. Li Xian looked at the information he just investigated, 10,000 grass mud horses ran wild in his heart. The latest information showed that Knight 17 had purchased a ticket from the number 7 main city station to their military camp a few hours ago. An E-class alien running into a danger zone is not looking for death. Wang Xiong was equally baffled. Knight 17 left the military area and ran into the danger zone? The captain of the second team actually didn't tell himself about such a big thing. However, this is their fault. Li Xian and Wang Xiong, in order to ensure that the secrets of Knight 17 will not be disclosed, has not been on his special care. Even the training was in the name of Han Shuang'er. Han Shuang'er with her A+ level talent was the object of protection. As for Knight 17, B level psychic ability was indeed good, but it was not enough to have someone follow him around the whole time 24 hours a day. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, immediately release a special mission, all of you all go to Knight 17 for me, you must bring him back alive. At the same time, inside the white mist forbidden zone, Knight 17, who had changed into a black robe and was wearing a black mask, was constantly wandering around the edge of the forbidden zone. This outfit defended against not magical creatures but alien beings. The difference between his age and looks and those seasoned aberrants was so great that anyone who looked at him would be able to recognize him. The minimum level of the Alterans who came here was C. His own Alteran level was only E. If he encountered any evil intentions, he would be able to recognize them. If he really encountered someone who was up to no good, he would be killed in seconds. Therefore, the best way was to disguise oneself so that others could not see one's identity. At this moment, Knight 17 was still skulking around the edge of the forbidden zone, although the information said that as long as one didn't violate the rules within the forbidden zone, they wouldn't be attacked by magical creatures, but Knight 17 wouldn't joke with his life. So his first priority was to find an ordinary demonic creature to test it first. After skulking around for more than an hour, when the sky was about to completely darken, Knight 17 finally found a canine demonic creature the size of an adult lion. At the moment, that poodle was eating, and when Knight 17 appeared it immediately spotted him. The poodle roared lowly at Knight 17, and the surges of foreign energy all over its body looked like it was of a low level. Knight 17 took out his dagger and stood at attention. However, after the two sides confronted each other for half a day, Knight 17 realized that the other side didn't have the idea to take the initiative to attack. Does he dare not, or is he unable to? Knight 17 was a bit puzzled. After thinking about it, he slowly approached the poodle. 20 meters, 19 meters, 18 meters. The distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer, such a provocative behavior, but that poodle still did not launch an attack. In the end, Knight 17 had already come to a place less than 5 meters away from it, and this distance was definitely within its attack range. Looking at the poodle's stifled appearance, a flash of light flashed in Knight 17's eyes. Vaguely he seemed to understand something. The Forbidden Zone possessed rules that were so strange that people would be attacked by the rules whenever they touched them. According to Yang Hu's words, the White Mist Forbidden Zone seemed to be able to control the demons inside. Knight 17 had previously been curious as to why the rules of the Forbidden Zone that he had seen seemed to specifically target humans. Now he seemed to understand something. The demonic creatures living inside the Forbidden Zone were similarly restricted by the rules. They might not have as many rules as humans, but there must be something that restrains them as well, such as not being able to attack an alien who hasn't violated the rules of the Forbidden Zone? Thinking of this, Knight 17 once again took a few steps forward. The poodle showed its teeth and hissed continuously at Knight 17, but it just didn't attack. At this moment, one person and one dog were only a meter apart, just eyeing each other. A few moments later, Knight 17 suddenly pulled out his dagger. The poodle was startled and actually took a few steps back. Knight 17 ignored it and instead cut off a piece of meat from the corpse of the dead demonic creature in front of it. Poodle at #%. Looking at the poodle that was storming but could do nothing about itself, Knight 17 smiled. Looking at the warm climate around him, looking at the lush lawn under his feet, and looking at the touching demon meat in his hand. Which is this place a forbidden place for life? This is clearly paradise. Chapter 50 Deja Vu. Early the next morning. On the grassland, a small team of demon hunters was advancing cautiously. Exalts of their level definitely didn't dare to spend the night inside the white mist forbidden area, so they slept early outside yesterday, preparing to come in early in the morning to explore. I heard that this time, the forbidden objects appeared in the depths of the forbidden zone, so we shouldn't have a chance. Will it work? Who knows if we don't try? Don't think so much, it's best if we can find it. If we can't find it, it's not a loss to get some magic herbs in the forbidden zone. Anyway, those high-level magic creatures are attracted away by the people above. Alright, don't TM bull, more words will be lost here. Don't bull if you can keep your mouth shut. That alien said, a thorn spike suddenly drilled out of the ground heading straight for his throat. Fortunately, that person had already been on guard. The alien energy barrier was fully opened, the thorn spikes were resisted outside, and a knife cut it off. Seeing this, the crowd no longer said much, the mystery of the rules of the forbidden zone, not knowing which sentence touched its rules. So the safest way was to not speak. Walking along, suddenly someone spoke. You guys say, if you don't release the alien barrier, can you survive here? A few people rolled their eyes. Think about what land, without an alien energy barrier, the forbidden zone rules can kill you instantly. Then, if we encounter magical creatures, will they actively attack us? This is not nonsense. Do you still want to make friends with the demons? The leader was speechless. Didn't I tell you to stop talking? If you want to chat, go back and chat again. Although he was disliked, but that person didn't get angry at all. Instead, he reached out and pointed in a direction. So, do you guys think that guy is a human or a demon? Several people followed the direction of that person's finger and looked. On a distant hillside, a strange man wearing a black robe with a black mask was building a fire. Although he was some distance away, several people could ascertain that there were no fluctuations of supernatural energy around the man, and he obviously did not release a supernatural energy barrier. And behind him was a poodle, but instead of attacking, the poodle was drooling and wagging its tail, and those who didn't know thought it was a pet dog. Several people were baffled. Looking at that person's figure and clothing should be a human. I have never heard of a magical creature wearing clothes. And it seems that he is still in the fire roast meat, separated from a long distance they can smell the faint aroma. But could a human survive within the white mist forbidden zone? Without coalescing an alien barrier and without being attacked by demons? There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. Big brother, do you think that guy could be the legendary God's believer? Seems a bit like it. I heard that God's believers all wear black robes. Holy, are all God's believers so arrogant now, not even afraid of the forbidden zone? Who knows, rumor has it that the sons of God obtained the inheritance of the forbidden zone. Maybe they have a way to immunize themselves from the rules of the forbidden zone. Then what do? Do we go over and kill him or withdraw? Kill? Kill my ass. What level that guy is still unknown. Let's withdraw and report this news should be able to get a not so small reward. Several people discussed for a while, then sneaked away. On the hillside, when the meat was roasted, Knight 17 sprinkled some spices on it, and the flavor immediately came up. A few meters away, the poodle's harumps were flowing all over the place. Seeing this, Knight 17 smiled and took out a piece and threw it over. Yesterday, Knight 17 the poodle killed the devil, snatched the roasted meat to eat. Food was snatched this guy and the Knight 17 around the circle of 180, anxious, jumping up and down. In the end, Knight 17 was annoyed and simply threw a piece of roast meat to it. As a result, the poodle ate the roasted meat and stopped barking. The original vigilance turned into anticipation, staring pitifully at Knight 17's roasted meat. After eating the roast meat, the poodle stopped not far from Knight 17 and didn't leave, so it stayed with him for the rest of the night. Soon after eating his fill, Knight 17 stretched his waist and walked towards the depths of the forbidden zone, followed by a poodle behind him. Inside the military camp in the danger zone. Li Xin, Wang Xiong and the others had ugly faces. Yesterday they had sent people to search all night long and found nothing. Other than extremely powerful demon hunter squads, there were few adepts who dared to spend the night in the white mist forbidden zone. What's more, Knight 17 was only at level E, going in was just looking for death. Wang Xiong rubbed his brow and said tiredly, what should we do? We have basically searched for 100 miles around, and there is still no trace. This kid has no other skills, but he is good at disappearing. We have to find it even if we can't, this is the highest mission. Li Xin simply said. The crowd was puzzled, although it was said that Knight 17 had a good relationship with Han Schwanger, and an accident with him might affect Han Schwanger. But for the sake of an alien demon hunters and the Night's Watch, the whole army was mobilized. Such a big battle, without knowing it, would think that an S-class alien was born. In the midst of the argument, a soldier outside hurriedly ran in. Report, a squad of Ultrans said that they found traces of God's believers. At those words, the faces of the crowd changed again. Soon 5 people were brought over and then told what happened in the morning. A mysterious person wearing a black robe with a black mask was moving within the white mist prohibited area without condensing an alien energy barrier, and there were demons following behind him without attacking. The crowd's first reaction to hearing this news was false. They had fought with the God's believers for decades and knew this organization too well. Although the God's son claimed to be the Son of God and had obtained an inheritance in the White Mist Forbidden Zone, to say that they ignored the rules of the Forbidden Zone was pure bull. Dozens of White Mist Forbidden Zones in South America, if they had the ability to ignore the rules, with the wealth inside those Forbidden Zones now, not to say the world's #1 is almost the same. Although any white fog forbidden area is dangerous, but also represents a huge wealth, every year inside the birth of magic objects, foreign energy crystals, forbidden objects and other things cannot be measured by money. However, looking at the 5 people who swore, it wasn't like they were lying. Lee Xan simply said, regardless of whether it's someone from the God's believers or not, we have to take it seriously, pass this message on, and have all the exalted who go to the White Mist Forbidden area to explore beware of that man in black. Said Lee Xan, looking towards several others. Whether it's us or not, we have to go and have a look. Captain Wang showing the task of looking for Knight 17 outside is in your hands. On this side, the crowd split into 2 groups and started to carry out their own tasks. Those 5 aberrants looked at each other. They were thinking of getting some favors, but by the looks of it, it seems to be hopeless. Are demon hunters so stingy? One complained. It can't be said that way. After all, the identity hasn't been verified yet. If a person comes and blindly reports a piece of information and pays for it, then it wouldn't be a mess. But we did see it with our own eyes. By the way, what do you guys think that man in black was doing at that time? Building a fire. I seem to remember that he was roasting meat. A few people in the room were chatting. If Li Xian, Zhou Xiaoming, and Zhao Lang heard the conversation of a few people, they would definitely freeze. This was because that image described by the few of them would give them a sense of déjà vu. Chapter 51, The Proper Use of Rules. Go for it. On. It. I'll give you broth to drink if you win. Hey, why are you such a loser? By a small river, the poodle was fighting fiercely with a demonic creature that looked like a mountain-piercing rat. On the side, Knight 17 was cheering for the poodle. Looking at the scale of the battle between the 2 magical creatures, Knight 17 had already judged that these were 2 C-class magical creatures. In the past, he heard that there was an underground black market in the main city, and some perverted people liked to watch the killing of any alien or demonic creature. Originally he didn't understand, but now watching 2 demonic creatures fight is indeed very addictive. Especially once one of them died, then his lunch would be ready. While he was watching the show, an alien team suddenly appeared in the distance, and it looked like they were also attracted by the battle between the 2 magical creatures. 100 meters away from the Knight 17 already saw the 6 people head faint road blood-colored skull. When the 6 people approached, they were slightly stunned when they saw Knight 17. On the one hand, Knight 17's appearance was too strange, and he hadn't released his foreign energy shield. On the other hand, it was the fact that Knight 17 actually appeared here alone. In a place like this, even B-class alien energy users wouldn't dare to say that they could act alone. The 6 people stared vigilantly at Knight 17, originally hearing the commotion and wanting to come over to pick up the pieces, but now this mysterious man in black was giving them a lot of pressure. Friend, we have no intention to offend. The leading yellow-haired big man said that he was about to leave with his men. However, there were a few uneducated ones in the group who didn't move their feet. Boss, he's just one person, what's he afraid of? Right, 2 severely injured C-rank demons, no matter if it's flesh and blood or other organs, they're all worth a lot of money. That's right, if he was good, he would have finished them off long ago. Why wait for us to come? Hearing the accounts of several people, the boss did hesitate. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be the case. At this moment, Knight 17 was a bit flustered. He wasn't afraid of demons, but he was indeed a bit scared of facing a psychic. There was indeed a rule in the rules of the Forbidden Zone that one should not attack their own kind. But the problem is that these people do not know they attack their own maybe by the rules of the Forbidden Zone, but their own time has been cool. At this moment, Knight 17 stood in place without moving, but his brain was constantly running. A moment later he suddenly thought of something, and with a flash of silver light in his eyes, 27 Forbidden Zone rules appeared in front of him. Forbidden Zone rules. 1. No attacking the same kind. 2. Must not cry. 3. You must respond when someone calls you. 4. No abusing others. 5. Wash your hands before eating. After reading it, Knight 17 looked up at the 6 people and said indifferently with a pressed voice, "You don't recognize me?" The 6 people froze, thinking that we don't even know who you are with this mask. But the other party said so seemingly had some origin. A few people did not dare to be reckless for a moment. "Your Excellency is famous?" the yellow-haired big man inquired. Knight 17, however, slowly said, "Has Wolverine awakened for the second time?" The 6 people froze. Wolverine, number 1 on the heavenly ranking?
Wolverine was the second awakening of his psychic ability 6 years ago, and it took less than 3 years to become number 1 on the heavenly ranking. This kind of news was known to no one in the circle of otherworldly abilities, but this black-clothed man didn't seem to know about it. The 22nd White Mist Forbidden Zone appeared to 7 years ago. Could it be that this person had stayed here after the Forbidden Zone appeared? The crowd was baffled. What kind of existence could survive for 6 years within the White Mist Forbidden Zone? Even the legendary S-Class Guardians couldn't do it, right? Seeing that the crowd was bluffed, Knight 17 looked at the alien who had just clamored for his hand. "What's your name, and what is your alien ability?" The man froze and subconsciously replied, My name is Zhao Si, Superman System Endurance Ability Talent." "Zhao Si?" Knight 17 muttered. The next moment he suddenly felt some kind of special energy surging around him. The color of the blood skull on that Zhao Si's head suddenly got a shade darker. The entire process took almost 3 seconds, and when 3 seconds later, a sharp wooden thorn suddenly poked out from under Zhao Si's feet and stabbed towards his throat. The latter was startled, but fortunately, the alien energy shield was always there, and the wooden thorn piercing through his alien energy shield also gave him a chance to react, and he dodged the subsequent attack with a sideways flip. The crowd was in a flurry of hands and feet, carefully staring at the ground under their feet. On this side, Knight 17 did not move, but his eyes were flashing with a strange light. Just now, he only intended to try it out, not expecting it to really work. Forbidden Zone Rule 3, you must respond if someone calls you. When he saw this rule, he also wanted to try it, although he didn't know how the Forbidden Zone decided that he was calling that person, but it was enough that the rule was effective. So, Knight 17 faintly said, "Zhao Si? Seeking death?" That name is a bit of a downer. Over there, having just dodged a bullet, Zhao Si was staring intently at his feet, paying no attention to Knight 17 at all. The next moment in Knight 17's eyes, the blood-colored skull on his head turned another shade darker. 3 seconds later, a sharp water blade by the river suddenly killed towards him. Zhao De roared as his alien energy shield coalesced to its maximum and blocked that water blade. Boom! The water blade exploded and Zhao Si took 2 steps back to stop himself. Everyone's face is not good. The rules within the White Mist prohibited area are very strange and have not been cracked for so many years. However, Yellow Hair is an old man. He has been exploring here for 2 or 3 years, slowly figuring out some things, such as the moment he swears, he will be attacked by the Forbidden Zone. After all, these things have experienced more slowly can feel out. So this way he and his caution, the crowd was not many times by the Forbidden Zone attack. Who had thought of this place actually received 2 attacks in a row, and also do not know what is going on. Yellow Hair said, "Forget it, shall see you go back first. If this continues you might be in danger." Zhao Si gasped for breath, somewhat distressed. Being attacked twice in a row did scare him. After all, the attacks of the Forbidden Zone rules were constantly strengthening with the number of times. He had already been attacked 6 times in one morning. Not far away, Knight 17's eyes narrowed slightly. Yellow Hair called Zhao Si, resulting in the blood skeleton not changing. It looks like calling a nickname doesn't work, it has to be a real name. Zhao Si carefully withdrew, and the remaining 5 people were looking at Knight 17 and the 2 demons over there. It was not easy to come in for a trip, it was a bit of a loss not to bring something back. However, right now they were a bit unsure of the strength of this man in black, not daring to make a move. The other party has not given up. Knight 17 did not continue to ask the other party's name. This thing will definitely be suspected if you ask too much. After thinking about it, Knight 17 simply took big steps towards those 2 demons. In the distance, Yellow Hair and the others stared at Knight 17 with full attention. Could it be that this mysterious fellow was going to make a move? There was originally curiosity in the eyes of the 5 of them, but it quickly turned into nervousness as Knight 17 got closer and closer to the 2 demons. But slowly the tension in their eyes turned into doubt, and finally evolved into shock. Knight 17 was already very close to the 2 demons, completely within the attack range of the demons, but as a result, the 2 demons didn't attack him as if they hadn't seen him. The next moment was when he heard Knight 17 say, "Alright Simba, today's training ends here. It's not that I'm talking about you, you still haven't made a breakthrough after so long." Knight 17 said while walking to the center of the poodle and the mountain-piercing rat.
The next moment, the two magical creatures were really stopping. That mountain-piercing rat stepped back and looked at Knight 17 warily. On the other hand, that poodle whimpered as if it was complaining about its grievances. In the distance, the 5 yellow-haired people watching this scene were dumbfounded. Chapter 52: Mysterious Black Robe. The 5 people just stared blankly at Knight 17 leaving. After a long time, Yellow Hair came back to his senses. That poodle is the pet of that man in black? It wouldn't be too surprising if a powerful alien in the outside world tamed a demonic creature as a combat pet, but this was the White Mist Forbidden Zone. The outside world and the White Mist Forbidden Zone world were two completely different concepts, two diametrically opposed world rules. They had never heard of anyone being able to tame a demonic creature within the Forbidden Zone. Boss, what exactly is that guy's identity? Listening to his tone, he knew Wolverine before his second awakening. Don't care, anyway, it's a big guy, at least A class to start with, maybe an S-class superpower. Hey, I forgot, we should have asked that big guy's name. Right, it looks like that person is still quite good at talking, maybe we can climb some relationships. You wanna die? That level of powerhouse can destroy you with a breath of air. Go go go, go back first, go back and sell this news. Although there is no benefit, but met a hidden super strong man, this news can be sold at a high price. At this moment, in their eyes, Knight 17 was a mysterious superpower, but also a huge fortune. Knight 17 led the poodle out of the distance, and only after determining that the other party didn't follow him, did he let out a sigh of relief. Just now it was dangerous. This could be dangerous if he didn't bluff those people himself. But after this attempt, Knight 17 understood the correct way to use the Forbidden Zone rules. Knight 17 looked at the 27 Forbidden Zone rules, eyes constantly flickering. Although there were a lot of Forbidden Zone rules, there were some rules that the average person would hardly touch, such as what painting must use 3 kinds of brushes, writing cannot insert the pen upside down. Of the 27 Forbidden Zone rules, less than half were truly effective. After a few moments, Knight 17 picked out a few that were barely usable. Prohibited Area Rule 3, you must respond when others call you. Prohibited Area Rule 4, you can't curse. No Zone Rule 17, punctuality. Prohibited Area Rule 22, you can't answer a math question wrongly. These off-limits rules are relatively easy to mess up, and when utilized well, they might be able to pit a wave of aliens. The vignette ended. Knight 17 continued to move forward. All morning, walking and stopping, from time to time digging some unseen herbs and ores from the ground. Anything not found in the outside world has a certain collection value, and if one happens to find a special one, it can even be sold at a sky-high price. Although the forbidden object was important, it was still unknown whether or not that thing could be obtained. So since he had come for a trip, he definitely needed to get more things. At this time, Knight 17 even regretted a little bit that he didn't drive a car in. There are a bit too many things to fit off. In the midst of depression, Knight 17 suddenly looked at the poodle behind him, and an odd color flashed in his eyes. Simba by the Knight 17 to see some hair. It always feel that the human in front of him seems to be plotting against him. Knight 17, however, smiled and directly built a fire to roast the meat. A few moments later. Simba, come hold it in your mouth. Don't look, let you hold it in your mouth. Not bite, hold it in your mouth. Yes, that's it, don't let go. On the wilderness, the Knight 17 demonic creature taming course began. Occasionally, when a demonic creature passed by, it would look at it like a little cutie. Looking at the poodle as if it was a poodle, and at the same time there was that strange human. Early the next morning, a black-clothed man on the wasteland was walking in front, while a poodle and a giant lizard behind him were following behind with their backpacks in their mouths. After consuming a full dozen pounds of roasted meat after constantly domesticating them all afternoon yesterday, Simba finally learned to follow him with the pack in his mouth. At the back, he came across another giant lizard that had awakened its psychic abilities, and was successfully taken in as a follower under the lure of Knight 17's food. Although magical creatures were ferocious, after awakening their psychic abilities their intelligence had also increased to a certain extent. This level of request could still be taught. As Knight 17 advanced towards the depths of the Forbidden Zone, a flying bird swept by in the sky. It was an aberrant who had awakened an illusory beast-type flying magical creature. He froze for half a day after seeing Knight 17's figure. The picture below looked extremely harmonious, however, this matter would be completely different if it happened in the Forbidden Zone. Soon, the man returned. How about Eagle, did you find any traces? The man nicknamed Eagle hesitated for a moment and said, I saw a person, all dressed in black robes, can't see what he looks like. A person, it looks like he should be a lone wolf, then? You guys might not believe me when I say it, behind him there was a poodle-like demonic creature and a black giant lizard. What, they fought? The crowd was puzzled. It was normal for something like an alien to be ambushed by a demonic creature. What's the fuss about that? That's not true, that poodle and giant lizard are just following closely. The eagle, however, had a strange look in his eyes and said, the main thing is that poodle and that giant lizard are less than 10 meters away from that black-clothed person, and they seem to be holding a package in their mouths just the same. Crowd. The image recounted by the eagle appeared in their minds and the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. After pondering for a moment, the captain said, it looks like the ability decided by that alien is due to be related to controlling magical creatures. Being able to control magical creatures in the interior of the Forbidden Zone is definitely not a low grade. Let's take a detour and not clash with him. As a result, this kind of high-level alien squad had not yet come into contact with Night 17 and made a detour first. The further in the country one went, the lower the chances of an alien encountering them, but the same also meant that the strength of these aliens would be stronger. Their primary goal was the forbidden objects, and no one would be willing to clash with other aberrants if they could. An ordinary day passed once again. At dusk in the military camp, the tired Wang Xiong returned to the camp, and once again searched for 2 days, still found no trace of Night 17. There were only two possibilities: either Night 17 was no longer here, or he had already died. However, once he thought of this conclusion, he always felt strange. It seems that when Wu Lei's team gave him a report on the Night 17 is this kind of conclusion. When returning to the camp, someone immediately came to report that an alien squad had found important news. Lord Night Watchman, you are finally here. I have important news to report. We encountered a strange man, at least an A-class alien. That guy is wearing a black robe and a black mask, and he can also command the demonic creatures in the interior of the Forbidden Zone. In the room, that squad of Alterans was reporting to Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong had a serious face at first, but when he heard the appearance of that mysterious person, his face carried a strange look. Black robe, black mask, and a pet behind him? The person that the alien squad said was a God's believer yesterday appeared to look the same as this person. Was this the same person? The same person, but completely different things in the mouths of different Alterans. Compared to the former, this time the information was more complete. When he heard the sentence, he asked us if Wolverine had a second awakening. Wang Xiong was also baffled. Wolverine has been promoted to a class alien for 6 years. How long has that guy not looked at his cell phone? Even the Guardian cannot stay in the Forbidden Zone for 6 years, because the Forbidden Zone rule is with the number of times of violation and becomes stronger. Wang Xiong's mind kept sifting through all of the heavenly rankings Exalted and Guardians, but he just couldn't find an Exalted that could match. Who on earth could this black robe be? Chapter 53: The Correct Way to Use Devils. Not long after, Li Xian's Demon Hunter squad returned. The White Mist Forbidden Zone was huge, and there were still a lot of magical creatures in it, so it wasn't easy to find someone in it. He thought that the black robe would hide his identity, but he actually heard several news about him after he returned. Li Xian was relieved. Walking around the Forbidden Zone so blatantly shouldn't be someone from the God's believers. Those believers were rats and would only hide in the shadows. In the next 2 days, there would be occasional messages from the alien about the mysterious black robes. Looking at the route that one was heading deeper into it, and it wasn't fast, just over 100 miles a day. The most crucial thing was that he never covered his tracks, he just walked forward in a dignified manner. The only difference was that the number of demonic creatures behind him was more than once. Time passed in a hurry. The value of the A-class forbidden objects attracted the attention of quite a few aberrants. 2 days later, the military camp's 3 A-ranked alien squads arrived one after another, and together with the Demon Hunter squads, the 4 teams set off towards the forbidden area in great numbers. With the high-level alien teams taking the lead, the low-level alien teams also began to take advantage of the opportunity to enter, wanting to get a piece of the pie. Thus the White Mist Forbidden Zone was bustling with activity. Images of alien ability squads fighting demons could be seen everywhere in the Forbidden Zone. The sharp knives led by the 4 A-rank squads then charged straight into the depths of the Forbidden Zone. Based on years of experience, when the rules of the Forbidden Zone were not touched too many times, it would not attract S-class super demons. Relying on a few A-rank magical creatures alone wouldn't be able to fend off their attack. Those A-ranked demonic creatures attack them more because they touch the forbidden area rules while trying to protect their own territories, rather than trying to take that forbidden object for themselves. So, what they had to do now was to stall the demons in the inner circle and let their men bring back the forbidden object. The crowd had already had similar cooperation many times, and there was an unwritten rule inside. During the scramble, A-ranked exalts couldn't take the initiative to attack other exalts. When someone got the forbidden object, the other Ultrons couldn't continue to attack either. The Dragon Kingdom didn't cultivate so many exalts just to let everyone kill each other. With the country's demon hunter squad around, no one dared to openly violate this rule yet. As the many alien ability squads entered the White Mist Forbidden Area, a battle was erupting in the depths of the White Mist Forbidden Area. In the jungle, 7 demonic creatures were mixing it up, and among them, there were 2 B-class existences. A battle of this level was already seriously over the top for a normal alien squad. However, next to the demonic creatures was the appearance of a black-robed man. Knight 17 stroked his chin as he looked at the B-ranked demonic creature that was being surrounded. Having eaten the meat of a C-ranked demonic creature for 4 days now, he wondered if the meat of a B-ranked demonic creature was good to eat. That's right, other than the one being rounded up, the others were all Knight 17's men. 5 C ranks and 1 B rank, this battle strength was not something that an average B-rank alien squad would necessarily be able to beat. These were all attracted by Knight 17 with his barbecue skills. Along the way, Knight 17 would find a way to draw in those with high IQs, and let those with low IQs be hunted down and killed to serve as rations. Under Knight 17's deliberate cultivation, these guys knew that as long as they killed the demon, they would have barbecue meat to eat. Moreover, there was no danger at all in this kind of group fight, and they would have barbecue meat to eat if they casually moved. Who wouldn't be willing to do such a good thing? So the group grew bigger and bigger. After more than half an hour of fierce battle, the B-class demon finally couldn't bear it and roared to escape. Knight 17 couldn't let it run away with the food in hand. With a single step, he ran to the direction where the demon intended to escape. Then he stood straight in front of the demon. These demonic creatures under his command might be afraid of getting hurt, but Knight 17 wasn't afraid. He had already tried it several times in the past few days. He was like a bomb in the eyes of these demons. All of them would retreat, as if it would be bad luck to touch him. Sure enough, after breaking free from the encirclement with great difficulty, the demonic creature realized Knight 17 in front of him before he could run. His figure violently reversed, and his 4 feet drew a chasm on the ground and came to a hard stop. Although he didn't touch Knight 17, his escape was also interrupted. And then, there was no more then. After a few minutes, this B-class demonic creature was directly split into pieces. Simba, make a cut on his stomach. Bigger, bigger, hey, almost there, take out the internal organs inside. You can't use your claws, you have to go in with your head. Okay, I'll do the rest. Dull melon, drag it to the river water to clean. The mouth, let you drag it over, not let you eat it. Monkey, see that big withered tree, fetch some trunk back. The battle ended, and Knight 17 began to command the many demonic creatures to work. Although the intelligence of this kind of demonic creature couldn't reach the same level as humans, it could still barely remember simple things after being taught a few times. As for those that couldn't remember, they all became rations. The only shortcoming is the rule restriction. Knight 17 can't touch the demons, these demons can't be used as transportation for him. When he thought of the feeling of riding on a golden-haired lioness dog in the wilderness, Knight 17 almost drooled. However, Knight 17 also understood that it was precisely because of this that he was able to stay safe and sound. 2 hours later, all that was left of the huge demonic corpse was a pile of bones. After eating and drinking enough, Knight 17 set off again with a group of demons. Upon traversing the patch of forest ahead, Knight 17's eyes suddenly lit up as the forest ahead disappeared and turned into a rugged stone pillar. Finally arrived. Knight 17 was so excited that he was on the verge of crying. Although he knew that the White Mist Forbidden Area was a world of its own within it, this world was also a bit too big. Measuring the radius of the White Mist Forbidden Area from the outside was less than 200 kilometers. These 4 days Knight 17 had walked more than 300 kilometers, and as a result, this had only just entered the inner circle. Obviously, the world within the Forbidden Zone was more than several times larger than what was seen from the outside. According to the information, the forbidden object was in this stone forest, and this range was already very small. At the moment, there were 6 demonic creatures following behind Knight 17, and among them, there was also a B-ranked demonic creature that possessed mystic system abilities. As they walked, the numerous magical creatures behind them suddenly whimpered, and that B-class magical creature similarly showed its teeth as it looked ahead. In the next moment, in the stone pillars, the earth rumbled and a huge like a python rock demonic creature appeared. The rock python was more than a meter in diameter, and its body length was at least 40 to 50 meters, making it look extremely scary. Seeing this, Knight 17 was delighted instead of shocked. A rock monster? Elemental system demons. Although he had collected so many magical creatures along the way, he hadn't encountered any truly powerful magical creatures. Now that we've just come to the inner circle, we've actually encountered an elemental system demon. If we tame it, we'll be rich.
Knight 17 took out a piece of roasted meat and threw it over.
The rock python looked vigilantly at Knight 17, seemingly not understanding what the other party wanted to do.
After waiting for a moment, it seemed to have smelled the flavor of the roasted meat on the ground, hesitated for a moment and slowly climbed over, swallowing the dried meat in one bite.
Seeing this, Knight 17 smiled. There is a game. Chapter 54, Making Friends with the Class Demonic Creatures.
The next day, in a cave somewhere in the stone forest, Knight 17 stretched comfortably. The cave was what Knight 17 had tamed that rock elemental python to make it open up yesterday. Knight 17 put all the vegetation fruits and meat, various ores, and magical materials that he had collected inside. Looking at the room full of treasures, Knight 17 grinned. If all these things were sold, they could probably be exchanged for a forbidden object. After leaving the cave, Knight 17 yelled, "Little ones, off we go!" Roar! 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 The 7 demonic creatures shouted in response. And then the army of demonic creatures continued to advance. The area of the stone forest was farther than Knight 17 had imagined, and yesterday Knight 17 walked another dozen kilometers after taming the stone snakes, and as a result, he still hadn't found any forbidden creatures. On the way, Knight 17 would encounter 1 or 2 magical creatures from time to time. Looking at the reminder to look at the alien energy fluctuation, at least C level, B level were encountered several. Knight 17 does not refuse, can hook up to the best, hook up not to run off on the runoff also does not matter, anyway, they are not bad. After advancing a few dozen miles again, just as Knight 17 was advancing like no one else, the earth suddenly shook. The earth suddenly shook. All the magical creatures behind them wailed, even though the 2B class magical creatures couldn't stop hissing. Knight 17's face changed. Could it be that? At this time, a huge black giant scorpion suddenly drilled out from the ground. If it hadn't appeared of its own accord, Knight 17 definitely wouldn't have been able to discover it. Feeling the terrifying foreign energy fluctuations of the shocking scorpion, Knight 17's eyes glowed. A class magical creature. Finally, I've come across an A-class magical creature. Knight 17 licked his lips. How exciting it would be if he could ever tame an A-class one. At this moment, the huge black eyes of that heaven-shaking scorpion kept sizing up Knight 17. There was a special aura on the other party's body, and it could recognize that Knight 17 came from the outside world. However, what it was puzzled about was that the latter actually didn't see any markings on his body, and humans without markings couldn't be attacked. This was the rule. The Jintian scorpion was a bit confused. This was the first time it had seen an outside being that this world did not reject. For a moment, it didn't know how to deal with it. In hesitation, it only saw Knight 17 skillfully pull out a piece of roasted meat and throw it over. Jintian scorpion? Demonic creatures that had awakened their powers for the second time had their intelligence similarly greatly improved. The Jintian scorpion hesitated for a moment to chuck the piece of roasted meat, then brought it over and sniffed it. The spicy and pungent aroma of the roasted meat entered the olfactory organs, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened his bloody mouth and swallowed the roasted meat in one gulp. In the next moment, a flash of excitement flashed across the Jintian scorpion's huge eyeballs, and it twisted its head to look at Knight 17 and shook its pincers. Knight 17 froze when he saw this. This was asking for food? He had abducted demons before, but today he actually encountered one that took the initiative to ask him for food. Obviously, this demonic creature's IQ was much higher than the others. Knight 17 wasn't ambiguous and threw all the remaining roasted meat over. This kind of IQ demon wanted to adopt it for itself, but it was still possible to make a friend. Soon, the Jintian scorpion finished the roasted meat and continued to look at Knight 17. Knight 17 danced with his hands. No more, the roasted meat has all been given to you, let's wait until we have the materials later. The Jintian scorpion had a puzzled look in its eyes and pondered for a moment before finally reacting, then looked at the several demons behind Knight 17. Seeing this, Knight 17's face darkened. He guessed what was going on when he saw the other party's eagerness to try, and hurriedly blocked in front of the several magical creatures. Hey, these are my little brothers, can't give them to you, if you want to eat turn around and hunt for yourself. This time the Jintian scorpion understood, with a disappointed look in its eyes, but it did not make a move. Hiss. The Jintian scorpion hissed and suddenly turned around and left. Determining that the other party really left, Knight 17 breathed a sigh of relief, and the few demonic creatures at the back also finally relaxed. Just now they were really almost scared to death. Knight 17 looked at the many magical creatures behind him. These minions were the ones he had managed to collect over the past few days. It would be a big loss if they were eaten by a high-level magical creature as food. Regardless of whether or not he could find the forbidden object in the end, it was definitely impossible for him to stay here forever. So they would have to part sooner or later. Thinking of this, Knight 17 looked at the many magical creatures. Everyone be quiet, I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. I thank you all for your company these few days, but this place is too dangerous for you to survive. Therefore, it's better for you all to go live in the outer circle of the Forbidden Zone. Whether you continue to stay together or hunt each other depends on your own choices. I hope that the next time we meet again there will be no less than one of you. After a good half a day of gesticulating and explaining, there were finally magical creatures that somewhat understood what Knight 17 meant. The poodle Simba whimpered. It was a little sad at the thought of no more roasted meat to eat, but it also knew that this place was dangerous and not suitable for its survival. And then Simba rushed to the other several magical creatures and roared lowly. A moment later, one magical creature turned to leave, then the second, the third. A few moments later, the 6 demonic creatures finally left in the direction of the outer circle of the Forbidden Zone. In the end, only the rock python that originally lived in this area was left behind. The rock python spat out its letters and shook its head towards the front. Seeing this, Knight 17 smiled. Alright, since you want to follow then keep following. One person and one snake advanced once again. The stone forest had a large range, but what Wu Lei had told him at the beginning, the place where the forbidden objects were located had obvious alien energy fluctuations around it, so by all rights it should be easily recognizable. This was indeed the case, but the area of the stone forest was much larger than Knight 17 had imagined. However, not waiting for Knight 17 to go far, the earth suddenly trembled, and the shocking sky scorpion that had left earlier actually returned. On his pincers was actually a demonic creature that he had just killed. The corner of Knight 17's mouth twitched. Originally thought that this A-class demon had left, but it turned out that it actually went hunting? This guy was determined to eat roasted meat. The Jintian scorpion placed the dead demonic creature in front of Knight 17, and its pincers kept shaking in the air. It had come to this point, it was impossible not to do it. Knight 17 simply found an open space and started his old business again. 10 minutes later, a wisp of cooking smoke rose, and the scent drifted out along the breeze. Beside the bonfire, the Jintian scorpion happily waved its claws up and down while eating the delicious food. Knight 17 smiled. For these demonic creatures living in the White Mist Forbidden Zone, there was nothing that a single meal of roasted meat couldn't solve. If there was, then 2 meals. After roasting dozens of pounds of demonic meat in a row, the Jintian scorpion's eating speed slowed down slightly. While resting, Knight 17 suddenly said, "Scorpion spirit, do you know where the forbidden objects are?" The Jintian scorpion, who was enjoying its food, glanced at Knight 17 suspiciously, its dark eyes carrying a confused color. Knight 17 slapped his head. How could a demonic creature know what a forbidden object was? After thinking about it, Knight 17 removed the power ring from his finger. It's this kind, a physical object, a strange thing that has an alien energy fluctuation, but you don't need it. The Jintian scorpion stared at the power ring in Knight 17's hand for half a day before finally thinking of something, one pincer pointing in one direction, then another. Holy, can it really be understood? Knight 17 was skeptical. And why would it point in 2 directions? Was it an error in judgment or that there were other forbidden objects in the Forbidden Zone besides the one that had just been born? Knight 17 wasn't sure, but one of the directions pointed out by the Jintian scorpion didn't deviate much from his original route of advancement, so going there to take a look would be considered a long detour. And in the direction he intended to go, dozens of miles away from where Knight 17 was currently sitting, there was a steep cliff with a gate standing on the stone wall. The chaotic alien energy fluctuations above that gate distorted the surrounding space for several kilometers. In the distance, a flying demonic creature happened to be passing by, and when it sensed that weird foreign energy fluctuation, it stopped and landed next to the gate. It subconsciously approached that forbidden object, and in the next moment, the gate suddenly opened, and a terrifying attraction sucked that flying demonic object in instantly. Then the gate slowly closed, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Only that flying demonic object disappeared. Knight 17 didn't know anything about what happened over there. 1 hour later, Knight 17 finished roasting all the meat of the demonic creature and stretched his waist. Alright, the meat is roasted for you, we'll see you later. He was about to leave when the earth suddenly shook. Knight 17 blankly looked around but did not find the devil appeared. This vibration seems to be from a very far place. And that shocking sky scorpion was hissing, like a tank generally rushed out towards the direction that Knight 17 came from. Rumble. In the inner circle of the Forbidden Zone, near the stone forest, the Night's Watch squad led by Li Xian was engaged in a great battle with the demons. They didn't take a detour to avoid it, but rather charged across like a chariot.
The biggest threat to the exalted in the Forbidden Zone was still the powerful demonic creature attacks.
Now that the surrounding demons were all restrained, Li Xian and the others didn't need to carefully guard their surroundings and only needed to kill the demons in front of them. When Li Xian's group arrived at the inner circle of the Forbidden Zone, the Hell Spectre Mang and the shocking Sky Scorpion appeared. Apparently they had also sensed the powerful aura around them. At level A, the intelligence of the fiends was already very high. Everyone, leave these two demonic creatures to us demon hunters, it's up to you to get the forbidden objects.
Li Xian roared once again, turning into a 100-meter-tall golden giant.
Wanting to make these civilian alien squads truly contribute, he definitely had to make an example. For the demon hunters, as long as the forbidden objects could be brought back, whoever ended up obtaining the forbidden objects would not be at a disadvantage.
The battle began, and after Li Xian dragged down the 2 A-ranked demons, those 3 A-ranked alien squads rushed into the stone forest like 3 sharp knives.
Soon the sounds of battle came from inside, a terrifying demonic creature awakening to battle with the alien squad. At the back, Li Xian looked into the distance, his eyes moving slightly, 2 A-class demons, 5 B-class demons. As expected, the number of high-level demons in the inner circle of the Forbidden Zone was quite large. I'm afraid that it would have been dangerous if he had gone deeper in the first place. 2 A-class and 5 B-class, this force was already very frightening, and if it appeared in the outside world, it could even pose a serious threat to the main city. The main forces of the 3 alien teams all rushed up and battled the demons. At the same time, a few teams secretly sent out speed-type exalts to sneak in while they had the chance. This time, the battle mission was to snatch the forbidden objects, not to kill the demons. There was no need to fight them to the death. It wasn't just the 3 major alien ability squads, there were also some B-class alien ability squads that likewise sent people to sneak deeper in. All the agility type or flight capable adepts shuttled through the stone forest with their various skills, quickly searching for the forbidden object's location.
Chapter 55 Fierce Competition. In the stone forest, several ghostly figures were weaving in and out of the stone forest. They were dodging other demonic creatures while looking around for traces of forbidden objects. Compared to Night 17's chaotic walking, the direction these aberrants were moving in was very clear. Although there were some deviations, the final direction was the direction where the forbidden object was located dozens of miles away. On the cliff, a pale stone door was set in the wall, which was about 1 meter high and resembled the gate of a medieval family estate. The door was carved with fine marks, looking ancient and old. The stone door is almost integrated with the stone wall. If not for the powerful fluctuations of the surrounding supernatural energy, the general public really cannot be found. A few moments later, a bird chirping sound rang out in the sky, and an alien in the guise of a flying demonic creature was the first to arrive. Feeling the terrifying alien energy fluctuations on the cliff, the alien's eyes were filled with surprise. A forbidden object that could distort the space in this area was at least A-class, and might even reach A+ or even S-class. Flashing his wings, the alien rushed towards the stone door. However, just as he was about to touch the forbidden object stone door, several boulders suddenly attacked like cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The boulders smashed against the alien energy shield, shaking the man back and forth. Roar! Amidst the rubble, an alien in the guise of a jackal like wolf roared and jumped up to grab a claw on the birdman's wing. Blood scattered in all directions along with the feathers. The birdman raged, "How dare you sneak attack? Ha ha ha, who made you too greedy?" The jackal sneered, but before the smile at the corner of his mouth could dissipate, a crossbow arrow came from a certain direction. He who hadn't landed in mid-air yet was unable to dodge and took an arrow directly on his thigh. A superhuman system speed-type alien energy practitioner slowly walked out from the jungle. The mantis is catching cicadas, the yellow sparrow is at the back. How are you all? Feeling the fluctuation of that person's alien energy, Jackalman and Birdman's faces sank. B-class alien. Birdman, that guy is fast, should we cooperate? Jackalman asked. Birdman snorted coldly, "Che, you're no good either." Although he said this on his lips, his gaze was still firmly fixed on that B-class alien. The 3 parties stared at each other for a moment. No one dared to act rashly. In the stalemate, soon all the other Ultrans rushed over, and the battle became more and more chaotic. A few minutes later, 6 alien energy users gathered under the cliff, 4 C-level alien energy users and 2 B-level alien energy users. The crowd looked at the stone door on the cliff with a blazing color in their eyes, but while their eyes were burning they also knew the danger of the forbidden object. And there were so many competitors beside them, for a moment no one dared to make the first move. In the midst of the anxiety, a stocky man walked out. "Everyone, don't think about how to bring it out first. It's still unknown if this forbidden object has any offensive properties. Does anyone want to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes kept changing, but no one opened their mouths first.
Muscle Man grinned, since you guys don't want to make a move, then I go up and try. First of all, you can't sneak up on me, not speaking is the default. The crowd remained silent. Seeing this, the alien took a big step over and leapt onto the stone wall. His hands were like two sharp knives plunging directly into the stone wall, and in a few breaths he climbed to the location where the forbidden object stone door was located. As he got closer and closer to the forbidden stone door, his eyes grew hotter and hotter, but he was more and more careful in his excitement. Taking a deep breath, the alien carefully touched the forbidden stone door. When his finger touched the stone door, quickly retracted, and then vigilantly looked at the stone door. As a result, he waited for more than 10 seconds and nothing happened.
No offense?
Seeing this, the crowd below all sighed in relief.
Not all forbidden objects are safe, some forbidden objects are extremely aggressive. There are even some forbidden objects that can actively attack the living beings that appear.
The muscular man glanced at the crowd below during the repeated attempts, and in the next moment, he grabbed the stone door and yelled as he yanked it outward.
Ka-ching!
A huge crack appeared on the rocky wall, and the stone door set in the wall was actually yanked out. Immediately after the muscle man let out a low drink, the muscles on the body instantly bulge. In the blink of an eye you become a super soldier. And then leaped to be intended to escape with the forbidden stone door. However, when he jumped up, suddenly felt what is wrong. The weight of the stone door, which was only 1 meter in height, was far beyond his expectations. With a strong grip, he failed to grab the door. The stone door slipped out of his hands and fell straight down.
Boom!
When the stone door fell to the ground, the earth was shaken and a large pit was directly smashed out of the ground. The crowd was stunned. From the commotion just now they could sense that the weight of that forbidden stone door that was only 1 meter in size was at least a good dozen tons. The terrifying air froze steeply at this moment.
This thing could really be dragged out?
Although there were 2 B-ranked alienists among the 6, none of them were strength-based alien talent, and the only one with strong strength seemed to be that muscular man. If it was a few 100 pounds of forbidden objects they thought they could do it, but if it was more than a dozen tons, if they wanted to carry this thing out then they must not die of exhaustion. Forbidden objects are easy to obtain by force, but it is a bit impossible to use them without knowing the rules. Only after cracking the rules of the forbidden object, that this horrible alien energy fluctuation will disappear. According to the rules of the alien energy, anyone can snatch the forbidden object before cracking the rules of the forbidden object. Only by bringing it back to the main competition would the competition be considered over. After all, no one dared to snatch something under the eyes of the demon hunters. However, carrying this thing for dozens of miles could be exhausting even without the interference of others. For a while the crowd fell into silence. The forbidden object was right in front of their eyes, but they couldn't take it with them. This feeling was really a bit hard to bear. In the silence, an alien suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a direction. The next moment, a figure appeared at the end of that direction. A man wearing a black robe and a black mask was slowly walking. The others followed the man's gaze and also discovered Night 17's figure. Although it was the first time they had seen that man in black, there were quite a few rumors about this fellow in the past few days. Some suspected that he was a God's believer, some suspected that he was an A-rank or even S-rank super expert. There were also people who said that he wasn't high-ranked, but possessed a special psychic ability to control magical creatures. In short, what kind of rumors were there? But no matter how people gossip, one thing is for sure, that is, this guy is very dangerous. Looking at it, the man's eyes suddenly condensed, because he realized that behind that black-robed man was actually followed by a demonic creature. Upon seeing the demonic creature's appearance, an alien sucked in a breath of cold air. B-class demonic creature, rock python.
This black-robed man could actually control a B-class magical creature?
Then there was no doubt that this guy's rank was at least B rank to start with. Brushing, the 6 of them took up combat stances. Those who transformed, those who pulled out their weapons, in a manner as if they were facing a great enemy.
Chapter 56, You Want to Kill Me?
Being stared at by 6 Xenos, Night 17 was a bit bewildered. The previous turmoil Night 17 hadn't quite understood, but now he finally knew. Originally, he thought that there would not be any Xenos coming to seize the forbidden objects in the short term after the Demon Hunter squad failed. As a result, they came, and not only did they come but also brought a large group of people.
Demon Knight 17 was not afraid, but he was afraid of the aberrants. If this level of battle accidentally touches him, he will be miserable. Especially now that all the aberrants were all aiming at him, making it seem as if he was the villainous big boss. Hiss! The rock python twisted its body, its eyes staring unkindly at the Xenos in front of it,
the markings on these people were already obvious. Although it hadn't reached the level where the rules forced it to attack, it didn't mind counterattacking if the other party took the initiative to attack. Knight 17 twisted his head and glanced at the rock python behind him, seemed to understand. These people were afraid of not only themselves, but also the demonic creature behind him. Right, what are they afraid of if they have a magical creature? Moreover, not only could he command the magical creatures, but he could also see the rules of the Forbidden Zone. If utilized well, even powerful Xenos would have a few chances to pit themselves to death. In the middle of Knight 17's thoughts, an alien spoke. "Your Excellency, what do you mean?" Returning to his senses, Knight 17 hoarsely said, "The same as you guys." The crowd was silent. As expected, this one was also running towards the forbidden objects. Such a mysterious person whose identity strength was unknown was too dangerous. The crowd did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Stalemated, Knight 17 was the one who opened his mouth. He looked towards the Jackalman alien at the forefront. "What's your name, from that squad?" "My name is Zhang San, a member of the Sea King alien squad. I wonder if your Excellency recognizes it?" Knight 17 shook his head. "Never heard of it." Then he looked at the speed-type alien. "And you?" "Li Si, member of the Green Tea alien squad. And who are you?" Knight 17 sneered. "Who I am, you guys don't deserve to know yet." The crowd's faces sank. This guy had a big mouth. At this time, another B-ranked alien suddenly said, "Don't be intimidated by him, everyone. Although he can control B-ranked magical creatures, but he definitely doesn't have a second awakening. According to the intelligence, he has been in the Forbidden Zone for several days. If he can take the forbidden object away, there is no need to wait until now." There was only one possibility why he waited until this time, and that was that he was also afraid of the A-ranked magical creatures in the inner circle. In other words, he couldn't control A-ranked demons. The strength of this black robe should be before B rank and A rank, with a high probability that it was B rank. This kind of ability to control magical creatures was extremely rare, but it also led to the fact that the strength of the main body shouldn't be too strong. So, that alien analyzed it line by line, speaking with reason. Upon hearing this, the crowd kept wandering over Knight 17 and that rock python. A control-type alien and a B-rank rock elemental system demonic creature were troublesome but not impossible to fight. One-on-one definitely couldn't be beaten, but 6 against 1 was still promising. A man whispered, "Everyone, this black robe is too dangerous. Should we combine our efforts to finish him off first?" "I'll agree if you two B-ranked exalts serve as the main combatants." "That's right. This guy's identity is uncertain. We can't let him get it no matter what." The crowd took their stance one after another, and if it was really as the man had said, there was still a battle to be fought. This situation was of course a combined effort to exclude the most dangerous contender first. Feeling the crowd's unsuspecting gazes, Knight 17 was a bit flustered, but he certainly couldn't wimp out when it came down to it. He coldly said, "What, you guys want to take a shot at me? The forbidden object is something without a master. Whoever has the ability gets it." "That's right, I say, masked man, you're hiding your identity so much. Do you have any ulterior secrets?" "I suspect that this guy is a minion of the gods' believers, only they like to wear black robes." The crowd spoke as they slowly walked towards Knight 17. Knight 17 cursed. He hadn't even used the forbidden area rule yet. These people were actually planning to do it directly. They didn't give him a chance to use it at all. Otherwise, should he concede to a wave of retreat? Knight 17 was beating the drum of retreat at the moment. Just as someone wanted to make a move, everyone suddenly froze as they realized that there were once again magical creatures appearing in the distance behind Knight 17. Poodle, lava crocodile, hell vajra. The weakest ones were all C-ranked, and there was even a B-ranked one inside. Seeing this, the crowd had a teasing look in their eyes. If they were to fight with this unknown black-robed man, it would be hard to say whether they would win or lose, but now that there were so many magical creatures attacking, it seemed that they didn't need to make a move. They only needed to block the area and watch the tigers fight. So many demons appeared together, even they may not be able to top. Now on the black-robed man plus a rock python certainly cannot block. On this side, the 6 people were about to watch the show. However, the next moment the smiles on everyone's faces directly solidified before they dissipated. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the 6 demons didn't directly pounce on them but gradually slowed down, eventually stopping in front of Knight 17's body. Then one by one happily wagged their tails to greet Knight 17. Hearing the commotion behind him, Knight 17 turned around and first froze, then revealed a look of surprise. The ones chasing after him were actually Simba and the others. "Simba, what's going on? Didn't I tell you guys not to come in?" "Oh, got it, there's a fight over there, right?"
Simba and the other demonic creatures nodded their heads. They had originally planned to leave, but as a result, without waiting to leave the stone forest, the army of class-altered beings in the rear killed them. If it was an ordinary demonic creature, they might have taken the initiative to attack, but these demons seem to have gotten smart after staying with Knight 17 for a few days, and instead of taking the initiative to attack, they chased after them all the way. In their eyes, following Knight 17 was the safest. Knight 17 smiled to appease the emotions of the many magical creatures, and turned back to look at the 6 people in the middle of the day. The 6 people were petrified. The terrifying air abruptly froze. An aberration is swallowed hard. What kind of aberration was this that could control 7 magical creatures, including 2 B-class ones? Who just said that this guy was a B-class alter ego? This is clearly an A-class alter ego, right? With a lineup of this level, even a fully armed B-class alien squad wouldn't dare to say that they could definitely beat it. What's more, all 6 of them are scouts, and only a few of them are really capable of fighting. Fighting with these demons was no different from looking for death. With his little brother here, Knight 17 was finally not afraid this time. He slowly walked forward. Just now, someone said they wanted to kill me? No, senior, you heard wrong. Right, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom, why do we need to make a move? Senior, this forbidden object, I won't fight for it. I don't want it either, senior, my little brother has eyes and doesn't recognize him, Tai, just let us live. The crowd decisively begged for forgiveness, they were truly afraid. In their hearts, they cursed the alien who started the trouble in the beginning 1,000 times. It's fine that you messed with an A-class alien, isn't this looking for death? Chapter 57, 1 + 1 =? Knight 17 looked at the 6, although there were 7 demons behind him, he wasn't sure that these demons would attack on their own accord if he gave the order. So the best way was still to scare them off. Thinking of this, Knight 17 looked at the one who had just analyzed the head of that alien. What's your name? Back to senior, my name is Wang Wu, of the Windflow Alien Squad, my captain is Moon Windflow. Wang Wu still wanted to count on bursting out his captain's name to shock the black-robed man in front of him, but the latter didn't have any reaction. Because Knight 17 had absolutely no impression of these people, he inquired merely wanting to know the other party's name. Wang Wu? Seeing that you analyzed well just now, I'll test you on a few questions. Ah? Wang Wu froze, asking questions? Frozen in thought, on top of his head the blood-colored skull deepened a touch. Seeing this, the corner of Knight 17's mouth slightly hooked up, not waiting for the rules to be unleashed simply said, ask you words do not respond, do not understand the etiquette, the punishment. As soon as the words fell, a stone pillar suddenly sprang out of the ground and headed straight for Wang Wu's throat. Ka-ching! The stone pillar was blocked by the alien energy shield and shattered, although it didn't hurt him but it startled him. The others were similarly stunned. Just now Wang Wu hadn't done anything, but he was actually attacked by the forbidden rules. Is it by chance, or? Everyone looked at the black-robed man with some consternation, and it was only then that many people noticed that the black-robed man hadn't condensed an alien energy barrier. In the cognizance of all alien energy users, C rank was the bottom line for entering the forbidden zone. This was because without the protection of an alien energy barrier, once you touched the rules you would be obliterated. But now this guy in front of him hadn't even coalesced an alien energy barrier. Could he really be immune to the rule attacks of the Forbidden Zone? No, this was no longer immune to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, this guy was clearly able to control the rules of the Forbidden Mainland. At this moment, everyone was baffled. The Forbidden Zone rules that had not been cracked by human beings for 200 years were actually cracked by someone at this moment? In the crowd's confusion, Knight 17 opened his mouth again. Listen up, ask your first question, 1 + 1 =? Wang Wu? Crowd. Wang Wu was completely baffled. He thought that this black-robed man would ask some difficult question, but he asked this one? Knight 17 was paying attention to the blood-colored skull on Wang Wu's head after he sent out the inquiry. The rule he had just used was, Forbidden Zone Rule 22, you can't answer a math question incorrectly. Knight 17 wanted to test how this rule should be used. After waiting for 2 seconds, he realized that there was no reaction on Wang Wu's head. Did this rule require a roll call, or was it possible to choose not to answer? While wondering, Wang Wu suddenly spoke, equal to 2. When Wang Wu opened his mouth, the blood-colored skull on his head moved for a moment then returned to normal. Seeing this, Knight 17 understood something. It seemed that this rule had to wait for the other party to answer before triggering. Knight 17 looked at the other people again, waited for a few seconds and found that those people all went to school skeleton without any change. Seeing the situation, Knight 17 has understood this rule usage. Do you still need to think about this kind of question, Wangwu? The second question: if I entered this place from the first day of the appearance of the 22nd White Mist Forbidden Area, until now, how many days have I been here? Ah. The crowd was stunned. This black-robed man in front of them had been in the Forbidden Zone for 7 years? While Wangwu was dumbfounded, the rules of the Forbidden Zone were triggered once again. This was a pit deliberately dug by Knight 17. If you call out your name, you must respond, and if you ask a math question, you cannot answer it, but if you answer it, you must get it right. The two rules together: as long as the question was hard enough, you would be attacked by the rules whether you answered or not. Is this kind of question hard? At a glance you didn't listen carefully, you should be punished. As soon as Knight 17's words fell, a boulder suddenly rolled down from a stone pillar and smashed into Wangwu's head in an unbiased manner. Boom! The boulder smashed on the alien energy shield and exploded, but Wangwu did not feel good either. But what was even more shocking in his heart was that this rule was really controlled by this mysterious person. Once was an accident, could twice be as well? He hadn't touched the rules a few times in total since he entered the White Mist Forbidden Zone. Plagued human 200 years of Forbidden Area rules actually really someone cracked. Not only crack can be used for their own. The 6 of them were no longer thinking about the ownership of the forbidden objects. Once this news was spread out, it would trigger a world-class earthquake. Feeling the swords drawn around him, Knight 17 vaguely guessed that the rules of the Forbidden Zone violated by that guy were about to reach the second level. Once it reached the second level, it would be forced to attack by the surrounding demons. Thinking of this, Knight 17 simply waved his hand. Forget it, you're too stupid, I'm not going to ask you, just go. At this moment, Wangwu, who was still wary of the crisis descending around him, was so excited that he almost cried. Many thanks to Senior for not killing me, many thanks to Senior for not killing me. Wangwu kowtowed 3 times in a row, and then scurried out without looking back. This place was too evil, he didn't want to stay for a moment longer. Wangwu left. Knight 17 looked at Li Si, still the same question as just now, how long have I stayed? Li Si subconsciously said, that, 2,555 days? He had long forgotten when the 22nd White Mist Forbidden Area appeared, and simply used 365 by 7. Knight 17 knew that this answer was incorrect, but the rules were not triggered when the other party answered. Was it because the question he had just asked was incomplete, or was it because the interval between questions just now was too long? In the midst of thinking, an alien on the side whispered, no, it should be 2,444 days. Knight 17 rubbed his eyebrows. Has it been so long already? Maybe it's time to go out for a spin. By the way, has Wolverine awakened for the second time? Wolverine? Second awakening, he's now number 1 on the heavenly ranking. A shifter rushed to say. Oh. The little guy is growing quite fast. Not bad, not bad. I won't make it difficult for you on account of you being latecomers, you guys go. Hearing this, the crowd sighed in relief. A mysterious man who had stayed in the White Mist Forbidden Zone for 7 years, understanding and being able to control the rules within the Forbidden Zone, this kind of monster wanting to kill them wasn't simple. Go, leave right away. Senior, farewell. If you can go out one day and go to the Dragon Capital, my Sea King alien squad will definitely welcome you in the middle of the road. The crowd was thankful while retreating backward without a trace. After determining that the mysterious man did not make a move, each one of them exerted all their strength to run outside. Knight 17 watched the crowd leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had bluffed these guys, or else it would be hard to say if they really fought. However, the feeling of always using the rules of the Forbidden Zone was really a bit cool. Hear this to know the name of the other party. As long as he was given enough time, Knight 17 even felt that even an S-ranked alien could grind to death. Without the interference of other Alterans, Knight 17 wandered over to the forbidden object. Looking at the stone door that was only about a meter in height, Knight 17 sked. It was quite unexpected that such a place would have a door. If anyone knew that the point of Knight 17's curiosity was this, they would definitely vomit blood on the spot. This is a forbidden object, forbidden object. Shouldn't your concern be the rules and abilities of the forbidden object? Knight 17 circled around the forbidden object twice and then tried to lift it up. However, after trying several times, the forbidden stone door did not move. Knight 17 was speechless. How would this heavy forbidden object be transported? No, we have to find a way to solve the problem of the rules first, otherwise, such a horrible fluctuation of foreign energy would be a living target. After thinking about it, Knight 17 subconsciously used his supernormal ability. A silver color flashed in his eyes. The next moment, Knight 17 suddenly froze. A special message appeared in his field of vision. Chapter 58: Mysterious Black Robe.
As Knight 17 next used his supernatural ability, a silver color flashed in his eyes. The next moment, a special message appeared on the stone door. Forbidden object rule: read aloud one verse about the door every day. No repeated verses may be read aloud within a month. Knight 17 stared dumbfounded at this special rule, and after a long time, he finally realized that this was the rule of this forbidden stone door. Originally, he thought that it was already quite heaven-defying for him to be able to see the rules of the white mist forbidden area, but it turned out that he could actually see the rules of the forbidden objects now. That's not right. Then why couldn't he see the rules of the power ring? Is it because this is a replica, or is it because he is in the white mist prohibited area, or is it that only the forbidden objects in the white mist prohibited area can see the rules themselves? The known information was too little. Knight 17 was not sure what was going on. But no matter what, knowing the rules of forbidden objects is definitely a good thing. This forbidden object rule is not difficult, but this is the 23rd century who still reads ancient poems, and it is still related to the door verses. Knight 17 couldn't help but spit in his heart, but it was also fortunate that he had nothing to do in the danger zone back then and had read some books. In his mind, he kept searching for the poetry books he had read back then, recalling the verses related to doors. After a long time, he finally thought of one: the heavenly gate interrupts the opening of the Chu River, and the blue water flows east to this return. As Knight 17 recited that verse, the forbidden stone door shook. In the next moment, the terrifying foreign energy fluctuations around it began to contract rapidly, and in a few breaths it actually dissipated altogether. Damn, it really works. It was just a try, but I didn't expect it to really work. So the rules of forbidden objects are all this kind of strange TSK. It doesn't seem to be too difficult to take in forbidden objects. Knight 17 scared, the foreign energy pressure disappeared. He got bold and went up to the stone door and touched it. The rules were known, but the usage still needed to be slowly understood. But according to how most forbidden objects were used, it must be alien energy as an energy source. Thinking of this, Knight 17 tried to inject his alien energy into the stone door. When the supernatural energy was injected into the stone door suddenly shook. In the dark, Knight 17 had a special feeling that he had some kind of special connection with this stone door forbidden object. As Knight 17 injected foreign energy, it slightly trembled. Seeing this, Knight 17 increased the strength of the injection. However, someone overestimated his own alien energy reserves. 5 minutes later, Knight 17 injected all the alien energy into the forbidden stone door. The ability of the stone door was still not activated. Knight 17 slapped his head. He almost thought that he was a B-class alien after being in contact with a C-class B-class alien for a long time. His own alien ability level is only E-class, but this forbidden object is a real A-class forbidden object. That little alien ability is not enough for this forbidden object to stuff its teeth. However, this kind of thing was not difficult for him. Knight 17 twisted his head to look at the few magical creatures not far away, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Stone, Simba, come over here, there's something fun here. Over a dozen miles away, numerous A-ranked aberrants and demonic creatures were fighting a great battle. The terrifying aftershocks leveled the surrounding forest. In the middle of the battle, a few silhouettes suddenly appeared in the depths of the stone forest. Stop fighting, something big has happened. Li Didi shouted, a look of panic in his tone. The crowd froze. What was going on inside would make an exalt panic so much? However, he wasn't the only one who was panicking, so were the 5 people who ran out behind him. Retreat! Li Xian made a snap decision. Anything could happen in the restricted area. Without knowing the situation, withdrawing was the safest. The demon hunters retreated. The other alien squads would not stay. The crowd fought and retreated, eventually breaking away from the white mist forbidden zone. Determining that the demonic creatures did not chase out, Li Xian called the few alien energy users over. What happened inside? You guys are so panicked? It's the black running man. The black-robed man is there. The forbidden object was snatched by the black-robed man. That black-robed man can control the rules within the forbidden object. The black running man is at least an A-class alien. He can control several B-class magical objects. That guy doesn't need the protection of an alien shield to survive inside the forbidden zone, and we saw him using the rules inside the forbidden zone to punish Wang Wu with our own eyes. The 6 people were talking and listening to the crowd's bewilderment. Li Xian frowned. Stop, all of you shut up. Wang Wu, you come and tell us again. Not long ago we went to fight for the forbidden objects, and when we got there, Wang Wu shivered and began to recount what had just happened. Although he was a bit flustered, but after all, he was a B-class alien, his logic and whatnot was still quite clear. When they heard that the mysterious black-robed man was controlling 7 magical creatures, among which there were 2 B-rank magical creatures, the crowd's faces changed. This kind of alien ability was already very terrifying, and the alien ability rating was at least A rank. However, this was only the beginning. When they heard that the black-robed man used the rules to punish Wang Wu, the crowd was baffled. Someone questioned, could this be a coincidence? Once is a coincidence, twice appearing in one piece doesn't make sense. And that guy can control magical creatures and can also take in forbidden objects in a very short period of time. There's definitely something wrong. The others stopped talking for now. Wang, will you finish everything first? Oh, I'll beg for mercy after being punished twice. A few moments later, Wang Wu and the others stated everything that had happened. Then everyone fell silent. There were many unexplainable things in the world after the appearance of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, but the things that Wang Wu had said had completely exceeded their knowledge. A man in black who could control the demons in the interior of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, ignore the rules inside, and even control the rules. Not to mention an A-rank alien, even an S-ranked guardian couldn't do it, right? That guy said that he went in when the White Mist Forbidden Zone appeared. Could he have entered at that time to control the rules of the Forbidden Zone? Or perhaps the man in black was telling a lie and was just hoodwinking them? Li Xian looked serious and said, this news is kept secret for now. Captain Wang Xiong, you send someone to ask Wolverine to see if he knows anything. I'll report it immediately and ask the Guardians to take action. Regardless of whether it was true or false, this matter must be investigated. It was fine if the man in black was a fake. If it was real, it might trigger a huge change. In the middle of the stone forest, Knight 17 didn't know what kind of sensation his disguise had triggered. At the moment, he was tuning a few demonic creatures to inject alien energy into the stone door. As the alien energy was injected, the vibrations of the forbidden stone door became more and more frequent. Ka-ching! When enough foreign energy was injected into it, the stone door suddenly cracked open, then the stone door slowly opened. When Knight 17 saw the scene behind the stone door, he directly froze. Behind the stone door was actually a silver-gray vortex, which carried a powerful attraction that seemed to be able to suck anything in. Looking at the strange vortex, Knight 17 hesitated. This thing looked as if it was very dangerous. After thinking about it, Knight 17 found a stone from the side and threw it in. When the stone touched the vortex, it instantly disappeared, as if it had traveled to another space. Knight 17 scared. Behind this vortex is a special space, or is the function of this stone door teleportation? Chapter 59, Yu Qi. Magic Capital, Demon Hunter's Headquarters. Vulcan Flame, the Demon Hunter's army leader, frowned after receiving Li Xian's information. A mysterious person who immunized and controlled the rules of the White Mist Forbidden Zone? This kind of thing was pure bull, and at their level they already had some understanding of the Forbidden Zone. However, not releasing the alien barrier and controlling the demons within the Forbidden Zone was a bit interesting. Inside the Forbidden Zone, inside the demonic creature is fundamentally different from the outside world demonic creature. Even the puppet masters cannot control. That mysterious person is how to do it. But this message was sent by Li Xian, then it must be taken seriously. Thinking of this, Flame simply contacted the Dragon God, Fist God, and Fu Zi. However, apart from the Dragon God side, who had made contact, the other two were out of contact. At this moment, thousands of miles away on a plateau, a White Mist Forbidden area rose straight up into the clouds. Compared to the White Mist Forbidden area number 22, the area around this forbidden area was a bit different. Outside the forbidden area, the earth is torn, the diameter of dozens of meters of deep pits one after another, and occasionally you can see up to 100 meters of huge cracks. Everywhere there were broken walls, and almost not a single intact thing could be seen. At this moment, the white fog wall was constantly tumbling. It had already lasted for more than a month. At a certain moment, the white fog finally stopped tumbling, and then a figure flew out of it backwards like a cannonball. It was a bald man with a red cloak hanging from his body. Rumbling. When the bald man landed on the ground, the earth cracked under his feet, and a huge V-shaped chasm spread out for hundreds of meters, which could not be seen at the end of a glance. The man's clothes were a little torn, with a few bruises on his fists and chest, and his whole body was gray. When the bald man stabilized his form, a white-haired old man riding a donkey in the white mist also scurried out. This person was none other than Fu Zi. However, at this moment, Fu Zi's clothes were torn with a few holes, and his hair was a bit disheveled, especially the small donkey underneath him was very weak, and it was obvious that this period of time had not been very good. Leaving the second forbidden area, Fu Zi gasped for half a dozen rough breaths, and then looked at the bald man's eyes full of complaints. I say, Yu Qi, can you tell me before you go in next time, if I hadn't come, you might have been trapped for how long?
Yuchi scratched his head in some embarrassment. It's not like I suddenly found the power gloves, and in my excitement I followed them. Fuzi bristled. Forbidden objects at this level already have self-awareness. Your approach of relying on brute force won't work. Yuchi blushed. Who said it's brute force? I've already found some clues and am trying. The corners of his mouth twitched as he looked at the devastation around him. By the time you're done trying, this forbidden area will probably be gone. The world knew that the fist god was unrivaled in the world, but they didn't know that the consequence of this ability was that as an S rank, he couldn't control his power perfectly. The slightest carelessness of power would destroy the surroundings. Almost destroying a white mist forbidden area for an S rank forbidden object might be the first person in history. Taking a look at his surroundings, Yuchi coughed dryly and decisively changed the topic. What are you doing here in my place for nothing? Upon hearing this question, Fuzi put on a smile. The power ring you gave me was given away. Oh, found a potential. What talent? Superman system, visual ability, auxiliary type. Put. Yuchi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you kidding me? Fuzi rolled his eyes. What's wrong with auxiliary type? You're good. You go kill the puppet master? Yuchi didn't say anything. It wasn't like he hadn't tried this kind of thing before, but it failed. Although he was known as the one-punch Superman, and there were few existences in the world that could resist one of his punches, but first of all, he could hit the other party. What's more, there are things that you can't do just because you want to. Seeing that Yuchi didn't say anything, Fuzi continued, his supernatural abilities haven't been fully tapped out yet, but one of them is very special. He can see the puppeteer's soul insects. Ka-ching! The earth underneath Yuchi's feet instantly crumbled apart when he got excited. However, he did not care. A step out to the side of the husband's side, breathing became rapid. Are you sure? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Yuchi's eyes kept flickering. No one wanted to kill the puppet master more than him. There had been many times when he had tried, but all of them ended in failure, especially the last time when the failure caused great repercussions. This world did not have the most powerful psychic ability, only the strongest psychic. Any alien ability must have a way to restrain him. Now that he heard that there was someone who could see the puppeteer's soul insect, a glint flashed in his eyes. You mean the plan can be implemented? Fuzi, however, shook his head. This is considered an unexpected blessing, but the main members are still insufficient. There is no suitable candidate. At most, they can only hit the god's believers heavily. They cannot kill the puppet master. Although the believers were troublesome, they weren't the main thing yet. If the puppeteer didn't die, give him 10 years and he would definitely be able to create another batch of high-level believers. Hearing this, Yuchi sighed. Sure enough, even if someone could decipher the puppeteer's powers, it would still be hard to kill him. Speaking of this, Fuzi said, the power rings have been used up. When are you going to create a few more? Yuchi rolled his eyes. What do you think of the forbidden cabbage? That S-class alloy is already almost used up all. Who made you owe me? You were the one who broke 6 of my forbidden objects back then, and that's not even counting. Stop. 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 I did not say not to return, mainly because there is no money. Don't talk nonsense. This time the power ring I have a special use. Good luck, may be able to get you a few good candidates. Yuchi's eyes glowed. Really? Husbandman stroked his beard. That's for sure. This matter still needs your cooperation. Outside the restricted area, the white-clothed old man and the bald man began to plot something, and as Fuzi recounted a certain plan, Yuchi's eyes grew brighter and brighter. A few moments later, when the two finished their discussion, Yuchi let out a loud laugh. Taking one step, the earth under his feet shattered like a spider's web, and he had already disappeared. Seeing the other party leave, the husband smiled faintly. It's true that it's still a reckless man who was good at fooling. The next academy should be interesting. Slightly stretching his waist, Fuzi pulled out his cell phone and muttered to himself, I don't know how that little guy is doing after all this time. Just as he was muttering, a bizarre whirlpool invisible to the naked eye suddenly appeared above Fuzi's head. The next moment, a stone appeared from the vortex. Bang! The stone smashed right on his head in an unbiased manner. Fuzi raised his head in a bit of a daze and realized that his head was empty. There weren't many things in this world that could touch him, but he hadn't felt any hostility just now. Was puzzled, suddenly a piece of wood reappeared. Seeing this bizarre scene, Fuzi hand folding fan a fan. A residual shadow flashed. Sitting down, the small donkey carrying the husband left the original position. However, the next moment, another piece of stone appeared out of thin air. See, the husband's angry beard exploded. This is who engaged in mischief? Just when he was about to fight back, the stone actually disappeared again. The man's son? Inside the white mist exclusion zone number 22, after throwing 2 things in a row. The third time Knight 17 put that stone halfway in and took it out again.
Seeing the stone intact, Knight 17 was relieved. It looks like this forbidden object is not dangerous. Originally, Knight 17 wanted to find a living creature to try, but he couldn't touch the magical creatures in the white mist prohibited area, so it was a bit troublesome to operate. As for fooling these magical creatures into jumping in, it was hard enough, and the magical creatures here seemed to be more powerful than him at random. After pondering for a long time, Knight 17 slowly extended his hand towards the silver-colored vortex. The moment his fingers touched the vortex, a special message suddenly entered his mind. At this moment, Knight 17 knew what this thing was. Spatial teleportation. The vortex passage connected two different spaces together, and by entering it from here one could appear somewhere else. Theoretically, as long as one remembered having been there, this spatial channel could reach it. At the same time, Knight 17 understood one more thing: this was the cracking rule. If one used it hastily without cracking the rules, the spatial teleportation would be random and might teleport you to somewhere. Interesting, this is the legendary arbitrary door chant. How about naming you the Door of Space? Knight 17 was murmuring, then began to think about where he should go. As he was thinking, suddenly the vortex became unstable. The next moment the vortex produced a powerful attraction that directly sucked him in. When Knight 17 disappeared at the same time, that spatial door similarly disappeared into thin air. All the surrounding demons looked blankly at the place where Knight 17 disappeared, and for a moment they were a bit unable to react. Somewhere hundreds of miles away from the white mist prohibited area, an invisible vortex appeared out of nowhere in midair, and then Knight 17 directly fell out of it. Bang! Knight 17 fell and directly smashed onto a big fluffy bed. The dazed Knight 17 shook his head, and when he saw that his clothes were all over the place, he had some palpitations. Just now, he was thinking about the test, forgetting that there is a time limit for teleportation, and as a result, he was forcibly sucked in when the teleportation time ended. Fortunately, this space door has some connection with himself, or else the broken clothes would not be the only ones. Not waiting for Knight 17 to think, a silver vortex reappeared above his head, and the door of space actually came out from inside. Knight 17 face a black, this thing to be but a few tons of weight, this if smashed into their own not dead also crippled. Just when he was about to dodge, the door of space suddenly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a palm-sized token, which then lightly landed in his hand. Knight 17? Looking at the door of space in his hand, Knight 17 blinked. This door of space could actually shrink, and it also took the initiative to run into his hand. Can it be that this thing also has its own consciousness? Is this considered to be recognizing the owner? Knight 17 didn't know, but now didn't seem to be the time to think about this. He looked around vigilantly, and then his eyes became odd. Knight 17 found himself in a room with pink quilts, snow-white walls, and a cozy and comfortable layout. It looked like a female room, and there was a familiar feeling. Just as he was thinking, the bathroom door suddenly opened, and a young girl with blonde hair walked out from inside. Because she had just finished taking a bath, her golden hair was covered with crystal water droplets, and her body was radiating heat. The two of them looked at each other, and when they saw each other, they both froze. The two froze when the door to the room opened again. Dressed in a rabbit girl, Wu Duo holding a rubber stick in one hand and holding a hemp rope in the other hand walked in. "Lily, I'm here, look what I prepared for you." Before the words were finished, he saw the ragged Knight 17 on the bed and Sunli with a bath towel around her. At this moment, the terrible air seemed to freeze. Chapter 60, The Return. 10 minutes later, the three people who had all changed their clothes sat on the big bed. Sunli and Wu Duo's faces were scarlet, but when they saw Knight 17 who was even redder than their faces, they let out a giggle. Wu Duo laughed in a floral manner. "Brother 17 is still so shy, we didn't even say that we are at a disadvantage, you are still embarrassed, just now if I wasn't not there, you are not going to do something, let me tell you, Lily has wanted you for a long time." Sunli gave Wu Duo a glance. "You have the nerve to say me, I don't know who dreamed of someone a few days ago." "Little Nizi, are you drifting, you dared to say this too?" Wu Duo yang angry. "If not 17 today here, I take the hemp rope directly to you tied." "Che, I don't know who usually uses it more." Seeing the two women fighting, Knight 17 touched his nose to hide his embarrassment. All right, stop fooling around, 17 is still here." A few moments later Sunli begged for mercy. She looked at Knight 17 with some curiosity. "What's wrong with you? You didn't even say hello when you came, also, what's wrong with your clothes, making it look like you're fleeing from a disaster?" They hadn't seen each other for almost a month, and thought that they might not see each other again in this life, but today they actually met each other. Their room had a broken toilet 2 days ago, so they moved to this room where Knight 17 originally lived.
Because of the Night 17 suddenly left, they have not changed the locks, in the eyes of the two should be with the Night 17 never see again. As a result, after only 2 days of living here, Night 17 actually came back. However, Night 17's outfit just now was a bit suspicious. Night 17 smiled awkwardly. I went home to deal with something, and I wanted to come here to see you guys. Wu Duo was suspicious. 17, you didn't break the law, did you? Night 17. No, really no, I've been doing quite well for a while now, it's just that I went to the danger zone a few days ago, and I've only just returned. Casually finding a reason to muddle through, Night 17 didn't explain much, a lot of things couldn't be explained clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. Moreover, for ordinary people, God's believers, White Mist Forbidden Zone and whatnot were still too far away. Night 17 simply said, now that we've met the people, I'll leave first. Seeing that Night 17 wanted to get up, Wu Duo pressed him down on the bed. Go? You think the Red Romance Bar is something you can come and go whenever you want? Wu Duo seemed to smile. Last time did not wait for the hands of the Night 17 ran away, this time it is not easy to seize the opportunity, this if let go is not very loose face. Looking at Wu Duo's ghostly smile, Night 17 had a hint of bad feeling in his heart. A few minutes later, downstairs in the private room, Night 17 looked at the box of red wine in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Come on, in order to pick up for Brother 17, let's all have a toast. Cheers! The next morning, Night 17 rubbed his eyebrows and got up from the big fluffy bed. Yesterday, the crowd had thrown him a party and drank so much that he almost threw up. Night 17 couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion, the girls in the bar were really capable of drinking. Simply washing up, Night 17 went to the next room, hesitated for a moment without knocking on the door, and turned to leave. When Night 17 left the Red Romance Bar, Wu Duo and Sun Li came out of the room. Last night the two thought about whether to get Night 17 drunk and then take the opportunity to take him down. However, after learning during the chat that Night 17 was going to the Alien Academy, the two gave up on the idea. Although they were also abnormal awakened, their talent was too poor for the Academy to accept them. Anyone who could enter the Alien Academy would have a bright future. This was because they knew that Night 17 would be taking another path in the future, a world that many people longed for but could not set foot in. Instead of unnecessary trouble, it would be better to be a friend forever. Buying a ticket and taking a bus, Night 17 returned to the 7th main city with the bus. The journey was uneventful, but something happened when he arrived at the main city station. As soon as he stepped off the bus, a team of heavily armed soldiers surrounded the bus. Half an hour later, the military regent command headquarters. Ah. Oh. Hiss. Ouch 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 ouch. I was wrong, sis, I was wrong. The corner of Wang Xiong's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Night 17 who was being rubbed on the ground by Han Schwanger. Although it looked like Night 17 was pitiful, it really relieved his anger. 5 days ago Night 17 suddenly left without saying goodbye, and the whole person was as if he had disappeared. In order to search for Night 17, they called all the Night Watch and Demon Hunters they could. He searched for 4 days over the danger zone without finding it, but as a result, he suddenly received special information this morning that Night 17 had purchased a ticket in Huanghai Town. That's why the current scene came about. After a long time, Han Schwanger punched until she was tired, which was when she stopped. Say, what have you been doing these past few days? You didn't return your calls even when I called you. Han Schwanger gritted her teeth and said. Night 17 touched his nose, I met a demon on the road and my cell phone broke. Encountered a demonic creature, where did you go? Ahem, that I went to the danger zone and wanted to go home to take a look. Go home? There how dangerous you go back for what, and even if you go you should also call on me Han Schwanger gave account, Night 17 was like a child who made a mistake a sentence and didn't dare to retort. These reasons had already been thought of when he went. Originally, his idea was to try to go to the White Mist Forbidden area to fight for the forbidden objects, and regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would go out from the south and then make a detour to Yellow Sea Town before going back. This way, no one would think that he had gone inside the White Mist Forbidden area. On the side, Wang Xiong watched the conversation between the two and understood what happened. In his heart, he was also speechless. Are you a kid who has drifted, an E-class alien, or an auxiliary, actually dared to go to the dangerous zone? That's because I cleaned up the demonic creatures near the White Mist prohibited area in those few days. Otherwise, any demon could kill you in minutes. However, Night 17 can live in the danger zone for 7 years, his awareness and experience in avoiding demons is definitely not bad. The fact that the person was fine now was already the best possible outcome. In the end,
Wang Xiong spoke. Alright, Miss Han Schwanger, since Night 17 is back, let's leave things as they are. What's more, your identity is special. Even if he wants to take you out, you can't leave the military area.
On the bright side, Han Schwanger was an A-plus class alien talent and had to be strictly protected by the military district.
With someone helping to speak, Han Schwanger no longer continued to do so and glared fiercely at Night 17.
Night 17 smiled awkwardly, yet asked, Captain Wang Xiong, can I ask what happened to the forbidden objects in the White Mist Forbidden Zone? Who got it?
Hearing this question, Wang Xiong was decisively shaking his head. There are some special circumstances inside. The matter is confidential. You guys don't have the right to know right now. The mysterious black-robed man now belongs to the highly confidential. Yesterday the Demon Hunter Army Chief sent out 2 guardians to go and explore. But in the end, nothing was found. Not only did the black-robed man disappear, even the forbidden objects disappeared into thin air. A mysterious man who could manipulate magical objects, immunize against the forbidden rules and even control the forbidden rules, and who could also crack the forbidden objects in a short period of time, was just too dangerous.
Chapter 61 The Great Secret. After briefly taking notes, Night 17 was brought back to his residence.
When he returned home, he was greeted by a mixture of fat beatings from Han Schwanger and Mu Sheng's grandparents and grandchildren. The screams lasted for more than half an hour, and the soldiers standing guard outside were creeped out by the sound. In the evening, Night 17, whose face was swollen, looked at a table of sumptuous meals and was moved to tears.
Han Schwanger smiled at the sight and said, 17, does the meal I made look good? Good looking, good looking. Does it smell good? Fragrant. Is it delicious? Night 17. Sister Frost, can you untie me?
Han Schwanger gave Mu Sheng a piece of chicken and gave Night 17 a blank look. Who let you sneak away behind our backs? If we don't give you a long memory this time, you won't turn the tables next time.
Night 17. Mu Sheng also nodded. 17. This is indeed something you did wrong. What is it that you can at least say after you disappeared? Frosty had insomnia for several days.
Hearing this, Night 17 looked towards Han Schwanger. He hadn't been able to scrutinize the fat beating he got when he came back before. Now when he took a closer look, he realized that Han Schwanger had emaciated quite a bit after not seeing her for a few days, and there was even blood in her eyes. Night 17's nose was a bit sour. I'm sorry, Sister Frost, I'm sure there won't be a next time.
After Night 17's sincere admission of fault, Han Schwanger finally untied him.
Night 17 was also starving. He was tired of eating barbecued meat every day when he was in the White Mist ban. An hour later, after finishing all the meals on a table, Night 17 was content to return to his bedroom. Comfortably taking a bath, just after going to bed, Night 17 realized that the door was open again, and Han Schwanger tiptoed in. Night 17's room never locks the door. Usually Han Shange will run over to him when she misses him. Then this time, Han Shanger climbed onto Night 17's bed and wrapped her arms around him, burying her entire head in his arms, her body trembling slightly.
Crying?
Night 17 froze. They had lived together for 7 years and he rarely saw Han Shangir cry. In his impression, Han Schwanger was always her big sister, the kind of woman who was not afraid of the sky or the earth. Even when they parted ways, she had held back her tears, and now she was crying in his arms.
Night 17 was a bit flustered. What's wrong with you, Sister Frost? Don't scare me. Han Schwanger's head was still buried in Night 17's arms, whispering, 17, will you leave me in the future?
Night 17 froze. No, I will never leave you.
Really? Really? But I always feel that you are hiding something from me.
At those words, Night 17 was silent. Han Schwanger continued, in the past, there were no secrets between us, you told me everything, but after coming out I realized that you've changed, something seems to have happened to you. This time, you going to the danger zone must have something to do with the secret in you. I'm not curious about what your secret is, but I'm afraid that one day you'll leave me because of this. At this moment, Night 17 completely understood, and he backhanded Han Schwanger into a hug. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise you that I will never leave you.
Really? Really?
Night 17 nodded his head vigorously. Originally there were some secrets I didn't want to tell you, because those secrets had a certain risk. I was afraid to say it, you guys might be implicated, however, if you want to. Night 17's words hadn't finished, Han Schwanger's jade hand lifted up to block his mouth. I don't want to. Since you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Saying it out wouldn't be a secret anymore.
Night 17 smiled. This is what you said. This secret is significant. Che, even more significant, you are my brother.
Han Schwanger continued to ramble on, and Night 17 responded from time to time. On the bed, Night 17 just hugged Han Schwanger. Perhaps she was really sleepy or perhaps she was finally at peace. Soon Han Schwanger fell into a deep sleep. Knight 17 carefully covered Han Shanger with the quilt. To him, no forbidden object was as important as Sister Frost. Just as Knight 17 was about to fall asleep holding Han Schwanger in his arms, he suddenly sensed something. Turning his head, he realized that a void figure appeared beside the bed, and Knight 17 was more than familiar with this figure. A few moments later, Knight 17 came to the next room, where an old man in white was leisurely fanning a folding fan.
Husband?
Knight 17 said with some surprise. He was a bit confused as to why this person would suddenly come to find himself. The husband's son put away his folding fan, and his eyes continuously sized up Knight 17's body. A moment later, a flash of light flashed through his eyes. With a lift of his pale fingers, the space gate hanging around Knight 17's neck actually floated up. Seeing this, Knight 17's face changed drastically. It had been discovered. Under Fuzi's control, that space gate slowly floated towards him. However, the next moment a special energy fluctuation arose from the space gate, breaking free from Fuzi's control.
Ha!
A look of surprise appeared in Fuzi's eyes. It's a bit interesting.
With that said, Fuzi looked towards Knight 17 and said curiously, "Kid, where did you get this thing from?" Knight 17 didn't move on the surface, but inwardly, he was raising shockwaves. He had thought that he had fooled Wang Xiong and the others, but he didn't want to be discovered by Fuzi. However, this one was an S-class superpower. It didn't seem strange to be discovered. After hesitating for a moment, Knight 17 spoke with difficulty, "Do you believe me when I say it fell from my head?" Such a clumsy lie, yet Fuzi nodded after hearing it. "I believe it." Knight 17.
Fuzi said indifferently, "This level of forbidden objects not now is not estimated to be able to use. Even if it can be used, you try not to use it in public again. In addition, since the rules have been cracked, you should not be subject to backlash, but remember, the rules of this forbidden object should not be told by anyone, including me."
Ha! Knight 17 was a bit confused. What do you mean?
A forbidden object of this level would make even an A-class alien red in the eyes. You bringing it with you would easily lead to murder once you're discovered, but if no one knows the rules of the forbidden object, then your danger will be greatly reduced. Knight 17 drifted off. The value of the same forbidden object, cracked and uncracked, could differ by tens or hundreds of times. A forbidden object that doesn't know the rules is a gold mountain that can't be moved. It's not yours even if it's worth more.
Understanding the reason for this, Knight 17 asked, "Lord Fuzi, is there something you're looking for me for?"
Upon hearing this, husbandman rolled his eyes. "You still have the nerve to say, 'I just got out of the cage,' cough, just after I finished my work. I heard that you disappeared, so I had to come back to take a look." Knight 17 smiled awkwardly, but his heart was a little puzzled. Why were these people so nervous about his disappearance?
"Okay, since you are fine, then I will leave, old man. I still have a lot of things to deal with,"
the man said, turning around. His body slowly became void. After returning to the military area, Knight 17 continued his training program as if nothing had happened. It was also unknown what the reason was, but the dangerous areas Jingguoli Xin called Zhaolang back to continue teaching Knight 17. However, Knight 17 did not care about the outside world, but the outside world had been changing. A few days later, the number 2 main city, Magic City, at this moment, located in the center of the Magic City, a luxurious manor, became a special guest. A white-clothed old man in the room was drinking tea beautifully, and the donkey outside was leisurely eating Weilong spicy strips. A few moments later, a flying sword flew rapidly from the sky, and a chubby man jumped down from it. This person was the current head of the Zhuge family. Those who don't know may scoff when they see him, but those who know him will all stand in awe. Because this is the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, known as the world's richest man. Zhuge is rich. Seeing Fuzi, Zhuge Qianhaha laughed. Aya, Fuzi, adults, you come also, do not say a word in advance. I heard the news on the rush over." Fuzi stroked his beard. Nothing was supposed to go to the sea prison, came by the way to sneak around just a little bit, did not bother Zhuge family master, right? Look at what you say. You can come to me here as already my Zhuge home is not bright, must stay tonight to let me do a landlord's friendship. Master Zhuge is polite, there is no need to be so grand. This is all trivial. In fact, it's because I've also recently gotten a few new forbidden objects. I haven't cracked the rules yet. Lord Fuzi happens to be able to help guide me a bit." Upon hearing this, husbandman's eyes rolled around. Cough cough, since Lord Zhuge needs help, then I will be obliged to do my bit. Lord husbandman is well versed in the ancient and modern worlds. With your help you will definitely be able to crack it. Where, Zhuge family master is rich as a nation. How could there be a rule that you can't decipher? In the living room, the two began to blow each other up commercially, and a certain donkey outside ate a full 222 packets of Weilong chili fries inside before it ended. Taking a sip of tea, Fuzi finally stopped grating. Juga family head, when I owe Juga family a favor, today is intended to come to repay.
Oh? A flash of light flashed through Juga Chan's small eyes. Those in front of him were just petty fights, this favor thing was different. In the beginning, in order to make the Fuzi owe the Juga family a favor, they had not tossed it around much.
Dare I ask Lord Fuzi, what aspect are you referring to? Husbandman stroked his beard. I can only tell you one thing, next year's Shifter Academy is very lively, whether you can grasp it or not depends on yourself.
Upon hearing this, Juga Chan's small eyes fluttered.
Being able to be evaluated so much by the husbandman, it was obvious that this year's freshman had extremely outstanding talents. Juga family can become the richest in the Dragon Kingdom because he can do business.
The most important one in business is investment. What is the highest return? The answer is talent.
As the saying goes, it's better to add flowers to the brocade than to send charcoal in the snow, and the effect of giving help to a strong person when he is weak is completely different from giving help to him after he grows up.
Fuzi is the most obvious example. Juga Chan arched his hand. Lord Fuzi has a heart.
Where, this is all proper. As for what to do, it's up to your own choices.
After the husbandman left, Juga Chan immediately had people investigate the information of the Alien Academy.
However, if it was previous years, the list of information on the trainees could easily be pulled out, but this year, there was an accident.
Juga Chan realized that even with his connections, he couldn't get the information of the trainees. There must be a big secret here. Chapter 62, this year's enrollment is not quite the same.
On the training ground, Knight 17 was battling Zhao Lang. The two of them were constantly interlacing their figures, their movements were agile and ghostly, their moves were unexpected, one ring after another, and every time they met the two Tang swords would collide together, constantly emitting clanging sounds. On the periphery, a group of night watchmen and soldiers surrounded a circle. Everyone stared at the battle on the field with wide eyes. Unlike the battles of the supernaturals, this kind of sparring that didn't use any supernatural abilities and relied entirely on skill had an extremely strong visual impact.
You guys say, how long can Knight 17 last this time? 50 minutes, last time it was already 45 minutes, this time it can definitely last 50 minutes. Good boy, an E-class alien's physique sparring with a C-class alien for almost an hour, is this guy a monster?
Can't you see, Officer Zhao Lang is letting him go. If he attacked with all his might, Knight 17's Tang Blade would have to be shaken off in a few rounds.
So what, aren't you D rank? If you're capable, you can touch that kid.
The crowd outside was buzzing. There were some people who created some doubts, but most of the soldiers and night watchmen looked at Knight 17 with a look of admiration. Today was May 30th, more than 2 months had passed since the last incident. During these 2 months, Knight 17's speed of progress was horrifying, from the very beginning when he was killed by Zhao Lang in 3 or 2 seconds to now when he was confronted head-on for tens of minutes. This speed of progress was like sitting on a rocket. When the sparring here refers to the premise of not using supernormal abilities and the two people's strength is about the same. Zhao Lang indeed did not use his full strength, but he is a C-level alien, and Knight 17 is only E-level, with the level of suppression that would lose the significance of training. In the middle of the battle, after another sparring session, Zhao Lang's Tang Blade suddenly changed direction in mid-air and stabbed straight at Knight 17's shoulder. The latter didn't panic in the slightest. With a twist of the wrist, the Tang Blade blocked Zhao Lang's attack, and then kicked him in the abdomen. Zhao Lang twisted his body, dodging the kick while kicking at Knight 17's other leg. Knight 17 jumped up and rotated his body in mid-air, his Tang sword slashed Zhao Lang's chest. Each blow of the two men's fight was thrilling and dangerous, and the slightest mistake would result in serious injuries. But in this kind of high-intensity battle, the two of them went back and forth for a full 50 minutes without a win or a loss. When the 52nd minute, exhausted, the last trace of strength of the Knight 17 Tang sword was shaken out, a Tang sword against his throat.
Knight 17 didn't care and simply sat on the ground panting heavily.
The sweat on his forehead was falling like rain, and the clothes on his body had long been soaked through several times. Zhao Lang put away his sword and took a deep breath. He wiped the tiny beads of sweat on his forehead and looked at Knight 17 with relief in his eyes. Originally thought that Knight 17 was going to take the auxiliary route, majoring in firearms long-range support. This point he also lived up to his expectations. In just 1 month has been able to hit the bullseye 600 meters away. This distance as far as the present is concerned has been completely sufficient. However, during the later melee training, Zhao Lang realized that Knight 17's learning ability was still above his expectations. With his special visual ability, Knight 17 could copy his movements exactly as if he had sharpening will eyes, and analyze them constantly.
That's why the current scene came about.
Zhao Lang looked at Knight 17 and said in delight, 17, your saber technique can already be out of the class,
Now what restricts you is no longer the saber technique but your rank.
Hearing this, Knight 17 grinned. He was very happy to be able to receive this kind of evaluation.
Then Brother Zhao, what's the next training? Nothing. Knight 17 froze, nothing?
Zhao Ling nodded. Basic theoretical things, and I don't have anything I need to teach you anymore. The rest you need to slowly accumulate experience in actual combat. Take a good rest today, buy a better looking outfit, and tomorrow you and Han Schwinger can report to Dragon Capital.
In the monitoring room, Wang Xiong and Li Xian couldn't help but nod their heads after watching the match between Knight 17 and Zhao Lang.
Li Xian marveled, this kid's learning ability is perverted. Originally I thought he was just talking off the top of his head, but now, well, he really does have a chance to compete for first place. Wang Xiong shook his head. This is not certain. This year's Alien College may be a little change. The news even I keep secret.
Li Xian was a little surprised. Even Wang Xiong did not know the information. This level of secrecy was a little high. But whatever the above did, there must be their considerations.
In the chat, Wang Xiong suddenly let out a sigh of emotion. It's just a pity that his alien talent is auxiliary. If it's replaced with a combat system, his future is unlimited. And it's even possible to form a demon hunter squad. Wang Xiong had seen Knight 17's performance over the past 2 months. His heart, comprehension, learning ability, and attitude were all top-notch.
If Knight 17 possessed a good talent for alien energy, he might be able to become the second Li Xian in the future.
Li Xian, however, shook his head. Not that he wanted to refute anything, but Knight 17's alien ability was too special.
Compared to his efforts and character, his alien ability was more important.
Therefore, no matter how talented Knight 17 was, still he was destined not to become a demon hunter.
At least not before eliminating the puppeteer.
While Li Xian and Wang Xiong were chatting, the two of them didn't know that certain changes were happening in the 10 main cities of the Dragon Kingdom at the moment.
Magic City, the bustling city center, the bathing center.
At this moment, a fat little fatty like a ball was taking a bath in the bathroom. Instead of taking a bath, it would be better to say that his entire body was floating on the water. At this moment, the little fat man was holding the bath while gnawing on a large chicken leg, eating a face full of grease.
This person was the Zhuge family's youngest son, Zhuge Yukai.
As Zhuge Yukai was eating, the room suddenly opened, and 2 alien energy practitioners walked in with great strides. Zhuge Yukai hurriedly found a bath towel to wrap his bottom. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? How dare you come here without my permission? An alien spoke. Young master, the family head has something important to find you, please go back immediately. Hearing that his old man was looking for him, Zhuge Yukai stopped spilling his guts and immediately wrapped up his clothes and returned. A few moments later, Zhuge Yukai returned home and then saw Zhuge Qian staring at him with wild eyes. Zhuge Yukai was startled. Father, are you alright?
Don't scare me. If you want to die, you have to write me a will before you die.
Zhuge Qian rolled his eyes. Look at your unproductive appearance, not much to say. Get ready, tomorrow go to the Dragon Capital Alien College to report.
Zhuge Yukai froze. Going to the Alien Academy? It's been almost 3 years since I awakened my psychic abilities?
Besides, I won't be able to graduate even if I go there with this supernatural talent. This year there is a bit of a change there. Just now I just received special information. There are some talented little guys in this term. Your task is to befriend them and see if it's appropriate to invest in them. It's best to give them a little loan.
Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yukai understood.
I still thought what, originally on this okay then I'll go and take a look. I don't want more. You prepare me 180 billion. And by the way 30 to 50 forbidden objects will be fine.
Roll. Good Lu.
There is a small island 100 miles to the east of Devil's capital, and this is the famous sea prison of the Dragon Kingdom.
The prisoners here were all psychics.
At this moment, in a confinement room, a teenager with messy hair was looking at the outside world through the window. He was different from the other prisoners. There was no prison uniform on him, and no special handcuffs or ankle chains.
The room even had everything, what with cell phones, tablets, computers, and all sorts of entertainment facilities.
However, that teenager was not happy at all because he could not leave the room.
After watching for a few moments and feeling bored, the teenager rolled over and planned to sleep.
At this time, the door to the room suddenly opened and a doctor in a white coat walked in. Zhao Jun Mo, someone is here to see you. Zhao Jun Demon was a bit puzzled. There were still 2 days left until the beginning of next month. It was logical that someone from the family wouldn't come.
If it wasn't someone from the family, then who could come here?
As soon as he looked up, he saw a red-haired middle-aged man with a hot aura appear.
Upon seeing the visitor, Zhao Jun Demon revealed a hint of surprise. Lord Fire God? How is it? Have you gotten better recently? Zhao Junmo bristled. It's still the same, it's been 6 years anyway. Then do you want to go out?
The fire god suddenly said.
Ha? Zhao Junmo froze. You guys can let me out? Can't.
The fire god shook his head, but there's a way to let you out for a while.
What do you mean?
There have been some changes in this year's Alter Ego Academy, and the Zhao family used some connections so that you can attend the Alter Ego Academy, where there are also Alter Ego sealing stones, so you won't lose control.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun Demon's eyes flashed. What about the conditions? Vulcan smiled. It was convenient to chat with smart people. It's very simple, that's to achieve the top 3 grades in the graduation test.
If you don't complete it, you'll be sent back again. If you complete it, you'll get some rewards. As for what the rewards are based on your performance.
Upon hearing this, the corners of Zhao Jun Demon's mouth rose slightly, revealing an evil smile. A bit interesting, so it doesn't seem to be bad for me. Since you guys dare to let me out, then what else do I not agree to? Outside the 4th main city, at dusk, an off-road vehicle returned from the danger zone.
The crowd in the vehicle was overflowing with smiles. Most of the people inside were seasoned Xenos in their 30s and 40s. There were no weaklings who could hunt in the danger zone. However, there was one person in here who was different from the others. That person's eyes were rigid and his body was messy, but it could be seen that he was not very old and even slightly young. When the SUV arrived at its destination, Yi Qingfeng jumped down with a leap.
Crazy man, you haven't shared your stuff yet.
A middle-aged man in the back yelled. Yi Qingfeng waved his hand. Just give me the usual rules and credit it to the card. Leaving the sight of the crowd, Yi Qingfeng quickly walked to an alley where a soldier was waiting for him.
Yi Qingfeng bristled. I said, are you guys bored of coming here every now and then? If you are afraid that I will run away, why don't you just lock me up?
The soldier was expressionless. I'm just carrying out the orders from above, but I'm not here today to investigate. The meaning from above is that you can return to the Alien Academy again.
Yi Qingfeng froze. What does it mean?
The above said that the faults you committed in the first place can be forgiven, but there is one condition for you to become a vigilante, and that is to achieve the top 3 grades in the graduation test.
When he heard that he could become a vigilante, he smiled at the words. Yi Qingfeng, that's the only requirement? That's right, as long as you complete it, you can become a vigilante. Don't say top 3, I'll go to the proper number 1.
A certain research lab in Dragon Capital.
Chapter 63, Fighting Magic Only with Magic.
Dragon Capital, as the number 1 main city of the Dragon Kingdom, the population of the main city and its surroundings added up to nearly 100 million. Such a highly concentrated large city, however, in the center of the main city there was a special academy covering an area of 20,000 acres. The density of the buildings here was extremely low, and there were lush greenery, artificial lakes, and artificial islands everywhere, greatly preserving the natural atmosphere of the wilderness. However, when it came to the main building areas, one would realize that the buildings were extremely technological, and there was a huge contrast in the surroundings.
Buzzing rumble.
Early in the morning, just as the day was waning, an armed transportation helicopter came from the distance and landed on the tarmac. The dozens of miles around the city center belonged to the no-air zone. Only and special personnel could take the specialized military armed helicopter. As the helicopter slowly descended, the wind swept up by the propellers lifted all the sand on the ground. Below, a few military uniformed aliens stood there expressionlessly against the gusts of wind, like statues. At the head of the group was a man with a sturdy and powerful figure, with a lieutenant general's medal on his chest, and the wind and sand hanging up in the sky couldn't make his eyes blink even for a moment. As the hatch of the helicopter slowly opened, the somewhat old but upright Xianyuan Song descended from the helicopter.
Pa!
The many soldiers who had been waiting for a long time saluted in unison, shouting in unison in a neutral tone, "Good day, Vice Army Chief." Xianyuan Song looked at the crowd and nodded in satisfaction before walking to the person with the lieutenant general's medal on his chest. "Jaws, how's the preparation going?" Jaws exclaimed, "Report. All preparations have been completed, however your academy list is currently confidential and we have not been able to make arrangements accordingly." Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Song handed over a paper list of cadets with a smile. "The situation is rather special, this is the complete list of personnel." Jaws received the list and simply glanced at it. The next moment the entire person directly froze in place. Rubbing his eyes he looked again, and then the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Vice Army Chief, are you serious?" Xianyuan Song still maintained his smile. "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have personally sent it over to you. You have to treat these people well, don't disgrace the academy," said Xianyuan Song. Smilingly walked towards the lounge. Today he purposely came over to send this special message on the one hand, and on the other hand was specifically to watch the show.
When Xian Yuan-san left, a group of instructors gathered around. Chief Instructor Hao. Zhuge Yutsai? Is Zhuge that young master of the Zhuge family in Magic City? An instructor behind him froze when he saw the first name. No, hasn't he been awakened for 3 years now, and his psychic talent is still the most trashy level E. He hasn't broken through to level D in 3 years, can he graduate when he comes? Josie's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't worry about this, whether he can graduate or not depends on his own ability, but whoever dares to take bribes from the Zhuge family will be dealt with under military law. Zhao Jun Demon, is that Zhao Jun Demon from the Zhao family of the third main city who was locked up in the sea prison? An officer's entire body went bad after seeing the second cadet's name. If it wasn't a violation to say that Zhuge Yutsai could enter the alien cadets, but this one didn't make sense. This guy was a super dangerous person who had been imprisoned in a maritime prison for 6 years. How dare this kind of person be released? Jaws looked at Zhao Jun Demon's name and frowned, but since this guy could appear on the list, it wasn't his place to question it. Upon seeing the third trainee's name, Jaws once again froze. Yi Qingfeng? A third of the instructors present all had a familiar face come to mind when they saw this name. Many of them had their gums on fire and gritted their teeth. Wasn't he expelled? How can he still come back? What the hell, are there any normal cadets left this year? The crowd then continued to look at it. However, every time they looked at one, everyone's heart would twitch. The ones with bad health almost took medicine. When all the information was finished reading, Jaws suddenly realized that in this complete version of the list, there were a full dozen or so that were labeled with special information. Among them, there were 2 A-rank gifted alien trainees and 1 A+ rank. There was even an S-rank 1 scary guy. In previous years, an A-ranked gifted Ultron would not necessarily appear amongst all the trainees, but today 4 appeared all at once. And those whose talent level didn't reach a rank also had the same various special identities, just like Zhuge Yutsai. In addition, Jaws knew a secret that no one else knew. When he saw Night 17's name, he resided on his information for several seconds. Superhuman visual ability, auxiliary type, grade B alien talent. Super distant vision, dynamic vision, memory enhancement, bullet time, energy perception, eye of space. There were quite a few abilities extended by the psychic ability, but the only one that seemed to need attention here was the eye of space that appeared for the first time. The others couldn't be said to be bad, but there was still a gap compared to those monsters in front of them. Jaws was a little curious as to what exactly the Lord Vice Legionnaire was asking him to focus on this little guy for. Returning to his senses, he once again scanned through the information of the cadets on the list. At this moment, Jaws didn't know whether he should be happy or have a headache. Looking at the densely packed red circles in Jaws' hand, the instructor in the back was a little frightened in his heart. Chief Instructor, the greeting party we arranged earlier seems to be a bit too subdued. Jaws also had a headache when he heard this. If it was just a group of ordinary trainees, the previous preparations were definitely enough, but if it was monsters of this level, it was really a bit dangerous. Especially since there was more than just one prick in there, there were also a few existences with extremely high risk factors. If they couldn't be subdued on the first day of school, they would be even less likely to be shocked in the future. Thinking of this, Jaws asked, "Contact and see who's resting in the Demon Hunter Squad in call over 1. Ha! The crowd froze. Demon Hunter Squad? That level of alien squad was a top team specifically designed to suppress the White Mist Forbidden Zone, and now it was actually going to be used to suppress the scene. Josie, however, said, the General Night Watchman can't suppress it. For this group of guys, they can only use magic against magic. In the 7th main city, Wu Lei was a bit confused when he saw the message sent by the Alien Academy. They had been working with Li Xian's number 32 Demon Hunter Squad to suppress the White Mist Forbidden Zone for the past 2 months. After all, something special had happened here. 2 consecutive months of suppression hadn't resulted in any more special circumstances. Not long ago, Mu Hongyan recovered and was discharged from the hospital, and the entire number 32 Demon Hunter Squad was assembled, so they no longer needed to be in charge here. The upper cellar had just given them a few days of vacation, but it turned out that they were actually pulled to the Dragon Capital. A few team members on the side looked at the message sent by Jaws was puzzled. Captain, Jaws is the 7th on the heavenly ranking. With such a group of rookies, he actually couldn't suppress them and asked us to help? Wu Lei, however, smiled. I've heard before that this year's academy freshmen have problems. Now it seems like there's something fun going on inside. Let's go and say hello to our dear schoolmates. Oh yeah, I remember that Night 17 is also a freshman. You guys behave better. Maybe he'll take the initiative to come to our squad after graduation. Chapter 64. Are you sure it's safe here? June 1st. Early in the morning, with the first rays of sunlight shining on the earth,
the gate of the alien academy slowly opened. Four soldiers changed shifts to go on duty. However, they had just changed shifts when they suddenly realized that more than a dozen heavy trucks were coming towards the academy in the distance. The fleet of trucks was a long line that could not be seen at the end of a glance, and at the forefront of the trucks, there was a limited edition Juga sports car 2222. The first moment they saw that sports car, the crowd knew who the visitor was. I knew there must be something wrong with the Juga family coming. A soldier whispered. What to do? What else can we do? Reported immediately, we can't afford to mess with the Juga family. The gate guard soldier immediately reported it. A few moments later, Xiaozi hurriedly arrived, and at this time, the caravan arrived at the entrance of the academy. Jia shouted, "Stop, don't you know that parking is prohibited in front of the academy?" The car door opened, and then a round ball rolled out from inside. Oh no, to be precise, it should be Juga Yutsai getting out of the car. When seeing Juga Yutsai's exaggerated size, several soldiers' mouths twitched. Without looking at the front, they thought it was a ball. Juga Yutsai moved his obese body and staggered over. "Aya, the 7th strongest shield in the heavenly ranking, Officer George, I've heard a lot about you. I'm a trainee in this class, I'm here to report." While speaking, Juga Yutsai pulled out a dark crystal. "First time meeting, please take care of me." Crowd. A new student actually bribing a chief in front of his face on his first day of school? Worthy of being the young master of the Juga family. Jaws was so angry that he nearly stormed out. However, he suddenly froze when he saw that crystal in his hand. This is a Class A exotic ore? Worthy of being Officer Jaws, you saw it with a glance. Juga Yutsai patted his ass. Upon hearing this, the many instructors and soldiers behind Jaws were all shocked. The Class A alien energy ore was extremely precious, and that one piece was worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Although it was said that they were not poor in money, but a gift worth $10 million, it would be false to say that they were not moved. Taking a deep breath, Jaws but pushed the great alien energy ore back. Reporting for duty is reporting for duty, but the gift giving is forgettable. The academy has regulations not to accept bribes. Hey, how can this be called a bribe? Juga Yutsai had a pompous expression. I'm here to make a donation. Saying this, he pointed to the convoy behind him. For the convenience of the academy's instructors and trainees, I've specially prepared some supplies that are specifically donated to the academy. The crowd looked to the rear of the dozen or so heavy-duty trucks, mouth corners once again twitching. What the hell is this again? Josie looked at the A-class alien ores in his hands, and then looked at the vehicles in the back. Are you sure it's just a donation? It has to be. No requirements? Of course. Juga Yutsai spoke righteously, and randomly changed his tone, but there are some things inside that need to be set up, so I don't think Officer Joes would mind. A few moments later, at the entrance of the academy, a red carpet was spread out for dozens of meters. Both sides of the carpet were filled with all kinds of infrastructure, such as a 3-piece set of pillows and quilts, slippers, pajamas, toothbrushes. As long as the living supplies are here, everything is here. And in the sky above the academy, a 5 or 6 meters wide and dozens of meters long red banner hung in the air. On it was clearly written, "Warmly welcome all new students to the school. All basic supplies this time are sponsored by the Juga family." Not far away, Jaws and the others fell into silence as they watched this scene. In the silence, a military SUV arrived at the academy. And then a man and a woman came down from the vehicle. Upon seeing the academy for the first time, Knight 17 froze. Knight 17 smacked his lips. Before Zhao Lang had told him that the Juga family was rich, but he didn't expect that it was actually so powerful that it could even sponsor the Shifter Academy. Aya, hello two students. Seeing that someone had arrived, Juga Yutsai rolled over. My name is Juga Yutsai, and I'm also a student in this class. Han Schwanger was surprised. Juga Yutsai? Who gave you this name? Knight 17 looked at this meatball in front of him. It was hard to imagine that this thing had anything to do with humans. Juga Yutsai didn't mind at all. It's just a name, it's just a term of endearment. What are your names? Han Schwanger. Knight 17. The two of them responded indifferently. However, a flash of golden light flashed in Juga Yutsai's eyes when he heard Han Schwanger's name. You're that genius who awakened an A+ grade ice elemental ability? Disrespectful. While speaking, Juga Yutsai pulled out a blue-white alien energy ore. First time meeting, please take care of me. Han Schwanger looked at the foreign energy ore in her hand. Although she didn't recognize it, she could feel the ice elemental power contained within. On the side, Wang Xion's eyes narrowed slightly. Grade B ice elemental ore. Uncle Xiong, is this worth a lot of money? Han Schwanger asked. Wang Xiong simply said, the market price starts at $1 million.
Upon hearing this, Han Shuang'er and Knight 17 were startled. This thing was actually worth so much?
After sending Han Shuang'er, Zhuge Yukai looked at Knight 17 and pulled out another piece of unknown ore. Since you guys came together, a small gift as a token of appreciation.
Knight 17's eyes flashed with a special luster when he saw that piece of exotic ore. Classmate Yukai, what is this piece of ore and how much is it worth?
This but it's just a C-grade ore, a few $100,000 for a small thing. Not far away, Jaws and the others were also speechless as they watched Zhuge Yukai's tawdry maneuver.
This should be the legendary approaching people by hundreds of millions.
Wang Xiong ignored this sight and strided over to salute Xiaozi. Lieutenant General Xiaozi, Han Shuang'er and Knight 17 have been brought in, so I'll leave the rest to you. Jaws smiled, don't worry, there's no safer place within the dragon than here. As the two were speaking, another line of caravans slowly arrived in the distance. The formation was not as impressive as Zhuge Yukai from before, but it was still imposing. When the car door opened, two alien power users with a terrifying aura were the first to get out of the car, and then a teenager with a slightly slimmer figure and a demonic look in his eyes got out of the car. On the teenager's hands and neck was a large stone ring, which looked very eye-catching. Zhuge Yukai immediately recognized the visitor when he saw him, and this time, instead of enthusiastically walking over, he shivered in fear. He hurriedly rolled to Jaws' side. Lieutenant General Jaws, why did you release this guy out? It will kill people. Hearing Zhuge Yukai's words, Zhao Jun Demon smiled evilly. Little fat guy, you actually know me. A bit interesting. Which family are you from? The alien beside him whispered, young master, that's Zhuge Yukai from the Zhuge family.
Eh? Zhao Jun Demon froze. Zhuge family of Magic City?
Jia, a bit interesting. It looks like something fun is going to happen in this session this year. On the other side, Knight 17 was likewise on guard. When Zhao Jun Demon appeared, Knight 17 felt a host of inexplicable dangers in the latter's body, and it felt as if what stood there wasn't a person, but a flooding beast. Present, only Han Shuang'er was unsure. Seeing this, Zhuge Yukai rolled over and whispered, you guys surely haven't heard of him, but you remember he's dangerous. I can't say much else, I'll just tell you guys one thing, his alien talent rating is S-class.
Knight 17? Han Shuang'er? The two were shocked. S-class talent. A-ranked talents didn't necessarily appear once a year in the Dragon Kingdom, and one S-ranked one in 30 years would be considered a fortune.
Han Shuang'er originally thought that her talent was already the best among this class of trainees, but it turned out that there was actually one even better than her. But why is this person's look so strange? Just as she was thinking, Wang Xiong walked over quickly. 17, Han Shuang'er, that person is called Zhao Jun Demon. Remember to never provoke him if nothing happens. The corner of Knight 17's mouth twitched. As long as his brain wasn't blistered, he wouldn't be associated with this guy. However, Knight 17 was a bit curious. Why in the world would this guy make these people so scornful?
Seemingly aware of Knight 17's doubts, Wang Xiong explained, see what he's carrying on his wrist and neck?
That's the seafloor stone. The name comes from that special stone in the King of Water Thieves. Once a psychic is locked, the psychic ability will be severely suppressed. Even a normal piece of sea-lock stone can seal a C-class psychic. Knight 17 looked at Zhao Jun Demon's hands and the huge Silu stone on his neck. The Silu stone that can seal a C-ranked alien actually needs 3 pieces in his case. Is this guy is hardly a B rank or even an A alien? Alien trainees are not recruited every year just to wake an alien. How to run out of a senior? Just as he thought of this, Wang Xiong continued, I know what you're thinking, this Zhao Jun Demon is nothing more than a D-ranked alien. The reason why he used the 3 pieces is because he's very dangerous. To be precise, it's his alien ability that's very dangerous. There are some things that can't be said in too much detail. All I can tell you is, don't look at him as harmless now, but once he uses his alien ability he will become another person, a madman. Understand? Knight 17 nodded his head. This kind of thing doesn't need to be ordered too understandably. This kind of thing like psychic ability is very marvelous. Some people can master it quickly after awakening, but some people need a long time. During the casual conversation, Zhao Lang have told him, even the S-Class One-Punch Superman can't achieve complete control over the power. This side is talking. In the distance, a gray-white hair of the murderous look of the teenager riding a bicycle slowly appeared. Before the person arrived, his voice arrived first. Alien Academy, your emperor has returned. The crowd looked over, and when those officers saw the visitor, one by one, their faces all turned black. Lieutenant General, can I go over and beat him up? An instructor asked. Although the others didn't say much, the anger in their eyes already indicated the attitude. Knight 17 looked at the man and then at the many officers. There seemed to be melons to eat here as well. Knight 17 said in his heart, is the Alien Academy like this every year? Why is what Wang Xiong told him completely different from what he saw?
What with the son of the first richest man, what with the S-class alien, and the trainee who had a grudge against the instructor. TSK, it looks like he's not the only one with secrets. Not to mention, it might be interesting to see so many people gathered together. Wang Xiong froze in place when he saw Zhao Junmu and Yi Qingfeng. Lieutenant General Jaws, are you sure it's safe here? Jaws. Chapter 65 Monster Dormitory. Ahem, Jian Cohen, you can take Han Schwanger in Night 17 to go through the enrollment procedures first. Seeing that the scene was a bit odd, Jaws spoke up. Although he knew that this year's Freshman Cup would be problematic, but this is already such a mess with only 5 people coming. When those on the red list arrive, God knows what will happen. The instructor called Qian Cohen nodded his head and walked over. My name is Qian Cohen, you guys can call me Instructor Qian, classmate Han Schwanger, classmate Night 17, let's go, I'll arrange the enrollment procedures for you guys first. Night 17 nodded. He was instinctively somewhat repulsed by the Zhao Jun demon. It was best if he could stay away. How much do you guys know about the academy? On the road, Qian Cohen chatted as he walked. Night 17 shook his head. I just know that the academy is divided into 2 semesters, and the first semester is the 3 learning contents of physical ability, basic theoretical knowledge, and alien ability enhancement. The next semester is practical training in the development and expansion of alien energy attributes. I don't know the rest. Oh? Qian Cohen was a little surprised. This information was not considered a secret, but it was still not easy for the average person to know. It looked like the night watchman had deliberately told the 2. The content is basically correct, but this year there are some changes. Exactly how to change back to the Lieutenant General adults will tell you. I will first take you to visit the academy. Next, Qian Cohen brought Night 17 and Han Schwanger around the academy. The academy was much larger than Night 17 had imagined, and the plant coverage was even higher than 90%. Their visit was actually all by car. Here is the training ground. From now on, your physical training will take place here. Passing by an empty clearing, Qian Cohen said, although psychic ability is important, before you reach sea level, physical ability is equally important. Here is the cafeteria. Don't look at this place, is not too big, but all the food inside is made from demonic meat. Half a year you can return to the capital even if you just eat 5 million. Here, it's the teaching building. Basic theory classes are all studied here, and there are a few laboratories in the back that can be opened up at times. Over there is the shooting range, and there are artificial weather manufacturing equipment that can simulate all the natural environments you want. Night 17 recorded all the facilities he saw along the way. This would definitely be useful in the future. When the campus bus reached a place it didn't pass by but stopped far away. Near that building, Night 17 saw several types of thermal weapons and even a few Xenos guarding it. Night 17 looked at several huge buildings in the distance. What is that place over there? Over there, it's an armory. It belongs to the forbidden area. You guys can't get close to it before you become a night watchman. If the weapons there are taken out, an A-class alien will be crippled even if he doesn't die. Night 17. Over here, Night 17 visited the academy while the entrance to the academy was bustling with activity. As time passed, trainees from all over the 10 major cities arrived one after another. The crowd looked at the special decorations at the entrance without fail and exclaimed, while Zhuge Yutsai was also enthusiastically showing off his banknote abilities to the crowd. This student, how are you? My name is Zhuge Yukai. We are all classmates in the future to take care of each other. Hey, beauty, this diamond I feel very suitable. Handsome, you like a watch, I feel that this Rolex with you very match. Almost all the trainees who entered the academy got gifts from Zhuge Yutsai in their hands. The cheap ones were a few $1,000s, the expensive ones were tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, looking at the soldiers on the side with a face of envy and jealousy. What does it mean to be trenchant? This is it. This year's enrollment of cadets totaled 186 people. Even if the average person $50,000, this is still nearly 10 million. A large portion of the trainees who came here were ordinary people who came in tuition free, and those from good families were only a small portion. In addition to the various banners to attract, as well as what quilt pillow 3-piece set and other daily necessities of free gifts, just more than an hour everyone will remember that rich fat man. After driving around for more than an hour, Night 17 finally arrived at the dormitory area. The dormitory is 4 to a room. There are special administrators, they will arrange accommodation for you. Qian Cohen smiled, go in and have a good rest, there will be a special welcome ceremony in the afternoon. When he said this, Night 17 noticed that Qian Cohen had an odd sort of smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was fantasizing about some sort of funny picture. 17, then I'll go first. Han Schwanger carried her luggage towards the girls' dormitory. After days of doing the bus ride, she was indeed a bit tired as well. Night 17 nodded and quickly found the room that belonged to her with the help of the administrator, number 222. Although it was a room for 4 people, the room was fully equipped, with a bathroom, toilet, tables, chairs and benches, and even a refrigerator, air conditioner, TV, and computer. This treatment wasn't any worse than the place where Night 17 and the others stayed at the beginning. However, the network here was an intranet and could not be connected to the outside world. This was something that Night 17 had known for a long time. After all, this was the Alien Academy, and absolutely no accidents were allowed to happen, let alone someone leaking secrets. In addition, Night 17 also saw a bed that had been organized. Whether it was the material style or other that was called a luxury, there was no need to think to know that it was Zhuge Yutsai's. After living in the danger zone for 7 years, what kind of environment hadn't he lived in? This place was heaven for him. As he was cleaning up, little Fatty came back. Not only him, there were 2 other people next to him, and he recognized them both. It was none other than Zhao Junmo and Yi Qingfeng, whom he had just met in the morning. An absurd thought surfaced in the minds of Night 17 and Zhuge Yukai. It can't be such a coincidence. I want to change dormitories. Zhuge Yutsai exclaimed, being in the same room with that pervert, one wouldn't even know how to die. Night 17 looked at the room manager, and his eyes were also asking if he could change a room. His perception of the energy of his supernatural ability could clearly feel Zhao Jun demon's state, and this feeling was even more exciting than when he encountered a high-level demon in the danger zone. Che, you think I'm willing to live with you? Yi Qingfeng bristled and flicked the silver-colored bangs on his head. He had obviously misunderstood Zhuge Yutsai somewhat. Zhao Jun demon sneered, it's best if you can change rooms, either get me a separate room or you guys move out. Yi Qingfeng got energized, yo, actually encountered then I also dragged, just now at the door to see you are not happy, what's your name, do not serve to practice Zhao Jun demon looked at him coldly, practice, you don't deserve it. Also Qingfeng's anger value plus 100. At this time, the building manager who brought them up said indifferently, all of your places are arranged from above, if you want to change dormitories look for Lieutenant General Jaws. In addition, also Qingfeng you should know what's going on in the afternoon, it would be better to have a good rest with that effort. Hearing this, the 3 of them became interested. Zhuge Yukai pulled out a Rolex from somewhere. Yi Qingfeng student, I just said that changing dormitories is not aimed at you, come on, sit down first, you tell us what activities there are in the afternoon. Yi Qingfeng tossed his silver bangs and arrogantly said, since you guys are sincerely asking for advice, then I'll be merciful and tell you. Every year when new students enroll in the academy, there will be a welcoming ceremony, but when it's said to be a welcoming ceremony, it's actually just the academy's guide giving you a downward spiral so as to subdue you. The 4 of them did not know that everything that happened in the dormitory was being watched by a hidden camera in the room. At the same time, inside an office, Jaws and Xianyuan Song were watching the events in dormitory 222. Watching Yi Qingfeng talking about it, Jaws watched with itchy teeth, thinking that he will definitely arrange an understanding for you guys in the afternoon. Jaws, have the people been selected? On the side Xianyuan Song asked while high on melon seeds. Vice Army Chief, don't worry, this time I specially found a team of demon hunters, plus those previous preparations are definitely no problem, but... Said this, just some nervous, but this Zhao Jun Devil how to do, if Zhao Jun Devil destroyed the sea building stone need to repatriate the sea prison Xianyuan Song is shaking his head, wait until the sealing stone start if he is sick, then get back, this afternoon, let him relax, 6 years did not strike, he is estimated to be suffocated it. At those words, Xianyuan Song's face darkened, it was fortunate that he had found the demon hunter squad. Otherwise, just this one Zhao Jun demon would be able to poke a big hole. Xianyuan Song took a bite of watermelon and curiously said, actually, what I want to know the most is how 17 will perform under midnight. Jaws froze, the information showed that Night 17 was an auxiliary-type alien, although his role in the team was not small, it seemed that he couldn't play much of a role in the afternoon's orientation party. However, from the very beginning this one had told him to focus on Night 17, which puzzled him. Looking at Jaws' puzzled Xianyuan Song laughed loudly, if you want to know, I won't tell you. Jaws. Chapter 66, You're all garbage. In the dormitory also Qingfeng spoke eloquently. Although tomorrow is considered the official start, let me tell you, the moment you enter the academy, the training has already begun. Yi Qingfeng said lightly, those guys who aren't human beings to beat up are probably spying on us somewhere right now. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yutsai shivered and reached into his pants, and in the next second pulled out a big guy. With the switch turned on, an invisible electromagnetic pulse shielded the room. Over there, Jaws and Xianyuan Song, who were still watching the show, froze when they realized that the monitor suddenly went black. Jaws was very headache. I told you, can't let this guy come back. This guy is a famous prick, and that Juga Yutsai pants in the crotch is not going to be comfortable as intentions, right? Juga Rich just handed him the forbidden object? Xian Yuan Song smiled slightly. This is only interesting. Interesting? What do you call this interesting? If it goes on like this, it's still a mess. Jaws was speechless. Xian Yuan Song faintly said, this year's enrollment was personally ordered by Lord Fist God. If you are dissatisfied, you can find him to talk about it. Jaws. Reasoning with the god of fists? That's not crazy. The last person who dared to accuse that person to his face should have grass 3 meters high on his grave. Vice Army Chief, what should we do next then? We can't just let them toss and turn like this, right? Shen Yuan Song rolled his eyes. You're the chief instructor. It's not like I'm the chief instructor. Do what you like, I'm just coming over to watch a show. Seeing this, Jaws simply said, this is what you said yourself, you have to cover for me if any problems arise at that time. As long as no one dies, you can do whatever else you want. Alright, in that case, the freshman cup will now begin. 222 dormitory. Also Qingfeng was about to tell about the freshman cup when the crowd's cell phones suddenly emitted a piercing alarm sound. This sound was more than familiar to the crowd. Emergency assembly. Night 17 took a look at the message displayed on it. Was a coordinate, or a countdown. 1959, 1958. Didn't we say 2 o'clock? It's not even 1 o'clock yet? Night 17 was puzzled. Juga Yutsai was furious. I just shielded the alarm and here it comes. I seriously suspect that group of immodest guys are spying on us. Qingfeng, be confident and remove the word doubt. Jia, a bit interesting. Zhao Jun Demon, who hadn't said much, had a playful look in his eyes. The academy's instructor had actually activated his plan in advance in order to stop Qingfeng from revealing his secret. Qingfeng tossed his silver-colored bangs and moved his wrist. Hee, it's finally here. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Classmate E, why is there a countdown for this? Juga Yutsai was a bit puzzled. Qingfeng smiled. Want to know? Then go and experience it. There's no time to tell you anything else. You just have to remember one thing. All the instructors here don't have a good thing. Their purpose is, as long as they can't get killed, they will get killed. The ear-piercing voice resounded throughout the dormitory building, and most of the trainees had a look of panic in their eyes. Cell phones were uniformly assigned after entering the academy, and this was clearly the way the academy instructors assembled them. Over here, Night 17 had already put on his shoes. This kind of thing didn't need to be thought about to know that it was definitely not good. The gathering place is 5 kilometers away from the dormitory, 20 minutes, which is obviously already a very lenient requirement. Of course, if someone was out visiting or somewhere else, that would be hard to say. However, when Night 17 went out, he glanced at Juga Yutsai, and thought that others should have no problem, but he was not sure if this ball would arrive. When Night 17 went downstairs, he already saw a lot of dormitory students had already come out, and all of them set off towards the designated place. Behind him also Qingfeng went down the stairs and shouted, "Attention everyone, in a moment the academy's instructor will screw you, everyone better stay alert at all times." There were exclamations of surprise from the crowd, and many people looked at Qingfeng in surprise. Bull batch. Night 17 secretly gave this one a thumbs up in his heart, so blatantly confronting the instructor, this guy was definitely a werewolf. Nearly 200 people set off towards their destination. 8 minutes later Night 17 arrived at the destination. The location was a jungle clearing. In the center of the clearing, more than 20 instructors stood there with their heads held high, like a long spear. Their eyes were like falcons, staring at the many trainees who had arrived. Josie was a little surprised to see Night 17, in the data Night 17 was only an auxiliary-type alien, actually came so fast? The crowd was talking to each other, most of them didn't know what was going on. Time rushed by. After a few minutes most of the trainees had arrived. Han Schwanger saw Night 17 and naturally walked to his side. Many of the surrounding cadets looked at this scene with some surprise. Han Schwanger was very outstanding regardless of her looks or temperament, and as a result, she actually took the initiative to come to a boy. Although this was an academy, it was more like a military school in the strictest sense. Is it okay to fall in love here? 17, what's going on? Han Schwanger was a bit puzzled. Night 17 said seriously, Sister Frosty, remember in a moment, don't talk casually, something big should be happening. Saying this, he glanced at the countdown on his cell phone again. There were less than 3 minutes to go before the final time. Time spent minute by minute. Just when less than 30 seconds from the time, a ball appeared. Hoo-hoo! Finally arrived. Juga Yutsai ran over panting, his comical appearance causing many people to roar with laughter. At this time the final countdown ended. The chief instructor at the head of the group, Jaws, took a step forward. He looked around and then bellowed, "Everyone stand still for me." He didn't use his supernatural ability, but his voice was extremely penetrating, and his aura was like a majestic mountain, pressing down on the chests of all the people who couldn't catch their breath. All the trainees in the arena instantly quieted down, and even many subconsciously lined up to consciously form squares. Killing aura. Knight 17 had been in the military zone for almost 3 months of special training, and could not be more familiar with this kind of aura. Xingfeng was at the back of the crowd, but he didn't say anything, and there was a touch of envy in his eyes when he looked at the instructors. Hate to hate, but envy to envy. The always cynical Zhao Jun Devil, also rare convergence up, did not make out of the ordinary behavior. At this time, 4 people in the distance were jogging all the way over here. "Sorry, we're late." A named cadet said, about to enter the line, but was stopped by an instructor. Jaws ignored them and slowly spoke. "There are a total of 186 new cadets in this year's class, 182 are currently present, and there are still 4 people who have not arrived according to the stipulated time. Now, I announce that these 4 people are expelled." Silence. Everyone froze. According to the regulations, tomorrow was the actual enrollment time. Although this assembly was a bit sudden, many people didn't take it too seriously, and as a result, those 4 cadets were actually fired before they even started? Those 4 cadets froze for half a day, and said with some uncertainty, "What do you mean, who was expelled?" "Me? Why, just because I was late." "No, military training doesn't start until tomorrow. What gives you the right to expel me?" "That's right, I may be level psychic talent. Our county is rushing to keep me." The 4 people still wanted to explain, but they ended up being forcefully detained by a few instructors, then directly dragged away. Looking at the 4 people who were getting farther and farther away, at this moment, the crowd who hadn't paid much attention to them all shivered. The chief instructor didn't seem to be joking. Jaws coldly said, "Know what the sound ringing on the cell phone represents? Emergency assembly. The enrollment handbook given to you all clearly told you what it means. You are soldiers from the moment you enter this place. Do you know the consequences of even a second's delay on the battlefield? The supernaturals are also known as the chosen ones, and only a few hundred of them can awaken their supernatural abilities every year, and the fact that you are able to come here is proof that you have excellent talent. However, the level of talent does not mean the future achievements, just like also Qingfeng, he is the alien talent is extremely rare class A alien ability, mysterious system resonance. But he was eliminated in last year's examination." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Even Knight 17, Juga Yukai and the others were very surprised. Knight 17 had originally wondered why Yi Qingfeng knew so many secrets of the academy, but it turned out that he was actually a previous cadet who had been expelled. A class alien talent, this kind of talent grows up to have the ability to change the battlefield. This kind of talent actually did not graduate? At the back of the crowd, Yi Qingfeng's veins rippled in his fists, and his fingers were clenched so tightly that his nails pierced into his flesh without even realizing it. He knew that Jaws was deliberately pointing at him, he was deliberately humiliating himself, but he didn't refute it because it was the truth. Jaws looked around the crowd and continued, "I don't care what backgrounds you had before, what talents you had when you entered the academy. The moment you entered the academy, you were left with only one identity: trainee. No, to be precise, it should be rookie, not even a rookie. After graduating from here you can become vigilantes, you can form vigilante squads. Do you know why aberrants exist in squads? Because the cooperation between Ultrans can maximize everyone's power. And you guys are facing danger now, can't help even if it's not enough, you will also drag down your teammates. In my opinion you guys are hot chickens." Josie's voice was getting louder and louder, speaking harder and harder. Knight 17 was silent, his face had no sadness or joy, because he knew that what Jaws said was the truth. On the open space, nearly 200 cadets with a touch of anger in their eyes, they were treated as a heavenly pride in the local area to come here actually being reduced to nothing. When the anger in everyone's eyes slowly flared up, a smirk flashed in Jaws' eyes, and then he continued to scold, "What, saying that you guys are garbage? You're not convinced? Is it because you think that you have a powerful alien talent and have a bright future when you grow up? Do you think that I'm just in a higher realm than you, so you can scold me? Do you think that if you were in the same realm, you wouldn't be afraid of the Night's Watch? Let me tell you, even if you're in the same realm, a Night's Watchman with lesser talent than you can still completely abuse you." At this moment, Zhao Jun Demon took a step forward and said in a cold voice, "I don't believe it." Josie? Chapter 67, 1-10. Shen Yuan Song, who was far away in the monitoring room at the moment, almost burst into tears of laughter when he saw Ja's expression. Every year on the first day of school there would be a program like this. On one hand, it was to suppress the arrogance of the trainees so that they could be disciplined later. On the other hand, it was to mobilize everyone's passion and let them see how the real Night's Watch fought. As a result, before he even got there, he was actually killed halfway through the program. Jaws looked at Zhao Jun Demon and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Although he knew that this term's cadets were not easy to handle, he did not expect it to come so quickly. In the past, if anyone dared to jump out at this time, he would definitely clean up a bit, and that was the case with Yi Qingfeng last year. But today, Yi Qingfeng was gone, and there was a trickier Zhao Junmu. S-class powers were not something to be blown off, and Jaws was confident that even if he kept his powers at the same level as Zhao Junmu's, he could still beat him, but he couldn't do it instantly. If he couldn't win, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect of stimulating the crowd, and would even in turn make some of the trainees arrogant. The enthusiasm that was so hard to stir up could not be destroyed. Josie's heart crossed and said in a cold voice, "Do you think that S-class talent is NB? Even your own supernatural ability can't be controlled. Without the Zhao family you don't have enough to pay back with 10 lives." The crowd was once again in an uproar at these words. Night 17's eyes narrowed slightly, another big melon. Zhao Jun Demon's body trembled, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes, his body's foreign energy surged unconsciously. However, in the next moment the sea stone on his wrist and neck absorbed it away. Consciousness regained, Zhao Jun Demon had some heart palpitations. Just a moment ago he almost lost consciousness again. After saying that, Jazi looked at the others. Is there anyone else who was not convinced? No one responded, but the faces of the crowd already expressed what they wanted to say. In the silence, Yi Qingfeng walked out. "I don't submit." Not to be opened by Jaws, the second cadet blurted out, "I don't submit either." "And me." With one leading the way, there were soon many who loudly retorted. After being undermined by Jaws for so long, the crowd had long been suffocated. You can say that we are of low rank, you can say that we are undisciplined and uncooperative. But you can't compare us to trash. Seeing that the crowd's emotions were aroused, Jaws exclaimed, "Okay, since you guys are not convinced, let me teach you a lesson today. Nearly this year's trainees are 182 in total. I won't say 1-on-1, that would be too bullying for you guys. Let's do it this way, 1-on-10, there are 182 of you guys, then I'll choose 18 vigilantes to play with you guys." As the words fell, a loud and clear birdsong came from the distant air. Hearing that loud and clear birdsong, everyone subconsciously looked up. Then they saw a huge flying demonic creature flying towards them in the distant sky. The flying demonic creature's wings were dozens of meters wide, covering the sky and the sun, and its brown feathers glistened under the light of the sky's sun. Golden winged rock? Juga Yutsai subconsciously said, "Can all the demons enter the territory of Dragon Capital these days? Look, there's someone on top of the bird." A visual alien exclaimed. The crowd took a closer look. Hurrah found a row of silhouettes standing on the back of the golden winged rock. As the golden winged rock gradually descended, its huge wings whipped up the dust on the ground like a grade 10 typhoon. The crowd couldn't even open their eyes from the leaves and sand. When the golden winged rock was less than 30 meters from the ground, the dozen figures on the rock's back jumped down. Their clothes fluttered in the air with the wind, and their special combat costumes looked like the gods of war descending at the moment. Bang! 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 The ground shook with each alien falling. A few moments later all 17 silhouettes fell, and finally the golden winged rock in the sky similarly transformed into a human form and floated down. On the left and right side stood 6 Xenos each, and on their chests hung the special medals of the vigilantes. In the center, there were 6 demon hunters, their black and red cloaks hunting in the wind, and the large word demon above them was glowing under the sunlight. The crowd became short of breath. Night Watchman, Demon Hunter. Is this the legendary Night Watchman and Demon Hunter? Jumping down from a height of more than 30 meters and actually landing steadily like a statue, this was really too domineering. Not everyone had seen the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters, especially the latter. Some of the trainees were hearing about it for the first time. When he saw a few people in the middle, Night 17, but his face was a bit odd, because the 6 in the middle he recognized, it was the 46th Demon Hunter Squad. The Academy sent Wu Lei them to this scene is nothing, but Night 17 eyes odd because he keenly found that these people's state is a little not too good. At this moment, not far away, 18 alien energy users stood there like statues and did not move at all. Not that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't move. More than half of the aliens' legs were already numb. After all, only Wu Lei and the one who transformed into the golden winged rock had really reached the A level. The B level ones were in the minority, and more of them were still C level adepts.
Moreover, in order to pretend to be a bully, all of them didn't use any supernormal ability, let alone releasing the supernormal ability barrier. It was completely the body that resisted it. At this moment, their legs were about to lose consciousness. Who the hell came up with the bad idea? Couldn't it have been lower? Someone stood in place with the corners of his mouth slightly wriggling. Who else? Jaws. Damn, I shouldn't have believed him, my legs are numb. Alright, a bunch of people are watching, let's beat him up later. It's all come to this, the momentum must be given enough. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone watched with bated breath as the 18 exalted stood there, and the scene suddenly fell into a brief silence. Jaws finally realized something was wrong, quickly stepped between the cadets and them. Jaws said loudly, "Didn't you guys not submit just now? Then here's your chance now. I'll give you guys a chance to prove yourselves. In a moment they'll suppress their psychic abilities to level E to have a match with you guys." The number ratio is 10 to 1, and the range of activity is a 3-kilometer radius with this place as the center. I don't care what methods you use or what you want to do, from now until the sun sets, as long as you still have someone who hasn't been defeated you will be considered victorious. A gasp erupted from the trainees once again, 10 against 1 and not being defeated? This is a bit of a look down on people, isn't it? 1-on-1 many people were not sure of defeating the Night's Watch, but 10 to 1 are you sure you're not joking? There were many cadets who were not combat-type aliens, but the same was true for the Night's Watch and the Demon Hunters. Moreover, it seems that there are several trainees who have already reached level D. If they really fight, it's not certain who will win or lose. However, there were only a few people present who understood that this really wasn't a joke. Knight 17 and Hans Schwinger had stayed in the military region for a few months, and they were too familiar with the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters. 1-on-1 they were strong but couldn't do a 1-on-10. But these 10 trainees weren't together, they didn't have the coordination. It would be good if all 10 of them together could utilize the combat power of 2 or 3. And not all of the exalted would take the initiative to attack. Once they started, some might try to attack, but many might choose to run away or dodge. Because the rule of this competition was not to be defeated before the sunset. This was still only one of them. The real trouble was the complementary strengths of the supernatural abilities. If the squads cooperated with each other, it wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. He turned his head to look around. A red light lit up at some point in the distance, encircling the place at a distance of almost exactly 3 kilometers. The range had been determined. Scanning around, Knight 17 found that there were buildings in 2 places in this area. One was a material warehouse, which Knight 17 saw when he was strolling around earlier. Whether there were hot weapons there was uncertain, but cold weapons were definitely there. Now the priority is to go and find the right weapon first. 17, what are we going to do later? Hanfrost asked in a low voice. She didn't have any desire to fight per se, but things had already gotten to this point, it was a bit hard to say no without a fight. Sister Frost, follow me in a moment and run towards the warehouse in the southeast direction. Remember, it's as soon as the fight starts. Hans Schwinger nodded. She herself hadn't even realized that she didn't know when it started. The big sister who was once in the danger zone had now gradually turned into Knight 17's personal bodyguard. The person in charge and making decisions had changed from her to him. As he was talking, a ball rolled over. Classmate 17, where are you planning to go? Take me one. Knight 17 swept Juga Yukai a glance and seemed to have thought of something and nodded. Alright, you'll follow me when the time comes. No problem. On the other side, I Ching Feng's eyes carried a strong sense of wariness. Last year he was beaten up by those night vigilantes, this year he had to pay back twice as much. Especially since there were also demon hunters appearing this year. I'd like to see how the demon hunters are different from the Night's Watch. Zhao Jun Demon didn't pay attention to those 18 people, instead he looked at Josie, the corner of his mouth to this demonic smile. Jia, a bit interesting. Since this is the case, is it possible for me to unseal the seal? Wu Lei took a few steps forward. He looked at Zhao Jun Demon. Don't worry, I will accompany you to fight today, but your alien energy is not good to control. It is better to wait for it. Their fight is almost over before we start. The implication was clear, he wasn't going to fight in the very first battle. Jaws looked to all the trainees. Everyone get ready, the match officially begins. Chapter 68, Cat and Mouse. As soon as Jaws' words fell, 12 of the 18 people rushed into the crowd. The few trainees in the front row hadn't reacted yet. One by one were kicked out. A screaming sound. Many trainees reacted, their bodies' supernatural energy surging, some transformed into a variety of strange shape. Half-orc, some of the body function has undergone a radical change. And then a variety of strange and bizarre attacks swarmed. 10 to 1, why should I be afraid of you? At this moment, the battlefield that had been suppressed for a long time was finally ignited. Boom boom boom.
The earth trembled as if the ground was shaking, and the battle was on the verge of breaking out. Of course, not all the cadets chose to fight. Some cadets were not good at fighting to watch the show from afar, and some simply entered the jungle to hide. Some of them were not good at fighting and watched from afar, while others simply went into the jungle to hide, including Knight 17 and Han Schwanger. At the beginning of the battle, Knight 17 pulled Han Schwanger to run out. Han Schwanger was a bit puzzled as she ran away. 17, aren't we going to fight? Fight, but not now. Why, aren't there many of us now? It's because there are a lot of people, that's why we have to leave. Knight 17 said dryly, if it was one night watchman and 10 cadets, he would rush up without hesitation. But if it was 10 night watchmen and 100 cadets, he would leave without hesitation. For the night vigilantes, each additional one could increase their combat power by a large amount, but for the cadets, the difference between 100 and 200 was actually not that big. Just as the two ran out of the crowd, the battle at the back had already started. Where did the bull come from? Don't crowd me. All get out of the way, you guys are blocking me. Go on. TM, who's messing around with their powers? Various shrieks rose and fell. Were these alien ability trainees weak? Of course they weren't weak. The worst talent of the psychic abilities here was C rank, the same level as the Night's Watch and the Demon Hunters. Even one-on-one they could have fought the Night's Watch a few times. However, what was preventing them from fighting now was not the enemy, but their own people. Everyone rushed in with a brain, and then there was a picture of people stepping on people and crowding people. Not to mention cooperation, it would be good if they didn't make a mess. The crowd quickly turned from the initial clamor into a wail. The 12 Xenos were like wolves entering a flock of sheep, wantonly abusing and killing the trainees. They didn't even use their psychic abilities. In this kind of chaotic venue, their powerful physical qualities and superior fighting skills alone were enough to crush most of the trainees as well. Slowly, quite a few trainees realized the problem. Fighting in this manner simply didn't bring out their strength. Everyone stop squeezing, spread out. Spread out, all spread out. Everyone retreat, go to the jungle. As more and more voices came, many people reacted, and the crowd stopped blocking the clearing and began to disperse towards the surrounding jungle. A few moments later there were only those 12 night watchmen and demon hunters left in the clearing, as well as more than 50 cadets lying on the ground and wailing. Not bad, this year's trainees' brains are quite good. I thought I had to kill half of them before they reacted. A person laughed. Let's go, the fun has just begun. A vigilante moved his muscles, he hadn't gotten over the fight just now. Be careful, Lieutenant General Josie, but he said there are a few tough guys inside. Don't worry, leave those troublesome ones to us demon hunters, you guys just take care of the rookies. The many night watchmen and demon hunters who watched this cadet flee didn't chase after him, but instead started chattering at the same spot, seemingly in no hurry at all. In the past, the special rewards given to new trainees only required 2 Night's Watch squads to be enough, and at most a dozen or 20 had appeared. No matter how many rookies who didn't know how to cooperate, they were still just rookies, and it was only a matter of time before they were cleared. This year, because it is more special to add a demon hunter squad, this kind of crushing game of course to give these trainees more time to react. After all, their purpose was not just to abuse vegetables. While waiting, Wu Lei suddenly felt something and turned his head to look at Zhao Junmu. Zhao Junmu ignored the surrounding trainees as he walked towards Wu Lei. Can we fight now? Wu Lei smiled, confidence is good, but now is not the time. Saying that, he looked at the time. According to the information, although it's been suppressed for 6 years, you've already been promoted to rank D. Unsealing should last more than half an hour, right? Zhao Junmu frowned. What do you mean? The sun sets around 7 o'clock, so let's set our battle at 6 o'clock. Of course, if everyone else gets caught before then, the time can be advanced. S-class alien ability, there should be a lot of people looking forward to it. Killing intent kept surging in Zhao Junmu's eyes. He understood that the other party was planning to use him as an exhibit so that he could show it to the cadets. He wanted to defeat himself in front of all the trainees as a way to show how powerful the demon hunters were. In his anger, Zhao Jun Demon suddenly laughed, a demonic color flashing in his eyes. In that case, let's see who's the clown in the end. On the other side, Josie and the others in the venue had long since disappeared. At this moment, they had already returned to the monitoring room, and within a radius of 3 kilometers of the open space, hundreds of monitors were all turned on, recording the actions of all the trainees on the screen. Only then did Zhaz send a message to Wu Lei, Operation Mousetrap, begin. Next to the warehouse, Knight 17, Han Schwanger and the others had already arrived. A silver light flashed in Knight 17's eyes, and all the things inside the warehouse appeared in his vision.
Knight 17 licked his lips, although there were no gun weapons, but there were his best tang sword and other cold weapons. There would be a huge difference between having a tang sword and not having one for Knight 17's combat power. The only obstacle now was how to get in. Knight 17 looked behind him, a piece followed by 6 or 7 other people. Everyone, there are some weapons in the warehouse. Which one of you has the supernatural ability to destroy the iron door? A relatively large trainee stepped forward. My name is Wang Mang, my talent is C+ grade Phantom Beast Department Violent Black Bear. Saying that, Wang Mang roared, and the clothes on his arms instantly ripped apart, turning into 2 huge, thick claws. And then he fiercely slapped his claws at the iron door. Boom! The huge claws slapped on the iron door, emitting a deafening sound that shook the crowd and almost made their ears ring. The thick iron door was instantly dented, but the iron door of the Academy's warehouse was also thick enough that such a horrifying strike actually didn't completely destroy it. Seeing this, Wang Mang had to continue, when a silver-haired teenager appeared in the distance. Such a big commotion, are you guys trying to lure them all over? Yi Qingfeng simply said, get out of the way, watch me. Saying that, he took a step towards the iron door. His right hand touched the iron door. A special foreign energy entered the iron door. The next moment the crowd realized that the iron door began to tremble, the trembling amplitude from small to large. Click! A crack appeared on the huge iron door, and the next moment the crack spread to the whole door instantly like a spider's web. Rumble! The 3-meter-high, dozen-centimeter-thick iron door unexpectedly shattered. Chapter 69, the counterattack begins. Knight 17 staggered. Is this an A-grade talent? It's really perverse. With this kind of ability, even the strongest defense will be destroyed instantly. Don't just stand there, go and pick the right weapon yourself. Today I must finish off a few night watchmen. Yi Qingfeng said hatefully, striding in. In the warehouse, Knight 17 went straight to the cold weapon area. When the tang sword in hand, he immediately went up a big chunk on the bottom. Now even if he encountered the night watchman, one-on-one he was not the least bit weak. The others also searched for all kinds of suitable weapons, arming themselves as quickly as possible. Han Schwanger similarly took a tang sword, not that she was good at it, but to find a backup equipment for Knight 17. During the months of training in the camp, she had already found one that suited her. With the help of her ice elemental supernatural ability, Han Schwanger could instantly condense a variety of weapons, and their hardness and sharpness were even stronger than normal weapons. Her fighting style was already moving towards the route of a mid-range mage. A few more trainees ran in during the busyness. One panted, classmates, I just saw 6 Knights Watchmen coming towards us. Knight 17's eyes narrowed slightly, coming. 12 Night Watchmen plus 6 Demon Hunters, that lineup was definitely unbeatable, but now there were only 6 Night Watchmen. The difficulty factor was reduced quite a bit. At this time, one of the trainees said, everyone, this test is to survive until nightfall, but it's not even 2 o'clock yet, there's still at least 5 hours until nightfall. Hiding is basically impossible, so the best way is still to defeat them. That's right, running won't solve the problem. We already tried this method last year. If we want to win, we have to make them attrition. Yi Qingfeng walked out carrying 2 short swords. Don't think about everyone surviving until the end, that's impossible. The best way is to sacrifice some for some of the night watchmen. As long as one of us lasts until dark in the end, that's victory. Pa. Zhuge Yucai directly applauded. Good, well said. Xingfeng student, then do you have any plans? Knight 17 glanced at Zhuge Yucai. This guy was still empty-handed and hadn't taken any weapons. Nope, took it. He had an extra chicken leg in his right hand. Knight 17 blinked and realized that it was really a chicken leg. Is there still cooked food in the warehouse? Knight 17 was a bit confused. In this kind of tense environment, this guy actually had the heart to eat chicken legs. Was it because he was said to have a strong tolerance, or was it because he had a big nerve? Knight 17 always had a feeling that this guy was definitely not simple. Seeing the others looking over, Yi Qingfeng simply said, now that we have nearly 30 people here, pick out a portion of the trainees to hold back the 5, and the rest will attack the last one with all their might. As long as they can be replaced, it's an earner. Knight 17 nodded. This method coincided with what he was thinking. The task of this assessment was to not be eliminated before nightfall. It seemed like an individual task, but it was actually an encounter between the cadets and the academy. So it wasn't the individual that was being compared in this assessment, it was still the whole. He glanced at Han Schwanger, who understood. Han Schwanger stepped out. I can hold one back, as long as it's not an agility-type alien. The crowd was slightly startled. This young girl in front of them actually said that she could hold a night watchman by herself. Truly speaking, there weren't many cadets who dared to say that.
Ahem, let me introduce you all, this is Han Schwanger, a plus grade talent, Nature System Ice Elemental Ability. Juga Yukai coughed lightly, acting as the narrator. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again shocked, even Yi Qingfeng froze, thinking to himself what's going on this year, not to mention the arrival of a Zhaojun demon, another Han Schwanger appeared. Together with himself, there are 3 monsters, and that's just the known ones, I don't know if there are others. At this time he suddenly thought of that day the night watchman told him the task, originally thought that the first 3 is very easy, but now seems to be not simple. But now is not to consider these things wait, under the bar the current assessment to complete and then say. Someone to take the lead, that is a good thing, also Qingfeng simply said, I can hold back one, can also be responsible for the main attack. My name is Wang Mang, my talent is C+ grade Phantom Beast Department Violet Black Bear, come 2 speed type alien, should be able to hold back one. I'm a Superman lineage speed type. With Han Schwanger and Yi Qingfeng taking the lead, the others spoke one after another. Knight 17 couldn't help but smack his lips as he listened to the narratives of the crowd. The lowest talent level in here was C rank, and there were several B rank ones. Of the 30 people, there were 14 combat types, and 8 comprehensive alien types, with only 5 purely auxiliary types like Knight 17. When everyone had spoken, eventually the crowd's eyes landed on Juga Yutsai's body. The latter's fat face reddened, that my alien talent is grade E, Superman Department Rapid Absorption. Knight 17? Crowd. Everyone knew that Juga Yukai was the youngest son of the Juga family in Magic City. Although he looked a bit unpleasant, no one would think that his supernatural talent would be poor. As a result, it was actually an E-grade talent? These odds were almost as high as the probability of an A-rank psychic. The crowd colored strangely, a bit confused as to how this person came to be here. E-rank talent, this should be the first student in the history of the Alien Academy whose talent was E-rank. Cough cough, alright then, you and the other 5 auxiliary type Ultrans, you guys are together, you don't need to go straight up, just provide us with some information. Also Qingfeng coughed twice to change the topic. As he was talking, the vision type alien who was keeping watch at the entrance shouted, they're here. Proceed as planned. Understood. The crowd hid in the warehouse, and soon the warehouse's 6 night watchmen had arrived. A skinny night watchman's ears twitched slightly, and after a moment, he said, listening to the heartbeat warehouse, there are at least 20 cadets. A person laughed and said, the warehouse has just this one entrance, they actually hide here and don't go out, a wave of fat ah. Old Sher, who was in the lead, looked at the shattered ground at the entrance and frowned slightly. Be careful, that a grade talent Yi Qingfeng should be inside. Yi Qingfeng's ability is Mystic Department Resonance, the ability is very special, so don't come into contact with him for more than 3 seconds during the battle, if you come across him, you'll be directly eliminated in seconds. A person spoke out the information about Yi Qingfeng. Old Sher said seriously, don't be careless, just now we already gave them plenty of time to prepare. It's reasonable to say that after such a long time they should have already chosen their weapons and left. Since they didn't choose to leave, it looks like they are planning to counterattack. Hearing this, the crowd became excited instead of nervous. Finally, we've come across something interesting. That's just right, let them see how the real Night's Watch catches rats. Gopher, you stay, the others enter in battle formation. Let's see if anyone falls for the trap. Roger that. The 5 of them set up a special formation and slowly walked in. In the warehouse, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at the 5 people, and there was a silver glow in Knight 17's eyes as he didn't look at the 5 people, but instead, he was staring closely at the gopher at the door. Perception type alien. The same auxiliary type alien energy is used to track the enemy, a little bit to assist teammates in the battle, and some of the alien energy has a control effect. Just now, during the introduction of the abilities, the Knight 17-5 were ignored, but if they were in the Night Watch's squad it would be a completely different story. Just like now, a perception-based ability could instantly find out where they were hiding. The sneak attack plan of the crowd just now all went down the drain because of his appearance. However, the biggest drawback of an auxiliary-type psychic was the lack of combat power. So, should he try it himself? At this moment, in the monitoring room, Jaws and the others were evaluating Yi Qingfeng and the others. This competition today had another purpose, which was to test out the potential of some of the trainees. This potential didn't refer to alien talent, but rather the sense of handling crises. Although he was fired, but this kid has grown a bit, finally learning to work with others. An instructor nodded his head. After all, he was abused a little bit last time, that said, these people have some brains, they actually knew to come to the warehouse in the first place. It seems like that Night 17's trainee brought them here. From the start of the assessment they came straight here. He must have familiarized himself with the terrain in the morning. Also Qingfeng at 1.5, Han Shuanger, Wang Mang, and Night 17 at 1 point, and the others at 0.5. Jaws looked at half a day's difficulty and finally opened his mouth. The results of this assessment could all be summarized into daily performance scores. But now it's blocked at the door by the night watchman. There will be a good show in a while. That's hard to say. A E Qingfeng and an A+ grade talent Han Shuanger. Oh, and that little fatty, it's hard to say if they join forces. Should we remind them? A person asked. Jaws shook his head. There's no need. Who do you think the Night's Watch are? Would they make such a low-level mistake? Ha, that's true, they all graduated from here. A few instructors chatted with each other in a watchful manner. Jaws swept over the figures of all the trainees and finally rested on Night 17. This little guy had brought Han Shuanger to the warehouse at the very beginning of the battle, and had obviously planned it well in advance. However, up until now he hadn't sensed anything special about this little guy. There must be something special about being specifically named by the deputy army chief. He was pondering whether he should ask the night watchman to let go of the water in a while, so that Night 17 could survive for a little while longer. Compared to here in the warehouse, the rest of the place was much more chaotic. Some people had formed squads, but more of them were still hiding in the jungle. 3 kilometers in diameter wasn't a small area, and it couldn't be simpler for such a dense jungle to want to hide a few people. Some of them were simply hiding, some were planning to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack. However, they seemed to have forgotten one thing, that is, how could the Night's Watch and the Demon Hunter squad not have perception-type aberrations? At this moment, the Demon Hunter squad and the Night's Watch squad were frantically harvesting the trainees who had fallen behind. No matter what type of psychic you were, it was all useless in front of a complete squad of psychics. From time to time, 1 or 2 trainees would be eliminated in the jungle. And here in the monitoring room, the bright red numbers were shrinking, and at this moment, there were still 118 people left. Chapter 70, Superlative. While the people in the monitoring room were talking, Old Sher and the others had already entered the warehouse. The 5 of them took big strides towards the front, and one person faintly said, "Captain, we seem to be too late. I feel like they've already left." It looks like they should be, but it's better to go in and look for them. There might be a leak. Hearing this, the many trainees in the corner were a bit foolish. Such a rare opportunity might be able to directly take out 1 or 2 if they used it well. Just as they were planning to ambush, a voice suddenly came out. "There's a perception-type alien outside the warehouse. We've been discovered." Both sides were stunned at these words. Even the alien outside the door was baffled, thinking, "I'm outside the warehouse, how did they know?" Old Sher and the others were no longer in disguise. A bit interesting. It seems there are still little guys with brains in here. In that case, let's go head on. The many trainees were shocked. They almost fell for it just now. They didn't realize that the night watchman also played tricks. Student 17, your supernatural ability is not the superhuman system, visual ability. Well, how do you know that there is a perception-type supernatural ability outside? Zhuge Yukai came to Night 17's side and said with great curiosity. "Oh, I have perspective ability." Night 17 said indifferently, without explaining too much. Zhuge Yutsai heard it but was jolted. "I originally thought that having the ability of invisibility would be very good. This is even more cowhide than I fantasized about you." Night 17? Night 17 didn't understand what Zhuge Yutsai said and continued to look outside. Both sides' ploys had been recognized, so there was no need for disguise. The many trainees looked at each other one after another and walked out. Yi Qingfeng looked at Old Sher and leaped forward. "Uncle, you should be the captain. Do you want to spar?" Old Sher smiled. "Challenge me?" Yi Qingfeng, I know your information. A class mystic system abilities are very good, but it's a pity that you picked the wrong opponent. Everyone, prepare to fight. As Old Sher shouted, his body suddenly swelled up, the upper half of his clothes directly tore apart, and his entire body turned into a green-skinned monster-like figure. Then Old Sher was like a wildly running rhinoceros charging towards Yi Qingfeng. Grade B+ ability talent, illusory beast lineage Hulk, strength, speed, and defense in 1. Zhuge Yutsai's voice appeared in the corner. But by the time he said it was already too late. Old Sher had already arrived in front of Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng's pupils contracted violently. From the time Lao Sher spoke to the launch of the attack was completed in the blink of an eye, not giving him time to react at all. At this time, it was too late to use his supernatural abilities. He could only cross his arms and try to resist part of the impact. Boom! Lao Sher and Yi Qingfeng ruthlessly collided together, and in the next moment, Yi Qingfeng flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed into a pile of goods, his life and death unknown. The crowd was stunned. Yi Qingfeng, who had planned to drag one alone, was actually sent flying in a single round. Although their previous plan was good, in reality it was a completely different matter. The crowd had overestimated Yi Qingfeng, and even more so, they had underestimated Old Shi. Even the captain of the vigilante squad, who was on the E rank of the exotic suppression Dao, was not something that could be resisted by an ordinary person. Come two power-type alien energy users to stall him. At the back, Knight 17 exclaimed. Was Yi Qingfeng a rookie? Of course not. From just now, when he destroyed a dozen centimeters thick iron door in a few seconds, he knew that this guy's alien ability was special. Using it well, any human defense can be destroyed. But the powers are mutually restrained. This kind of speedy and high explosive powers will not give him a chance to release. This situation could only mean that Yi Qingfeng had picked the wrong opponent. The crowd didn't know who said that, but at this time having a plan was better than not having one. Wang Mang and a power alien rushed over. The two of them shouted angrily and blasted out with their fists, and Lao Shi similarly attacked with both fists. Boom! Both sides retreated at the same time as the four fists clashed. Lao Shi retreated 2 steps, and Wang Mang retreated 4 or 5 steps. Even though the two of them together were still no match for Old Shi, they had at least temporarily resisted the attack. On the other side, nearly 15 Xenos were mixing it up with those 4 night watchmen. Although there were many of them, the battle was one-sided. In the blink of an eye, 2 trainees were beaten and sent flying backwards, spitting blood. The imagined cooperation hadn't even been matched yet. The formation had already been overrun by those few vigilantes. At this rate, within a few minutes everyone would be out. Seeing this, the silver light in Knight 17's eyes flashed again. Bullet time. At this moment, the warehouse seemed to have stood still. Knight 17 could clearly see everyone's movements, everyone's special ability characteristics. His eyes were constantly flickering through the crowd, analyzing the needed information. A moment later, the silver light in Knight 17's eyes disappeared and his face suddenly paled a touch. However, Knight 17 didn't care. He shouted, "Sister Schwanger, don't care about the others, you hold off that four-handed guy." Han Schwanger sniffed and broke away from the battle zone, quickly rushing towards the Knight's watchman, who was incarnated in 4 hands not far away. He was the one who had seriously injured 2 cadets just now. With a delicate cry, a dozen ice cones emitting an icy aura coalesced in front of Han Schwanger's body. The cold aura caused the surrounding air to instantly drop a level. In the next moment, the ice cones transformed into an arrow and shot towards the 4-handed night watchman. The 4-handed vigilante, who was in the middle of a killing spree, sensed the danger and gave up his attack, dodging the terrifying ice cone with a roll. The moment they saw the ice pick, the crowd's faces changed. Old Shi said in a cold voice, "A plus-grade talent, elemental system, ice attribute." The crowd was shocked, but Knight 17 wasn't. He shouted, "Come to 2 strong defenses to assist Sister Frost. No need to attack, just make sure Sister Frost doesn't get attacked." Wang Mang's side, go 2 more strength-type trainees to assist in defense to slow down the Hulk. Come 3 speed-type adepts, stalled at very fast night watchmen. The ones who are the main attackers go to attack the remaining 2. As Knight 17 gave one command after another, the many trainees had a direction and acted directly according to Knight 17's arrangement. When they followed the direction Knight 17 commanded, they suddenly realized that the night watchman in front of them didn't seem to be that dangerous. Just now, they were still being suppressed, but as a result, the situation was reversed in just a few seconds. The original chaos crowd fighting gradually became stabilized. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws and the others watched as Knight 17 was shocked one by one. 3 seconds. It only took 3 seconds from the time Old Shi struck to the time he issued the command. An instructor said in shock. Although there were still some flaws in Knight 17's command that didn't allow the different attributes of the alien energy to make a match. However, the mutual restraints between alien abilities and the analysis of the battle situation were knowledge that only the next semester's trainees would have to learn. The knowledge this kid knew was already seriously over the top. And it only took 3 seconds from start to command. Even the captains of many Night's Watch squads couldn't do it so quickly. It was true that Knight 17 hadn't learned this stuff professionally, but he had fumbled around within the White Mist Forbidden Zone back then. At that time, this was how he controlled the 7 demons when he commanded them to kill other demons. Moreover, during the previous 2 months of training, Zhao Lang had also explained to him the restraints between his powers. All of his previous theoretical knowledge was used by him at this moment. With the help of his 2-eyed alien energy, it seemed like a few seconds, but it had lasted for a full minute here at Knight 17. This minute was enough for him to think about many, many things. Josie stared dead on at Knight 17. Could this be the reason why the Vice Army Chief asked me to focus on him? A born battlefield analyst, a born commander? Chapter 71, The Birth of a Commander. Hearing Knight 17's command, Old Sure's face changed. He truly hadn't expected that someone among the cadets in this class actually understood the relationship between alien ability restraints. What was even more terrifying was that cadet had actually responded within a few seconds of the battle. If that kid doesn't remove it, it's really hard to say who will win or lose this battle. Thinking of this, Old Sure let out a low shout, kicked out 2 kicks like lightning to knock back 2 cadets, and ate a cadet's punch hard to rush straight into the depths of the warehouse. He wanted to take care of that conductor first. Damn it, stop him. Don't let him in. The others block him. 17 students, run. The crowd's shrieks rose and fell. They knew Knight 17's value after he took command. As long as Knight 17 was there, he could coordinate the many cadets and turn them from a scattered mass into an army. An army that could defeat the Night's Watch. Anyone could be eliminated, only Knight 17 could not. A hearing-assisted cadet rushed forward with a yell through clenched teeth. He had just reached Old Sure's body when he was directly and brutally knocked away by Rise. Although he was killed in seconds, he was stopped for a second. The next moment an illusory beast system speed-type Exalt was the first to catch up, the dagger in his hand stabbing at Old Sure's head. Running, Lao Sure suddenly gave a lurch while his head tilted to avoid the blow. Without waiting for the trainee to react, he grabbed his wrist and threw him away like a windmill. Once again, he was killed in seconds. However, although he was still defeated in 1 round, he had likewise stalled for 2 seconds. By this time the few trainees who didn't have a mission, as well as a few other auxiliary-type trainees, had already arrived. The crowd formed a human wall to block Old Sure in front of Knight 17. Earlier in the clearing, all of the cadets had experienced a low point in their lives, being belittled by the Academy's instructors. They were routed by the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters at a ratio of 1 to 10. The talent they were so proud of was worthless in the eyes of those men. Some were frustrated, some were angry, and some had low self-esteem. But regardless of that kind of mood, this examination was enough to start with, and they only had 2 choices. The first was to keep hiding like rats, hoping that they wouldn't be caught before the sun went down. But the chances of that were slim to none. The second was to fight the Night's Watch head-on. A dozen seconds ago they weren't sure if it would be possible with just this many people, but after Knight 17's voice appeared, everyone understood that there was a possibility for this bold idea to be realized. One-on-one, no one was a one-on-one enemy, but how much more powerful can you be to fight 10 alone? Go! Him! Geez, I don't believe I can't beat him. Don't let him take another step forward. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounded by nearly a dozen cadets, no matter how powerful Old Sure was, he couldn't break out of such an encirclement. As early as when those 2 cadets overcame their fear and sacrificed their lives to help Knight 17 stall for time, he knew that he could no longer touch Knight 17. However, Old Sure was not frustrated but rather happy, because he saw the qualities that the Night's Watch should have in these little dolls. The remaining dozen or so trainees over there stalled those 4 Night's Watchmen similarly, and for a moment they were indistinguishable from each other. Dragged down. Knight 17 breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he did intend to leave. But now, it seems that he doesn't need to. He watched the whole situation, and after a moment said, Wang Meng, you go out, another speed-type alien to attack that speed-type Night Watchman, he is the weakest. Understood. I'll go. Wang Mang and another cadet exited laughing towards that speed-type Night Watchman. The face of the Night Watchman who was dragged by the 3 cadets went dark. What do you mean I'm the weakest? But there was really nothing wrong with Knight 17's analysis. In this Night Watchman squad of theirs, his position was that of a scout, and strength and melee combat were not strong points. It was okay to fight 3 rookies at once, but it would be dangerous if they fought 5 at once. Now that everyone was being held back, it would only take one person to go wrong for it to become a chain reaction. He knew this, and so did the others. Nearly 24 cadets taking out 6 Night Watchmen. If this was spread out, it would be a famous battle. The more the many cadets fought, the more excited they became, especially after the initial panic. They had slowly had some bonding with each other, and were much more comfortable working together. Seeing this, Old Sure simply said, "Don't get attached to the battle, everyone retreat." Although it would be a lose-lose situation at most if it went on like this, the role-playing of both sides was different. They were the cats, and the cadets were the mice. It would be a shame if the cat being eaten by a mouse was rumored. Don't block them all, stall these 3 inside and those 2 interfere with the main one. Right, split them up without cooperation between them the danger will be lower. Over there, go for a fighting type, look for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. There's no hurry over here, just drag it out to make sure you don't get hurt. Sister Frost, conserve your powers, there's no need to fight for your life for now. In the corner, Knight 17 kept commanding. The more this kind of scorching situation, the easier it was for him to analyze it. This feeling of controlling the whole situation made Knight 17 somewhat excited. Under the same level, the difference between the freshman and the Knight's Watch was combat awareness and cooperation between the team. Now cutting the battlefield and dividing the Knight's Watch, at the same time through constant fighting the cadets familiarize themselves with each other. Under this circumstance, the ultimate victory will definitely be theirs. I have more cards, I can fight any way I want. Knight 17 was immersed in command, not noticing that Zhuge Yutsai's eyes on the side looking at Knight 17 had long been different. The information he obtained from his old man did not have Knight 17 on the key list. Although he and Han Schwanger were siblings, it was clear that Han Schwanger was even better, whether in terms of talent or otherwise. He had originally thought that Han Schwanger was the main character, but he hadn't expected Knight 17 to be a commanding officer who was good at analyzing. This was a natural captain. It was simple to be a Night's Watchman these days. As long as you brought your abilities into play and learned to work together, you were a qualified Night's Watchman. But captains are different, they have to analyze intelligence and gain insight into the battlefield. The difficulty is elevated by more than one notch. Therefore, it was very likely that Knight 17 would not join a Night's Watch squad after graduation, but would form his own Night's Watch squad. This kind of talent must be pulled together properly. Zhuge Yutsai was a bit chagrined. Had he known that, he should have sent him AB grade or at that time as well. But this is not in a hurry, today just started school, there will be plenty of time later. And the two are still in a dormitory, the opportunity to communicate with each other has a lot. Inside the monitoring room, the many instructors weren't paying much attention to the rest of the place anymore, and most of them were nervously watching the battle inside the warehouse. Killing a Knight 17 halfway was something no one had expected. This kind of demonic view of the big picture, as time passed, the cooperation between the trainees became more and more tacit, and Knight 17's command became more and more reasonable. As the chief instructor, Jaws knew clearly that today should be Knight 17's debut. There were many things that he was slowly figuring out to improve. This feeling of witnessing the birth of a command-type alien was just too good. But while they were happy here, Old Sher's side was a bit miserable. If he still couldn't find a way to break the game, I'm afraid that someone would really have to be kicked out. As a Night Watchman, it would be too humiliating to fail like this. If Old Sher was replaced with himself, how should he break the game? Jaws thought to himself, his eyes looking at the battles and the different images, and suddenly he realized something. It turned out. Chapter 72, when the commander takes up the Tang blade. Knight 17 was still commanding the battlefield in the corner of the warehouse when he suddenly felt a hint of danger. In the darkness, a flash of silver longsword came from nowhere and headed straight for Knight 17's chest. The sword came silently, actually avoiding everyone's attention. Knight 17 turned his head and realized that the person who came was the perception-based night watchman who had been outside the warehouse. He actually forgot about this guy. Knight 17 blamed himself a little. At the very beginning, he had thought about how to mess with him, but he had forgotten about him because of the sudden change in the battle situation. Outside, perhaps auxiliary-type aberrations wouldn't be involved in frontal battles. But here for the trainees, even auxiliary-type aberrations were not a small threat. The silver light in his eyes flashed again. Bullet time. All the information of the night watchman's movements entered Knight 17's mind, but he realized that no matter what he did, he couldn't avoid it. Bullet time didn't mean invincibility, even if he analyzed the solution, but his physical quality couldn't keep up with it. There was nothing he could do. Knight 17's body twisted. The only thing he could do now was to try to avoid being seriously injured by a single blow. Watching his longsword constantly approaching Knight 17's chest, the night watchman had a touch of joy in his eyes. It had taken him a lot of effort to bypass everyone's attention. But it finally worked. As long as Knight 17 was out, he would definitely be able to save his teammates after taking the opportunity to rush into the crowd. Even if he couldn't destroy these trainees in a group, at least he could retreat in one piece. However, just as his sword was about to stab Knight 17, a milky white light suddenly flashed away. Dang! A crisp metal clash sounded, and that long sword was instantly bounced off. That night watchman immediately froze in place. Not only him, Knight 17 was also baffled. What had happened? On the side, Zhuge Yutsai awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, my angelic guardian thought you were going to attack me and triggered passive defense. Saying this, Zhuge Yutsai pointed to a jade pendant around his neck. Upon hearing this, that night watchman's face darkened. Angelic guardian? That damn was a grade A forbidden item, right?
The sudden turn of events blindsided everyone, even the instructors in the monitoring room. Juga Yutsai, who had been ignored from the beginning, actually stepped forward at this time.
Chief instructor, isn't what Juga Yutsai did a bit of a foul? An instructor said.
It's a bit of a game when you're an E-class alien with an A-class forbidden object. Jaws faintly said, isn't the 46th Demon Hunter Squad prepared for them? It was a bit shameless, but who made the Juga family rich? It was like a poor person talking to a rich person. The poor person said, let's fight, you don't buy equipment.
The money is people's own, why not let them use it?
It's hard to believe that in the future, when the vigilantes go out to work and run into a believer with a forbidden object, the first thing they say is, if you're capable of not using the forbidden object, let's fight on our own merits?
This is war.
However, thinking about the free sponsorship of a small goal from Juga Yutsai before, as well as the self-satisfaction in his pants as intended, he also had a bit of a headache. The hell knows how many forbidden substances Juga family brought him. If this is used randomly, in the end, everyone else has solved, only this little fat guy left can't solve it, then it will be embarrassing. After thinking about it, Jaws said through the radio, this battle students can use forbidden objects, but if the forbidden objects are taken away they cannot be recovered. Inside the warehouse, Juga Yutsai's face darkened at the words. This message was clearly aimed at him. Jaws' words were obvious, he could use the forbidden object, but you don't come back for it if the forbidden object is taken away.
So it's up to you to use it or not.
Even the cheapest B-class forbidden objects were measured in billions. This kind of rule-breaking forbidden object could easily be billions or tens of billions, which would really cut into the meat if you were robbed of one or two of them.
Boohoo, I really didn't want to participate, I just wanted to watch the fun here.
That vigilante rolled his eyes. Just now for a moment he did have the thought of robbing Juga Yutsai. But there was no time to ignore this guy at this time. His identity had already been exposed, and he had to settle Night 17 before the other freshmen arrived. A Night's Watchman who had graduated for 4 years versus a newcomer on his first day of schooling, especially since the other party was also a non-combatant alien.
5 seconds would be enough.
Thinking of this, the Night Watchman swung his sword once again to stab Night 17.
Ding!
The long sword didn't pierce into Night 17's body, and a tang sword happened to block the tip of the sword. Night 17 revealed a mouthful of white teeth, 2 auxiliary-type aberrations. The competition would be fighting skills. Night 17 flipped his hand to block the tip of the sword, and then stormed back.
The speed was so fast and the angle was so tricky that it actually made that Night Watchman startled.
The silver-colored sword awnings flashed continuously in the warehouse, and the long sword clashed with the tang sword, sending out clanking metal sparks. A short exchange of hands. That Night Watchman eyes are full of shocked color. What the hell is this kid? How could he have such high combat skills? Night 17, however, didn't give him a chance to react. I didn't look for you before, but now you actually took the initiative to come to my door.
Since this is the case, then stay. A splash of cold aura arrived first, and then the blade killed.
Not far away, there were a few cadets who were startled to find Night 17 being sneak attacked. They were about to go to rescue them, but after seeing the two of them sparring one by one they all froze.
Not only them but also the remaining 5 Night Watchmen and other trainees did the same.
Although the fight between them had quite a few fighting techniques, it relied more on the power of their supernatural abilities. Either they had terrifying explosive power or amazing speed or other effects. It was the first time that the likes of Night 17 and that Night Watchman simply competed in swordplay. What was even more odd was that the first thing that everyone saw was that Night 17 was suppressing the Night's Watchman. The Night Watchman had more defense and less offense, and he was beaten back and forth. Holy, are all auxiliary-type adepts this powerful these days?
Nima, a sword master? Or, I realized that I can't seem to even beat Night 17.
Be confident, remove the seeming.
Is it all the rage now for freshmen to press the Night's Watch to do it?
Old Sure almost spat out a mouthful of old blood when he looked at Night 17, who was attacking like a god of war.
I won't say anything if you're a TM auxiliary-type alien with a demonic view of the big picture and analyzing ability. Now you're actually practicing your sword. And I'm afraid that this swordsmanship skill is already at the level of a master. Putting aside Night 17's alien ability level, age, and identity, this is more of a Night Watchman than a Night Watchman, okay?
In the monitoring room, a group of instructors fell into silence, especially the few inside who were responsible for teaching melee combat. Their entire body was bad after looking at Night 17's superior swordsmanship.
Why does it feel like my sword skills seem to be inferior to his? Chapter 73 Blood Battle. In the warehouse, Knight 17's magnificent sword techniques dazzled people.
In just a dozen seconds of attack, he directly forced that night watchman into a corner.
There was no way to retreat.
The tang sword in Knight 17's hand drew a silver arc and once again stabbed at that man's chest at a tricky angle. A flash of ruthlessness flashed in that night watchman's eyes. Since he couldn't hide, he didn't hide. With a loud shout, he actually gave up resisting and stabbed his sword at Knight 17.
Wounds for wounds.
Knight 17's eyes narrowed slightly. With this stab, the other party would definitely be out of the match, but he himself would also be injured. If there was only one opponent left in this match, Knight 17 would not hesitate to replace him.
But not now.
Knight 17 recovered his tang sword and blocked that night watchman's attack in front of his chest. Seeing this, the latter was attacking frantically as if he didn't want to die, directly abandoning his defense, looking as if he wanted to exchange 1-for-1 with Knight 17. The crowd watched with alarm, although people would be injured in the previous battle, but whether it was the night watchman or the cadet attacked with attention. People wouldn't go to attack the vitals, they would just make the opponent temporarily incapacitated and out of the fight. However, the fight between Knight 17 and that night watchman was like a life-and-death struggle. One slip-up would kill someone. Being forced to take a few steps back, a murderous intent flashed in Knight 17's eyes.
Really think you don't dare to fight? Since you are not polite, then I have nothing to say.
On the index finger of his right hand, the ghostly green power ring flashed a touch of emerald green.
Knight 17's arm instantly gained terrifying strength.
He slashed out to touch the night watchman's long sword.
Clang!
The sword collided with flames, and the night watchman's face suddenly changed when he felt the terrifying power contained in the sword. The long sword in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The blade swung away from the sword, and Knight 17 stabbed the night watchman's head, not to eliminate him this time, but to kill him.
Wounds for wounds? No, an injury for a life.
Looking at the tang sword that was getting closer and closer to his eyes, at this moment the night's watchman really felt the danger of death.
This strike could not be avoided.
At the critical moment, the foreign energy in his body instantly surged out and the foreign energy barrier appeared.
When
the tang knife stabbed into the alien energy barrier, but only half an inch was stuck, the night watchman breathed a sigh of relief. If it was even 0.1 seconds later, it would have been a dead man. Seeing this, Knight 17 laughed. "Lord Vigilante, you lost." That night watchman sighed and looked deeply at Knight 17. "Kid, I remember you."
Knight 17 revealed a mouthful of white teeth. Good riddance. Winning, really winning.
All the trainees were shocked. A freshman one-on-one had actually forced the night vigilant to use an exotic shield, unlocking their level restriction. Although that night watchman was only a perception type alien, Knight 17 wasn't a combat type either. He won this battle clearly and cleanly. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws was the first to applaud. +3 points for Knight 17's previous analysis and command, +2 points for the battle just now, and another +1 point for eliminating the Night's Watch. Adding 6 points in one breath, this kind of thing was rare in history. In previous years, not to mention 6 points in one breath, those who could get 6 points at the end of a normal examination were a minority. But no one felt unreasonable about Jaws' scoring, and there was even a feeling that it was given a bit less. By the way, Chief Captain, the green light that flashed on that kid's hand just now, it should be a power ring, right?
An instructor asked.
The crowd looked and their eyes changed. Being able to obtain a power ring meant that they were valued by Fu Zi. If it was 3 minutes ago, there might have been doubts, but now after seeing Knight 17's performance, no one would question it. Knight 17, he was worthy of this ring.
It's a bit interesting, this kid's potential shouldn't have been tapped yet.
Jaws said lightly, with a smirk in his eyes. After thinking about it, he said dryly into the loudspeaker.
Freshman Knight 17 eliminates a Night's Watchman.
The Night's Watch and Demon Hunters in the other two directions were still cleaning up the stragglers. When they heard this voice, they all froze.
Who's such a rookie that they were actually eliminated?
Probably met a group of trainees who surrounded them. There are still quite a few demons this year.
It's a bit interesting, I thought it was one-sided. Knight 17? Isn't that the little doll we saw in the hospital back then?
On the Demon Hunter side, many people were astonished.
Boy, I remember that kid is an auxiliary type alien. No wonder he was spotted by our captain, this kid has a future.
Inside the warehouse, Ulcher wasn't surprised when he watched his teammate get eliminated.
The combat skills displayed by Knight 17 just now had definitely received a true transmission from the weapon master. Losing to this kind of person wasn't unfair at all.
Originally, his intention was to hold back all the trainees so that his teammate could carry out the decapitation operation. Now that the beheading operation had failed, it was too late to retreat.
In that case, it would be a battle.
Taking a deep breath, Old Sure shouted, "Vigilantes!"
The crowd froze, not understanding what it meant.
But the next moment was when they heard several other night vigilantes shouting at the same time.
Ignite hope in desperate times. Hold fast to the dawn in the darkness of the night. Kill. Boom. A terrifying killing aura suddenly erupted from the 5 men.
That aura was even more terrifying than the one brought by those instructors in the clearing before. The invisible killing aura was like substance, causing many trainees' poor bodies to almost freeze. Old Sure and the others didn't give them time to react. Each one of them rushed up like a fierce tiger. They completely disregarded their injuries and launched a fierce attack towards the trainee at the very front. Seeing that he couldn't injure Hans Schwanger, that four-handed vigilante simply charged up towards a cadet with amazing defense.
An ice pick pierced into his body but didn't care.
He grabbed that cadet's arm and then frantically slammed it into the ground.
Boom! Boom! Ka-ching!
The hard metal ground was smashed out of a big crater. It wasn't just him, the other night watchmen did the same. Especially here in Old Sure, the Hulk, who had given up dodging and defense, displayed terrifying combat power.
In a few breaths it had actually blown several cadets away. Suicidal attack.
Over here, a cadet slashed at the shoulder of a night watchman, who ignored it and backhanded him. Over there, Four Hands completely ignored the ice pick stabbing all over his back, and his fists transformed into sledgehammers to frantically smash a cadet into the ground.
A hot-blooded and intense killing battle unfolded in the warehouse.
Blood flew everywhere, and roars and wails rose and fell. The crowd's blood boiled as they watched. Before the start of today's examination, no one thought that such a tragic battle would occur. Seeing such a tragic battle, Night 17's face was ugly. If they fought like this, they might win, but it would definitely be a tragic victory. Especially Lauscher and that Four Hands want to replace the two people, are afraid to take in several students. In the midst of the melee, no one noticed a figure appear from the depths of the warehouse. That figure quickly came behind that night watchman, who was disguised as the Hand of Four, and then slammed a stick on his back. This kind of attack was nothing to that night watchman, but the moment the iron rod touched him, that person suddenly froze in place.
Boom!
A violent wave of alien energy exploded, sending all the surrounding trainees flying out.
This kind of might was clearly not something that an E-ranked alien energy could explode out.
The terrifying energy that had just come from behind him made him feel a crisis, and he subconsciously unlocked his rank seal. Four Hands shook his head and looked behind him. Instead, he saw that although Yi Qingfeng's face was pale, there was a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth.
Uncle, I won. Chapter 74, Reuniting the Night's Watch.
Not only were the four-handed vigilantes surprised, Night 17 and the others were also a bit surprised. They had thought that Yi Qingfeng had been directly KO'd, but it turned out that this guy was actually fine. Not only did he come back, but he also took the opportunity to sneak attack one.
Normal supernormal abilities couldn't hurt this kind of high defense supernormal abilities. However, Qingfeng's special ability, the terrifying resonance effect, is the nemesis of all defensive aliens. As long as he was given enough time to condense his alien energy, as long as he was allowed to hit the enemy, this guy was a monster-level existence. Beautiful. Go! Destroy them! The crowd that had just been frightened by the Night Watchman's terrifying killing aura finally came back to their senses. At this moment they forgot about fear and only had the fervor of battle left. If you want to fight, then fight. Rumble. Freshman Yi Qingfeng eliminated a vigilante. Freshman Han Schwanger has eliminated a vigilante. Every few minutes a voice would come out of the loudspeaker. In the beginning, when the first vigilante was eliminated, the other vigilantes and demon hunters didn't care. But when the sound appeared continuously, they immediately reacted. Old Sure and the others were surrounded. A freshman had organized a team and started to fight back. And really counterattacked them. However, the other two Night's Watch and Demon Hunter squads didn't go looking for them. They were still fighting with the other cadets on their side. And it was very likely that they would encounter an ambush if they acted rashly. They wouldn't let their guard down just because these guys were freshmen. They had already been sneak attacked by several cadets during this period of capture. Although Shi Chang and the others might be annihilated as a group, as vigilantes they would definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. Therefore, the next thing they had to do was to eliminate the other cadets as quickly as possible in the time left. Not letting them converge with Night 17 and the others.
In this way, no matter how they did it, it was all useless in front of absolute strength. A special kind of picture then appeared on the battlefield. Inside the warehouse, more than 20 trainees led by Night 17 eliminated the Night Watchman. The other 2 Night Watchmen and the Demon Hunter squad frantically swept away the trainees who had fallen behind. The 2 sides started exchanging heads. But the other cadets were no cuties either. Some of the trainees who were originally still hiding in the jungle froze when they heard the announcement. The shock, confusion, and doubt in everyone's eyes slowly turned into excitement and fervor. A special thought appeared in their hearts. Seemingly, the Night Watchman was not invincible. Instead of passively dodging, it would be better to gather some students to try to counterattack. Other students could eliminate the Night Watchman, why can't we? Freshman Night 17 eliminated Night Watchman squad leader Shi Chang, and all of Dragon Capital 9's Night Watchman squad was eliminated. With the last voice appearing, everyone was all shocked. Those people had really eliminated an entire vigilante squad altogether. Wu Lei in the open space raised an eyebrow. The 6-member complete establishment of the Night's Watch squad was actually eliminated by a group. This kind of thing didn't seem to have appeared throughout the history of the academy. However, when he heard Night 17 and Han Schwanger among the names of the trainees, he quickly understood. It was hard to say about others, but these 2 were demons. Night 17's quality and real-world reactions were perfectly evaluated. They had seen Night 17 and Han Schwanger train when they were resting in the 7th main city. With the 2 of them taking the lead, as long as there were enough trainees, it wasn't impossible to replace a few Night Watchmen. Not bad, this kind of assessment competition is only interesting. As the sound of Shi Chang being eliminated rang out, Night 17's Tang sword was slowly withdrawn from his chest. On the blade, blood dripped out. Looking at the wound on his chest, Shi Chang did not even frown. His mind moved and his level returned to a rank. The next moment the wounds on his body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although he was eliminated, he was happy. For such a demonic cadet to appear amongst the new students was a blessing for the academy and also for the Dragon Kingdom. Night 17, who did you learn your sword technique from? Shi Chang was curious. Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang? That weapon master? Shi Chang suddenly realized. No wonder, so there was a demon hunter specializing in tempering, then this battle wasn't a bad loss. 17, are you hurt? Han Schwanger walked over to carefully check Night 17's body. Night 17 shook his head, don't worry, I'm fine. Is your alien energy consuming a lot? Han Schwanger felt the foreign energy in her body and said after a moment, a battle of this level should last for half an hour. Upon hearing this, the crowd smacked their lips. Most of the trainees had consumed a lot of their alien energy after the battle just now, and many of them were almost off their feet. As a result, Coalfanger was actually able to continue fighting for half an hour. Was this the power of an A+ grade gifted alien? All students, I have some consumables here for recovering injuries and alien energy, so don't worry about using them. Juga Yutsai appeared out of nowhere and pulled out a bottle of potion from his pants. The faces of the crowd were a bit strange. Are all potions so flavorful now? Cough cough cough, little fatty, give me a bottle. I Chingfeng covered his chest and slowly walked over. He didn't care about the flavor, as long as he could quickly recover his fighting strength, it was enough. Although he wasn't KO'd by Shi Chang in one blow, he was still lightly injured, and with the battle just now, he was already half crippled. Drinking a bottle of recovery potion, I Chingfeng looked at Night 17. Night 17, how are we going to fight next? Night 17 glanced at the surrounding trainees. At the very beginning they were nearly 30 people, but now only 12 were left who could continue to fight. And most of them were not lightly injured either. In the final bloodbath, Shi Chang's Night's Watch squad had actually replaced half of the cadets in a 1-4 situation. This was the terror of the Night's Watch. After thinking about it, Night 17 said, everyone rest here first, I'll go and give you a break, and in half an hour we'll go and look for the other students. It was imperative to restore the battle power in a strong team. If they could raise their numbers to 50, it was not impossible for the group to destroy the other 2 teams. At this time, Shi Chang suddenly spoke. 17, want to make a history? Night 17 froze. What do you mean? Shi Chang laughed. The mission says that you are allowed to live until nightfall, but in fact when you eliminated us you had already passed the test. Of course, this is just the most basic test, it's not considered excellent. There are quite a few cases in the Academy's history where people have eliminated or dragged the Night Watch to the end. But well, so far there hasn't been one that has wiped out the Night's Watch as a group. So, do you want to make this history? When a cat catches a mouse, it's not strange for the cat to be injured or the mouse to survive to the end.
But it would be exciting if the mouse killed the cat back. The most crucial thing was that if Night 17 eliminated the other night watchmen or even the demon hunters, then everyone would be on the same level. If we want to be scolded, everyone will be scolded together, and no one will laugh at anyone. Making history? Hearing these 4 words, everyone's breath became shortened. Eliminating all the night watchmen and demon hunters, if this was successful, it would definitely stir up the entire academy. Even their names might enter the textbooks. Night 17 looked at the trainees around him. If he wanted to eliminate the Night's Watch and demon hunters in a group, he definitely couldn't do it by himself. But with a strong enough army, it might actually be possible. Especially since there were also a class talented cadets like Han Shuanger and Yi Qingfeng in here. Oh yeah, there was also to be for Zhuge Yucai. These 3 could work wonders if used well. But he didn't lose his head over this proposal. Taking a deep breath, Night 17 looked at the crowd. Right now we have 2 choices. The first is to drag out time while defending and try to see if we can drag out the darkness. The second is to take the initiative. Let's go find the other cadets and take the initiative to ambush the night watchman. That goes without saying, of course it's to take out the night watchman. Demon hunters don't know, but it wouldn't be a loss to take out a few more vigilantes. That's right, if we gather some more cadets, it's not certain who will fight who. The crowd's blood was boiling one by one. They were not sure if they could eliminate all the night watchmen and demon hunters. But at least move towards that goal. When they looked at Night 17, what they carried in their eyes was not fear and hijacking, but rather a look of excitement and gratitude. In the past, many people didn't understand that. They always felt that as long as they were good enough and strong enough, they could take out any demonic creature. But today's battle made them understand the fervor of the Night's Watch and the importance of teamwork. The Night's Watch was strong, but they weren't weak either. After going through the baptism of this battle, all of them had completed a metamorphosis. Seeing this, Night 17 nodded. Alright then, we'll set off, then we'll assign tasks. The injured students will rest here, and the perception-type students will assist in defense monitoring. Speed-type students go out to look for other students. Don't get attached to the battle when you encounter the night watchman and quickly flee. It's still early, they shouldn't waste too much time for a speed-type student. Since there was a decision, it would be implemented immediately, and the people in the warehouse began to discuss the subsequent battle plan. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws and the others were all smiling. These little guys had already overdone their mission, and they wouldn't be disappointed no matter what happened in the end. Even they were curious if Night 17 could lead the other trainees to make that history and invite all the Night Watch and Demon Hunters to be eliminated. How? Calm-minded, not arrogant, not overwhelmed by victory. Perfect performance. Even most of the graduated Night's Watchmen can't achieve this level right now. It's actually Zhao Ling's disciple. At first I was thinking of letting that kid be the instructor. The crowd couldn't help but praise Night 17, just like a master seeing a diamond in the rough. Jaws nodded his head. So far Night 17's performance was perfect. He had exceeded the crowd's expectations time and time again. In that case, how many points should we give him? The crowd froze. According to the scoring standards of previous years, the full score for this freshman assessment of trainees was 20 points. The starting point was 10 points, which could be added or subtracted, and Night 17 was now 17 points. If you add more, it will be full points. But the problem is, how long has it been since then? If something happens again at the back of the room, will it be added or not? Chapter 75, The Little Girl Who Sells Bombs. Time rushed by, and when the time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the radio suddenly sounded. Currently there are 12 remaining night watchmen and demon hunters, and 76 remaining trainees. The headcount ratio changed from 1 to 10 to 1 to 6. Inside the warehouse, Night 17 frowned when he heard this number. It had only been over an hour and the number of trainees was only 40%. They had a few more people come here during this time, and now there were a total of 16. In other words, there were still 60 cadets outside. If they were eliminated, it would basically be impossible to destroy the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters as a group. Thinking of this, Night 17 simply said, "How is everyone resting?" "Almost. Okay. Recovered long ago." With Zhuge Yucai's potion in place, as long as it wasn't that kind of hard injury, basically all had recovered. Seeing this, Night 17 nodded. "Since that's the case, let's act according to the plan. We'll split up and meet at the final location at the gym over there." Inside the gym that was the next destination for Night 17 and the others, more than 10 trainees were gathering there. However, they weren't gathered with the intention of doing something, they simply felt that they could hide in here. Some of them hid in lockers, some hid in the toilets, and anyway, they went wherever they could hide. Compared to the constant fleeing outside, this place seemed to be quite safe. There were a few trainees discussing whether or not to cooperate, but more trainees were looking towards the lounge downstairs. At the moment, in the lounge on the first floor, there was a young girl with red eyes and a blue double ponytail who was being completely different from them. This lowly looked as if she was a foreigner, very idiosyncratic. The most crucial thing was that she wasn't hiding at all, she was just sitting on the couch and staring. Such a special look should logically have impressed many people, but the first reaction of the few trainees who came in who saw her were all just puzzled. And indeed they were, as she hadn't even been in the assembled group earlier. Jinx had already been sitting here all day already. In a daze, the doorway opened and 3 vigilantes appeared. The surrounding cadets had been largely eliminated, and it was time to come here and sweep the area. It would be a mistake to think that hiding here would be safe. When the 3 entered the gym, they immediately spotted the young girl. The trio froze. Were trainees hiding like this these days? Jinx glanced at the trio and didn't bother, continuing to daze herself. The 3 glanced at each other, and one pointed a finger to his head, signaling if that little girl was out of her mind. The other 2 shrugged their shoulders to indicate that they were not sure. But since they had already encountered her, let's send her away by the way. Just as the 3 walked slowly towards Jinx, the latter finally reacted. Jinx twisted her head to look at the man. "Uncle, do you want to buy a bomb?" The 3 night watchmen froze. Buy a bomb? What the hell? What the hell is this year's enrollment? There's a Zhao Jun demon. Even if there's a Zhao Jun demon, how come there's this kind of psychiatric hospital out? Cut the crap, you go and fix her, I'll scout out where the others are. Those 3 night watchmen didn't know that when the 2 met, many instructors in the monitoring room had their gazes turned here. All of them looked as if they were watching a good show. There were a total of 3 A-ranked gifted trainees among the freshmen this time, 1 Han Schwanger, 1 Yi Qingfeng, and the other one was her. The 4 of them were the ones that Josie had really targeted when he had gotten the 46th Demon Hunter Squad, and Night 17 hadn't even counted them in the beginning. If the arrival of the Demon Hunter Squad was the pit that Joes dug for the cadets, then this Jinx was the pit that he dug for the Demon Hunter Squad. Who stipulated that you could only pit one side? The crowd stared at Jinx on the screen. The first 2 cadets had already shined. They were curious to see if this cadet would not have any special performance. Looking at the 2 vigilantes who were getting closer and closer to him, Jinx grew more and more excited, a flash of frenzy in his red eyes. "My bombs are cheap, just 10 lollipops, do you guys want them?" "Bombs? Better keep it for yourself." That vigilante said dryly, and with a low gulp he transformed into the orc form of a canine demon and rushed up. Sure, Chang and the others being eliminated before was a lesson from the past, so they wouldn't be careless no matter what they encountered. Who knew if this was a trap deliberately designed by the cadets? Looking at the vigilant Jinx who was charging towards her, she finally felt a hint of danger. Her eyes were glistening with tears. "Ooh, you're actually going to hit me, Jinx is angry." Saying that, Jinx reached out and put her hand under her skirt. The 2 vigilantes who were about to rush over froze, and in the next moment the pupils of both of them shrunk violently. Not just them, even all the instructors in the monitoring room almost dropped their jaws in surprise. Because Jinx unexpectedly pulled out a 1-meter-long rocket launcher from under her skirt. Upon seeing that rocket launcher, several vigilantes finally reacted. A rank talent, Mystic System Ability Arsenal. She's the extra-legal maniac Jinx. Bang! Inside the monitoring room, Jaws slammed the table. "Damn Elder Gao, didn't you say that all the hot weapons have been confiscated? Where did this rocket launcher come from?" The other instructors were similarly sweating coldly. As the 2 night watchmen had guessed earlier, this Jinx was indeed a mental hospital patient. It had been 3 years since she awakened her psychic ability, and she had been used by the military as a research subject for these 3 years. Her psychic ability was very special. She could inhale all kinds of hot weapons into her body, like an arsenal of weapons. It was similar to a spatial type of psychic ability, but not all. There was only one such special psychic ability in the history of this dragon kingdom. In order to study this special psychic ability, the fine psychiatric hospital broke the rules and allowed her to use some thermal weapons. This year I don't know what happened actually allowed her to come to the academy as well. Before she came, Jaws asked again and again, and the director of the mental hospital also repeatedly guaranteed that there is no thermal weapon in her body. But now it was all false. Jaws almost exploded with anger. Heat weapons of this level were not very useful for aliens of C rank or above. But for the vigilantes who controlled their strength at level E, this was doomed. Even defensive adepts couldn't resist a rocket launcher.
In the jungle, Knight 17 and the others were quietly advancing towards the training room.
Suddenly a blazing flame and a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the gym. A hot weapon? Everyone was confused. There were even thermal weapons in this area? Without waiting for them to react from their surprise, Ja's voice rang out.
Jinx eliminates 2 of the Night's Watch.
Knight 17? Crowd. Eliminating 2 Night's Watchmen at once? Everyone was shocked.
They thought that Knight 17 was already perverted enough, but there was someone who was even braver than him, whose ministry was this.
Knight 17 took one step and rushed over in the direction of the gym.
When they rushed to the gym, they suddenly realized that a night watchman was frantically fleeing from the terrifying flames. And behind him, a little red-eyed girl with blue hair and double ponytails was chasing after him carrying a machine gun.
While running, she smiled and said, "Uncle, don't go away, are you going to buy a bomb?" Chapter 76, Bipolar Reversal. Extra Legal Maniac Jinx.
That guy is an A-rank talent, a weapon arsenal that can absorb large amounts of hot weapons into his body. The encyclopedic Juga Yutsai spoke Jinx's information out. Earlier, he was curious about the information his old dad gave him had the number 1 person, but why he didn't find it at the entrance of the academy. The feelings were waiting here. Juga Yutsai continued, but that guy has a brain problem and has been treated in a mental hospital. 17 students, you guys have to be careful.
Knight 17? Crowd.
In the fireworks, the rain of bullets poured down, destroying all the surrounding grass and forests. It was really impossible to dodge under such a dense attack, and there was no choice but to release the alien energy shield to resist the damage.
The bullets clanked on the special energy shield, although it couldn't hurt the vigilante, but it also meant that he was eliminated. The 3 vigilantes who had regained their strength looked at the 3 vigilantes. The 3 vigilantes who had regained their strength looked at Jinx and couldn't help but feel stifled. Being defeated by a cadet was nothing to be ashamed of. A whole team of Shi Chang had been eliminated before. But this time was different, someone cheated. Nima, if everyone had a Gatling, then what's the point of playing? If we had a Gatling, we wouldn't be able to play.
If we did that, we wouldn't need a night watchman, we'd just find a few gunmen from the army and raid them all.
In the monitoring room, everyone looked at each other. Chief Instructor, how do we grade this? That Jinx performed well? That's entirely dependent on hot weapons. If I had grenades and rocket launchers, I'd be better than her.
But those things did come from her powers. Jaws had a bit of a headache. What was meant to be a surprise for the Demon Hunter squad, but turned out to be a surprise that turned into a shock.
Right now Jinx's level of danger wasn't at all worse than Jojin Demon.
Forget it, since the use of forbidden objects is allowed, hot weapons also make sense. Inform this message down to let the others prepare in advance. It's not just the Night's Watch side, the Academy side is also told to tell.
Don't let your own people hobble you when the time comes.
In addition, go to 2 more people to keep an eye on. If she makes any trouble, directly control her. This big show today can't let her ruin it.
Freshman Jinx eliminates a vigilante.
Josie's voice came again. 1 person eliminated 3 vigilantes, and by himself, directly breaking Knight 17's previous record. But this time the notification wasn't introduced. Special attention, the newborn Jinx has a problem with his mental state and is in possession of a large number of hot weapons. Please all be careful in dealing with them.
Listening to the prompt, Knight 17's mouth twitched.
Ja's words were obvious. That trainee with a problem in his head could be a mine. Whoever stepped on it would explode. This side of the battle ended. Several trainees in the training room came out one after another. The crowd who had witnessed the cruel picture just now looked at Jinx as if they were seeing a terrorist. If the other party threw out a bomb accidentally, everyone would be finished. Knight 17 took a look. A total of 12 people. If the 2 sides are merged is 28 people. This is a not small fighting force. As for that Jinx, temporarily do not consider. This kind of people get it right may be a powerful teammate, but get it wrong may directly take you away.
The risk factor is a bit high. Giving up Jinx, Knight 17 took the lead to find the other students. Students, do you want to join us? Knight 17 asked. Join you guys? Yes, my name is Knight 17, you guys should have heard of me. You're Knight 17? Those few cadets were shocked. You guys eliminated a Night's Watch squad? Holy, how did you guys do that?
Juga Yutsai rolled over and said with a smile, let me tell you about this. As soon as the test started we went to the warehouse.
Juga Yutsai pulled the crowd and started bragging about the glorious deeds just now.
Fighting he can't, but to say mouth he hasn't been afraid of anyone. After learning the glorious deeds of the crowd decisively chose to join. According to this time to drag to the dark basically impossible, but if you follow these people to kill the night watchman instead, a little hope.
This group of people had just eliminated an entire squad of vigilantes. Together with the 3 eliminated by Jinx's classmates, half of the Night's Watch had already been eliminated. Classmate 17, it's set. Juga Yutsai pulled out another chicken leg from somewhere and ate it. Knight 17 nodded. Since you guys chose to join, let's introduce your supernatural attributes first, and we'll make some integration arrangements. My name is Lu Wei, Grade B Talent, Mystic Department Magnetic Field Sensing.
Mine is Illusory Beast Department Snapping Turtle, Defense Type Ability. The crowd began to introduce their own psychic abilities, and Knight 17 took note of all of them and began to redistribute them. After experiencing a battle, Knight 17 was now more and more skillful in matching the students' abilities. While he was busy, a voice once again came from the loudspeaker. Currently there are 9 remaining Night Watchmen and Demon Hunters, and 45 remaining trainees.
When the voice came out, everyone was stunned.
Originally, they thought that Jinx had eliminated 3 vigilantes and the situation could be reversed.
But it was only a few minutes before dozens more cadets were eliminated. This speed was too fast, right?
At this speed, not to mention darkness, it is questionable if we can reach 5 o'clock. Hearing the sound, Knight 17 understood. Just now such a big commotion did not have the Night Watchmen and Demon Hunters come over, because they were surrounding the other cadets.
8 people eliminated a full 31 people in one breath.
The ratio of the number of people changed from 1 to 6 to 1 to 5, the ratio decreased instead of increasing. On a battlefield several kilometers away, 30 cadets were lying on the ground all unconscious. 3 vigilantes and 5 demon hunters were assembled, and the bodies of all of them were covered in blood, both the cadets and their own. 8 regiments exterminating 30 people, a nearly 1-to-4 fight wasn't easy. One man gasped, "I thought these little guys would only run, I didn't think there were really ones who weren't afraid of death."
It's all because of old Sure and the others, these little brats think they're good again. Finally settled, but what's going on your side? How come 3 people were exterminated by a freshman? A demon hunter asked.
Didn't hear the explosion just now, these guys actually used hot weapons, it's really shameless. A person laughed, the fact that hot weapons can be used isn't necessarily trouble for us, perhaps it's a good thing instead.
Oh, how so? Since it is stipulated that forbidden objects can be snatched, then hot weapons should be able to as well. At those words a glint flashed in the eyes of the crowd. Hot weapons in the hands of cadets might be a trouble for the crowd. But on the contrary, if these weapons appeared in their hands, then this battle could be declared over. Then everyone, let's discuss what's next. There are only 2 parts left that are still a threat. One is the part of the trainees that regimentally destroyed Oldsher and his squad. How strong that side is unknown for now. One is that Jinx, who himself carries a lot of hot weapons, is troublesome. But, as long as we find and eliminate Jinx first and grab her thermal weapons, this examination can be declared over early.
Knight 17 looked around, they were now 28 people in total. Excluding Juga Yutsai and the 4 auxiliary-type trainees, that meant there were still 23 of them. And on the opposite side, aside from the Demon Hunter squad leader, there were 3 Night Watchmen and 5 Demon Hunters, which meant 8 people. If it was the worst-case scenario, it would be 23 against 8, a ratio that couldn't even be beaten 3-to-1. Moreover, the overall strength of the Demon Hunters was a whole lot stronger than the Night's Watch. There was basically no chance of winning a head-on battle. So we must find a way to narrow the gap. After hesitating for a moment, Knight 17 looked towards that blue-haired lowly. Originally, he did not intend to make contact with this guy, but the situation was changing rapidly, and if he wanted to achieve the final victory, he had to take some risks. The instructor was saying for them to be careful, which meant that they were allowed to use it. Did that mean they could use it as well? For an E-class alien, guns and other hot weapons were still an extremely strong deterrent. Thinking of this, Knight 17 said, "You guys wait here for a while, I'll go over and take a look first." 17, be careful. Han Schwinger reminded. Don't worry. Knight 17 smiled and slowly walked over.
Noticing someone approaching, Jinx twisted his head to look at Knight 17, staring up and down for a while, then his head tilted. You don't seem like a bad guy? I'm a freshman like you, we're classmates. Knight 17 hurriedly said. Oh, then classmate, do you buy bombs? Knight 17. I haven't even opened my mouth yet and you know what I want to do? Knight 17 quickly recovered and nodded. Buy. Buy as many as you can. Upon hearing this, Jinx's eyes lit up. Really? That's great, but the dean took away a lot in the beginning, I just used some of it, there's not much left. If you want to buy it, it'll be 20, no, 30 lollipops. The corner of Night 17's mouth twitched again. 30 lollipops? Are you serious? It's not expensive, but where can I get you lollipops in this place now?
Suddenly, Night 17 thought of something and turned his head to Juga Yukai. Juga, come here.
Juga Yutsai slowly approached and came behind Night 17. A walking powder keg was too dangerous. What's wrong? Juga classmate, do you have a lollipop in your pants? Juga Yutsai?
A moment later, Juga Yutsai pulled out a box of Alps from his pants very painfully. If I had known, I would have prepared 2 boxes.
30 lollipops for 1 bomb, this is simply not too cost-effective.
Night 17 handed over a box with 100 or so inside. Tearing open one of the bags, Jinx licked it and squinted happily.
Jinx classmate, are you satisfied with this?
Aha, very satisfied.
What kind of bomb do you want? And pick? Night 17 was a bit surprised.
About to open his mouth, not far away suddenly came a shout. The Night's Watch is coming.
5, no, 6, at least 6.
Night 17's eyes condensed. The other party came a bit fast. It looks like they are running towards Jinx. Suddenly he realized, a hot weapon thing they can use, the Night's Watch can also use it.
This if they get hot weapons for them, this examination can basically end. Chapter 77 Omnipotence?
Everyone go back to the gym first, said Night 17 as he looked towards Jinx. Jinx-san, why don't you go in as well?
Jinx scratched his head. Why should I go in?
Because the Night's Watch and the others are here.
And then? Night 17 was speechless, forgetting that this was a psychopath. Reasoning with a psychopath was pure bull.
But this one couldn't be eliminated, especially with the weapon in her hand, which if it got into the hands of the Night's Watch, everyone would stop playing with anyone. Night 17's eyes darted around. When he saw Jinx still licking the lollipop as if nothing had happened, he suddenly thought of something. Jinx classmate, the Night's Watch will steal your lollipop when they come. Hearing this, Jinx subconsciously shielded the lollipop in front of his chest, and a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, vaguely showing a sign that he was going to storm out.
Seeing this, Night 17 hurriedly said, AI, don't be agitated, you may not be able to beat them if they are many, so first follow us in, I'll protect you. Jinx once again glanced at Night 17, really? 1,000 times true. Under Night 17's coaxing, Jinx finally followed along and returned to the gym. 17-san, what should we do?
I just saw 8, 3 Night Watchmen and 5 Demon Hunters, they're all here.
There are only 29 of us, can we beat them?
Those few trainees who had been brainwashed by Juga Yutsai just now were panicking. Although they had heard it in a very hot-blooded manner just now, it wasn't the same thing when they really encountered it. Night 17 took a deep breath. The worst and imagined actually came so quickly. If the personnel were reasonably distributed, the 3 cadets could barely hold back a Night Watchman. But the Demon Hunters certainly couldn't. The Demon Hunters themselves were the elite chosen amongst the Night's Watch elite, and although they hadn't fought, a conservative estimate was that 4 cadets would be able to hold it off.
That meant 29 combat cadets were needed. Right now, the number of cadets were not even enough, and a head-on confrontation was basically hopeless.
But the situation was a crisis, but it wasn't without the possibility of a turnaround. They still had Sister Frost, Qingfeng, and themselves here.
Oh yeah, there was also a Jinx. Jinx student, just now the lollipop has been given to you, where's the bomb? I thought you didn't want it.
Jinx said with a wink, her hand reaching under her skirt.
Then she pulled out a pistol, a grenade, and a landmine from under her skirt. All the trainees were dumbfounded as they watched the scene. Night 17 looked at Jinx and then at Juga Yutsai. Are you sure she's not related to you? Juga Yutsai. Boom. Ka-ching.
Not waiting for Night 17 to think about how to use these weapons, the windows of the gym suddenly cracked. The Night's Watch and Demon Hunters killed them from all sides, obviously intending to surround them.
Everyone resist freely, give me some time.
Night 17 shouted. He needed time to analyze the battlefield. When they heard Night 17's voice, the 5 Demon Hunters froze. Their goal was to first set fire to eliminate Jinx and find a way to snatch her weapon. As a result, Night 17 and the others were actually here. Their 2 parties converged. Intelligence is wrong, prioritize Jinx and Night 17, a man shouted. The 2 Night Watchmen closest to Night 17 rushed towards Night 17 like tigers over the other cadets. The other trainees wanted to stop them, but the 5 Demon Hunters were bursting at the seams, and the crowd had no room to spare as they were struggling to defend themselves. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws and the others all looked towards Night 17. They were curious to know how Night 17 would react to such a situation. It happened suddenly, there's no time to use hot weapons in this situation. No, the difference in strength between the two sides is too great. If we give Knight 17 another 10 trainees, there might still be a chance.
An instructor responsible for analyzing the teaching side. AI, it's a pity just to see how many they can replace. Although hot weapons are good, it depends on who uses them. Not knowing how to use them can sometimes accidentally injure teammates instead.
Knight 17 was stalled. Without the commanding officer, everyone is even as scattered sand. Several instructors are not optimistic about Knight 17. In front of absolute strength, any scheme is useless. Even a strong manipulator needs enough pieces to call upon, and even a good strategy needs time to prepare. However, they did not notice that in the face of the two night watchmen who rushed up, Knight 17 was not half flustered. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and in the next moment, Knight 17 directly picked up a pistol on the ground.
Cocking, aiming, firing. The entire action was done in a single breath. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A fire exploded from the muzzle of the gun, and metal bullets flew out instantly. The night watchman closest to him froze. Knight 17's entire set of movements just now were ridiculously coherent. This guy had definitely had professional training in this area before. However, it was definitely too late to dodge at this time. The night watchman let out a low gulp, his muscles tensed with the surge of his supernatural energy, and a bloody hole appeared immediately when the bullet hit his chest, but it didn't penetrate his muscles and hurt his internal organs. This kind of small pistol was not a big threat to him. As long as he got close, he could kill Knight 17 in seconds. However, Knight 17 didn't just fire one shot. The first bullet entered his chest, followed by the second bullet into his body.
Put. When struck by the second bullet, the night watchman suddenly felt a hint of danger of death. Because the second bullet was extremely close to the first bullet, instantly tearing his muscle tissue apart. The next moment, the third bullet came. Danger! Sensing the danger of death, that night watchman let out a low cry, no longer suppressing his alien energy level, and the alien energy barrier instantly opened. Dang! When? The following two bullets were all blocked by the barrier. However, when he saw where the bullets hit the barrier, the vigilante's pupils shrank violently. Because the two bullets almost all hit in one position. If he hadn't used the alien barrier just now, the bullets could definitely penetrate his internal organs. 4 shots to solve the elimination of a Knight 17 did not stop at all. The muzzle changed direction and fired towards the next night watchman. Bang! 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 The Knight's watchman who was being targeted had already reacted when Knight 17 fired and rolled to the right. 2 bullets fell short, but there was still a bullet that entered his shoulder, taking away a strand of blood. Everyone was shocked the moment they heard the gunshots ring out. Using a pistol in this chaotic situation, do you want to kill your enemies or your own people? However, the next second Jaw's voice came instantly. Freshman Knight 17 eliminates a night watchman. Silence. At this moment, no matter if it was the night watchman or the cadets, all froze. Knight 17 actually knew how to use a gun, and he was also a sharpshooter. Not only were they shocked, even Jaws and the others in the interior of the monitoring room. Amazing big picture and analytical skills, terrifying sword skills, and now actually a sharpshooter. Boy, I'd like to ask, is there anything else this guy can't do? Why do I feel like this guy is more dangerous than Jinx? Jinx plus Knight 17, what kind of combination is that? Josie's mouth was almost smiling as he looked at Knight 17. At this moment he finally realized why Shen Yuan-sung had asked him to focus on Knight 17. The attributes of his supernatural ability allowed him to not necessarily enter the heavenly ranking in the future, but he could lead a heavenly ranking squad. A certain image suddenly came to mind in his mind. Perhaps the scene from 7 years ago could be recreated. Chapter 78, when Knight 17 gets the sniper rifle. In order to catch them off guard, the Night Watch and Demon Hunters cut straight into the battlefield from different directions. For a sharpshooter, everyone on this kind of battlefield was a living target. Even a second's delay was enough for him to shoot. Knight 17 would definitely not miss such an opportunity, and his gun caught up with the wounded Knight's watchman and continued to fire. However, the next moment Knight 17 realized there were no bullets in it. "Mr. Jinx, bullets!" Knight 17 exclaimed. Jinx, however, reached out, lollipop. Knight 17. Crowd. The originally tense battlefield suddenly became quiet at this moment. The terrifying air froze at this moment. The several night watchmen and demon hunters who were all ready to evacuate first had their figures lurched. No bullets? The injured Night's Watchman looked at Knight 17's feet. He still has a grenade and a mine. Grenades and mines were more powerful than pistols, but they were ranged damage. Using them in this kind of battlefield would be hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging the enemy 800 times. This kind of thing could be predicted in advance, and it was rather smaller for the Night's Watch and demon hunters. Hearing this, a flash of determination flashed in the eyes of several demon hunters. Stop retreating and counterattack with full force. The sneak attack did not work but instead lost a Night's Watchman, but the battle power of the remaining 7 was still not bad. The chaotic battlefield unfolded again. Several trainees were injured in just a few dozen seconds before and after. Knight 17 glanced at the mines and grenades and temporarily gave up the idea of using them. Although he knew that if he used them he could take 2 Night Watchmen or demon hunters away, he would definitely injure many students who didn't have supernatural shields. Knight 17 scanned the entire field, and silver light flashed in his eyes. Bullet time opened. Sister Frost, go to the right side to fend off that half-bear man, Wang Meng to assist Yi Qingfeng, those 2 students on the far left to support the others, you guys are useless there. Knight 17 gave one command after another, and the originally chaotic battle began to clear up. The many demon hunters also finally knew at this moment how Shi Chang and their alien squad were eliminated. This kid was not only a sharpshooter, but also a commander. Old 4, finish him off. A person in the chaos shouted, and the next moment a speed demon hunter turned into a stump and instantly rushed towards Knight 17. The 2 trainees who wanted to intercept on the road tried to stop it but they didn't even touch it. Seeing someone rushing over, Knight 17 dropped his pistol and reached out to grip the hilt of the knife at his waist. Clang! The Tang sword was sheathed. A flash of silver light flashed, and Knight 17 fought with the demon hunter. A trail of sparks appeared as the swords clashed. Old 4 had thought that the battle would end in a few seconds, but he was baffled when the 2 collided. He suddenly realized that Knight 17 had extremely strong melee combat skills. That Tang sword was like a living thing in his hands. The angle was short and unpredictable. Not only was he dumbfounded, the remaining others were also dumbfounded. What the hell? Why does this kid still have such a terrifying melee combat ability? Inside the surveillance room, the crowd no longer knew how to evaluate it. From the time of the raid until now, Knight 17 had eliminated a Night Watchman, wounded a Night Watchman, and now dragged down a demon hunter. Now that the other side was only left with 6.5 people, the pressure plummeted. However, in this short period of time, there were also a few trainees on their side who were seriously injured, and there were still 20 people who could fight. Those present were all veterans. Knight 17 could analyze the battlefield and of course they would as well. The battlefield had already been judged in a few breaths. Old 4 hold off Knight 17, the others are free to move. The melee continued. The fighting strength of those 5 Night Watchmen was far above Knight 17's guess. Even though Han Schwanger and Yi Qingfeng, together with a few other trainees, had dragged down the 2 demon hunters, the battle was still very critical. At this moment, both sides were competing in endurance, attentiveness, experience, and determination. Such a scorching battle was the most exciting, and in the monitoring room, Jaws and the others couldn't take their eyes off it. The winner of this battle will determine the final direction of this examination. 2 minutes later, a trainee made a mistake and was eliminated by a demon hunter seizing the opportunity. 4 minutes later, a speed demon hunter found an opportunity to seriously injure a cadet. Although they were temporarily stalled by virtue of their numerical advantage, the demon hunters were all too seasoned regardless of their mentality or experience. As the cadets were eliminated one by one, the balance of the battle began to tilt towards the demon hunter side. Failure, just a matter of time. Was it going to end just like this? Knight 17 was somewhat unwilling. But there seemed to be no way to break the game now. The only 2 people on the battlefield who weren't involved in the fight were Zhuge Yucai and Jinx. A fat man with E-class talent, although he was carrying a lot of treasures, those things seemed to be worth a lot of money, so he didn't seem to be willing to make a move. As for Jinx, if this little lowly made a move, it was estimated that everyone present would be lost. But doing nothing to continue is also a loss. Suddenly Knight 17 thought of something and turned his head to look at the grenades and mines at Jinx's feet. With a slash to block the demon hunter's attack, Knight 17 suddenly said, "Sister Frost." With Knight 17's loud shout, Han Schwanger, who was dragging the bear man, directly gave up the fight when she heard Knight 17's call. Without Han Schwanger's suppression, that bear man charged up towards the remaining 2 trainees. A terrifying bear paw slapped one of the cadets directly away. The first opening in the battlefield appeared. The bear man didn't go after Han Schwanger, but instead charged towards his nearest companion. The already precarious battlefield instantly tore apart. However, Han Schwinger didn't care yet. To her, nothing in this world was more important than 17. Han Schwinger came to Knight 17's side in a few breaths, and with a wave of her jade hand, 2 glacial thorns stabbed at the demon hunter. The latter flew back to avoid the attack, but did not continue to pursue Knight 17. The battle had already been declared over, and at this time, even if Knight 17 had the best commanding ability, it was useless without enough pieces. Knight 17 got rid of the trouble and came to Jinx's side. "Mr. Jinx, that grenade and mine, can I change my weapon?" Jinx was eating a lollipop and thought for a moment when he heard Knight 17's voice outside. "Yes, but 2 can only be exchanged for 1. 1, no problem. Student Jinx, do you have a sniper rifle in your stored weapons?" "Sniper rifle? You wait," Jinx said as his hand reached under his skirt again. After touching it for a while, pulled out a Barrett sniper rifle. The moment the Barrett sniper rifle appeared, everyone froze. Could it be that this guy is still a sniper? Everyone set fire on Knight 17. "Absolutely don't give him a chance to shoot," an alien exalted person exclaimed. The power of a pistol they could still barely resisting a sniper rifle. It was no different from looking for death. The personnel on the side of the freshman trainees assembled, and there were only 12 people left who could still continue fighting. Originally there were 17 people, and in just a few seconds 5 cadets were eliminated from the game. Now let alone 1 to 3, now even 1 to 2 was not enough. Trying to stop 6.5 demon hunters and night watchmen was tantamount to a fool's errand. However, the moment he saw the Barrett sniper rifle, Knight 17 smiled. The corner of Knight 17's mouth hooked up and a strange look flashed in his eyes. "Fellow Jinx, how many rounds are in the gun?" "There are just 3 rounds of bullets in it. You need to take a lollipop to change it when you run out of bullets." 3 bullets? Knight 17 muttered. He looked at the demon hunters who rushed up. 3 bullets, enough. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws looked at Knight 17 and fell into silence. Although Knight 17 had performed extremely well in the previous battle, he had always maintained a humble attitude. But just now, Knight 17 had a special look on his face after getting the sniper rifle. Confidence, an unrivaled confidence. Knight 17 raised the Barrett, and then a flash of silver color flashed in his eyes. Bullet time. The flaw of an auxiliary-type alien was that there was a large gap between the physical quality and that of a combat-type alien, and a much better weapon could greatly compensate for the gap between the two sides. When Zhao Lang gave him training, he said that Knight 17 was most suitable for sniper rifles. The reason for this was the perfect combination of bullet time and sniper rifles. In Knight 17's world, all movements had nowhere to hide. He could distinguish the movements of those few demon hunters and could deduce their next course of action. Raise the gun, shoot. Knight 17's movements were completed in an instant, and in the eyes of others Knight 17 didn't even seem to be aiming. This was in fact true, as he had completed all of these actions in bullet time. Bang! The bullet discharged. Blazing flaming air ejected a bullet out. The bullet passed through the shoulders of the 2 trainees, whose sleeves were instantly torn open because of their close proximity. As long as there was a single mistake, one of the 2 would have a cadet's arm broken. But there were no ifs here in Knight 17. The bullet flew straight through the shoulders of the 2 men towards a demon hunter who rushed forward. That demon hunter's pupils shrunk violently, because Knight 17's movements were simply too fast. Moreover, he even shot at the crowd. Wasn't he afraid of hurting his own people? Although his heart was puzzled, he didn't have time to think. Because, the bullets had already arrived. The bullet power of the Barrett sniper rifle was not comparable to a pistol, and the moment he was aimed at it, he knew that he could not dodge it. Without any hesitation, the exotic barrier instantly opened. Boom! The bullet exploded on the alien energy barrier. The terrifying impact actually caused the alien energy barrier to almost shatter. Everyone retreat! A demon hunter shouted. With such a terrifying gun sense, everyone was a living target. If Knight 17 had 6 bullets in his gun right now, everyone would be accounted for here. However, it was already too late to run at this time. A shot was fired, and while enduring the recoil, Knight 17 had already started to adjust. While the Barrett's recoil was cancelled out, Knight 17 had already aimed at the second demon hunter. The latter had anticipated this and rolled to the side the moment Knight 17 took aim. He was agile and reacted quickly. However, all of this had no effect in Knight 17's eyes. Knight 17 had already predicted it the moment his body made an evasive maneuver. The target of Knight 17's shooting was not him, but the landing point of his roll. He had prejudged his prediction.
The demon hunter realized that he hadn't heard the gunshot as his body rose into the air, and he turned his head to look at Knight 17. What greeted him was a straight barrel of a gun.
Finished. Bang. The second bullet exploded.
Almost at the same time, the demon hunter condensed an alien energy barrier to block the bullet in front of his body. The 2 shots before and after were completed in almost a breath. Only then did those 2 trainees who had just been grazed by the bullets feel the fiery pain on their shoulders.
Chapter 79, Truce? Freshman Knight 17 eliminates 2 demon hunters.
With Jod's voice coming from the speakers.
A brief silence fell over the gym. The remaining 3 demon hunters and 2 night watchmen looked at Knight 17 in death.
Who would have thought that this guy could play so hard with his sniper rifle? Now 12-5, it looked like the ratio was lower than before, but the number of elites left among the cadets was increasing. There was still a bullet in Knight 17's gun. With this guy's gun sense, he could definitely take another person. So the headcount ratio was 12-4, but the other side's little fat man and mental patient could be excluded, that was 10-4. A Knight 17 by himself could drag down one of them, and Han Schwanger and Yi Qingfeng with a few trainees could also drag down 2 people.
The battle seemed to be back to square one.
However, their chances of winning seemed to be a bit greater, thinking of this 5 people with a glint in their eyes. This point, the other party knew, and Knight 17 was also clear. Seeing that the other party had the idea of continuing the fight, Knight 17 suddenly said, "Wait."
The 5 people froze. "What do you mean?"
Knight 17 said in a deep voice, "The victory condition of this examination is that we survive until nightfall, so that means as long as 1 trainee isn't eliminated, that's when we win, right?"
And then? A demon hunter frowned.
"According to the previous information, excluding us, there are still 15 trainees in the forest. You might win if we fight further, but we can take at least 3 or even 4.
Are you sure that the 1 or 2 severely injured demon hunters or night watchmen left can eliminate them all before nightfall?"
Knight 17's speech was calm, as if he was stating something that had nothing to do with him. The 5 people's faces changed once again when they heard this. The trainees who were able to survive until now must all be somewhat capable, and it would definitely not be easy to catch them. If there are a few speed-type adepts inside, it would take a lot of effort for 1 or 2 people to cover them. See 5 people silent. Knight 17 continued, "Moreover, you were eliminated. Instructors will give notice. Once they hear the night watchman and demon hunter only 1 or 2 left, you think they will do?"
"What to do?"
Yi Qingfeng's eyes twitched. "If it were me, I would take the initiative to gather the other students." Knight 17 snapped his fingers. "That's right, as long as you're not stupid you will definitely gather. Those classmates may not be very strong but they are many."
Knight 17 smiled. "How many of you think you can fight alone after fighting with us?" It dawned on the crowd that 12 night watchmen plus 6 demon hunters were indeed terrifying. But if there are only 1 or 2 left, you can fight 3 and 4, but can you fight 5 and 6?
Everyone looked at Knight 17 with strange eyes. Just now the fight was so intense, this kid actually had the time to think about these things. But it had to be said that Knight 17's speculation was correct. Even if they eliminated Knight 17 and the others, there was a high probability that the mission would ultimately fail.
"So what do you want?" A demon hunter spoke.
Knight 17 revealed a mouthful of white teeth. "It's simple, let's temporarily stop fighting.
We'll rest here, you guys go and eliminate the remaining trainees, and when you've eliminated all the other trainees, we'll have the final battle. Is that possible?"
A truce? The crowd stared blankly, but on second thought, this condition seemed very good. The 5 of them glanced at each other, and a moment later a demon hunter spoke. "Yes, but there is one condition, all of you are not allowed to leave this place during the truce." The current Knight 17 was already troublesome enough, this if he were to find 2 or 3 more new students, I'm afraid the relationship between hunter and prey would be swapped.
Hearing this, Knight 17 nodded after a moment of contemplation. "Yes." "Retreat," a demon hunter whispered, and the 5 slowly retreated.
Inside the monitoring room, the crowd was also relieved. Even though it was a battle between E-ranked exalts, the things contained within it were not at all lower than a battle between high-level exalts. "I'll go, I really let this kid fool me." It can't be helped, this condition has actually been very good for the Night's Watch and Demon Hunters. If Knight 17 just wants the trainees to hold on to the darkness of the sky, and now take the initiative to attack them, they will surely lose. Why do I have a feeling that this kid isn't here to go to school? He's here to cause trouble. One person eliminated 3 Night Watchmen and 2 Demon Hunters. At this pace at least 2 more can be replaced. He's obviously saying this because he still wants to continue fighting. Chief Instructor, they shouldn't really all be eliminated this year, right?
When someone raised this conjecture, the faces of the crowd turned strange. A cat catching a mouse and the cat being killed by the mouse? This would be hilarious if it got out. Jaws sighed. This night 17 had surprised him a little too much. He turned his head to look at Wu Lei and Zhao Junmu in the center clearing. In their discussion at the very beginning, the plan was to eliminate all the cadets to make them understand how big the gap between the Night's Watch and the freshmen was. And the battle between Wu Lei and Zhao Junmu was to interpret what level the battle between top talented exalts was. As a result, what was being considered now was no longer for the cadets to understand how powerful the vigilantes and demon hunters were, but whether or not they would be annihilated by the group. This contrast came too quickly. As for the big drama behind them, it was no longer so important at the moment. Jaws was thinking about whether or not to let Wu Lei make the first move. Otherwise, it would be too much of a slap in the face if the others were really wiped out. Someone asked a question in the middle of Jaws' thinking. "Chief Captain, how should this score be added?" The crowd's faces stiffened. If the full score of 20 points was based on previous year's results, Han Shuanger, Yi Qingfeng, Wang Meng, and the others would have at least 17 or 8 points by now. If they could survive until nightfall, that would be a perfect score. In previous years, there were indeed some participants who could get full marks, but this year's number was a bit too high. The most crucial thing was that there was a Night 17 that came out of this. As early as when they destroyed Shi Chang's Demon Hunter squad, his score had already reached 19 points. Now it was directly overflowing according to the extra points requirement. It was impossible for anyone to think that someone would have so many abilities. Jaws muttered, "Score breaking the cap?" Inside the gym, when it was determined that the other party had left, a group of trainees sat paralyzed on the floor to rest. The feeling of not feeling too good after the robbery, the rest of the crowd gossiped. "I go, finally gone ah." Zhuge Yutsai pulled out a chicken leg from somewhere and ate it while sighing. Of course, the other hand wasn't idle and started pulling out various healing recovery potions from his pants. "Holy, I was almost scared to death just now." "What's that to you? Just now that bullet grazed my shoulder and passed, now my leg is still numb." Classmate 17, "You're too good." Tongue-tied, one person actually scared them off. "Boy, you've already eliminated 5, right? Taking out one more would be the same as eliminating an entire squad." Night 17 grinned, "Everyone rest first. You can't do anything else in this state. Let's see if we can find the other students after resting for a while." Although the other party said that they wouldn't let Night 17 and the others leave this place, it didn't mean that they couldn't use other methods to draw the other trainees over. Chapter 80: The Last Battle. During the rest of the crowd, Night 17 suddenly waved his hand towards Zhuge Yutsai. Zhuge Yutsai froze and rolled over. "Night 17, what's wrong?" Night 17 whispered against Zhuge Yutsai's ear, "Zhuge, I'll give you a mission." Hearing Night 17's plan, Zhuge Yutsai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The other trainees didn't care about this scene, but the instructors in the monitoring room had a hard time watching. "This kid is aware of our monitoring, and he's actually sneaking around? There's a problem. There's definitely a problem. Could they be trying to cheat?" "Cheat? How do you do that? Have someone send a box of lollipops to Jinx." Just after that person finished speaking, the others froze, not to mention that the Zhuge family was really capable of doing this. However, this area had been blocked off, so they couldn't send it in even if they wanted to, and as for Zhuge Yutsai bribing the soldiers or instructors, that was just looking for death. When the crowd was puzzled, Zhuge Yutsai patted his chest, 17 students to me, 10 minutes is absolutely done. With that, he took out his cell phone and started drumming something. 8 minutes later, Zhuge Yutsai received a message on his cell phone. The latter smiled and sent the message he had prepared long ago. In the next moment, a letter appeared on the cell phones of all the academy's students. "I, Zhuge Yukai, we have just eliminated 3 vigilantes under the leadership of student Night 17, and now the other vigilantes are on their way to quasi-search for you, so everyone must be careful. We will have a final showdown with them before nightfall. If you are a man, come and join us." In the monitoring room, all the instructors were speechless. This little fatty actually had this kind of ability? Well, for the Zhuge family, mobilizing the cell phone numbers of the trainees was nothing troublesome. At this moment, all the trainees had received this message, including the 15 trainees who were hiding. They didn't need the remaining 15 trainees to go over. As long as 2 or 3 of them went over, the final battle would be in doubt. "Chief Instructor, is this considered a foul?" someone asked. The crowd was speechless. Is it okay to call for help off the field? But since forbidden objects and hot weapons were allowed to be used, it didn't seem to be against the rules for people to use their connections. But at the time when they set it up, they didn't mention any rules in,
just that surviving until dark was considered a victory. Jaws sighed, forget it, Juga family, this face we still have to give. It was enough that Juga Yutsai didn't go on the field. Jaws didn't believe that there were only 2 forbidden items on that guy's body. The examination continued. Solving down every half hour, the latest information would be broadcast in the loudspeaker. Currently there are 6 remaining night watchmen and demon hunters, and 27 remaining trainees. There are currently 6 vigilantes and demon hunters remaining, and 24 trainees. There are currently 6 remaining vigilantes and demon hunters, and 18 remaining trainees. As the time came to 5 p.m., Jaws' voice sounded again. There are currently 6 remaining Night's Watch and demon hunters, and 15 remaining cadets, 14 of whom are in the gym. In the middle of the jungle, the dirty and disheveled 5 people gasped for air. When they heard Jaws' voice, the crowd's faces changed. Jaws' meaning was obvious. He was telling the few of them that there was no need to look for the remaining 2, they had already converged with Night 17. Nima, all have been so careful, actually still got 2 trainees by him. That kid was definitely a traitor in his previous life. We searched for people for 2 hours and he rested here for 2 hours. I want to cut open that Night 17's head to see how it grows. Alright, everyone sees the time to rest. The captain's side should start the show at 6, don't be late. A few others rolled their eyes. Brother, you're thinking a bit too much. It's still not clear who will lose or win this final duel. After 2 hours, their physical energy consumption was not small, but Night 17's side not only recuperated, but also added 2 more students. This time, it's really an absolute 50-50 split. Alright, everyone rest in place, launch the general attack at 5:30. A man said and looked towards the night watchman who had been shot and wounded by Night 17 earlier. You're in the worst state, in a moment you'll help eat that kid's last bullet. The night's watchman who was shot. Inside the gym, Night 17 finally got up when he heard that there were still 15 trainees left. With this Juga Yutsai's SMS notification, there were really 2 trainees coming over. The total number of trainees came to 14, plus 1 Zhao Jun devil totaling 15. In other words, the other trainees had all been eliminated. The final showdown was coming. After a day of fighting, the sun fell from the south to the west. The heat dissipated and the climate cooled down instead. Inside the gym, several trainees kept an eye on the surrounding movements. Target spotted, they're coming in one piece. A person said loudly, with both nervousness and excitement in his tone. Before the test began, everyone was filled with righteous indignation, with the attitude that the sky is the boss and I am the boss. Facing the Night's Watch and demon hunters, they were all sorts of unconvinced. However, at the beginning of the examination, a dozen or so night watchmen eliminated dozens of trainees in minutes. Originally, most of the trainees' aim was how to hide, but when they heard Night 17 eliminating the night watchman, they realized that they were not invincible. No one had expected that after a few twists and turns, the constant bloodshed between the 2 sides had actually led to the current situation. Now everyone had no fear left. Their only thought now was to go all out, and once they won, it would create history. Night 17 took a deep breath. Is it finally coming? The 12 trainees had set up their formation early. Night 17 had already understood about those people's special abilities and had made their assignments in advance. In a moment's battle, he would definitely have to hold back a demon hunter and share some of the pressure for the others. Soon 5 people walked in through the broken doorway. This time they likewise didn't use any ploys. At this stage, no ploys would work well. The moment he saw the incoming people, Night 17 aimed at a demon hunter and fired his last bullet. Bang! The bullet discharged straight towards that person. The latter didn't make any movement to react at all. Because there was no way to hide and no need to hide. When? The next moment the bullet didn't hit the demon hunter, an alien energy barrier blocked it. However, the one who released the alien energy barrier was not the demon hunter but the night watchman on the side. In response, Night 17 did not have any expression on his face. This outcome was long within his guess. Come on, the final battle. Night Watchman Demon Hunter, kill. Battle, 1 touch. Swords and swords, sparks flying everywhere. Blood spilled over the earth amidst the roars of various orcs. There was no setup, no scheme, both sides were just fighting for their lives in the true sense of the word. Chapter 81 Return of the King. Inside the gym, a tragic battle unfolded. 3 minutes later, one trainee had one of his arms destroyed by a slash, and another trainee kicked the demon hunter in the chest. 5 minutes later, Han Schwanger stabbed a demon hunter in the abdomen with an ice pick, and the latter broke another cadet's ribs with a punch regardless. No one was thinking of surviving intact, everyone was exchanging injuries for injuries and fighting for their lives.
This battle was destined to have only one side survive to the end. Escape? Doesn't exist. Demon hunters who had consumed the whole day without supplies were at a natural disadvantage against the cadets who had already recovered their strength. But their experience, willpower and toughness were incomparable to the cadets. So this is a real sense of 50-50 battle. Inside the battlefield, killing scorching, until the last moment, who do not know the final ending. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. In the midst of the melee, Yi Qingfeng realized that the Night Watchman's alien energy was about to run out and shouted, "Create an opportunity for me." The other two trainees roared and rushed up. The Night Watchman let out a low shout and blasted out with both fists, sending those two flying. The next moment, Yi Qingfeng had already arrived behind him. The mallet that contained the resonance attribute of the supernatural ability smashed hard on that Night Watchman's back. As the resonance entered his body, the demon hunter trembled and a mouthful of blood was spewed out. His internal organs were all heavily damaged. However, the demon hunter still didn't unlock the level restriction even after taking a hard hit. He turned back and gathered the last of his powers on his feet and kicked Qingfeng's abdomen, sending him flying. He slowly collapsed when he finished the blow, but the corner of his mouth was with a smile. Cough cough, old man's mission is accomplished. On the other side, a demon hunter who was covered in blood was panting heavily. Not far away, Han Schwanger's face was pale. This battle was even tougher than the original one, and her alien energy had been consumed cleanly at this moment. At this moment, Han Schwanger finally realized that the level of her alien ability talent didn't mean whether it was powerful or not. If she had properly practiced all kinds of fighting and combat techniques in the 7th main city before, she would be able to continue fighting even if her alien energy was consumed cleanly now. That demon hunter grinned. "It looks like I won, end of story," said that demon hunter as he charged towards the other two trainees who were also battered and bruised. Without Han Schwanger's hold, the two cadets were taken care of in a few breaths. As he was catching his breath, a silver light flashed in the air. That demon hunter sensed the danger and blasted out with a backhanded punch. The next moment, Han Schwanger's figure flew out backwards, blood spurting out of her mouth. However, in the demon hunter's chest was a brightly shining tang knife. Han Schwanger staggered up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, but she was all bright-eyed with a look of determination in her eyes. "Although I don't know much about fighting, it doesn't mean I don't dare to fight to the death." Compared to the gruesomeness elsewhere, the most exciting thing was still the fight between Knight 17 and that speed-type alien. At this moment, a dozen wounds on Knight 17's body were continuously bleeding out, but his hands holding the hilt of the knife were still as steady as a mountain. Facing the other party's frantic attack for close to 20 minutes, he had actually carried it off. At this moment, the demon hunter's speed had slowed down, his supernatural abilities had been used up, and the next step was a true life and death struggle. Kill. Kill. All the instructors in the monitoring room remained silent. No one had spoken since the start of the battle between the two sides, and all of them were all concentrating on the bloody battle inside the gym. Although they were also soldiers and vigilantes, after so many years of teaching trainees at the academy, they would rarely go out on missions anymore. To them, teaching an excellent Night's Watchman was of higher value and importance. Therefore, they hadn't experienced this kind of bloodthirsty and bloody battle for a long, long time. At this moment, looking at the bloody battle in the gym, it was as if they had returned to the days when they had become vigilantes, when they had become demon hunters fighting against demons and believers. It was tough, dangerous, and yet the blood was boiling. When the time came to 6 o'clock. In the center clearing, Wu Lei and Zhao Jun Demon, who had been standing in place, opened their eyes. "Time is up," Zhao Junmo said indifferently. Wu Lei sighed as he turned his head to look at the distant gym. Was it still not over there? It wasn't just him, those eliminated trainees had also been waiting in the open space for a long time. Originally, all of them had come here to watch the fight between Wu Lei and Zhao Jun Demon. But now, their attention was not focused here. From the very beginning, when a quarter of the cadets were directly eliminated, most of the cadets had already it was a massacre. There were some cadets who had gathered together, but they were only there to protect themselves. Until that man's appearance. Until the appearance of that notice. At that moment, all the cadets realized that the original Night Watchman was not invincible. Numerous cadets suddenly had a feeling as if there was a possibility of victory for them as well. The subsequent notifications were even more ups and downs. A moment later, a Night Watchman was eliminated. A moment later, a large number of trainees were resolved. So repeatedly anxious and moving. But there was no doubt that everyone's initial fear of the Night's Watch had long since vanished without a trace. Although the Night's Watch is powerful, we are not trash either.
Based on the information provided by the instructors, they knew that the 14 trainees led by Knight 17 were currently fighting to the death against the last 5 Night's Watch and Demon Hunters. At this moment, they were all waiting for an answer. An answer that everyone found unbelievable but with so much possibility. ZZZ. Anxiously waiting, the loudspeaker finally happened again. Everyone all stopped breathing at this moment, worried about missing that important answer. The next moment, a voice came from the loudspeaker. Currently there is 1 remaining demon hunter and 5 remaining trainees. All trainees go to the central open space to gather. Whoa 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 whoa. 1. Cowhide. Upon hearing that there was only 1 demon hunter and 4 cadets left, everyone let out deafening cheers. Excluding Wu Lei and Zhao Jun Demon, they still had 4 trainees left who hadn't been eliminated. Winning. Not only did they win, but it was an unprecedented victory. They didn't last until nightfall because the enemies had all been eliminated. A few moments later, a few soldiers brought back all the injured Yi Qingfeng and the others. All the trainees let out cheering cries that rose and fell. However, while celebrating, everyone's eyes were still looking in the direction of the gym. A moment later, 4 figures appeared. A little lowly with blue hair and double ponytails was bouncing around eating a lollipop. A round fat man moved his small steps, eating a chicken leg as he walked. There was also a teenager who was being supported by a stunningly beautiful-looking young girl. At this moment, Knight 17's originally white short sleeves had turned red, with his blood as well as the blood of others. The moment he saw the crowd, Knight 17's eyes signaled. Han Schwinger nodded and released her hands. Knight 17 stumbled for a moment, but quickly stabilized himself. He took a deep breath to straighten his chest before slowly raising his arms. We won! Chapter 82, God and Demon Faculty Azura. The crowd cheered as a dozen instructors arrived. Jaws coughed and signaled the crowd to be quiet. This test is not over yet. Everyone pull back 100 meters to give them a spot. You guys didn't know that you boasted about your outstanding alien talent before, so next you'll get a good look at what it means to be a true genius. Back up 100 meters? The crowd grew curiouser and curiouser, although they had heard that this Zhao Jun demon had been promoted to D rank. But a normal D-rank alien battle wouldn't be enough to destroy the surrounding area by 100 meters, would it? In doubt, the crowd retreated, and soon the field was empty. With a wave of Jaw's hand, a few instructors walked over to untie all the Sealok stones from Zhao Jun Demon's neck and hands. Zhao Junmu, who had no reason to be suppressed by the sea stone, greedily breathed in the air around him as if he had been given a new lease of life. He looked towards Wu Lei and smiled devilishly. I hope you can let me have my fun. As soon as the words fell, a black flame burned out from his body. The black flame burned without a trace of temperature, instead everyone felt cold and bone-chilling. Immediately afterward, a boundless murderous aura surged out from Zhao Jun Demon's body like a tidal wave. This kind of killing aura was completely different from the killing aura of the instructors. It was killing for the sake of killing. At this moment, Zhao Jun Devil was no longer a person, he was more like a beast, a demon, a monster. If anyone saw Zhao Jun Demon's eyes, they would realize that the latter had lost consciousness. His pupils were pitch black and only boundless killing intent remained. He slowly drew out the saber at his waist, and in the next moment black flames ignited on the saber before he laughed openly and strangely. It's coming out! Zhao Jun Demon's alien ability as class god and demon faculty Azura. Juga Yutsai suddenly said. Knight 17 was puzzled. God devil faculty, what is that? There's no such category among the 4 major alien ability classifications. Juga Yutsai said in a deep voice. When Zhao Junmu awakened, he was only 11 years old, and when he first awakened, he was turned into a killing machine by the control of his alien ability. He killed dozens of people in less than a minute, and then the senior aberrants arrived to put him under control and gradually figured out his aberrations after research. Knight 17 was stunned, an alien being controlled by his own alien energy? The most outrageous he had heard was merely that the S-rank one-punch Superman was unable to control his power and caused some destruction from time to time. But that kind of inability to fully control and being controlled by an alien energy were 2 completely different concepts. Juga Yukai continued, Zhao Juanma's awakened psychic ability is similar to the illusory beast system psychic ability, but it's not exactly the same. The illusory beast system abnormal ability is a human transforming into the appearance of a demonic creature and inheriting the demonic creature's attributes. While Zhao Jun Demon's transformation into the so-called Azura was the opposite, with the Azura possessing his body. Being possessed would result in a huge enhancement of his bodily functions. This enhancement was all-encompassing, not just the basics like strength, speed, and body recovery speed, but also combat awareness and combat skills.
And back when he had just awakened his psychic abilities, he had killed 2 D-class psychics. So far it was unclear from above whether this change was a characteristic of the Asura as a psychic ability or a generalization of the divine and demonic system of psychic abilities. But the consequences are also clear. After being possessed, he will lose his consciousness and be reduced to a killing tool. This kind of supernormal ability is also the first time in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The black flame on that knife is made up of killing intent. Once touched, it directly damages the spirit. At first, the Dragon Kingdom reclassified this ability into a whole new category, the God and Demon Department. However, this is a secret story that was not publicized to the public, so you must not tell anyone. Juga Yutsai slowly recounted the secret story of that year. This secret story was known to very few people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Hearing this, Knight 17 took a deep breath as he looked towards Zhao Jun Demon, who was laughing openly at this moment. It felt as if a wild beast that had broken free from its cage was wantonly venting. There was no doubt that Zhao Jun Devil, who had transformed into an Asura, had already turned into another person, a madman who could only kill. No wonder they had to always bring him a sea stone. This would be a disaster if he accidentally lost control. Silver light flashed in Knight 17's eyes, and in his line of sight a black shadow with a height of 1 jiang appeared behind Zhao Junimo. The silhouette was blurry and couldn't be fully seen for what it looked like, but Knight 17 was able to discern that it was a humanoid. When Knight 17 checked the black flames on Zhao Jun Demon's body, suddenly he froze. I don't know if it was an illusion or not. Knight 17 had a feeling that the black inflammation figure seemed to look back at him. That feeling was like a gaze from the abyss. Clang! Looking at the insane Zhao Jun Demon, Wu Lei's expression became grave as he slowly drew out the straight sword at his waist. In the next moment, an illusory dog's head appeared on his shoulder, and the dog's head spat out blazing flames to wrap that straight sword. Grade A Illusory Beast Department Talent Hell's 3-headed dog. Wu Lei, who had suppressed his powers to D rank, was not yet able to fully transform into a Hell 3-headed dog, but of course this battle didn't require it. For a special alien ability with an S-rank talent like Zhao Jun Demon's, a huge body size would be a liability instead. All he had to do was to resist Zhao Jun Demon's soul flames and then fight it head-on. The moment they looked at each other, the two moved. Roar! Kill! Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the two figures collided together. Clang! Boom! The swords made a clanging sound, and the black flame and red flame instantly exploded. The fiery sparks could even explode out dozens of meters, landing on the ground as a scorched black. The aftermath of the collision of one strike had not yet ended, and the next sword had already arrived. Staggering across the open space, the sound of the collision was like muffled thunder blowing the air apart. And the earth beneath the two men's feet cracked inch by inch, spreading out like a spider's web. It was enough to see the terrifying power contained in every attack of the two. The battle between the two did not have the kind of fancy fighting that Knight 17 had. Their attacks were direct and decisive, utilizing speed and power to the extreme. Each slash was directed towards the other's vitals. Everyone's breath stuttered, and some girls even nervously let out a gurgling shriek. Is this the kind of power that a D-class alien should have? Some people were incredulous. Why do I feel like 100 meters isn't even safe anymore? Are these two guys human? Is this a battle between an A-rank talent and an S-rank talent adept? Are those two really D-rank? All of the trainees were shocked. It was true that a pure strength type alien could explode with a similar power, but that was just an explosion. And now they could feel a slight tremor in the earth with every strike from the two D-class powerhouses, terrifying as they were. During the battle, Wu Lei favored defense more than anything else to fend off Zhao Jun Demon's frantic attacks. Whether it was strength, speed, or anything else, Zhao Jun Demon's overall level was on top of Wu Lei's. The latter was like a killing machine. Not needing to defend at all, only knowing to attack, and attack again. Under the stormy attack, Wu Lei kept retreating, the grass under his feet flipping over. However, if you look carefully, you will find that although Wu Lei is at a disadvantage, his footsteps are not the slightest bit disorganized, and he eats all of the other party's attacks. Watching the battle between the two, Knight 17's complexion is heavy. Speaking of skill alone, Knight 17 does not lose to the two, and may even be slightly better. But the two people's strength, speed and other aspects are completely crushed their own. Under the same level, the head-on battle is not more than 3 minutes. His Tang sword is afraid to fly out of hand. Previously, eliminating all the night watchmen and commanding the trainees to achieve victory had made him very happy, and he had let himself go a bit. Now the battle between the two made him realize the reality again. This was the real strong man.
His so-called skills were completely useless in front of absolute speed and power.
Chapter 83: A Special Examination.
As time passed, the sun had already reached the horizon. And Wu Lei and Zhao Jun Demon had also fought for a full 20 minutes. At this moment, dozens of meters around the two men's feet had already turned into a piece of rubble, and these ruins were only caused by the aftermath of the two men's battle. One could imagine how intense the battle between the two men in the center of the storm was. After watching for so long, Knight 17 already had a certain knowledge of Zhao Jun Devil's strength. Although Zhao Jun Demon, who was incarnated as an Asura, was terrifying, he had consciousness but no intelligence. The way he attacked was completely out of instinct, and although his slashes were deadly, there was no real skill to speak of. This was a pure killing machine that only knew how to kill but didn't know how to kill quickly and easily. It was also because of this that Wu Lei was able to hold on for so long in a disadvantageous situation. If he himself possessed such a physique, he could have defeated Wu Lei as early as 10 minutes ago. Knight 17 had also pondered what would happen if he were to face Zhao Jun Demon. The answer was that he would definitely die without any preparation. But if there was preparation, he would definitely die. This kind of killing maniac was terrifying but had no intelligence. He would jump into the fire pit even if it was in front of him. At least that was the case before C rank. Of course, this wasn't to say that he wasn't strong. Put on the battlefield, Zhao Jun Demon's killing speed alone was more terrifying than 3 Wu Lei's. This was still only at level D. As the level of their powers increased, their strength would increase tremendously, and he didn't know how it would be in the future. When the time came to 30 minutes, the two were still fighting, but the black flames on Zhao Junmu's body were a few points weaker at the moment. The original pitch black eyes seemed to have a hint of consciousness. Seeing this, Wu Lei took a breath and shouted, actually rushed up for the first time. After defending for half an hour, it was his turn to attack. He didn't fight against Zhao Jun Demon in order to delay until the latter's alien energy ran out. That didn't make any sense. If he really wanted to do that, it would be simpler to find an alien with the ability to fly. Since the above had brought Zhao Junmu to the academy, he was going to suppress this fellow completely. Rumble. Between the black flames and the flames, a hideous wound was left on both of their bodies. However, the blackened Zhao Jun Demon didn't seem to feel the pain and continued to attack crazily. On the other hand, Wu Lei was shivering after being injured by the black flames. This black flames attacked not his physical body but his spirit. But in just an instant he recovered, his eyes lit up with a blazing flame and he rushed up again. The two black and red flames crisscrossed, and blood floated in the sky. This was the moment when the two were truly fighting for their lives. A few minutes later, the black flames on Zhao Jun Demon's body had shrunk by a few points again, and the black pupils in his eyes lit up again. The battle continued. Clang! Blade light and sword shadows crisscrossed. In a few breaths, the two men's bodies were once again left with a dozen or so wounds, like a bloody man. As the pain increased and the foreign energy decayed, at a certain moment Zhao Jun Devil's eyes finally regained consciousness completely. The next moment, the pain from dozens of wounds all over his body pooled together. Ah! Zhao Jun Demon hissed madly as his entire body fell to the ground, convulsing madly. The many trainees were startled by Zhao Jun Devil's sudden reaction. What's going on? Screaming so miserably. It seems like consciousness has returned. Holy, why do I look so creepy? Wow, Captain Wu Lei is so powerful. Wu Lei stopped attacking as he slowly came in front of Zhao Jun Demon. The god of fists once said that there is no strongest alien ability, only the strongest alien. Although Asura is powerful, it doesn't mean invincible. Now that your alien ability is almost consumed, why do you still want to continue? Zhao Jun Demon hissed. His expression in his blood-colored eyes was hideous and twisted. His eyes carried anger, murderous intent, as well as fear and confusion. Continue fighting? He who had transformed into an Asura hadn't even managed to kill the other party. Continuing to fight would cause him to be severely humiliated. But this time today, he managed to gain control of his body before his powers were completely exhausted. Wasn't this kind of freedom what he longed for? He hesitated. Zhao Jun Demon didn't know that at this moment Wu Lei was waiting, Jaws was waiting, and many others were waiting. Feeling the rapid fading of the foreign energy in his body, finally Zhao Junma clenched his teeth and stood up. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Wu Lei smiled. In that case, I'll fulfill you. Saying that, the flame-straight blade in Wu Lei's hand cut through the air and stabbed into Zhao Jun Demon's shoulder. Zzz. The reddish straight blade touched with the flesh and blood, and immediately scorched a piece. Brush. Cold sweat instantly came down on Zhao Junmu's forehead. This wasn't a battle, this was clearly an execution. Zhao Junmu roared and slashed.
But this power was completely different from before. Wu Lei easily dodged it and backhanded another slash, leaving a slash mark on his shoulder. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. At this moment, Zhao Junmu was like a drug addict at the end of his addiction, desperately fighting back but weak and feeble. And Wu Lei was like an executioner coming out of hell, constantly leaving a hideous scar on Zhao Junmu's body, as if he wanted to lynch him. What, you're pulling across your control of your powers so much? Without Azura's control you've become a waste? Look at your hands, soft like an old lady, just like you, any cadet can finish you off. Just like you still want to get rid of Azura's control, dream on. Wu Lei taunted with his words as he inflicted the torture. Listening to Zhao Jundevil's heart-rending wails, in the distance, all the trainees were stunned. 1 second Zhao Jundevil was the Hell Shura, and the next moment Wu Lei turned into the Hell Ghost Yama. This contrast was just too big. Knight 17 vaguely understood something after hearing Wu Lei's provocation. This was a test for that fellow. Zhao Jun Demon, who was constantly humiliated, gritted his teeth as he fell down but stood up again and again. The sun set in the sky and the last rays of light disappeared. Zhao Jun Demon, who had fallen to the ground once again, was about to continue struggling when he suddenly felt as if he had so much control over his powers. Roar! Zhao Junmu roared and poured all of his supernatural energy into the saber in his hand. In the next moment, a ray of black flames flared up on the saber, and then he slashed out. This blade was not as good as his previous demonized self, but it had a hint of threat. Upon seeing this scene, Wu Lei smiled. The straight blade stood up to block the other party's attack. This was the first time he had resisted in the past half a day. With the final slash, the alien energy in Zhao Jun Demon's body was completely consumed and his entire body passed out. Somewhere in the monitoring room, the Vice Army Chief of the Night Watch, Xian Yuan Song, narrowed his eyes. Not bad, quite a bit of backbone. I told you that you guys have to be a bit ruthless. You can't even eat this bitterness and you still want to take control of the Azura? Behind Xian Yuan Song, an old man smiled bitterly. Sorry, he is after all the youngest son of the family head. Some things are really not good to use. Alright, since he did it then I can let him stay, but this is his last chance. Once he touches the red line he will die. Chapter 84: The End and the Beginning. On the ground, Zhao Jun Demon fell into a coma. Jaws waved his hand, and the two soldiers who had been preparing for a long time quickly walked over and put the seafloor stone back on him before taking it somewhere. The examination is over. Everyone gather. Jaws' voice rang out, and a moment later the crowd regrouped. Seeing that the crowd was still immersed in the tragic battle just now, seeing this, Jaws sneered. What, feeling miserable? Then let me tell you that this is just an appetizer. Knight 17 in their previous battle was even more intense and miserable than this. The crowd froze at these words, and then looked at Knight 17 and the others. Demon hunters that the S-class talented Zhao Jun Demon hadn't even defeated were eliminated by Knight 17 and the others, so one could only imagine what they had paid for in the first place. Jaws suddenly smiled. Because of this year's special, Demon Hunter Wu Lei and freshman Zhao Junmu aren't counted amongst the personnel for this examination. Therefore, the real result of this examination should be that there are 4 remaining trainees, and the Night Watch and Demon Hunters are all eliminated. You guys have created a brand new historical record. You are history makers. History makers. History makers. When the 2 names appeared, everyone was first stunned, then deafening cheers came from the crowd. The low mood from earlier disappeared without a trace at this moment. They had actually set a brand new record for the academy, and their names would remain in the history books. This kind of honor was incomparable to anything. The soldiers, night watchmen, and demon hunters at the side similarly applauded and congratulated them. Although the final result was diametrically opposite to what they had expected at the very beginning, it served the exact same purpose. Even those students who fought alongside Knight 17 in this battle had a qualitative leap. This mission was considered perfectly accomplished. Although it was humiliating to lose to the trainees, they were convinced of this defeat. If they could, they even hoped that every year in the future, the freshmen of the academy would be able to punch them in the face like this. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Knight 17 blushed and revealed a coy smile. At the very beginning, he hadn't even considered this much. He thought about just surviving as long as possible, as much as possible. This thing was tied to the score. The better the performance, the higher the final score. As a result, he didn't think that it would actually evolve to this point later on, but it had a happy ending, didn't it? As the crowd celebrated, Jaws suddenly said, "Don't rush to be happy yet. Yes, you guys won in the end, but do you know how Knight 17 and the others did it? The crowd nodded their heads. They were indeed curious. The power of the Night's Watch was there for all to see, and they just couldn't figure out how these men had triumphed. Jaws exclaimed, "Don't worry, even if you don't want to know, I will tell you." The official opening of the academy is on June 6th, which means there are still 4 days of rest. These 4 days are for you guys to recuperate, and at the same time tomorrow the academy's teaching building is open, where there are all the videos of the battles. Your task for these days is to review this battle and write a 10,000-word summary. Crowd. This is an afterthought? This is the 23rd century. Actually have to write afterthoughts. Many people have not moved a pen in years. But write it. Other than that, just this last battle let everyone benefit a lot. The previous battles definitely have more places to learn. After finishing the mission, Jaws continued, in addition I will give you a brief introduction to the Academy's learning process and score regulations. You will receive 1 year of training in the Academy. The training is divided into 2 parts. The first semester is mainly responsible for physical training and all kinds of basic theoretical knowledge. The second part is the actual combat drills and the development and utilization of supernatural abilities, in addition to your usual performance is also included in the assessment requirements. Each of these 5 parts accounts for 20 points out of 100, and as long as you guys can achieve 60 points when you graduate, you can become a vigilante. Hearing this, the crowd sighed in relief, so it seems that the requirements of the Night's Watch are not very high. But Ching Fong was silent. Not very high? If these trainees knew that only 73% of the trainees could graduate each year, they wouldn't think so. These trainees themselves are selected from a wide range of heavenly pride, talent and enlightenment are considered to be the top. Even so, one and then more than a quarter of the cadets were unable to become Night's Watch. Sure enough, the next moment Jaws continued, in addition, your performance in this examination will be counted in the usual performance grade, accounting for 20%. In a moment the grades will be sent to your cell phones. You can check it by yourselves. Now dismissed, everyone go to the hospital to treat their wounds. As he was saying, the grades had already been handed down. The crowd opened their cell phones one after another. When they saw the scores above, a burst of gasps came from the crowd. First place, Night 17 score, 26. Second place, Han Schwanger score, 20. The third place, also Clear Wind, score, 20. With a full score of 20 points, Night 17 had actually reached 26 points. It directly surpassed the upper limit of the score. This kind of thing seemed to be the first time in history, right? But for this score the crowd's feeling was unexpected yet reasonable. After all, this guy himself had already made history. Han Schwanger and the other trainees who had eliminated the Night's Watch basically had perfect scores. Their performances could be ranked in all the years. Those who participated in battles with Night 17 also started with a minimum of 15 points, even Juga Yutsai had 16 points. The Night's Watch was never alone, all of them were a collective. Without their cooperation, no one would be able to achieve such battle results. On the side, Yi Qingfeng was also smiling crookedly. Yi Qingfeng only had 9 points last year, and at that time, he went up to the Night's Watch in high spirits. As a result, he was sent away in a few rounds. If it wasn't for his solid foundation, his score might have been even lower. Now, with a year's worth of training, the top 3 are still within reach. Oh, that's not right. There seem to be a lot of demons this year. Night 17 counts as one, and so does Han Schwanger. As for Juga Yutsai, Jinx, and Zhao Junmu, forget it. These 3 are all problematic youths. I thought that I was already troublesome enough back then, but now Yi Qingfeng feels that he is a good baby compared to these people. No, still have to continue to toss off. Apart from them, the rest of the trainees' score gap appeared broken. 13 or 14 points there, but it is a minority, more still 11 or 12 points. The dozens of cadets who were eliminated in the beginning were even only 10 points. This was still because Night 17 and the others had killed the Night Watchman in reverse. If they were placed in previous years, 8 or 9 points, even 5 or 6 points were possible. At this moment, some of the cadets had realized the problem. It seemed that reaching the passing line of the Night's Watch was not that easy. Night 17 looked at his score and grinned, thinking that if he could keep it up, the top 3 should be no problem. Chapter 85 Conjecture of the Forbidden Object Rule. Half an hour later, the hospital beds were filled with trainees. Anyone who had been eliminated was missing an arm or a leg, and those with broken bones were even more numerous. In the VIP ward, Night 17, who was wrapped in dozens of circles of gauze, was lying on the bed resting. Also in the room were Han Schwanger, Yi Qingfeng, Juga Yukai, and Jinx. Said to be 5 people, in reality, only 3 were injured. Juga Yutsai and Jinx didn't even get hurt. On the side, Juga Yutsai smilingly peeled an orange over. Come, 17 students, eat the orange. Looking at such an attentive Juga Yutsai, Knight 17 was puzzled. Put it this way, it wasn't so much disgust as it was puzzlement. It is reasonable to say that Juga family is the richest in the Dragon Kingdom, not to say arrogant and domineering, but also not to give people as a little brother. But this Juga Yutsai is surprisingly good at talking. Not just himself, but with others as well, and the more talented the more enthusiastic. On the next bed, Han Schwanger looked at Juga Yutsai with odd eyes. If Juga Yutsai was a pretty little girl, she might be jealous. But a fat man so attentive to make her very puzzled. Is it possible that this guy's sexual orientation has some problems? Receiving the orange, Knight 17 suddenly thought of something. Juga classmate, can you show me your forbidden objects? Juga Yutsai was stunned, thinking that Knight 17 had seen his own forbidden objects. However, it was normal to think about it. I'm afraid that anyone else would be moved by such a treasure as a forbidden object. A suitable forbidden artifact could double an alien's combat power, for example, giving Knight 17 a firearms-type forbidden artifact. That would feel exciting to think about. There was no need to mention Knight 17's talent and future potential, so using a forbidden object to draw him in didn't seem too bad. Thinking of this, Juga Yukai removed the jade pendant from his neck. Classmate 17, this is a grade A forbidden item, Angel Guardian, with the effect of passively releasing a shield. The rule for accepting it is to feed it a pound of jade every day. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Swish. Han Schwanger and Yi Qingfeng twisted their heads to look over. A forbidden object worth hundreds of millions of dollars was given away just by saying so? A silver color flashed in Knight 17's eyes as he received the jade pendant. The next moment, a flash of something special appeared before his eyes. It was a piece of information shrouded in white mist. With Knight 17's experience of seeing the spacegate back then, he knew that that piece of information was the rules of the forbidden object. But for some reason this time it was actually blocked by the white mist, unable to see it clearly. Thinking for a moment, Knight 17 handed back the Angel Guardian. Is there anything else? Of course there is. Juga Yutsai reached into his pants pocket and a moment later pulled out a long sword in 2 stones. This flying sword is called Long Rainbow. It is an imitation forbidden object. Its function is simple: to fly. As long as there is enough foreign energy, it can fly 300 kilometers per hour. These 2 stones are called Zimu Stone, somewhat similar to the current cell phone positioning. As long as the foreign energy is injected into one of them, the location of the other will be known. However, this thing can't penetrate the white mist prohibited area, or else it would be at least A grade. In a moment's effort, Juga Yukai pulled out 5 or 6 forbidden items. Han Schwanger and Yi Qingfeng both looked dumbfounded. Dog Dado. Yi Qingfeng muttered, his eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Even an A-class alien might not necessarily possess one forbidden object, but this guy was so good that he had so many alone. The instructor at the door couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth when he saw this scene. As expected, it was still the chief instructor who had the foresight to thankfully not target this little fatty. If this guy really made a move, it would be a real struggle to eliminate him. The silver light in Knight 17's eyes kept flickering, and he didn't see anything of that imitation Changhong. 4 of the remaining 5 forbidden objects saw a fuzzy white mist blocking them, similar to the angelic guardian from before. But the last forbidden object was not an imitation, and he still could not see anything himself. At first, Knight 17 thought that it was the imitation forbidden object that couldn't see the rules, but now it didn't seem to be the case. What exactly was the secret here? Knight 17 pointed at the forbidden object that couldn't see the rules and said, Mr. Juga, can you tell us the details of that handcuff? Juga Yutsai played with that handcuff and said indifferently, this one, is called the forbidden handcuff, and the attribute of the supernatural ability is the mystic system seal, similar to the sea light. However, it imprisons not supernormal abilities but all of them. After wearing it, strength, speed, and other aspects will be suppressed. This thing was turned into after the death of an A-ranked night watchman more than 100 years ago, and the rule for obtaining it is simple: you can't steal anything for a month before using it. A glint flashed in Knight 17's eyes. Turned into after the death of a night watchman? In that case, Juga student, please explain these a bit more. Just tell me mainly about their origins. This is simple. Changhong was 80 years ago. Juga Yutsai was worthy of being the son of the richest man. It was called an encyclopedia. The historical origin of the forbidden objects came out of his mouth. Even the time and place had a few masters in the middle. No. After listening to all the information, Knight 17 suddenly smiled. He seemed to understand something. The biggest difference between those 4 forbidden objects and the imprisoned handcuffs was that they were all obtained from within the white mist prohibited area. The forbidden objects that could see the rules blocked by the white mist were naturally produced from the white mist prohibited area.
The ones that can't be seen are either artificially imitated or evolved after the death of an alien.
So, my eyes can see the rules of forbidden objects naturally born in the forbidden zone?
Knight 17 looked down to his chest, where a stone door pendant hung under his clothes. As the silver light flashed, the familiar rules of the space door appeared in front of his eyes, and there was no white mist to block it. No, there should be some special conditions inside.
After thinking about it, Knight 17 said, Mr. Zhuge, is any of your family in the number 22 white mist forbidden area? A forbidden object in the number 22 white mist prohibited area? Let me think about it.
There are a few forbidden objects produced there in the past few years, but most of them already have owners. Oh, I remember. Zhuge Yutsai slapped his thigh. There's a flamestone, a class forbidden object, elemental system burning ability. That thing is just like a missile. It can erupt with tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature, one smash and a pit. Knight 17 touched his nose. Forget about the one that cracked the rules. I'm asking if there's one that hasn't been cracked yet. There is. That's a beast skin. According to the fluctuation of supernatural energy, it should be a class A forbidden object. Currently the rules in usage have not been found. It's now in our family museum for supply.
How much can I buy that beast skin? Knight 17 asked.
Zhuge Yutsai was a bit confused. He had shelled out so many rule-cracking forbidden objects and didn't want them, but actually wanted an uncracked one.
An uncracked forbidden object can't be used even if it's of a high grade? This is intended to study by yourself?
Zhuge Yutsai suddenly realized. Class A forbidden object according to the market price is estimated to be 1 billion. If you want I can make the decision to give it to you. A class forbidden objects that didn't have cracked rules weren't as valuable as B-class forbidden objects that had average supernatural effects.
$1 billion to bring Knight 17 into the fold. This deal is worth it. Looking at Zhuge Yutsai's so casual appearance, the instructors outside the door fell into silence. $1 billion of forbidden items said to be given away. The entire Dragon Kingdom is probably just the Zhuge family.
Knight 17's heart moved, but after thinking for a moment he shook his head. This gift is too expensive. If he accepts it, it's equal to owing the Zhuge family a big favor. Moreover, he wanted the forbidden object not to use it but to test his own guess. Knight 17 shook his head. Forget about giving it away, this is not good. Turn around and I'll save up enough money for you to sell it to me. At that Zhuge Yutsai's eyes glowed. This is simple, you lack of money. I lend you 1 billion, 1% interest per year. This interest is definitely the lowest price in the Dragon Kingdom.
Knight 17. Han Schwanger. Others. Chapter 86, Entering the Forbidden Zone Again.
Looking at the serious Zhuge Yukai, Knight 17's mouth twitched. He now somewhat understood why the Zhuge family was the richest.
Is it okay for me to lend you money to buy my things? However, Knight 17 didn't plan to borrow money, he had his own way of making money. After thinking about it, Knight 17 asked, Zhuge classmate, what is the market price of the kind of supernatural ore you gave me this morning?
That one is a C-grade ore. The ore contains a large amount of attribute-less supernatural energy can be used to make all kinds of equipment, and the supernatural energy in it can also be extracted to make consumables.
For the market price, it's currently $100,000 a kilogram, right? Zhuge Yukai said. 1 kilogram of $100,000?
Knight 17's breathing became sharp for a few minutes. Is this thing good to sell? I have a friend who has a bit of ore in his hand that he intends to put out. Does this Zhuge family accept it?
Sure, how much do you have? Definitely accept. How much of this you have? How much I want?
$100,000 a kilogram on the market. I can pay a 10% premium here. Zhuge Yutsai's eyes were glowing. There were only 22 white mist forbidden zones in and around the Dragon Kingdom, but not all forbidden zones were relatively safe. Some of the forbidden zones could be stayed in for a few hours or even a few days by an ordinary alien, but some would be violently attacked in a few minutes. There were very few that could truly be explored. The kind of B or even A-ranked alien squads that entered wouldn't be able to look at this kind of C-ranked or either. That was why the various things in the Forbidden Zone were currently in short supply. Seeing the small star in the latter's eyes, Knight 17 already understood. Alien energy ores should be in short supply on the market. Knight 17 smiled and subconsciously touched the door of space. He had noticed it in the morning when Zhuge Yutsai had sent him that C-grade ore. He had seen this kind of ore when he was exploring the White Mist Forbidden Zone and had collected a bit of it at the time. If the two were the same thing, then he might be getting rich. He had long since activated this space gates during these months, and could teleport there at any time now. The only problem now was how to avoid the surveillance of the Academy instructors, and at the same time how to explain if he got these things out. A few moments later, Knight 17 had a solution. He thought to Juga Yutsai, Juga classmate, I'm going to get a few forbidden objects to study. I'll take that animal skin. In addition, help me get another forbidden object that becomes a forbidden object after the death of an alien, as well as other forbidden objects within the White Mist forbidden area. Be great without cracking rules will do, the cheaper the better. By then my friends should have arrived as well. I'll see if it's enough to buy your forbidden object.
12 billion alien ores? At the door, the instructors glanced at each other. Are young people nowadays so playful? It was common knowledge that the Juga family was rich, but the intelligence didn't say that Knight 17 was a rich second generation.
Juga Yutsai slapped his chest. No problem, the forbidden object will arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. After this side of the conversation, Knight 17 looked at the instructor at the door. Please, I'm looking for the chief instructor for something.
A few minutes later, Josie hurriedly arrived. Student 17, what do you want to see me about?
I'm fine for the next 2 days. I want to go back and stay. I heard that the academy is closed later. I might not see my grandfather. I want to go back and keep him company.
Jaws sighed in relief. He thought something had happened to this kid, but it turned out to be this?
According to the rules, trainees were not allowed to leave the moment they entered the academy. They would undergo training for up to 6 months.
Moreover, he had also left homework for all of them to go over today's assessment tomorrow. But while others might need it, Knight 17, who was the protagonist, obviously didn't need it. All the trainees and even including the mentor, there was no one who knew more about how this assessment was won than him. Contemplating for a moment, Josie said, yes, this I approve, but you can't leave the military area for the next few days after you go back. Knight 17 smiled, no problem. Chief instructor, what about me? Can I go with fellow Knight 17?
Juga Yukai on the side raised his hand. The crowd's faces were strange. This guy seemed to be glued to Knight 17 recently, following him wherever he went.
You? Honestly, stay at the academy.
Juga Yutsai.
The name of the Juga family was actually less effective than Knight 17's face.
It was late at night and the lights went out in the room. Juga Yutsai, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and a special look flashed in his eyes. From the conversation Knight 17 had just had with him, he guessed that the latter wanted to plan on studying the rules for cracking forbidden objects. There were countless people like Knight 17 every year. Some were simply curious, while others were daydreaming about cracking forbidden objects to sell them at a high price. Once the rules of the forbidden object were cracked, the value doubled more than tenfold. But to this day, there were still hundreds of uncracked forbidden objects sitting in the Juga family's museum. Juga Yutsai didn't think that Knight 17 could succeed, but that didn't stop him from selling the forbidden objects to Knight 17. Relationships, they could only be built through mutual trouble.
Oh yeah, I have to prepare some other gifts for the old man.
Juga Yutsai heatedly smiled. Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, he is about human feelings. The next day, a military vehicle entered a certain private courtyard in the military area. In the courtyard, Mu Shang was teasing his dog, the pet that Knight 17 bought him the day before yesterday when they moved in for fear that he would be bored.
Grandpa Mu, we're back. From a long distance away, Han Schwanger's clear and sweet voice rang out.
Mu Shang looked up to see the familiar two figures, a smile hanging on his wrinkled face. However, she was startled when she saw the gauze wrapped all over Knight 17. 17, what's wrong with you? Nothing, it's all superficial wounds.
Knight 17 hemmed and hawed.
Said Knight 17 pulled out a special blood-colored jade stone. Grandpa, with this is dragon blood stone, can nourish chi and blood, remember to wear it close to your body. Would Shang but did not accept. This thing should be very expensive. I am this age cannot use these things, you'd better return it. Oops, I didn't buy this, it's a gift from one of my classmates. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Frost. Han Schwanger nodded her head. Really, yesterday we ran into a stupid fat guy at school. That guy is really rich, and yesterday he was going to give 1.7 billion worth of things worth 1 billion.
Mu Shang listened with a shiver. How much?
1 billion, you haven't heard. I tell you 17 is different now. Yesterday we broke the academy's all-time record. Han Schwanger tugged on Mu Shang's arm, gleefully recounting what happened yesterday, just as she did in the danger zone. On the side, Knight 17 had a smile on his face as he stroked the little black dog on the ground. Compared to the kind of honor of breaking records in the academy, he preferred this warmth of living a happy life with his family. Sister Frost, you accompany Grandpa Mu to chat for a while, I'll go cook. Go ahead, remember to put more meat. Soon after, the pungent aroma filled the entire kitchen as the family of three began their happy dinner. The crowd talked and laughed, and with Han Schwanger at the table it was never cold. A meal the crowd ate until 10 o'clock before it was over. Night 17 put Mu Sheng to bed and dragged Han Shange back to her bedroom.
Han Schwanger was a bit puzzled. What's wrong?
Night 17 said mysteriously, Sister Frost, let me tell you a secret, I have a big treasure.
Han Schwanger? Really, wait a minute. Seeing that Han Schwanger didn't seem to believe it, Night 17 began to take off his clothes.
Han Shanger's pretty face is colored with a touch of pink. The big baby he's talking about can't be that one.
Oh, after being together for so long, has this idiot finally gotten the hang of it? But the injury isn't healed, isn't it a bit hasty? And shouldn't this thing be confessed first? Even though it's very familiar, it can't come straight away, right?
Just as he was thinking, Night 17 pulled out the door of space in his arms. Look, it's it.
Han Schwanger. Sister Frost? Sister Frost? Don't be dumbfounded, I'm telling you, this is a forbidden object. Han Schwanger froze and finally came back to her senses. A forbidden object? Night 17 nodded vigorously. Well, it's best you don't know how it came to be, it's dangerous.
Han Schwanger nodded. The relationship between the two had no secrets to speak of. If she wanted to ask Night 17, she would definitely say so. But he didn't tell himself. It was obvious that his knowing the secret would do him no good for himself.
Then what do you want to say? Han Schwanger asked.
The ability of this forbidden object is spatial teleportation. I named him the Gate of Space, which means I can use it to go to other places. Night 17 became excited. Back when I went to the White Mist Forbidden Area nearby to explore, well, I found a mining site that is likely to be the kind of Warjuga Yutsai gave me. At these words, Han Schwanger's eyes flashed with a flash of amazement. She herself wasn't stupid, she already understood when Night 17 said this. 1 kilogram of 100,000 pieces, this value was definitely not expensive. How many exotic ores must there be in a single mining site? You want to go there to mine? Well, I need to test something and need a lot of money. Is it dangerous there? Han Schwanger pursued. How much the ore was worth Han Schwanger didn't care, she only cared if Night 17 was safe. Night 17 smiled, don't worry, there's nothing safer than there. Alright, since you've decided then I'll support you, what do you need me to do? Night 17's mouth approached Han Schwanger's ear, Sister Schwanger, I need you to help me. Night 17 whispered about his plan, but someone didn't seem to notice that his warm breath as he spoke made the latter's pretty face flush. Half an hour later, with a special vortex surging, only Han Schwanger herself remained in the room. One of the night watchmen in charge of watching the door outside the bio turned back to the room with a puzzled look in his eyes. Hundreds of kilometers away in the 22nd White Mist Forbidden Zone, a birdman was soaring above the stone forest checking out the movements below. The depths of the Forbidden Zone were dangerous, but the chances of valuable ores and herbs appearing were also higher. In the middle of his exploration, the birdman suddenly sensed an alien energy fluctuation appearing somewhere. He turned his head to look, and the next moment a bizarre silver-colored vortex appeared out of nowhere in the open space. And then a man wearing a long black robe and a black mask suddenly appeared. That Toranaga was shocked to the point of shivering. The mysterious black robe had appeared again. Chapter 87: The Feeling of Going Home. Within the White Mist Forbidden Area, the night sky was dim. At this moment, in the middle of the strange stone forest, Night 17 stared blankly at the sky. The second time he used the Gate of Space, Night 17 could be considered to truly understand its usage. The location that the Gate of Space teleported to had something to do with the memories in one's mind, but one could only arrive at a place where the memories were clear enough. Otherwise it would teleport to the previous location or randomly. The location where Night 17 was at the moment was the same place he had left in the first place. This place was still a certain distance away from the mines in his memory. Fortunately, this time he came back. Night 17 had made preparations and brought some emergency supplies. The most crucial thing was that he had brought a shared bicycle. In this kind of place, trams and automobiles were not very useful. Compared to bicycles instead, they were the most suitable. With this, Night 17's forward speed was several times faster. In the stone forest, Night 17 then hummed and rode the shared bicycle forward unhurriedly. If an alien saw this scene, it might scare him half to death. 1 hour later, Night 17 returned to the cave where he had spent the night in the stone forest. The vegetation and herbs in the cave had already withered, and the collected or demonic beast corpses were well preserved. However, these things Night 17 no longer looked at. He only came here to have a comfortable grass bed here. Organizing his big bed, Night 17 yawned and fell into a deep sleep. To Night 17, coming here was the same as going home. The night was uneventful, and the day dawned. Dragon Capital Special Courtyard, when Mu Xiang woke up to find Han Schwanger cooking.
Schwanger got up so early, where's 17? Mu Shang was a bit surprised, usually it was night 17 who cooked. 17 he consumed a lot from the test the day before yesterday, he should be catching up on his sleep at this moment, you should leave him alone, I'll bring the meal up to him in a while. Han Schwanger faintly said, these sayings were discussed between the two last night. It wasn't that they intentionally didn't tell Mushing, but there were some secrets that the fewer people knew about them, the safer they were. Mu Sheng nodded, this child has been tired for so many years, it's time to rest and take a break, Frost turn around and take care of it at school, the child is too introverted, it's not always possible to make friends. Mu Sheng rambled without skepticism, like usual continue to nagging family life. In the middle of the meal, there was a knock on the door, Frost opened the door to find it was the guard at the entrance. Something wrong? Han Frost asked. That guard saw Han Frosty everything was normal scratched his head. That did you guys feel anything different and unusual yesterday? Like a special fluctuation of alien energy or something? At those words, Han Schwanger's eyes moved slightly, but she shook her head without changing her color, there's nothing to feel. Oh, then it's fine, if you find anything wrong please contact me promptly. The guard left, and Han Schwanger breathed a sigh of relief, she hadn't expected a guard to have such abilities. Quickly cleaning up the dishes, Han Schwanger went to Night 17's room, which was empty and unoccupied. Han Schwanger sat on the bed, looking at the vortex that disappeared yesterday and murmured, I wonder how this guy is doing now. Night 17, who was being hung up on, was currently riding his bicycle to continue his journey. On the way, he encountered a few magical creatures, but they were wary of Night 17 just watching from afar. Night 17 didn't care, for him, arriving at the Forbidden Zone was just like arriving at his own home. Now the most important thing is to find the mine in his memory. As for barbecuing and hooking up with a few magical creatures, that was something for later. Today is already June 3rd, he must go back on June 5th, 3 days is not too long, not too short. Night 17 all the way to the east, west, busy day, finally at dusk to find the memory of that mine. Looking at the more than 10 meters high hill pile Night 17 licked eyes light, soon found the original collection of supernatural ores of the bare leakage of the vein. Jubi alien energy or will take out their own comparison half a day, Night 17 smiled, that's right. Then, Night 17 started building a fire to cook. It was impossible to dig the ore by oneself, not in this lifetime. Not to mention the fact that he was injured and his mobility was limited, even if he had tools he could dig for 2 days how much could he dig? This kind of moment is of course the need for tools people. Night 17 began to build a fire to cook, with the rising smoke, the spicy and pungent smell of barbecue drifted away with the breeze. This time, he also brought a pot and hot pot base, the flavor, don't mention how cool it was. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, the nearby demons smelled the scent and rushed over one by one. By the time Night 17 finished roasting the meat, several demons had already gathered outside. Several magical creatures were drooling and hissing anxiously at the same time, which was indescribably funny. At the same time, these magical creatures were also wary of each other, the feeling was unbearable. Night 17 swept a glance at them, a hamster-like devil, a huge centipede, a green snake. There were quite a few numbers and types of magical creatures, but the intelligence of insect-like magical creatures was still quite worrisome, so Night 17 directly passed them over. After thinking about it, Night 17 cut off a piece of roasted meat and threw it to that hamster. The latter carefully crawled over and sniffed it, then swallowed it in one bite. A foodie. However, just after the hamster ate it, the green snake rushed up not far away, and the two magical creatures directly fought together. As they fought, the battle between the two magical creatures spread to other magical creatures, and the other magical creatures actually joined in with a roar. Looking at the chaotic scene, Night 17 was speechless. The demons in the inner circle of the Forbidden Zone seemed to be a bit irritable. What is this called? A piece of roasted meat triggered a bloody case. Forget it, fight it, Night 17 simply ate while watching the scene, no matter who loses or wins, as long as the one that is killed will become barbecue. At the same time, in a jungle dozens of miles away, 5 different kinds of demons were gathering together to eat. If Night 17 had seen them he would have realized that they were the very same magical creatures he had commanded in the first place. Ever since someone taught them to work in tandem these magical creatures had lived a relatively nourishing life. With the cooperation between the alien attributes, no matter what kind of demonic creature could be easily killed, even if they encountered a B class they still had the power to fight. The poodle that had eaten and drank enough twisted its head to look at the stone forest not far away, the demons there were of a higher level and more dangerous. It definitely didn't dare to enter before, but now that they were together instead, they had the capital to do so.
Growing and evolving was something that was engraved in their bones, and for this reason they had already attempted to go deeper into the stone forest a few times during this period of time. Right now they weren't strong enough to take over an area, but after they were promoted to be rank, they might be able to make a break for it. While resting, Simba's nose suddenly twitched as it caught a hint of a familiar odor. Simba jerked up and twisted his head to look in a certain direction. Woof woof. The alligator turtle, exploding Kong, rock python, and song wolf were all awakened. Chapter 88, Getting Rich. Time hurriedly passed. The dozen or so demonic creatures fought for more than 2 hours, during which time several of them had died tragically. Finally, the weaker magical creatures chose to flee, and in the end, only 2 scarred B-rank magical creatures remained. Not far away from the bonfire, the corpses of various demonic creatures were roasting and dripping with oil. These were the delicacies that Knight 17 had gotten while the chaos was going on. There were only 2 choices in his place: to eat and to be eaten. Cutting off a piece of roasted meat, Knight 17 intended to start taming it, when he suddenly felt the earth trembling slightly, as if there were some demons approaching. Knight 17 was speechless. Are there so many demons in the inner circle of the Forbidden Zone? Turning his head to look, the next moment Knight 17 froze. A familiar figure appeared in the distance. Simba? Monkey? Stone? Nerd? Era? After a few months, Knight 17 had thought that these demons had long left, but he didn't want them to still be here, and they actually managed to gather together without himself. The 5 fiends looked at Knight 17 jumping up and down very happily, obviously recognizing Knight 17. Of course, what they were more excited about was the familiar barbecue flavor. Knight 17 smiled. Since he had a fighter, these 2 demons were not needed. Little ones, settle those 2 demons. Big brother will give you a party. Those 2 B-class demonic creatures. Half an hour later, the 5 demonic creatures were eating roasted meat beautifully. The picture was very cozy. Knight 17 was very happy. He had thought that it would take 3 days to find the veins to tame the magical creatures, but it turned out that all of them were actually accomplished in 1 day's time. Not only that, he had also found his little brother from back then. No hurry, eat slowly. You guys have been together since I left? How has it been this time? Where are those 2? Knight 17 put a large piece of roasted meat to Simba's inquiry, but quickly reacted to the fact that this was a wild demonic creature that couldn't understand this kind of question at all. A few months do not see Simba and other little brother size seems to be another circle. Looks like this period of time to live a very nourishing He originally thought that this team would fall apart after he left, but it turned out that they actually remained together. This gave Knight 17 a new note. If such a team could still be maintained after he left, did that mean that he could form an army of magical creatures here? This thing was similar to the Night's Watch and Demon Hunter squads. If these demons cooperated reasonably with each other, it was even possible to hunt A-class demons. The death of an A-ranked demonic creature had a high chance of exploding equipment. Feeding the several magical creatures, all Knight 17 then said, "Rock, level this mine in front." The rock python spat out its mail and drilled headfirst into the mine. Rumble. A few moments later, the more than 10-meter high mine turned into a ruin. Several other magical creatures began to get busy under Knight 17's command. Yes, it's this kind of ore. Monkey, you got it wrong, it's ore, not stone. Hey, don't eat it, you can't eat this. 1 person and 5 beasts worked until the middle of the night, and finally got all the ores out. Knight 17 looked at the 1-person high pile of ore in front of him and giggled. While other people's alien ores were by the kilogram, Knight 17's here were by the ton. These things must be dozens of tons at least, which translates into billions of dollars. Wealthy. Now that the spirit ores were available, the next step was to consider how to get them out. Knight 17 dragged his chin and began to think how to borrow the door of space to get them out both conveniently and without being suspected. It was late at night, and although it was summer, the temperature in the eastern part of the White Mist Restricted Area 22 was not very high. Because of the blockage of the white fog, the snow hadn't even melted in some parts of the area. In this kind of place, not to mention the supernaturals, even the magical creatures were too lazy to patronize it. But today, there was a special guest in this uninhabited area. White Mist Prohibited Area in the eastern 17 kilometers outside a dilapidated house, the moonlight on the ground space suddenly distorted. The next moment a silver-colored vortex appeared, and Knight 17 walked out of it. If there was any place in this world that was the most familiar, it was undoubtedly this small house that had been lived in for 7 years. After Knight 17 and the others left, because it hadn't been repaired for a long time, it was now in a state of disrepair. Revisiting the hometown, Knight 17 had a lot of images floating in his mind. But now is not the time to be sentimental. Night 17 came to a corner within the hut, a slight force a cellar door opened. This place was originally a temporary shelter that they used to hide from demons, but it had never been used. Determining that there were no problems with the cellar, Night 17 nodded and once again drilled back into the door of space. The next moment, the twisting vortex of the space gate appeared at the entrance of the cellar. No one saw the space there become twisted under the moonlight. And then, the ore clattered and fell through the space gate into a cellar. In a matter of moments, the cellar was filled with ore. After everything was done, Night 17 reopened the door of space to return to the Dragon Capital residence. He didn't know that when he left the White Mist Forbidden Zone a few hours later, an S-Class Guardian suddenly appeared in the sky. A few hours ago an alien squad reported that it had found traces of the mysterious black robes, so someone was immediately sent from above. That Guardian's eyes shone like stars as he kept exploring the location told in the intelligence. Soon he discovered a special place. Underneath a collapsed hill, several demonic creatures were sleeping around each other. The ground was wrecked and littered with the corpses and blood of the demonic creatures, so it was obvious that a great battle had erupted not long ago. Of course, it wasn't too strange if it was just like this. But there was actually a bicycle near them. Chapter 89 Heavenly Demon Tiger Beast Skin. Dragon Capital, a separate courtyard, inside Night 17's bedroom, Han Schwanger was sleeping. As she was falling asleep, she suddenly felt something move. As soon as she opened her eyes, she found a silver vortex appearing in front of her eyes, and in the next moment, Night 17 fell out of it. 17, you're back? Didn't you say 3 days? Night 17 heatedly smiled. Things were completed ahead of schedule. Without much explanation, Night 17 pulled out his cell phone, which made him realize that Juga Yutsai had sent him a message in the afternoon, saying that the forbidden object had arrived. This little fatty's efficiency was really high. Night 17 simply called over. Hey, who is it, not sleeping in the middle of the night? Juga Yutsai on the other side of the phone muttered. Excuse me, Juga student, this is Night 17. Hearing Night 17's voice, Juga Yutsai immediately woke up. Cough cough, it's fine, I'm not sleeping here either. Classmate 17, what are you looking for me for? Oh, I saw your message. Tomorrow I'll go back to the academy to take a look. By the way, just now my friend came with a message. His or is placed in the danger zone. You have to send someone to get it. No problem, as long as it's not inside the forbidden zone, you can go anywhere. Soon Juga Yutsai received the location sent by Night 17. When he saw the location, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes, then he released it. This so-called friend couldn't be himself. For the Night 17 information Juga Yukai but all investigated, Night 17 gave the address as the place where he lived in the beginning. However, he did not say much. The Jianghu is not fighting and killing, he is the human world. As a qualified friend, one should know what to ask and what not to ask. Hey, these things can only be controlled by a genius like me. Hanging up the phone, Juga Yukai said narcissistically. Whether you're a genius or not I don't know, but you're in BB, I'll let you be like me tomorrow. Also Qingfeng's ghostly voice rang out. Juga Yutsai. The next day at the Alien Academy, inside the special warehouse. Night 17 smacked his lips as he looked at the 3 large boxes made of seafloor stone in front of him. Is seafloor stone not worth anything these days? The forbidden objects that have not cracked the rules come with powerful alien energy fluctuations. The impact is not good, so they are packed with seafloor stones. Don't worry about this, our family still has a few hundred spare ones, we don't charge you. Aside of Josie and others. Listen, this is a human language. Okay. Night 17 shrugged his shoulders and did not care. By the way, how about the your side, those are real. Smiled Juga Yukai, mouth or almost smile crooked, is true, and the quality is also very good. Those almost have 20 tons, the total value of about 2.5 billion. 2.5 billion? Night 17's eyes lit up. This price is okay. In this case, perhaps you can buy more forbidden objects. There is money. Night 17 also does not stride over. When the first seafloor stone box was opened, strong foreign energy fluctuations stirred up. Night 17 found that a horn of an unknown animal appeared inside. This is a forbidden object found in Forbidden Area 6. The rules are unknown. The supernatural energy seems to be related to the mysterious system crushing supernatural energy. After injecting supernatural energy into it, anything it touches will shatter. Because it is too overbearing, has died. Several hosts, now placed in the museum, are more than 80 years. Juga Yukai narrated. Upon hearing this, a silver color flashed in Night 17's eyes. Familiar information in gray fog. Sure enough, one can see the rules, but the rules are somehow blocked by the white fog.
Closing the box, Knight 17 opened the second one. In the box was a toy doll. This was appeared after the death of a B-class alien 123 years ago. When the alien energy is injected into it, the doll will move by itself. However, because the rules of forbidden objects have not been broken, the mannequin is uncontrollable and will also actively attack other people, so no one has ever wanted it. Knight 17 nodded, the silver light in his eyes flickered again. This time there was no reaction, just like the previous forbidden object after the death of an alien. Sure enough, there seems to be some relationship between one's alien vision and the white mist forbidden area. Thinking in his heart, Knight 17 once again opened the third box. And then an ancient animal skin appeared in the box. The animal skin was not big, the side length was only about 30 centimeters, and it was wrinkled and not flat at all. Moreover, the animal skin emitted an extremely terrifying foreign energy aura that seemed to be a killing weapon. This beast skin should be the beast skin of the heavenly demon tiger. The rules and alien energy attributes are unknown. The thing is even more dangerous than that horn. Those who forcefully use it are basically ruined, so you can be very careful. Juga Yutsai reminded. Knight 17 took a deep breath, the silver light in his eyes flashed again, and the next moment the rule information appeared before his eyes. Forbidden object rule, pour a sufficient amount of alien blood before each use. Can be seen. Knight 17's breathing became a bit more rapid, and at this moment the speculation in his heart was confirmed. The awakening of his supernormal ability in the first place had a certain relationship with the number 22 white mist forbidden area, and he knew this as early as when that invisible wall appeared. Now that the two forbidden objects in the interior of the number 22 forbidden area could see the rules made him once again certain of this fact. His special ability had some kind of special relationship with the white mist forbidden zone. Knight 17 was somewhat curious. Did everyone's awakened psychic ability have a relationship with the white mist forbidden area, or did some people have it? Or maybe only they have it? Knight 17 was not sure, and the secrets he currently knew were too little to deduce for the time being. However, according to the current information, if the white mist prohibited area has something to do with forbidden objects, then one should not be able to see the rules of other white mist prohibited areas. To be precise, it was temporarily invisible. Since the rules were blocked by the white mist, there must be a way to remove the white mist. Returning to his senses, Knight 17 looked towards the beast skin. Since he knew the rules, it meant that he could break them. But definitely not in front of so many people. This thing has to go back and get it secretly. Thinking of this, Knight 17 said, I see, then I'll take all 3 forbidden items, and you can deduct the money from those exotic ores. After a pause, Knight 17 asked, by the way, is that Zimu stone you showed me before for sale? You want the Zimu stone? Juga Yutsai scratched his head, that thing isn't worth much, 500 million for you if you want it. If there was no mobile network, that forbidden object might be a treasure, but in today's highly developed society, that thing's value was no more than a cell phone. This was something Knight 17 also knew. He wanted this not for his own use, but to contact Simba. Knight 17 planned to give Simba one of that Zimu stone so that when he went to the white mist forbidden zone he could find them quickly. Yes, the money continues to be deducted from it. On the side, Jaws suddenly felt old. The two little guys actually traded billions of supplies while chatting. How was that feeling more money than himself? Well, for this little fatty, even the value of an S-ranked guardian might not be comparable to those things in his pants. With the transaction completed, Knight 17 looked at Josie. Chief Instructor, is there a place to put this stuff? 3 large boxes are a bit dangerous to keep in the dormitory. It's best to have someone to keep them. There is definitely a place to put them. It just so happens that in the next few days your classes will cover the knowledge of forbidden objects. If I look at it, why don't we just use them as lecture material? Oh, that's fine, but you must grant me permission to use them when I'm researching. Deal. Chapter 90 Enlightenment Class. 17 Classmates. Good morning, 17 Student. Good morning, 17. Good morning. On June 6th, the alien students ushered in their first class. Knight 17 didn't know what was going on. As soon as he entered the classroom, all the trainees took the initiative to greet him with enthusiasm beyond words. There were even a few female cadets who winked at him. Classmate 17, over here. Juga Yutsai in the first row waved his arm. Classmate Juga, they. Oh, these days they watched the video of that day's examination. They have already amazed you as a heavenly being, that one of them wailed as they watched the video. Juga Yukai said in an exaggerated tone, you are now the universal idol of this term's trainees. Knight 17 scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Well, he couldn't stop this kind of thing, so he simply didn't care. With a twist of his head he saw the books on the table. This is the textbook issued by the Academy the other day, I've claimed it for you. Knight 17 casually flipped through a few books. Classification of Basic Alien Abilities, Chronicles of Blue Star's Recent History, and Forbidden Objects Organizer. The books on the table were all about basic books related to Xenos, and for those trainees who had just become Xenos not long ago, these were good introductory lessons. Even though Knight 17 had been taking remedial studies during this period of time, there were still a lot of basics that were incompletely understood, and this was just the right thing to apply. The trainees arrived one after another. A few moments later also Chingfom and Jinx came, but these two didn't seem too eager to attend the class and ran straight to the very back of the classroom. Near 8 o'clock Zhao Junmo actually also came. He scanned the circle, his eyes finally rested on Knight 17's body. And then walked over in big strides. Something wrong? Knight 17 was puzzled. Zhao Jun Demon looked deeply at Knight 17 and shook his head, nothing. Although he said that, but he didn't leave and directly sat next to him across 2 seats. When the time came to 8 o'clock, a white-haired old man with a slim figure and a pair of round glasses appeared. Knight 17 knew with a glance that the man was not an alien. The latter came on stage. He looked around, a touch of wisdom flashed in his originally cloudy eyes. Hello you all, I'm the tutor responsible for teaching you the knowledge related to your alien attributes this year, Song Zhong. Those books on the table are just basic theoretical knowledge. If you haven't read them, take the time to read them yourselves, they won't be taught to you in class. What I'm going to talk about are things that you can't hear in ordinary books. The moment these words came out, the many students under the stage became excited. Knowledge not found in books, interesting. Song Zhong pushed his glasses and said indifferently, which student can say something about the classification of the alien ability system? Me. A student raised his hand. The alien ability system is currently categorized into 4 types: the superhuman system, the phantom beast system, the mysterious system, and the natural system. What about the ratios? Song Zhong continued to ask. Superman system, 84.37%, illusory beast system, 12.33%, mystical system, 2.42%, and natural system, 0.08%. This kind of basics within basics, there was nothing that all the supernaturals who handled the identity cards did not know. Song Zhong nodded. So, which alien energy system do you guys think is the strongest? This time, the trainees on the stage did not answer first. This question was something that was often discussed in folklore, but so far there wasn't a definite answer. Everyone speak freely, there is no right or wrong to this, it's just a personal opinion. A trainee raised his hand. Mentor, I think it should be the natural lineage of psychic abilities, which is also known as the elemental lineage. They make up a very low percentage, which can be seen as extremely rare, and every single one of them is very powerful, even the worst talent grade is B+. Several of the A-rank psychics on the Dragon Kingdom's heavenly ranking are nature system psychics. Song Zhong nodded and signaled for the next one. Report, Mentor, I think it's the illusory beast department. The current number 1 on the heavenly ranking is Wolverine, and the dragon god among the 4 top guardians of the Dragon Kingdom is also of the illusory beast department, which is enough to prove the power of the illusory beast department. Report, I think it's the mystic department. Mystic department alien possesses very bizarre abilities. God's believer's divine son puppeteer is a mystic department alien, who single-handedly founded a terrorist organization comparable to a country. The crowd of trainees spoke to elaborate on their views. Song Zhong each time was nodding and did not evaluate. A few moments later, to see the crowd is about to quarrel, this only raised his hand to signal. Waiting for the crowd to quiet down, Song Zhong looked toward Knight 17 on the stage. 17 students, what do you think? Knight 17 froze, thought to himself, this still have a name? He got up and hesitated for a moment. Abnormal ability itself has a restraining relationship. I think this question itself is problematic. There is no strongest aberrations, only the strongest aberrations. Upon hearing this, Song Zhong smiled. Sit down. 17 students made a very good point. The reason why there has been no discussion over the years as to which alien energy system is the strongest is because the alien energy itself has a restraining relationship. Illusory beast system abnormal abilities are better in terms of comprehensiveness, and all abilities will be drastically improved after transforming into a magical creature. Some rare phantasmal beast system abilities can even possess mystic system and nature system abilities, such as the demon hunter Captain Wu Lei that you encountered earlier. However, their shortcomings were also obvious. Although they were all powerful, none of them stood out. Mystic system abilities are strange and weird, some are useless, some are unpredictable. The development of the Dragon Kingdom up to this point is inextricably linked to these mystic system abilities. However, its shortcomings are just as obvious, that is, the lack of combat output. Their powers are only outstanding in a certain field, head-on combat is not their specialty.
In addition, their supernormal abilities are special, either they are not restrained, or once they are restrained, even supernormal abilities that are one level lower than theirs can defeat them. There is no need to say much about the natural system of supernatural abilities. Any second awakening of the supernatural ability has a pivotal position. Almost all of the world's rank elemental system adepts are on the heavenly list, and in some ways they are more versatile. There are two drawbacks. The first is that before the second awakening, the body is fragile, and the second is that the consumption of supernatural energy is much longer than normal. The endurance is not enough. Once they are unable to quickly resolve the enemy, they are often the ones who lose. It is precisely because of the strengths and weaknesses of each alien ability, so the Night's Watch will exist in the form of a small team. A team of Xenos with complementary abilities can theoretically kill high-level magical creatures and Xenos over the level. Upon hearing this, the many trainees thought of the examination a few days ago and recalled the image of Knight 17 commanding the trainees to fight the Night's Watch. At this moment, many came to a realization. Powerful Night Watchmen could still be eliminated when facing trainees who were weak but restrained them, and the same was true for other psychics and magical creatures. Even the most powerful alien ability likewise had the ability to restrain him. Song Jong gave the cadets some time to think. Only after a moment did he say, "Don't think about which alien ability is invincible, such things are unrealistic. Even S-class guardians don't dare to say that they are definitely invincible, let alone you guys. The reason why there are so many divisions of exalts is because different exalts specialize in different fields. This you will slowly understand. What I want to say now is, have you noticed that after talking for so long, no one has mentioned the superhuman system of psychic abilities?" The crowd stared blankly, but after careful consideration, this was the case. Although the majority of the superhuman system psychics present, but let them choose when no one will choose the superhuman system psychics. Because throughout history, there was only one god of fists who could hold his own. Even if he was as strong as the god of fists, his ability talent was only B grade. Although there was a high percentage of superhuman lineage psychics, there hadn't been a talent above a rank yet. Although a certain ability was outstanding, the drawbacks were too obvious. Even if they themselves were superhuman lineage psychics, they had to admit that when facing psychics with other attributes, superhuman lineage psychics were generally at a disadvantage. Knight 17's eyes changed. He knew that the previous ones were a prelude, and what was being said now was the point. Song Jong said indifferently, "You guys think that the Superman lineage of psychic abilities is weak?" That's right, the Superman lineage is indeed weak, because 17 years ago, Superman lineage psychics were called crippled psychics. The stage was in an uproar at these words. Crippled psychic ability? Song Jong once again reached out. "Silence, I know you guys will say Fist God. Do you know why he can be named one of the 4 top powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom? It's because he's the first second awakened superhuman system psychic in history. And the only one." Upon hearing these words, many of the trainees on stage were shocked. This secret was indeed the first time they had heard of it. Song Jong said indifferently, "If trainees who like to research will realize that many of the abilities of the illusory beast lineage inhabitants overlap with the Superman lineage. However, the Superman lineage's ability only strengthens a certain aspect, while the illusory beast lineage's ability strengthens multiple aspects at the same time. Therefore, at the same level, the Superman lineage is basically crushed when fighting with illusory beast lineage in humans." The emotions of all the Superman lineage exalts on the stage became agitated, but they were powerless to refute it because it was the truth. How could you fight a single ability enhancement against someone with a full ability enhancement? In the past, the status of Superman lineage aberrants was much lower than other aberrants. Before the Fist God appeared, people's perception was that the Superman lineage actually didn't awaken the full phantasmal beast lineage of psychic abilities. But this speculation was disproved after the Fist God appeared. Speaking of this, Song Jong laughed. The Superman lineage of psychic abilities is weak in that only one part of the body is psychicized, but it's strong in that as well. Because of its specialization, it is extremely difficult for you to achieve a second awakening, and most of you may not even be able to achieve a second awakening even on the day you die. But it is also strong in the specialization. Once the second awakening, your supernormal ability will have a qualitative change. The Fist God's supernatural talent is only a B-level power supernatural ability, but he can become one of the 4 top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom, so there's no need for me to say more about that, right? The reason I'm telling you all this today is to make you understand that the ability talent and the type of ability don't mean everything. A well-coordinated team of Xenophiles can even cross the level to defeat stronger enemies. This point has already been given the most perfect answer by student Knight 17. The crowd subconsciously looked towards Knight 17, and the images from the video flashed in their minds once again.
Was Knight 17's talent strong?
Of course not, he was only an auxiliary type of psychic ability, and there were many people present who were more talented than him. However, he had commanded the trainees to eliminate the powerful Night's Watch and demon hunters by virtue of his psychic ability.
This was still commanding a group of rookies. What if he commanded a group of elites? Chapter 91, The Origin of the White Mist Forbidden Zone. Song Jong continued, now let's make a hypothetical. If your enemy is the E-ranked Wu Lei, how many individuals do you decide you need to defeat him? Song Jong's words made everyone come interested.
The only demon hunter who had not been eliminated in this examination was Wu Lei. There was no way around it. Even if the psychic ability was suppressed to E-rank, it wasn't something that ordinary trainees could fight against. Even the power-type psychics didn't dare to fight head-on, let alone others. In the middle of the crowd's discussion, Knight 17 suddenly raised his hand. Mentor, are there any more requests? Song Jong froze and randomly said, no hot weapons allowed, the rest is arbitrary. This kid's sniper rifle, how powerful he is heard of, really if you give him a gun, then there is no need to compare. On the side, Zhuge Yukai raised his hand. Mentor, my answer is 1.
Song Jong froze, then thought of something. Forbidden objects don't count. Knight 17 raised his hand. What about the location? What place? Song Jong, it's the place where you guys took the test that day. Knight 17 raised his hand. So is Captain Wu Lei waiting for us to attack like that day, or can he move freely? Song Jong, wait in place.
Knight 10 raised his hand.
Song Jong was speechless. Originally it was intentionally raising a question to divert the attention of the others. As a result, each and every one of them asked endless questions with curious babies. However, this was also a good opportunity to exercise the students' thinking skills, and Song Jong answered when someone asked. A few moments later all the details were answered, and the group of students began to discuss. I think 60 combat-type exalts should be able to grind him to death. If you want to say me, let Zhao Jun Demon consume a wave first. That way we'll be able to get up to 20 more trainees and that'll be enough. Yi Qingfeng's altered ability is very special. If you hit a single blow you should be able to take him away. First of all you have to be able to hit it. Can 17 students stall? Tough enough, he is after all an auxiliary type alien. This kind of power type is not good to fight. In the first class, the crowd spent their time in discussion. What was expected to be boring theoretical knowledge actually turned out to be this way of learning. Whenever a trainee put forward a hypothesis, Song Jong would make a certain parse based on that hypothesis and ask questions. And the other trainees began to think of ways to solve the problem. When it came to some theoretical knowledge he would slowly answer, and the trainees at that time listened extraordinarily attentively. 1.5 hours later, with the ringing of the bell, the initiation class ended. Only at this time did the crowd wake up like a dream. There were even many people who were a little bit reluctant to leave. Knight 17 covered the notebook. Although tutor Song Jong had taught a lot of basic knowledge in order to unify the progress, Knight 17 still gained a lot. Want to become a night watchman? Basic theoretical knowledge is a must. The country needs a hero who can protect the family and defend the country, not a reckless man who only fights. The division of the alien system classification, the advantages and disadvantages of different systems of aliens, the division of magical objects, the introduction of the white mist prohibited area, forbidden objects, and the relevant information of the alien crystals. There were a total of 6 instructors, and each instructor specialized in a different field, but they covered almost all of the fields related to Alterans. With the experience of the first lesson, the numerous trainees didn't resent it at all, and even looked a bit eager to try it out. Soon the class bell rang, and an old man with white hair walked in slowly on his crutches. Knight 17 was noticing. It seemed that the tutors here were all older, but this one was an alien. Ahem, my name is Shen Yuan Xiu, responsible for teaching you knowledge related to the White Mist Forbidden Zone. Shen Yuan Xiu spoke in a breathless manner, catching the crowd a bit off guard. The crowd of trainees seriously doubted that this one would suddenly pass away. But although Shen Yuan Xiu was old, he wasn't confused at all. Shen Yuan Xiu faintly said, let me ask you all a question. How did the White Mist Forbidden Area come about? When the first question was asked, everyone fell silent. How did the White Mist Forbidden Area come about? This mystery has been plaguing Blue Star for 200 years. In order to find the truth, how many alien energy practitioners have gone deep into the White Mist Prohibited Area to explore? But after 200 years no one has found the answer. The whole world is in a pessimistic mood about the White Mist Prohibited Area. Over the past 200 years, there has been an average of 1 White Mist Prohibited Area a year, and at this rate, sooner or later, the entire blue planet will be covered in white mist.
The many trainees who were previously excited were silent at the moment, and some finally realized that their pattern was too small. They only thought about how to study at the moment, how to improve, and how to become a night watchman. But the country was clearly thinking about something more. Without unlocking this secret, humanity would never be able to get rid of the fate of death. Shen Yuanxiu waited for a while and finally said, "This issue is still too distant for you guys right now, but that doesn't mean you don't need to know. I'll first give you the basics. The inside of the White Mist Forbidden Zone is a world of its own. The actual area is more than dozens of times the outside measurement. It has special rules inside, and any life in the outside world that violates the rules will be attacked by the White Mist." Shen Yuanxiu rambled on about a whole bunch of basics about the White Mist Forbidden Area, the vast majority of which Knight 17 had already known. When these basics were finished, Shen Yuanxiu continued, "After finishing the basics, I'll tell you some more that you can't find online. First, the White Mist Prohibited Area is currently known to be divided into 3 layers, the outer circle, the inner circle and the core area." Hearing this information, Knight 17's eyes stared. Core area? This information he had never heard of before, and Sister Meng Meng had never told him about it either. The internet only said that there was an inner circle, it never said that there was any core area. The crowd under the stage whispered, obviously this was the first time they had heard of it as well. Shen Yuanxiu said indifferently, "It's normal that you haven't heard of it because the vast majority of people won't be able to reach the core area. The A-class magical creatures in the inner circle will stop the vast majority of the aberrants outside, and the core area is a place where S-class magical creatures live. There might be secrets there about the emergence of the White Mist Forbidden Zone, but so far no one had ever entered. The Dragon God has tried 4 times over the years and failed. I hope that one day an S-ranked powerhouse will appear amongst you to enter it and find the secrets within." Everyone's breathing became a few moments deeper. Some of the trainees who were originally only thinking of graduating to become night watchmen, or maybe mucking around, seemed to have a new goal at the moment. To be promoted to an S-class alien to go to the White Mist Forbidden Zone to explore the ultimate secret, this kind of thing was exciting to think about. And then Shen Yuanxiu recounted a lot of information that wasn't available on the internet on weekdays. For example, the rules of the Forbidden Zone that had been explored in certain White Mist Forbidden Zones. For example, the evolution of the Forbidden Area's terrain and landscape origin, and so on. All the trainees heard seriously that these things were still far away for them now. But the value of these things was immeasurable. Time passed in a hurry. When Shen Yuanxiu was a bit tired after speaking for an hour, he stopped and took a sip of tea. He glanced at the time. "You guys digest this knowledge first, there are still 20 minutes left, those who have questions can ask." Knight 17 decisively raised his hand. Shen Yuanxiu nodded. "You'll be Knight 17, right? What's your question?" Reporting to Mentor, "I would like to ask how that core area you mentioned is divided from the inner circle." Chapter 92, Knight 17 Advancement. Reporting to Mentor, "I would like to ask how that core area you mentioned is divided from the inner circle." Knight 17 asked a question. Originally he wanted to ask if there were any special precautions for the core area, but it was obviously too abrupt to ask so. Hearing this question, Shen Yuanxiu frowned slightly and imperceptibly. It was good to have ideas, but one should not be overly ambitious. Although he said on his lips that he hoped the cadets would become S-class guardians in the future, he also knew how low the chances of that were. It would already be good if any of them could become demon hunters after 3 years. But since the question was asked, it definitely had to be answered. Shen Yuanxiu said indifferently, "The division of the core area is very simple. There is also a white fog wall between going in the inner circle and the core area, and inside the white fog wall there are S-ranked top-level magical creatures living. They don't actively leave the core area on weekdays, and will only attack when there is an enemy invasion, such as the appearance of an A-rank or S-rank guardian. This is why we call it the core area. Of course, this thing is very far away for you guys. What you need to think about right now is how to become a vigilante and a demon hunter. In the future, when one of you breaks through to a rank or even S rank in the future, it won't be too late to consider this." Knight 17 sniffed but frowned. 2 white mist barriers, dividing the blue star in the Forbidden Zone into 3 parts, those outside can't get in and those inside can't get out? What the hell is this? He had thought that the White Mist Forbidden Zone was a world of its own, but it turned out that there was a realm within a realm. This was completely different from his previous guess. Originally, he had thought that if the rules of the core area were the same as the rest of the world, he would go in and explore it himself. Now it seemed that this thought was not possible in the short term. Going in without being sure if the core area had the same rules as the outside was just looking for death. Soon the second class ended. The tutor who came in the third class was talking about knowledge related to magical creatures. Again, it was all dry stuff. The crowd listened intently. When the time came to noon, the bell for dismissal finally rang, and numerous trainees ran towards the cafeteria, like high school students going to the cafeteria to grab food. Aha, school's out? After sleeping all morning, Zhuge Yucai yawned. It wasn't that these tutors were speaking badly, it was just that he already knew this information. This guy's strength might not be great, but relying on family connections, what gossip news basically knew. Zhuge Yucai wiped his saliva and grabbed Knight 17 and ran outside. Classmate 17, quickly go grab the food, if you go late, it's gone. Everything in the Alien Academy was free, the main thing being the cafeteria. Alien consuming food made from the blood and flesh of magical creatures could raise the level of alien ability. These things are hundreds or thousands of pounds outside, but here they are eaten casually, and it is estimated that 1 year's food expenses alone can be eaten back to the capital. Arriving at the cafeteria, Knight 17's eyes lit up when he saw all the food cooked with magical creatures in the cafeteria. Zhuge Yucai picked and chose from the inside and quickly got a large pile of food. These are all with a high content of alien energy. I believe that your alien energy will definitely increase if I take them for a long period of time. Zhuge Yucai played the role of a little brother to the fullest, and Han Schwanger, who was watching, became a little jealous. Knight 17 smiled and put a chopstick of some demonic meat into his mouth. Not to mention, the flavor wasn't on par with his own barbecue. As the piece of meat was swallowed, Knight 17 suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. The foreign energy in his body was suddenly out of control. Boom! In the next moment, a violent fluctuation of alien energy suddenly erupted from within Knight 17's body. The strong foreign energy lifted all the surrounding tables, chairs and benches to remove them, causing many of the surrounding trainees to let out bursts of alarm. 17, what happened to you? Han Schwanger was startled, not knowing what to do. Zhuge Yucai directly froze in place. No way, I just casually said it, really broke through? Everyone stay away from Knight 17. An instructor who was eating exclaimed. Alien breakthroughs to the point where the consciousness is blurred, it's very dangerous at this time. At this moment, Knight 17 stood in place with his eyes closed tightly, the alien energy around him constantly rolling over. If he opened his eyes, people would find that his eyes had turned a silver color, just like the sea of stars. Knight 17 felt that he was in a vast and boundless sea of stars, and that feeling was extremely similar to when he first awakened his supernormal abilities. This place is vast and boundless, but there is a feeling of only covering the sky with one hand, seemingly out of reach but close at hand. No way, just came to the academy and made a breakthrough? There's no one else with this treatment? I heard that Knight 17 just awakened his powers this year. Monster, this is a monster. The surrounding people are talking. The first day of school advancement can be okay? This is a popular figure of the Knight 17 immediately attracted a lot of people to watch. The tone of voice is full of shock and envy color. Over there, Qingfeng, who had just woken up from his nap, yawned and wandered in, seeing the crowd of onlookers. When he squeezed in and saw Knight 17's appearance, he froze. Advancement? This is not fair. He had awakened his supernormal ability for a year and still hadn't made a breakthrough. Why was this guy so fast? While everyone was focusing on Knight 17, no one realized that Zhao Junmu, who was not far away, was staring at Knight 17. His body was trembling slightly at the moment, and the blood-colored light in his eyes was constantly flickering. If it wasn't for the 3 Hylu stones on his body suppressing him at this moment, he would have already gone berserk. Zhao Jun Demon stared dead-on at Knight 17. He felt a special sensation on the latter, a sensation that he had only encountered on the body of one person. A few moments later, Jaws and the others arrived. When they saw that Knight 17 was breaking through one by one, they were nonplussed. Generally speaking, a trainee can break through to rank D in about 8 months of consuming demonic flesh and blood here, and there are those who are as fast as 1 semester. But it was really the first time to see a breakthrough like this just after coming here. The message said that this kid awakened his powers at the end of February, right? Someone whispered. The corner of Jaws Shinobu's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of treatment did this kid get in the 7th main city? In 3 months, he broke through from an E-class alien to a D-class, and every day, the meat of C-class magical creatures might not be enough to eat. Knight 17 did often eat demonic meat in the 7th main city, but it wasn't so bad that he ate C-rank demons all the time. However, when someone was in the White Mist Forbidden Zone, he had eaten several meals of B-rank magical creature meat. The difference in energy content between one level and another was a world of difference. As time passed, Jaws suddenly frowned slightly. The space around Knight 17 seemed to become unstable. Normally only when one reaches level B, a powerful force has the ability to distort space, and only when one reaches level A can one truly shatter space.
But what was going on with this brat now?
The distorted space lasted for a full 10 minutes before finally recovering. Knight 17 slowly opened his eyes as a flash of silver light passed by. When swept by that gaze, everyone had the illusion that they seemed to have entered another dimension.
Chapter 93: The Eye of Space. 17 students, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Jaws asked. Back to God. Knight 17 felt the changes in his body.
If the alien energy in his body was a bowl of water before, the bowl now became a large basin. The alien energy was still the same, but the upper limit had increased by more than 10 times. Hiddenly there seemed to be other places that were different. It's not uncomfortable, it's just that my body feels weird.
Knight 17 replied.
That's fine, take a good rest today, don't need to attend the afternoon class first, try to utilize your alien energy when you have nothing else to do. Usually after a breakthrough there will be a new change in your powers as well. Go to the testing area tomorrow and test them. If you don't know anything you can come and ask me. Jaws was very experienced with this and told Knight 17 all the precautions. Knight 17 nodded. It would take some time to get used to his powers after advancing.
17, how does it feel? Han Schwanger gave Knight 17 a fumble, checking his body. Don't worry, Sister Frosty, I'm really fine.
Whoa, yeah, 17, I told you that I was right about you. You've just enrolled in school and you've already advanced to rank D. If you work hard, you might be able to advance to rank C by the time you graduate.
C grade? Knight 17 murmured. He remembered that Li Xin was the one who reached rank C when he graduated and directly entered the Demon Hunters. If he could really reach C rank, wouldn't he be able to directly join the 32nd Demon Hunter squad?
It's not fair, it's not fair. Knight 17 was fuming when Ching Feng staggered over on the side, looking at Knight 17 as if he was looking at a monster. I haven't made a breakthrough after a year of awakening, and you made a breakthrough in only 3 months? 1 year, you ate at the academy for 3 months last year alone, and you were expelled before October, don't you think? An instructor on the side rolled his eyes.
Also Ching Feng.
After Knight 17 left, the cafeteria regained its stability, but the many trainees had one more topic to talk about while eating, and that was Knight 17's breakthrough to D rank. Returning to the dormitory, after bidding farewell to the others, Knight 17 began to check his body. He felt a hint of something wrong when he advanced that moment. Dynamic vision and ultra-far vision had all improved to a certain extent, and now he could see things more clearly on his own. This was also the most awkward part. The sudden increase in vision took some time to adapt to. In that case, memory should have been improved as well. After thinking about it, Knight 17 had a flash of silver in his eyes. The next moment the surrounding space seemed to stand still, and a fly that was flying in the air was as slow playback.
Bullet time didn't change?
Knight 17 stared at that fly for a while, and suddenly he realized something different. In the past, under bullet time, the fly's flying speed and the frequency of flapping its wings were 10 times slower, so it was possible to analyze its course of action very well.
This time after using his powers he realized that the frequency of the fly's flapping wings seemed to be even slower.
If it was 10 times slower before, he was afraid that it would be 20 times slower now.
Kind of interesting, the delayed effects of bullet time are enhanced?
As for special energy perception, this thing could not be attempted without a reference for the time being. Knight 17 directly compared the last ability, visual space. As the silver light in his eyes flashed again, all the items within his field of vision were presented in his eyes. Whether it was the shape or internal structure, Knight 17 knew it like the back of his hand. This kind of ability he already had before. This time when he used it, Knight 17 felt that there was something different, but couldn't tell. The previous space was more like a kind of 3D scanning, sweeping everything and anything into it. But now the visual space gave a more genuine feeling, as if the space really existed. As if these things in the space could actually fit into this space. This analogy seems inappropriate. To be precise, the visual space at this time is more like a world in a mirror. It can map everything down. But unlike before when it was just a picture, now this house has become real, but the things inside are fake. That kind of weird feeling made Knight 17 unable to express it in words. After thinking about it, Knight 17 continued to look at that fly with more concentration. With Knight 17's heightened attention, a flash of silver-colored alien energy appeared on that fly, and then space began to distort.
Knight 17 jolted. This was a spatial vortex?
Knight 17, who had used the space gate several times, was more than familiar with this. When Knight 17 was first awakened, he had felt that his supernormal ability had something to do with space, and this moment was directly actualized.
Knight 17 tried his best to ensure that his emotions were stable, and increased the amount of alien energy surging into that fly. In a few breaths, a spatial vortex was formed, and the next moment the fly entered the spatial vortex and disappeared. Knight 17 blinked, his supernatural energy was withdrawn, and he suddenly realized that the fly had really disappeared. At the same time, Knight 17 suddenly felt something more in his eyes. With a thought, his consciousness entered a chaotic void, surrounded by a layer of grayish-white mist, unable to see what was behind him. Knight 17 was certain that this was the same feeling he had when he first awakened. Looking around, the next moment he suddenly realized that there was a fly in the void. At this moment that fly was struggling frantically, but there seemed to be no air around it, and after half a day of tossing and turning it remained in the same place. A few moments later, the fly stopped moving, not knowing whether it had given up struggling or had already died. Knight 17 carefully surveyed the fly and determined that it was the one that the void vortex had just swallowed. So, this is not the world of one's own thoughts, but a space that truly exists? One's own eyes actually possessed a strange space. Knight 17 was startled by this conjecture of his. However, since there was the gate of space as well as the kind of forbidden object in little Fatty's pants, it didn't seem impossible to have a space within one's own eyes. But this ability didn't seem to be too tied to vision, did it? Well, let's talk about this stuff later. For now, let's see how this space plays out. Right now it was important to figure out what this space was all about. Does this space itself exist somewhere in the world, or is it like the kind of forbidden object in Jugayutsai's pants that can store things? After thinking about it, Knight 17's thoughts once again surged towards the fly, and a moment later the silver vortex reappeared, and the fly entered the vortex and disappeared. It can be transported back and forth. Knight 17 opened his eyes and saw a falling fly in front of his field of vision, but in a different position than just now. But there was no doubt that this fly was the one from earlier, but the latter was already dead. Living things could not survive in space. After thinking about it, Knight 17 took out his cell phone. Visual space opened again, and a silver vortex slowly appeared behind the phone. The next moment the phone was swallowed in. Knight 17 went online to try to check the positioning of his cell phone, but found that the signal disappeared in thin air. Whether it was in a special space or not was unknown, but that space was definitely no longer on the blue star. Since it's related to my eyes in space, let's call it the Eye of Space. Chapter 94 Kill Him. In the dormitory, Knight 17 tossed and turned for a while until his alien energy was exhausted, which was when he stopped. Knight 17 realized that the consumption of the Eye of Space was not as great as expected. This is not great as compared to the Space Gate. Like the door of space, one needed to pour in several months of foreign energy to open it. In comparison, this Eye of Space consumed much less, but Knight 17 had only tried a few small things so far. According to Knight 17's estimation, he could probably teleport 1 cubic meter of items into the Eye of Space with his supernatural energy restored. He was about to rest when the dormitory door opened. Knight 17 turned his head and realized that it was Zhao Junmu. This time should be when the cadets were in class. Cadet Zhao, is there something wrong? Zhao Jun Demon didn't respond, he just stared at Knight 17 dead on, as if he was trying to see something from his body. Being gazed at like this, Knight 17 felt very uncomfortable. The other party's eyes carried an inexplicable emotion. It wasn't anger or hatred, but a kind of excitement and affection, even fervor. That feeling was a bit like the way little Fatty looked at himself, but even more so. Could it be that both of these are? Knight 17 shivered in his heart. At this time, Zhao Junmu finally spoke. You should have felt it as well. Knight 17 froze. What do you mean? We are the same kind of people. Knight 17? Seeing Knight 17's puzzled look, Zhao Jun Demon let out a low gulp. The foreign energy in his body began to surge, but before it could appear it was absorbed away again by the seafloor stone. However, Knight 17's pupils shrunk violently. Although it was only for a moment, he saw a huge black shadow. That was the previous battle between Zhao Junmu and Wu Lei was condensed to the black flame Azura. Compared to the last time, Knight 17 felt it even more clearly after the advancement of his supernatural ability. That black shadow seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms, and was not really in human form. And most importantly, the moment that black shadow surfaced, Knight 17 could clearly feel that it was looking at itself. A demonic look flashed in Zhao Jun Demon's eyes. I knew you could feel it. I told you that we are the same kind of people. What the hell is going on here? Knight 17 looked at Zhao Jun Demon, his face grim. Last time it was an illusion, but this time it definitely wasn't anymore. That black shadow seemed to really possess a consciousness. Moreover, Knight 17 was sure that that black shadow was looking at himself at that time. The feeling of being gazed at by that black shadow was very weird, not that sense of crisis of being targeted by a high-level demon or a believer. Rather, it was a kind of greeting? Yes, he was greeting himself. I don't know. Zhao Jun Demon shook his head. Don't know? Then why did you say that I'm in the same category as you? Knight 17 was a bit confused. Feelings. Zhao Jun Demon's expression was a bit maniacal. There's no reason, it's just a feeling. I can feel the Tao, you're in the same category as me. Knight 17 had a bit of a headache, and thought to himself that this guy wasn't crazy. Knight 17. Zhao Jun Devil suddenly blurted out, startling Knight 17, what's wrong again? Zhao Jun Demon was having a seizure. Since you can feel it, then you might have a way to kill him. Kill it him? Knight 17's eyes moved slightly. This time he finally understood that Zhao Jun Devil was referring to the black silhouette Azura behind him after talking for half a day. He wanted himself to kill the Azura exaltation? Knight 17 shook his head decisively. Sorry, I can't do it. Although he could see it himself, it didn't mean he could destroy it. That thing was just a projection of an alien energy rule illusion in a sense. No, you can, you definitely can. Zhao Jun Demon shouted. At that moment the door to the room opened again and 2 instructors hurriedly arrived to pin him to the ground. Sorry 17 students, we didn't expect him to suddenly go crazy. Let me go, I'm not crazy, he can see him. If he can see him he must have a way to kill him. This is my chance to get rid of him. On the ground Zhao Jun Demon struggled frantically, but was pressed down by the 2 men and glared at him. The more he did so the more the 2 thought he was crazy. Knight 17 was silent and just watched as he was slowly dragged away by the 2 instructors. Only when Knight 17 himself was left in the room did he let out a sigh of relief. Was Zhao Junmu crazy? After being imprisoned for 6 years and being possessed by an Azura whenever he used his powers, it seemed normal for his personality to be twisted. Instead of being crazy it was more like having a somewhat twisted heart, but from the brief contact between the 2 it was actually a bit better than Jinx. At least it was sane when emotions weren't running high. But that black shadow wasn't an accident, and looking at Zhao Jun Demon's current appearance, no one should have known about it before, while he himself could see it. Knight 17 suddenly thought of the time when he saw that black worm-like mass in the red romance bar as well as the 7th main city. That one no one else seemed to be able to see either. If one were to count hard, the blood skulls on the heads of those people inside the white mist forbidden zone seemed to count as well. Was there any connection between these things? Knight 17 had a headache. Was this the result of his own special powers, or were there secrets he didn't know about? A few hours later, on a certain bed in the hospital, Zhao Junmu was immobilized. At this moment, after injecting the stabilizer, Zhao Junmu regained his consciousness, and he quietly looked out of the window, just as he did when he was living in the sea prison. A few moments later, the door to the room opened and Jaws walked in. Zhao Junmo lowered his head without saying faintly, "Am I going to be sent back?" The Shifter Academy was a place where the vigilantes cultivated their elites, and they definitely wouldn't let the uncertainty wreak havoc. When he first came, the Vulcan had told him that there could be special rewards if he ended up in the top 3. But the prerequisite was that he couldn't cause any trouble, and now it seemed that that rule had been violated. Jaws looked at Zhao Jun Demon with a slight frown. At the time the deputy army chief left he had said that once problems were discovered they could be wiped out straight away. This time they had discovered it in time and hadn't let Zhao Jun Demon get out of control. This situation could be left behind for continued observation, or he could be repatriated. Continuing to observe might be fine, or something might happen to someone. No one could guarantee this kind of thing. Unless an instructor was assigned to watch over him 24 hours a day. After a moment of silence, Jaws suddenly said, "Why?" I've been doing pretty well for you these past few days, so why would you suddenly lose control when you see the same? Zhao Jun Demon smiled to himself. You won't understand such things. You're making it difficult for me like this. Jaws was having a headache. According to his once character, he would have repatriated him a long time ago, but Zhao Junmu's performance at the end of the last test made him feel that there was still hope for this kid. It would be a shame to bury an S-class gifted alien. Zhao Junmu raised his head. It's difficult. Are you still planning to keep me? Jaws nodded. There is this idea. Zhao Jun Demon looked at Jaws, who was similarly gazing at him. The two of them stared at each other for a long time before Zhao Jun Demon finally said, "Can you help me one more time?" "Help how?" "Let Knight 17 help me kill him." Chapter 95, he spoke. Inside one of the Academy's temporarily closed training grounds. The corners of Knight 17's mouth twitched as he looked at Zhao Jun Demon, who was chained to a rock. This guy couldn't really be crazy. Knight 17 sighed. What exactly do you want to do? Help me kill him. Zhao Jun Demon said in a cold voice. I really can't do it. But you can see. I can still see the sun. That's different, this is something only you can see. The familiar conversation came again, aside Jaws rushed to say, alright, you two stop chatting, 17 students you just help with an experiment. In a moment, I'll unlock Zhao Jun Demon's seafloor stone, but it will bind his body, and you study that black shadow of whatever it is. It's best if you can destroy it, it doesn't matter if you can't, don't worry I'll be beside you, there's absolutely no danger. Knight 17 sighed, they were all racked to this point, it was impossible not to try. Alright, I'll do whatever you guys say, don't blame me if anything goes wrong. Jaws came to Zhao Jun Demon's side and once again made sure that the latter's limbs were all tied up tightly before removing the Sealock stone. Without the binding of the Sealock stone, the aura on Zhao Junmu's body began to climb. He looked at Knight 17 with excitement. You and I are the same kind of person, you will definitely be able to do it. Without waiting for Knight 17 to speak, his body was ablaze with rolling black flames. Monstrous killing intent rose up from Zhao Jun Demon's body, chains clanked chaotically, and the rocks behind Zhao Jun Demon trembled slightly. In an instant, he lost consciousness and turned into a killing machine. Azura came out of the world. However, the chains on Zhao Jun Demon's body were made from B-grade materials, and using B-grade materials on a D-grade alien was to ensure that he would never be able to break free. Roar! Knight 17 instinctively retreated a few steps back, determining that the other party indeed did not have the strength to fight back before he sighed in relief. At the same time, behind Zhao Jun Demon, that black shadow that no one else could see reappeared. Knight 17 knew that the other party could see him, but at the moment he seemed to have become irritable from being bound up and was roaring silently. Begin! Jaws whispered. Knight 17 bristled. Start? How to start? Why don't you give me a magic weapon that can cut down demons? After thinking about it, Knight 17 fetched a lance and stabbed the black shadow with a flick of its head. In Josie's eyes, the place where Knight 17 stabbed it was empty, not even energy fluctuations. In the next moment, the lance naturally passed through the black shadow. Ineffective. Knight 17 was not at all surprised by this. After thinking about it, Knight 17 looked at Josie. Chief Instructor, use your supernatural energy to attack the place I stabbed just now. Josie nodded and slapped his palm. The alien energy exploded above Zhao Jun Demon's head, but in Knight 17's eyes the black shadow did not change. Ineffective. Physical attacks were ineffective, alien energy attacks were also ineffective, so what should be the next method? Go over and try to touch it? Theoretically it should be fine, but Knight 17 always felt creepy. Chief Instructor, you people go to the place I just stabbed and try again. Jaws nodded and jumped up to Zhao Junmu's head in a single leap. The two almost overlapped in Knight 17's eyes, but there was still no reaction. That black shadow and Josie seemed to be beings from two worlds, unable to touch each other at all, like the legendary ghosts. Two worlds, one yin and one yang under the same space? Then the question came, since yin and yang couldn't come into contact with each other, then why could he see it? Can you see it? But it's not effective against that black shadow? Could it be that my psychic ability is different from others? Thinking of this, Knight 17 looked at Josie. Chief Captain, please find me an alien exclusive weapon. The so-called exclusive weapon for alter egoists is one that can infuse alter energies into it, like the straight sword in Wu Lei's hand at the time. If it was a normal weapon, it would have been scrapped long ago. A long sword was thrown over. Knight 17 caught it and injected alien energy into it, and a cold aura flashed on the long sword. The next moment Knight 17 stabbed the sword at the black shadow. The long sword crossed paths with the black shadow, but still nothing happened. Obviously, the conjecture was still not valid. It still doesn't work, Instructor Chow, I'm out of ideas. Knight 17 spread his hands. This was the first time he had seen this kind of thing, so he had no idea how to get it. Jaws sighed. Although he didn't hold much hope per se, the thought of Zhao Junmo being repatriated was still a bit regrettable. Student 17, try again as best you can. If there's still no way to do it before he runs out of alien energy, then give up. Knight 17 shrugged. In that case it would be better to wait around for a while. Idle is also idle. Knight 17 simply began to study up that black shadow. This thing should be the one that controls Zhao Junmu's Azura. This guy had a consciousness and could control Zhao Junmu, but looking at the current appearance, even if he had a consciousness, his brain wasn't very bright. Was he already like this, or had he suffered a serious injury from something? That said, how did this Azura come to be? Is he an exotic rule? Unlike A forbidden object evolved? Also unlike.
Now Knight 17 kind of understood why there was a special category for him. This thing was indeed very peculiar. In the midst of thinking, Knight 17 suddenly thought of something. This is all something that no one else can touch, but itself is in this space.
Then what if we don't touch it, but directly take the space away?
Thinking of this, a strange look flashed in Knight 17's eyes.
How about trying it?
Taking a deep breath, Knight 17's eyes flashed a flash of silver color visual space. Under the visual space, Knight 17 looked at the Azura. The latter was colorless and formless, no entity yet visible, very special.
The 3-meter-tall Azura definitely couldn't fit away, but what if it was cut partially? Knight 17's thoughts moved and his eyes looked towards a certain location.
In the next moment, the space where the black shadow was began to distort. Josie, who had originally all but given up on the side, suddenly sensed something, and when he looked up he suddenly saw a silver space vortex appear on Zhao Jun Demon's head.
What the hell?
Jaws was a bit confused. A D-rank Azura still had the ability to distort space? Josie twisted his head to look at Knight 17. At this moment the latter's eyes were shrouded in silver light. Josie looked at his eyes as if he was seeing a vast and boundless sea of stars. It was so deep that there was no end to it. Under Knight 17's control, a spatial vortex was formed and then everything in that area was swept into the void vortex.
This included the black shadow. Boom!
The moment the vortex swallowed the black shadow, the vortex suddenly exploded. Knight 17 only felt a pain in his eyes, his brain went chaotic, and his entire body directly fainted. Josie was startled and instantly came to Knight 17's side to hold him up.
Originally it was just a test. If anything happened to Knight 17 then he would be a sinner.
At the same time, Zhao Jun Demon, who had been roaring all along, suddenly hissed even louder, with a hint of painful anger in his voice in addition to the intent to kill.
Also almost at that instant, the blood color in his eyes disappeared for a split second. Ouch! Howl.
Jaws, who was checking out Knight 17, jerked his head back and looked at Zhao Jun Demon in shock.
Did he just speak? Chapter 96. 10 minutes later, Knight 17 awoke. Classmate 17, how do you feel? What happened to me just now?
Knight 17 covered his head and said, at the moment his brain was still muddled and his eyes were extremely uncomfortable. I'm not too sure. You didn't know what you did just now. A silver space vortex appeared on Zhao Jun Demon's head, the vortex suddenly exploded, and then you passed out. Jaws quickly recounted what had just happened. Knight 17 blinked and memorized what had just happened. With a thought, the consciousness entered the eye of space. At this moment in that chaotic space there was an extra black mass.
Knight 17 instantly recognized that this thing was part of Azura's body.
However, that black mass was very small, but the size of a fingernail cap. Just this little bit almost made himself collapse, and it was fortunate that he didn't release a larger spatial vortex all at once at that time, or else it might really be a big deal. Knight 17 had palpitations in his heart, originally thought that the space vortex was invincible, but it turned out that it actually had a close connection with his own body. One must be doubly careful when using it in the future. At this moment, the black shadow was deforming irregularly, as if it had its own consciousness, but it seemed to be extremely violent. After watching for a while, Knight 17 no longer cared about him, his consciousness retreated.
Opening his eyes, Knight 17 asked, Instructor Qiao, how is Zhao Jun Demon? Come with me.
A few moments later the two of them returned to the training ground. After more than 20 minutes, at this moment, Zhao Jun Demon was still roaring.
However, Black Flame seemed weaker than a moment ago.
While you were having problems, Zhao Jun Demon suddenly screamed miserably. He seemed to have suffered some kind of damage and in that instant he seemed to regain his consciousness, but it was only that instant.
Jaws said. He looked at Knight 17 with more and more curiosity. How did this kid do it just now? He could actually make that spatial vortex.
Knight 17 looked at Zhao Jun Demon and mused. Since the eye of space could cut the Azura, it meant that this was useful.
The exact effect would have to wait until Zhao Junmo regained his consciousness to know.
But to speak of killing him, it seemed that destroying this space would be enough. Instructor Zhao, that black shadow seems to be fused with space. If you can shatter space, you might be able to kill him.
Shatter the space? Jaws thought for a moment and directly shook his head. No way. What's wrong?
Knight 17 was puzzled. When we reach a class, we do have the ability to shatter space, but that kind of thing is uncontrollable. Once it shatters space, there's basically no living thing within a 1,000-meter radius.
Knight 17 understood. The Azura black shadow was too close to Zhao Jun Demon.
If this shattered space, it wasn't known if the Azura died or not, but Zhao Junmu definitely wouldn't survive.
Time passed slowly. After another 10 minutes, the black flames on Zhao Junmu's body were already extremely dim.
Just when his foreign energy was about to run out, Zhao Jun Devil's body shook violently and the red light in his eyes suddenly disappeared.
He looked up at Knight 17 and revealed a maniacal smile. "I saw you just now. Sure enough, we are the same kind of person. Can you control the powers now?" Josie suddenly said.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Jun Demon tried to control his body's alien energy, and time passed by second by second.
13 seconds later, a black flame ignited on his body.
Seeing this, Zhao Jun Demon smiled.
Josie also laughed.
After another 7 seconds, the last of the alien energy was exhausted, and Zhao Jun Demon completely passed out.
Josie looked deeply at Zhao Junmu. According to the intelligence, generally speaking, Zhao Junmu would only regain consciousness when his alien energy was depleted cleanly.
Later, the maritime prison discovered that as Zhao Junmu's willpower improved, he could take over his body when his alien energy was about to disappear. But 6 years had passed and he could only last 17 seconds now.
Moreover, even after regaining control of his body, he couldn't use his alien energy.
The last test lasted for more than half a minute because the pain in his body inspired his willpower, and the black flames at the end was the first time he had controlled his alien energy. But this time he was not injured but still recovered control of his body in advance, and only used 13 seconds to cohesion black flames. This kind of speed of progress is already called the speed of God. All of this was obviously related to what Knight 17 had just done. Knight 17 rubbed his nose. He really didn't know how to crack it in the beginning. This was all made by a blind cat running into a dead rat. At least it didn't have half a cent to do with himself seeing the black shadow of Azura.
Right?
Student 17, what is that spatial vortex you just made out? This kind of ability doesn't seem to have appeared before. After Zhao Jun Demon's business was finished, he had to deal with Knight 17's side of things. Knight 17 nodded. This ability is something I just discovered after I advanced. Focusing my attention after releasing visual space can cause a spatial vortex to appear. Knight 17 said, but did not tell the secret that there was another one space in his eyes. Now that Knight 17 had discovered that his special ability might have some special secrets, so he decided to hide part of his ability. As for the spatial vortex has been shown, this thing cannot be hidden and forget it. However, just this one ability Josie had been blindsided, a D-ranked alien creating a spatial vortex? What kind of international joke is this? B-class alien can distort space or few, a D-class alien can create space vortex. No one would believe this kind of thing if it was spread out. Moreover, isn't this kid a superhuman visual ability? Why does it feel as if the direction of his ability development has gone astray? I will send someone to help you conduct the test in a while, but this psychic ability is a bit special. Remember not to use it in front of other people, and don't tell anyone. At dusk, Knight 17 left from the testing room. He had a smile on his face. He already had a certain understanding of this ability after 2 hours of testing. The spatial vortex that he had condensed himself was a far cry from a true spatial vortex. First of all, it was fragile. Currently it could only devour things without energy. If it came into contact with supernatural energy or high energy items, the consumption would skyrocket and even break. To put it bluntly, this was a fake spatial vortex, an ability that could definitely not be used in a frontal battle. However, it was practical to use it to cut through certain things. What walls, gates, chains, even the hardest items were as fragile as paper mache in front of the spatial vortex. Putting it all together, this particular ability was useful, but with many limitations. Overall, it looked like this thing belonged to an auxiliary ability. But how should it be classified when a superhuman visual ability possessed the ability of spatial vortex? After Knight 17 left, Jaws looked at the message in his hand and hesitated for a moment to send it to Deputy Army Chief Shen Yuan-sung. And then he dialed, Vice Army Chief, you told me to focus on him, well at least give me directions. Extraordinary fighting skills, marksman-like gun sense, big picture view to analyze and command the whole situation, and bizarre spatial ability. Regardless of which direction it was from, it could be cultivated in depth. That side looked at Knight 17's message and fell silent, and after a long time, the latter said quietly, actually, I also want to know. Chapter 97, Two Living Treasures. Walking on the road back to the dormitory, Knight 17 was very happy. The ability of the spatial vortex had a lot of limitations, but it was already enough for him. Combined with that spatial eye, this was a perfect spatial backpack. Knight 17 had envied Zhuge Yutsai's crotch for a long time. Of course, this spatial eye of his own wasn't suitable for storing high-energy things for the time being, such as hot weapons, alien ores, or forbidden objects or whatever. His current alien energy level was too low to have the spare capacity to absorb it in.
But this problem should slowly be solved as his alien energy level increased. Although the disadvantages were obvious, the advantages were also obvious. Knight 17 didn't know how much could be stored in little Fatty's crotch and Lori's body, but there was definitely a limit. And the current area here by himself that wasn't covered by the white mist was already more than 10 meters in diameter. Converting it to a space of nearly 1,000 cubic meters, with Knight 17's current level of psychic ability, I'm afraid it would take a year to fill it up. As for whether or not the white fog could be eliminated, that would be a matter for the future. When he returned to the dormitory, Knight 17 found that Qingfeng and Zhuge had already returned. At this moment, little Fatty was lying on the bed as motionless as a dead pig. Knight 17 was a bit puzzled. What's going on? Beside also Qingfeng laughed. How can it be? Running laps is useless. Last semester, in addition to a variety of theoretical and cultural courses, physical training is also the focus. The first month will not let us directly pull physical fitness, giving the new students a little time to adapt. But this little fatso's physical fitness is too bad, only 10 laps on the waist. That can be the same. You weigh 200 pounds to run 10 laps to try? Fatty Zhuge rolled his eyes. Knight 17 smiled. Letting this guy run was indeed difficult for him. A small 300 pounds of weight rolling on the track, that picture is simply not too beautiful. However, physical training was supposed to be part of the mandatory test to become a Knight's Watchman, and Knight 17 seriously doubted that this guy would be able to graduate in the future. It's fine, just take it as weight loss, but didn't you run fast during the test before? I am, that's different. That time you can use forbidden objects. Today during training the instructors prevented us from cheating and gave everyone a sea stone to wear. Fatty Zhuge awkwardly said. Knight 17. Condolences. Yi Qingfeng blinked. That, Knight 17, I heard that you awakened your powers in February? Knight 17 nodded. Yeah. So it took you more than 3 months to break through from E rank to D rank? Yeah. Also Qingfeng, how did you do that? Eating more high-level demonic meat. Also Qingfeng rolled his eyes. This is not nonsense. I also know that eating high-level demonic meat boosts faster, but is that something that an average person can afford to eat? 17 students, where have you been? I have a bottle of light spirit liquid here. Taking it after promotion can accelerate the rate of enhancement of supernormal abilities in a short period of time, said Fatty Zhuge as he pulled out a bottle of light spirit liquid from his pants. Knight 17 froze. He seriously doubted this guy's sexual orientation. This was half dead tired, actually still thinking about himself. How does this feel better than how Sister Frost treats herself? Looking at Knight 17's odd eyes, Zhuge Fatty rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? I'm investing, you know. 17 students, your supernatural talent may not be the top, but I'm very optimistic about you. Your future achievements are definitely higher than that madman, so now invest in the future is sure to be a steady profit. This time, Fatty Zhuge didn't hide it anymore. Of course, even if he didn't say it, others could see it. Qingfeng was very angry at being belittled, but he swallowed his words when they came out of his mouth. If it was someone else, he would be 100 times more unconvinced, but he admired Knight 17 from the bottom of his heart. This guy was a freak, a complete monster. Knight 17 smiled. How much is this? Count it as my purchase. Although little Fatty gave it away for nothing, it's not good to pay back a favor when you owe more than one. This thing of favors can only be used when it's crucial. Yesterday, Fatty Zhuge had already called him with the remaining money from the sale of the ore. Now there were still 300 million in the card, a proper rich man. Alright, this one is 3.5 million on the market, I'll give you 3 million at cost here. Knight 17 nodded. Not bad, not too expensive. Then let's have 2 bottles first. Give my sister Frost a bottle to try, and you can tell me if there's anything good back. The question of wood. Yi Qingfeng watched the conversation between Knight 17 and Fatty Zhuge fall into deep self-doubt. I thought that everyone was an ordinary person, but after half a day everyone is a rich second generation? Zhuge Yutsai, needless to say, the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, it's almost as if he doesn't have $8 or $10 billion on him. Zhao Jun Magic now also know, the third main city Zhao family young master. Now, even the Knight 17 opened his mouth and shut up a few million, and still ate the high-level magic meat grown up. Rich terrific 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. See old me, I do not rely on relations, on their own step-by-step reversal to become the Night Watchman's. Ambitious. Knight 17 nodded a compliment. Fatty Zhuge glanced at Yi Qingfeng and thought about handing over a bottle of light spirit liquid. Crazy student, do you need light spirit liquid? Yi Qingfeng was furious. You want to tempt me with supplies? Fatty Zhuge was blunt. Yes, so do you want it? Qingfeng, what do you think I am? Don't. Sure you don't want it? Sure. Really? Are you annoying?
Fatty Zhuge retracted the bottle. Originally, I thought we were all in the same dormitory. I'm responsible for your future cultivation resources. Since you don't want it, then forget it.
Also Qingfeng.
Look at someone bam kicking the wall. Knight 17 speechless. In the future there are these two living treasure in the dormitory. Looks like it will not be lonely.
However, it seems to be a good feeling to have these two friends in the dormitory.
Knight 17's own character is actually very introverted. He will not take the initiative to communicate with other people. But whether it was Fatty Zhuge or Crazy, their personalities were the complete opposite of Knight 17's, and wherever they went, they would liven up,
making his life more colorful.
Knight 17 smiled, ignoring these two bickering. His mind entered the eye of space.
There were miscellaneous things piled together in the space, all of which had been absorbed during the previous test. Knight 17 didn't care and directly went to look for that fragment of Azura.
Originally, he wanted to study that fragment, but he suddenly froze when he saw it. After not seeing it for a few hours, the black shadow seemed to have lost its color. The fragment that was originally pitch black in Knight 17's eyes seemed to have become a bit more translucent at the moment. And although it was still raging, the intensity was significantly weaker than before. Leaving the Azura body, this fragment was like rootless water, and the energy in it was decreasing. According to how it continued now, perhaps it would die a natural death after a while.
That said, would the Azura fragment directly disappear or turn into something else after it died?
Originally, Knight 17 wanted to study it, but now he simply stopped tossing it around. He wanted to see how long it could survive without anyone interfering.
Chapter 98 Left Zhuge, Right June Devil.
After a busy day, Knight 17 was really sleepy and fell asleep as soon as he dipped his pillow. Seeing this, Fatty Zhuge and Qingfeng also stopped fighting and directly turned off the lights to sleep. In his sleep, Knight 17 didn't notice that in the eye of space, with the passage of time, the color of that piece of Azura cultivation piece was getting lighter and lighter, and the strength of the struggle was getting smaller and smaller. When the time came to 3 o'clock in the morning, the black color on the fragment all faded away. That fragment turned into a transparent color, and then turned into a bit of starlight and disappeared. At the same time, certain special changes occurred in this space. The next day, when the sky was just slightly bright, Knight 17 woke up. After so many things happened yesterday, he originally thought that he would be very tired, but once he woke up, Knight 17 felt that his body was very comfortable. Especially the brain. Yesterday, because of cutting the Azura fragment eyes and brain damage, the result of a sleep wake up all better. Subconsciously entering the eye of space, Knight 17 searched for half a day but found that the Azura fragment had disappeared.
Did it die out naturally? Knight 17 has some regrets. He also thought that he would lose his equipment after death. However, if it's gone, it's not a loss anyway.
Soon, accompanied by a burst of "Good morning 17 students, greetings," the next day's class began. On the stage, various instructors were teaching various knowledge about supernatural abilities. Under the stage, some people listened attentively, some people were sleepy-eyed, and some people exchanged pleasantries, displaying all kinds of lifestyles. Knight 17 didn't care about the others. He was like a sponge absorbing the knowledge imparted by the many tutors. Occasionally, he would stretch when he was tired and then continue to study and take notes. But certain people obviously wouldn't let him be so smooth. When all of the morning's lessons were finished, Knight 17 was about to go to dinner, only to have Jaws come again.
"Student 17, I still need you to come with me."
Knight 17 was speechless. He was more tired of being a trainee than a mentor. "Sister Frost, Fatty, you guys go to the cafeteria first. Remember to get a meal for me." Saying that, Knight 17 followed Jaws and left. Fatty Zhuge had a strange look in his eyes. How did the expressions of the two just now look like the chief instructor had come to Knight 17 to do something? One was the chief instructor of the academy, a top 10 top-tier powerhouse on the heavenly ranking, and the other was a freshly enrolled student. But the former was actually looking for the latter to do business. He didn't even have this treatment when he first came. There was a problem. There was definitely a problem. Inside the hospital, Knight 17 was helpless as he looked at Zhao Jun Devil, who was a bit pale but still in an okay mental state.
"What are you looking for me for again?" Zhao Jun Demon was happy to see Knight 17. "Let me say it, you and I are in the same category. You can see him and you can kill him." Knight 17 was speechless. That was just an accident yesterday. Any ability that can destroy space can kill him. Josie coughed lightly. "Alright, don't dwell on these things. I came to you today to ask if that space ability of yours can still be used on him?" Knight 17 was wary. "What for?"
After a day's examination, we found that after you hurt that black shadow with the spatial vortex, Zhao Junmu's control over his body and his supernatural ability has been improved.
Knight 17 understood as soon as he heard it. You guys aren't asking me to keep getting it, are you?
Josie nodded. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. You should know very well what an S-class alien energy talent represents. The entire Blue Star currently has no more than 2 numbers of known S-class talent powerhouses. So, whether it's for the sake of fellow student Zhao Junmu or for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, we hope that you can help him control this power. An old man beside Zhao Junmu said, My Zhao family won't let you help for nothing. Every time you make a move, my Zhao family can give you $20 million, and the Zhao family will be fully responsible for any accidents that cause problems. How about that?
$20 million at a time? Knight 17 was startled. This price was not low.
Although he had $300 million in his hand, this money was considered a windfall. If he had done it a few days ago, Knight 17 didn't even have $500 in his pocket.
Out once $20 million, 10 times is $200 million. This if stick to the graduation, that is not tens of billions? The generous rewards represented that he and Sister Frost could take Class B or even Class A demonic meat every day.
They could even buy forbidden objects as well as other treasures. The expenses of an alien was not a small amount, and the later it got the more the need for supplies increased. But that thing was dangerous. The pain from yesterday was still fresh in my mind. It was still just a little bit, and he didn't know what would happen if he didn't have it under control. But after sleeping for a day his own mental state was better instead. That damage was obviously of the curable kind. Contemplating for a moment, Knight 17 said, I can try, but I'm not sure if my body will be damaged by continuing to use the spatial vortex. If there is a problem, I can choose to refuse.
No problem, all experiments are definitely conducted under the premise of ensuring your safety.
A few moments later the crowd discussed the matter and tentatively set the time to once every 3 days, giving Zhao Junmu time to recover and also ensuring that Knight 17 had no problems. The agreement was reached and Knight 17 returned to the cafeteria.
Classmate 17, the meals are all finished for you. Ha!
Seeing Knight 17 return, Fatty Zhuge took the lead and ran over, only to suddenly realize that there was actually another person behind Knight 17.
Zhao Jun Demon.
What are you guys? A flash of smugness flashed in Zhao Jun Demon's eyes. I'll go wherever he goes from now on. Fatty Zhuge looked towards Knight 17, who sighed helplessly. Things are a bit complicated, but you guys don't worry, he definitely won't mess around. Alright, if you don't care then it's fine. If the chief instructor is forcing you, tell me, I'll have my dad put pressure on him. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, Zhao Jun Demon sneered. Knight 17 has already gotten the support of my Zhao family.
What?
Fatty Zhuge was shocked in his heart that someone would steal his job.
Classmate 17, you can't be blinded by traitors. Wait a moment, I'll ask my father for money here.
The conversation between the two was not covered up. The surrounding cadets could hear it. The crowd looked at Knight 17 and murmured. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that both Fatty Zhuge and Zhao Junmu were deliberately trying to draw in and curry favor with Knight 17. Although one of them was a bit less talented, he was the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, and his family had a lot of money. The other was an S-class gifted alien, as well as the youngest son of the Zhao family in the number 3 main city. Both of them were among the top figures in the Dragon Kingdom regardless of their status.
As a result, they actually fought over Knight 17? Seeing Zhuge Yukai and Zhao Junmu hostile to each other, Knight 17 couldn't get his head around it. Isn't the little fatty usually very good at talking?
Just as he was thinking, a pair of jade hands suddenly stopped him into his arms.
Han Schwanger chirped, you two enough, what you're his, remember, 17 is mine. Fatty Zhuge. Zhao Jun Demon. Crowd.
Yi Qingfeng, who was eating melon from afar, smacked his lips. What's this called? Left Zhuge, right Jun Devil, holding Sister Frost in his arms.
TSK, Cowhide. Chapter 99, 1 month.
What it was like to be fought over by 2 men and a woman, now Knight 17 knew. But the trio obviously misunderstood something. Knight 17 was the first to state, Sister Frost, don't worry, my sexual orientation is normal.
Fatty Zhuge and Zhao Junmu. PFF. Not far away, Yi Qingfeng sprayed out a mouthful of soup. Seeing the crowd looking over, Yi Qingfeng hurriedly said, cough cough, you guys continue. Being stirred up by Yi Qingfeng, the tense atmosphere from earlier disappeared. Han Schwanger's pretty face slightly reddened. I'll find you to settle the score later.
Knight 17 rubbed his nose and simply lowered his head to eat. However, before he could take 2 bites, someone else came over.
A pair of small hands reached in front of Night 17. Hey, do you still have lollipops?
Night 17 looked up and realized that this time it was actually Jinx who came.
But at this moment, Jinx didn't seem to be in a good state.
Her eyes were red and she was wearing a seahorse handcuff on her wrist.
Night 17 froze. Wait a moment, Fatty?
Fatty Juga let out an oh-so-sweet sound and pulled out a box of alpine lollipops from his pants. Seeing this, Jinx hugged the box of lollipops and immediately revealed a smile before bouncing away.
Night 17 looked at Jinx departing back and was a bit puzzled. Fatty, what's with the seafloor stone in her hand?
Fatty Juga smashed his mouth. Oh, I forgot to tell you, yesterday afternoon we were not allowed to run. That little girl disobeyed the discipline and pulled out a rocket launcher on the spot, almost detonating it. The scene was so explosive that the two instructors subdued her and asked her to hand over her other hot weapons, but she refused. In the end, for the sake of the safety of the trainees, the instructors decided to temporarily give her the seafloor stone for the time being. At that, Night 17 blinked. He wasn't surprised that Jinx was being worn with a seafloor stone. But what he was curious about was what the academy was letting her come here for. This kind of psychopath with a special personality, it was obviously impossible for you to expect her to be obedient.
Even if the talent is excellent, it is not destined to become a knight. Watch.
Originally, Night 17 thought this way, but he suddenly looked at Zhao Junmu on the side. Theoretically speaking, Zhao Junmu was likewise unable to become a knight's watchman. A psychic who couldn't even control his own psychic abilities would cause a horrible disaster once he lost control. But now he had found the possibility of getting rid of Ashura. The road might be long, but at least there was hope.
If Zhao Jun Demon could do it, then why couldn't Jinx?
Although mental illness was troublesome, it didn't mean it was untreatable. Thinking of this, Night 17 looked at Zhuge Yukai on the side, and then at Yi Qingfeng in the distance.
In a sense, shouldn't these two also be considered troubled youths?
One was a prick who had been expelled, and the other was a loser whose talent was only grade E. Normally the two should not be able to graduate either.
What was the purpose of the Night's Watch assembling so many troubled youths here at once?
Well, this stuff didn't seem to have anything to do with himself.
After the little episode, Night 17's life regained its calm.
Fatty Zhuge had a lively personality and mixed well everywhere with his banknote ability. Zhao Junmu was known for his eccentricity and never spoke to others, but he listened to Night 17's words and didn't cause any trouble. Qingfeng continued to do as he pleased, acting as if I was invincible and you were free to do as you pleased. Jinx, on the other hand, came over from time to time to ask for lollipops. Although the four people's minds are not in the study, but at least there are no more problems.
Night 17's routine also gradually became regular.
Studying, eating, exercising, delivering lollipops, chopping Ashura. At first, Night 17 was worried about what was wrong, but after a few attempts he realized that as long as the space vortex he made was small enough, the damage given to him by the Ashura's black shadows was manageable. There were times when it could even be released several times.
And headache eye pain, these problems will automatically recover the next day, not only so the mental state but better.
So Night 17 gradually let go of his guts, from the very beginning of cutting fingernail cap-sized pieces, to now being able to cut thumb-sized pieces. And Zhao Jun Demon's improvement was also very obvious. Every time Night 17 cut the Ashura he was able to improve his control over himself a little bit. A month down the line, from 17 seconds in the beginning, he had now reached half a minute, and his control of his supernatural ability had become more and more skillful. In addition, the 3 forbidden objects that Night 17 placed in the academy were used as examples for scientific research experiments. Although Night 17 knew the rules of the heavenly demon tiger skin, however, he did not intend to unlock it so early. That would easily expose some of his secrets. Time passed in a hurry, and a month passed in the blink of an eye.
End of June.
On the podium, Song Zhong looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "According to the academy's curriculum, your basic theory class is here, so there will be no classes today, and you will be given a day off, but of course it is limited to the academy." There was a commotion underneath at these words.
Whoa, I haven't had a break in a month. Mom, I'm finally on vacation. I've been puking from reading books every day.
Song Zhong reached out and pressed, "The class does not mean that it does not take the test. The end of this semester when the cultural assessment and physical fitness assessment will be carried out at the same time, and each class accounted for 20%, so everyone do not slack off." The words came out another wail from the stage. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws looked at the expressions of the many trainees and laughed.
Do you really think you're liberated if you don't go to theory class anymore?
Tomorrow was the beginning of hell. Tisk, TSK, Diamond, you still haven't changed your peeping habit.
Jaws was looking at the surveillance when he was suddenly startled to hear a pale voice coming from his ear. As soon as he turned around and saw the visitor, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fuzi-sama, what brings you here? Husband waved his hand. I was bored and came over to take a stroll. How is it? How did that little guy perform? You mean Night 17? So far his performance is very good. His talent, perception, learning ability, and learning attitude are all top-notch, but... Jaws lusted for words. But what? However, we don't know how to train him now. Jaws sighed. There are a bit too many things he can do, and I haven't figured out his positioning in the future right now. At the moment, the 4 directions he's suitable for are intelligence exploration, long-range support, close-up output, and total field command. For example, if one wanted to go for the intelligence exploration aspect of the ability, one would need to learn concealment, reconnaissance, counter-reconnaissance, improve the knowledge base of various information, and so on. And if one chose to go for long-range support, one would need to hone their firearms skills, equip themselves with heavy weapons, and learn the appropriate skills related to snipers. A vigilante squad consists of multiple members just because they divide their labor differently among themselves and cooperate with each other to bring out their abilities. For the majority of the alien is unable to achieve omniscience and omnipotence, rather than all kinds of laxity, it is better to focus on one thing. Hearing this, the husband laughed. What do you care about those? Tell that kid all the development programs, let him choose for himself. Choose by himself? Jaws was speechless. This kind of thing was easy to say, but if they all let the trainees choose for themselves, then why would they need them as instructors? Their real purpose was to find the trainees' strengths and turn them into appropriate careers. Husband stroked his beard. You don't need to care about the future direction, just leave this kind of thing to him. I mainly came here this time to ask you, how is that kid's relationship with the others now? Josie, huh? Chapter 100, Hell Training begins. With a rare day off, numerous trainees went to do what they wanted to do. Those who made up for their sleep made up for their sleep, those who went out to play went out to play. Even Fatty Zhuge and Zhao Junmu had a rare day where they didn't stick to themselves. When the sky darkened and the lively day came to an end, everyone reluctantly went to bed. This day, Night 17 did nothing else but rested for the afternoon in the warehouse where the forbidden seafloor stone chest was placed. When there was nothing else to do, Night 17 would come over to take a look, in order to give people the illusion that he was coming over to study. In reality, he was practicing his spatial eye here, and now he had put a whole bunch of things in his space. Now there are a lot of things in the space. This way, when he cracks it, it won't cause too much shock. Need to crack the heavenly devil tiger skin of the devil blood. He has long been ready. These days there is money what things are good to get. Just waiting for the right time to accidentally unlock the rules. The night was uneventful, however. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning and all the trainees were still dreaming, their cell phones suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Tick tick tick. The ear-piercing alarm woke everyone up. What the hell? Scared me. Emergency assembly? Nima, it's only 6 o'clock. The dormitories were completely noisy. Night 17 opened his eyes when the alarm sounded. After a month, he almost forgot about the sound. 5 kilometers, 20 minutes. Seeing the message in his cell phone, Night 17 simply said, familiar time, familiar distance. But last time it was a lunch break, this time it was morning. Glancing at the others, Yi Qingfeng seemed to have already known, and was already putting on his shoes now. Zhao Jun Demon had likewise woken up and was putting on his clothes, only Fatty Zuga was still huffing and puffing on the bed. Night 17 was speechless, and went over to pat his mouth. Fatty, wake up and snooze, it's time for the emergency assembly. Got it, got it. Juga Yutsai muttered, with a reluctant look on his face, and rolled over to go back to sleep. Night 17 was speechless, simply poured a bottle of water on it. The latter shivered and woke up. At dawn, many trainees greeted the rising sun and hurriedly put on their clothes to rush to their destination. However, the crowd's appearance is a bit miserable. Some shirts are put on backwards, some shoes are put on wrong, especially the hair is like a chicken nest one by one. On the playground, Jaws and a dozen other instructors had long stood in a row, like a statue. 20 minutes later, all the trainees finally arrived at the designated place. Although they were in a sorry state, no one was late. Everyone, stand still. Jaws exclaimed, the academy has not militarized this month in order to give you guys time to adapt. Now that a month has passed, from now on you guys will undergo thorough militarized training. I don't care how you guys were before, if you want to pass in my place, you have to follow my requirements. If you want to become a night watchman, you must first become a qualified soldier first. Now let's start with some appetizers. All of you wear a seafloor stone and run around the playground for 20 laps. Whoever finishes first gets to go eat. A murmur came from the crowd at these words.
Before a month every day's training quantity is to run 10 laps, this is just exactly the first day of training actually directly doubled. Jaws bellowed, "What are you shouting for? From now on anyone who makes a sound must call a report. Violators say one sentence plus 1 lap penalty." At the word, the crowd no longer muttered, honestly went to where the seafloor stone handcuffs. One by one, grinding, "What are you doing? 40 minutes cannot finish 20 laps of the penalty of another 10 laps. The crowd dared to be angry and dared not say anything, but only honestly went to run. In place, Juga Yukai weakly raised his hand, report. Speak. Can I cut back a bit? Jaws was speechless. For an average person, running 20 laps in 40 minutes was about the same, but he could run 10 laps in 40 minutes and that was good. This was still a month of acclimatization. If it was just the beginning, it would be directly lying on the ground. During this time they had analyzed Juga Yutsai's physical abilities and determined that he was not cheating. If he was counting on himself, it would probably be 8 o'clock when he finished running 30 laps. After thinking about it, Jaws said, "It's okay to reduce, but you'll have to find someone to help you. If you run 1 less lap, the others will have to run 2 more laps." Hearing this, the others pretended not to hear and ran out in a huff. Although Little Fatty was okay with them on weekdays and had sent them some things, but at this time they were having trouble protecting themselves. How could they spare any energy to help him? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Fatty's face darkened. Deliberate, this guy absolutely deliberate. This group of guys usually talk so well with themselves, but in the end, none of them could be relied upon at the critical moment. Knight 17 hesitated and raised his hand, report. Speak. I'll run 2 laps for Juga Yutsai. Jaws gave Knight 17 a meaningful look and nodded, yes, as long as you can finish 24 laps in 40 minutes, of course if you can't finish, you'll have to run another 10 laps. Understood. Hearing Knight 17's voice, Little Fatty had tears in his eyes. Sure enough he hadn't looked at the wrong person. And then he turned his head to look at I Ching Foam. The latter gave him a blank stare. The meaning was obvious. Want Little Master me to help you? No way. Unrighteous guy. He then looked at Zhao Jun Demon again, resulting in the latter simply ignoring him. Fatty Juga cursed in his heart and thought about raising his hand again, report. What is it again? I want to say a word. Will. Upon hearing this, Juga Fatty shouted, "Whoever helps me run a lap, I'll give him $100,000. At these words, the eyes of the trainees who were running brightened up. Me. I'll help you. The temptation of money was still great, and upon hearing $100,000, 6 or 7 cadets immediately responded. Wang Meng add 1 round, Lu Ha add 1 round. Those few people had just opened their mouths when the instructor on the side vocalized. The crowd's faces darkened, forgetting about this. But thinking of the $100,000, Wang Mang still raised his hand, report. Speak. I'll run a lap for Juga Yutsai. Yes. Report. Speak. Soon, 6 trainees spoke. Together with those 2 laps at the beginning of Night 17, Juga Yutsai still had 12 laps left. On the side, Jaws froze. This was the Juga family's solution to the problem? But soon he laughed out, wanting to use money. In that case, then I'll have a good time with you. Jaws simply said, whoever finishes running can go eat. The next training program starts at 8 o'clock. The place is still here. Latecomers are still penalized with 10 laps. Oh, by the way, from today onwards, the Helicite handcuffs on your hands will be worn until the end of this semester. No one can cheat. Juga Yutsai. One didn't need to think to know that this sentence was addressed to him. Chapter 102, Everyone has their own story. As the time passed, the difference in the physical abilities of the trainees policing themselves became apparent. Some ran a lap in 2 minutes, while others only needed a minute to run a lap. The physical fitness of the cadets related to strength, physique, speed, and the Phantom Beast system's psychic ability was significantly stronger than the others by a large margin. This was the inevitable result of the talent of the supernatural ability. Of course, there were some freaks among them, such as Knight 17, I Ching Foam, and Zhao Junmu. There was no need to say much about Knight 17. After 3 months of training in the 7th main city, his physical quality had already improved tremendously. Now that he had broken through to rank D, all aspects of his body had once again improved by a large margin. Although he wasn't a physique-type aberrationist, there weren't really many people who were more powerful than him without using aberrations now. Secondly, Zhao Junmu, this guy had completely changed after determining that Knight 17 could help him weaken Azura's control. Although he still didn't say a word on weekdays and ignored everyone except Knight 17. However, his attitude towards studying and training was very hard. Being imprisoned for 6 years, he basically hadn't had any serious exercise in these 6 years. But now he had a strong interest in this kind of tedious and boring training, and this month he went to the gym to work out when he had nothing to do.
The S-rank talent Azura could strengthen Zhao Junmu's physique in all directions, which gave him a huge room for growth.
This month, the speed of his improvement was even more terrifying than Night 17 back then. If he was given another 3 months to work out, at that time when he fought with Wu Lei, it might not be possible to say who would lose or win. However, to say that the fastest is also Qingfeng, when Jaws gave the order this guy with crazy like all the way wildly run up. The speed of the uninformed thought that this guy is running 1,000 meters at. When the time came to the 28th minute, Qingfeng actually took the lead in completing the task.
Qingfeng completed the task in 28 minutes and 32 seconds. An instructor opened his mouth, causing many trainees to be shocked. 20 laps actually took less than 30 minutes, is this livestock?
Completing the task, Qingfeng gasped for breath and swaggered over to Jaws. And then provocative seemingly mocked, this kind of garbage training also have the nerve to take out. Xiaozi looked at Qingfeng indifferently and said expressionlessly, Qingfeng violated the rules and was punished by running a lap. But Qingfeng did not think so, spat and ran. In less than 2 minutes Qingfeng finished the lap and came back. When he came to the side of the body of Jaws, this time did not open his mouth but put up an index finger.
Jaws said expressionlessly, Qingfeng will be penalized for another lap. Qingfeng was furious, on what grounds? I didn't say anything just now. Jaws said indifferently, now it's spoken. Qingfeng. Someone was messing with permissions. Certain special memories surfaced in his mind, and the anger in Qingfeng's eyes burned completely. The clash between the two drew the gazes of the others over. A group of instructors similarly looked at Qingfeng with special emotions in their eyes. I told you, we can't let him come back, this guy came here to cause trouble. Last year already messed up so many things, this year may not be any better. Alright, cut the crap, it's not like we can decide on this kind of thing, in fact, we can't blame him for everything that happened last year. Soldiers take obeying orders as their vocation. What's the use of a soldier who doesn't obey orders, no matter how talented he is? In the outer circle, a few instructors were whispering, and their attitudes towards Qingfeng were mixed. 32 minutes later, after the second lap, Qingfeng came back to Josie's eyes and once again extended his right index finger. No need for permission, what are you? One more lap penalty. 34 minutes later also Qingfeng finished running and came back to continue to put up the planting. Rubbish. I'm just not convinced. Another lap penalty. 36 minutes later, Qingfeng panted and finished the 24th lap, once again raising his middle finger. Come on, continue. One more lap penalty. When the time came to the 38th minute, there were already quite a number of trainees who had completed their tasks, and Night 17 had finally finished his 24th lap, and at the moment he was sitting on the ground resting. While resting, the crowd did not discuss other topics, but instead looked towards Qingfeng. Seeing that Qingfeng was about to finish his 25th lap, everyone wanted to know if Qingfeng would curse for the 6th time. Soon, Qingfeng came to Josie's side, and true to his word, he continued to sneer, "Sun thief, come on, go on." Hearing this, all the trainees only had this one word in their minds: bullish. Josie was expressionless. Qingfeng, punish another lap. Qingfeng didn't care about it and had already run without even needing him to say anything. That guy is crazy, right? Provoking the instructor? No wonder he was expelled last year. It's strange that he wouldn't be expelled with such a temper. But I feel he's so handsome. Coming, he's almost done running. A few trainees gossiped. Most of the trainees were stuck at this point in time to complete the task. After all, every point faster consumed physical energy is good to increase a lot. But also Qingfeng did not. The reason why he ran so fast was to go over and scold Jaws, making it seem like the two had some kind of blood feud. Night 17 was speechless, trainees provoking the instructor. This kind of thing only this guy can do. No wonder this guy was expelled last year. If he was an instructor, he would have been fired even if he encountered such a trainee. When 40 minutes were about to come, Qingfeng completed the last lap. And he had run 26 laps. Not only him, Fatty Zhuge also finished 12 laps stuck on point. Finally finished. I can't, I'm dying. Fatty Zhuge came to Night 17 and sat down on his butt like a dead pig. Night 17 was speechless. This amount of running is just 2 laps more than usual. As for that, time's up. The remaining trainees who haven't completed their tasks will continue to train for an additional 10 laps. When will they finish running and when will they go to eat? Jaws' voice sounded again. The remaining 10 or so cadets on the field all wailed. You guys add one more lap. The crowd's bodies stiffened and they could only honestly continue running.
In response, Knight 17 was shaking his head. This kind of training intensity was actually similar to the training he had done in the 7th main city. The academy had given everyone a month's buffer, but some people didn't cherish it, which was no one's fault. At this time, Xingfeng was panting and walking back. He didn't take a rest but walked straight to the cafeteria. He had been penalized for 6 laps, but now he was very excited, as if he was very happy as long as he could discuss jaws. As he passed by, he thought of something and spoke. If you want to get a good meal, go there early. If you're late, it'll be gone. Knight 17 raised an eyebrow and simply said, Sister Frost, June Demon, and Fatty are going to eat.
Yi Qingfeng, as a veteran trainee of the previous class, knew some secrets. On the ground, Fatty Zhuge climbed up with difficulty. Eating doesn't even let you eat well anymore?
Soon, the crowd came to the cafeteria. As soon as they entered the cafeteria, Knight 17 swept a glance and found that the meals in the cafeteria had already been packaged to set up lunchboxes. However, there were some changes in the types, and there were only 3 windows for the meals. The first window is the super large amount of luxury set meal. See that exaggerated box. Also know that the food inside will not be bad. The second window was the usual magic meat set meal that everyone ate, and there was nothing special about it. But the third window was different. There was actually a bunch of bloody raw meat and dry hard steamed buns. Everyone's face changed when they saw those bloody demonic raw meat, and even the fur and bones that hadn't gotten clean.
Was that thing sure that it was eaten by a human?
An instructor shouted, everyone come over to receive a set meal, 1 for each person. These meals can only be eaten by yourself. If you see anyone dare to keep it private, you will be greeted with set meal number 3 for the next month. Knight 17 briefly counted. The first and second windows only had a quantity of 150 servings.
In other words, the remaining 30 or so trainees could only eat raw meat.
At this time, an instructor walked over. Student 17, Student Han Schwanger, according to the previous agreement from the Zhao family, the food for the 2 of you will still be B-class magical creature blood and flesh. However, we can't interfere with the academy's rules, so the 2 of you will only be able to change it after obtaining package number 1 or 2. Zhuge Yucai on the side immediately raised his hand. Why do they have the privilege and I don't? That instructor looked at Zhuge Yucai and said seriously, because the Zhao family donated $1 billion of supplies to the academy. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Yucai directly said, investing is fine, then I'll invest as well. Set a small goal first, invest $2 billion.
Talking about money with the world's richest man? This is not a gun on the mouth.
However, hearing this, the instructor was not surprised at all. 5 hours ago, Zhuge family head did give an investment of $2 billion. However, he specifically said that he wanted you to experience the same life as the other trainees, which can be modified appropriately, but not for you to cheat. In addition, he also said that if you voluntarily give up on becoming a vigilante, you don't have to train.
Zhuge Yucai? Thousands of miles away in Magic City, Zhuge family. Zhuge Qian was currently sitting on the beach leisurely fishing.
On the side, the young woman who thought she was pretty was teary-eyed. You fat ass, you really want to let Yucai go and suffer?
Zhuge Qian comforted, how can this be called suffering? This is exercise, understand.
But, where has Yucai suffered this kind of crime since he was a child? Don't you not know that his supernatural ability is rapid digestion? His meal size is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. The woman was unforgiving.
Zhuge Qian had a bit of a headache. Alright, he's my son, I can't harm him.
I don't care, I can't see my son being bullied anyway.
Okay, turn around, I will let them adjust.
A good half a day to coax the young woman away. Zhuge Qian sighed, always smiling, his eyes suddenly sharpened.
He looked toward a seafaring stone box beside him. What was contained inside he couldn't be clearer. It was a few hours ago when Lord Fuzi made a special trip over and handed this thing over to him. It was also the very thing that had brought him to his current decision. Originally, I was just planning to let you go on a business trip. Who would have thought that this year's academy would be so lively? How he chooses will depend on himself. Arigato, do you want to come back and inherit my $1 trillion family fortune? Or do you want to go and become a night watchman? Chapter 102, Fatty's Choice.
As the trainees arrived one after another, everyone's face changed when they saw the raw meat and raw vegetables in the cafeteria's set meal number 3. Originally, many cadets still felt that running 20 laps in 40 minutes was nothing. But now it was different. Now you didn't just have to complete the task within the specified time, you also had to be faster than at least 30 more trainees. One could imagine how the pressure would be on everyone in the future training. Soon, 150 packages were collected. The faces of the trainees who arrived afterward went white when they saw the box of raw meat.
I protest. Is this stuff edible? Why didn't you guys say so earlier? I've paid $5 million in tuition.
A dozen or so trainees cursed, to which a few instructors had long been accustomed to. There would be a few pricks at this time of the year.
Don't eat if you don't want to, no one is forcing you. Those who don't want to stay can also leave the academy now. If anyone dares to clamor again, go run 10 laps again.
When these words came out, the crowd dared to be angry and dared not say anything. Here said expulsion but really expelled. At this moment, everyone suddenly missed their previous learning career.
Compared to this, that kind of life is heaven.
Night 17 here quietly ate the set meal. Over there a dozen trainees looked at the disgusting raw meat, no way to put down their mouths. Some would rather die than eat a bite, while others tried to taste it and almost threw up. The feeling of eating raw meat was more than familiar to Night 17. Seeing these people, he remembered how he had survived in the danger zone. Looking at the stubborn appearance of many trainees, Night 17 no longer said anything more. This kind of high-intensity training for energy consumption is extremely great.
Without supplemental food, it would be very difficult for these people to survive.
Under this circumstance, it was very likely that they would continue to be at the bottom of the list.
While eating, Night 17 looked towards Juga Yutsai, who was quietly eating.
He, who was usually a chatterbox, surprisingly did not speak, as if he had something on his mind.
Giving up the night's watch?
Night 17 is silent. This kind of thing is not something he can help, as he guessed at first. The academy will get these few problematic teenagers over is intended to make an attempt to transform. See if they can break the cocoon into a butterfly. Do it may usher in a new life. Cannot do that will become the same again.
At present, physical training was indeed very unfriendly to Fatty Juga.
Physical training was his hardest problem, and with this rule he basically couldn't rely on spending money to get people to help him.
Therefore, he might remain at the bottom of the pile for this period of time in the future. In other words, he would have to do a lot of physical training every day while also eating raw meat and hard buns every day. It was fine for others, but Fatty Juga was the son of the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Not to say that everyday mountain delicacies, but also big fish and meat, as a result, came here to all kinds of suffering. Whether or not to give up the Night 17 is also not sure. Time rushed by. To 8 o'clock, all the people once again returned to the playground, but most of them were not in good condition. Jaws bellowed, "This is just the beginning, cannot stand it, then get out." The real night watchman encountered difficulties than these, now 10 times 100 times more difficult. I don't care what your previous status or talent is, here you are a soldier. If you can't finish your training, you're out of here. Now for the next training subject, 500 push-ups, 500 pull-ups, and frog jumps for 2 kilometers. The usual rules: whoever finishes can rest, whoever wants to help Juga Yutsai, still the same as before, start now. Upon hearing this, Juga Yutsai's face went black because he couldn't finish any of these 3 trainings. Report, I can't do it. Juga Yutsai raised his hand. Jaws coldly said, "There is no one on the battlefield who cares if you can do it or not, but due to your special characteristics, you will be given a temporary change in training content. In that case, you'll run 50 laps, and you can go to lunch when you're done." Juga Yutsai. The 12 laps in the morning he was about to vomit. 50 laps, that wouldn't be running until he died? At this moment Fatty Juga hesitated. At the very beginning he came here just to do business and find a suitable investor. Now the person has found, and the relationship can be considered. With their relationship, Night 17 would definitely think of himself if he had any business in the future. Even if he gave up his training now and gave up becoming a night's watchman, there was nothing to lose. But that would also mean that he would have to go back to inherit his old man's trillion-dollar family fortune. Being in an imperial family and being used to a life of fine clothes and food, money was just a number to him. People become numb after staying in these circles for a long time. Being a night watchman is a childhood dream. In order to this dream, his father spent a lot of money to find ways to artificially awaken his supernatural powers. But unfortunately what he awakened was only an E-rank trash talent. Wanting to become a night's watchman is basically out of the question. However, with supernatural abilities, he can use all kinds of forbidden objects, which is also quite good. But this time, the Academy's special enrollment had given him a glimmer of hope. He had completely seen Zhao Junmu's improvement this month. Even a monster like Zhao Jun Demon could possibly become a night watchman. Why wouldn't he give it a try himself? Moreover, this month he was here he felt an experience he hadn't had before. Night 17, Han Shuanger, Yi Qingfeng, Zhao Junmu. These people wouldn't flatter him because of his birth, nor would they dislike him because of his talent. He had a great time during this month here. But this was the Alien Academy, a place to train vigilantes. The real training had begun, and he had to make a choice. Whether to try to complete the mission and move forward towards his dream of being a night's watchman, or to give up suffering and go home to inherit a $1 trillion family fortune? As he was caught in an endless tangle, a lollipop suddenly appeared in front of him.
Fatty Juga subconsciously looked up and realized that Jinx was shaking his two ponytails and smilingly looking at him.
Here's a lollipop.
Although she was wearing a seafloor stone, the instructors hadn't bothered her much since then, and she could go wherever she wanted. When she was hungry, she went to the cafeteria to eat, and when she was bored, she would come to find Night 17 and the others to play, and she played every day.
Fatty Juga blinked as he looked at the lollipop in front of him. For me? Jinx nodded vigorously. Every time I am unhappy, just eat it and I will be happy.
Fatty Juga froze, having thought that Jinx's IQ was just like that of a 5 or 6-year-old child.
Yet, he did not want her to actually be able to feel his emotions.
It turned out that this little girl also knew how to be grateful.
Receiving the lollipop, Fatty Juga suddenly spoke. Jinx, do you have any dreams? Dreams? What is that? Is it delicious? Jinx cocked his head and asked. Fatty Juga. After thinking about it, Fatty Juga changed the way he asked. Let's put it this way, what do you want to do in the future? I want to eat lollipops. What if there are no more lollipops? Why is it gone?
It's not that there's no more, it's just that lollipop is hard to get, like you need to run 50 laps.
Then run. Jinx said rightfully.
Fatty Juga sighed. Chatting with a mental illness is crazy itself. She probably doesn't even know what the concept of 50 laps is.
However, the next moment Jinx continued to speak. The dean told me, do what you like, or you can only cry when you can't do it anymore.
Upon hearing these words, Fatty Juga directly froze in place.
Chapter 103: The Running Teenager.
On the training ground, the heat was as hot as a furnace, and everyone was sweating like a pig. At this moment, Night 17 was doing push-ups when he suddenly heard a loud roar from the distance. Subconsciously turning his head, he saw Fatty Juga running wildly on the track. Although the speed was really not complimentary, it was full of vigor. Numerous trainees and instructors similarly looked at this scene, their eyes full of doubt and incomprehension, thinking to themselves, what is this guy mad about again? Josie, however, smiled faintly. He didn't even think that this guy could really take this step.
That's right, Fatty Juga made a decision.
High-intensity training, eating raw meat, dried buns, and these things may be very bitter.
But compared to a real night watchman, what's that worth? He's going to give it a try.
Choosing to be a night watchman might be regretted for a year, but giving up directly he would regret it for the rest of his life. Becoming a night's watchman was the dream of many aliens, and it was also Fatty's dream. Other things he could give to his old man if he wanted, but not this one. This one could only be obtained through his own efforts. Worked hard, even if he didn't succeed in the end he wouldn't regret it. Looking at the fat man running on the playground, Night 17 smiled. Not far away also Ching Fong similarly stared at him in a daze, his mind surged with certain special images. Originally, he thought that rich second-generation little eunuchs must not be able to suffer, but now Fatty Juga had subverted his perception of rich second generation.
Can I still be overtaken by a dead fatty like you, little master?
His mouth was still unconvinced, but the corners of his mouth were hooked upwards as he did his push-ups.
Fatty Juga's sudden outburst galvanized the crowd.
Even the son of the world's richest man was working so hard, what reason did they have to give up? The crowd roared one by one on the training ground, doing their best to complete their training tasks. When they ran out of strength, they sat down to rest and drink water. When they got their strength back, they continued to train. At this moment, they interpreted what it meant to practice to the death as long as they couldn't die, and even the instructors on the side didn't need to be urged. However, enthusiasm is something that diminishes with time, and at first you can hold on for a while with enthusiasm. When the body's muscles began to tire and the lactic acid in the muscles began to be deposited, the real test had just begun. On the runway, a group of people had to rest for a while every few jumps. The fat man who shouted the loudest at the beginning had already run 15 laps, and was now moving at a snail's pace.
The front fight is physical ability, the back fight is perseverance.
Time passed slowly, every moment was like a year. 3 hours later, an instructor's voice rang out. Ching Fong has completed all the training tasks in 3 hours and 12 minutes.
The crowd was shocked. It was actually this guy who was the first to finish again, and it only took more than 3 hours?
The few trainees who had already reached their limits clenched their teeth and climbed up again.
The same trainee, if he can, why can't I?
After finishing the last frog jump, Ching Feng's legs were like lead, and his limbs were so sore that they were about to explode.
But even so, he still gritted his teeth and slowly walked towards Josie. In the past 3 hours, Jaws was like a statue watching the results of the people's workout, and he was very pleased with this state on the first day of physical training. When he saw also Qingfeng walking towards him, Jaws frowned slightly and shook his head helplessly. This guy actually didn't give up at this time. Sure enough, Qingfeng came to Jaws' body, and then once again raised an index finger. Even dead fat guy dares to fight for his life. What am I afraid of? I'm still saying that you guys are just garbage. Jaws said indifferently. Qingfeng, add a lap penalty. The crowd looked at Qingfeng in shock. This was a ruthless person. This kind of high-intensity training, playing hard to get ahead of schedule, and the result was to go over and curse? Being penalized, Qingfeng was not angry at all, dragging his trembling legs slowly towards the track. At this time, Fatty Zhuge was running at a speed of 0.3 meters per second. His clothes had been wet with sweat countless times, and every time he took a step, there would be a watermark on the ground. Qingfeng cursed and said, I said, how come the dead fat man hasn't finished yet? How many laps do you have left? Hearing someone call him Fatty Zhuge, whose consciousness was all a bit lax, finally came to his senses for a moment. Forget about it. An instructor on the side said indifferently, he has already run 30 laps, there are still 20 laps left. Also Qingfeng. Good guy, at the very beginning you shouted the most lively, as a result, I finished here, you this finished 60%? Fatty Zhuge rolled his eyes, meaning you think I want to. For minutes later, Qingfeng finally finished the lap, and then he wobbled towards Josie again. At this time, another voice rang out, Night 17 completed all training tasks in 3 hours and 16 minutes. Zhao Jun Demon completed all training tasks, taking 3 hours and 16 minutes. 2 more people had completed their tasks. In the past, Night 17 would have definitely sat down and rested, but this time he did not do so and instead looked towards Josie in the distance. Report, I'll run 4 laps for Fatty. Jing. Everyone looked at Night 17 with stunned gazes. They had thought that Qingfeng was a werewolf, but it turned out that there was another wolf extinguisher here. Running 4 laps for him was equal to running 8 laps. How dare he run 8 laps when his physical ability is already close to its limit? Fatty Zhuge, who was still moving forward, almost didn't fall over when he heard this. Whoa, 17 classmates, you'll be my brother from now on, a lifelong brother. Fatty Zhuge cried with tears and snot, this month's ass kissing was worth it. Night 17 smiled, it's only the first day of military training, if you give up then it's too embarrassing. Also Qingfeng originally wanted to taunt Josie. When he heard Night 17's words suddenly paused for a moment, and once he gritted his teeth, he simply said, report, I will also run 4 laps for Fatty. The crowd was once again shocked, this guy would actually choose to take the initiative to help others? A strange look flashed in Jaws' eyes, that arrogant little guy from last year seemed to have changed in some way as well, interesting. Zhao Jun Demon looked at the 3 with a puzzled look in his eyes. To him, apart from Night 17 the others were not in the same category as him, there was no need to help at all. Perhaps the Zhuge family is very rich, but expect Night 17 to help once Fatty Zhuge give him a few hundred million is definitely impossible. Moreover, if he helped this time, would he help in the future? Therefore, in his opinion, the best result was to give up on this Fatty. But now that Night 17 had opened his mouth he couldn't be idle, and after hesitating for a while he finally said, I'll help him run 4 laps as well. At this moment, the sound of Han Schwanger completing her physical training rang out, and then Han Schwanger directly said, report, I'll also run 4 laps for him. Night 17 looked towards Zhao Junmu and Han Schwanger. He helped Fatty because of their special relationship. But the 2 of them were definitely not as good as this with Fatty Zhuge. And once they helped, their completion time would most likely be at the bottom of the list, and they would only be able to eat raw meat and dried buns at that time. You guys? Zhao Jun Demon said indifferently, wherever you go, I'll go. Someone's words carried ambiguity, but it didn't matter at this point. Han Schwanger, on the other hand, gave him a blank stare. Waste what words, run quickly, not just raw meat, frozen meat, rotting meat have eaten, still care about that? Chapter 104 Scavenger. The many trainees stared at this scene in bewilderment. They could understand Night 17 helping out because Zhuge Yutsai had been with him this month. The relationship between the 2 was there, and it was quite understandable for him to help. However, the crowd did not understand the others helping. To win over Fatty Zhuge's favor? For money? Obviously not possible. The kind of personality of Qingfeng that wanted to save face, even the chief instructor didn't put it in his eyes. Would he care about that little bit of stuff? Not to mention that Zhao Junmu himself was the youngest son of the Zhao family of the number 3 main city, and his wealth and status wasn't much worse than his. Just for the sake of a so-called buddy's righteousness, for the sake of a face, one could help a person like that? Everyone didn't understand. In the distance, the color in Ja's eyes brightened as he watched the five. There were still many things he didn't understand before, such as why he had to focus on Night 17. For example, why they had to get so many problematic youths all to the academy. But now he seemed to understand something. Because of Night 17's appearance, the four problematic youths had surprisingly all crossed paths with him. Although they did a little bit of tampering in the middle, it just made these guys have a collision. They might be able to become friends, or they might become enemies, or they might end up being nothing more than a stranger. This was not something they could control. And now, Night 17 and Yi Qingfeng volunteered to help Fatty Zhuge, while Zhao Junmo and Han Shuang'er chose to help him for Night 17's sake. So the five people were skillfully connected. Most of the trainees didn't understand why Night 17 and the others did what they did, but he did. Not only him, but the many instructors around him and even all the Night's Watch understood. To become a top-notch Night's Watch or even a Demon Hunter squad, relying on strong natural strength alone was not enough. It wasn't as if the Dragon Kingdom hadn't tried to have a few of the top Ultrans on the heavenly rankings form a super battle team in history. However, the results were not ideal, and the alien abilities themselves had a mutually restraining relationship. The truly powerful thing about an excellent team was that they could trust their backs to others. Only then could a team's abilities be maximized. It is only then that they can turn rottenness into magic. Normally, the cadets who graduated from here would join the Night's Watch teams from other towns, and then they would all rub shoulders with each other and keep adjusting, eventually finding the right team. And in order to do all this, they must first trust each other. They can share the same pain and suffering, and can give up their own interests for the sake of others. This process may only take a few months, or it may take many years. But now he saw another special way to do it, and that was to form a squad of vigilantes directly among the cadets in this class. It wasn't that this idea hadn't been thought of before, but it couldn't be implemented. According to the regulations, even the lowest-ranked Night's Watch squad leader had to be at C rank. A group of E rank and D rank rookies without a seasoned Night's Watch to teach them would easily suffer casualties, and the lack of strength was also a hard injury. Coupled with the fact that there were only so many trainees selected by the Dragon Kingdom each year, Ken was not enough to divide them up. So it has never been successful. But under the special requirements from above, a group of freaks were mistakenly gotten here. And now by mistake, they had become friends. Ja's eyes grew brighter and S-rank talent, divine and demonic system Azura abnormal ability of Zhao Jun demon, the direction of development was definitely a combat profession. A plus grade talent, nature department Han Shuang'er of cold ice ability, the direction of development could be main combat, as well as assisting and controlling. Grade A talent, Mystic Department Resonance Abilities Yi Qingfeng, belongs to a specific combat profession, with the ability to make a final decision. Grade B talent, Superman Department Night 17 of Visual Ability, can be a scout, commander, and remote support. E-rank talent, Superhuman System Zhuge Yutsai with Digestive Psychic Ability, the development direction is even. But although the battle power is 5 scum, it is the son of the richest man in the world. With him around, these people don't need anyone else to worry about the supplies or even forbidden equipment needed to enhance their psychic abilities. Oh yeah, there's also a Jinx with an A-rank talent, Mystic Department Arsenal Ability. If, indeed, all of these people could graduate to the Night's Watch. If, indeed, they formed a team. Ja's breathing suddenly became rapid. Such a combination made him think of a special team. One that belonged to the 3rd Special Alien Army of the Night's Watch and the Demon Hunters. Ja's once again recalled the words that Fu Zi said to him yesterday. Then he thought about the sudden reform of the cadet enrollment this time. At this moment, he seemed to have found the answer. But was this really possible? It wasn't that this possibility didn't exist. But this path was difficult, very difficult. Within these 6 people, aside from Night 17 and Han Shuang'er who were certain to graduate, of all the rest, only Yi Qingfeng had a higher chance. As for Zhao Junmao, Zhuge Yukai, and Jinx, the probability that they could graduate was almost zero. At least for now. On the training ground, as time passed, there were trainees who fainted halfway through their jumps, and there were also people who completed their training tasks and then lay on the ground and frantically filled up with water. The first day of physical training came with a nearly 4-hour extreme physical training. Everyone was already powerless to spit. However, when they finished, there was an inexplicable sense of pride in their hearts. Originally, this level of training they could also complete. Of course, while lamenting, everyone coincidentally looked towards the 5 figures on the playground that were advancing with difficulty.
The night 17 several people were walking forward with difficulty. With every step, their legs would tremble uncontrollably, and if they were not careful, they would fall to the ground. But even so, they didn't complain, they just gritted their teeth and stood up once again. Then they continued to walk forward. It was because they felt that tenacious willpower in night 17 and the others that they were able to grit their teeth and persevere. For night 17 and the others, 8 laps on a normal day was only a 10-minute effort. But now, they had used nearly 40 minutes. When the time came to 12 o'clock, there were less than 30 people left on the field. A few other trainees who didn't eat in the morning finally couldn't bear it as well as fainted from heatstroke and were already carried away. The remaining ones were the ones whose bases were poor, and even though night 17 ran 8 laps more than them, they still completed the task one step ahead of them. When the 4 of them finished the 8 laps, they all collapsed on the ground and didn't want to move. Not far away, Fatty Zhuge also finally ushered in the final 100-meter sprint. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The last 100 meters, Fatty Zhuge took 3 minutes. When he stepped over that last red line, he finally smiled, "Little master, I'm done." After saying that, he passed out with a black eye. Yi Qingfeng, who was resting, cursed, pretending to faint at this time. "I still want to see him eat raw meat." Night 17 smiled, "Crazy man, you usually don't deal with him, why did you choose to help him today?" Yi Qingfeng bristled, "I'm happy to." 17, do you need me to cut him? Zhao Jun Demon said in a cold voice. "If you don't use your powers, you think I'm afraid of you." Watching the two fight, Han Schweimer held her forehead. 17, what kind of guys did he make friends with? Okay, want to fight and wait for the physical ability to recover, first go to eat. 20 minutes later, the 4 of them came to the cafeteria, where numerous trainees were wolfing down their food. There were also a few who came late, but they were also hardened and were eating raw meat. They had long been starving from this morning's training, and having food was already enough. Soon, 4 raw meat sets were served, and night 17 took a bite without even frowning. Han Schweimer on the side did the same. Zhao Junma took a bite and frowned slightly. This thing was very fishy and not tasty at all. However, since night 17 had eaten it, he definitely wouldn't mind. The side also Qingfeng looked at the night 17 and Han Schweimer some surprise, originally thought that the night 17 is what rich second generation, the results of this guy to eat bitter skills than their own is not bad at all. Then to eat bitter he has never been convinced, at the same time a big mouthful of food. Many of the surrounding trainees were shocked watching the 4 eating raw meat. Especially the trainees who had eaten in the morning and just now were more than familiar with that disgusting feeling. But these 4 people actually ate with gusto, they were indeed ruthless people. In the corner, a few instructors quietly watched this scene, checking a check mark in the 4's daily performance. The Alien Academy would occasionally enroll soldiers who had become aliens, but the performance of these few people was not at all worse than those veterans who had been enlisted for a few years. Magic Capital, Zhuge family. After receiving Fatty Zhuge's message, Zhuge Qian sighed. There was both pride and a hint of loss in his eyes. Even though he was Fatty Zhuge's old man, he didn't believe that this guy had really persevered. So the question came up, if this kid really graduated to become a night's watchman, should he support it or stop it? There was no need to mention the dangers faced by the night's watch. And Zhuge Yucai's special identity was even more special than an A+ grade gifted alien. When the God's Believer strike had destroyed their family's god-making program, it had killed that aberrant and snatched away a large amount of forbidden items. For this reason, the Zhuge family head of that generation had spared hundreds of billions of dollars to put a bounty on the God's Believers' terrorists. So the beam between the two sides had long been knotted. Once the people of the God's Believers knew that Zhuge Little Fatty had become a vigilante, they would surely incur a killing curse. Could it be that he hired 2 A-class alien squads to secretly protect him? At the same time, outside the second White Mist restricted area, Fu Zi was drinking tea with Yu Qi. How are they doing? Yu Qi drained his tea in one gulp while asking. Fu Zi gave him a blank look. You've wasted such good tea. Che, you literati are just troublesome, hurry up, how's it going? Husbandman smiled, so far it's a bit better than what we first guessed, that kid has a good relationship with those little ones. At those words, Yu Qi's eyes glowed, you mean they can be scavengers? Whether it will work or not, it's hard to say right now, but it's already moving in that direction, and even if it's understaffed, I'm ready for the other candidates. This time, either we don't play, or we'll finish a big one. Chapter 105 Breakthrough. At noon, the well-fed trainees were thrown into the medicine bath. Then there were screams of misery one after another. Even Night 17, who had experienced it for a few months, couldn't help but grimace.
Sure enough, Lee Xin learned that training method of theirs from here.
In the afternoon, the instructors didn't let them stretch their physical fitness had long reached its limit, and many things were too much.
The content of the afternoon training is theory and practice related things. For example, learning to make simple tools and traps in the wild, how to search for clues left behind by the enemy, how to camouflage themselves, and so on. This part of the content Night 17 had not been exposed to before and learned with great interest. Halfway through, some of the trainees returned, including little Fatty.
However, they missed out on the medicinal bath and their limbs were sore and twitching, so it wasn't easy to recover. For losers, the academy was never polite. Time passes in a hurry, and afternoon passes quickly.
The first day of military training was the toughest. Some people suffered from heatstroke, some people were exhausted to the point of passing out, some people gave up, and some people persevered.
By the second day, when the trainees arrived at the designated location enduring the pain, the total number of people had become 176. As for those who couldn't get up, they were obviously eliminated.
But after this step was taken, the later ones would be much easier.
The military training career continued, but no one complained anymore.
Weight running, obstacle course running, rock climbing.
From the simple physical training at the very beginning to the training in various complex conditions at the back, the difficulty is constantly increasing.
1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
Fatty's training remained different from the others, but that didn't stop him from sticking to it. Of course, basically in the end, he had to let Night 17 and the others take on some of it. But as time went on, the little Fatty lost a little weight, and although he was still as fat as ever, the percentage he completed every day was increasing a little bit.
From 60% to 62%, 64%, 66%.
Summer goes to fall, time comes to September. This day Night 17 they were doing weight training with 20 kilograms on their backs. Everyone's skin color was much darker than before, but their mental state was better. Their steps were calm and strong, they ran with a sense of rhythm, using the least amount of strength to complete the maximum distance. When the 20-kilometer distance was finished, the crowd panted heavily and sat on the ground to rest. But compared to the very beginning, their condition had already improved tremendously. Night 17 wiped the sweat from his forehead, got up intending to go to Jaws to apply for help for Fatty Juga. However, when he arrived at Josie's side, the latter shook his head slightly. Night 17 froze, and then looked to the far side of the road he came from. There, the figure of Fatty Juga was actually seen. Little Fatty had actually kept up with their speed this time. Sweat was still wetting his shirt, his feet were still taking one step at a time, and his speed was still pitifully slow. But he kept up with everyone's pace. "Agu, it looks like we don't need much help today." Yi Qingfeng found a weed from somewhere and held it in his mouth. "Fatty, run faster. Come on, there are still the last 200 meters. Any later but we're going to eat raw meat." The crowd of trainees flirted and encouraged. After 2 months of physical training, everyone had gotten darker, but the relationship between the crowd had gotten better. Training and growing together here, everyone was like comrades in arms, and Fatty Juga's personality and temperament got along with everyone. And this guy was still a source of motivation for many people. In these 2 months, if we were to ask who had improved the most, it would undoubtedly be Fatty Juga. In 2 months' time, from 60% in the beginning to now about to complete it alone, his progress was obvious to everyone. Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Fatty Juga ran in step by step, gritting his teeth. Juga Yutsai has completed all of the training, the last trainee to finish. When they heard the reply of completion from Ja's mouth, everyone all cheered. Not just he trainees, even all the instructors similarly couldn't help but applaud. As expected, fat people were all potentials. Fatty Juga gritted his teeth and didn't collapse directly, but instead looked towards Night 17 and the others with an ugly smile. "Finally, I don't have to let you guys help me this time." "Che, you still have the nerve to say that?" Yi Qingfeng bristled, still arrogant, to which the crowd had long gotten used to. Zhao Jun Demon looked at Fatty Juga seriously for a long time before saying, "I recognize you, you're qualified to be 17's licking dog." "Fatty Juga?" The crowd laughed out loud. At this time, Jaws walked over with a wave of his hand. The crowd quieted down. Josie said loudly, "The training time I originally planned for you guys was 3 months. However, your performance has been outstanding, and you have actually accomplished my desired goal in only 2 months. Since this is the case, all of you unlock the seafloor stone." The crowd froze. Unlocking the seafloor stone? They had been wearing this thing for 2 months, from the uncomfortable at the very beginning to getting used to it later on, and now they no longer felt it. When the crowd unlocked the seafloor stone, a burst of foreign energy fluctuations erupted from the crowd.
Someone had made a breakthrough.
In these 2 months, the instructors didn't have too many requirements for them in terms of their supernormal abilities. There was only one thing, and that was to inject all of their psychic energy into the Sealok stone before eating. An alien could raise the upper limit of his or her alien energy by constantly releasing it.
Combined with magical food with extremely high levels of alien energy, it could drastically accelerate their alien energy level.
In these 2 months, the trainees' one energy enhancement speed was faster than even a year's enhancement in the outside world. Of course, this didn't include Night 17 and Zhao Jun Demon, because every 3 days they would unravel and go scraping. After grinding the blood bar of the Azura boss for 2 months, Zhao Junmo nowadays was able to regain his consciousness a minute before his supernatural energy was completely depleted. As the seafaring stone unraveled, bursts of alien energy fluctuations erupted from several figures in the crowd. Zhaz and the others who had been preparing for a long time immediately isolated them.
Cadets who haven't made a breakthrough immediately leave this place and don't approach the other cadets who are making a breakthrough.
The crowd dispersed, but there were envious gazes in their eyes as they looked at the few cadets who were making breakthroughs. A breakthrough in 3 months of enrollment, all of them are monsters. What is this called? Night 17 is the real monster. That's different, that guy himself is on the verge of a breakthrough. These are the result of this period of enhancement.
I also don't know when I can become D rank. That said, breaking through now, can they graduate to C rank? Graduating and breaking through to C rank? Is it possible? How is it impossible? Several have appeared in the Academy's history.
The crowd was talking and discussing, and there were 6 or 7 students who had broken through, including Han Shuanger and Yi Qingfeng.
Fatty Zhuge looked at the frigid cold aura around Han Shuanger, and looked at the empty space around Yi Qingfeng vibrating with envy. Good guy, he just completed the training content independently, and he hasn't had time to be happy, but as a result, all of you have broken through? You said you would go together, but you just left yourself behind? Night 17 looked at Fatty Zhuge and was a bit puzzled. Fatty, didn't you say that you have already awakened your supernormal abilities for several years? Your family is not short of money, why haven't you made a breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Fatty Zhuge was very embarrassed. The main reason is that my alien ability talent level is the E-class Superman Department digestive ability. E-rank abilities are also known as trash abilities, and the effects of these abilities have no benefits but rather drawbacks. The effect brought by this alien energy talent of mine is that I can eat 3 times as much as an ordinary person, and nothing else. If I raise my alien ability level, the odds are that I will continue to raise my food quantity, so I simply won't raise it. Night 17 then remembered that he seemed to have mentioned this at the very beginning when he was learning about alien ability talents. However, the probability of an E-rank talent appearing was not much higher than the probability of an A-rank talent appearing, so he almost forgot about it. No wonder when they first met this guy was holding a chicken leg and gnawing on it every day. Chapter 106: Breaking the Rules of Forbidden Objects. 10 minutes later, several trainees regained consciousness one after another. When Cold Frosty opened her eyes, the icy aura around her body then disappeared. Sister Frosty, how do you feel? Night 17 said with concern. Han Shuanger smiled sweetly, it feels good. Yi Qingfeng opened his eyes and let out a wolf howl. I finally broke through, the trash instructor does not serve to fight out. Zha's face expressionless said, Yi Qingfeng violated the rules, the penalty to run a lap. Just run, aren't you guys just relying on your high rank? If you have the ability, we all lower to D level to compete. Yi Qingfeng violated the rules and is penalized to run 2 laps. Night 17. Crowd. A group of instructors shook their heads helplessly. During this period of time he hadn't been looking for trouble in order to help Fatty Zhuge complete his training content. They thought that this guy had been honest, but it turned out that the dog really couldn't change his ways. Looking at as arrogant as a small rooster running also Qingfeng Night 17 is also drunk, but think about it as normal, this is that he The troublemaker was gotten rid of, Zhaz simply said, the next 3 days you do not have training tasks, all of you have a good rest. The trainees whose ability level has been raised feel the changes in their ability and go for a checkup tomorrow. There will be a theory class exam 3 days later. In addition to the basic theoretical knowledge of the first month, the theory test will also include all kinds of survival skills and general knowledge that have been given to you in the past 2 months. Accounting for 20 points, if you want to graduate, these 20 points are what you must take. In addition, there will be a practical field survival assessment after the exam. This test is a test of your training in these 3 months, and this test will not limit any of your abilities.
You may use your supernatural abilities and prepare any supplies you feel you need at the academy, as long as you can take them with you.
Some were excited and some wailed at these words. Happy because they didn't need to continue training, wailing because the knowledge they had learned before had been forgotten cleanly. Compared to several other examination subjects, the requirements of the theoretical and cultural examination are considered the lowest, so if you want to become a night watchman, this class does not say full marks, but the score cannot be low.
It looks like we have to pick our battles in these days. The next day, all the people testing their powers went to test their powers, reading books, everyone got busy. Night 17 also ran to the warehouse to prepare supplies.
Since it was said that anything could be brought, that was fine.
One by one, all the things that Night 17 thought he needed were put away in the eye of space, and soon Night 17 realized that his psychic ability had increased by a large margin. Originally, he would run out of alien energy after absorbing 1 cubic meter of non-energy materials. But now, after absorbing 1 cubic meter of supplies, he felt that there was actually quite a bit of alien energy left in his body. Night 17 decisively continued to load, this time until he had loaded a full 3 cubic meters of supplies before finally running out of alien energy. In 2 months' time, the total amount of alien energy had tripled. This speed was really a bit scary. Looking at the wide array of supplies in the eye of space, Night 17 rested his chin. With his understanding of the instructors during this period of time, this survival test was definitely holding back some bad intentions, so he needed to prepare something special. Thinking of this, Night 17 looked in the direction of the experiment center. There were 3 of his forbidden objects placed there, which had been given to the Academy's researchers to study all right during this period of time.
3 months' time, it should be fine, right? The huge alien academy was definitely not just this many people, there were also various experimental bases for aliens here, specifically for research on alien abilities.
For example, what forbidden objects, magic objects, various materials, and so on.
Some trainees don't necessarily have to become night watchmen after graduation, but can also choose civilian jobs and become researchers.
Of course, wanting to become a professional in this area was even more difficult than becoming a night's watchman. The investment in a single forbidden research lab is a sky-high price. In order not to affect the surrounding environment, the lab itself uses a large amount of seafloor stone material to isolate the fluctuation of supernatural energy.
Spending so much on something wasn't for you to come and play with.
These places were not originally open to trainees, however, Night 17 was excluded.
Taking the special identity card given by Josie, Night 17 arrived unhindered all the way.
Inside a certain laboratory, 2 researchers were conducting tests on the skin of the heavenly devil tiger. When they saw Night 17 arrive, they were not surprised.
"Professor Liu, how's it going? Is there any new progress?" Night 17 greeted the older researcher. Professor Liu shook his head, no.
The rules of forbidden objects are so strange that the ones that can be placed in the Zhuge family museum have all undergone at least 100,000 experiments. It's only been 2 or 3 months, how could we possibly find the rules? Saying that, Professor Liu opened a screen on which the solutions that had been tried on the heavenly demon tiger skin were shown one by one. There were as many as hundreds of categories in there, each with as few as dozens of subdivisions and as many as hundreds. For example, the sound category to try, all kinds of musical instruments, from ancient times to the present, all tried once. For example, the temperature, from -30 degrees to 800 degrees of high temperature, have got it again. If it is not worried about the high temperature of what damage, can be studied all the way to tens of thousands of degrees. In addition, there are a variety of other strange and bizarre test methods. Night 17 briefly swept a few eyes, and finally rested his eyes on the liquid test column. There were quite a few types of liquids on it, and it even contained concentrated demon blood.
Tried and failed? He looked towards the heavenly demon tiger beast skin, and the silver light in his eyes flashed once again. Forbidden item rule: pour a sufficient amount of alien blood before each use. Sufficient amount? Night 17 somewhat understood.
The only problem now was how to get Professor Liu to pour in alien energy blood with a reasonable explanation. After thinking about it, Night 17 said, "Professor Liu, I feel that this heavenly demon tiger skin is dry and numb, not mellow at all."
"What, you want to disc it?" Professor Liu asked rhetorically. I mean, is it dehydrated?" Professor Liu couldn't help himself. Lack of water?
This is a forbidden object and not a magical object. Even the forbidden objects of the illusory beast system of exotic abilities have never heard of a lack of water.
But you can do the experiment if you want, just remember to update the information when the time comes.
Night 17 smiled, he was waiting for these words.
Alright, then I'll give it a try.
A few moments later, Night 17 got a whole bunch of things: what pure water, salt water, soy sauce, vinegar, several kinds of wine, drinks. All of these things were not worth much, he had all of them in his spatial eye. Of course, the most important thing was the demon blood.
This thing was the key.
Night 17 pretended to throw the forbidden objects into the various solutions, but those things didn't react to contact with the forbidden objects. Professor Lu stopped paying attention after watching for a while and turned around to start studying the other forbidden objects.
10 minutes later, only Night 17 himself was left in the room.
Seeing this, the latter revealed a smile before taking out a bucket of demonic blood as if nothing had happened. And then he directly threw the heavenly demon tiger skin in. The next moment, the blood in the bucket decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before and after just a few dozen seconds, a bucket of blood was actually gone. Seeing this, Night 17 quickly pulled out the demon blood that he had prepared long ago and kept pouring it in. After he had filled 100 liters of blood, the heavenly demon tiger skin finally stopped absorbing, and the next moment the monstrous fluctuation of foreign energy was suddenly withdrawn.
Success! Chapter 107: Brain Pain.
When the alien energy fluctuations disappeared, not more than a few tens of seconds later, the researchers in the other rooms ran over all at once. The crowd stared with wide eyes, disbelief in their eyes.
What happened? The alien energy fluctuations are gone? The rules are cracked?
Professor Lu looked at the heavenly demon tiger skin in Night 17's hand and was a bit confused.
He only left for a few minutes and you actually broke the rules?
Professor Lu knew that the rules of forbidden objects were related to liquids, but he didn't take the initiative to ask about the rules of forbidden objects. For the host, the forbidden object rule was the biggest secret. If this secret was made public, it was very likely that it would be missed by certain people with evil intentions. The fewer people knew the secret of the forbidden object rule, the safer it would be.
Professor Lu took a deep breath. Classmate 17, since you've cracked the rule of the forbidden object, why don't you try out its supernatural abilities?
Night 17 nodded as he grabbed the heavenly demon tiger skin, and the moment the supernormal ability came into contact with the heavenly demon tiger skin, a familiar feeling came back.
The Night 17 at the beginning didn't understand it, but now he already knew. This feeling was similar to the spirit weapon recognizing its owner in cultivation novels. After recognizing the owner, only he or she can manipulate it, unless he or she hasn't used it for a long time, and the rule update alien energy fluctuation reappears. At that time, someone would have to break the rules for the forbidden object once more in order to change the owner. With Night 17's alien energy injected into it, then he scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. My alien energy isn't quite enough.
Professor Lu and the others were not surprised. Different forbidden objects consumed different amounts of alien energy. Some forbidden objects were persistent in consuming alien energy, such as the power ring, which became stronger as more alien energy was injected into it. Some are one-time consuming, such as the space gate, which can only be activated by injecting enough foreign energy at once.
This heavenly demon tiger skin was clearly the latter. Several alien researchers had injected alien energy into it.
After sufficiently consuming the alien energy of 1B ranked alienist and 4C ranked alienists, the heavenly demon tiger skin finally reacted. In the next moment, that animal skin suddenly swelled up, and with a violent surge of alien energy, it actually turned into the appearance of a huge tiger in just a few seconds. This tiger was more than 2 meters tall, with a body length of 6 or 7 meters, almost filling half of the test room. Its body was white with purple stripes, imposing and majestic. Just standing there made many people lose their breath.
Phantom Beast System Forbidden Object. It really is a Phantom Beast System Forbidden Object. Professor Lu exclaimed, excitement in his voice.
Grade A fiend, this heavenly demon tiger skin is grade A when it transforms. That B-rank professor said excitedly. The only thing that could give a B-ranked alien such an intimidating pressure was an A-ranked demonic creature. Quick, try what it has the ability to do.
17, try commanding it. Someone said excitedly.
Don't, this place is too small to test it. Professor Lu hurriedly said.
This lab was very expensive. If you accidentally broke any equipment, it would be a huge expense.
Soon the crowd arrived outside the lab. Night 17's mind moved, and that demon tiger took a step. The movement was exactly as he had imagined.
It could be controlled.
Seeing this, Night 17 was satisfied, and with two minds, he controlled the heavenly demon tiger to make various movements. The surrounding fellows looked at the heavenly devil tiger that made all sorts of strange and bizarre movements and exclaimed in shock. On one hand, they were shocked by the physical toughness of the heavenly devil tiger, and on the other hand, they were shocked by Night 17's soul consciousness. In addition to consuming supernormal abilities, the use of forbidden objects was also a considerable burden on the spirit of a supernormal ability.
However, it was inconceivable that Knight 17 could actually do this on his first attempt.
Knight 17 was having fun when he suddenly lost contact with the Heavenly Devil Tiger, and the next moment the Heavenly Devil Tiger disappeared and returned into an animal skin.
5 minutes, the Sky Demon Tiger lasted for 5 minutes. A researcher said. 5 minutes? Knight 17 had some regrets. A B-ranked alien plus 4 C-ranked aliens should have 1/10 of the entire alien energy of an A-ranked alien.
If it was an A-class alien who fought with these abilities, not to mention 5 minutes, even 50 minutes would be possible. But here it was actually only possible to transform it for 5 minutes. The consumption was a bit high. Of course this couldn't be helped, the forbidden object was not an alien, and it must have certain constraints of its own.
5 minutes is already a super killer for the current stage of Knight 17.
At this time, several figures came from outside. The leader was again Jaws. How could he not come to such a big event as someone cracking a forbidden object? However, when he saw Knight 17 holding the animal skin in his hands, Jaws froze. You shouldn't be saying that you cracked this forbidden object rule.
Knight 17 revealed a coy smile. Sorry, it's really me.
Josie. Alright, let's talk about this matter later. Let's test the ability of this forbidden object first.
Half an hour later, Knight 17 left happily with the Sky Demon Tiger skin.
In the original place, Jaws and the others were dumbfounded. After a long time, one of the instructors spoke. Chief Instructor, do you think that the survival test 3 days later still needs to be changed? Originally, they had formulated many big gift packages for the many academies. But after seeing the ability of that forbidden object in Knight 17's hand, the original surprise didn't seem quite enough. What a heavenly demon tiger that could last for 5 minutes of a ranked combat power represented, Josie couldn't be clearer.
At this stage, this thing was an invincible existence.
It was a good thing that it consumed a lot of supernatural energy, and with Knight 17's current level of supernatural energy, he wouldn't be able to activate it by himself without a month or two. At most, he could only use it once in this examination. But this kind of thing had to be guarded against awe. Moreover, Jaws was still thinking about another thing. Since Knight 17 had this kind of phantom beast system forbidden object, as the rich second generation of the Juga family, did he also have a similar treasure? Chapter 108, What if the mentally ill became the night watchman? 3 days later. The trainees in the examination room entered one after another. When you see more than 10 instructors in the examination room, some students who want to speculate completely gave up. Not just a test, to such a thing. Jaws coldly said. A moment later, the paper is sent down to start answering the questions. The examination time is 2 hours. Who finished can leave. If found cheating, people directly expelled. What they want to cultivate is the Night's Watch, a soldier. Cheating this kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Knight 17 casually found a seat and sat down, when a pair of small hands appeared in front of him. Lollipop. One didn't need to think to know that it was Jinx. To be honest, Knight 17 wondered if this one was Josie's illegitimate daughter. Jinx in the academy as invisible people, since wearing the stone of the seafloor who do not care about her, want to go wherever. Hungry to go to the cafeteria to eat, and certainly is the number one set meal, sleepy to find a place to sleep, and there is a private dormitory. Usually when you are bored, you will chat with them, and they train Jinx to play next to them. This kind of thing in other people have long been dismissed, but Jaws they acquiesced. Knight 17 was puzzled. It was logical that this kind of psychopath couldn't be a Night's Watch member, but Jaws and the others still kept her around. There must be some special secret here. Thinking in his heart, Knight 17 took a lollipop to her. This kind of thing is always ready on him. After giving it, Knight 17 suddenly said, Jinx, you usually attend classes. Have you ever heard a teacher lecture? Teacher lecture? You say those old men heard but they speak very boring. All I know things, not interesting. Jinx licked the lollipop casually too. Knight 17 froze. You know all that? Yeah, I knew these things a long time ago. Sure enough, Jinx is not an oil lamp. She should have some special identity in addition to being a psychopath herself. Thinking of this, Knight 17 suddenly said, Then Jinx, let's play a game. Sure, what to play? In a while you sit down to take the test, we both do the questions at the same time. If you know more than me, I'll give you a bigger, longer and tastier lollipop. How about it? No problem. Hearing that there was a lollipop, Jinx directly sat next to Knight 17. The many instructors looked away, continuing as if they knew nothing. Soon the papers were handed out. Everyone began to answer the questions. All of them were writing diligently, while Jaws came to the side of Knight 17 to look at the two of them.
For the Night 17 he is absolutely assured, here is not a college entrance examination, we'll get what a difficult question at the end to pull points. The purpose of the academy is just to let the students can understand and master the basic theoretical knowledge. Jaws curiously looked at Jinx, who was on the side. For this problem teenage girl he hadn't been in charge. It wasn't that he didn't want to manage it, but he couldn't. Just like Fatty Juga and the others, this one came when the above also focused on saying, if worried about the danger can give her to wear the sea-floor stone. But cannot restrict her freedom, as if some horrible things will happen after restricting the freedom. This period of time he had been released, but he was curious to know what was so special about this little girl. Watching Jinx's dancing fingers, Jaws' eyes narrowed slightly. Not only was Jinx answering the questions correctly, but he was answering them quickly, at a speed that was almost as if he didn't need to think. Do mental patients still have the ability to forget? Time passes in a hurry. Half an hour later, Night 17 has completed 80% of the exam questions. Night 17 still had to continue writing, but Jinx on the side directly took the paper over, finished. Night 17 froze, faster than himself? On the side, Josie was a bit unsettled. 100 questions. Jinx students completed 82 questions, which is 82 questions all right. Night 17. Sure enough, he was a monster. How many questions did you get right? Jinx asked. Night 17 smiled, no need to look, you win. Saying that he took out a bigger lollipop from somewhere and handed it to her. The latter took the lollipop and left with a happy bounce. Night 17 skimmed a glance at Jaws, while the latter shrugged his shoulders to show that he didn't know either. After the little episode, the exam continued. 10 minutes later, Night 17 handed in his paper after checking the content, then one after another, some trainees began to hand in their papers. There was only will and won't here, there was no possibility of being blindfolded. When the time came to 1.5 hours, everyone had already submitted all their papers. The cafeteria resumed its usual variety of dishes, and Night 17's few people were eating, when the exam results were sent on everyone's cell phones. Opening the message, what caught their eyes was a column of students with perfect scores, a full 32 of them. Night 17 and Han Schweimer were all on the list. The crowd cheered, this 100 points had finally been taken completely. At this time, Jaws reappeared, the theory test is over, the next afternoon is for you to prepare your supplies. Tomorrow morning we will leave at 7 o'clock sharp, the content of the test is related to the survival challenge, all other information is confidential, any questions? This had already been said 3 days ago, this time it was just another reminder. At the dinner table, Night 17 looked at several others, based on the training we've been doing during this period of time, this assessment is definitely related to what we've learned. Is it collective survival or individual survival? Fatty Juga asked. The probability is individual survival, at least initially it should be. Night 17 simply said, since the academy was going to test the trainees, it would definitely find a way to separate them. Only in this way could their wilderness survival ability be tested. Night 17 scanned the crowd, he wasn't afraid of this kind of test, and Sister Frost and Yi Qingfeng definitely didn't have a problem with it either. As for Fatty Juga, it would depend on how much he had prepared in his pants, odds were that he would be fine as well. The most troublesome thing right now was probably Zhao Jun Demon. The seafloor stone in his body hadn't been unlocked until now, so once he encountered a demon it would be dangerous. Jun Demon, do you need any help there? Hearing Night 17's concern, Zhao Jun Demon shivered and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Seeing this, Han Schwanger's willow brows knit slightly, Fatty Juga stood in a tight line, and also Qingfeng almost retched. Zhao Jun Demon ignored the crowd and simply said, don't worry, I'm fine, even if I don't use my supernatural abilities the average E-class demon is not my opponent. This sentence wasn't him blowing it, if it was said that who amongst the cadets in this term had the best physical quality, it was undoubtedly Zhao Junmu. S-class talent wasn't something to be blown off, other illusory beast department powers were transformations, but here he was possessed. After Azura possession, Zhao Junmu's physique was raised to a perverted height. Even if the supernormal ability disappeared, the upper limit of his own physique still existed. During these 2 months of physical training, Zhao Junmu was always behind Night 17. He would finish when Night 17 finished, and he would do whatever Night 17 did. There was already an explanation for being able to do this, this level of training was completely stress-free for him. Hearing this, Night 17 nodded, then looked at Jinx, who was a self-interested acquaintance at the side. This person also wore a sea stone on his body just like Zhao Junmu. Zhao Junmu would go berserk if he used his powers, but this one could go berserk at any time. If the instructors really split them up, Jinx was undoubtedly the most dangerous one.
Speaking of which, Jinx wasn't really friends with them, at least Night 17 wouldn't put his life on the line for her. He just felt that there were certain secrets in this problematic girl that he wanted to look into. The test for admission, Jinx's score was not low, and this test score was also passable. If this next survival test could also get some scores, maybe this one could really graduate. A mental patient becoming a night watchman, this kind of thing seems to be a bit exciting. Chapter 109, 30 Days of Survival Challenge. Thinking of this, Night 17 raised his hand. Report. Speaking. May I ask if student Jinx is participating in this survival test? Participating. Then, will she unlock the seafloor stone when she participates in the examination? Will. Hearing this answer, many people were jolted. They recalled the little girl who sold bombs in the video back then. Jaws looked towards Night 17 and the others with a smirk in his eyes. Now they didn't even need them to deliberately create an opportunity, these little guys had already taken the initiative to embrace the group. Thinking of this, Jaws simply said, in a while Jinx students can unlock the seafloor stone, you want to stock up on some hot weapons you can. But thermal weapons don't count inside the basic supplies of this time, you have to spend money if you want to absorb it. Fatty Zuga on the side was instantly excited when he heard the word spend money, I'll do it, prepare a small target of arms weapons for her first. Night 17. Crowd. The corner of Josie's mouth twitched. $100 million of thermal weapons, you kid is not planning to let this girl blow up the test site, ah? Thinking of this, Jaws secretly told an instructor underneath, in a while, let the armory side speak about increasing the price of all the thermal weapons by 10 times, no, 20 times. That instructor. In the afternoon, the trainees began to get busy, getting all the things that needed to be prepared. Night 17 also pretended to make a big package. It looked big but didn't have much inside, so that no one would be suspicious when they went in to pull out something later. Of course, the most crucial thing is that he found a few researchers to help him replenish the alien energy needed for the skin of the heavenly demon tiger to the limit. This way it could be used as a killer when needed. And then Night 17, Fatty Zuga, and Jinx headed to the thermal weapons depot. Upon seeing the wide array of weapons, Jinx's entire body was excited. Then under the crowd's shocked gazes he devoured a shell, a grenade directly. Night 17's eyes silver light constantly flickering, the other party's this supernatural ability and he all space I have the same flavor. However, it was more focused and could only absorb and release hot weapons. However, accordingly, when absorbing or releasing, the consumption of supernatural energy is very low. Before and after but 3 minutes Jinx's stomach was filled with at least 300 bombs, other weapons, not to mention. In the end, enough to eat the market price of almost $3 million of arms and weapons after finally ate enough. Looking at directly lying on the ground huffing and puffing Jinx, Night 17 eyes flashing. A value of 3 million humanoid arsenal, even if the sea-level magic creature encountered have to die. The next morning, many trainees finished preparing at the airport. Except for Fatty Zuga and Jinx who were empty-handed, the others were all heavily armed. All of them stood in place like a benchmark, the 2 months of training had already taken the shape of a soldier. Jaws came to the front of the crowd and said loudly, the location of this survival test is near a large mountain 200 kilometers to the east of the White Mist Forbidden Area number 13. With that mountain range as the center, a radius of 100 miles is the assessment area. The breath of the crowd of trainees became a few moments harsher at these words. An examination area with a radius of 100 miles, this was a big deal. Night 17 looks like I knew it, the academy is so big just to prevent the trainees from contacting each other. Of course, this also means that the number of demons and dangers inside is extremely high. Josie coughed lightly and continued, here are some notes for you. First, this survival assessment time is 30 days, you only need to survive in the area for 20 days to get a passing score of 60 points, below 20 days there is no grade. After that, every additional day, the score increases by 4 points, and if you persist to 30 days you will get a full score of 100 points. Second, there is a special area in the very center of the region at the top of Huangshan Mountain, where any cadet who arrives there can earn an additional 10 additional points. These 10 points cadets have the ability to keep for themselves or the power to gift them to other cadets. When he said this, Jaws looked at Night 17 and was close to telling him, boy, this is something I prepared for you. There was definitely no problem with Night 17 graduating, but for the moment Zhao Junmu and Jinx were uncertain. Zhao Junmu's usual performance in the beginning of the examination was only 10 points, and the development of supernatural ability exercise in the next semester was basically a waste. So if you want to graduate a few other courses, you have to get enough points. And Jinx's the very beginning of the assessment still make do,
but the theory assessment score is only 82 points. On her own, want to adhere to 20 days is basically impossible. So a lot of points were needed as well. Jaws glanced at the crowd and continued, thirdly, your survival test is extensive. The instructors won't be following you the entire time, they'll be waiting at the camp inside. However, the camp is not to receive you, but to go over earlier to rescue you in case of an accident. That mountain forest congregation has a large number of demonic creatures, as well as other dangers. So, fourth, all of you will be equipped with a holographic camera to follow you when you leave, and the academy will also give you a special item," said Jaws, removing an egg-sized ball of earth. This is a rock shield, a consumable item made by an A-ranked Earth elementalist. Infused with elemental energy, it can release an Earth elemental barrier for up to 10 minutes. It can withstand the attacks of multiple D-rank magical creatures. In a moment each of you will have one of these. Use it immediately when you encounter danger, and remember not to joke with your lives. Of course, once you use this, it means you have given up the test and are eliminated. Oh yes, this examination also has 20 points of usual performance score. Want a higher score? Just live cannot be. Numerous trainees face a black. Part of them just now have planned how to live on. The result you came of this. This is forcing them to go hunting demons? The basic rules had already been explained clearly. At this time, a dozen helicopters flew in from the sky. Jaws said loudly, those whose names are read out in a moment get on the designated helicopters. They will bring you to the designated area. Now everyone come forward to receive the equipment. As Jaws' words fell, the crowd got busy. Knight 17 and the others quickly gathered. Han Frost frowned slightly. 17, what do we do? A large portion of the various settings of this examination could be directed at them. Knight 17 stole a glance at Josie to make sure the instructors weren't prying before saying, the gathering place is tentatively set to the east. Everyone prioritize their own safety and hold out for at least 20 days. After 20 days, everyone head to the eastern part of the assessment area to gather for 3 days. It's best if you can find it. If you can't, try to head to Yellow Mountain. Of course, this is just what I thought of on the fly. When the time comes, we may encounter a lot of other problems. There's no need for everyone to necessarily execute this plan. Be flexible. The variables of this kind of examination, plans can never catch up with changes. Since they could split the trainees up, they wouldn't find loopholes for them, and it didn't take much thought to realize that there was definitely no signal in those kind of wild mountains. I Ching Fong bristled. How can it be so troublesome? 50 miles I can ascend to the top of Huangshan Mountain in 2 days. For this guy who loves to brag and has a good face, Knight 17 directly ignored it. The plan has been said, listen to it or not, that is his business. Chapter 110, The Good Show Begins. Said Knight 17 looked to Jinx and handed her a big bag of food and then handed her a stone. It was the forbidden Zimmer stone. Jinx took that Zimu stone and looked at it, not feeling anything. Seeing this, Knight 17 said, Student Jinx, protect this thing. When we meet in a few days, you can trade this with me for lollipops. Other people are good to say, but Jinx definitely can't last for 20 days, not to mention 20 days, just her outfit for 3 days is enough. So it was imperative to find her before she did something wrong or was eliminated. The humanoid arsenal was a big killer, and he still wanted to use it as a base card. No problem. Hearing the lollipop, Jinx carefully put it away. Soon the crowd boarded the plane, and not surprisingly, Knight 17 and all of them got on different planes. Seeing Knight 17 and the others leave, Jaws had a curious gaze in his eyes. He was curious to know what special performance Knight 17 and the others had in this examination. The location of this examination was located near Long Province in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of the high concentration of the population, many places became no man's land. The crowd finally arrived at the destination after a long flight of several hours. On the airplane, looking around the lush expanse of green ocean. Beasts and humans can awaken psychic abilities, and plants can do the same. Of course, this proportion is relatively low, but the corresponding birth of some mutated plants. Today's jungle was not at all worse than the danger zones where demons roamed. When arriving at the assessment area, the helicopter began to drop the trainees. Knight 17 estimated that the distance between the trainees was at least 20 miles. Without special means, it would definitely be impossible to find the others in a short period of time. Soon, another place arrived. This time Knight 17 got off the airplane. The humid and stuffy air in the jungle was a bit uncomfortable. It felt like soaking in water. There was nothing but a timer in the clearing. The time shown on it was still 1.5 hours left, according to the regulations 1.5 hours before he could leave. Knight 17 looked around and had already judged the exact location. After thinking about it, he directly took out the daughter stone. With the foreign energy injected into it, Knight 17 felt the location of another daughter stone.
About 80 miles from himself, but the other party is still moving.
Look at the course of action at this time to go to the westernmost.
If it is the westernmost, then the final distance should be around 145 miles.
Not bad, not the worst possible outcome. Knight 17 looked towards the jungle.
This kind of dense jungle wanted to move forward fast. Forward impossible, it is easy to be attacked by demons or other creatures. So first of all, he had to disguise himself, including clothing and odor, and then look for a suitable location to make a temporary camp.
If it was only Knight 17 himself, he would definitely do this.
But now he wasn't alone, there was another problematic young girl that he needed to save. The food he gave Jinx could only be eaten for a maximum of 3 days, giving more than that the girl would most likely just throw it away on the way. So he himself had to cross these 200 miles of mountains and forests to find her, within 4 days at the latest. The difficulty is not small. Time rushed by. When the countdown ended, Knight 17 had already changed into a mountain forest ghillie suit.
The colorful protective colors could dodge most of the monster attacks, and the nanotites could ward off insect poisons. The only things left were dangerous plants, large beasts, and magical creatures.
Taking a deep breath, Knight 17 drew his tang sword and set off towards the jungle. At the top of Yellow Mountain, inside the temporary camp, Jaws and the others were watching the performance of the many trainees. Most of the trainees were still moderate, but there were a few special ones. For example, as soon as Fatty Juga landed there, he pulled out a few titanium alloy steel plates from his pants, and then in 3 to 5 strokes built an iron box that was more than 2 meters wide and 3 meters long. 2 of these steel plates also have windows. However, this is not over. The box is built, only to see him from the crotch of his pants to pull out a Simmons fluffy bed, and then pulled out a self-battery electric light. And then there was actually a small hot pot. The crowd almost vomited blood as they watched. This is a survival test?
Your ING here on vacation.
After hesitating for a moment, Jaws did not play his cards. Juga Fatty approach is shameless, but this is also his ability. To have resources and not use them would be a real waste. On the other screen, the jungle was full of ravages, and a dozen large pits on the ground were scorched.
Obviously these were Jinx's handiwork.
That is, only after getting off the plane to give her to unlock the sea floor stone, otherwise the helicopter cannot reach the destination or not certain it. Of course, for this problem teenage Jaws did not pay too much attention. This kind of test is very unfriendly to Jinx, who suffers from mental illness.
Not to mention 20 days, 5 days cannot necessarily adhere to it.
Even he doubted that this little girl would be able to use the rock shield. Jaws toggled the controller, and the screen swept over the 2 Han Schwanger and I Ching Feng again. Compared to the 2 in front of them, these 2 were even moderate, disguising themselves and then starting to build a temporary shelter. The image shifted again, and when Jaws saw Zhao Junmu, he realized that this guy didn't have anything too much to hide, but was violently making his way towards the front. His position was at the southernmost part of the assessment area, and the direction he was advancing in was the northeast.
That direction was where Fatty Juga was.
The target being so clear was obviously planned long ago. Jaws rubbed his chin. He was a little curious as to what secrets these little guys had secretly discussed before. A few moments later the screen was changed. When Jaws saw the screen of Knight 17, he suddenly froze. Knight 17 was also well camouflaged, but instead of making a temporary camp, he was heading straight towards the depths of the jungle. And the movement was swift, not at all like exploring. And the direction of advancement was the southwest, the opposite of Zhao Junmu.
What was going on here?
Turning this kind of thing was definitely impossible, and Zhao Junmu, leaving aside for the time being, was also sure to have some kind of special purpose.
The southwestern direction was exactly the direction Jinx was in. Jaws frowned. Could it be that Knight 17 knew Jinx's exact location through some method, wanting to find her before she was eliminated?
He didn't care if Knight 17 was looking for someone, but Jinx had $3 million worth of arms supplies in her body, which was a big killer. Thinking of this, Josie simply said, "Inform camps 10, 11, and 12 to release the first batch of demons and make sure to stop Knight 17.
An instructor beside him whispered, "Chief Instructor, wasn't our previous plan to release it after 6 hours?
Jaws rolled his eyes. 6 hours, after 6 hours the food will be cold, don't talk nonsense and execute immediately.
The crowd stopped talking and gave the order.
A few minutes later, inside the special camp that had long been set up in the jungle, a single demonic creature burrowed into the jungle. As they advanced, Knight 17 suddenly heard the howling of the demons in the distance.
Is a good show coming? Chapter 111, Unstoppable.
In the jungle, Knight 17 was moving towards the southwest direction through the bushes. A green snake suddenly appeared in the bushes, and it opened its bloody mouth and headed straight for Knight 17's throat.
When the snake was about to bite Knight 17, a silver light flashed and the snake turned into two corpses. Knight 17 was not happy at all after killing the green snake. Even with his dynamic vision, he hadn't even been able to detect the green snake's protective color in the first place. If the green snake was a little faster, himself would have been in real danger. Obviously, this place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Of course, this was also because he was in a hurry and had no time to check the surrounding environment. Taking a deep breath, Knight 17 continued to advance. Since he had already decided to find Jinx, then he couldn't stay here. However, this time, the fluctuation of foreign energy was felt in his vision without going out far. In the next moment, a demonic wolf scurried out from the jungle. The demonic wolf had a bloodthirsty gaze in its eyes when it saw Knight 17, without the slightest bit of fear. Knight 17 frowned slightly. Drugged? There was no need to think about it to know that it was planned by the academy. Inside the monitoring room, Josie and the others came to be interested. An E-class coyote that had awakened its speed ability was definitely not a match for Knight 17. What they were curious about was how long it would take Knight 17 to kill it. Guess, how long will it take this kid to solve this demonic wolf? Jaws laughed. I bet 2 packs of cigarettes that it will take at most a minute if the demon wolf doesn't run away. Our medicine has also given it a trace of sanity. It shouldn't be stupid enough to rush up. 3 minutes. Within 1 minute of a frontal battle, if the demon wolf is obscene, at least 5 minutes. A few instructors over here speculated with 1 word from you and 1 from me. In the jungle, the battle between Knight 17 and the demon wolf had already begun. When sensing the level of the demon wolf's supernatural ability, Knight 17 took a step out to take the lead and rushed up, slashing at the demon wolf. There was no need to be careful with an E-class demonic creature yet. Seemingly sensing the alien energy in Knight 17's body, the demonic wolf hissed and didn't attack directly, but quickly pulled away towards one side. It quickly pulled away to the side and ran far away. Looking at the agile figure of the demonic wolf, Knight 17's eyes narrowed slightly. Speed type ability? Before sea level, speed type ability demons are very troublesome. Their mobility is too strong. Even if they can't be beaten, they can still harass you. Very disgusting. However, since this demonic wolf had taken medicine, its sanity shouldn't be clear. Thinking of this, Knight 17 held the tang blade in one hand and slowly reached into the backpack with the other. Saying that it was reaching into the backpack, it was actually entering into the space at a glance. The next moment, a sealed smoked chicken was pulled out from the backpack. When the sealed bag was torn open, the tantalizing aroma immediately entered the taste buds of that demon wolf. The brain of the demonic wolf that had long been hungry for 2 days went blank, and the desire to hunt for food completely overwhelmed its mind as it hissed and rushed forward. Knight 17 was waiting for this moment. A flash of coldness flashed across the tang sword, heading straight for the demon wolf. Sensing the sharp coldness of the tang sword, the wolf suddenly stopped halfway and jumped to the side again. However, it was already too late to run at this time. When it jumped sideways, Knight 17 also moved, stepping out first in the same direction as the demon wolf jumped away. This side of the demonic wolf landed on the ground before turning around. A flash of silver light has already flashed. Stabbing. Tang knife in the side of the demon wolf cut a huge mouth. Blood flowed horizontally. The demonic wolf wailed as it was injured, and at the same time, it also inspired its ferociousness, and turned around to bite Knight 17. However, what was waiting for him was a brightly shining tang knife. Plop! The tang knife directly pierced into the demon wolf's skull. Demon wolf, dead. The whole process didn't take even 10 seconds, not to mention 1 minute. Knight 17 only used 2 rounds to cleanly take away the demonic wolf. Inside the monitoring room, there were strange eyes. Knight 17's battle was not quite what they had imagined. They had thought that Knight 17 should have gone through a lot of trouble even if he won, but it was actually over in the blink of an eye. Instead of saying that Knight 17 was powerful, it was more like that demon wolf was too stupid. Of course, what was more crucial was that this guy seemed to be able to predict the demon wolf's position. He even moved himself before the demon wolf could move. Jaw's eyes narrowed slightly. Dynamic vision plus bullet time. Melee combat was something that this kid understood. If this kid's physique improved a bit more, even a combat type adept of the same level would be able to fight head on. Chief Captain, what next? Someone asked in a low voice. All of the demons released had been starved and drugged for 2 or 3 days. Unless the strength of the demonic creatures was much higher than Knight 17, a few of them would be a gift. After hesitating for a moment, Jaws shook his head. Forget about him for now. Knight 17 was the key figure in this examination, but it couldn't be because he was releasing the D-ranked demonic creature at this time. That way the other trainees wouldn't even think about passing the examination. Night 17's purpose was to go to Jinx, not to come to Yellow Mountain. There was no need for special treatment for the time being. After killing the demonic wolves, Night 17 continued to move forward, encountering 2 demons in the middle, all of which were quickly resolved. Time passes in a hurry. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Night 17 had traveled only 30 miles. It is obviously more dangerous to move forward in the dark. Their visual ability does not have the ability to sense heat. Even if they do, it is impossible to stay awake for a few days and nights. After thinking about it, Night 17 found a big thick tree and climbed up in 3 or 2 steps. And then smeared a layer of grease on the tree trunk, so that ordinary insects, snakes and rats could not climb up. The screen in the monitoring room kept jumping. Some people dug holes in the ground, some people brought tents, and some people made a thatched hut. Most of the trainees were making shelters from local materials. 2 months of learning and exercising, for these alien trainees, these were not called problems. The real test was how to both rest well and remain alert enough in this environment. Especially after everyone's food ran out a few days later, that was when the test really began. The night was uneventful, and the day dawned in the blink of an eye. The next day, when a ray of sunlight shone into the jungle began to come alive. On the tree branch, Night 17 opened his eyes and moved his somewhat stiff shoulders. Sleeping like this was safe, but it was really uncomfortable. Night 17 used the Zimmer stone and realized that there was still a distance of 120 miles from Jinx. That problematic girl's location did not have a large range, although it occasionally changed a little. This was already the best result for Night 17. Simply ate something and set off again. Since he decided to bring Jinx along to complete this examination, Night 17 would not give up lightly. However, among the many trainees, those like Night 17 were only a minority. For most of the trainees, although they had been learning for 2 months, they were still nervous about their first wild survival. Coupled with the occasional chirping of insects and birds outside, and the occasional appearance of creatures, many of the trainees lost sleep on the first night. Early in the morning everyone was listless, heavy dark circles under their eyes like a panda. And this was exactly what the instructors wanted to see. Chapter 112: Zhao Junmu's Growth. The entire day of the second day, other than Night 17 and Zhao Junmu, everyone else was basically making various survival tools in place while adjusting their status. Compared to the first day, nothing much happened on the second day instead. Night 17's luck was still the same. He ran into 2 demonic attacks on the road, and both were taken away in minutes. And Zhao Jun Demon's luck was even better. On the road, he only encountered some snakes, insects, rats and ants harassment, but did not encounter any demonic creature attacks. For a whole day, Night 17 had traveled 60 miles. When he rested, he would check the location of the Golden Skull. In the blink of an eye, it came to the 3rd day. Jaz, who was drinking soy milk and eating donuts in the morning, glanced at the many trainees who had just woken up on the screen. The dark circles under the eyes of some of the trainees were getting heavier and heavier. It was obvious that they hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. There were also cadets whose spirits were getting better and better, gradually adapting to the environment here. The cadets who were in good condition began to go out and explore. Although Jaz allowed them to carry all kinds of equipment and supplies, it was impossible to rely on these things to last for 30 days. So food and water sources all needed to be searched for, and the sooner they found them, the more favorable it would be for them. Some people explored their surroundings, while others fought with poisonous beasts. The lucky ones could find some food and water, the unlucky ones might run into demons. Not everyone was a monster like Night 17 or Zhao Jun Demon, and the average trainee encountering an E-class demonic creature was often a grueling battle. Whether it was practical training or the development of supernatural abilities was something for the next semester, encountering a demon at this time was really beyond the syllabus. In the jungle, Zhao Junmu was still advancing in his original direction, and behind him there was a road made of chopped down branches of the forest. The road was straight and could not be seen at all. Zhao Junmu used this method to make sure he was moving in the right direction, preventing himself from deviating from his original direction. As he was walking, the roar of a demonic creature came from the front, but Zhao Junmu continued on as if he hadn't heard it. A moment later a chimpanzee appeared in his field of vision. Inside the surveillance room, the crowd came to be interested. Zhao Jun Demon didn't know if it was just luck that he only encountered the demonic creature on the 3rd day. Zhao Jun Demon in his Azura-possessed state was indeed perverted, but they didn't really know how he was when he was sealed. During these 2 months of physical training he had been looking up to Night 17 and hadn't shown his true power at all. They were curious as to how the current Zhao Jun Demon really was. "Is that demon ape a released demon?" Jaz asked. Report, this one is not, it should be a wild demonic creature, the alien attributes are still unknown. Unknown?
Just as he was thinking, the demonic ape took the lead in launching an attack, only to see the demonic ape pounding its chest hard. The next moment it rushed towards Zhao Jun Demon like a cannonball. Zhao Jun Demon's eyes stared and he crossed his sword in front of his chest. The next moment the devil ape's sandbag-sized fist smashed hard against his blade. With a bang, Zhao Jun Mo directly flew backwards. This flight was more than 10 meters away, directly crashing through 2 tree trunks before he managed to stop.
Superman system, power catapult. With a single glance, Jaws could see the demon ape's special ability.
Power catapult was only a C-grade talent level, allowing both legs to explode with powerful force for a short period of time. It wasn't considered a powerful ability, but with the strong size of the demon ape itself the threat was indeed not bad. This kind of eruption could only attack in a straight line, and knowing the characteristics of the ability made it a lot easier to deal with.
But Zhao Jun Devil was too arrogant and didn't dodge, directly ate this blow. I'm afraid that an ordinary student would have been seriously injured by this blow.
Several instructors were considering whether to send someone over to rescue him, when Zhao Junmo slowly stood up. Feeling the injuries to his bones and internal organs, Zhao Junmo grinned, a demonic color flashing in his eyes. After staying with Night 17 for so long he hadn't shown this kind of look in his eyes for a long time. If someone who truly understood him saw this scene, they would understand that Zhao Jun Demon showing this kind of look meant that he was excited. With a wave of the taijutsu in his hand, Zhao Junmo waved his hand towards the demonic ape once again. Provocation. Roar. As the overlord of this area, how could the demon ape have received this kind of provocative behavior? Its legs retracted, and in the next moment, the dirt exploded. Boom! A footprint more than 10 centimeters deep appeared on the grass where it had left. And the demon ape itself once again attacked like a cannonball, its speed 3 times faster than just now. In the face of the demon ape's iron fist, Zhao Junmo didn't dodge or avoid a knife and stabbed out fiercely. Inside the monitoring room, a group of instructors were dumbfounded. What was this, fighting for their lives? Under the crowd's stunned gaze, one person and one ape ruthlessly collided together. The devil ape's iron fist smashed into Zhao Jun Demon's chest, and the latter's Tai saber stabbed into the other's chest. Bang! The next moment the demon ape retreated 2 steps before stopping his stance, while Zhao Jun Demon once again flew out backwards and ruthlessly crashed into a thick tree. The trunk of the tree that was 1 person thick even directly snapped open. Quickly, have someone go to the rescue! Jaws exclaimed. During this time Zhao Jun Demon had been cooperating with the treatment, thought that his heart had gotten better, but it turned out that he was actually a lunatic as well. Just as an instructor was about to give the order, Jaws suddenly said, "Wait." In the holographic photography, Zhao Jun Demon, who withstood such a terrifying blow, actually stood up quickly, but his body was trembling slightly. Not dead? This kind of attack, even trainees with defensive abilities might not be able to carry it, and this guy was actually fine? Not far away, the demon ape whose heart had been pierced hissed, and blood gushed out from the wound in his chest like a fountain. Zhao Jun Demon's slash had pierced directly into the demon ape's heart. It still wanted to continue fighting, but its body slowly became uncontrollable, and after a few seconds, it all of a sudden collapsed to the ground and lost its life. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. They had thought that Zhao Jun Demon would be seriously injured from the collision between the two, but it turned out that the demon ape had died violently instead. What exactly happened just now? At this time, only to see Zhao Jun Devil will not know when to take down from the left hand of the sea floor stone trembling to put back on. Only then did his originally trembling body regain its composure. Upon seeing this scene, Jaws smiled. He already knew what had just happened. Obviously, the moment the demon ape attacked him, Zhao Jun Demon had used an alien ability to strengthen his physique. With the strong physique of a D-rank alien himself plus a hint of Azura's power, how could an E-rank demon ape injure him? The most crucial thing was that under the bondage of the 2 Hellas stones, Zhao Junmo actually didn't completely lose his consciousness immediately after releasing his psychic ability. He was actually able to have the consciousness to put on the sea floor stones again. Jaws was curious and wondered what level of control over his supernatural abilities he could reach by the day he graduated. The battle ended, and Zhao Jun Demon panted heavily. He didn't care about the injuries on his body, and at the moment, his eyes were flashing with a brilliant light. This kind of attempt was something he had also started practicing in the last week. The attempt just now was a bit risky, and if he was not careful, he would either be seriously injured or lose control of his body. But the effect was not bad, at least it met his expectations. Of course, this was still far from being completely free from Azura's control. Just now the two seafloor stones took up at least 99% of the ceiling effect, or else he would have gone berserk long ago. But this was also enough to prove that his control over his supernatural abilities had made great strides now. One must realize that it had only been 3 months. As Night 17's alien energy level increased, the speed of giving bosses a scrape was definitely getting faster and faster. Sure enough, following Night 17 was the right choice. Chapter 113 Gathering. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Jun Demon moved his body, this time resting for a moment before striding forward in the direction of his goal. Time passed in a hurry, and the day passed quickly. When the sun was about to set, Zhao Jun Mo suddenly saw a wisp of cooking smoke in the distance. Someone was making a fire? Building a fire in the jungle was a big no-no. If you weren't careful, it was easy to ignite the forest, and it was also easy to attract other demons. All of this knowledge was taught during training, and as a result, someone actually took the initiative to make a mistake. After thinking about it, Zhao Junmo walked towards that direction. Passing through a forest, what met his eyes was a large burn clearing. In the center of the clearing, a fire was burning, and on top of the fire was a cauldron in which a rich soup was cooking. Next to the fire is actually a tin house, and the house area is not small, roughly looks like there must be 50 or 60 square feet. At this moment, Fatty Zhuge was eating with his mouth full of oil, completely not sensing that someone had arrived. It was only when Zhao Junmu approached the ladder that he noticed that someone had come. Fatty Zhuge was a bit surprised. Classmate Zhao, you actually came so quickly, ah? Night 17 didn't come? Zhao Junmu asked. No, didn't student 17 say that he developed himself for the first 20 days? Zhao Junmu faintly let out an oh of lack of interest. In response, Fatty Zhuge had long gotten used to it. Since we're here, let's eat first. Saying this, Fatty pulled out a few plates of sliced meat from his pants, and pulled out a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Smelling the pungent aroma, Zhao Jun Devil's stomach growled. The previous battle had consumed a lot of energy and he was really hungry. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Junmu picked up the chopsticks. When the day completely darkened, all the trainees returned to their own residences. However, Night 17 did not rest, but continued to advance. After 2.5 days of hasty traveling, there were now 3 kilometers left to Jinx. It's just this much distance left, that's definitely the first thing to find. Time rushed by. When the time came to more than 8 o'clock in the evening, Night 17 passed through a piece of jungle suddenly froze. Under the dim moonlight, Night 17 could vaguely see the scorched black land around him. There were burnt trees everywhere, and a pit could be seen on the ground every few meters. One could even smell the smell of smoke in the air. Obviously some horrific battle had taken place here. Night 17 quickly stepped forward in the direction of the Zimmer stone. Soon, Night 17 arrived at his destination, and upon seeing Jinx, then the whole person was blinded. A ray of moonlight shone on Jinx's body, and at this moment she was huffing and puffing in the clearing. No house, no quilt, just lying on the grass and huffing and puffing. Although the clothes on the young girl's body were a bit dirty and unkempt. Obviously the state of these days is not too good, but Night 17 can feel that the latter's breath is smooth, at least there is no injury. Looking around, Night 17 is also drunk. This environment can actually sleep peacefully, and there is no poisonous beast attack? Is this a lucky aura? In fact, this problem, not only the Night 17 curious, monitoring room and the instructors are also very helpless. Jinx must have let himself go once he got off the airplane and unlocked the seafloor stone. All kinds of thermal weapons destroyed everything within a radius of tens of meters in minutes. If you're tired of playing, you can simply rest in place, eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're sleepy, and do not care about anything else. But because of the destruction of the surrounding environment by the thermal weapons, the poisonous insects, snakes and ants all died cleanly. The dense smoke made the poisonous creatures stay away, and even the magical creatures wouldn't choose to get close. So someone just slept for 3 days in a dignified manner. Even sleeping like a dead pig, there was no danger. A few moments later, Night 17 set up the tent and glanced at the trash on the ground, leaving Jinx with less than a day's worth of food and water left. Night 17 wondered what this one would do tomorrow if he hadn't come today. Jinx felt something poking him in his sleep and muttered, "Nasty, don't disturb my sleep." Night 17. If this were a demonic creature to come over, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know how to die, right? Jinx, student, wake up first, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Jinx then opened his eyes in a daze. When she saw Night 17, she instantly came to her senses. She took out the Zimmer stone and said happily, "You promised to give me a lollipop when we meet again." Night 17 smiled and handed her the lollipop that had been prepared long ago. "Alright, don't sleep on the ground, it's too humid, go sleep in the tent."
The 10th Night 17 had already gotten good, originally wanted to get 2 of them. However, in order to prevent the instructors from being suspicious, Night 17 didn't dare to get more. Receiving the lollipop, Jinsk happily ran into the tent and went to sleep. Night 17 yawned and simply hit the ground outside the open shed, looking through the forest leaves to the stars in the sky. Night 17 didn't know when his personality changed, in the past, except for Sister Frost and Grandpa he wouldn't care about anyone. As a result, this time he actually traveled 150 miles for Jinx. Was it because he was using Jinx as a bottom card? There was a little bit, but not really. Although Jinx could be used as a toolman, it was much worse than the heavily demon tiger skin. Him helping Jinx was more like him helping Fatty Juga to complete his training content. Maybe there was a little bit of interest, but more than that he wanted to do it himself. At the very beginning, his purpose of coming here was to accompany Sister Frost while completing Fu Zi's requirements, and the rest really didn't matter. But now that Night 17 had met some strange and weird people, it was undeniable that whether it was Fatty Juga or Zhao Jun Demon, they had left a deep impression on him. In his inner heart, just like Zhao Junmu said, they were perhaps the same kind of people. The one class here meant that their identities and experiences were different from the norm, possessing their own secrets. It was interesting to be with these people. Back to God, the tent has heard Jinx's subtle snoring. Sleeping for 2 days wet grass, this little girl is also can. Night 17, a smile stretched out, will a blanket over the body to fall into a deep sleep. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws looked at Night 17 and Jinx helplessly shook his head. 3 days without Jinx being eliminated did exceed his expectations, but overall everything was still within control. After thinking about it, Jaws asked, "How many cadets are gathered now?" Report, there are currently 13 small groups, 8 2-person teams, 4 3-person ones, and 1 4-person team. There was a distance of almost 30 miles between the cadets, but for most cadets half a day was enough time to explore 30 miles. So it was only a day's time before there were more than 30 people hugging the group. This result was expected of them. However, these cadets were being a bit presumptuous. Jaws had a teasing look in his eyes. "Some of you little guys just can't understand what I'm saying. Originally I wanted to give you guys 20 days to practice your survival skills. But now you guys actually want to directly cross over to start the later assessment, so I'll satisfy you and implement Plan B for these 13 groups of trainees." Chapter 114, Difficulty Escalation. It was late at night and all the trainees were resting. Somewhere in a tent built with tree branches, 2 trainees were huffing and puffing. In this kind of place with a classmate by their side, the security would be greatly improved. A few people who had been sleepy for 2 days could finally have a good night's sleep. However, when the time came to the early morning, a bell suddenly rang not far from the tent. That was the alarm set by the 2 people. Hearing the sound, one person immediately woke up. "Wake up, there's a beast." The other student woke up and hurriedly grabbed the weapon beside him and stood on guard. The beast that touched the alarm heard the sound and whooshed into the jungle and disappeared. Seeing this, the 2 sighed in relief and waited for 10 minutes to make sure there was nothing wrong before lying down again. However, half an hour later, just as the 2 were drifting in and out of sleep, another bell rang out. The 2 trainees got up again, but before they could reach for their weapons, the wild monster ran away again. "I was nervous for 2 days before and didn't come across a single beast, but today I came across 2 in an hour." "That's right, I don't know if it's the same beast twice. If it is, we might be targeted. Then we must kill this beast, or else we will be annoyed to death by the constant harassment." The 2 of them had already lost all sleep at this time, and began to think about how to set up traps. Whoever came so twice while sleeping wouldn't be able to stand it either. What they didn't know was that the same thing happened in 12 other places. All the camps of the trainees with multiple people working together were harassed by wild beasts. One camp had no alarm device set up and was almost sneaked by a cheetah. This night was destined to be sleepless for these people. Of course, not everyone could not sleep, such as Fatty Juga and Jinx. In the western part of Yellow Mountain, Night 17 looked at the already dead boar on the ground with a slight frown. This wild boar actually dared to enter this area. Its guts were really a bit big. And this was already the 3rd wild monster tonight. The chances of this kind of wild beast coming out was obviously not normal anymore. If it was this dense, Jinx would logically have been attacked by the wild beasts a long time ago. But she was still alive and well these days, so there was only one possibility that these wild beasts were man-made. Night 17 bristled. This group of instructors were also idle. Understanding what happened, Night 17 simply set a few reminder devices, then returned to continue sleeping. However, in his hand was an additional sniper rifle with its own night vision device. "You want to command the beasts to come and harass them?" Come can, but leave your life behind.
Outside a certain tin house on the eastern side of Huangshan Mountain, two wild boars were scratching the wall under the thick wall panels.
This kind of alloy tin is not something they can break through.
Inside the house, Fatty Zhuge was huffing and puffing, completely ignoring the commotion outside. In the next room, Zhao Junmu was also in a half-asleep state, similarly ignoring these wild monsters. Inside the monitoring room, the officers on night duty looked at the wild monster corpses at Night 17's feet and the wild monsters around Fatty Zhuge and fell into deep thought.
Why was their place not the same as other places? On the fourth day, early in the morning.
Next to the fire, Jinx was eating roasted meat. Compressed cookies and other things are not as good as roasted meat.
Night 17 ate while thinking about the next thing.
The requirement of this test is to survive for 30 days. According to Josie's words, the first 20 days should be given for nothing. As long as the trainees have learned all the previous survival techniques, there should be no problem.
However, the previous demons and yesterday's wild monster harassment were obviously different from what he thought. If ordinary trainees were to engage in this kind of behavior, they would collapse within a few days, right? After thinking for a moment, Night 17 somewhat understood the intentions of the instructors. Will the difficulty increase after the trainees gather?
If one's guess is accurate, the instructors have placed magical objects in the middle of all the trainees in the jungle to block them. The purpose was to let the cadets survive independently and bring out what they had learned.
After surviving these 20 days, the later ones were the real bonus test.
However, if someone could find a teammate before the 20 days like he did, the difficulty would escalate. That time would be the second stage, where the trainees cooperated with each other, alternated rests, and worked on their team skills. Therefore, the difficulty immediately escalated a great deal after he found Jinx himself, with all sorts of beasts constantly harassing and preventing him from resting. After figuring out what happened, Night 17 wasn't in a hurry to go to the east to gather. Since the academy wanted to exercise their wilderness survival ability, let's do it. Gathering now would instead lead to an increase in the difficulty of the test, which was completely unnecessary. Just as he was thinking, Night 17 sensed something moving in the distance, picked up the sniper rifle, turned around, aimed, and fired.
Boom! The bullet discharged and instantly disappeared into the forest. A mongoose lost its life with a miserable cry. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws happened to see this scene. How many has this kid killed? Report, 7 have been killed since last night, an average of 1 an hour.
Jaws frowned. All the domesticated beasts have not escaped this guy's hunting. This aspect is a tough one. Forget it, don't harass him for the time being. It's not easy to domesticate some beasts. We can't let him lose them all.
Understood. What about Zhuge Yucai and Zhao Jun Demon? An instructor asked. At the moment, Zhuge Yucai was eating shabu shabu with Zhao Junmu in the room.
There were all sorts of spices on the side. Those who knew were here for the survival test, those who didn't thought they were on vacation. Jaws looked at it with some toothache. Just how big was this little fatty's crotch? He actually put everything in it. These two put together, without 3 or 5 magical creatures, are difficult to give them trouble.
Jaws sighed. Come normally on their side, there's no need to deliberately target them. Where's Han Frosty and Yi Qingfeng?
The scene shifted again. At this moment, Han Schwanger was fishing by the river. When Han Schwanger's jade hand touched the river, the current in the river was instantly frozen. Then a few small fishes and shrimps were gotten up.
Compared to the others, Han Schwanger's place was the most in line with the normal student assessment program.
Surviving alone and practicing all the survival skills. But at this stage, this difficulty didn't seem to be any threat to her.
For Han Schwanger, this kind of survival environment was many times better than going into the danger zone in the east.
Coming to this kind of place, she wasn't worried about Night 17's safety at all, and since the original plan was to gather in 20 days, she would just travel for a few days first. The screen turned again. When they saw the screen of also clear wind, the eyes of the crowd became odd. At this moment, Qingfeng was advancing through the jungle. There was nothing special about the style of equipment on his body. But there was something wrong with the direction someone was advancing in. The screen could already see the rising mountain peaks from afar. This kid actually came straight to Yellow Mountain. The dagger in Yi Qingfeng's hand kept sweeping away the vine manor forest leaves, moving straight ahead in the direction of Yellow Mountain.
Going to the east to gather?
That's a choice only for the weak. A real man is to arrive at the top of the mountain directly.
Looking at Yi Qingfeng's beaten expression, Jaws smiled. How far is he from the foot of the mountain? Reporting for examination, there are still 7.6 kilometers to go. Is the D-rank demon ready? Reporting, always ready.
Jaws simply said, since this prick wants to give it a try, let's play with him, get him a speed-type D-ranked magical creature. I'd like to see how he'll pass.
Those monsters couldn't clean up, so I can't clean you up? Chapter 115 Heavy Rainfall Coming.
In the jungle, Yi Qingfeng had already traveled dozens of miles and was about to arrive at the foot of Mount Huangshan. At this moment the time has come to the afternoon, this time certainly cannot continue to climb the mountain. Although the wind is arrogant but also know the measure, began to make tools to build a place to live. While he was busy, a commotion suddenly came out from the jungle not far away. The sound came from far away and came towards himself. In the next moment, a yellow residual shadow scurried out from the forest. Yi Qingfeng had been waiting for the yellow shadow, and when he saw it coming, he swung his wolf tooth cudgel in the air. The wolf tooth stick in the air with a whistling wind sound, this if smashed into not dead will have to be disabled. However, just when the wolf tooth stick was about to touch the yellow shadow, the latter suddenly changed direction and dodged the attack in a puff of smoke. Good fast. Yi Qingfeng said in his heart, I'm afraid that this speed is a D-class speed-type demon. When the demonic creature stopped, Yi Qingfeng could see the latter's appearance, a yellow ferret. That thing looked like a small fox and looked harmless. Yi Qingfeng sighed in relief. This kind of demonic creature would not be very lethal even if it was D rank. Of course, with the speed and agility of the other party just now, it was basically hard enough to kill it head on. Yi Qingfeng bristled and raised a middle finger to the camera above his head. Don't think that I don't know that you guys are the ones who messed up, a bunch of trash, all they do is play with permissions. Seeing this scene, the few instructors in the monitoring room were immediately enraged. Josie, however, snorted coldly, all sit back, a prick's provocation cannot endure still be what instructor, he can curse as much as he likes, the content of the examination continues. There is no need to target him, this kid if he has the ability to kill the yellow weasel on the mountain count his ability. Said this, Ja's eyes with a touch of playful color, however, if you can't break through, you don't need to control that yellow weasel to go back. Didn't this kid say that we have the authority, then this time, we'll give him the chance to have a fair fight. Hearing this, the instructors had a teasing look in their eyes, the 20D ranked demons they had arranged were used to guard the mountain. This place was originally planned to be the test location for the trainees after they had survived the 20-day survival test. Originally, their plan was to have that yellow weasel harass Yi Qingfeng to dissuade it, and then they would bring it back. After all, it was only the 4th day of the test and it wasn't appropriate to release a D-ranked demonic creature so early. However, Yi Qingfeng is now saying that they have permission, since this is the case it is better not to take it back. But now if left unchecked, this yellow weasel would most likely with Yi Qingfeng. Mystic Department Resonance ability versus Superman Department Speed ability, it seems to be a bit interesting. Thus, the battle between Yi Qingfeng and the D-rank yellow weasel in the jungle began. Time rushed by, the next 4 days in the jungle was very lively. Apart from Night 17 and Fatty Zhuge, the remaining groups of trainees suffered from the harassment of wild beasts non-stop during the day and night, and quite a few of them were made to collapse a bit. However, there were some who found a way, they alternated and cooperated, one on the day shift and one on the night shift, creating opportunities for each other to rest. And at the foot of the mountain, the raggedly dressed Yi Qingfeng was still fighting to the death against the D-rank yellow weasel. In the middle of the jungle, he had created a large number of traps, obviously looking like he would not stop until he reached his goal. As for the other trainees, they were much better off. If the trainees who had trained for 2 months couldn't even get through the first week, it would be too much of a failure. Even those trainees who had been tortured by insects, rats, snakes and ants were slowly adapting to the environment. Of course, after a week, the supplies that most of the cadets had carried had basically been almost consumed. Those cadets who had been acting as voodoo demons also had to start going out to hunt. But the weather was not favorable. On the 7th day, early in the morning, outside the tent Night 17 suddenly sneezed, the originally humid and stuffy jungle now became clear and cold. Night 17 looked up to the sky, dark clouds in the sky obscured the sun, gray and cloudy, obviously this is the rhythm of rain. Rumble. A muffled thunder exploded in the sky, and many trainees in the assessment area looked up to the sky. Certain trainees who dug cellars or covered their homes in low areas turned pale. It either didn't rain in such places, or it was a downpour. Therefore, their dwellings were absolutely uninsurable. However, the dark clouds didn't seem to give the cadets a chance to prepare, the dark clouds gathered very quickly, and it was only half an hour before and after that the sky was already completely covered. Tick, tick. As a drop of rain fell, which then turned into a downpour. The storm had finally arrived. Inside the monitoring room, a group of instructors were pumped up, paddling for a few days now they had to keep an eye on it. Some of the cadets could easily get injured or sick in this harsh environment. Although they would love for all the trainees to pass the test, based on past experience, this kind of thing was impossible. That's why they had to be ready to rescue at all times. In the heavy rain, a cadet was digging a tree hole with great force. The cold rainwater hitting his body caused his body temperature to rapidly drain away, and after half an hour, he finally dug a big hole in a big tree that was hugged by 3 people. The trainee in the tree hole gasped for breath, his mental state very poor. This heavy rain came too fast and didn't give him a chance to prepare at all. Originally, after the food was finished, he was thinking of going out to hunt today, but now he was lucky to survive. He didn't know how long this rain would last, nor did he know how long he could hold on. In a certain tree branch-built tent in the jungle, drops of rainwater dripped down from the cracks. The simple tent was about to turn into a waterfall hole. The cadet was mending this tent with great effort. A gust of wind blew through, directly destroying his tent completely. Looking at all the supplies being washed away by the rain, that cadet could not cry. At the foot of Huangshan Mountain, Yi Qingfeng was very tired as he sat down to rest in the cave he had just dug. For absolute number results, being stuck by a speed-type demonic creature was a nightmare. When the rain stops, let's see if I don't skin that weasel. Yi Qingfeng's mouth was still crazy, but as he spoke, his head lulled and he fell asleep. He had hardly rested properly in the past 4 days. This heavy rain came suddenly, but it gave him a chance to rest. The tin house, Fatty Zhuge listened to the sound of the rain hitting the iron plate clanking very annoyed. I should have known that when the design was first prepared a roof, at least a layer of cushioning material should be laid. How can people sleep when it's so noisy? On the side, Zhao Jun Devil looked at the pouring rain outside the window and frowned slightly. Is Knight 17 okay now? At this moment, Knight 17 who was being read to and Zhang Jinx were lying in the tent, and they definitely couldn't be drenched outside in such a heavy rain. Knight 17 nothing, but someone is not honest, this touch, that touch a moment does not stop. Chapter 116 The Demonic Jinx. Knight 17 didn't know what kind of mental illness Jinx had, and her mentality seemed to be stuck at the level of a child of about 10 years old. But interestingly enough, the questionable young girl's IQ was unexpectedly high. In boredom, Knight 17 asked, Jinx, how old are you? 14. Jinx curled her blue double ponytail and smiled. So when did you awaken your powers? Around the age of 10. Knight 17 froze, 10 years old? Yeah. Jinx nodded. So when did you go to the mental? Hospital. I went there right after I awakened. Speaking of this, Jinx thought of something and said angrily, after I went in, they locked me in the hospital and wouldn't let me go out to play. Hearing this, Knight 17 almost understood. Jinx didn't know what happened when he awakened his supernormal abilities, resulting in mental problems. So the mentality had been at that stage of 10 years old. Alien ability awakening might be favorable for some people, but there were times when it had negative effects. For example, his alien ability awakening appeared as an invisible air barrier that plagued himself for a full 7 years. If he hadn't planned to beg for death, he still didn't know when he would be able to completely awaken and get out of his cage. For example, Zhao Junmu's awakened Azura, once used was to lose consciousness and turn into a killing machine. For example, Zhou Xiaoming's body stopped developing after awakening and stayed at the age of 16. Even Fatty Zhuge's rapid digestion resulting in constant hunger was considered one of them. However, the side effects caused by the awakening of these people's supernormal abilities were all related to the ability itself. What does the arsenal of weapons and alien ability have to do with the brain? Knight 17 was a bit confused. Jinx, did something happen when you awakened your powers in the first place? Jinx's head tilted trying to recall what happened back then. The next moment a red light flashed in her eyes. Knight 17 who had been staring at her suddenly froze. Just at that moment just now he seemed to have seen some special color. But there was no time to think about it now as he sensed Jinx's mood becoming a little off. It seemed that this question had touched some of her nerves. Thinking of this, Knight 17 hurriedly said, Stop, don't think about it for now. Jinx, let's play a game. I'll give you lollipops if you win. Hearing lollipop, Jinx stopped reminiscing and nodded vigorously, okay. Seeing this, Knight 17 secretly sighed with relief in his heart, and at the same time pretended to take out a deck of playing cards from his backpack. Quickly disorganizing the poker, Knight 17 said, the rules of the game are very simple. You look at these cards once. I will then say a number. If you can say what that card is, I will give you a lollipop. How about it? No problem. Jinx took the cards in one hand and then the playing cards were quickly flipped through one by one, looking through them all in less than a minute. Then Jinx handed the cards back. I'm done reading, start. You memorized it? Knight 17 was a bit skeptical. His memory had improved drastically after awakening his visual psychic ability, but he didn't dare to say that he remembered 100% after reading it once.
Jinx blinked, remembered. Is this difficult? Knight 17 was silent for 2 seconds. 27th card. 6 of diamonds. Jinx returned in seconds.
Knight 17 flipped it over and realized it really was.
33rd card. 8 of spades. 46th card. 9 of clubs.
A series of several attempts were made, and the results were all correct. At this moment, Knight 17 fell into deep self-doubt. Not only him, even the instructors who saw this scene in the monitoring room, and all of them were baffled.
This kind of person, you call her mentally ill?
A few moments later, Jaws arrived. When he watched the video, just silent. After hesitating for a while, Jaws pressed a special button. At this moment, Knight 17 was playing a game with Jinx, when he suddenly heard Jaws' voice in his ear.
Knight 17 student, can you hear me? Knight 17 froze. This camera on his head had a communication function? Knight 17 nodded. What's wrong?
This way, I'll tell you a few questions and you help me test Jinx. A moment later, Knight 17 looked at Jinx. Jinx, let's change the game again. Time passed in a hurry. The storm outside was raging, lightning and thunder, yet a kind of instructor inside the monitoring room was dumbfounded.
Knight 17 asked the last question. 125,689 x 56,234 equals how much? 707,930,7236. Jinx once again returned in seconds.
Looking at the numbers on the calculator, Knight 17 was silent.
This guy is a mental patient? This TM is a demon, right?
He played an intellectual quiz game with Jinx for more than an hour. From simple math questions to complex logic questions, even including astronomy and geography, all kinds of academic research, covering an extremely wide range. As a result, Jinx surprisingly answered more than 70% of the questions, and almost all of the questions answered were answered in seconds. Through these questions, Knight 17 also basically analyzed that Jinx's brain was like a computer, storing a huge amount of knowledge. She could quickly find the questions to the answers, but couldn't answer any of those questions if they required thinking. Not even the simplest riddles or brain teasers. Seeing that Knight 17 stopped asking, Jinx hugged a box of lollipops and happily ate them. On the other side, Jaws hesitated for a long time and picked up his cell phone to make a call to some old man. In a special research area of the dragon capital, a certain old man with an unkempt beard and hair was tossing the corpse of a demonic creature. When he saw the caller was a bit puzzled, some impatiently connected the phone. I say, Jaws Lieutenant General, this is from Jinx. Enrollment are 3 months. What happened to her should not look for me, right? Jaws took a deep breath and said seriously, hey, Dean Gao, what's going on with this Jinx? What's going on? Her IQ, her memory is far beyond normal. Gao Sheng froze. You just found out? Jaws. Josie's mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. You knew, why didn't you tell me if you knew? Old Gao, can't you say something so important? Important? Is this important? Isn't this important? But Lord Husbandman didn't seem to care about these things when he first came? Gao Shang muttered to himself. Over there, Josie froze when he heard the word Fuzi, again? Why did Lord Fuzi choose to let her come to the academy in the first place? How would I know this? Gao Shang rolled his eyes. Alright, I'll hang up if there's nothing else, it's delaying my experiment. Listening to the beeping busy sound on the other side of the phone, Jaws didn't care. Since it was someone that Fuzi had specially found, there was no point in worrying about it. Chapter 117, Growing Up. In the tent, Knight 17 waited for a long time without hearing Josie's subsequent orders. Halfway through the question, he stopped asking, is this not caring? He looked towards Jinx, who was entertaining herself. What exactly was that red light that flashed after she got emotional just now? After awakening his powers for so long, Knight 17 had already figured out some patterns. Those things he saw that others couldn't were powerful. Thinking about it, that red light wasn't idle either. That said, could that thing be the reason why she turned into a psychopath? Perhaps there was a possibility in that regard, but Knight 17 wasn't going to try it now. This one would have to lose herself if she accidentally stormed off. It would be best to return to the academy to give her a seafloor stone to wear before experimenting. This kind of demonic brain with the A-grade talent supernatural ability, the two superimposed can certainly collide with certain sparks. The current her could absorb $3 million worth of arms, and raising the level of her psychic ability to rank D might be $30 or $60 million. Further up would only be even more terrifying, which if a nuclear warhead was installed in her stomach that day. Night 17 threw away this terrifying thought with a jolt. The little girl who sold nuclear bombs should never be had. But all of this presupposes that her condition is resolved. The trouble now is that she is all emotionally unstable and thinks differently than normal people.
An insubordinate super robot brings about disaster more often than not. That's probably why Jinx still hasn't made a breakthrough after 4 years in a mental institution.
It was still raining, and most of the trainees were in worse shape. Food, fighting the cold, and mental exhaustion were all problems they faced. It rained for a full 10 hours, and it wasn't until late at night that it finally stopped. Inside the monitoring room on the 8th day, numerous instructors' faces sank when they saw the pale appearance of some of the trainees, and they knew the worst was coming.
Someone had gotten sick and had a fever. It was self-evident what getting sick in this kind of jungle meant. "Chief Captain, Jaws said indifferently, "Don't worry about it, there's no need to deliberately target them, but there's no need to let them off the hook either. It's up to them whether they can carry through or not." The Academy cultivated Night's Watchmen who could fight demons and God's followers, not a group of weaklings. Every year, the casualty rate of the Night's Watch and demon hunters was not low. It was much better for them to be eliminated early rather than having them accidentally become a Night Watchman and die on their way to do a quest. A heavy rain had spoiled many of the trainees' supplies, and coupled with the previous consumption, it could be said that from this moment onwards, the real wilderness survival had just begun. On the 9th day, one trainee lost consciousness with a serious condition. The first cadet who failed the test appeared. In the afternoon, a cadet went out and encountered a demonic attack and had no choice but to use the rock escape. The second cadet failed the assessment. Then, the third and fourth.
In the next few days, a total of 7 cadets were either sick or injured, and ultimately failed to carry through the effects of this rainstorm and were eliminated. Losing this 100 points, plus the points lost from the previous assessment, their situation was already very dangerous. Although regrettable, this was the reality. Compared to these failed trainees, more trainees carried through the baptism of this rainstorm. After the rain cleared up, they began to cut down trees to build houses, drill wood to make fire, and hunt for food. The trainees finally exerted all the wilderness survival skills they had learned in the beginning. Proficiency was rapidly increasing, and practice was combined with theory. The joy of making traps to catch their first prey, the aftermath of carrying through a serious illness, the pride of building a solid and reliable cabin. It was hard work, but their hearts and abilities were growing. Of course, these people did not include a certain few special guys. At the foot of the mountain, the full-blooded and resurrected Yi Qingfeng was making all kinds of traps, apparently to fight that demonic creature to the death. For Yi Qingfeng, who had lived in the danger zone for a year, surviving in the wild was nothing to him. The first thing he did when he woke up every day was to raise a middle finger at the camera above his head. All he was after was to kill the D-ranked demonic creature and slap the faces of those bull instructors who would only use their permissions. Of course, nowadays the instructors were immune to Yi Qingfeng's provocations. Time passed in a hurry. On the 14th day, after eating breakfast and dinner, Night 17 began to pack. The sound of gunfire rang out in the distance without any surprise. In the past few days, to the tent as the center, around the radius of 2 kilometers of vegetation beasts basically has been Jinx finished. Soon Night 17 finished packing and said loudly, "Jinx." A few moments later, the blue-haired, double ponytailed little girl came bouncing back. If she didn't have that AK-47 in her left hand, didn't hold a grenade in her right hand, and didn't have the blood of a wild animal on her body, she would still look more affable. After getting along for a few days, Night 17 was kind of really understanding what it meant to be an extra-legal maniac Jinx. This is a warmonger, okay? That guy himself loves to play, happy, send you a grenade, unhappy, send you a barrage of bullets. When I think of the image of this person grabbing a wounded rabbit and asking it to buy a bomb, Night 17 has a bit of a headache. It was also fortunate that the relationship in the academy before was okay, otherwise Night 17 doubted that he would suddenly be gone in the middle of the night. 17, are we leaving? Jinx said with a smile. Well, it's about time, we're going to meet up with the others. Before, he himself had come from the north side of Yellow Mountain to the west side in 3 days, 150 miles in 3 days. This time, he had to go directly to the east, 200 miles in diameter, and he had to bypass Yellow Mountain, so he didn't need to think that there were packages arranged by the instructors there as well. Hearing that he was going to find someone, Jinx happily jumped up. Good, hey, finally going, this side, I'm getting tired of playing it. Hearing this, the corner of Night 17's mouth twitched imperceptibly. 3 days later, the 17th day. In the jungle, Night 17 was advancing with his backpack on his back, and Jinx, who was carrying a machine gun in front of him, was bouncing and jumping with vigor. These days the two of them were rushing 50 miles a day. In order to avoid trouble, the two of them bypassed Yellow Mountain. Now there are less than 70 miles left from the agreed location, and they should be able to arrive tomorrow at the latest. All the monsters encountered along the way were solved by Jinx, including the two demons. Having such a bodyguard by his side was quite good. In addition, Night 17 also discovered a very strange place, that is, Jinx's physical fitness was very good. Although she didn't have a backpack, she was running and jumping all the way to the east and west with a higher physical consumption than herself. However, after rushing for a day, she didn't feel tired. If it wasn't for the fact that Night 17 had the eye of space, he even doubted if Jinx was really a robot. When the sky darkened again, Night 17 estimated the distance and stopped to set up camp. In the middle of the busyness, a cool wind came. Night 17 raised his head and realized that dark clouds were once again gathering in the dark sky.
After a week, is a new storm coming again? Chapter 118, Reunion.
The heavy rain finally came in the early hours of the morning.
Rain thundered down on the tents.
However, the many trainees who had had a tragic experience last time had long since made their houses into solid fortresses. It remained standing despite the onslaught of the storm. The storm rained for a day and a night, and only stopped at night. Although the house could withstand the storm, hunting was definitely not possible in such an environment. In the tent, Night 17 was a bit thankful that he had left early, otherwise there was a real possibility that he might not be able to make it in time.
19. After dawn, the cadets began to skillfully go hunting in the jungle in search of food.
After experiencing the first storm, all of them coped much better, with good measures to protect themselves from cold and water.
Time rushed by and the day passed in a flash. Towards evening, in a certain tin house, Fatty Zuga woke up leisurely.
After spending 20 days in this kind of place, Fatty Zuga's weight increased instead of decreasing. Zhao Junmo watched as Fatty Zuga pulled out the 16th hot pot base and then became interested in his crotch.
Zhao Junmo asked, "Just how much can you store in that self-realization intent of yours?"
Fatty Zuga said while eating the hot pot, "Oops, this one, it's not big at all, just a few hundred cubic meters."
See how this is what a human being says? Zhao Junmo stopped talking. The people in the monitoring room also stopped talking. Throughout the Blue Star, it was probably only the Zhuge family that could use an S-class forbidden object as a space backpack for their son. Jaws looked at Fatty Zuga with a glance. This kid who enrolled in school hugged Night 17's thighs, and his usual grades didn't seem to be low, with a perfect cultural score. Now if this also passes, there is really a possibility of graduation. An E-class alien becoming a night watchman, this shouldn't be making another history, right?
In the tin house, Zhao Junmo was eating hot pot when he suddenly sensed something and scurried straight out.
Hey, what's wrong, June demon student? Is there a demon coming?
Fatty Zuga hurriedly stuffed a chopstick of meat into his mouth and chased after him. In the jungle, Night 17 was advancing with something on his back when suddenly he felt something. The feeling was strange, as if something was calling out to him from the underworld. He was about to walk in that direction when a figure suddenly attacked and came directly in front of Night 17. Jinx subconsciously wanted to shoot, but stopped his attack when he saw the person coming.
Because the person who came was Zhao Junmu.
Zhao Jun Demon looked at Night 17, his eyes filled with a blazing color, just like a couple in hot love seeing their other half.
You finally came.
Zhao Jun Demon said excitedly.
Night 17 had goosebumps all over his body. Cough cough, I'm here, are you alone here? There's also Fatty the dog licker. The fat man in the distance happened to come. When he heard this sentence, immediately face black. I take you as a brother, you actually say I am licking dog?
However, seeing Night 17, Fatty Zuga hesitated for a moment. Seemingly, when Night 17's licking dog is not impossible. At the back, Jinx bounced over with his AK-47 and sniffed at Fatty Zuga's body.
And then his eyes lit up. Fatty, did you eat something delicious? Seeing Jinx with a gun, Fatty Zuga was startled, thinking that Night 17 really brought this guy back? If this is rubbing the gun away, it will be unbearable.
In the middle of the conversation, the hissing sound of a magical creature suddenly came from the distance. A giant lizard crawled out from the jungle, but it wasn't coming to attack, rather it was fleeing in haste. Behind it, several ice spikes were pouring towards it.
Sister Frost.
The moment he saw the ice spikes, Night 17 knew who was coming. Soon Han Schwanger's beautiful figure appeared in the jungle. When she saw Night 17, she was overjoyed and went over to hold Night 17 in her arms. Stinky brother, I knew you were fine.
Ulu, I can't catch my breath.
Seeing this, Zhuge Fatty looked at Night 17 with some envy. Such a sister, I also want a dozen.
Soon, in the tin house, the 5 people talked and laughed as they ate hot pot. After 20 days, the 5 of them met again, and with Han Schwanger and Fatty Zhuge, there was never a lack of conversation at the dinner table. As for a certain arrogant fellow had already been forgotten. Half an hour later, after eating a delicious hot pot, the crowd was comfortable. Fatty, how many rooms do you have here? Eating a full meal, Night 17 asked. Fatty Zhuge smiled, for, I know you guys are coming, besides this dining room there are 3 more that can be occupied, so I'm sure to let it go. Hearing this, Night 17 looked at the crowd, 5 people 3 rooms, such a large house to live 3 people can be. Sister Frost, you and Jinx. Forget it, you 2 have 1 room each. Jinx, although the relationship with him is still okay, but after all, belongs to the problem girl, in case something happens it will not be good. Jinx sniffed but bristled, don't, I want to continue to hold you to sleep. Brush. The air temperature in the room instantly dropped to freezing point. Fatty Zhuge shivered in fear, not good to have a murderous aura. In exchange for the usual someone so on the Night 17 Zhao Junmu already shot, but this time, well, hesitated Zhao Junmu gave up. Night 17's sister is his own sister, cut sister, this kind of thing is best not. Han Schwanger expressionlessly grabbed Night 17's hand. 17, shouldn't you explain? Night 17 gulped, cough cough, sis I just brought a tent, when it rains you can't just leave her outside in the rain. So what did you 2 do in the tent? Jinsk raised his hand, I played games with him, all kinds of fun games, and he gave me lollipops. Night 17. Big sister, can you speak in full? Hearing this, Han Schwanger simply said, I'll stay in 1 room with 17, and you guys can make your own arrangements for the rest. Saying so, Han Schwanger pulled Night 17's ear and dragged him into a room, and then someone's miserable screams came from the room. Fatty Zhuge shivered in fear, well, it's better not to have such a sister. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws nodded his head as he looked at the crowd on the screen. This situation had been guessed when he had planned it at the very beginning, but Jinx was indeed an accident. Chief Captain, what are they going to do here? When these 5 trainees touched together, not to mention E-rank demons, even D-ranks would not be good enough when they came. Jaws faintly said, don't mess with them in the next 2 days, their test is here at Yellow Mountain, just get the others right in the meantime. It was late at night. At 10 in the morning, the ears of everyone in their sleep simultaneously rang with Jaws' voice. Congratulations to all the trainees, you have persevered for 20 days and received a passing score of 60 points. Upon hearing these words, everyone instantly woke up from their daze, and then cheered. After staying up for so long, they were finally rewarded. Night 17 in the room heard this, but his eyes narrowed slightly and he was about to get up and raise his gun. According to the pissiness of the instructors must enter the 2nd round of the assessment test. But Arise did not get up, a twist of the head his arm was Han Schwanger tightly embraced. Just now, Jaws' voice froze and did not wake up Han Schwanger. At this moment, Han Schwanger entered into a deep sleep, the first time she had entered a deep sleep in these 20 days. It was because only Night 17 by her side that gave her complete peace of mind. Chapter 119, the 2nd round of examinations begins. Night 17 looked at Han Schwanger's sleeping form and hesitated not to get up, instead whispering, June Demon? In the next room, Zhao Junmu returned in seconds. I'll trouble you to patrol outside in a while, I'm worried that some wild beasts will come and harass me. Okay. Zhao Jun Demon lifted his taijutsu and walked out. Being commanded by Night 17, Zhao Jun Demon was very happy, it showed that the other party didn't take himself as an outsider. Other than Night 17 here, the other trainees slowly calmed down from their excitement before lying down and continuing to sleep. However, just as everyone was about to enter deep sleep, the various traps or alarm devices set up outside went off. Not one, but all. The crowd of trainees grabbed their weapons and stood at attention. A few moments later it was found to be a false alarm. This kind of thing was encountered occasionally, nothing to make a fuss about. However, just as they were resting again, the wild monsters harassed again. Then, a 3rd time, a 4th. Each time, they escaped by touching traps, alarms, or making noise, and the cadets couldn't even chase them if they wanted to. Even the most nervous trainees reacted that something was wrong. Just reached the passing score and this is what happened. Are the instructors already this shameless? How else can people rest with this? Unscrupulous instructors, not someone to beat up. A bunch of trainees complained a lot, but the instructors were used to it. When instructors, a day without being scolded is unbearable, except for a certain prick. The next day, early in the morning, the trainees left the tent with dark circles under their eyes, one by one, just like a panda.
No matter how good the body is, it is impossible to keep the nerves tense all the time. Now come to be a beast, turn around if changed into a demonic creature.
Thinking of this, all the trainees understood the purpose of the instructors.
They were forcing themselves to leave this place to find other trainees, and only teamwork could resist this kind of interference.
Then the question arose, the jungle was such a large area, where should they go to find someone? The answer was obviously easy to see, the Yellow Mountain in the central area.
Thus, hundreds of cadets had no choice but to abandon the shelter they had spent a few days building and set off towards Yellow Mountain. At the same time, somewhere on the south side of Mount Huanshan, a piece of the mountain protruded outwards. At the moment, Qingfeng was lying on top of it, not moving. And dozens of meters below the mountain lay the corpses of several beasts that D-grade yellow weasel was feeding at the moment. He had purposely placed those corpses there, in order to attract it over. To be honest, Qingfeng was a bit chagrined. If he had prepared some poison when he first came, this D-ranked demonic creature would have hung up long ago. But there are no ifs and buts in life, complaining at this time will not help. So instead of complaining, Qingfeng was thinking of other ways.
For example, now. It took a week to create this bureau, waiting for this moment.
Taking a deep breath, Qingfeng's hand was tumbling with a special foreign energy, and then he slapped his palm on the rock below him.
Mystic Department Alien Energy Super Resonance.
This protruding mountain had been tampered with a long time ago, and the rocks inside the mountain had been processed several times by him and had become fragile. Coupled with the heavy rain the day before yesterday, it made the mountain even more fragile. When Qingfeng's resonance ability was injected into the rock, the entire mountain suddenly trembled and then suddenly shattered.
At this moment, that D-rank yellow ferret was enjoying its food when it suddenly felt the earth shake. The ferret immediately looked around vigilantly and was about to flee.
The next moment it suddenly felt as if the sky had gone black.
Rumble. Countless rubble was like a flood that instantly submerged the D-ranked ferret.
The range and area was so large that even a speed-type demonic creature still didn't escape. Inside the monitoring room, the eyes of the many instructors who witnessed the scene explained that they were shocked. They had been watching what Qingfeng had done during this period of time, and although they had guessed what the latter wanted to do, it was still shocking when this scene appeared. In order to kill that Class D yellow weasel, Qingfeng had actually created a large-scale landslide. For this reason, Qingfeng had taken a week to do so, and all the links would be ruined if there was even a slightest mistake. But in the end, this guy still succeeded. To actually spend half a month for this D-ranked demonic creature, this kid will definitely be a werewolf in the future.
An instructor lamented.
This set of things wasn't taught during our lessons, it should be something he figured out on his own in the danger zone. The kid can use his brain, he can even think of this method. This guy is a madman, a complete madman. Even though the group of instructors disliked this guy even more, the latter's performance was enough to receive their praise. In the muddy mudslide, Qingfeng dug for half a day and finally found the long-dead Class D yellow weasel. He lifted it in his hands and shook it at the camera. "So what if you guys messed with the permissions? I killed it as usual," said Qingfeng as he laughed triumphantly. Looking at Qingfeng's face, a group of instructors were speechless. This kid, in the end, how much he holds a grudge? Add 5 points to Qingfeng.
Jaws simply said.
From the design to the implementation of this plan, it was enough to show the many abilities of Qingfeng. But the flaw was that this kid was too arrogant. In order to carry on with the instructors, he directly fought this demon to the end, and although he killed the D-rank demon, it was too time-consuming and laborious. And if he put aside his inner pride and looked for other trainees to cooperate, he could definitely find a more effective way. But he used this extreme way, in order to prove himself, for the sake of the so-called disgusting instructor. To be honest, this kind of extreme character was very dangerous. Used well, it could be a wonder soldier; used poorly, it could turn into a rat turd. Regardless of whether it was the Night's Watch or the Demon Hunters, their strength lay in unity and cooperation, not in fighting alone.
Chief Instructor, what next? The D-rank demonic creature that was originally used to stop the cadets was torn open by this kid.
There was no need to think about it to know that this guy would definitely go up the mountain in a while.
Jaws said indifferently, "How are the follow-up things prepared?"
Report, it has long been ready, but it seems that with the ability of also Qingfeng cannot pass, once encountered.
Of course, Jaws understood what that instructor meant.
The mountain was originally not something a trainee could face when they first set it up. Thinking of this, Jaws looked at the screen of the Night 17 crowd. Last night they harassed the others, only not the Night 17 in them.
It wasn't that they couldn't, but they didn't have to.
They weren't afraid of this kind of harassment when they were two, and now they didn't care.
After thinking about it, Jaws simply said, send 2 instructors to keep an eye on them secretly, don't let Yi Qingfeng be eliminated first. Also, get a few magical creatures to go to Night 17 in their place. Didn't the Zhuge family's little fatty build a tin house? Tear it down for me. This examination had a secret that they all knew about each other but didn't say anything to each other. That was that this examination's additional points task was specially prepared for Night 17 and the others. He wouldn't force Night 17 and the others to come because Night 17 and the others would come on their own. But now there were some discrepancies because of the Yi Qingfeng plan. But things had already developed to this point, so it wouldn't be so bad for that one day or two. Since this was the case, let the storm come more violently. Chapter 120 Sneak Attack. While the other trainees were heading to the central Yellow Mountain, Night 17 and the others also started a discussion. 17, what do we do next? Han Shuangren and the others looked towards Night 17. There was only one decision maker in their group, and that was Night 17. Night 17 mused, since we've already gotten 60 points, the Academy should increase the difficulty of the test. As of now it's unclear how they'll eliminate the other trainees, but all of them are at the same level. We can definitely withstand it. This is not something we need to consider for the time being. As for the extra points at the top of Huangshan Mountain, we definitely need to try if we can take it, and to be conservative, let's wait for another 5 days to prevent any accidents. Fatty Zhuge skeptically said, but will the Academy let us go through these 5 days smoothly? As soon as the words fell, Night 17 and Zhao Jun Demon looked at the eastern wall at the same time. In the next moment, the iron skin instantly exploded and a 2-meter-tall black-brown bear appeared. Roar! The brown bear roared and charged towards the crowd. Boom! Swish! Clang! Several sounds rang out at the same time, and the violent demonic bear was directly fixed in place before it could even get close to the crowd. The brown bear demon's feet were frozen by ice, a taijutsu was added to its chest, a bloodstain was added to its neck, and a bullet was added to its eye. E-rank demonic creature, pawn. In the monitoring room, everyone who saw this scene had a shocked look in their eyes. The fast reaction speed of Night 17's 4 was still above their guesses. And it wasn't just him alone, but everyone. An E-class demonic creature was surprisingly killed in a single breath. Josie said dryly, interesting, although we haven't taught them the method of group battle yet, but these little guys seem to have already figured it out. Put all the demons out, I'm afraid less is not enough for them to warm up, I'll see what level they can achieve. After killing the demonic bears, Night 17 looked around. A silver light flashed in his eyes. We can't exert ourselves here, go out first, the number of demons is at least 5 to start with, everyone be careful. Night 17 exclaimed. 5 people front foot left the house. The next moment a gorilla descended from the sky, the sound of a boom will directly destroy the house. And then several magical creatures rushed up in all directions, at least 8 as far as the vision could see. Jinx's eyes were as excited as if she had seen a treasure when she saw this scene. Instantly, she pulled out a gatling from under her skirt. Come play with me. Da-did-did-did-day. In an instant, the bullets turned into a tongue of fire, instantly enveloping one of the demonic creatures in front of them. The terrifying suppression of firepower left the crowd dumbfounded. Nima, someone is hanging. If everyone had a gatling, not to mention 8 magical creatures, even 80 of them would be wiped out in minutes. After a short period of shock, the other demons were not deterred and rushed up one by one. Jinx, to the right. Night 17 said loudly. However, Jinx didn't react as she swept wildly at the demonic creature in front of her. The red light in her eyes flickered erratically, and her entire person was in a state of madness. Night 17's heart sank, knowing that calling her doesn't work at this time. Sister Frost, June Demon, one of the 3 of us will go in one direction. As for Fatty Zhuge, he was directly ignored. The melee was on the verge of breaking out. During the battle, Night 17 didn't go all out to kill the 2 demons in front of him. His eyeballs twirled around analyzing the attributes of these demons' supernatural abilities. 3 strength type, 2 speed type, 2 defense type, and 1 phantom beast type. There were no speciality alien abilities, and the danger level was lowered by a large margin. Thinking about that kind of talent magic creature, even the Academy is heartbroken. In the past, it was possible to play cards with many against few, but now that the number of magical creatures was more than them, there was no time to split up. However, the 4 of them were full of battle power, even 1-on-2 was no slouch. Especially Jinx. There in a few seconds of effort a power-type demonic creature had already hung up, the remaining speed-type demonic creature was frantically fleeing. 30 seconds later, that speed-type demonic creature finally ate the first bullet, and then was directly shot into a sieve. With all the enemies in front of him eliminated,
Jinx was about to adjust his gun. At this time, a wind blade in the jungle tore through the branches and leaves of the forest, heading straight towards Jinx. Night 17's eyes changed. There were even magical creatures with the ability to attack from a distance. However, it was too late to rescue them at this time. At the critical moment, a fat fellow appeared in front of Jinx. When the wind blade slashed at Fatty Zuga's body, a flash of white light flashed and the wind blade disappeared. The people in the monitoring room all had a headache watching this scene. Cold weapon era, someone using high technology, this is really too bad, but people's psychic ability is just so, you can't stop her from using it. For this reason they had specially prepared a wind attribute demonic creature to sneak up on them, and as a result, they had forgotten that there was also an open-ended Fatty Zuga. Retreat, Jinx isn't injured, it's only a matter of time before the rest are taken care of. Jaws simply said. Since the E-rank magical creature sneak attack was unsuccessful, there was no need to continue fighting. A special voice rang out in the jungle, and all the demonic creatures stopped fighting and all withdrew. Only after making sure that all the magical creatures in the field of vision had disappeared did Night 17 breathe a sigh of relief. Is everyone alright? Han Schwanger, yes. Zhao Junmu, it's fine. Jinx, hee hee, it was so much fun just now. Crowd. Han Schwanger was a bit dissatisfied. The instructors are being a bit shameless, right? The survival test was promised, and these demons look like they're deliberately making them. Zhao Jun demon, go back and I'll chop him up. Jinx, are you guys going to buy bombs? Fatty Zuga, I'll pay for it. Night 17. All of them are militants. If they really formed a team of aliens one day, Night 17 felt that they could go to heaven. Night 17 simply said, let's talk about that later, now let's formulate a battle plan. Currently, the strongest killer in our team is Jinx. She will be the main attacker in the subsequent battles, and Fatty will be responsible for protecting her. Sister Frost will work in tandem with Zhao Junmu, you will be in charge of control and Zhao Junmu will be in charge of the main attack. I'm responsible for analyzing the battle situation to designate a plan while using the sniper rifle to assist remotely. If Night 17 had time to use the sniper rifle in the battle just now, in 30 seconds he could make all the demons have no return. The role of thermal weapons prior to level C was prioritized over cold weapons. Night 17 looked at the crowd. The academy obviously doesn't want us to continue staying here with this attack. This time it's 10 demons, next time it might be 20. So we can't continue to stay here. The best way is to rendezvous with the other cadets. For a battlefield commander, only enough soldiers could be of maximum value. Then where are we going? Yellow Mountain. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws nodded after reading Night 17's analysis of them. Night 17 plus 2 points, everyone else plus 1 point. Chief Captain, so what do we do next? Someone asked. That kid's ability is too special, surely we can't let them rendezvous with the other trainees. Then what should we do? We can't just eliminate the other cadets, right? In the middle of a few people's discussion, Jaws faintly said, it's not that troublesome, find a few magical creatures to drive away the cadets in the east and get them to other places. Also, you can do it on I Ching Feng's side, drive him towards the east and try to get them to converge as soon as possible. The crowd was unsure. While driving away the other trainees, they were also trying to get I Ching Feng to rendezvous with Night 17. This in itself seemed to be a contradiction. But since the chief captain had given the order, they could only carry it out. Josie looked at Night 17 and the others. Output, Scout, Control. Night 17's team's basic alien ability configuration was complete. If the problems on these people were solved, and then these people were ground together, perhaps they could really become a demonic team that would shock the history of the academy. Chapter 121, Toughing Out D-Class Demonic Creatures. In the jungle, the trainees were fighting against the beasts, some making traps, some going deeper into the central area to look for other students. As time passed, the harassment of the beasts became more and more frequent, and at the back it had even gone beyond harassment and started to actively attack. The 21st day was fine, but by the 22nd day there were trainees who couldn't carry on. 6 cadets were injured and forcibly deprived of the test in a single day. Most of the remaining cadets met with the other students and cooperated with each other to discuss how to alternate their rest. Delivering the safety of one's life to another in the midst of occasional harassment from wild beasts was not something anyone could do. The second round of the test academy had only one purpose: to teach these cadets how to trust their backs to their teammates. This was also a mandatory lesson for those who wanted to become a Night's Watchman. The 23rd day. At the foot of Yellow Mountain, Night 17 and the others assembled.
Looking at the towering mountains, Fatty Zhuge complained a bit. No way, we still have to climb the mountain? Knight 17 rolled his eyes. How dare you say that?
Which cadet have you seen that can weigh 20 pounds in the academy examination?
Fatty Zhuge smiled awkwardly. That wasn't a rebound from losing too much weight during physical training before. Han Schwanger chirped, don't be poor, we've been traveling for 2 days and we haven't met a single trainee, what should we do?
Zhao Jun magic tie saber across, directly kill up, D-level demons we are not afraid, encounter C-level I transform.
Jinx held 2 grenades in his hand, want to buy bombs?
Knight 17 only felt his brain hurt. He himself didn't know how he became friends with this group of living treasures in the first place. Not encountering it means the academy deliberately branched them out. It looks like we can only rely on ourselves. Let's go up the mountain and see what they have prepared for us. Knight 17 said, carrying Barrett and striding towards the mountain. A few minutes later, just as he was about to climb the mountain, Knight 17 suddenly sensed something.
On guard. Coming.
As the words fell, a large-sized tiger appeared halfway up the mountainside, but that tiger had an extra pair of black wings on its back.
A flying tiger?
Under Knight 17's energy perception, one could clearly sense the alien energy in the latter's body. A D-class magical creature, with a huge change in appearance, it should be an illusory beast system alien energy. Not waiting for Knight 17 to raise his gun and aim, another movement appeared in the forest ahead. And then a huge green-colored python the thickness of a man's waist crawled out from it.
It was still D-ranked.
However, this wasn't the end of the story. Movements also appeared in other directions, and moments later 4 E-class demons and 2 D-class demons appeared one after another. Together with the 2 just now, there were a total of 8, 4 D rank and 4 E rank.
Damn, the instructors are really looking down on us too. Fatty Zhuge spat as he hid behind Jinx.
Zhao Junmu removed one of the Helicite handcuffs, and Han Schwanger had a chilling aura around her.
Jinx, on the other hand, kept pulling out various hot weapons from under her skirt. The silver light in Knight 17's eyes kept flickering, quickly analyzing the alien attributes of these magical creatures.
Jinx, fire output, Fatty for protection, Sister Frost and June Demon to assist in defense.
Knight 17 said, putting the Barrett down.
Although thermal weapons were a type of ability, over-reliance was not good. These demons didn't sneak up on them, and the academy was clearly testing them not in terms of their ability to improvise, but rather to see if their current strength could battle a legion of demons of this level. Since the instructors wanted to test their true battle strength, they would try. Jaws and the others in the monitoring room had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he saw Knight 17 put down his Barrett sniper rifle, Jaws smiled. It's a bit of a pity that this kid doesn't go to be a psychiatrist, but he has already guessed their purpose.
Dealing with this student doesn't even need to open their mouths.
Jaws faintly said, since Knight 17 has already understood, let's do it and see how far these little guys can go.
Understood.
Halfway up the mountainside, the flying tiger roared, and the 8 demons rushed up towards Knight 17 and the others. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The roars of the demonic creatures, the explosions of ammunition, and the scrambling sounds of various weapons colliding rose and fell. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and 3 of the 8 demons had already been lost, all of which were resolved by Jinx, and the remaining ones were also wounded.
The remaining ones were also injured.
The crowd had realized how terrifying Jinx was when he was on fire. If not for the amazing defense of the black-skinned crocodile of the Phantom Beast Department, which dragged Jinx for most of the time, it would have been solved by now.
Brush, brush.
In the air, the flying tiger came whistling. However, without waiting for it to fall, dozens of ice spikes continuously enveloped towards it. The flying tiger's wings unfolded, its body size was huge but extremely flexible, and it turned around to avoid the ice spikes' attacks. The two sides exchanged half a day of back and forth, and so far there was no winner. However, this situation is already the best for the current situation. Knight 17 had sensed during the battle just now that this illusory beast lineage flying tiger was the most dangerous of all the magical creatures. It had both speed and strength, as well as a super high flying ability. Only Han Schwanger could hold it back before Jinx eliminated the 2 fiends.
On the side, Zhao Jun Demon was in a firefight with a demon ape.
The ape's chest had been slashed dozens of times, and Zhao Junmu's body also had several marks on it.
After 10 minutes of fighting, there was still no winner.
Zhao Junmu became more and more excited, completely ignoring the wounds on his body, and rushed up again after a sparring session.
Roar!
The devil ape also played out the fire, roared, a fist surging with violent foreign energy fluctuations, a fist blast out. The fist has not come to the violent wind has already come. Ape storing strength for that short moment was Zhao Jun. Devil caught the moment. Zhao Jun demon let out a low gulp before an energy in his body surged, and in the next moment a black inflammation flashed on his taijutsu.
Shura chop. Bang. Stabbing.
Zhao Jun demon was blown away by a punch, and a hideous slash appeared in that demon ape's chest as well, and blood flowed out. But the chest wound was secondary, the real pain was from the black smoke burning in the soul.
Roar roar.
Having received a slash of black flames, the demon ape lay on the ground crying and wailing in pain. The next moment a figure suddenly appeared. Knight 17, who was entangled with the python, had always noticed the movement on this side, and if he missed such an opportunity, he would have been blind.
Silver light flashed, and a bloodstain appeared on the ape's neck. D-class demon ape, pawn. When the first D-ranked demonic creature was killed, there was no suspense in the subsequent battles.
Soon, Knight 17 and Zhao Junmo combined their efforts to kill the giant python and turned around to assist Jinx in killing the remaining two demonic creatures. On the battlefield, only the last flying tiger remained. When Jinx raised his machine gun, the latter ran away directly with a flick of its wings. At this point, all battles ended. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws nodded, Knight 17 plus 2 points, everyone else except Little Fatty had 1 point. While speaking, Jaws pondered when he would find an opportunity to let Little Fatty fight the demons alone for a bit. This kid was paddling too badly, striking out twice in this fight, and both times, he was still using the Angel Guardian to fend off damage for Jinx. Although the Zhuge family had money, if he wanted to become a member of the Knight 17 squad, the current one was still far from meeting the minimum standard. Chapter 122, Unhappy Breakup. When the battle ended, the crowd sat down and breathed heavily. Knight 17 looked at the crowd with furrowed brows. A group of A-ranked and S-rank alien talent trainees had gathered together, but the result was not as effective as a group of C-ranked and B-ranked aliens. Although victorious, but this battle was not easy at all. Saying that it was 5 people actually only counted as 3.5 so far. Fatty was negligible, from the beginning to the end this guy never took the initiative to fight, his psychic talent and physical quality went up to give away points. Zhao Junmu's powers are sealed, his strength is not even 20%. However, there is no way, if the seal is unlocked, it is hard to say which side will die. This battle Jinx is the main output, but the firepower is fierce, but this one is easy to head. Just after the battle started, once the firepower was turned on, she didn't care about anyone, completely attacking at will and without purpose. It was basically impossible for her to assist, and it was good that this one didn't even do a piece of her own people. Wanting to solve the problem of these people still needs to go a long way. In the midst of resting, Knight 17 suddenly sensed something and raised his head to look halfway up the mountain. His eyes flashed with silver light before revealing a strange look. The woods on the mountainside shook, and the others also sensed the movement. Seeing Jinx wanting to make a move, Knight 17 rushed to stop. Don't, one of our own. Saying this, a familiar figure sprang out of the jungle in front of him. Who else could it be if not Yi Qingfeng? Compared to the scars on Knight 17 and the others, Yi Qingfeng was no longer able to look at himself. At this moment, his clothes have long been tattered and torn, the whole person gray face, do not know thought it was fleeing. When Yi Qingfeng saw the crowd, he first froze, then revealed a look of surprise. Just now, he had been chased by 2 D-ranked demons, and it was not easy for him to get rid of them. Although he knew that the mountain was dangerous, but aren't you guys bullying people a bit by doing this? Even if there were 2 demons, one of them would actually attack from a distance. Just as he was about to greet them, Yi Qingfeng suddenly realized that the eyes of the crowd were looking at him in a somewhat strange way. He looked down at his old face and blackened. It's over, his reputation is gone. Crazy, you actually didn't get eliminated? Fatty Zhuge was surprised to see Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng rolled his eyes. Is it strange that I wasn't eliminated? Let me tell you guys, I've been here for several days, and 2 days ago I even killed a D-ranked. Before Yi Qingfeng could finish his words, he suddenly noticed the demonic creatures around him that had just died. Because the time of death was not long, they could still feel the fluctuation of alien energy emanating from their bodies. Grade D, Grade E, Grade E, Grade E, Grade D, Grade E, Grade D. Yi Qingfeng's body was a bit stiff as he pointed at those corpses on the ground and stuttered a bit. These, are all the ones you guys just killed? Yes, for E rank plus 4 D rank, it's honestly a pain in the ass to fight. Fatty Zhuge said seriously, especially since 17 students don't use sniper rifles yet. Also Qingfeng. Han Shuang'er and Zhao Junmo looked at Yi Qingfeng coldly. They had agreed earlier to gather at the east side, but it turned out that this guy actually didn't go. Although they were classmates with each other, they didn't know when it had evolved into a clique led by Knight 17.
For Night 17's orders, Han Shuang'er and Zhao Junmu as well as Fatty Zhuge obeyed 100%. Therefore, they didn't treat guys like Qing Feng who didn't obey orders well. Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was a bit delicate, Night 17 acted as a peacemaker. Crazy man, since you've been here for a few days, did you go up? Are there any hurdles on the way? Also Qing Feng. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws and the others all cracked a smile as they watched the scene. This kid had been pretending for so long, but finally there was a time when he was defeated. Hey, I found out, this prick is capable with us, but when it comes to Night 17, it seems to be useless. One is an assassin, the other is a demon, it can be the same. No, it's not a demon, it's a bunch of monsters. I'd like to see if this kid still brags. A group of instructors were very happy, and at this time, it was not appropriate for Yi Qingfeng to say anything, nor was it appropriate for him not to say anything. He couldn't tell Night 17 that he had been chased by 2 demons for 3 days in the mountains. That would be a disgrace. Being stared at by the crowd, Qingfeng coughed dryly. That mountain is filled with D-class demons, 1 or 2 when it's small, but more than here when it's large. The best time I had was when I was about to climb to the top of the mountain, but I encountered 3 D-ranked demons and got stuck. Fatty Zhuge nodded in sudden realization. Night 17 was too lazy to care. There were only a few D-rank students in their class, and they were the only ones who could go up the mountain. If 10 or 8 D-rank demons appeared on the mountain casually, there would be no need to break in. Looking at the towering mountains, if they wanted to reach the top, they would definitely need to climb the mountain, and Night 17 estimated that it would take a day to climb the mountain alone. This doesn't even include encountering demonic attacks or other troubles in the middle. So it's basically impossible to go up in one breath. Thinking of this, Night 17 simply said, "Today everyone rests at the bottom of the mountain, the day after tomorrow we will go up the mountain." With 5 days to sprint, there was plenty of time. A few moments later the camp was set up. This side of Night 17 roasted the meat, and over there Fatty Zhuge made the hot pot. Soon the water in the pot boiled, and Fatty Zhuge kept pulling out various ingredients. On the side, Qingfeng looked at those delicious ingredients and froze in place. Is this how you guys usually eat? No. Fatty Zhuge shook his head. Yi Qingfeng's heart felt a little better. During this period of time, he had to eat and sleep every day. Compared to Fatty Zhuge's food, it couldn't be considered food. However, without waiting for Yi Qingfeng to take back his astonished gaze, he heard Fatty Zhuge say, "Before that, we have been living in the house, which was destroyed 2 days ago, so we can only eat outside." Yi Qingfeng almost sprayed a mouthful of blood. "Nima, are you doing this on purpose?" Night 17 smiled. "Alright, the meat is ready. Crazy person, do you want to eat together?" Someone's stomach growled, and Yi Qingfeng blushed. "Ahem, originally I didn't intend to eat it, but since classmate 17 invited me, I'll reluctantly accept." Ka-ching! An ice spike appeared in Han Shuang'er's hand. Yi Qingfeng was startled. "What are you doing?" Han Shuang'er said in a cold voice, "Sit there honestly if you want to eat, then be dinner yourself." "You think this grandpa cares about you guys?" The arrogant Yi Qingfeng temper also came up. Even the college instructor is not convinced. "You a little girl piece actually dare to say I?" said Yi Qingfeng and left without looking back. Night 17 sighed. Compared to other people, Yi Qingfeng's brain is still normal, but is too insubordinate. Originally a warm picture of classmates meeting, but in the end it actually broke up unhappily. Chapter 123, Giving your back to your teammates up. Fatty Zhuge looked at the departing Yi Qingfeng and wanted to say something. This guy was a bit of a misfit, but his heart was good, and he hadn't done much to help himself with his physical training back then. However, he could feel that Han Shuang'er and Zhao Junmu were angry at the moment, and interfering at this time definitely didn't end well. The alone left also Qingfeng walked for a while, stomach once again grumbled. "Cut, what's so great? I'm not just did not go to the east side of the collection well, one actually to the old man throw face." Yi Qingfeng cursed. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Inside the monitoring room, Jaws heard these words and realized. This group of little guys had set a meeting place before they left, but as a result, this prick, Qingfeng, didn't follow the agreement at all and flew solo. This kind of thing wasn't a big deal in the academy. At most it was considered a pigeon release, but if it was placed in the trial then it was a different story. A single point of error in a Night's Watch squad could trigger disastrous consequences. Like this completely disobedient to the command that is the complete and utter rat. Imagine a team carrying out a certain task, agreeing on a departure time and place, and then someone doesn't show up. The consequences of that can be imagined. The reason why Qingfeng was expelled in the first place was because this guy was insubordinate. When they said east, this guy would go west, just against you. Jaws looked at the information of the 6 people. So far, Knight 17 and Han Schwanger had no problem. As for the other 4, psychopaths with heat weapons on their bodies. The scrappy young master whose family has money but is timid and fearful himself. A dangerous person who is extremely gifted but can't control his powers. A braggart and disobedient prick. At this moment, Jaws was a bit skeptical. Could these guys really graduate? What happened here in Night 17 would not affect other places. The examination continued, and the other cadets assembled one after another. With the help of their classmates, they had a chance to catch their breath. On a certain flat ground at the foot of the mountain, Wang Mang, who was in the best condition, was acting as a guard while the other 3 grabbed a break. This kind of uninterrupted harassment was just too disgusting to be human. You had to have someone on guard at all times. At this time, the grass in the distance once again appeared to move. Wang Mang coldly grunted, carrying a machete slowly walked over. When Wang Mang came to the edge of the bushes, a leopard suddenly came out. For this kind of harassment Wang Mang has been accustomed to. Low, drink a knife cut out. However, he thought that the knife was actually empty. The speed of the leopard was faster than he thought. Speed type demonic creature. Enemy attack. Wang Mang yelled, and the 3 people in the tent instantly came to their senses and grabbed their weapons and rushed out. The spotted leopard looked at the 4 and hissed, seemingly sensing the threat. It scurried into the jungle and disappeared in a puff of smoke. What happened to Wang Mang? Someone asked. Demon, that spotted leopard has awakened the speed ability. At this the crowd's faces sank. After being harassed by wild monsters for 2 or 3 days, now it has started to change to a demonic creature harassment. This level of danger has immediately risen by 1 level. Wang Mang said, "We have to renegotiate. To ensure the safety of the camp, we need at least 2 people to guard it now. Then let's do 6-hour shifts, 4 shifts a day." The same picture appeared near the other camps. From the 24th day onwards, the academy directly dispatched demonic creatures to attack strongly. By this time they didn't even bother to use sneak attacks. For most of the ordinary trainees who hadn't developed their supernatural abilities out yet, a single demonic creature could only be resisted by at least 2 or 3 trainees. Those with a small number of people held out for a few hours and were directly eliminated by grinding to death. The ones with a large number of people temporarily stalled, but your teammates were fighting the demonic creature while you slept next to them, a feeling that no one had ever experienced before. Overcoming the fear of giving their backs to their teammates, then they can persevere. Not being able to overcome a bad rest makes them very weak by the time they are in charge of defense. Whether it's a virtuous cycle or a vicious one depends on their own realization. On the 24th day, there were still 123 trainees left in the jungle. By the 25th day, the number had plummeted to 68. However, the cadets who could carry through 3 consecutive days were either strong enough or had slowly overcome their fear. At the same time, Knight 17 and the others who had rested for 2 days started to go up the mountain, while on the other side, Yi Qingfeng happened to go down the mountain. After parting with Knight 17 and the others, he had ventured out on his own, but he had repeatedly hit a wall on Yellow Mountain, where D-rank magical creatures were rampant. For 2 consecutive days, he was whisked away by magical creatures, and his old wounds had not yet healed and new wounds came again. Now he finally couldn't bear it anymore and could only go down the mountain to recuperate. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Qingfeng limped down, and suddenly realized that there were trainees fighting with the demons in the open space below. In the clearing, Wang Mang and the 2 of them were confronting a demon tiger. They had already encountered no less than 10 demons in the past 2 days, and once they slacked off, they would be attacked by the demons. In the midst of the 2 men and the tiger's entanglement, a figure suddenly scurried out from the jungle. Yi Qingfeng roared, the wolf-tooth rod surged with foreign energy, and a rod ruthlessly smashed into the body of that demonic tiger. Bang! Terrifying concussive alien energy ran through the body of the demonic tiger. The latter's body trembled and directly collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Mang roared and rushed up to finish off the demon tiger with 2 slashes. The demonic creature was killed and the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Qingfeng, thanks a lot." Wang Mang was happy to see Qingfeng. The raggedly dressed Yi Qingfeng blew the tips of his hair. "Che, it's a small matter." When Yi Qingfeng followed Wang Mang to the tent, he found that there were 2 trainees still sleeping. Yi Qingfeng was a bit puzzled. What's going on here? This time it was Wang Mang's turn to be puzzled. "You weren't harassed by demons?" "Yes, I've been ing with a D-rank demonic creature since the 4th day." Wang Mang. Cowhide. Sure enough, the top trainees were different from what they were assessed on. Seeing that this one came down from the mountain, he must have already killed a D-ranked road-blocking demonic creature.
Yesterday they attempted to climb the mountain and ended up being stopped by a D-rank demonic creature. For ordinary trainees like them, extra points and whatnot didn't matter. Being able to last one more day was already the best result. Handing the food to Chingfeng, Wang Mang said, "You rest for a while, I'm going to patrol." "Oh yeah, don't wake them up." Chingfeng stopped talking and ate with a big mouthful. He was really hungry. A few moments later, half a kilogram of leftover roasted meat went down. Chingfeng was finally comfortable for a few minutes. He yawned. He was exhausted from running around for the past 2 days, so he could finally rest for a while. Just as Chingfeng was about to rest, the hissing sound of a demon suddenly came from the distance. Chingfeng immediately opened his eyes. "Just killed one and here comes another one, the instructors are sick." He was about to get up and go over to help, but when he turned his head, he realized that the 2 people in the tent were still sleeping. Chingfeng also skimmed his lips. This kind of consciousness can actually survive, is also drunk. Chapter 124, Giving your back to your teammates below. Not far away, Wang Mang and his team were tangling with a demon wolf when Chingfeng killed it again. Seemingly sensing Chingfeng's supernatural ability, the demonic wolf directly fled with a hiss. Chingfeng withdrew his wolf tooth rod and smiled disdainfully. Wang Mang said, "Chingfeng student, you don't need to come and help, go rest first." "It's fine, I'll kill one of this kind of cargo when it comes. The problem is that you can't kill them all," the cadet on the side said helplessly. Chingfeng froze. "What do you mean?" Wang Mang explained, "Since the 21st day there have been beasts in the jungle constantly harassing us, and it's an endless harassment that can't be carried by one person alone. Since yesterday it has already turned into a demonic attack, so we looked for each other to find a few companions, alternating to assist in defense. This is how we have carried it until now." Hearing this, Chingfeng bristled, habitually stretching out his right index finger in front of the camera. "This group of old guys are only capable of this." "Okay, in that case then I rest for a while. If you can't hold on, remember to call me." "Okay." Returning to the tent again, Chingfeng was about to rest. However, 20 minutes later, after he had just fallen asleep, he once again heard the call of the demon. He instinctively opened his eyes and went to take the wolf tooth stick beside him. He didn't wait to get up before remembering Wang Mang's words just now. The 2 of them should be able to drive away, right? Chingfeng lay down again, but he couldn't sleep. Resting on his side, there was a demonic creature fighting with other trainees beside him. If he was not careful, he would be hung up. After living in the danger zone for more than half a year, his vigilance was already very strong. Putting the safety of one's life on others would be looking for death. But if it's really an endless battle, sooner or later, he'll be worn down. A few moments later, when he heard the sound of the demonic creature's wailing, Chingfeng was finally relieved and found a comfortable position to continue resting. However, less than 20 minutes, a new demonic creature came again. 50 minutes later, the next one came again. And so the weeks went on endlessly. More than 2 hours later, Wang Mang and the others returned. "Lu Wei, it's time." In the tent, Lu Wei, who had been sleeping, opened his eyes instantly, and the 2 men picked up their weapons and walked out with great strides. "Hard work, Brother Mang, you guys go in and rest." Both sides switched shifts. It was obvious that this kind of cooperation had been done many times. On the side, Chingfeng hadn't been asleep. The arrogant nature of him is not willing to owe others favors. Wang Mang and their shifts defending themselves from resting here. What is this called? However, he was very tired right now. Should he rest for a while before striking again? Also, Chingfeng was inwardly tangled, suddenly heard snoring coming from the tent. Wang Mang and the others had actually fallen asleep. Chingfeng was a bit shocked. He wondered how these guys managed to sleep at ease in this kind of environment. If anything went wrong with any of the trainees, all of them would be finished. Time passes in a hurry. 6 hours passed between half asleep and half awake. Finally, it was time to change shifts again. "Mang, wake up. What are you dreaming about? The Harlequin is coming out." The 2 trainees outside the tent returned and teased. Wang Mang blankly glanced at the 2, "No injuries?" "No, we are fine." "Alright, you guys eat something and rest, I'll be on duty." Wang Mang said that he was going to get up. At this time, next to him, Chingfeng suddenly opened his eyes. "Count me in." Wang Mang and the others looked at Chingfeng's appearance at the moment but shook their heads. "You don't count, you are in poor condition now, not suitable for fighting. If you intend to help, just help us cuff those pheasants." Chingfeng was stunned. The A-rank alien talent was even disliked. He looked at Wang Mang. After sleeping for 6 hours, Wang Mang's state was already much better. And he himself seemed to be the same as before. At this moment, Chingfeng was in deep thought.
The test at the bottom of the mountain was completely different from the test on the mountain. The mountain spelled out the ability to have the combat power to kill a D-class demon, while the test under the mountain seemed to be unity and cooperation. Ask himself, if he was not on the mountain before, how long could he resist? 1 day? 2 days? Yi Qingfeng didn't know. If it was just a normal wilderness training, he was confident that the camp he made wouldn't be harassed by wild beasts and demons. But if it was specially made by the academy instructor, then there was no way. Not to mention 5 days, fighting for a day and a night could drive someone crazy. Unless he could find a teammate he trusted enough. At this moment also Qingfeng's mind surfaced several figures. Anger was anger, but if he were to trust his back to one person under these circumstances, Knight 17 was definitely the right choice. That guy is definitely reliable, Yi Qingfeng whispered to himself. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng's ears suddenly rang with Josie's voice. You trust Knight 17, does Knight 17 trust you? Who would trust the safety of his life to someone who stood him up? Whether he believes or not has nothing to do with you, saying goodbye to the survival test but playing this kind of dirty routine, yuck. Hearing Ja's voice also Qingfeng did not say anything and directly dislike. Jaws did not continue to say, some things. One sentence is enough. This kid is a prick, the more you say the more he dislikes you, so some things are better to let him think for himself. Waiting for a few moments between Jaws did not say ha, also Qingfeng relay down, but this time the sleepiness is completely gone. He felt that Knight 17 can be entrusted, but whether he can be entrusted in the eyes of Knight 17? Ask yourself, the answer is no. Yi Qingfeng directly dismissed himself. On the other side, Knight 17 and the others who had just finished fighting were setting up camp halfway up the mountainside. Around them fell the corpses of 4 D-ranked demons. Knight 17 raised his head as silver light flashed in his eyes. The top of the mountain could be vaguely seen from here. After a long time Knight 17 retracted his gaze. Everyone, according to the current speed, tomorrow we will be able to reach the top of the mountain. But according to the Academy's routine, there must be other levels waiting for us before reaching the top. Definitely, those instructors of the Academy don't have a single good thing, Fatty Zhuge said. Can we guess what it is? Han Schwanger asked. Knight 17 shook his head, not sure, but a D-class demonic creature shouldn't be very likely. They didn't know how many demons they had killed and repelled along the way. The cooperation between the crowd was now getting better and better, and there was no longer much of a threat from the D-class demons coming. Therefore, the final level at the top of the mountain was definitely more troublesome than the D-rank demons. C-rank demons? It was possible. A massive wave of beasts? Also possible. Earthquake, natural disaster? Knight 17 looked around. It wasn't impossible to have one, but it was a bit costly and unlikely. As for the instructors to personally strike, the probability is impossible. The essence of this examination is a survival challenge. Although by now all the demons are manipulated behind their backs, but if the instructors take action, the nature is a bit different. The most crucial thing is that this is something you say. If they win, it's fine. If they lose, how can they teach them in the future? What's more, they have a bottom card. Their own heavenly demon tiger skin, those things in Fatty Zhuge's pants, Zhao Jun demon seal, and Jinx's thermal weapon. Knight 17 looked at Jinx. Jinx, how many more thermal weapons do you have on you? At this moment, Jinx was a bit groggy and cocked his head when he heard Knight 17's question. Not much. Not much is how much? Well, compared to the ones you absorbed before we came. Almost a tenth. Jinx said, his tone a little low. Knight 17 frowned and came to her side. Do you have any discomfort? Jinx shook her head. No, but a little sleepy. Fatty Zhuge patted his chest. Sleepy? Then go to bed early. My Simmons mattress is for you. Fighting until now, the stuff in his pants had been consumed. However, hearing this sentence, Knight 17's face sank. There was a problem. Chapter 125, The Origin of the Arsenal. Knight 17's face sank. He had trained for more than 2 months in the 7th main city and another 2 months in the academy, and he had also broken through to D rank. Physical fitness was definitely in the top 5 amongst the trainees. However, when they were rushing, Jinx's physical ability was better than even his. How could Jinx with that kind of perverted physique be tired? Fatty, a thermometer, said Knight 17 as he looked towards Han Schwanger. Sister Schwanger, take Jinx's temperature. Han Schwanger nodded her head, and a moment later the thermometer showed that everything was normal. Jinx didn't seem to have any abnormalities other than being a little tired. Come to think of it, Jinx hadn't been as active as usual since that battle at the bottom of the mountain. With Fatty Zhuge's protection, Jinx was not injured in that battle.
As for her rest and diet, she hadn't seen any problems after such a long time.
Could it be that there is something on the mountain that affects her? Doubting, Josie's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Kid, want to know Jinx's secret?
Night 17's eyes flashed as he simply got up. You guys rest first, I'll deal with some things.
A few moments later, Night 17 came to a deserted place and asked, What do you mean? Over there, Jaws laughed. Jinx's psychic talent is a Class A mystic arsenal.
But hot weapons are not very effective for Alterans or magical creatures beyond C rank.
So aren't you curious as to why her psychic ability can be rated at a rank?
At those words, Night 17 froze. This he really hadn't thought about. In his opinion, a walking arsenal was already perverse. As long as there were enough hot weapons, this guy was a humanoid bunker. But now that Jaws said this, it did seem to have some problems. Night 17 did not know how strong Jinx was when he reached B or A level. But fighting at the same level, not to mention the captainly Xin he had seen, even Zhao Ling, Huang Tao and the others seemed to be unable to beat. Hot weapons had its advantages, but the disadvantages were equally obvious.
Night 17 simply said, Chief Instructor, how can you tell me this secret?
Josie smiled. Don't be so nervous, make it look like some important deal. My request is very simple, you can't use that heavenly demon tiger skin on this test.
Hearing this, Night 17 froze. That's it? Just this? No problem. Night 17 resolutely agreed.
Originally, he hadn't thought of using this thing was his own thing to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it was the use of external power.
Since it was a bottom card, it shouldn't be taken out easily. If possible, Night 17 would rather not use it for the rest of his life.
Jinx's awakened supernatural ability A rank Mystic Department Arsenal. There are 3 abilities that extend from this ability: Arsenal, Unlimited Firepower, and Heavy Armor. Hearing the names of the 3 abilities extended from the ability, Night 17 was a bit confused. Were these abilities surely related to the ability? Josie continued, Arsenal you already know, she can inhale heat weapons judged by her powers into her body.
It's not calculated by volume, but by the heat generated by the burst.
The second, Infinite Firepower, gives her a far higher knowledge of hot weapons than ordinary people, a natural-born shooter. Moreover, all firearms could instantly change bullets in her hands. One person was comparable to a reinforced company. And the third ability was related to her current state. Heavy Armored Mechanic was a passive ability effect. The more the number of hot weapons in her body, the higher the physical quality of her body would be. Similar to the alien ability attributes of the Earth Brown Bear, it boosted strength, defense, and physique. Now that the thermal weapons in her body are almost consumed, without the alien energy boost, her physical quality gradually returned to the level of an ordinary child. After hearing this information, Night 17 was relieved. He thought that something had happened to this girl, but it turned out that she had actually run out of fuel. In this way, everything before was explained.
Night 17 also finally understood why Jinx's supernatural ability was an A-grade talent.
In her full state, her physical qualities were stronger than any illusory beast system psychic of the same level. If he himself had this kind of ability, he would have dared to fight Zhao Junmu, who was possessed by Azura. Imagine Jinx growing up and charging into the enemy army with all kinds of thick and long barrels sticking out of one's body like a tank.
It would be a massacre. After thinking about it, Night 17 asked, Chief Instructor, what about Jinx's berserkness?
Jaws sighed, I don't know about this, the information was given to me by the side of the mental hospital, they didn't say anything about Jinx's condition problem. At that, Night 17 frowned slightly.
Didn't say? Was it too lazy to say, or couldn't say?
Not even the chief instructor of the Alien Academy, the 7th on the heavenly ranking, Lieutenant General Diamond Josie, was told. It would be strange if there wasn't something fishy in this. Seeing Night 17 frowning, Jaws suddenly said, don't think about it for now, the higher-ups will definitely say it when they decide to tell you. By the way, that side said something, if you can cure Jinx's disease, they will tell you all her information.
Night 17 bristled, if Jinx is cured, I'll just ask her personally.
A few moments later, Night 17 returned. Seeing the crowd looking over, Night 17 smiled, it's alright, Jinx, you don't need to fight in tomorrow's battle. Rest well and I'll treat you to a lollipop when this test is over.
Yeah.
The agreement with Night 17 was reached, and Jaws was very happy. He said to one of the instructors beside him, alright, take that B-class demon back, it shouldn't be used anymore.
Chief Instructor is wise.
The crowd clapped their asses. Who would have thought that in order to prepare a trial for a group of E-rank and D-rank rookies actually spent a huge amount of money to get a B-rank magical object?
That B-class demonic creature had cost them a full $20 million, and it was still in use, and if it died it needed to be compensated $80 million. The country's annual funding to them is limited, this time if not Zhuge family and Zhao family funding he would not dare to be so extravagant. But it can't be helped, this kind of survival test is supposed to show all the abilities of the trainees. You can't stop someone from using their cards just because they have a bottom card. If that were the case, the survival test would lose its own meaning. However, the forbidden object that Knight 17 had cracked was actually a bit of a violation. The skin of the heavenly demon tiger that could be transformed into a 5-minute A-rank heavenly demon tiger, just ask what level of thing could hold it against it. This kind of thing was considered a big killer even in the Night's Watch or even the Demon Hunter Squad. Previously, the Academy's research dean had given the conclusion that the value of that Sky Demon Tiger skin was $280 billion. Now by making Knight 17 give up opening up in this way, both sides were benefited. Taking a deep breath, Josie simply said, "All those who are fine rest, everyone get ready, tomorrow and the day after should be about to have a decision. Let's see just how far these little guys can go." Chapter 126 The Tangled Yi Ching Phone. On the 26th day, there were 44 trainees remaining in the jungle. At the foot of the mountain, Yi Qingfeng barely rested for the night and was in a better state. However, he knew that he couldn't continue to stay here. He heard from Wang Meng and the others' conversations that the frequency of the demons was a whole lot faster than before. A lot of this situation could be because of his arrival. The pressure set by the instructors on the trainees kept rising, testing their limits again and again. The more of you there are, the higher the frequency of the demonic creatures attacking. Glancing at Wang Mang, who was still asleep, Yi Qingfeng took a step towards Huangshan once again with his wolf toothstick. On the Yellow Mountain, on a winding and circling path, from time to time, there were 1 or 2 corpses of demonic creatures lying on the side of the road. From the first day that Knight 17 and the others went up the mountain, various demonic creature attacks had been coming one after another. Now he didn't even know how many of them he had killed. When the sun was about to set, they were finally about to reach the top of the mountain. Looking from afar, it seemed that the hilltop had been artificially constructed, and there was a not-so-small platform where a signal tower could be vaguely seen. Obviously, there was the final destination. Knight 17's eyes narrowed slightly as a silver light flashed through the rocky barricade, and he soon saw the image on the top of the mountain. A huge black scorpion, a white tiger with a body length of 5 meters away, and a falcon. All 3 of the demonic creatures were chained by the chains of the sea floor stone and were lying on the ground doing nothing. This was the final guardian boss? With 3 demonic creatures, there was no need to think that at least one of them inside must be C-ranked, and it was unknown if the remaining 2 were. "Stop, everyone rest," Knight 17 said. "Finally we can rest. Do these instructors have money with nowhere to spend it, collecting so many demonic creatures? The total cost is at least a few $100 million. Fatty Zhuge was too lazy to spit. The instructors had prepared no less than 100 magical creatures along the way in order to interfere with them. This was still just them. If they added the other trainees, a conservative estimate of 400 would start. In addition, there were dozens of D-ranked ones. This time, the Academy had put down blood money. Knight 17 said, "There are still 3 magical creatures left on top of the mountain, a black scorpion more than a meter long, a white tiger more than 5 meters long, and a falcon. To be able to be treated as a guard boss, these fiends must be a bit different. I feel that the white tiger should be a C rank." Hearing the word C rank, the faces of the crowd sank slightly. This result was within their guesses. 1 C rank plus 2 D ranks. Zhao Jun Demon said in a cold voice, "Leave the C rank demons to me. I'm not sure if I can kill that white tiger after I unseal it, but it's definitely fine before the alien energy runs out." The gap between C rank and D rank was completely different from the gap between D rank and E rank. Zhao Jun Demon was confident that he could kill a D-rank demon at E rank. However, at level C, after possessing the alien energy barrier, the demons made up for the shortness of their defense. He didn't dare to easily guarantee it before he had fought it. Knight 17 nodded as he looked at the crowd. For the moment their side consisted of themselves and Sister Frost in full condition, the sealed Zhao Jun Demon, Jinx who was almost out of ammo, and Fatty who was afraid of death. Jinx's last bit of heat weapon was just the amount for the last wave. It was almost enough to fight a D-ranked demonic creature, but if it was a C-ranked demonic creature, it was completely impossible. If they wanted to kill a C-ranked demon, Zhao Junmu was definitely the main force. But just stalling wouldn't work. They had to kill that C-rank white tiger before Zhao Jun Demon's alien energy ran out, and even if they couldn't kill it, they had to seriously injure it. Jun Demon can last for about 45 minutes now using Azura,
after he drags down the white tiger we must quickly take care of those two demons.
Sister Frost, you'll hold off that falcon tomorrow while Fatty protects it. Jinx and I will prioritize taking care of that scorpion. If Jinx still has ammo, we'll combine our efforts to kill that falcon, and finally focus on the white tiger with all our might. Han Schwanger, however, raised an eyebrow. The plan is feasible, but will Zhao Jun Demon attack even us after he storms out? The crowd looked at Zhao Jun Demon, who was silent. This was something he couldn't guarantee. It's possible, but it's not very likely. The danger level of a C-rank demon is much higher than us, and that white tiger will definitely take the initiative to attack. Of course, just to be on the safe side, let's try to stay away during the battle, and even if we solve the other demons, let's not go near him. In the monitoring room, Jaws and the others quietly watched Night 17 and their analysis, all nodding their heads uncontrollably. 90% of Night 17s and their guesses were accurate. The level, number, and type of magical creatures were all deliberately selected by them. The purpose was to force Night 17 and the others to bring all their abilities into play. However, their team did not have Jinx in their considerations at that time, but Yi Qingfeng. There was a change, but it wasn't a big problem. By the way, where is Yi Qingfeng now? Jaws remembered this prick. Report, he is resting halfway up the mountainside, resting at the same place where they rested yesterday Night 17. Jaws. Good lord, this kid is really good at picking up the pieces too. All the demons along the way had already been eliminated by Night 17 and the others, and the bit of instructors underneath them didn't care. As a result, this kid took this opportunity to run up again. Jaws looked at the raggedy Yi Qingfeng, the most high profile of all the trainees. But for the moment, it was the most miserable one among all of them. After hesitating for a while, Jaws simply said, Yi Qingfeng should leave it alone. Whether he can catch up with Night 17 and the others depends on his own destiny. Last time, he had deliberately created an opportunity which resulted in causing side effects. Since that was the case, let's just let it be. Whether they could run into each other or not depended on their destiny, and it seemed that the previous conflict had not been resolved. With Yi Qingfeng's character, he didn't seem willing to bow down. In the end, what kind of ending they would become, he was also curious. The night was uneventful, and the day dawned. Yi Qingfeng, who had rested for the night, resurrected with full blood. The surroundings were cleared of demons, there were no demons to harass him. This was the most comfortable sleep he had gotten in a week. Stretching his waist comfortably, Qingfeng moved forward again. As he looked at the corpses of the long-dead demons on the ground, the more he walked, the more uncomfortable he felt. The blood of these demons had long dried up, indicating that Night 17 and the others had left for at least a day. At this moment, Yi Qingfeng was actually very torn. On one hand, he hoped that Night 17 and his team would reach the top of the mountain and hit the instructors in the face. But on the other hand, he didn't really want them to reach the top, at least not right now. Or rather, he very much hoped that his name would be among those who reached the top. Even though his temper was hard, Yi Qingfeng had to admit that it was impossible for him to reach the summit by himself. His ability could only be fully utilized when he had someone to work with. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and when it was about to set, Yi Qingfeng finally saw the large platform at the top of the mountain. At the same time, he also saw several familiar figures at the bottom of the platform. Yi Qingfeng let out a long sigh of relief. They hadn't cleared the level yet.